The story opens in a luxurious room, magnificent like a miniature palace, where Taylor, the illegitimate child of a prestigious and immensely powerful noble family who once ruled the academy like a supreme king, sat pensively on a velvet-covered bed. His eyes lowered, intently reading every single word on the crumpled piece of paper in his hand. A soft hum escaped his lips, carrying a hint of bitterness. So, long story short, they want to scratch my name off the family registry, right? His voice was cold, but hidden deep within was an unmistakable pain. The paper listed offenses that cut like sharp knives. Using inappropriate, crude language right in front of Princess Fenia. Unauthorized interference in the Holy Sylvania Academy entrance exam. Failing to maintain proper decorum, and tarnishing the family's honor with blind jealousy. These were all severe offenses that could not be taken lightly. Taylor rubbed his temples as a wave of helplessness washed over him. "It's like the god of fate is playing games with me," he muttered, his voice heavy with weariness. In just a split second, Taylor's life had completely collapsed. He was exiled from the family and kicked out into the street with nothing but a few suitcases of personal belongings. The old servant, with an icy glare, barked loudly. "Here's your junk. Thanks for making our lives a living hell all this time." The words cut like daggers, making Taylor's stomach churn. Back at the academy, whispers began to echo like a mocking melody. "Oh, look, it's Taylor. Shoo. Don't look, or you'll get blacklisted and then you're done for." A few people laughed, their voices dripping with contempt. "That guy seriously has the nerve to act smug? One look, and you can tell he got kicked out by his family. He's clearing out his whole dorm room. Does that mean he won't be attending next semester? Ha! Typical trash noble. I knew it would end up like this." Taylor slumped down onto a bench, the pile of cluttered belongings beside him standing as a testament to his failure. A dark fog enveloped him, his heart filled with resentment. "It's just not fair," he mumbled, his eyes welling up with tears. Taylor slumped down onto a bench, the pile of cluttered belongings beside him standing as a testament to his failure. A dark fog enveloped him, his heart filled with resentment. "It's just not fair," he mumbled, his eyes welling up with tears. Then he began to recount the story, his voice trembling as if he were trying to make sense of it to himself. "I ended up ice-guyed into a game. Sylvania Academy, my absolute favorite game. The failed swordsman of Sylvania." Usually, in these ice guy stories, people reincarnate as the son of some mega-rich tycoon, or at least a young prodigy in a prestigious guild, or a hunter who breaks every rule in the book. But what about me? I got thrown into a third-rate villain who gets exiled right at the very beginning of the game. Taylor screamed out, his voice bursting with indignation. "This is so unfair. We both got ice-guyed. So why does everyone else get to live a comfortable life and be loved, while I'm hated and dumped into the most pathetic body at the absolute worst possible time?" The surrounding crowd continued to point and stare. "Yo, look at that. He actually has the nerve to scream unfair after everything he did." Someone sneered. "A comfortable and peaceful life? What a shameless piece of trash. His face is thicker than concrete." They walked away, leaving Taylor behind with a hollow stare. He glanced at a nearby mirror, and a bunch of status information popped up. Taylor. Physical strength, 3. Intellect, B. Agility, 7. Endurance, 7. Luck, 6. Gender, male. Age, 17. Race, human. Achievements, none. He stared blankly. "Oh my god, this stat sheet. I get ice-guyed, and it's into a loser this bad?" He stared blankly. "Oh my god, this stat sheet. I get ice-guyed, and it's into a loser this bad?" He tried to dig through his memories, but this guy Taylor was so insignificant that he barely left an impression. Think back. Right, that's it. In the in-game credits roll of ends in credit, this guy's name, he ends up a beggar, a total thug who knows absolutely nothing about the real world, thrown out onto the streets, and ending up in utter misery. Despair seemed to freeze solid in Taylor's chest, then shattered into pieces. I guess it makes sense. A guy like him, kicked out and left to fend for himself on the streets. It's a miracle he's even alive. A little while later, in a lush green forest northeast of the academy, Taylor had finished moving all his stuff over. Sitting on his suitcase, his mind was a chaotic mess. Why me? Why did I have to end up in this body? I don't know the reason, and I don't even know what to do. But then he clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes. "All right, whatever. Let's just treat this as starting fresh from scratch." Sylvania Academy wasn't just a school. It was a miniature city set against a backdrop of majestic mountains. This forest, where Taylor was currently taking shelter, was an isolated corner, far away from the prying eyes of the other students. It took half the day just to get out here, but at least I have some time to figure out exactly what's going on, he told himself. Fortunately, even though he was exiled from his family, the academy hadn't expelled him yet. This was his absolute last chance. Sylvania Academy is a place for the elite. If I can graduate from here, my future will be set in stone. With my experience of beating the game 5 times from start to finish, I can lay low, graduate, and live a peaceful life. Maybe even better than the one I had before I got Ice Guy. But then, reality snapped him right back. The tuition is insanely high. This semester is definitely already paid for. But what about next semester? Try for a scholarship. He looked back at his stat sheet, his heart sinking. With these stats, I'll be lucky if I don't flunk out. Taylor opened his suitcase and checked his belongings. Flashy clothes, worthless. Ceremonial dagger, worthless. Decorative cup, worthless. Well, I have enough clothes, but what about food and shelter? Who would ever hire a guy like Taylor for a part-time job? Go back to the family that kicked me out? No way in hell. He looked around the forest. Guess I'm camping here. There's a stream nearby, so at least I won't die of thirst. With 10 days left before the school year started, Taylor stood up, resolute. All right, time to whip this body into shape just to keep up with the curriculum. A moment later, the sound of thwack, thwack echoed through the forest. Taylor struggled to carry the logs he had just chopped, gasping for breath. Oh, thank God, at least this guy can still cast basic spells. That's pretty awesome. But then his face contorted. If I have to chop down all 15 of these trees, I'll probably die of exhaustion. Plus, it makes me hungrier, which doesn't help at all. Starving. He was so hungry. Taylor suddenly remembered something his grandfather had told him when he was a kid. Even the tree bark behind the mountain is edible. He looked at the pile of branches and set a pot over the wood fire. The flames roared to life. Any food is good food right now, he muttered to himself, skewering a branch. From a distance, it kind of looks like a piece of chicken. He took a bite, munching away with a loud crunch. By the third day, Taylor looked as gaunt as a vampire. Clutching a pile of branches, he yelled out weakly, "Grandpa, I hate you." After starving all day and throwing up twice, he came to a definitive conclusion. Branches should only be used to build houses. He drove a wooden stake into the ground and began putting up a frame. Doing everything entirely by himself and drenched in sweat, he collapsed flat on the ground. Nothing is ever easy. Finally, after a ton of hard work, he finished a crude, makeshift shack. A notification popped up. Asterisk. New creation completed. Basic wooden hideout. A temporary, crude, and ugly shelter. Will lose functionality if not maintained. Crafting difficulty, 1 star, asterisk. Survival skill, novice carpenter. Traits, clumsy. Design level 4. Gathering ability level 1. Taylor muttered, living like a noble. This guy probably knew absolutely nothing about manual labor, but turns out I actually have a bit of a knack for this. He stood up and went on to fashion a crude spear out of his ceremonial dagger and a wooden stick. New creation completed. Crude spear. Can be used for hunting, but has low durability. Taylor swung the spear and shouted, "Time to find something edible." After 2 days of backbreaking labor, he managed to catch 2 fish. This time, the pot over the wood fire didn't contain branches, but actual fish. The smell of the cooking fish made his mouth water. If I can just endure like this, I'll graduate without any trouble. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Taylor lifted his gaunt, mud-stained face, completely stunned. Out of all people, she's the last person I wanted to run into here. Princess Fenia, the very person who had Taylor exiled from his family, stood right before him, her eyes ice cold. "Do you not hold even a single shred of resentment?" she asked suspiciously. Then her voice turned stern as she commanded, "Have you still not left this place yet?" Edrot Taylor was a villain who appeared right after you started the game with a noble background. He was constantly starting trouble with the protagonist's friends, and his only destiny was to be punished. It didn't stop there. Driven by an intense hatred, Ed had maliciously tampered with the protagonist's admission exam for Sylvania Academy. But he ended up getting caught by a girl who had concealed her identity to collect the test papers. Philia Elias Clowell, the 3rd princess of the Glol Empire. Princess Fenia activated her clairvoyance, exposing the target's plot and lies. But his lies were completely laid bare by Fenia's clairvoyance, and, subsequently, he was kicked out of the dorms. Every single student at the academy despised Ed Rott-Taylor, but now he had run into the absolute worst person possible. Fenia frowned and asked, "What exactly are you doing here?" She continuously interrogated him. "Are you saying the academy didn't expel you?" Ed stepped back. "While I'm still a student here, I was only kicked out of the dorms." Fenia said, "I'll make this quick," she said sharply. "Get out of here. I can't stand seeing a shameless scoundrel like you hanging around the academy. I'm going to speak with the academic affairs and request your expulsion on the grounds of committing disgraceful acts while being a student of this academy." Looking over at the two fish currently burning to a crisp, Ed worried internally. It's burning. It's totally burning. After 3 days of starving to the point of blindness, his precious food was ruined. Ed's face darkened as he looked at Fenia, thinking to himself, while the burning food is a problem, and I thought she said she'd make it quick, this is just one of the countless problems I'm facing in life right now. This person, Princess Fenia, actually holds more than enough power to kick me out of the academy. Because of that, Ed suddenly spoke up, the sun is about to set, and aren't royals always supposed to be protected by armed guards following behind? A princess like you coming out to a remote forest all by yourself like this is dangerous. Fenia channeled her magic, staying on guard. If you're threatening me because you know I don't have an escort, you're going to deeply regret it. Ed suddenly dropped down on one knee, and she said, "What do you mean by a threat?" "I just wanted to express my gratitude to the princess." Clairvoyance was activated. Fenia questioned suspiciously. "Gratitude? For what?" The clairvoyance resonated. It was the truth. Ed Rott-Taylor wasn't lying. Fenia was taken aback. "What? Wait, what?" Ed looked up, noticing she seemed genuinely surprised. Ed's family, the Rayer family, was an illustrious and influential clan, but they used that prestige to exploit the citizens and conduct experiments to research immortality. Every single member of the family was either imprisoned or executed. However, I've already been exiled from the clan. The information screen suddenly popped up. New item, burnt fish inedible. Ed thought, right now I might be starving and freezing, but this is still a whole lot better than dying. In the long run, this is actually a good thing. Man, that's why I need to honestly convince Fenia like this. Otherwise, I'm going to get expelled. No, if that happens, it's an immediate game over. Based on the timing right around when Ed Rott-Taylor was exiled, it's probably about a week before the school year starts. So then, what is the princess's reason for being out? Ed stood up and said, "Coming out here without any guards and wearing plain clothes like this means you must be taking the placement exam. Professor Glass placement exam assignment, which is a test that requires finding a mana orb within the forest." Speaking of which, Professor Glass exams were notorious for being incredibly brutal. Of course, being the noble princess that she is, Fenia would be aiming for the highest class, which is Class A. Fenia said warily, "Are you trying to suck up to me? You haven't changed a single bit, just as I thought. I'll just have to request the academy to expel you." Ed cut her off, "But without my help, you will never make it into Class A. If my words turn out to be a lie, then you can go ahead and expel me." Following that, Fenia relied on Ed's words. If she went over to the lake in the southeastern part of the forest, she would find a small island lush with thriving greenery. Right there, a colossal tree grew smack in the middle of the island, a tree known as Merida's guardian tree. Right there, she would find the gift that I left behind. Fenia held the mana orb in her hand, completely filled with doubt. The Ed Rott-Taylor from 3 days ago was still a total fraud and a thug. I can still vividly remember that day. But then she thought back to the scene from just a moment ago, when he knelt right in front of her. The current Ed Rott-Taylor was different, so Fenia stood there under the tree for a very long time, lost in thought, saying absolutely nothing. The next day, in Glass classroom, he spoke up. "The placement exam has officially concluded. Hold up the mana orbs you have found." Afterward, through the dim light, Glass was left completely speechless as he looked at the crowd of students, each cradling a round object of completely different sizes and types. Someone had even brought in an egg that was as big as an entire person. They all looked at the professor with sparkling, expectant eyes. He coldly turned away and said, "All of you are placed in Class F. Take note, the examiner's requirements in a test are paramount. This exam wasn't just about finding any random mana orb." Glass stated, "Only those who found a mana orb with 0 magical power are sorted into Class A. Only 3 people managed to find this specific type of mana orb. Zix. Lortell. Afterward, he gestured toward Fenia and announced loudly. And the final person who found the mana orb at the base of Mariuta's guardian tree, which possesses an extraordinary magical power, is you. You found the hidden mana orb. That person was the absolute top student in the class. Meanwhile, Ed was mourning over his fish. It's completely charred. I don't even have the energy left to use my spear anymore. Another information screen popped up. New item, crude fishing rod, crafted by using a dagger to chop branches, taking threads from a cloth screen, and using a small nail as a hook. Poor durability and hard to tell if fish are biting, crafting difficult. Ed examined his new tool. The third princess of the empire, Fenia Elias Glol. Ever since she was a child, Princess Fenia had heard countless flatteries and sophistries that had sharpened her perception, and from that, her innate skill was formed. Not a single person could ever escape her clairvoyance. While casting his line, Ed analyzed the situation. Therefore, I had no choice but to provide her with authentic information, but that also leads to a much bigger problem. The reason the proud Princess Fenia ends up being called the Princess of Love is because after facing failure in the placement exam, she drops down to Class F. After that, she begins to change. However, if Fenia, who has a massive impact on the scenario right from the get-go, finds the hidden mana orb and gets into Class A, the script of the original storyline will completely collapse. I'll be totally screwed. Of course, the top student of the class, Lusamir, her future will probably remain unchanged. Fenia held the mana orb and said, "This is indeed a mana orb." Edrot Taylor wasn't lying, but Fenia's hands trembled. This isn't a gift. Why did Princess Fenia conceal her identity in the first place? She was worried she would receive special treatment if her identity got leaked out. She wanted to prove herself. Just one look at the mana orb was enough for her to know it yielded the highest score on the exam. But Fenia didn't take that orb, because it was something she didn't find on her own. The title of the Princess of Love that she would receive in the future wasn't a skill or a stat, but a title she earned by walking a righteous path. In the classroom, the students below cheered. "That's amazing, Lucy." Ed recalled that day and thought, "I already tried telling you, Princess, you will never be able to get into Class A. If my words are a lie, then you can go ahead and expel me." Whether that was the truth or a lie didn't even matter anymore. The princess could always distinguish right from wrong, truth from falsehood. Even when Edrot Taylor genuinely believed the princess would fail the exam, she was confident that she would succeed and show him up. However, Edrot Taylor had not lied, because the princess ultimately could not get into Class A. Now, there was nothing more the princess could do. On the other side, Fenia, after leaving the classroom, was absolutely furious whenever she thought about what happened that day. She punched the door, gritting her teeth. "Edrot Taylor, I'll be keeping an eye on you." At this moment, luckily, he managed to reel in a massive fish. Ed shouted joyfully, "Got one." The next morning, under a clear blue sky, the sun had only just begun to peek over the horizon, when Ed was already rushing to jog to school. I might be living in a place where I have to jog from the crack of dawn just to make it to school on time, but I'm finally back. Ed panted heavily for a good while, and by the time he came to a stop, he was already standing right at the school grounds. Inside the banquet hall, an announcement rang out. "Here at Sylvania Academy, the opening ceremony will now commence. It is wonderful to see how much our students have grown before the start of this new semester. Please enjoy the food while listening." Ed thought, "I can hear the sweet whispers welcoming me, the guy who managed to survive." All around him were murmurs. "Oh my God, look at him. Where does he get the nerve to actually show up at the opening ceremony? Is he seriously planning to keep attending?" Ed kept sitting there, eating calmly and neatly. "This is the reward for the survivor. I have to take my time and savor it." The whispering continued. "Isn't that Edrot Taylor? He locked in his goal to graduate." Over at the other table, students remarked, "The sophomore guy who did that shady stuff on the entrance exam? If you look closely, he actually seems a bit different. His table manners are really polite." Ed thought, "I don't have any grand ambitions. I just want to graduate." Afterward, those people gradually left. I heard the dessert over at that table was made by head chef Ophilis. "Let's go grab some. We can keep talking on the way. What are you thinking, niece?" Hearing that, Clara saw Janica, who then mumbled, "That's weird. It's like he's a completely different person." Today was the first day of classes at Sylvania. The loudspeaker announced, "A new semester has arrived. I am thrilled to see you all looking refreshed and improved, and even happier to see that this is the fruit of Sylvania Academy's labor, Ed said. However, on the very first day, I almost got expelled. He felt weary about his situation. I really hope Fenia doesn't go telling the dean about me. Recalling the time the dean smiled at him, he thought, it's kind of creepy how he just keeps smiling like that while talking. He thought, doesn't seem like he was talking trash about me, but it was still a razor-thin escape for me. Ed resolved, I have to be extra careful so the plot doesn't deviate from the original game. Hone my survival skills to stay alive and practice magic that fits a student of a magic academy. Back in the forest, a rabbit appeared, only to be struck by an arrow right after. Back in the forest, a rabbit appeared, only to be struck by an arrow right after. Back in the forest, a rabbit appeared, only to be struck by an arrow right after. Janica was sitting there, reading a book. He thought, completely out of my league in terms of talent. Janica Fave Lover, the top student of the Genius Spirit Tamer class. Janica noticed him too, and she spoke up, so you're the funny guy Marilda was talking about? Ed looked blankly. Janica walked over, cheerfully chatting away. Rod Taylor, hi. I'm Janica Fover, a sophomore just like you. You could just call me Janica. Surprised, he thought, why did she come over here out of nowhere? Janica said, oh, did I startle you? It's because I know who you are. She extended her hand and said, see, this forest is the territory of Merida, a high-ranking spirit. She told me a whole bunch of stuff about you. Ed asked, the master of this forest talked about me to you? Janica replied, Merida is super curious, so she knows basically everything that happens in the forest. It makes total sense that she'd know about an uninvited guest, right? Ed pondered the phrase, uninvited guest. He looked at the rabbit he had just hunted, and the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. I've killed a lot of wildlife, and I've chopped down a ton of trees too. Realizing what he was thinking, Janica quickly said, don't sweat the small stuff. It's just the law of nature for creatures to eat other creatures. Merida doesn't care about that kind of stuff at all. Ed blushed slightly, turning away as he said, so I guess even a wild wolf can have a gentle heart. Janica caught his expression, smiling brightly. Unbelievable, right? Here, there's something I want to show you. Janica held out both hands, cradling a tiny, sparkling light, and said, it's cute, isn't it? I just formed a contract with him yesterday, right when we first met. Want to try touching it? Ed was taken aback. A contract? So this is a spirit? He thought, if I want to become friends with Janica, right now would be the perfect time. But, Ed suddenly said, I don't really get what you're talking about. I can't see spirits or touch them, and anything beyond that is completely out of my wheelhouse. Janica was surprised. You can't see spirits? Ed answered, yeah. He turned his back to her and said, besides, I only came out here to look for food, so I'll be taking my leave now. Determined, he thought, only by following the exact direction of the original script will my knowledge actually be useful. Janica Fave Lover, someone who plays a highly crucial role in the original story, is someone I absolutely must not get close to. Janica stood there, watching Ed's figure walk away into the distance. She thought back to Ed's expression and words from just a moment ago. So I guess even a wild wolf can have a gentle heart. After that, she reached out and touched the chin of an animal. Just like you said, Marilda, he's very interesting. A shimmering, blue-white wolf stood beside Janica as she said, no matter how I look at it, I really don't think he can see you. Who exactly is he? She buried her face in the wolf's fur, whining cutely. And you know, I tried so hard to be friendly with him, but why does he always answer with those vague, half-hearted excuses? She paused for a moment, but we'll probably run into him again. I'll just have to figure him out starting now. Ed looked at the map showing the route to school, thinking, the distance from my camp to the academic district is not close at all. I have to hustle and run with everything I've got starting at dawn. Jogging back and forth, hunting again and again. Hilariously, he had accidentally raised his own stats in the process. In class, he put in the effort to study, doing his absolute best on assignments. He resolved, if I want to win a scholarship, I have to study even harder. He had been writing his notes on stones using charwood and borrowing books from the library. On the way home, he washed his sweat-soaked clothes after a long day. Ed muttered, I wonder if these will dry in time for tomorrow. Then he said, you think that's the end of the day? No way. I still have to check if I'm running low on kindling, make sure I've had enough water, and prep dried meat for tomorrow's lunch. Ed frowned, thinking, but that's not even the most annoying part. He turned toward Janica, who was hiding behind a bush, and called out loudly, "Hey, do you even know how long you've been following?" Janica gasped, startled. "Huh? How did you know?" "I got a headache. It'd be a miracle if I didn't know, girl." He tried to look intimidating. "Do you still not get who I am? I'm Rot Taylor, the most uneducated thug to ever exist. Ed Rot Taylor." "Why does she keep hanging around this guy?" Janica interrupted. "But that's just what other people say about you, isn't it?" "It froze." Janica smiled brightly. "I don't care who you used to be." Ed glanced at her, thinking to himself, all right. Janica Fover is exactly this type of character. On the outside, she looks completely naive and goofy, but she's actually a character with highly independent thinking. However, when thinking about what her future holds, he still couldn't bring himself to smile naturally in front of her. Because Janica Failover was also Ed's final boss. Nursing a headache, he thought, she's also the only person who ever smiled at Rod Taylor. He didn't want things to progress too far, but he decided to speak up anyway. "Then fate must have brought us together. Can you do me a favor?" Janica said joyfully. "A favor?" Ed fell silent for a moment before saying, "As you can see, I look totally ragged and messy right now. I was just exiled from my family, and I'm in a really tight spot. Can you give me some money?" Upon hearing that last sentence, Janica instantly froze solid. Ed kept pressing on. "No, it's not like I'm taking it for keeps. That's what friends are for, right? I'm just borrowing a significant amount. How much do you have on you?" Ed thought, Janica wins a scholarship every year for being top of the class. But that doesn't mean her life is perfect. Her financial situation is extremely difficult. So without that scholarship, she wouldn't even be able to attend or continue graduating to higher levels. As the daughter of a small farm, Janica's ultimate weakness is money. The two of them stood in silence for a while. Janica was completely shattered now, and she said weakly, "I'm sorry." Ed whispered in his heart. Janica Fover, safely removed from the equation. 3 days later, Ed was walking back from hunting rabbits, thinking, I don't feel great about doing this, but I really don't want to get tangled up with any main story characters. He resolved, be even more cautious. That's the only way the original plot won't get thrown out of whack. Afterward, Ed returned to his camp, but the moment he crawled inside, he immediately bolted right back out. He panicked. A girl? A girl? What the hell is this? Most importantly, she was a character whose presence carried even more weight than Janica. A rare prodigy and the strongest character in the failed swordsman of Sylvania, Lucy Marrow. A girl was currently lying fast asleep inside Ed's shack. He was utterly baffled. Why on earth is she sleeping here? Lucy woke up, stretched, and let out a yawn. Ed was still dumbfounded. What is she doing hiding out in this deserted valley anyway? He kept repeating his rule of caution to himself. Lucy spoke up. You're being too loud. How am I supposed to sleep? Ed replied, Who's bothering you, lady? Before he could finish, Lucy cut him off. Not you. Rubbing her eyes with one hand, she pointed behind Ed with the other and said, That wolf over there, the one as big as a house. He has been talking to you this whole time. Ed slowly turned his body around. Lucy continued. He's requesting that one day you protect Janica at all costs. Going back to work, he walked and thought. Lucy only came camping for 2 days, so it probably won't affect anything, right? Going back to work, he walked and thought. Lucy only came camping for 2 days, so it probably won't affect anything, right? In the joint training school sparring match, sparring literally meant the one-on-one combat practical exam. To keep the impact to a bare minimum, the students almost exclusively used dummy weapons when competing. Ed continued to list them off. The merciful Princess Fenia, the precious daughter Lortell, the spirit wizard Janica, the lazy Lucy, and the wicked Clebius. It would take forever to name them all. But anyway, the focus isn't on them. It's on the protagonist, the failed swordsman, Taylor. Ed perked up. The next match belongs to Taylor, right? Below the stands, Zix was casting magic, blowing his opponent away. Ed thought, I already know the outcomes of all these matches, so I don't really care, because the winners in this joint training spar are all, just like the protagonist Taylor, first-year students, with only one single exception. Janica waved her hand. Hey, Ed. Ed looked at Janica, completely helpless. I can't believe this girl can still happily come find me after witnessing my pathetic attempt to borrow money. Janica cheerfully held out a piece of paper and said, Here's the full match list. Ed was still thinking, unlike Lucy, who belongs to the cat race, Janica definitely belongs to the dog race. Ed said listlessly, I'm not interested. Janica asked why. Aren't you curious about your own match? It froze. Oh, wait a second. Do I have to fight too? He suspiciously scanned the list. Edrot Taylor was already supposed to be exiled at this point in the original story. So who could his opponent possibly be? Ed muttered, no way. Below the stands, Taylor appeared. Please allow me to demonstrate my ultimate capability. Seeing this, Ed got pumped up, thinking, it doesn't even matter who I'm fighting anymore. Let's just focus on Taylor's match. He soliloquized. Even though I'm from the real world, my life isn't all that different from Taylor's. To turn a tragically broken ending into a truly unforgettable conclusion. I played through this journey countless times. He envisioned the image of a battered Taylor collapsing. And out of all those times, there wasn't a single journey that didn't go through immense hardships. Ed locked in his determination. I already decided to take care of my own life, but still, I'm rooting for you, Taylor. Meanwhile, an announcement blasted through the speakers, cutting off Ed's train of thought. Repeating the announcement, Lucy Merrill. Is there a student named Lucy Merrill present? Please get ready and enter the arena immediately. Ed was stunned. Where did Lucy go? The staging area was completely empty, but it turned out Lucy was already walking onto the platform. A voice shouted loudly, "Go take down your opponent first." Ed analyzed the old plot. The top-ranking first-year student, Lucy Merrill, versus Taylor Marlin, the protagonist of this world, born to be a swordsman. He has never once held a real sword, but with his very first slash, he'll cut right through Lucy's light magic. The spell she was absolutely certain would hit got blocked. Seizing the moment when her guard was down, Taylor immediately closed the distance between them. Caught off guard by the surprise attack, Lucy continuously unleashed lightning strikes straight at him, a mid-tier light magic. Instantly, Taylor was overwhelmed by the anti-magic, but Lucy ended up disqualified for using mid-tier magic, which naturally made Taylor the very first person to defeat Lucy. Ed cried tears of admiration, thinking, that scene was so incredibly epic. The announcement rang out again. All right, let the match begin. Taylor launched his attack. Here I come. Instantly, Lucy unleashed her magic, a beam of blue light shooting straight at Taylor. When the smoke cleared, Taylor had been blasted away, smashing into the wall with enough force to shatter the stone, leaving him gasping for air at the base of the wall. Everyone was completely stunned. Lucy held her posture and let out a yawn. People began whispering, so that's it? Looks like you couldn't beat the top student after all, which isn't surprising. What did Taylor expect, rushing weaponless at a mage like her? Taylor Marlin's life was always a continuous series of trial and error. Ed kept thinking a pathetic country bumpkin student, a total bottom feeder who hasn't gotten a single decent grade since the day he set foot in this school. A complete nobody, failing right before our eyes in this match to be judged. While everyone was just looking at the final score, facing a match whose outcome was already painfully obvious, they could only look at him with pity. But no matter how much disappointment surrounded him, Taylor would never lose hope. In Ed's train of thought, Taylor gripped his sword and slowly stood back up. Ed smirked proudly. That's it, buddy, you can do it. Go get him. Taylor charged at Lucy. Lucy Merrill was caught off guard. Ed confidently predicted. And right here, Lucy is going to use light magic. Suddenly he froze. Wait, what? Lucy had already channeled her magic, a swirling vortex forming in front of her forehead, unleashing her magical power. The tip of Taylor's blade collided with it, creating a violent explosion. Taylor used every ounce of his strength, screaming out. On the opposing side was a fierce, magical tiger. Finally, the concussive force of Lucy's magic blasted Taylor high up into the air. Taylor floated and flew backward, crashing hard into the wall behind him. The wall crumbled along with the impact. He remained stuck on the wall for a few seconds. Ed was still in absolute shock. That wasn't light magic. Ed was still in absolute shock. That wasn't light magic. The announcement boomed. Lucy Merrill is the winner. The entire arena erupted into loud cheers. Ed was still completely reeling. Taylor lost? Really? Ed watched Taylor's departing figure, an intense anxiety rising in his chest. Oh man, this is a massive problem. Instantly, he turned on his heel to follow him. I absolutely cannot just leave him alone. I absolutely cannot leave him alone. The Shield of Wind, which utilizes the power of a wind spirit to automatically protect the user from surprise attacks, is a type of sustained magic obtained by forming a contract with the high-ranking wind spirit Marilda. As he passed by Lucy, she extended her hand and said, Can I get some dried meat now? But Ed ignored her. Based on the current situation, Marilda and Lucy were originally two completely separate entities. He analyzed. Because Lucy joined my side, it resulted in me forming a contract with Marilda, and that's exactly how I became stronger. The announcement rang out again. The next match is between Ed Taylor and the Honorable Princess Fenia, Elias Kloll. Fenia stood at the entrance, watching Ed rushing outside, and said, Taylor, I'm telling you for the last time you. But Ed couldn't think about anything else right now. His mind was entirely consumed by one thought. Taylor needs to win, grip his sword and stand up, regain his pride. But in the end, it failed because of me, because of Taylor's existence in Sylvania. Ed bolted right past Fenia and ran outside. Spotting Taylor, he called out, Hey, Taylor. He thought, I don't know if what I'm about to do makes any sense, but it's still better than just standing here watching. Ed shouted loudly toward Taylor. Your hard work will pay off eventually. Don't lose heart. There is absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. He believed that, if Taylor's spirit completely collapsed, there was a very high chance that he would ultimately be forced to carry the entire weight himself. He continued to tell Taylor, Walk with your head held high. You did great. It's just that your opponent was way too strong. Don't let something like this discourage you. Ed understood that this academy would throw countless more hardships at him. You're the one who has to face them, not me. Emperor Clell had once said, Phoenicia, you were born with a divine blessing. According to the lore, the first person to discover her innate clairvoyance ability was Emperor Clow. This ability of hers wasn't actually granted by any god. Her clairvoyance could detect the lies and hidden schemes of her opponents. Living a royal life meant living amidst endless foul plots and dirty tricks. It was from that dark abyss that she forged a self-defense mechanism for herself. That was exactly why Princess Fenia could be so entirely confident in her own ability. In the eyes of every member of the royal family lay a dark, hellish malice aimed directly at Fenia. Even when she saw right through them, the Princess of Love still had to pretend to be oblivious just to keep surviving. According to Ed, she had no other choice, so she could only look past this person. Up on the platform, Ed said, Please go easy on me, Princess. Fenia replied, All right, I hope you show me some mercy as well. The crowd began to stir. Did you guys hear what that guy shouted at Taylor? He's so stubborn. Wow. Is he seriously trying to make a mockery out of someone who has zero achievements? Bullying the guy and then suddenly cheering for him. He must be trying to play a wolf in sheep's clothing, right? Wow, that's so disgusting. He's always been that kind of person from the very beginning. Fenia thought to herself that everything they were saying was true. Old Taylor, when his exam results didn't go his way, he was caught red-handed trying to intentionally alter the test scores. A disgraceful past. Yes, that was exactly the kind of person he used to be. But she thought about the moments involving Ed, the time he knelt down to express his gratitude, the time she found the hidden mana orb that he had pointed out to her, and the time she stood amidst the admiration of her classmates when she got sorted into Class A. Fenia wondered, is that really all there is to him? Just a moment ago, she clearly remembered the way Ed stood up and shouted words of encouragement to Taylor. That absolute determination was completely genuine. The announcement boomed. Now the match officially begins. Fenia suddenly spoke up. Ed Taylor, you make me highly curious. She channeled her magic, aiming it at Ed, and said firmly, I want a definitive answer once this match is over. Next, Fenia shifted her hand, channeling her momentum, and said, Here I come. She thought, opening up with this spell, the magic elements that Ed Rayer utilized were wind and fire. Fenia looked at Ed, who was holding a ready stance, and calculated silently. Let's see how you react. Moving around while evading attacks, ending with a spectacular showdown to completely cast that mysterious guy out of her mind. The exact moment her train of thought finished, Fenia's magical strike slammed directly into Ed. He absorbed the full force of the attack. Fenia completely froze, her mind flooded with questions. Ed collapsed to the ground, covered in dirt, and looking utterly thrashed. He muttered, I lose. Fenia was stunned. What did you just say? You make absolutely no sense. Recalling the moment just now, she was absolutely certain that he had even seen the trajectory of the water orb. Yet he didn't even bother to block the hit. The crowd began to jeer. Wow, look at that. This guy is even weaker than Taylor, trying so hard to look cool, only to get knocked out by a single hit. Princess Fenia, You're awesome. Watching this match completely cracked me up. Ed stood up, bowing deeply while clutching his injured stomach with one hand, and said, Great match. I learned a lot. Fenia demanded, What on earth are you? But, instantly, she cut herself off. She realized that thinking back carefully, she noticed that he hadn't looked her in the eye even once. The announcement rang out as the referee declared, Princess Fenia Elias Clole is the winner. Fenia thought suspiciously. Was he completely uninterested in this match from the very beginning? Is this even a real fight? Afterward, Ed hurriedly left the arena to go look for Taylor. He thought, if I have to interact with Princess Fenia, it's best to be extremely cautious. I can't let it interfere with the plot, since Princess Fenia is a major character in this story. But another character who is even more important than the princess is the male lead of this world, Taylor. Ed searched everywhere. Where the hell did that guy Taylor run off to? Right at that moment, Fenia's voice suddenly called out, Rot Taylor. He looked back in surprise as she chased after him, panting for breath. Princess Fenia, what are you doing out here without any of your attendants? Fenia demanded. What exactly are you plotting? Ed looked clueless. I don't get what you're talking about, princess. If you're talking about the match, I really learned a lot. Fenia yelled. What kind of crap did you learn? She was furious. You didn't even intend to beat me from the start. You were just looking for a way to get off the stage as fast as humanly possible. Fenia's frustration boiled over. Just keeping up with classes has already exhausted me completely. But that old fox of a woman is only looking for ways to take over the academy, and Professor Glass isn't getting any less strict. Meanwhile, the servants just keep droning on and on about loyalty and devotion. My head is packed so full it's about to explode. Who do you think you are, having the nerve to mess with my head even more? Resigned to being Fenia's punching bag, he thought in surprise, wow, has she really been bottling up this much frustration? Afterward, he placed his hand on Fenia's shoulder and said, Princess, take a deep breath and calm down. You don't need to force yourself to carry all of that weight. Inhale, exhale. And so, a little while later, Fenia covered her face and said weakly, What just happened? Blushing, she added, Just forget everything I just said. Ed replied, Oh, all right. He let go of her, thinking, I can leave now, right? But Fenia suddenly spoke up. Exactly, I have a bad habit. I am completely capable of just asking a question straightforwardly. Yet I always try to overanalyze what other people are thinking. I guess it's because I've lived in the Imperial Palace for way too long. Ed was crying tears of blood internally. Just let me go already, go. I have to find Taylor. She suddenly demanded loudly. So now I'm just going to ask you direct. You intentionally cut ties with your family because you uncovered their dark side, didn't you? The only reason you caused trouble for Taylor was because you needed a justifiable reason to get kicked out of your house. The only reason you caused trouble for Taylor was because you needed a justifiable reason to get kicked out of your house. But Ed denied it. No, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, princess. He thought, it's way too early to be worrying about that stuff. It's still way ahead of schedule. Fenia got angry. There's no way I guessed wrong, Heg. It makes zero sense. Then what about the words you just said to Taylor? Why would you intentionally cheer for and encourage someone you supposedly wanted to eliminate? Could it be that you never actually hated Taylor from start? Ed silently evaluated. All very smart questions, but so what? Ed continued to lie. Well, as you can see, since everyone hates me, if I encourage Taylor, people will look at me differently. Something like that. Fenia was furious. What a fake expression. Who would ever believe that? Look me dead in the eye and say that. Afterward, she used her clairvoyance to check. Ed kept trying to lie, but I'm telling the truth. Fenia was absolutely livid. Oh, really? But immediately after, her clairvoyance triggered. Lie. One after another, Ed's words were flagged as lies by her clairvoyance. Yet he still kept a straight face. I am seriously telling the truth, Ed thought to himself. She probably doesn't have any actual proof anyway. He kept rambling on. That was completely genuine. Fenia looked ready to spit fire. Oh, sure, give me a break. He thought, above all else, my only desire is for the story to play out exactly according to the original script. Finally, Fenia calmed herself down. Phew, all right. Since I don't have any evidence right now, there's nothing more I can say. You can leave now. She pointed toward the exit and said, You've been staring at that door this whole time. You have something urgent to take care of, don't you? Ed said, Thank you, princess. Walking toward the door, he paused for a brief moment, thinking This is the first time Fenia has shown this side of herself as a major character who impacts the storyline. He thought back to Fenia's emotional outburst, thinking she really is connected to so many other characters and events. It's given me a headache too. My addition to this story is definitely a glitch in the system. Ed hesitated, struggling internally for a moment, before he finally said, "The burden I'm carrying is nothing compared to what you have to deal with, Princess. Even though you acted a bit erratic just now, it's only because you're completely exhausted. Keeping up with all those complex etiquettes is definitely important, but you should really let yourself unwind every now and then. This isn't the royal court where you have to constantly walk on eggshells. This is Sylvania Academy." Fenia looked at Ed in surprise. He thought, Fenia's entire life has revolved around reading people's minds, but this is the first time anyone has ever read hers. Meanwhile, as he rushed to find Taylor, he muttered in annoyance, "What a pain. This is such a massive waste of time. If Taylor throws in the towel, my carefree life? No, the entire world is going to end." Luckily, Ed managed to find Taylor sitting alone on a bench in the middle of the courtyard. He called out at the top of his lungs, "Hey, Taylor!" But then it hit him. What was he even supposed to say? Suddenly, a girl's voice cut through the air. "Don't you dare take another step." It was Ayla Kais, the story's heroine. With tears still glistening in her eyes, she warned, "Edrot Taylor, don't you ever harass Taylor again." Ayla resolutely shielded Taylor, saying, "Taylor's life is already hard enough without you around. He doesn't need you coming here to bother him anymore." Taylor suddenly stood up, faced Ed, and spoke. "You're still enrolled at this school?" Ed was caught a bit off guard. He had regained his unyielding fighting spirit, no matter how powerful his enemy was. Taylor stepped forward, putting his arm out to shield Ayla, and called Ed's name suspiciously. "Edrot Taylor." Ed still hadn't snapped out of his train of thought, noticing the powerful resolve welling up in those eyes. He finally got it. After the match with the princess, his childhood friend and most enthusiastic supporter, Ayla Kais, had run out of the arena right away without even looking back. He imagined Ayla comforting Taylor, saying, "You'll bounce back from this in no time. That's what you do best. You got this, Taylor. Don't let this drag you down." Taylor and Ayla stared at Ed with strange looks. Taylor asked, "What are you doing here? Is there something left for us to talk about?" Ed thought, as long as Ayla is by his side, Taylor will definitely pull himself back up, no matter how many times he trips and falls. Silence filled the air for a moment. Ed finally spoke up. "You're a damn good swordsman. I have to give you credit for that once again." Taylor grew wary. "What kind of scheme are you cooking up now?" Looking at Taylor's unyielding face, Ed thought, "Yeah, I've seen Taylor pull himself together countless times, and I'm going to stick by him until the very end." Ed turned his back and replied, "Nothing at all." He thought to himself, "Honestly, I'm counting on him to save this world, so all I need to do is figure out a way to survive. I only treated him like a bully because he's the protagonist of this story, the guy who's going to do all the heavy lifting for me. But now, I feel somewhat relieved." Ed's mood seemed to lighten up, not because the derailed plot was finally getting back on track, but because Taylor, the guy he had always journeyed with, was doing just fine. That was really all he could ask for. Ayla and Taylor stood frozen, watching Ed's back as he walked away. The two of them were completely dumbfounded, their faces twisted in pure disgust. What the hell? Why'd he have to act all cool like that? Ed was still deep in thought. Then again, I can't exactly run away from this either. As he stepped outside the door, a sudden explosion rang out, making him freeze in his tracks. Looking back, he wondered, is it already that time? Ed recalled the plot. In the original story, everyone witnesses this scene while sitting inside the nail building, right where the battle is going on. The precious daughter Lortell and the spirit elementalist Janica Failover had just clashed with one another. But I'm sure Taylor and Ayla are witnessing this right now too. Keep your eyes wide open, Taylor, because one of the countless trials heading your way is right around the corner. The final boss of Act 1 was none other than Janica Failover. The battle between Lortell and Janica was incredibly tense and fierce. Both sides traded blows continuously. Lortell threw everything she had into her attacks, but she was overwhelmed by Janica's magic dragon, leaving her struggling just to defend herself. In the stands after the match ended, everyone crowded around Janica, cheering woohoo. Congrats, Janica! Janica is the only second year in our class who managed to take down the freshman. She's amazing at spirit magic, and she's so friendly too. Seriously, does she even have a single flaw? Janica shyly replied, thank you, everyone. Suddenly, a voice called out, injured student coming through. Everyone please step aside. Janica froze the moment she saw the scene, looking completely stunned. The people around her kept right on laughing and chatting. How is your spirit control actually this powerful? Janica, you really are the pride of our second-year class. Unlike the original timeline where Lucy defeated Taylor, the entire spotlight of this joint training tournament was now focused squarely on Janica Failover. You did an incredible job restoring honor to the upperclassmen. Janica already had plenty of friends, but this whole incident was bound to expand her social circle beyond belief. Maybe this was for the best. Ed picked up his coat, glanced over at Janica, and then turned away. I won't be needing to see her face at the camp anymore. Night fell, and he returned to his shelter. Ever since he got tangled up with the main characters, his head had been spinning. It had already been 2 weeks since the joint training tournament kicked off. Without that bunch of main characters around, he could have focused entirely on his studies and survived without a care in the world. Down by the stream, a fish net had been set up as a trap. Ed thought, I've got a fish net now, so the basic food situation is pretty much taken care of. The character status screen popped up: stamina, 6 intelligence, 5 ability, 9 willpower, 8 luck, 6. Taking a quick look at his own physique, Ed couldn't help but admire it. Maybe it's because my stamina stat went up significantly, but I can actually feel my body getting stronger. He walked along, thinking, but it's way too early to start slacking off now. Suddenly, Janica appeared out of nowhere, hiding behind a bush with a bright red face. She covered her eyes with her hands and stammered, Do you just really love being shirtless? Ed snapped back in embarrassment. Why do you always pop out of nowhere and ask crazy questions like that? I just got back from catching fish. Is there really something so fascinating about this place that you keep coming back? Janica walked over to the campfire and said, That's top secret. I feel like an explorer, so it's super exciting for me. I wanted to chat with you a bit more, and honestly, I think I could use some advice. Ed, who was putting his shirt back on, double-checked upon hearing that. Advice? He found it hard to understand. Out of all the people you could ask, you're coming to me? Janica began to explain. You left early back then, so you probably didn't see it. But during the joint tournament, having won the match, she pictured Lortell and said, I ended up hurting someone. You know, Ed thought, did her opponent use mid-tier magic? But mid-tier magic is banned. Well, knowing how generous and forgiving Janica is, that probably doesn't even matter to her. Janica continued, I tried to put it out of my mind, but I think I really went overboard. I can't stop thinking about how badly I overreact. Ed nodded. I get it. Janica asked hesitantly, should I go apologize to her? My friends keep stopping me, saying she was the one who started it anyway. So they told me to just let it go. Ed said flatly, then just leave it at that, if you think you were in the right. Ed analyzed the situation internally. Janica, a second-year student who's both adorable and charming to everyone, is an invaluable asset in every single aspect. So if she's feeling guilty and beating herself up, everyone is bound to take her side to comfort and look after her. But Janica knows full well that while having people constantly defend you is nice, it still can't wipe away a mistake that's already been made. Maybe that's why she came to me. Janica was taken aback by Ed's answer. She froze for a second, then frowned gloomily, burying her chin in her knees. Suddenly, she spoke up. That's exactly what I expected from you. Ed? She stretched out comfortably and said, You never take my side unconditionally. Ed shrugged. If your feelings are hurt, there's not much I can do about that. Janica quickly corrected him, waving her hands. Oh no, you got it wrong. My feelings aren't hurt at all. She looked at Ed, thinking about how he used to be. Last year, he wasn't anything like this. Janica might seem like a cheerful, bubbly girl, but she's actually highly observant. Janica thought. Even when he lowered himself to ask her for money during a tight spot, he didn't look completely desperate the way people usually do when they hit rock bottom. This guy was indirectly warning her not to get too close. Janica might seem like a cheerful, bubbly girl, but she's actually highly observant. Janica thought. Even when he lowered himself to ask her for money during a tight spot, he didn't look completely desperate the way people usually do when they hit rock bottom. This guy was indirectly warning her not to get too close. I wish everyone in the world was just like you. The next day, Ed picked up his pace. While calculating, This situation is getting seriously intense. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania is called a masterpiece, but very few people have actually seen its true ending. New players usually hit a bad, ending incredibly fast. For instance, if you rescue a girl during the Grassbow ambush in the placement exam, you uncover the secret of the precious daughter. Right after that, she sends people to corner Taylor, which gets you killed. Bad ending number 3. Taylor gets assassinated during the monster hunting practical exam. If you ignore your childhood friend Ayla and team up with the precious daughter instead, you die. Bad ending number 7. Ayla falls off a cliff to her death because Taylor was supposed to be the one to catch her when she fell. If you protect the precious daughter from the fire elemental Tan summoned by Janica, you die. Bad ending number 3. Taylor gets burned to death. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Senior, can't you hear me? Ed thought, I need to get out of here. She suddenly cut him off as the silhouette of a red-haired girl darted right in front of Ed. Ed asked in a panic, how much longer are you planning on stalking me? She replied, I didn't expect you to be this determined to ignore me for so long. Ed thought to himself, of course I'm ignoring you. Isn't that a no-brainer? The fourth heroine in the Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, the only daughter of the business tycoon Elter Kitchen, Lortell, the precious daughter, also known as the freshman destroyer. The red-haired girl said, I'm only asking for 2 hours of your time, okay? Senior Ed accepted, and as expected, Lortell Kitchen was the precious daughter. In his mind, he pictured Lortell standing proudly alongside a blonde girl. Lortell Kitchen was hailed as an unsung hero. In Ed's mind, Lortell was as dangerous as a witch. Oh, speaking of which, Ed thought, like this, unlike Fenia, Lortell was viewed as a villain from the very start. It isn't until the latter half of the plot that her true identity is revealed. Ed recalled the storyline and sighed. The moment everyone finally understands Lortell's loneliness and pain is the exact moment the player is forced to choose between Fenia and Lortell. Ed closed his eyes and nodded. Before his train of thought could even finish, Lortell's voice drifted over. Senior, hey Senior. Done with his thoughts, he walked straight ahead, leaving her standing there utterly bewildered. But right now, I can't just play along with her words. If I play into Lortell's hands now, I'll completely lose the upper hand. Despite Ed's distant gaze, she kept tagging along, playing nice. Can you at least listen to what I have to say, please? I really do need your help. He replied, save your breath. My ears aren't listening, Lortell. She whined. Come on, Senior. How could you say something like that when I respect you so much? Lortell stood right in front of Ed, giving a forced smile. See? She smiled with her eyes squinted. You're honestly a pretty huge source of motivation for me. Even in the absolute worst conditions, you still chose to keep up with your studies. Lortell quickly kept going, letting out a laugh. And the rumor about you being completely arrogant and full of yourself is highly likely true. But honestly, who cares? Seeing that Ed remained completely unfazed, she said, well, I just hope you'll hear out my request first. I'll give you 3 gold coins as a deposit. Noticing that Ed was wavering, she asked, you've been getting pretty close with Senior Janica lately, right? Can you help me become friends with her, please? Ed looked at the gold coins in her hand, his eyes lighting up as he thought. 3 gold coins? To put it bluntly, that's literally a whole month's salary. No joke. But Ed leaned his face in close and asked, so the Golden Spoon daughter tries to buy relationships with cash? Lortell smirked. Just keep it. You know how it is. Standing right beside him, she answered while sliding her hand into Ed's shirt. And then Lortell proceeded to slip the 3 gold coins right into his pocket. There are tons of better people out there. Following that sequence of actions, Ed's face darkened. She's fully aware that she's locked in a political power struggle with Princess Fenia for control over the academy. In his mind, he imagined the 2 cousins standing back to back, facing away from each other. Ed smirked. And she needs to start finding allies right now. Ed reached out his hand, offering a handshake. A partnership. Huh? Fine, let's shake on it then. Lortell smirked back, smiled, and reached out to return Ed's handshake. He thought, for people who have lived a life of absolute luxury, the 2 shaking hands proved that they were both about to start working together on the path ahead. Just a single moment of poverty is enough to make them lose their minds. Ed's train of thought kept going, but suddenly, for people forced to face the harshest realities, Even a tiny amount of money can lead to their corruption. Ed remembered those wealthy nobles who would throw money around to buy poor girls, thinking they would sell out their families, their dignity, or even themselves just for a single gold coin. Making a prey desperate was the simplest and easiest thing in the world. Ending his imagination and snapping back to reality, Lortell was standing there, completely frozen solid. Ed thought, sadly. He handed back the 3 gold coins. That's not always the case. Lortell watched Ed's retreating back. How amusing. Ed walked away from Lortell, leaving her gaze behind as he kept moving forward. Ed grit his teeth. If I had just taken it, things would have been so much easier for me. How shameful. Ed broke out into a cold sweat, thinking, I can't even begin to imagine how disastrous things would get if I got caught between the freshman destroyer and Janica. At all costs, I have to avoid anything that could potentially derail the original plot. By the time evening arrived that night, at the mansion blanketed in darkness, Lortell Kitchen didn't feel humiliated in the slightest by Ed's blunt rejection. Spotting Janica, Lortell called out, Oh my well, Senior Janica! Knowing exactly who was an ally, who was an enemy, what was convenient, and what was profitable, a sharp businesswoman would never let any opportunity before her slip away. Lortell beamed, her eyes narrowing into crescents. I didn't expect to run into you here. Janica finally noticed her. Oh, it's you, Lortell. You have your hair down. You look a bit different. After getting turned down by Ed, she hadn't lost heart at all. Instead, it only fueled her inner drive to make Janica, Feylover, her ally, a wicked smile spreading across Lortell's face. Lortell reminisced. As you know, I got caught up in a massive scandal for using band magic during the combat exam. The two stood facing each other, and though it's been a while, I've been wanting to apologize to you every chance I got. In her head, she thought, I just wanted to gauge the strength of a top 5 student, that's all. Janica looked at Lortell's arm and asked, So that's why the new wound hasn't healed yet, right? Though I guess I paid a pretty hefty price for that incident. Lortell flashed a corporate smile. Don't worry about it. It'll heal in no time, Senior Janica. She thought, Janica is exactly like a fairy tale protagonist. So, if I used the guilt of what she did to reel her in, wouldn't that be way easier? Cutting right through Lortell's train of thought, Janica asked, I take it your conversation with Ed went well? Lortell gasped. What makes you say that out of nowhere? Janica smiled and replied, I already told him to hold back when things happen, but still, a swarm of all kinds of spirits manifested behind Janica. She smiled. Spirits really love to gossip, you know, Janica revealed. I overheard pretty much the whole conversation around the northern part of the forest. Lortell stammered, which meant, and then her memory flashed back to the moment she held out the 3 gold coins to Ed. Can you help me become friends with her? Please? Janica responded, even though I really appreciate your goodwill and being willing to drop a few gold coins for my sake. Janica leaned in close to Lortell, her face turning serious. But do you have any idea what they say when they see you using money to buy trust, huh? She thought of Ed. As for me, you see, Ed's approach was way more touching. After whispering that, Janica scratched her head and let out a silly laugh. I guess I'm acting a bit too full of myself. It's just that this is my first time being an upperclassman, so I felt like I had to play the part. How embarrassing, Lortell thought. I seriously need to reevaluate my opinion of this girl. Janica turned away. I have to get going now. I need to prepare thoroughly to form a contract with a high-tier spirit. Lately, I've been getting way too much help, so I've got to work even harder. Watching Janica's fading figure, Lortell thought, Janica Feylover is like a fairy tale character? I was completely wrong. Janica suddenly stopped in her tracks and called out, Oh, by the way, Lortell. At this point, she was still lost in her own thoughts, thinking she's someone who can see the future of this world is totally wrong, too. Janica spoke up. I'm sorry about the other day, too, since you got hurt because of me, right? Lortell thought, even though she's fully aware of the dark side of this world. Janica turned around, looking none too pleased. Hope you get well soon. She was someone who was always cheerful, snapping Lortell out of her thoughts. The door shut with a sharp click. Out in the hallway, Lortell pondered, tricky. She recalled that just moments ago, the look in her eyes when mentioning Ed was incredibly bizarre. Inside Janica Feylover's room, she told herself, I have to work harder. Janica leaned her back against the door and whispered, because it feels really good when someone wishes for something good from you. Time flew by like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, the next morning arrived. Bright sunlight streamed down onto a pile of laundry hanging underneath. Somewhere, a white-haired girl was forced to hold her breath until she broke a sweat, exclaiming, "It smells so bad." Meanwhile, Ed was getting completely overwhelmed by his messy pile of belongings, shouting at the top of his lungs, "I was just hanging them out to dry." Hearing the noise from Ed, someone walked over and asked, "Who's over there?" Ed spotted Belle and remembered. It's the top maid of the Sinvena dormitory, Ophelis Hall, Belle Maya. He remembered the time he got kicked out of the dorms, and that she was the exact person who kicked him out. Ed stood up, stepped forward, smiled, and asked, "Oh, you mean this place?" Belle turned her head and replied, "I already knew you were living here. Miss Janica talks about you a lot." Belle looked toward Ed's tent, assessing it. "Though I didn't expect you to be living in these kinds of conditions." Belle kept evaluating under Ed's dumbfounded gaze. "I'm glad to see it has changed you for the better." He clutched his underwear and stammered in response. "Ah, yes, exactly," he thought to himself, completely tuning out Belle's words, while I just kept staring right at it. Belle reminded him of the maids at Ophelis Hall, a group of women who handled housework flawlessly, including feeding the students. Ed's attention was currently locked onto, inside that basket, there are definitely top-tier ingredients found by this elite maid, and that was invaluable food information you couldn't easily find in books. Ed fell silent, remembering, "Let's see, Belle Maya's event directly impacts the main plot." Belle spoke up, cutting off Ed's train of thought. "You don't need to be so humble." She looked straight at Ed. "You could just talk to me the way you did back when you were still living at the Ophelis dormitory." Ed replied, "No, thank you." His response made Belle widen her eyes, completely losing her usual icy composure. Ed clapped his hands and flashed a corporate smile. "How could I speak like that to a maid who always works so hard?" And this wasn't just a simple event that caused Belle Maya to directly influence the main plot. Keeping that smile on his face, he asked, "By the way, about that basket," while thinking, "There shouldn't be any issues for either of them. Let's definitely just be friends." The system popped up. "You have learned Belle Maya's teachings on edible berries, mushrooms, and herbs." A new achievement notification appeared. "New creation completed. Construction skill has leveled up." Completed new creation. Fish farming system. You have tied the net correctly, securing and protecting it by connecting it to tree branches, setting it up so the river current won't affect it. This can help you survive for a few more days. Crafting difficulty this time is 2 stars. Ed looked at the results in front of him, entirely full of fish meat, and thought, "I've got plenty of meat and fish now. My diet is definitely about to improve." He poured water into a cup and shouted, "Ignite." A fire burst to life at Ed's command. The cup of water was boiling. Ed sat there, looking over the skills he possessed like fire magic, Ignite level 10, Wind magic, Wine blade level 10. He thought, "I still only have 2 basic spells, but I've used them so much that I didn't even notice them hitting level 10. The system popped up again, announcing the completion of a new creation, herbal tea. Herbal tea made from the herbs Belle Maya mentioned, possessing a highly aromatic flavor. Crafting difficulty this time is 1.5 stars. Looking at the teacup in front of him, he thought, "Drinking this while chopping wood or cooking will drastically boost my survival capabilities." Ed picked up the cup of herbal tea and took a sip. To prove it, right at that moment, the sun began to dip below the horizon. The silhouette of a lonely back sat there, watching the sunset, thinking, "I'm done with my chores and the sun hasn't even set yet." To be completely honest, looking at the sunlight and smirking, I agree that I'm pretty happy about this. Suddenly, up in the sky, a blinding light appeared out of nowhere. Bewildered and panicked, he tracked the light with his eyes, watching as that flash of light came hurtling down. He thought to himself, up until this point, a massive explosion sent him flying backward from the sheer momentum. Groaning in pain, he let out a cry. A thick cloud of dust and smoke filled the air, making it impossible to see what was going on. Lying on top of his ruined tent, he asked in sheer terror, "What the actual hell now?" He stared at his shattered shelter, his beloved tent. The aftershocks still hadn't faded, and dust kept billowing violently all over the place. Inside the crater was a girl sitting flat on the ground, muttering, "It's going to kill me." Ed clearly recognized the person inside and thought, "Lucy." Lucy, still panting heavily as she sat in the dirt crater, she gasped. "That was a close call." Before Lucy could even finish, Ed cut her off. "A close call for you?" He thought, She's the strongest mage in the world. Who could possibly? Lucy was trembling all over, crying out a name, Belle Maya. She wondered, but isn't she supposed to be a good person? Right now, in Lucy's mind, was the image of a furious Belle. I was just skipping class like I always do, but for some reason, she completely lost her temper this time. This time, she came looking for me, swinging her arms way more terrifyingly than before. Lucy looked a bit embarrassed, and then, out of nowhere, I got teleported all the way out here. Seeing Lucy still sitting there, Ed asked, "That must have hurt, right?" Lucy opened her mouth, calling out, "Hey, Ed was absolutely boiling with rage, screaming internally, "That Belle Maya woman, seriously." Lucy kept asking, "Do you have any beef jerky?" Furious, Ed smacked her on the head and barked, "Damn it, you ruined everything. What the hell is wrong with your life anyway?" Lucy rubbed the spot where Ed had just smacked her, wincing, "Ouch." He wondered, wait, she didn't use a protective barrier spell? As if reading his mind, Lucy replied, "I'm completely out of mana." Hearing Lucy say that, Ed spoke up, his sinister tone bringing tears to her eyes. "Is that so?" Ed flashed a dangerous grin, glaring at Lucy, his hand already winding up for a full power forehead flick just for her. "Well then, this one is payback for my beloved home." A scream echoed through the mountains and forests, accompanied by a sweet, loving message from Ed. "Take this one, courtesy of the Queen of the World, Belle Maya." Later, inside the main building of Sylvania Academy, Ed was drawing up plans for his upcoming life. "I need a sturdy house. I have to build it out of high-quality wood." While Ed was reading, he formulated a more detailed plan. In the midst of such a busy schedule, the optimal approach was to make the most of his time in the library to read up on the information he needed. With that thought, Ed closed the book. The planning methods and other essential info are sorted out. I guess now all that's left are the methods for smoothing wood and leaf thatching, and that should do it. Cutting right through Ed's train of thought was a clear, crisp voice. "It's closing time." The pink-haired girl guarding the library walked up to Ed. "You sure study hard, don't you?" Ed replied. "Have I really been sitting here that long? My bad." This pink-haired girl was Elka Island, a first year in the magic department. Elka smiled gently. "It's fine. It's been a while since I've seen someone as diligent as you. It actually gives me motivation to study too." "My name is Elka Island." Ed looked at Elka, breaking into a sweat, thinking, the look in her eyes is totally begging me to give her my name. He thought it over for a second. "To put it bluntly, Ed, is Ed Rot Taylor." Hearing his name, Elka froze completely solid. Ed thought, the usual reaction, just like always. How can the filthy reputation of this name ever be washed clean? It's not that surprising. I've tried my best to be more diligent, but I guess it doesn't change a thing. Before he could even finish his thought, Elka interrupted his train of reflection. "You're honestly completely different from the rumors. You know that?" Elka looked toward the pile of books at his feet and praised. "Reading through all the materials on the elements in just a few short days and fully understanding that much would leave me completely helpless. Even right now, while still sitting here, you've already read through 6 technical documents." She excitedly listed everything she had seen over the past few days. "The people spreading rumors about you being arrogant clearly don't know a single thing about you." Elka smiled broadly. "I guess at the end of the day, rumors are still just rumors, right?" Elka looked over, clearly thinking of someone, and said, "I know someone who is just as upright as you, senior." She looked at Ed with total sincerity and added, "I will definitely root for you." Ed replied, "Thanks." Elka waved and smiled at Ed. "Get home safe. I'm going to clean up and head back to the dorm too." Suddenly, a violent aftershock cut their conversation short. "Ed, Jared, what the hell was that?" The surrounding air shook violently, making it hard to even stand without stumbling around. Right at that moment, dozens of massive books from the shelves above started crashing down toward Elka's head. She froze dead in her tracks, completely unable to dodge the incoming books above her. Out of nowhere, a magic circle manifested in the room. Right at its epicenter, a purple pillar of light shot upward. The system notification popped up. 11:30 p.m., the makeshift camp in front of the Academy Center. A massive swarm of dark monsters has appeared around the area. Thanks to the efforts of the protagonist, Taylor, and his friends, a large number of students had gathered at the camp. The pillar of light showed no signs of fading. 2 hours had already passed since this unprecedented disaster struck. Ayla stared at the pillar of light and muttered, I've seen this diagram before in a spirit magic book. Look at the summoning circle. Those are ancient runes used to summon the high-rank dark spirit, Glaskin. Look at the summoning circle. Those are ancient runes used to summon the high-rank dark spirit, Glaskin. Fenia crossed her arms, her face solemn. This is bad. There's only one person with a spirit resonance strong enough to summon this many spirits, and the odds are our enemy is her. She continued to deduce. A person who went completely mad after trying to summon a dark spirit. The top second-year student, Janica Failover. Following the clues Fenia laid out, everyone fell into a dead silence, standing there staring at her. Cutting through the quiet atmosphere, Taylor spoke up. It's unfortunate, but now isn't the time to obsess over this. If what Ayla says is true, the barrier around the campus will buy us a little more time. Taylor seriously reassured everyone around him. If Glaskin gets fully summoned, the casualties will be catastrophic. We need to get to the central campus immediately. Taylor McCroy, Combat Department, freshman year. Over in this corner, a conversation was unfolding between Claire, the captain of the Royal Guard, and the busybody Elvira Eniston from the Alchemy Department, freshman year. Claire rested her hand on her hip and frowned. Anyone outside the barrier will be spotted instantly. If we let the Royal Guard and the professors handle this, it'll be over quickly. Before she could finish, Elvira cut her off. If it really is a dark spirit, our barrier will be at a massive disadvantage. Therefore, we have to reinforce it from the inside. Besides, Principal Obel has already left town. Everyone turned their eyes toward Elvira as she asked, if everyone here joins forces, taking down a high-rank spirit shouldn't be completely impossible. Don't you guys think so? Hearing this, the gloomy Clebius Nanon from the Combat Department, freshman year, cowered in a small corner, his eyes wide with fear as he stammered out, I object. On the other side, the rest of the group continued hashing out their strategy. We'll wipe out the mid-rank spirits and bring down the high-rank one, while you break into that building to take down Janica, right? Someone responded, but that's not all there is to it. The students cast their worried glances toward the horde of dark spirits, noting there are even a couple of high-rank spirits inside, specifically two of them, the high-rank fire wrath spirit Tan and the high-rank dark spirit Velocipher. Clebius protested out of fear. How? Was that any different from suicide? I'm not going, Lortell asked anxiously. But did she really create all of this? I mean, even if she's hailed as the absolute best second-year student, isn't this level of power just way too absurd? She's summoning Glaskin while simultaneously controlling this entire swarm of spirits. Ayla rubbed her chin and chimed in. This actually seems to be caused by Velocifer's power. Senior Janica is just acting as a medium for it to take control. She explained, dark spirits are the natural enemies of spirit mages. Their colossal power can easily spiral out of a mage's control. The image of a massive two-horned monster controlling Janica flashed into view. In reality, these demons would possess spirit mages, and that was exactly why they felt terrified, because they themselves would become the prey of these creatures. Its eyes and a pair of horns, several meters long, materialized even clearer. Ayla continued. Furthermore, we still don't know what kind of method Senior Janica, the top student in spirit studies, used to command Velocifer. Someone spoke up, cutting Ayla off. That's really not the main point right now. Zix looked over at them, his face turning grim. Right now, what matters is determining our next line of attack, and there's only one person qualified to make that call. He shifted his gaze toward Fenia. Princess Fenia, please give us your orders. Pursing her lips and looking straight ahead, Fenia felt every single eye in the room lock onto her. At that exact moment, when everyone was pinning their hopes on her decision, Fenia bit her lip, deep in thought. Then, out of nowhere, that guy's casual reminder flashed back in her mind. Her memory flew back to the time she was chatting with Ed. Back then, he turned around, looked at her, and said, whatever burdens I'm carrying, they're nothing compared to yours, right, princess? Why don't you just give your mind a break? Fenia thought, if things were as simple as he makes them sound, that would be wonderful. She spoke up. In 1 hour, we are marching straight inside. She swept her eyes over the mixture of emotions on the faces below, but only myself, my guards, and the top students, regardless of their year or major, are permitted to enter. Only those who have proven their strength get to come along. So prepare yourselves thoroughly, both physically and mentally. Fenia crossed her arms and shouted at the top of her lungs, "I will take full responsibility." From behind, someone called out to report. She turned around to look. "Princess, we've finished accounting for all the staff members in the lecture hall area." The person dropped to one knee, speaking respectfully. The Grand Hall and the Otter Medicinal Sector are right at the epicenter of the disaster. They won't be able to join the fight. She rubbed her head in utter helplessness. "Looks like we're the only ones left who can fight." The guy replied, "There aren't any students left over there either." Someone's shout suddenly cut off the report. "There's still one person left." A purple-haired girl ran over frantically, gasping, "Quick, let's go. I have to get to the library reading room. My student friend is stuck in there along with an academy librarian and a second-year student." Fenia questioned, "Those students, what are their names?" The purple-haired girl replied, Elka Island." Hearing that, Zix's eyes widened in pure shock. He dashed straight over and roared, "Elka? You just said Elka, didn't you?" The purple-haired girl stammered, "Yes, we're in the same apprentice librarian class, learning how to manage magical documents." Hearing this, he turned away in a mix of frustration and anxiety, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, I gotta go save her right now. She doesn't have the strength to protect herself." Seeing this, Lortell and Fenia stepped in front of him to block his path. "Calm down, Zix. The library is way too far from here. Right now, we have to prioritize the immediate threat before us, which is Senior Janica." Fenia added, "She's right, Zix. Didn't she also mention there was a second-year student in there with her?" The two of them kept trying to reassure him. "For now, we just have to put our faith in him." Zix grimaced at a loss for words. Fenia turned back to ask the purple-haired girl, "You clearly said just now that a second-year student was there, right?" Terrified, the purple-haired girl didn't know how to answer. Seeing her hesitate, Zix lunged forward, grabbed her by the collar, and yelled so loudly it made Fenia jump. "Where are you hiding?" "Out with it now." The girl stuttered, stammering out a name. "Ed." She clarified more clearly, "It's Ed Taylor." Hearing that, Zix's face fell, a murderous glare in his eyes, as if he wanted to strangle her on the spot. She cried out, her voice trembling, "I'm sorry. He just sat there from morning till late at night, and I found him so annoying that I dumped him on Elka. Everyone knows what kind of guy he is anyway, right?" Over here, everyone shuddered as they pictured Ed's bizarre face. Ed Taylor. How the hell did that scumbag and the apprentice librarian get stuck in the library together? Zix cursed, "Son of a bitch." Seeing him like that, Fenia immediately called out, "Hey!" She stood there, holding Zix back. "Hold on a second." Fenia thought for a moment, then stammered, "Even if that's the case." Then, using every ounce of her strength, she blurted out, "Can't you just try to put your trust in him this once?" After Fenia said that, everyone froze completely solid, staring at her blankly without a single word. Even Lortell stared at her, completely unsure of what to do. Zix's expression grew darker by the second, showing he had reached his absolute breaking point with anger. Suddenly, Zix bolted straight into the air, leaving Fenia standing there before she could even process what happened. The moment he cleared the safe zone, the monsters seemed to catch his scent and swarmed toward him in droves. Zix thought, if that punk dares to touch a single hair on Elka's head. Taking out his rage on the monsters, their agonizing shrieks echoed through the air. Zix dashed forward in a blind fury, yelling, "I'm going to beat you to a bloody pulp." Somewhere else, the phrase rags to riches wasn't nearly enough to describe Zix's miraculous existence. For someone once dismissed as a mere nobody, someone rested their chin in their hand and thought, judging by its size, it looks like a fully grown one. Observing the bark damage on the surrounding trees showed it had only just arrived here. Hidden deep within the tall grass, a pair of glowing green eyes slowly concealed themselves, watching intently. Peering out from beneath his animal hide outfit, the guy stared at the massive deer in front of him and whispered, "Gotcha!" With that thought, he gripped his knife and dashed out onto the vast northern plains of the kingdom, a land of brutal competition where not even a faint whisper of the royal dynasty could ever reach. The deer panicked at the boy's sudden presence. He leaped high into the air, took his stance, and gripped his knife tightly. Living in a place where at the end of every day, you had to touch your own neck just to make sure your head was still attached. His killing blow brought a sudden spray of crimson blood everywhere. Zix was the descendant of a nomadic tribe currently surviving on this land, and he had been forced to live apart from his family from the very day he reached adulthood. Someone's train of thought kept echoing. You don't even know when you were abandoned, why they threw you away, or if you'll ever get a chance to return to your tribe. And so, he started learning how to decapitate a deer before he ever learned how to read, under the astonished gazes of others. Long before he figured out how to barter goods, he had already mastered the art of scavenging anything useful from a roadside corpse. And needless to say, his life. The endless chatter of outsiders constantly echoed. That brat is the kid from the northern plains, right? Is he a descendant of those savages up there? Word is they even eat human flesh. Following closely behind those whispers was the making of a true monster. Suddenly, a cheerful voice asked, "What's your name?" Standing before him now was a pure, sweet girl, smiling happily. He replied, "Zix." The girl smiled. "You know, Zix, you look just like a wolf walking on two legs." The narrator of Zix's story thought. That was the moment it clicked for him. Elka widened her eyes in surprise, letting out an "oh." For a moment, a lifetime of wandering the vast, aimless plains, digging for scraps of food among rotting carcasses by the road flashed by. Hearing Elka's words, Zix let the tree branch he was holding slip from his hand and drop to the path. Sleeping under a star-filled sky with the moon as his roof, this kid, at the end of the day, was just a wild wolf cast out by his pack. "Zix, are you okay?" Elka asked. Tears streamed down like a small brook, tracing the edges of his lower eyelashes before falling. He thought, for all those years, I lived a completely solitary life. The day Zix met his very first companion in life, he suddenly understood what that long-standing loneliness actually felt like. Later on, Elka brought him home to meet her parents. He bowed his head respectfully. Elka and her father welcomed him like a real member of the family, and his subsequent meals became much more substantial. In the frantic rush to catch up with modern civilization, Zix got to attend school alongside Elka. He thought, that brutal past life is slowly fading into oblivion. And as we'll find out, Zix's buzz cut was actually done by Elka's own hands. How messy. But it proved that the little wolf cub from back then was now a fully grown man. Ending his flashback and snapping back to reality, he faced the horde of beasts and thought, if it's to protect her, utilizing his terrifying strength, he tore right through the encirclement of pitch-black monsters. Zix roared in fury. Even if I have to turn back into a monster, I don't care. At this moment, Zix thought about the rumors surrounding Ed, picturing a hideous image of him in his mind. I've heard countless rumors about that Rot Taylor guy, so I know full well that he cheated on the exam, insulted the princess, and harassed the underclassmen. Zix calculated while blasting forward at a speed faster than a kid riding a bicycle downhill. Man, he was flying. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a specific spot. Zix yelled, "Rot Taylor." The guy leaned his back against the wall and asked, who are you?" Zix lunged forward in a rage, grabbed it by the collar, and demanded, "Elka, where is Elka? Why are you the only one here? Tell me where Elka is right now." Ed replied, "The reading room, 3rd floor." Getting his answer, Zix threw Ed aside, called out, "Elka," and bolted off. Zix burst into the 3rd floor reading room and asked, "Elka, are you okay?" The moment he saw Elka fast asleep on the bed, Zix finally breathed a massive sigh of relief. His hands were shaking violently as he muttered, "Thank God." Zix braced himself against his knees, relieved. Seriously, thank God. Zix shifted his gaze toward the massive bookshelves and thought, now that I'm looking closely. Breaking into a sweat, he scanned the surroundings. All of these shelves would be tough for even a grown man to lift, let alone the fact that they've been arranged around here specifically to shield. Zix looked over at the windows, noticing the curtains had been carefully drawn to completely block the view of the crazed spirits outside. Zix placed his hand on a plaque covered in text, left behind by Ed. The message read, "When you wake up, don't panic, just stay put. Everything will be resolved before tomorrow morning. So keep calm, lock the door tight, and don't alert the spirits. Your personal safety must be the absolute top priority. Do not act rashly under any circumstances." Zix looked at all of it and thought to himself, someone protected Elka. Just then, as he picked up the coat, he noticed blood on it. This isn't Elka's blood. Zix followed the trail of blood along the path, thinking, this reminds me of something. He thought, even though he was injured, that guy didn't worry about himself first. He came all the way here just to protect Elka. The blood belonged to. Zix thought of Ed Rot Taylor. Zix asked himself, but why? How the hell? Outside? Ed was growing exhausted, muttering, man, seriously, that was a close one. He recalled the events from 3 hours ago. Right after the aftershocks finally stopped. Supporting a shelf with one hand while carrying Elka with the other, Ed whispered to himself, good thing I've been doing some physical training lately. This event is moving way faster than I anticipated. Looking out the window toward the purple pillar of light, he observed, based on these ancient runes, it looks like Glaskin is about to be summoned. He thought, Taylor will probably handle this. All the key players are over on that side, so there's absolutely no reason for me to stick my nose into it. Ed frowned seriously, because I'm not allowed to change the future. Even so, time is money, and I can't just sit around doing nothing. Ed grit his teeth, propping up each bookshelf to create a perimeter. In just a bit, those spirits are going to swarm this place like crazy. I should block the entrance so they can't get in. At the same time, he used the opportunity to reinforce his shelter as much as possible. Now I need to finish off this piece of beef jerky I brought along, and then spend the whole night researching. Suddenly, his train of thought was violently interrupted. Wait a minute. The thing that made Janica's abilities so anomalous was Ed's memory shifting to the fact that Janica was always surrounded by vibrant spirits, her control absolute. Spirit resonance and spirit high bonding. These two stats are boosted through interaction with spirits. Ed opened the door and stepped outside. Fundamentally, communicating with spirits is a natural-born talent for her. For someone like me who can't even see spirits, raising my spiritual stats is practically impossible. But the scene unfolding before him showed a swarm of dark spirits diving towards something. Janica was actively summoning countless corporeal spirits. Ed channeled his wind magic, gearing up for battle. An event this interesting, Ed dashed forward using his skills, a thrilled smile breaking across his face. This is all thanks to that meal. Ending his flashback, Ed leaned his back against the base of a statue, panting. That speed was absolutely insane. The system screen popped up. Fire magic, pyromancy level 12, spiritual magic, spirit high bonding level 7. Ed was completely exhausted, thinking pyromancy level 12 and my spirit bonding stat has already reached level 7. Just one more level and I'm almost there. If the combined levels of spirit bonding and spirit resonance hit 15, I should be able to form a contract with a spirit, right? Ed lay there, groaning internally. Oh man, I've pushed myself to the absolute limit. If anything else happens now, it's going to be extremely dangerous. Zix walked up carrying Elka on his back and asked, what are you doing here? Annoyed, Ed glared at Zix and thought, what am I doing here? Are you blind? Or can you just not see how completely battered and messed up I am? But whatever, there was no point in lying. With that thought, Ed scratched his cheek and replied, training. Zix let out a long sigh. Zix thought to himself, you're right, training? Only an absolute idiot would believe that crap. With that thought, he grit his teeth and replied, I get it. It seems I finally understand what kind of person you are. So that's how you've been all along. Zix did something that made Ed widen his eyes in pure shock. Zix choked up, Then he bowed deeply to Ed. I owe you a massive favor, Senior Ed. Zix's gaze turned fierce with resolve. No matter what it takes, I will repay this debt when the time is right. Looking at the situation before him, Ed remembered, oh right. Elka ends up becoming Zix's girlfriend later on. She was barely important enough to make it onto the status screen, so I completely forgot. Still, looking at the serious, respectful Zix standing in front of him, he thought, this guy is Taylor's friend, the one who trusts him blindly throughout the entire story. This character is incredibly important. Ed opened his mouth and spoke up. It looks like you just ran all the way here from the Academy Center, right? Turning back with a serious look, he said, now that you're sure Elka is safe, shouldn't you get back to fulfilling your actual responsibilities? Go, get back to the Academy Center. You don't belong here. Ed leaned down to pick something up. Quick, go help Taylor. If you follow his lead, everything will turn out fine. Perplexed, Zix asked, Taylor? Do you mean Taylor McCroy? Ed replied, yeah, the guy who spends almost all his time running away from failure. Zix was baffled. I don't get why you judge him so harshly. The two of them hadn't even spoken a single time yet. An image of Taylor appeared in his mind. It wasn't about overhyping the guy, but rather about compatibility. especially since the outer shell of the high-rank fire spirit Tan could only take damage from his elemental/skill. In Act 1, Scene 9, Taylor learns the ultimate elemental/. That skill is a mandatory condition to clear this act. If I can get Taylor to use that move, he'll win. Snapping back to reality, Zix bowed his head and thanked him. Your advice. Ed, cut him off. We don't have time to sweat the small stuff. Move out fast. I'm going to stay here and rest for a bit. Ed watched Zix's retreating back as he carried Elko away, sighing. I even gave him such a massive hint. The story should still play out like the original timeline, right? Suddenly, as if realizing something, he froze. Wait a minute. Just a second ago, Zix had questioned. Taylor? Do you mean Taylor McCroy? The two of you haven't even spoken a single time yet. Ed thought. Why doesn't Zix know Taylor yet? Act 1, Scene 9 was the final exam. Even though Taylor was completely overwhelmed, he managed to unlock the ultimate elemental/. Right after that, he used that exact move to slice Zix's magic right in half. In his memory of the plot, Zix admired Taylor's unyielding willpower and decided to introduce himself. The two became friends after that. However, the final chapter of the first act was happening a full month earlier than in the original story. Ed shifted his gaze to the window where the final chapter of Act 1, the summoning of Glaskin, was currently taking place, meaning Act 1, Scene 9 didn't even get a chance to happen. As a result, Zix and Taylor never became friends, and Taylor never learned elemental/. Over on that side, Taylor's group and Princess Fenia were moving together, and now there would be no one capable of dealing damage on the Vanguard team. Ed's memory locked onto the head of the beast, waiting for its prey to drop. Ed thought, we need to inflict some form of damage on Tan right now. That purple dragon was flying into a rage, roaring violent. I didn't even notice it, but the entire plot has been completely scrambled. At a location known as the Academy Center, inside the Vanguard team's base, someone was currently dropping to one knee, bowing their head to confess. Forgive me for my delay. I accept whatever punishment is necessary for my negligence. Fenia spoke up, respond and drop it. Even if you were here, we wouldn't have been able to win anyway. A notification drifted in from somewhere, stating the Vanguard team's first infiltration attempt has failed. Claire spoke up, if we want to try infiltrating again, we need to reinforce our numbers first. I'll head out with everyone the second the wound on my leg feels a bit better. Fenia countered, it's fine, Claire. You really should just stay at the base and rest. You're in no condition to be moving around. Faced with Fenia's utter helplessness, Claire replied, Princess Fenia, if you truly care about me, please rescind that order. She replied, you know full well my heart isn't made of stone. A heavy silence settled over them. Luckily, they had managed to retreat in time, but Claire was severely injured. Even Clebius, the top freshman from the combat department, had been badly wounded. Fenia let out a heavy sigh. Is there any way out of this? Everyone left here. Do everything you can to defeat Tan. Someone cut her off. We don't have time to deal with Tan anymore. Everyone's eyes darted toward the source of the voice. Ed spoke up, analyzing the situation. Based on the speed of the summoning ritual, that monster is going to be called forth any second now. Shocked, Fenia stammered. Ed walked toward the group, thinking, this is a last resort, but I don't have any other choice. He stepped forward. Let's split into two teams. Ed looked at the others with a serious expression, crossed his arms, and declared, I will command one team. From this moment on, I'm personally intervening in the plot. Ed swept his gaze across everyone present. Let's just split the Vanguard team in two. Taylor glared at Ed, thinking, rot Taylor. Clebius blurted out, hey bro, do you think you're on a picnic or something? Claire held him back. Let him finish speaking. Ed seriously explained, we have to break past the fire spirit Tan that Janica summoned, and then confront the dark spirit Velocipher that's dominating her mind. As you've all seen, it's wrapped in a barrier, making all of our attacks completely useless. We don't actually need to destroy Tan. An illustrative diagram mapped itself out in Ed's mind. While one team draws its attention, the other team will slip into the combat training basement to strike at Janica's wrath. The blue side is the decoy team, and the red side is the assault team. Once you're past Tan, you'll be able to directly confront Janica. Lortell panicked. No way. This spirit, Tan, is completely different from the Tan used in training sessions. We'd have to rely entirely on pure luck just to get a chance to retreat. And what if the decoy team fails to distract Tan and it ends up chasing the assault team anyway. Or worse, what if things go south and the entire decoy team gets wiped out? In the end, we'd be facing two spirits at the exact same time. That's way too risky. Ed shot back. You only get to weigh risks when you actually have choices, Lortell. Our ultimate goal is to take down Janica. Naturally, the spirits will weaken too. Right then, someone stood behind Ed with a grim face. The issue is who's going to step up for the decoy team. Fenia could just pick those guys who are completely ready to throw their lives away, right? Suddenly, someone raised their hand. I'll do it, Taylor. He spoke up, I'll join. Ed replied, no, get back in line and stop messing around. It's settled. You're on the team, heading down to the combat training basement. Taylor was pushed forward by Ed, protesting. I'm incredibly fast. I don't know how long I can run, but if you need bait, I'm the most logical choice here. Ed sighed. You got it all wrong, pal. We're not picking sacrificial lambs here. Ed turned serious, and we don't necessarily have to split the members exactly down the middle either. Ed stated firmly. Just Clebius, Lortell, and myself will be enough. The three of us will draw Tan's attention. Clebius snapped. Why me? I'm way too young for this. I think I'll pass as politely as possible. Ed felt completely helpless, stuck right between his two soon-to-be teammates. Trust me, there is still a way to hold Tan back. Lortell shook her head, asking, but how? On the side, Clebius tore at his hair. Fighting Tan alongside Rot Taylor? I'd literally rather die. Ed clicked his tongue. We're completely out of time. A clear voice echoed from behind them. I don't think what he's saying is wrong at all. It was Fenia, covering her face with her hand. I still don't fully grasp your intentions, but... She looked up. In the name of Fenia Elias Kloll, third princess of the Kloll Empire, this is my command. She called out seriously. Clebius, Lortell, and Edrot Taylor will form the team to distract Janica's attention. She called out seriously. Clebius, Lortell, and Edrot Taylor will form the team to distract Janica's attention. Fenia turned back to face everyone. Furthermore, since time is short, I'll keep this incredibly brief. This is just a precaution, but at all costs. She issued her final command before they set out. Do not die. The scene shifted to the hallway of N.A. Hall. Ed's group was advancing forward, right where a floating green blob was hovering in the corridor. Lortell spoke up. Do you actually have a plan to hold off that colossal fire lizard? Just do exactly what I tell you. If everything goes according to plan. He locked his eyes on Tan. We are definitely going to win. Glancing over at Clebius, he added, don't sweat it, Clebius. Ed thought, Clebius, a gloomy guy drowned in fear and lacking self-confidence, is a total contradiction to his actual skills. The thing is, he's the top student among the freshmen in the combat department. Ed looked over to reassure him. Because you can absolutely pull this off. Clebius thought, this guy's insanely confident. He stared at the smiling Ed, wondering, but does he seriously have a plan ready? On the other side, the monster's massive foot slammed violently against the ground. It roared and lashed its tail, kicking up a thick shroud of dust and smoke. Right behind the door of the combat training basement, Fenia noted, we just need to keep Tan distracted, right? Clebius recalled Fenia's words. The princess's fierce determination had successfully convinced him to come all this way. He let out a soft chuckle. But since I'm not alone, Clebius felt a surge of excitement and dashed forward, thinking, maybe I'll manage to find a bit of courage too. At that moment, the battle for Ed's team officially kicked off. Clebius used every ounce of his strength to block the monster's terrifying power. Breaking into a cold sweat, he shouted, it's coming, it's winding up for an attack. How am I supposed to deal with this thing? Right then, noticing that the two figures behind him had completely vanished, he let out a confused gasp. At this point, Clebius stood there totally clueless, unable to comprehend what was happening, completely frozen solid. Right now, the monster had closed in behind him, making Clebius tremble. Then he screamed at the top of his lungs, you guys screwed me over. You screwed me over. Is this what brotherhood means to you? The scream echoed all the way from inside. You miserable bastards, show your faces. I hate you guys. I hate this world. Lortell closed her eyes, acting as if what was happening inside had absolutely nothing to do with her. Ed placed a hand on Lortell's shoulder and said seriously, let's get out of here. We just need to lure Clebius into the N.A. Hall corridor, and we're good. Hearing that, she caught the main point, but wait, this main point is a little weird. Meaning, you're planning to sacrifice Clebius? The idea isn't bad, but the public is going to blast you to death for being inhumane. Ed replied, reminding her once more, this isn't a sacrifice. He continued to explain, he might look like a total coward, but he's actually a top student and incredibly resilient. And on top of that, the most crucial role would belong to her, Lortell. An announcement popped up outside the NA hall, outside the underground combat training center. Lortell cast a spell, casting a faint blue aura, and explained, because you'll be carrying the heavy responsibility of keeping the strike team safe along their path and delivering the finishing blow to take down Tan. An announcement popped up outside the NA hall. Looking back at her, I guarantee that in this situation, anyone else would hesitate, but you, on the contrary, are great at it. Lortell stood at the front and shouted, blow it away. The burst of power, a gorgeous mix of purple and ocean blue, was stunningly beautiful, but it was so powerful that it shattered the floor into flying debris. After that display, the massive, solid walls were completely turned upside down. Resilient and strong, Lortell stood among the rubble, looking incredibly badass. Resilient and strong, Lortell stood among the rubble, looking incredibly badass. Lortell looked back and smiled. Let's go inside. Looking at the image of Ed's back as he stared at the pillar of light ahead, he thought, now that I think about it, during the combat training session, I used a mid-tier forbidden magic spell and blew the entire roof off Nail Hall. Lortell smiled and thought, so that's why he assigned this job to me. Edrod Taylor, you really are an interesting guy. She looked at Princess Fenia's group and thought, well, the entrance is wide open now anyway. She glanced at the bright light behind her. Now all that's left is... Lortell looked at Clebius, who was running while screaming at the top of his lungs. Lortell, Ed, just you wait, I'm going to kill both of you. I will absolutely never let you live this down. On this side, Lortell gritted her teeth, holding onto the magic power she was channeling. Though the plan was basically a success, and the strike team managed to slip inside without Tan noticing, she and Clebius still had to stay behind to deal with this rampaging Tan. As for the monster chasing Clebius, facing Tan right in the Academy Square was suicidal. He screamed, no, I'm sorry. Someone save me. I'm sorry, I won't kill you guys anymore. Ow, help me just this once. Lortell asked, are you planning to push him to his death? Ed looked straight ahead and replied, he can't escape. The only way is to capture it. He looked at the raging fire dragon, but no skill can pierce through its armor. Didn't you see during practice? I already got screwed over by it once. Not to mention none of the strike team members have managed to even scratch it. Ed held up a pouch of some sort and smiled dryly. We'll use this to deal with its armor. The rest is just about gathering enough mana. Lortell asked, what is that? She watched Ed rush off quickly. She thought, Lortell is right. Suddenly, Lortell dashed forward, rescuing Clebius from the monster that was hot on his heels. Ed looked at everyone and thought, without an elemental slash, no one on the strike team can pierce Tan's armor. The battle was gradually becoming much tougher. The monster's color was slowly shifting from blue to a pinkish purple. Ed ran over and kicked the door wide open. He looked down, panting hard, and thought, what they need right now is a massively powerful fire spell. Ed looked down below, where Aunt Lucy was sleeping so soundly that a sleep bubble had popped up. While explaining, Ed thought, very few people are willing to fulfill the side conditions to complete the quest. But as for me, I've done it countless times. Ed threw the other person over his shoulder. She mumbled in her sleep. What is it now? Rocking back and forth? I want to take a nap. Ed thought angrily. How the hell is this kid sleeping so soundly in the middle of a massive battle? Is this what you call a nap, seriously? After seeing Ed's thoughts, you find out who this person is. My dear friends, please understand, the main idea is this. Lucy had nowhere left to sleep right now because her place was destroyed, so whenever she wanted to sleep, she would go up to the roof. To be exact, she had to sleep until now because she needed to be sidelined from the main plot. Ed's train of thought brought up an image of the maid. Janica isn't feeling well because of that, and Maya is totally shaken up. He looked at the soundly sleeping Lucy and thought. So in the end, Lucy had no choice but to run away, exhausting all her mana before passing out. This might just be the game's way of removing a powerhouse character like Lucy from the current situation. Lucy caught the scent of food and bolted upright. Beef jerky? I smell beef jerky. Ed pulled out a bag of beef jerky and opened it right in front of Lucy's face, but she was already gone. Ed shoved the whole pile of beef jerky into Lucy's mouth all at once and shouted, "Eat it! Eat a ton of it! Stuff your face!" The right to choose. Ed's eyes looked at her with a sinister glint, his target being the blazing fire lizard. Ed gritted his teeth and thought, "Did I judge the distance right? Well, no need to worry about that. Back when I was in the military, I did this dozens of times." Ed angrily threw Lucy forward in the battlefield, shouting, "Everyone hit the deck! Over here!" Everyone was locked in a fierce, deadlocked struggle with the monster. The sound of Lucy hurtling through the air came through as she screamed indistinctly, "You rude jerk!" A flash of light shot right between the two factions. On this side, Ed was looking down at the battle below from his high vantage point. The light from that massive power was blindingly bright, and this was none other than high-tier lightning field, God's punishment. As for the vanguard, everyone had to strain with all their might just to resist that overwhelming wave of power. The impact of the massive power below reached all the way up to where Ed was standing. He had to close his eyes and grit his teeth to hold his ground. Ed narrowed his eyes and thought, in a way, this very moment is the most critical one. He looked at the monster losing its color and thought, Tan, a high-tier fire spirit with an incredibly solid defense that kept all the students, even working together, from dealing any damage. But after taking a hit from Lucy's high-tier magic, that rock-hard armor is bound to shatter. Ed leaped down from the second floor, calculating as he went, now the other students' attacks can actually hurt it. Normally, defeating it grants a massive amount of experience points. Now I've finally made it to this step. Ed landed badassly, radiating an intimidating aura, and thought, I absolutely have to claim everything I can. This finishing blow is mine. Janica recalled her mother's hug and comforting words from when she was a kid. I'm so proud of you, Janica, my sweet girl. Not only that, she also couldn't forget the fake words of her classmates. I'm so proud to be Janica's friend. You're the representative of the second-year students. You're the only one who proved your elite skills in this combat exam. Of course, I always knew Janica could do it. Without you, the second-year students would definitely just be a bunch of failures. In her dreamlike state, she was absolutely furious. Her tiny feet were soaked in blood. A mocking voice echoed, We're so lucky to have you along, Janica. A loud explosion rang out, followed by a thick cloud of white smoke. She observed everything around her. When she saw Taylor's group, she was secretly surprised. Is everyone here? Janica was bound by iron chains. She told herself, right, I should put on a bright smile and welcome them like usual. She forced a tight smile. Welcome. Behind Janica, a massive monster appeared with glowing red eyes. From midair, it began to gather its terrifying power. Ed analyzed the situation at Nail Hall as he ran. I wonder if Janica's side has started the battle yet. This whole thing should wrap up before dusk. He stopped at a safe distance, feeling incredibly relieved. Well, thank goodness. Seeing the monster fiercely attacking Clebius, Ed breathed a sigh of relief. I'm not too late. He asked Lortell curiously, Where's Lucy? Lortell replied, She's around here somewhere, probably rolled into some tight corner. He felt a bit of regret. If only she had finished it off entirely. Lortell explained, I don't think she has enough energy left to deliver the final blow. The monster kept relentlessly attacking Clebius, making him panic and flee for his life. While Lucy was fast asleep, Ed decided, well then, we'll just have to end this ourselves. Lortell said angrily, we were going to end it too, but I poured all my mana into launching 2 ice spears at it, and it didn't even flinch. Damn it, this monster is as stubborn as a leech. Ed rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge in. We have to slit its throat. Your ice magic isn't suited for precise cutting, so leave this to me. She said worriedly, Senior, you're a magic department student too. This swordplay stuff is better left to Clebius. Witnessing his panicked, completely useless expression, Ed said flatly, So do you think he can actually pull it off? He won't stop crying. Save me, I'm sorry. Seeing this, she was utterly speechless. No comment. Ed calculated the plan. I'll take responsibility for finishing this. You try to hold it down one more time. My life is entirely in your hands, so make sure you do your absolute best. Got it? Lortell composed herself, thinking about his words. I'll take responsibility, so you do this, or things like my life is in your hands. She could see the risk. You make it sound so easy, but in reality, this is nothing short of a blind gamble. Ed explained, it's not a gamble. I mean, you can't value a human life so cheaply. With his universally acknowledged handsome looks, Ed turned his head and smiled. This is an investment. Lortell seemed reassured. Did you say an investment? Well, that's right up my alley. She began to channel her magic. I like you way better than that princess who constantly has to act like high nobility just because she's a royal. You actually dare to bet your life on me. Her power was gradually gathering into sharp crystals. Then I'll bet my life on you too. Ed started the plan. Here I come. After being chased for a while, Clebius was now completely out of it. Just do whatever you're going to do. I can't take this anymore. Seeing someone rushing toward it seemed to enrage the monster even more. Ed assessed the situation. Both he and Clebius were in a highly precarious spot. The monster began to gather power to attack him. Even so, I knew perfectly well that Clebius was absolutely terrified to his core. A massive roar from the monster echoed as an incredibly immense wave of power came hurtling forward. While Ed was completely exposed, suddenly at this moment, Ed began to gather his magic, but he hesitated a bit. Not yet, even though I have to get even closer. Abruptly, he was jarred to a halt. A colossal arm appeared beneath a crimson light. Clebius panicked. What the hell is that? Ed realized immediately. That's Glaskin's right arm, which means Taylor's group has reached the final stage, right? It also meant everything was unfolding exactly as I intended. He was a bit worried, though the timing doesn't quite match up. This sight could draw the gaze of anyone up ahead. Yes, the monster had closed right in, poised to strike. But out of nowhere, a burst of blue light appeared, striking the monster. He analyzed. No matter how chaotic it is in the thick of such a massive battle, Lortell managed to intervene right on time. At that moment, he marveled. Lortell still never misses. The monster was caught by the previous attack, leaving it a bit dazed. Just as it opened its eyes to look, another source of power struck it right then. Ed seized the opportunity while the monster was caught off guard and couldn't react. I have to aim perfectly too. Full of confidence and hope, he thought, because I've cast this spell hundreds, if not thousands of times. The Windscar magic spell instantly followed his command, slicing the monster's neck right in half. It gradually faded away, turning into dust and ash. Along with a system notification chime, you have defeated the high-tier fire spirit Tan, followed by a series of accompanying upgrades. Spirit binding stat has increased. Spirit empathy stat has increased. Spirit binding stat has increased. Spirit empathy stat has increased. Earned an increase in spirit binding. Unlocking the spirit contract settings. You are now able to establish a contract with a spirit. Ed turned his gaze toward the crimson light. Got you under my claws. A streak of light shot straight up into the sky. The radiating light grew stronger and stronger. After a flurry of slashes, that hand exploded, shattering into countless pieces, falling down along with Taylor. He realized, damn, the male lead is still the male lead. Cracks gradually started appearing on the barrier. Then it shattered into large chunks. Looks like everything is finally over. Then it shattered into large chunks. Looks like everything is finally over. Lortell spoke up. In my life, I've heard plenty of people claim they were risking their own lives. Everyone was resting after a grueling battle. She judged, but most of them turned out to be total cowards. Ed only replied softly, is that so? Faced with his casual attitude, she was a bit curious. What's with you, senior? We just survived a literal life-or-death battle. Aren't you being way too cold? She smiled, holding out her hand. Let me introduce myself again. I am Lortell Kitchen. Ed shook her hand and replied, nice to meet you. Feeling a little something, there were 3 gold coins sitting in the palm of his hand. Lortell gloated, I win this time. She put on a teasing face. I finally caught you off guard. Huh? Consider it an understatement to say you owe me a favor. Now what should we do? She said gently, goodbye. See you later, senior. Ed was skeptical. Is she trying to stay in touch with me? But honestly, I really don't want to have anything to do with her anymore. He suddenly saw a pair of limping legs walking over, accompanied by an angry tone. I absolutely loathe you right now, and I'm sure you can guess why. Ed judged Taylor's appearance. So his swordsman form directly alters his physical look? Just like in a game, that's freaking badass. Standing before his confusion, he said despondently, no matter what misunderstandings we had before. He bowed his head sincerely. A debt is still a debt, so thank. Clebius refused to accept it and yelled out, Taylor, a guy like him doesn't deserve your respect. How do you know he won't take the chance to stab everyone in the back? Not to mention, he almost got me killed. Before he could even finish his sentence, terrifying sounds erupted right behind him. Zix spoke up. Shut up, Clebius. Lortell chimed in. You sure have a lot of resentment, Clebius. Fenia didn't hesitate to threaten him either. Clebius, shut your mouth. He was shut down so hard his fragile heart was crushed, making him cover his face and cry like a baby. Fenia offered. Edrot Taylor, you helped us out a lot this time. I'll nominate you to the student council. Ed cut her off. No need. He stood up and analyzed that Lucy was actually the one who deserved the most credit for taking down Tan. Taylor also killed Velosfer and Glaskin, so they were the only ones who needed recognition. Hearing this, Alvira flashed a sly look. Oh, look at you, denying your own credit? There's no question Lucy and Taylor did an amazing job, but we're talking about something else here. Or are you just feeling shy? Zix stepped forward to intermediate. He is still a senior after all. Alvira, talk a bit more respectfully. She was absolutely furious. Why are you constantly defending him? Zix reminded her. Show him some respect. Ed witnessed the whole scene and thought to himself, I originally wanted to keep my distance from the main characters to avoid messing up the original plot. He couldn't help but smile. But now, seeing them all together like this, I unexpectedly feel a strange sense of warmth. Under the shining sunlight, a deep sense of familiarity with them seemed to wash over him. After all, I've watched them grow up in this world and helped them fix their problems time after time. He looked back at each of them one by one. Taylor keeps getting a bit stronger after every single effort. And Ayla, thanks to Taylor, has become so much braver. Next, Fenia, you accepted your destined duty to be a queen and are growing up day by day too. Zix also made some progress that caught his attention. Zix managed to find his own path amidst this chaotic, messy society. And we can't forget Clebius and Alvira. Clebius is trusting himself more and more, and Alvira, you've realized that life isn't just full of fun and happiness. Finally, there's Lortell. Lortell, who buried her life in luxury, has finally made her own choice for her future. He reflected on everything he had been through. They're all main characters, but main characters who carry their own weights, heading toward the ultimate prize called victory. By the time Lortell turned her head to look back, Ed had already left. After everything, he decided, precisely because I'm fully aware of that, I chose to step back. Holding rocks in his hands one by one, he cleared a path through the rubble. Ed walked into the main hall, where an intact cabinet was lying on its side. He slowly opened it, along with a train of thought, because no matter which way I look at it, something still feels off. I had to come here, under his expectant gaze, to kindle the light that shines on the main character's glory. Someone had to. He curled up inside the cabinet. Janica flashed a friendly smile. Ed determined, playing a supporting role. Ed's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Flashing back to the time he was still with Lortell's group, he thought curiously, come to think of it, why did Janica go totally crazy? Lortell replied, I think I know why. She recounted, there was this one time I accidentally caught a glimpse of Janica's room. Ed knew about that room. Every single item, and there was a symbol of sincerity and gratitude. Inside the room, countless items were neatly arranged, but on that large desk, there wasn't even enough space to open a book. The wooden board was pinned full of sticky notes. Every single note on the wall felt like a massive boulder weighing down on that young girl's shoulders. Dealing with that pile was actually pretty straightforward. The easiest solution would be for her to just take down all those packed sticky notes from the wall and stack that mountain of gifts neatly in some corner. But Janica's guilt tripped her up. He realized she felt like the heroine of a fairy tale, so tossing those burdens aside was completely out of the question. She was obsessed with forcing herself to put all her sincerity into treasuring every single gift and all the affection people showered her with. That was exactly the underlying reason why she was so easily manipulated by the monster. Needless to say, just how difficult that must have been. Velosfer took advantage of that dark, hidden corner, and Janica going completely hysterical was a predetermined tragic end. But there was a bit of a question. Why did this event happen an entire month earlier than the original storyline? Right at that moment, remembering the joint combat training match, in the original version, Taylor was supposed to be the one honored in that scenario. But because Lucy blew him away in a split second, all the students turned to idolize Janica instead. From that, He could clearly analyze the situation. Marilda and Lucy's contract was the exact reason Taylor got defeated in a single blow. And the reason Lucy managed to sign that contract in the first place was because she frequently visited the northern forest, since it was the perfect spot for a good sleep, Ed discovered. And the guy who built that perfect sleeping spot, he let out a long sigh. Turned out to be the exact person who was supposed to be kicked out of the storyline the moment Act 1 opened. Returning to reality, Janica gave a strained laugh, sat up, and scratched her head. I guess I see why Lucy likes sleeping here. It's really warm. But I didn't expect you to find me so fast. With all the chaos earlier, everyone was probably busy fighting and forgot about me, which makes me a little sad, she lamented. After letting everyone see me cause such a massive amount of destruction, of course I became a total outcast. She thought everyone would rush to find her, saying things like, "Where's Janica?" Ed judged, "Look at someone deliberately hiding just to get people to look for them." She admitted, "Can't deny that one." Suddenly, she curled inward, "But I still didn't expect you to find me this quickly. I wanted to lie inside there a little longer." Suddenly, she curled inward, "But I still didn't expect you to find me this quickly. I wanted to lie inside there a little longer." He fell a bit silent. Ed recalled Marilda's words. "It wants you to promise that one day you will save Janica." Ed suddenly realized that Wolf's message, it seems the salvation it was talking about meant freeing Janica from this exact predicament. But there was no way this should be happening, since I'm the only one who knows the future. He secretly deduced, after connecting all the dots, it probably foresaw this. Seeing the pressure and attention everyone piled on Janica, the only person who actually kept their distance from her could end up becoming her solid emotional support. Ultimately, Janica Failover had fallen. This might be the root cause of the Red Claws appearing during the battle between his group and the monster. She could establish a contract with a high-tier spirit, but her sheer impatience during the summoning ritual turned her into prey for the dark spirit, leading to the destruction of the department building. Ed seemed to remember the details regarding Janica. Every single day, she would practice magic until late at night. When facing her family, friends, and teachers, the people who made her feel happy, she would always smile. The image of her, with a radiant smile on her face, completely contradicted what her inner soul had to endure. But because she was so busy living up to everyone else's expectations, she must have been under an immense amount of pressure. He realized the truth. Just experiencing that was already joyful, but the paradox is that failure also brings a strangely comforting sense of happiness. Ed called out, "Hey, Janica." Deep down, he felt a bit of pity. I don't know how much these words can actually comfort her. He flashed a smile, responding with words of validation. You really did give it your absolute best. For people overflowing with confidence like Taylor's group, they always get to shine. He could feel it. On that glorious stage, those proud main characters are putting on a grand parade. The rounds of applause keep ringing out nonstop. But on the flip side, the backstage area was dark and completely silent, just like Janica right now. The smile on her face suddenly vanished. The villain of Act 1. The stage life makes way for the heroes to step up. She broke down and started crying. Ed was the one who knew best. I've watched the ending of Act 1 countless times. Before his surprised eyes, Ed witnessed a scene that had never appeared before. But seemingly right up to this point, a massive flock of spirits gathered, flying over to surround the young girl. I've never seen this happen before. Amidst her sobbing, it seemed like everything in nature was caring for her. You actually got to witness it. Only now have I truly seen the complete ending. The system notification chimed. Spirit Binding Level 10, Spirit Empathy Level 10. On top of that, there were even more spirits. Low-tier Fire Spirit Ego likes you. Low-tier Wind Spirit Wrist likes you. The most notable thing right now was the system notification regarding Marilda. High-tier Wind Spirit Marilda deeply adores you. Scene cut. 10 days later. 10 days had passed since the disciplinary decision for Janica was handed down. She sat before the tribunal desk, her head hanging low. He followed the process. Janica was fully aware of her offenses and willingly accepted the punishment. A highly intense situation unfolded. However, during the first disciplinary hearing, all of Janica's friends and teachers fought tooth and nail to defend her. In the subsequent events, by the second hearing, Fenia stated, Janica will not be punished on charges of intentional attempted assassination of royalty. The princess confirmed, Janica was possessed by Velocifer. Everything that happened then was entirely an accident. Not only that, Other members attended one after another. Lortell also came to report the damages. The Elter Merchant Coalition has already covered the entire repair cost with 0 strings attached. Ed was well aware of this event, but they still included a condition in the contract to lower customs fees when shipping materials to the school. They're only covering half. But regardless, the result of the meeting was disciplinary regulations. Revoke all privileges for upperclassmen. Reclaim all rewards and honorary tokens. And simultaneously revoke their eligibility to enter Opilus Hall starting next semester, along with a 10-day detention and a 20-day probation. As the gavel of justice came down, the order to lift the suspension took effect, and everyone was absolutely overjoyed, like they had just finished shooting a touching scene in a teen drama. But no matter what, it didn't look like Janica could cheer up. Claire marveled, "Thank goodness." Anise noticed, but Janica looks way more drained than usual, like she's under a ton of pressure. The two of them had a plan. If that's the case, we have to step in, right? A warm tea table, beautifully laid out with delicious pastries. Claire whispered to Anise, "Don't say a single word about that Glaskin incident. Don't do anything to upset her, and don't ask how she's feeling or anything like that. We are strictly sticking to personal romance stuff." With a confident look, Claire pumped herself up. "All right then. Ready." Anise replied, "Ready." Claire. The two of them looked like they were up to something mysterious as they approached the gloomy Janica. "Come on over, Janica." Suddenly, she put on a sweet look and wondered, liking and loving someone. "Why do you guys think there's a difference between the two?" Claire froze. "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" She stammered in reply, "I have a friend." Her cheeks blushed. This friend had a dream like this, holding a beautiful flower crown in her hands. The friend she was talking about was actually herself. In the dream, she was sitting in a vibrant field of flowers. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her, "Hey," riding a white horse, looking incredibly handsome. He smiled and called her name. "Janica." She placed the flower crown on his head, saying, "I made this flower crown for you." Next, the two of them held hands, skipping happily and laughing in the flower field. She seemed still lost in that joy, awkwardly recounting, "That dream just keeps repeating." Her friends, the two of them, obviously knew exactly what was up. "Janica, you were just put on a 10-day detention. There's no way you saw any friend." Anise gave a forced laugh and probed, "Ah, I see. Did that friend say anything else?" Janica descriptively went on. She said every time she sits alone in her room, staring into space, the other person's face instantly pops into her mind. Hearing this, Anise quickly made an excuse to bolt. "Oh my God, I totally forgot. I have some work to do for the assistant professor. I gotta go." Claire called out in vain. "Anise." Janica blissfully waved goodbye. Claire, on the other hand, was completely panicking inside. "I have to probe very slowly and carefully so I don't crush Janica's fragile little heart." She looked at her with a mix of fear and anxiety. Just one slip-up, and this will become the gossip of the entire school. The love life of the maiden Janica Failover, unbelievable. She took the initiative and said, "Janica, instead of overcomplicating everything, why don't you try thinking about this in a simpler way?" Claire calmly explained, "Whether you like or hate someone, that's a total secret, right?" Janica asked curiously, "Really?" Claire calmly explained, "Whether you like or hate someone, that's a total secret, right?" Janica asked curiously, "Really?" Claire leaned in close, and with a confident look in her eyes, she began to manipulate her. "What you should do right now is be honest with your own feelings. Your friend's feelings." Janica bought it. "You're right. I think your point is totally spot on." Classic Claire, as expected. She advised, "And from now on, whenever you talk about sensitive stuff like this, you should be a little careful, otherwise it might hurt your image, your friend's image." Hearing that, Janica suddenly remembered, "Oh, you're so right. That would be a disaster if it happened." Claire secretly felt relieved. "At least for now, I've successfully shut down the rumors." Having received the advice she needed, Janica cheered up. "Thanks for the helpful advice. I'm heading to Opilus Hall to report for my probation today." Claire gently replied, "Yeah, I'm going to sit here a bit longer to sort out my thoughts." Claire waved goodbye, then immediately collapsed face first onto the table. "I actually pulled it off, Anise," Ed calmly thought to himself. "Before this, I always had to tighten my belt to scrape by, but thanks to Fenia's recommendation, I've been exempted from next semester's tuition." He was thrilled with his spoils and bought some new tools with the gold reward he received. Suddenly, he spotted Janica ambling along, seemingly deep in thought. He realized, I've been avoiding her all this time, but now that Act 1 is over, she's no longer the main character. Ed walked up close to her and took the initiative to greet her. Hey, Janica. Looks like your detention is finally over. He thought to himself, if I just say a quick hello, it should be fine, right? Suddenly, like she had just used a flash spell, she jumped out of her skin upon seeing Ed and hid behind a distant tree. Right? Janica was supposed to be honest with her own feelings. But contrary to expectations, Janica covered her face and ran off, screaming back at Ed, I have some business at Opilus Hall, so I'll see you around, bye. Clearly, being honest was easier said than done, especially for Janica, where the difficulty level was just too high. He was completely bewildered. Right. There was no point in striking up a conversation anyway. I'm about to be busy as hell soon. Standing before the vast plot of land, he had his own plans. It's finally time to rebuild a cabin, starting from day one. Picking a good spot, I chose a wide plot of land well hidden under the tree canopy, so I could work without being disturbed. By day 3, moving on to selecting materials, I started gathering wood. My windscar skill is getting more refined, so this part is actually a breeze. Moving on to day 6, he received the results. I paused the wood gathering because the final exam results came out. My practical score was pretty high, and my theory score, compared to the average freshman, was highly impressive. No matter when or where, he couldn't help but notice that troublesome Janica is still constantly avoiding me. Claire and Anise were furious. Whenever they saw him, her friends Claire and Anise would glare at me, as if warning, don't you dare let them catch your face again. Fine, whatever. I don't care anyway. Continuing the process like that until day 18, the wood gathering is almost done. I wonder if anyone has ever mastered the wind scar to this degree. Then, by day 20, he had set up the cabin's frame. Break started, so now I can dedicate all my time to building the cabin. He was incredibly annoyed, because out of pure coincidence, I went to check the trap I set this morning, only to find Lucy caught in it, sleeping soundly. I guess I shouldn't use beef jerky as bait anymore. Just like that, time flew by, and then on day 27, the senior maid Belmaya came by and handed me some herbs and mushrooms. She even asked how things were progressing between me and Janica. She looked puzzled, tilting her head when she heard me say, it seems like Janica hates me. Just like that, it had been a month since the plan started. On day 30, I only used a single wooden beam as a pillar support, and the outer wall completely collapsed. Now I realized that simply carving the joints to fit together isn't enough to secure the cabin. Life sucks. Even at this point, Janica was still dodging him. Yesterday at the bakery, I accidentally ran into Janica's group again. The second our eyes met, she bolted for dear life. Claire and Anise still maintained that furious attitude toward him. Don't tell me. It's already day 37. Along with him at this time, Zix came to help me out. He remarked, just like you said, that guy is actually pretty nice. Ed replied, is that so? He rejoiced, awesome. Things are finally shifting back to the original plot. He helped him out. Do we need nails on this side? He replied, no, not over there, that's where the chimney goes. He carved the symbols, marking up to day 45. Stepping onto the wooden floor, he was now inside the finished room. According to his assessment, he thought both the floor and the walls are immune to erosion. There isn't a single piece of furniture yet. This place is just a makeshift cabin thrown together from a pile of raw timber. In the faint glow of fireflies, he admired the fruits of his labor. But luckily, there are still walls and a roof. If I lock the door tight, wild animals won't be able to sneak in. After all those exhausting days, this is probably the most relaxing moment for you. The new product, a wooden cabin made by stacking carved wooden blocks into a specific shape by mounting them on pillars and crossbeams. Just walls and a roof, completely empty inside. Crafting difficulty, 4 stars. Crafting complete. Crafting technique mastery has increased. Under the romantic evening glow. Finally, a place to call home. Catching a glimpse in the distance, there was Janica, looking at him with an expectant gaze. Ed lay down on the cool wooden floor, calculating a few more things. I've finished the walls, floor, and even the fireplace. I should probably build a fence too, along with a woodshed and a few other things. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the cabin roof. He stepped outside, glanced up, and saw Lucy sleeping blissfully. This roof isn't some tower spire for you to sleep on. What the hell? Out of nowhere, a voice called out, hello. Seeing Janica waving her hand, he replied, oh, Hey, Janica. She was a bit tense. He wondered, what brings you all the way out here anyway? Maya recounted. The last time I went into the forest, I visited young Master Ed's cabin and witnessed a shocking sight. Janica recalled. You mean that cabin? She asked curiously. How did you know, my lady? She stammered. I just happened to pass by and saw it. Maya seemed to catch on. I see. She was a bit surprised, but getting back to it, he said he built that cabin himself, but it wasn't what I expected. It actually looks both beautiful and solid. I was truly shocked at the time. Only now do I know he's that capable. Faced with her praise, she only softly replied, I see. Maya whispered into Janica's ear. I wanted to take a look inside too, just look around and see how sturdy it really is. It was like her weak spot had been hit, I see. You're curious about this kind of stuff too, right? Maya leaned in even closer to her ear. Of course, because I'm only human. Anyone who sees a cabin pop up out of nowhere would be curious. Who built it? How did they build it? And what does it look like inside, right? That's a completely normal and natural reaction. Janica seemed to realize something, her eyes full of affection. She emphasized, as if to make Janica notice, I said it's normal and natural. Back to the present. Janica was completely flustered, waving her hands all over the place as she explained, I was just passing by. I came to visit Marilda. Then I saw this cabin and came to look. Anyone who sees a cabin pop up out of nowhere would be curious. Who built it? How did they build it? And what does it look like inside, right? Right? Totally normal, totally natural, right? Feeling a bit confused, I guess so. Unable to calm down, but still trying to compliment him. The cabin is so big, Ed. He was a bit puzzled. I just built it recently. Didn't the spirits tell you? She stammered. They did mention it a bit. She seemed to recall the spirit's words, exactly like just stopping by on the way. She said something like, so there's a cabin here too, and that was it. A flurry of descriptions about his physical charm was mentioned. When he strips off his t-shirt, those solid abs are revealed. His biceps are on the larger side, veins popping alongside his collarbones, and compared to his triceps, it's a bit. That moment literally gave her a nosebleed. She admitted, I don't talk to spirits that often, S. Just that thought alone gave her a nosebleed. I really didn't know how you were living either. At this point, highly enthusiastic, so, do you want to come inside and take a look? He held out his hand invitingly. It's just a wooden cabin. Janica froze for a moment. Then she happily agreed. She was absolutely amazed. You did all of this by yourself? Beside the warm fire, she sipped a cup of hot tea. This time, I owe everyone a huge favor. Janica shared her inner thoughts. Both the princess and Lortell contributed a lot. Many of my friends even said they're ready to lend me money for tuition. But how could I ever afford to pay them back? He pondered for a moment. If you can't pay it back, then don't borrow it. He enlightened her. A debt must be repaid. That's just how it works, right? She felt a bit refreshed. I've never thought about it that way before. According to his thoughts, right? Janica has always been like this. Based on the plot and her personality, she had no idea that the crushing weight of everyone's expectations on her shoulders was what led to that incident. Reality is always contrary to expectations. Even though plenty of people wanted to help cover her tuition or even invest in her education, she chose to handle it by transferring from the modern facilities of Opilus Hall to the outdated Dex Hall. Crucially, it was because she didn't want to owe anyone anything, not even the smallest favor. Her smiling demeanor toward everyone, despite the hardships. Back at Opilus Hall, every student had their own private room, but Dex Hall is different. Each room houses at least 8 students. Day after day, being stared down by jealous eyes for Janica, it was no different from a prison. With her choice, fundamentally, in the end, that didn't fix any of her problems at all. Ed advised her, if you ever want to get away from that place, make sure to come here. Acting like a pillar of support, always backing her up, I don't mind at all. She started to say something, but then stopped herself and replied with a smile. Hearing you say that actually makes me feel a lot better. Janica opened up. Hey, if you ever feel too overwhelmed or whenever you can't handle something on your own, I hope you'll share it with me. I was a bit taken aback. She didn't hesitate to express. At times like those, Janica flashed a radiant smile. No matter what, I'll help you. Ed replied with a smile of his own. He thought to himself, you say overwhelmed? Under the night sky, beside the campfire, time kept ticking away. The second semester was drawing near, transitioning over, and a torrential rainy day marked the beginning of Act 2. A few pieces of information were provided. The Sage's Sealed Grimoire. This book contains knowledge of primal magic, recorded by the great sage Sylvania. Primal magic is an extremely difficult tier of magic, believed to be capable of bending the laws of nature at will. He assessed, just a plain, old regular book. Lortell stood before the display case hosting the book, letting out a long sigh. As for the power this book grants, it actually has the capability to conjure a massive storm. She flashed a slightly sly smile. Just as I thought, it reeks of money. The capability it brought was literally blowing this entire academy away. But to him, despite that, he expressed, "Thanks for letting me know, but that's not going to happen." It seemed like he was certain of his abilities. That's not going to happen. At least, not to me. Ed closed his eyes and thought, "You're about to enter a rough patch, Taylor. It has nothing to do with me, but to be completely honest with you, it's going to be absolute hell. Hang in there, buddy." Regarding Taylor, the failed swordsman, Sylvania's envoy, Chapter 2 opens. The occupation of Opilus Hall. A few details about this place. Most students at Opilus Hall enjoy a lavish, aristocratic lifestyle. Prioritize seating in class, complete freedom during lunch hours, personal maids, and tons of other privileges that elevate them to a completely different tier from the rest of the student body. This place was deemed, this is where everything starts. During the return to school after the break, a heavy downpour unleashed over the southwestern region of Val. The information gathered, according to the academy, only students from Opilus Hall are provided with carriages and boats to commute to school. If they can't make it to class on time, they're given special permission to rest for a few days. Contrasting sharply with those fortunate souls, the lower-class students from Lil Hall trudged behind, pushing through the fierce storm that seemed to scream at them. But they couldn't make it on time, left with nothing to do but wait for point deductions and blame themselves for being useless. Precisely because of that disparity, in the end, the long-repressed negativity was bound to explode. Right in front of Opilus Hall, holding the letter in hand, everything that's currently unfolding. Lortell's voice rang out, a stamp was slammed down, and criticism poured like a waterfall. She smiled. Exactly as I calculated. The entire situation right now was orchestrated by the hands of a single merchant daughter. Under the rain, alongside the students, Winlin made her appearance. This merchant girl had prearranged contact with a representative of the struggling students, who had only one single goal: to demand fairness from the academy and Opilus Hall. The resentment had crossed the breaking point. Amidst the students' fury, one could realize, to ask, the request is purely for fairness for all lower-tier students. Winlin, a master at using logic to guide others, was the one who ignited the rebellion. Fairness had been established. The letter was sealed. The discrimination, I am very clear on this. For lower-tier students, forcing them to brave the storm just to get to school. A highly supported proposal to actively change the arrival time for Dex Hall students, based on the privileged treatment the Opilus students receive. Another character bearing an equally heavy responsibility, the head maid of Opilus Hall, along with a faction of the administration, had sided with Lortell. They would absolutely give their full support to Lortell's proposal. Faced with the students' utter rage, it was clear that but right now, whether the academy passes that proposal or not is no longer important. Just a mere act of waiting for this to be reviewed was already enough to drive the students insane. The flames of rage would spark the conflict, and they would blow this riot up to its absolute peak, making it the most influential incident. The unwanted scenario was bound to happen. Opilus Hall was adorned with paintings gifted by noble families. Even from the walls to the carpets, and all the wooden interior pieces inside, everything was crafted by master artisans. Destroy as much property inside as possible. Faced with the management's hesitation, once the riot breaks out, it's best to completely destroy a portion of Opilus Hall. The longer the riot drags on, the Academy's finances, already weakened after the student Glaskin incident, will take an even heavier hit, and the negotiations to exchange the Sage's sealed grimoire were underway. A distinct possibility. This very book will give the Elter Merchant Coalition a clear upper hand. Calling this grimoire the heart of Sylvania's envoy wouldn't be an understatement. But even at the cost of trading away their own heart, they're still determined to make the exchange. Before the endless rain, Lortell felt a bit expectant. I wonder when the rain will stop. She stood before the window, staring into the far distance. This view shouldn't just stay like this forever until the rain clears. Across the pitch-black sky, there wasn't even a single faint ray of light, bringing back flashes of her image in the slums, just like the slum sky reflecting in the eyes of the little girl in tattered clothes. Under that year, Lortell seemed to recall it. Precisely because of the way her life unfolded, I had no choice but to delude myself just to find some peace of mind. This unimaginably beautiful land of knowledge actually carried too much light. Looking at her own reflection through the window pane was like looking at the reflection of those miserable fates. The image of the child in the deep, endless darkness, covered head to toe in dust, vividly came alive at this moment. The evidence of the schemes on the table was proof of that. They were hunting down the person who had lived their entire life, without ever being honest once. A life completely full of betrayal and mutual suspicion. I became someone who used their entire life just to struggle to survive. But even that can't wash away my own pathetic image. So I keep running wildly, searching for my true identity. Even in this land, a paradise of light and people overflowing with joy. Surely among them, someone must understand the disgusting life of a cowardly rat wallowing in the mud. I keep searching for myself, even after the last spark of hope has died out in my empty heart. Lortell felt a bit hollow. It's so lonely because human nature is something that can never change. To overcome the brutal reality, Lortell had to hold her ground against everything. No matter what. What follows will be the velvet curtain hiding the dark truth behind the stage. The audience called her the Black Nightmare. The utterly furious students shouted below the hall. We can't take this discrimination any longer. This is a place of education. At the very least, we deserve fair grading. In the original plot for the Opilus Hall occupation event, Winland shouted, "Answer us right now." According to the main storyline, this is the process where the protagonist puts an end to the lower-class students' riot and stand against Lortell. A maid discovered something unusual. What is this? I have to report this to the head maid. That was the first step of the plan. From the first to the fifth floor of Opilus Hall, there were designated mid-tier managers responsible for stopping the protagonist and aiding the rebelling students. The mid-tier manager on the first floor made a great decoy. The maid was immediately hooded, a great bait to provoke Taylor by calling him a failure, only to be defeated at the hands of Taylor's friends. So this person held a deep grudge against them and was eventually recruited by Lortell. His role. Then the maid kept struggling wildly. "What do you think you're doing? Who are you?" Was precisely to subdue the apprentice maids on the first floor. On another front, opening the doors to Opilus Hall, the gates were flung wide open. Clearing the way for the students. Everyone was caught off guard. What the hell is going on? Finding their way inside, everyone shouted in unison. All the side gates of Opilus Hall are open. Move in now. To be treated fairly. We aren't asking for anything unreasonable, just fair treatment. Let them hear our demands. Once the students cleared the first floor, the mid-tier boss of Act 2, Stage 1, would step into a pivotal role. Word spread quickly among the crowd. The maintenance room on the fourth floor. Take that floor first to broadcast the announcement. A pivotal role to halt the protagonist and his friends. Winland spoke up. Are you the person sent by Lortell? According to the plot, yes. This role was originally a mysterious figure who pulled off their hood and replied, "Yes. I'm the one sent to check and monitor the first floor." Belong to Lortell now? Suddenly ending up here, he was just as shocked, blunting out, "Ed Rot Taylor." Then how the hell did the mid-tier boss of this stage turn into me? I became the mid-tier boss of Act 2. To explain how this happened, we have to look back at the events from 2 days ago. Flashing back to 2 days before the Opilus Hall riot. Only designed with apprentice-tier combat stats. Archer class, level 6 archery mastery. Level 3 critical hit, Level 2 firing speed, Level 1 reloading, Level 2 target tracking, Level 1 field of vision expansion. Looking down at the animal tracks on the ground that he discovered, I felt that sensation all over again. He hunkered down, waiting with bow and arrow in hand. In actual combat, Rod Taylor really didn't have a shred of capability. So every single time I hunt, I absolutely force myself to use a bow. An entire semester and a half of summer break had already passed, yet my archery skills were still completely atrocious. Unlike spotting something specific. But more importantly, lately, more and more people keep showing up right near where you intend to strike. Belmaya appeared. And not only that, there was even someone working out nearby, offering, "Hey, a lodge to visit my campsite. To put it simply, I feel like even though I hid away to live in the northern forest, people still keep popping out from the bushes. It made him incredibly annoyed. More and more people are finding out. But regardless, among the frequent visitors, a flash of light appeared at this moment. According to his observations, 3 people were highly noteworthy. Visitor A was a genius mage with extraordinary power, Lucy, perched right on his cabin roof. She would randomly drop by to visit me. Lucy peered inside the cabin with sheer amusement. You actually put in a door today? Then make a back door too. Are you planning to build a chimney too? Ed didn't hesitate to push her right outside. She remained incredibly persistent, bugging him. Why don't you make glass windows? That kind won't shatter, right? When we're near it, we can't use magic either. Or how about a skylight window on the ceiling? He complained. Visitor A, seriously, whenever this chick is involved, everything gets turned completely upside down. Quite the contrast to Visitor B. Honestly, she's the visitor I look forward to seeing the most. An enthusiastic voice called out, Tada. Janica stood at the door, happily holding a basket of eggs. I brought you some eggs. Belmaya said if I brought them over, you'd really like them. This girl was the top student among the second years and an elite spirit master. Janica helped him out with chores. If you add some boiled salt water and stomp on it like this, the fabric gets way whiter. Pretty cool, right? Back at the ranch, whenever my clothes got dirty, my parents used this exact method to bleach them. Ed was a bit charmed. Even though she visits very frequently, I always welcome her. Never once found it a chore. She came by almost every single day, chatting with the spirits while helping me out with random odd jobs. Beaming with radiance, she enthusiastically helped him. Honestly, I owe her a ton. Ed admired her. You're amazing, Janica. How do you know all this stuff? She immediately turned her face away, blushing. Ed was completely baffled. What's up with her? I literally just complimented her. She was shy, and incidentally, he observed, she seems pretty easy to read. Suddenly, she turned back with an incredibly intense look. Does Lucy come here often? He felt a bit intimidated, but every now and then, she gives me a vibe that feels a little unsafe. In short, she was Visitor B. As for the main reason I have to explain this, it was a melodic voice drifting over. Oh boy, looks like you're keeping busy. A pair of slender feet glided across the ground. Visitor C. Lortell, approaching along with her attendant. I've been waiting for you. The one known by the name smiled. You know, I need you to help me out with a few things. She was called the Precious Daughter. Lortell, the nightmare of nightmares of Act 2. Most likely, she was gathering capable people she could utilize in the upcoming Opilus Hall occupation. But currently, I don't want to get involved in this mess at all. Originally, I intended to turn down every offer. Ed intentionally avoided her gaze. But she spoke up as if reading his attitude. You know perfectly well that from the start, I didn't want to ask you for this favor anyway. He was certain of one thing. As long as I don't interfere, everything will unfold on its own according to the plot. Suddenly, she mentioned, if only Tot hadn't passed out. But how the hell is the story still refusing to follow the old track? He angrily asked her, what? Why did he pass out? Tell me what happened. Right. In the original story, Tot provokes Taylor. But that orange-haired guy kept mocking him. It's hilarious this corpse stone guy actually thinks he took down Glaskin. In your dreams, the whole school saw you get blown away by Lucy in a single shot. As things unfolded, he was only supposed to get beaten up a bit by Taylor. But right afterward, Top blurted out, you ugly piece of trash, formatted as a loud, disrespectful shout. You're lower than a bug, Taylor. Instantly, he took a punch straight to the face. Zix punched him so hard he ended up sprawling on the ground. Lortell recounted, I don't know if you set that up for Taylor or for yourself, but Alvira said that was the first time she'd ever seen Zix lose his cool like that. She smiled calmly. I just don't like putting my trust in people who let their emotions drive them. What I'm about to ask you to do isn't even that hard. Alice will give you the key so you can break into Opilus Hall. And once the lower class students gather in front of the building, just open the gates. He looked reluctant. There are a dozen other people besides me who could pull this off. Lortell acted as if she had already anticipated this. Well, no matter how much money I throw at them, I can't be sure they won't sell me out to the school's internal investigative department. Lortell had her own anxieties. If word gets around that Lortell is the one behind all this, what do you think will happen to me? I can't trust anyone. Ed's face darkened. So that's why she came to me. Because of my reputation, she seemed to be trying to win him over. Ed, You were kicked out of Opilus Hall, right? Don't you want to take over the academy for some revenge? He responded bluntly. I really don't. That said, he proposed. Why don't you hear my conditions first? He calculated. I just need to tone down my own role in this a bit. She named her price, 20 gold coins. He measured his options carefully. Before the story gets warped any further, he shook hands with Lortell. It's a deal, having his own hidden agenda. I'll get everything back on the right track. Only one day left until the Opilus Hall rebellion. The uprising at Opilus Hall took place before the battle against the sage's sealed grimoire began. Sitting by the fire, he studied it. Lortell's plot is to throw the Academy's finances into chaos. So, this romance felt like a connecting side story. According to the original story, Lortell's plot succeeded, leading to the creation of a commercial organization, a group that profited right inside the Academy. But when this group posed a competitive threat to Princess Fenia's student council, the idealistic student council versus the pragmatic merchant coalition, the bottom line was, whichever side Taylor chooses will end up winning. I just need to keep at least one person who trusts me, then pick the faction with the higher chance of winning and join them. Meaning, I've got to survive too, you know. Janica ran quickly into the tent from outside, drenched from the rain. I still have to head back to the dorm. Hopefully the rain will stop today. She didn't hesitate to praise him. Ed, you're seriously amazing. I could just head back whenever I want like I'm on a camping trip, but you have to stay out here through everything, even on rainy days like today. Ed replied softly, You get used to it after a while, she mentioned. And speaking of which, it's almost time for me to move out of Opilus Hall. He followed up, Yeah, summer break is just about over. She vented, I have to throw away a ton of random stuff. Dex Hall is smaller than I thought, Janica said enthusiastically. But anyway, if you need anything, just let me know. Ed implied. You need a lot of things living out here, right? Ed replied, Yeah, sure. She seemed thrilled. I have plenty of extra pillows, bedding, mattresses, clocks, and even a few lanterns. Janica seemed to quite enjoy the idea of furnishing Ed's tent. On top of that, there were plenty of other daily necessities, she said with absolute enthusiasm. I feel like throwing it all away would be such a waste, and a huge hassle too. But I can't take all the furniture with me either, since it technically belongs to Opilus Hall. Ed said sincerely, Thanks a lot. Janica was overjoyed, stretching her arms. Awesome. As soon as the new semester starts, I'll move out and bring it right over to you. She asked curiously, What about Lucy? Does she usually do that too? He looked at her and answered, Once in a while. Lucy, who was already standing on the roof. Her extraordinary power came at a steep price. Lucy stood on the roof, gazing into the distance. She spent every single day using laziness as an excuse to run away from everything. For years, she had been constantly evading her own highly promising life. No matter how carefree she had become, on rainy days like today, she still couldn't help but reflect on her life. He complained, She always gets like this whenever it rains. Don't pay too much attention to her. I'm actually planning to just ignore her completely. Janica realized, I get it. Is that why you act so indifferent around Lucy? Suddenly, lowering his voice. But by the way, Janica, if you think about it carefully, she's still staying at Opilus Hall. When Opilus Hall comes under attack, the defensive barrier from the ancient ruins will activate on a large scale, locking all students inside their rooms. For Janica, breaking out of there would be a piece of cake. But he made a request. I have a favor to ask you. She responded warmly. Sure, what is it? He proposed. Tomorrow around 9 p.m., could you go out, keep a close eye on the rose garden in front of Opilus Hall? She was slightly caught off guard. Janica fantasized a little. The rose garden? Ed explained. I'll tell you why tomorrow. In reality, deep down he thought, I haven't even come up with a reason to tell her yet. He secretly wanted to protect Janica, but it's better to have her go there just to prevent any unexpected situations. Somewhere not too far from here, where she could shelter from the rain. Janica jumped to her feet. All right, thank you. Shielding herself from the rain with her hand, she rushed off. I'm heading out now, bye. He let out a sigh. Right around the time the new semester kicks off, the rain should finally stop. After a long wait, finally, the day has come for me to soak in the bright sunshine. By then, the trees around here will give off a sweet autumn fragrance. He sat alone in his tent by the warm fire. Just like that, the long summer break comes to an end. 0 days left until the Opilus Hall rebellion, 9 p.m. Zix was a little exhausted, My actions were completely out of line, flaunting his ripped six-pack and solid muscles. He was doing a handstand. I need to stop doing impulsive things based on pure emotion. He hadn't expected Ed to get that angry. He wrapped up his workout session. He looked out the window and seemed to spot something. There was a person completely covered up walking by. Taking a closer look at the face, that person was definitely Ed. He stepped inside the hall and talked with Sonny. What about the other maids? She informed him. Except for the essential staff, everyone else is in the meeting room. The head maid called them together to discuss an important strategy. He realized to himself, so they planned to block the entrance after gathering everyone there. Since the main person in charge had been assigned, things would move along quickly. She led him down the hallway and announced, I've also prepared the items you requested beforehand. He replied, Thank you. A barrel of liquid had been brought over, and she pointed out, I'll store them in the corner. He stood there with a bucket, as the entire hall was being enveloped by the glow of flames. The rebellion at Opilla's Hall had officially begun. Hundreds of students were swarming in, everyone shouting, We won't stand for this discrimination any longer. This is a place of education. We deserve fair grading at the very least. Winland shouted fiercely. Answer us right now. He was the representative for the lower-class students. The crowd was gradually moving toward the main entrance, when suddenly the doors were flung wide open. Everyone was caught off guard, crying out, What the hell is going on? Word spread through the crowd. All the doors to the hall are open. Let's move in. Winland questioned. Are you the guy sent by Lortell? Ed pulled down his hood. Rot Taylor. The servant was struggling restlessly as he let out a cough. Ed placed a hand on his shoulder. I've always been short-tempered about the things you guys have been chanting about. Sure, I used to live comfortably in Opilla's Hall, but it wasn't until I got kicked out of here that I deeply realized just how massive the privileges I enjoyed really were. He trembled. I am, on the other side, pushing open the entrance to Opilla's Hall. The doors swung wide open. He put on an admiring expression. An idiot. I actually judge your character based entirely on those rumors. I never expected you to be such a noble person. Today, you've truly made a massive contribution. Ed pushed him forward, urging him on. You're the leader of this gig. Mentally cursing. You're the mastermind behind this riot. Get upstairs already. In reality, what he wanted to say was, cut the crap and drag your ass upstairs fast. He agreed. All right, I'm leaving the spot to you. Winland will take full responsibility for this. My bad. Stepping up, Winland didn't necessarily have to jump at that chance to escape, because after all the authorities she needs to report to are already in the meeting room anyway. Head maid Alice, the one who controlled the protective runes, was currently under Lortell's thumb. See, the protective runes activated, along with the magic runes, originally meant to protect the students. The people inside the room panicked slightly. What the hell is going on out there? If we just wait a bit, everything will go back to normal, right? Going by the book, this place was about to become their prison. Everything was going exactly according to plan, including the dark nightmare, the mastermind behind everything. A familiar voice echoed from behind. Well, you made a much more impressive opening than I expected. A pair of slender legs stepped forward, accompanied by a complimentary tone, as expected of Lortell. Leaving this job to you was definitely the right call. Was about to step onto the stage. She complained. Now even my socks are completely soaked. This is exactly why I can't stand the rain. Ed questioned. So you've been watching this entire time? He asked curiously. Lortell. She brushed past him and headed straight toward the academy official. But this rebellion's going to get crushed real soon, so we absolutely have to wrap things up before that happens. Ed encouraged her. All right, do your best. Lortell hesitated. Ed, it's a bit sudden to ask this, but she wanted to know, have you ever killed anyone? Ed went silent for a moment. Then he replied, No, never. She burst into a laugh. Me neither, but you know, the moment that little girl was driven out to fight for survival, I ended up doing something just like that. She admitted, I trampled on the lives of others just to survive, and I had to stab people in the back so I wouldn't get betrayed myself. Every single day that I'm still alive, I ease my own guilt by telling myself it was the only way, but at the end of the day, it's all just rhetoric I used to delude myself. As she used material wealth and trampled on the very people she manipulated to keep moving forward. That's why Lortell is called the treasure daughter, better than anyone else. She knew perfectly well she doesn't deserve an ounce of sympathy, which is why ultimately she has to seek validation from others. She called out, Ed, I really want to know, could you ever emphasize with someone like me? Ed understood. It was as if she was completely obsessed with the idea. Loneliness has a way of finding people, whether they are good or bad, and to escape it, they have no choice but to look for others just like them, those rolling around in the filthy dust of the world. Only when they find someone who can sink deep into the mire of despair right alongside them do they feel like they've found a tiny bit of comfort. He was completely resolute. No, he gave her some sincere advice. You have to take full responsibility for your own actions, Lortell. Ed realized. But of course, that person isn't going to be me. The room fell into total silence. Lortell smiled. Look at me, spouting all this cliché nonsense. It's totally unlike me. She seemed to brush it all aside. I should probably get back to finishing up my work here. There's not much time left anyway. Without another word, he let out a heavy sigh. At this point, Lortell would go discuss the execution of the next phase with Alice. Once they successfully disrupted the defensive magic of Opilus Hall and handed control of the magic runes over to Winland, the representative of the lower-class student faction, the story would follow its current trajectory and build toward the climax. After that, Winland, who absorbed the defensive power from hundreds of Opilus Hall's protection spells, would transform into the Stage 4 boss. The current objective was to take down Winland. He'll soon fly into a frenzy amidst all the chaotic magic runes. He stretched. Now I just need to park my butt right here and wait for Taylor to bring his crew over. He calculated, I'll just play my part, stall for a bit, and then get defeated. Taylor will then rush up to the second floor and handle the rest. He seemed pretty relaxed. I'll probably take quite a few hits during the fight, but he left it up to the script. Whatever, sticking to the plan works too. Over at the Rose Garden, a carriage was making its way around. Janica asked curiously, why is there a carriage parked here in the middle of the night? She told herself, looks like someone high profile. If I just stay put right here, I should be fine. She also wondered, they probably don't know either, right? She looked down at the letter which read, I have a few things to take care of, so I'll be a bit late. I'll try to get back as soon as possible. Just sit tight and wait for a bit. I'm really sorry. Janica still didn't know Ed's true intentions, meaning he took off right after handing me this note. Janica's cheeks flushed bright red. Could he be preparing something really special? Ed seemed to have anticipated this. That golden carriage meant absolutely nothing to her. No matter what happens, she won't leave the shelter in the Rose Garden. It was because for the past 3 days, she couldn't stop overthinking about what he wanted to say to her, to the point where she couldn't even sleep at night, even though she felt incredibly guilty about it. She kept asking Marilda to keep her updated on Ed's current situation. She found out that not only did Lucy visit Ed's camp, but Princess Fenia, Belmaya, Zix, and even Lortell dropped by to see him too. Coincidentally, every single one of them is female, making her already anxious maiden heart ache even more. That was why she would sit right here and wait, no matter how long it took. Janica suddenly checked her appearance. But does this paper flower hairpin actually look good on me? A marigold one might look better. She froze all of a sudden. Janica calculated, if I run back to my room real quick and come right back, I should still make it in time, right? He also knew about this unexpected twist. She'll still wait, but only after she gets her hands on that new hairpin. And that's exactly how it went. She sprinted straight back to Opilus Hall. Taylor asked to double-check. Are you sure our decision to head back in here is the right call? Alvira was displeased. Do you have any idea how many rare herbs I have in my room? Taylor tried to explain, but wouldn't it be better to just wait for the academy staff to clear out the riot? Alvira immediately screamed in anger. Those herbs will completely lose their potency if I don't use preservation magic on them right on time. Do you know how much those tiny changes can completely ruin the final results? Can they even comprehend the sheer depth of these things? Taylor, can they? He got a little scared and quickly turned to Ayla. Ayla, stop her. She's about to break in there all by herself. Ayla stammered. Can't you just turn a blind eye to this? Alvira is the top student in the alchemy department. I'm sure she's more than capable of protecting herself, Taylor explained. She's not the one in danger here. It's those poor other students. If she snaps, she'll pull out whatever chemical she has on hand and attack everyone with them. He hurriedly tried to stop her. Alvira, hold on. I said hold on. She had zero intention of stopping, charging in with blazing determination. Enough chatting. I'm heading straight up to my room on the 4th floor right now. Ayla chimed in. So you just need to get to your room, right? You won't cause any more trouble once you're up there, right? She talked big, Of course, I just need my pile of herbs to be perfectly safe. She kicked the door open violently, declaring, if anything gets in my way, I'll use brute force to clear them out. Got it? Suddenly, all that momentum of hers seemed to vanish right in front of the three of them, facing the absolute mess, and Ed, who was sitting right there blocking the way up. Elvira was surprised, you. Yes, his gaze was completely unwavering. She could only call out his name. Rot Taylor. Taylor immediately stepped forward, shielding Ayla. What are you doing here? Elvira fell silent, and she instantly noticed. Those were the footprints of the students who had swarmed in earlier. Observing the state of the cluttered display cases, she analyzed, and Ed is sitting right here with his back to the stairs. Elvira smiled. Well, this is interesting. I didn't see this coming. You're planning to. She seemed to catch on to his intention. Stop us. Ed spoke up. I'm sorry, but you guys can't go inside. With a mischievous smirk, she challenged him. This just got pretty interesting. What if I insist on going in anyway? Are you sure you're good enough to stop me? I heard your magic mastery is quite high, but so what? She kept provoking and mocking him. At the end of the day, you're just a rookie who can only cast basic spells, a lowly second-year student. The three of them standing in a combat-ready stance. Taylor didn't hesitate to show off their stats. We have a swordsman as our vanguard and a mage with top-tier magic skills in the freshman class. She chimed in, and me, an alchemist with the highest grades in my year. She boasted proudly. The power gap is massive, Taylor demanded furiously. Why are you doing this? Edrot Taylor, tell me, what's going on up there? Not a single word of response, which made him incredibly angry. Right from his very first steps, looks like Taylor didn't hesitate to charge forward with his weapon drawn. Only by using force would he get him to talk. Without wasting words, he directly used magic to hurl a chair right at him. Taylor used his weapon to slice the chair clean in half. Elvira observed closely. She realized that magic looks like a basic spell. He's a mage, so he'll probably target Taylor since close quarters combat is Taylor's specialty. Right. Suddenly, it was as if she noticed something. Ed began to gather his power, summoning a wind lance spell. A strike that sliced right through the chains holding up the ceiling light. The chandelier came crashing straight down toward Taylor, completely out of nowhere, leaving him no time to react properly. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it just in time. A piercing scream echoed from the upper floor. What the hell was that noise? Clebius was sitting trembling in a corner of the room. What's happening out there? On Ed's side, after the impact, a thick cloud of dust and smoke completely blocked their vision. Taylor asked anxiously, Ayla, are you okay? She spoke up, I'm fine. Taylor, the shockwave just caught me a bit off guard. She worried, Elvira, you good? She remained stubborn, don't worry about me, as she was trying her best to withstand the aftershocks and Ed's magic. Suddenly, a lock of her hair was sliced right off, along with the strap of her bag filled with magical chemical vials. Everything inside the bag went flying everywhere. My bag. She got incredibly annoyed. So, you're actually planning to play for keeps, huh? Which means there really is something going on up there, isn't there? Right before her eyes, Ed had completely vanished, leaving behind nothing but a total mess. Elvira felt a bit anxious. She looked down at the vials scattered all over the floor. Just as she reached down to grab the nearest bottle, a voice commanded, Ignite. A burst of flames cut right between her and the chemical vial. Ed's silhouette materialized right at the bottom of the stairs. The setup is fully complete, so everything is going incredibly smoothly. She felt her heart race. This is bad. Edrot Taylor's moves are way too fast and precise. She complained, seriously, Zix, you should have given us some slightly more detailed intel. Ed appeared looking incredibly cool amidst the raging flames. She looked a bit annoyed. His magic mastery isn't just high. It's insane. At this moment, only two people remained standing in the middle of that ruined, blazing room. Elvira gripped her injured arm tightly, gritting her teeth in anxiety. I hold the title of a top student in the alchemy department, representing the entire department, but the biggest weakness of all alchemists is that without magical artifacts or potions, basic close combat skills are practically non-existent. Most alchemists carry a magic ring or necklace with them, but I always thought someone as smart as me wouldn't need those things. To be precise, I feel like they're just in the way. Is it possible that this guy calculated that too? He cut down the chandelier, using that brief moment to cast a fire spell and erect a wall of flame. Were all those moves just to target my bag? After all, this guy is just that piece of trash Ed wrought Taylor. On the opposite side, Ed was still coldly channeling his power. After pondering for a moment, Alvira pulled a blue gem from her coat pocket. I'm never out of options. Once thrown, a winged jade rabbit appeared. A magic circle was cast into the air, applying the fire-countering formula and adding reinforced chaos, pushing everything to the absolute limit. Within the flames, the rabbit instantly grew massive, looking as ferocious as a monster. Ayla the rabbit on one side was still trying to unleash her power to douse the fire. A fire spell to put out fire. The amount of her power flashed within that giant blaze. Immediately, that power amplified and wrapped around those flames. Ayla let out a panic cry when she saw that power surging back. Right at this moment, another presence rapidly appeared, and it was Taylor, showing up and slashing with his sword to defend Ayla. At the same time, he warned, "Watch out, Ayla." Seeing her panic state, he worried, thinking about magic theory, where Ayla was very confident. But as for her actual combat ability, even compared to basic first-year students, she's only average. Right now, he keeps targeting her, so even if I can't get close to him. More accurately, neither I nor Ayla can move a single step. Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Taylor, if you can just get close, you can take him down, right?" Alvira, with a fierce expression, was rushing over. Then charge. Alvira, with a fierce expression, was rushing over. Then charge. Just like that, the rabbit managed to close in on Ed and attack. Taylor gritted his teeth with determination. "It's not about whether I can, I absolutely have to." Alvira also quickly threw on her cloak and shouted, "Exactly, that's the spirit." With that, she resolutely charged forward. Ayla called out in a panic, "Alvira, your cloak is getting scorched by the fire." Alvira then took out several potion bottles and said, "Oh my, you guys missed me already. We were barely apart in the room for a moment, but I missed you like crazy too." On this side, Ed was fighting back against the rabbit, but he raised his hand and unleashed a technique toward Alvira. The burst of power shot toward her like an arrow. Meanwhile, Alvira was still clutching a bottle of blue liquid, thinking maybe he anticipated this, but applying magic release, she immediately and decisively threw the bottle toward Ed's oncoming attack. Ed's attack slashed the bottle, shattering it. "You're too slow." A chemical synthesized from finely chopped butterfly orchid and honey fungus, when combined with released mana, creates a special chemical compound. This exact substance will control the mana currents currently being released. The surges of power in this space were gradually fading, and temporarily weakening the influence of other magic formulas. Everything was extinguished, but the rabbit had already been pierced through by Ed. Do you even know what this means? The rabbit was beaten until it was injured, covered in blood. The young master wizard doesn't know how to use magic. While Alvira was still thinking, he stood there strictly imposing, despite being covered in wounds. Alvira then screamed, "Still standing there acting like you're completely unaffected? Don't forget, there's still a warrior on this side. Now it's your turn, Taylor." Taylor also shouted, "Ed wrought Taylor." But suddenly, Ed turned and left. Taylor quickly gave chase, thinking, is he running away? Ed then reached out and grabbed the edge of a large cabinet, then pulled it down with all his might, blocking Taylor. An oil barrel nearby was also knocked over by that force. The streams of oil kept spreading across the floor. It felt as if it was gradually coming to a boil. Then a burst of energy like lava erupted violently. Taylor couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. "Is this smell oil?" Alvira on one side screamed, "Are you crazy? We are in Opilus Hall. If a fire breaks out, everyone will die." Taylor still held his sword firmly. "No matter if this fire is from magic or oil, my elemental slash will cut through it. Besides, this chemical can't last for more than a minute anyway." Then Taylor rushed forward as if summoning all his determination. "I will end this before anyone else gets hurt." Alvira called out in panic, "Wait, Taylor!" Then, calculating thoughts rang out. The windows are open wide enough for the smoke to escape outside, and even the carpets, which would normally catch fire the fastest, are nowhere to be seen. There are no flammable objects around either. Ed wrought Taylor actually calculated and planned all of this in advance. Ed still stood there, while Alvira was still utterly panicked, screaming, "No, Taylor!" Ed had already drawn his bow, pulling back the arrow and aiming straight this way. Meanwhile, Taylor was charging forward with rage. At this moment, he was a bit anxious. He's using a bow and arrow. I'll make it deflect. Someone's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Ed, his eyes shining brightly, let go of the string. The power created a flash of light, but when he saw the arrow fly in a curve, soaring past Taylor and heading straight for Ayla, he realized in shock, his target isn't me. Ayla held up both hands, as if to block that powerful arrow. At this point, Ayla couldn't even cast a basic spell. A scream rang out in terror. Ayla! While Ayla was waiting to take the hit from that arrow, a surge of power from another direction rushed in, trapping the arrow. It was Alvira, using a magical tool to handle it. That was a close call. Alvira looked incredibly anxious right now, breathing heavily while sweat kept pouring down. Explaining about this tool, the Snatcher, a magical tool capable of pulling any small object within sight over a very wide range. Alvira then wondered to herself, but what was his purpose in shooting this arrow? When its tip is wrapped in cloth, does he really intend to hurt her? Suddenly, she stood up and said loudly, wait, Taylor. Be careful. He must be plotting something quite. But without letting Alvira finish, the two men over here clashed direct. Right then, let out a faint smile. This sound, is it finally time? And a warning voice rang out. If we don't act now, we'll all die. Act 2. Final chapter, the Opilus Hall incident, the second floor boss, Clebius Norton, has escaped. Everyone was in extreme pain from some bizarre power. Only then did Ed let out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally. The moment he let his guard down, he was sent flying backward by Taylor. Everything instantly sank into thick smoke and dust. Alvira, her expression bewildered and confused, blurted out, What the hell is wrong with him? Ed, having slammed into the wall with great force, had no strength left to stand up, only sitting there with his head slumped, his body covered in wounds. A moment later, amidst the messy ruins, a questioning voice rang out. Are you crazy? What reason do you have to force things to this extent? Taylor grabbed Ed's collar, furious. Alvira stood nearby, her face twisted in a scowl, cursing internally. Such an eyesore. It feels like he was just messing with us throughout the entire fight. If he wanted to gain the upper hand from the start, he would have hidden somewhere to attack when the chandelier fell. But instead, he openly blocked our way, and he didn't even show an opening for a single second during the entire match. There's something very off about it. A while later, Ed finally spoke slowly, then before regaining any strength, he leaned back and continued, You guys, now that it's over, go upstairs, don't stand around here anymore. The three people opposite him were bewildered. Taylor blurted out, Wait, what? You wouldn't let us go upstairs this whole time. So why now? Outside, the night sky was pouring rain. Inside, the interrogation echoed again. Why did you let us win? Ayla was astonished to hear this. What do you mean by that? Alvira and Taylor were also incredulous, adding, Let us win? Did he go easy on us? Alvira stepped closer, getting right in Ed's face and pressing him hard. If you don't give me a reason, I'm not going anywhere. Answer me quickly. Why did you let us win? Ed's cold blue pupils looked up, while Alvira also glared down with a low growl. The door slowly opened, after which a beam of light poured in. Finally, after a tossing and turning night of deliberation, she still decided to choose the persimmon flower hairpin. Explanation. Previously translated as paper flower, but rose is the flower of the persimmon tree, like making wind-dried persimmons. The original text was chances, and whoever translated it as permission flower created an absolute disaster. What flower is named permission? It must be persimmon flower. My apologies to the readers. Who could call that naive to mock the pure feelings of that girl? Maybe those feelings are just an illusion, but dreams are free anyway. And dreams, in reality, sometimes have an unexpectedly large gap. The boy who was supposed to be dressed neatly, waiting for her in the hall, was crawling on the ground instead, covered in fresh blood, after being attacked by a shady group of people. Ed was completely helpless, leaning there, when suddenly a shout rang out. Ah, what have you people done? Janica appeared with an extremely low-pressure aura and questioned them. Saying nothing is wrong would be lying to myself. He's definitely in trouble. That was Janica's thought upon receiving the letter that read, I have some business to take care of, so I'll be a bit late. I'll try to return as soon as possible. Just sit tight and wait. I'm so sorry. However, from his simple lifestyle to the way he carried himself, in the grand battle. Regardless of whether the matter was big or small, Edrot Taylor would always be the one to bring a ray of hope, a reliable emotional pillar. Only when awakened from those unrealistic illusions did she calmly reminisce. Back then, she had smiled gently and said, "If that happens, I will help you at all costs." But Edrot Taylor had never asked for help. The reason he tricked Janica into going to the outer grounds of Opilus Hall and even proactively did something he had never done before, writing a whole letter to leave for her, was the same reason that boy chose to fight on his own until he bled. In short, he wanted to keep Janica away from this conflict, because after the Glaskin incident, Janica had already faced heavy disciplinary actions. Janica was currently radiating an immense rage. "I have no idea what's going on, but he tried to keep me away from this battle, so I wouldn't get dragged into trouble, while I was only worrying about dressing up to look pretty." Thinking this, she decisively snatched the flower hairpin out of her hair. Janica looked like she had entered a demonic state, radiating killing intent as she demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" Taylor broke into a cold sweat, frantically explaining, "Senior Janica, thank goodness you didn't get dragged into this battlefield. Right now, the entire Opilus Hall has been occupied by other students, but I don't think things are that simple. There must be something else, which is why this guy Ed spent the whole time blocking our way." Meanwhile, Alvira quickly pulled out a bottle of pink liquid and screamed a warning. "Be careful, Taylor, she's an enemy." But Janica seemed completely deaf to it now, her face darkening as she cut them off. "To be completely honest with you, no matter what you're doing, I don't give a damn." Her burst of power exploded violently, and everything was blasted away by that pressure. Ed called out in a panic, "Janica!" Janica tried to appear calm before the storm, smiling to reassure him. "It's all right." Alvira's face was distorted with fear, and Ayla was equally bewildered. Along with her aura, feathers began to fall, accompanied by shards of glass from the windows shattered by that pressure, swirling in midair. Following that, a bird spirit appeared, below which a ferocious rock ape spirit, then a crocodile spirit and a tiger spirit were all summoned by Janica. "Just wait for me for 1 minute." Janica flashed a gentle smile to reassure Ed, but she did not look okay at all. Alvira then made a serious assessment. The mid-tier spirits of the 4 elements, along with those lower-tier spirits, it's practically an entire battalion. After that, dragging Taylor and Ayla with both hands, she wanted to flee, warning, "We have to get out of here." Taylor agreed. "Fine, the 3 of us are no match for her. We couldn't even beat this fallen noble, so—" But Janica reached her hand out, accompanied by a purple surge of power. "Now, let the battle begin." The most elite second-year student in the entire magic department, Janica's spirits surged forward at this moment. The entire group was utterly terrified. Alvira screamed, "Taylor, snap out of it. You have to face reality. Thank goodness the window is broken. Let's escape through there." Suddenly, Taylor gritted his teeth and blurted out, "You're not wrong." Ed's actions made Taylor realize that this occupation of Opilus Hall was completely abnormal. This matter could end up injuring the students. Still, he held his sword, as if preparing to confront it. Alvira said, "We can't stop you from looking for your precious medicinal herbs, right?" But Taylor refused to yield, not without trying to fight back at least once. Taylor stood small, but sturdy against that immense surge of power. A sharp scream rang out, "Taylor, no." When spoken of, in the future, Taylor would live the life of a hero. Good grief! Suddenly, a hand grabbed Taylor's collar, yanking him backward. Ed dragged him while snapping, "I told you to go, so move it." He used his strength to throw him back with a powerful shove, then seriously warned them, "Listen carefully. I'll handle Janica. So just head up to the 2nd floor like you originally planned." Ed was now standing in front of those powerful spirits. Ayla, barely catching Taylor, questioned in confusion, "What? You were the one deliberately blocking us from the start, and now you're telling us to go up. What do you mean?" Ed was too lazy to explain, only casually saying, "I changed my mind, just get up there. Hurry up." But Alvira snarled like a vicious dog, barking out, That's hilarious. Your strength is going to stop those spirits? With that battered body of yours. Act." Immediately, she took a smack to the head. Ed looked down at her, saying seriously, "Worry about your little bottles first. Sorry about trying to burn your bag early." Alvira cautiously pulled out a few bottles, still muttering relentlessly, "What the hell? Why do you keep ordering me around? But anyway, for now, we'll temporarily listen to you." With that, All three turned and fled. Let's go. Taylor was left alone. Ed stood facing that terrifying power. On this side, Janica was still furiously radiating her power. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she saw the person in front of her, and she blurted out in bewilderment. Ed, her face turned sorrowful. Don't force yourself anymore. Step aside. Leave the rest to me. You can explain this to me later. First, let me finish this, then I'll tend to your wounds. Ed cut Janica off, an action usually deemed disrespectful, as he reached his hand out. I'm Fenia. Really, Ed reassured Janica. Why won't you calm down yet? Putting both hands on her shoulders. Janica remained startled, staring ahead. Instantly, that low pressure vanished, replaced by Janica's look of shock. Then her face flushed bright red with embarrassment. Ed, your hands are on my shoulders. Ed comforted and reminded her at the same time. Janica, dismiss your spirits. The wind is too strong. I can't even stand. Janica immediately fumbled. Right, with wind this strong, it must be hard to stand straight. I'm sorry, what should I do? Oh my gosh, I'm so stupid. Right away, the wind's spirit gradually dissolved, and the sharp glass shards in midair now fell to the ground. The three kids who were running looked back at the scene, their faces filled with utter shock. He actually managed to stop her. Ed turned back coldly, waving his hand to remind them. Now get up there quickly. There might. He looked like he had no strength left. There's not much time left. Then he collapsed helplessly onto the ground. Janica panicked completely. Ed. A frantic scream echoed throughout the entire building. Sometime later, outside, a nagging voice rose. Why do you keep letting yourself get hurt like this? How many times have I told you that if things like this happen, you have to call me? Ed gently replied. It was an unavoidable situation. Next time, I'll definitely tell you everything. The two were currently sitting out in the hallway. Janica said with deep worry, those kids are really too much. Why do they have to beat you up to this state? I don't know what happened between you guys, but next time I see them, I definitely won't let them off easily. First of all, hey, stop plunging into danger, okay? Promise me, please. Ed then agreed. Yeah, thanks for worrying about me. Then, he pushed himself up, his mind still filled with clutter. My plan seems to have gone slightly off track, but since my role was the first floor boss, I can finally rest comfortably and focus on the camp. Suddenly, Janica called out, causing Ed to pause. By the way, while sitting in the rose garden, I saw a very large carriage. It rushed past so quickly that I couldn't see clearly, but from the outside, it looked like a golden crown. Explaining the golden crown, it was the symbol for the Elter Merchants Coalition Hall, the adoptive father of Lortell and the man who killed her biological father. This boss would disappear after being defeated by Lortell. During the battle in the final section, the sealed grimoire of the Sage of Act 2, the Golden King Elter. But the most important fact of all was that he appeared at this academy earlier than I thought, which also meant something is happening, something I don't know about. When playing the game, at this moment, outside, the rain poured down as if the sky were venting its anger. A silhouette was cast against the window, that person's hand pressing against the glass. After that, a voice spoke. Alice, do you know that I've been abandoned? Right now, in the fifth-floor hallway of Opilus Hall, Lortell looked outside expressionlessly. That wicked, cruel man. Alice asked back, do you mean young Master Ed? We met at the camp. Lortell then confirmed, it's him. Alice then mused, I didn't realize he was your type. Meanwhile, Lortell remained deep in thought. His looks aren't bad, but that's not what I meant. I sense a feeling from him similar to what I get from you. Recalling that time when she asked Ed, could you ever emphasize with someone like me? She found it strange to think I would reveal my truest emotions right in front of you. Do you know what he said? At that time, he had coldly stated, you must take responsibility for your own actions. Lortell then concluded. He cast me aside without a shred of sympathy. Perhaps everyone in the world is just like us, having grown all too accustomed to such harsh words throughout our lives. Alice was the head maid of Opilus Hall, a seasoned maid who had dedicated over 20 years of service to this place. At age 15, she started from scratch as an apprentice maid, and step by step proved her capabilities, gradually becoming the manager of Opilus Hall. At age 15, she started from scratch as an apprentice maid, and step by step proved her capabilities, gradually becoming the manager of Opilus Hall. Lortell had invested a great deal of money into this, spending a fortune just to successfully bribe Alice. and those losses caused a major deficit in the Academy's finances. Lortell turned back, smiling. "I'm lucky to have you by my side, Alice." But Lortell never considered that action of hers as throwing money out the window, because she had found someone like herself, someone willing to abandon trust and all core values just to chase after gold coins. A kindred spirit. Only by meeting people like that can she escape the shackles of loneliness. Perhaps it was because, in the dark corners of the slums, or in the light of merchant parades, those are the ones willing to live and die for a single gold coin. She had lived a life where, if she didn't strike first to stab someone else, she would definitely be the one getting stabbed. But at this point, Lortell spoke up again. "When the representative of the lower-class students occupies the control room on the 4th floor, and if we order them to disrupt the defensive magic at the right time." Lortell turned around, flashing a rather unfriendly smile as she made her decision. "The entire Opilus Hall will be destroyed from within by their own hands, without them even realizing it. Right?" But regardless of the tragic past or the painful story that pushed her into this dire situation, she was clearly a sinister character, a hidden villain. A moment later, the two moved out, and as they walked, Lortell laid out the plan. "Everything seems to be going according to schedule, so now I'm heading to the storage room. I have to play the part of a foolish, ignorant schoolgirl, so scared out of her wits that she hides in a warehouse." Alice followed behind, able only to quietly let out a sigh. What a truly pitiful and miserable human being. At this age, she hasn't even loved anyone yet. Then, Alice picked up her sword, drawing it, and replied, "Miss Lortell, while we are on the subject, I have some news to report to you." I doubt she has any intention of putting a sword to Lortell's throat or has anyone by her side to call family. So now, when it's time to die, she'll still be completely alone. Alice let out her ambition and blurted, "I'm your own kind." Lortell's face was obviously filled with utter shock. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the battle reached its conclusion. Meanwhile, at the second-floor boss, Clebius Norton Dew, Taylor's group cornered and caught Clebius as he was running away from the second floor, forcefully forcing him to join the party. The maidkin tried to stop them, and over at the third-floor boss, Cindy the bedmaker, she cried out in agony, "Forgive me, headmaid Alice, I couldn't finish the task you assigned me." But without her twin partner, she was no match for Taylor's group, all on her own. Even so, Taylor's group never questioned why those twin maids were separated. Everything went unexpectedly smooth. Finally, they reached the 4th floor of the hall. From the very beginning, the challenge on the 1st floor was supposed to be the hardest part anyway. Screams of terror rang out in total chaos. Elvira couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, feeling deeply uneasy. The students fled in sheer terror. "Run away. Art, help me. I can't take this. Save me." The 4th floor boss, the hostage of the magical defense system, Winland, placing a crystal ball to activate the magic circle control system right in the center of the control room for everyone to see, was exactly Alice and Lortell's plan. The way the magical defense operated, weaving through every single corner of Opilus Hall, was originally meant to protect the students' safety from outside attacks. But the current scene was no different from a toddler holding a rifle. Boss Winland's attacks kept blasting out just like that. Taylor and the others tried to defend themselves while running away. Outside, it was still raining, and the building shook with slight tremors. Some students were running, but Elvira was utterly terrified. What the hell is going on outside? At this rate, the whole building is going to collapse. Where did all those damn maids go? The students of Opilus Hall, who had managed to stay calm until now, were also gradually realizing the severity of the current situation. Broken glass shards flew everywhere, followed by hurried urges, "Hurry up, get out of here." They threw themselves out of the windows, soaring into the air, deciding to use their own strength to find another way out. Explosions kept bursting from the building, and the current situation had officially turned into a total tragedy. Right after that, a massive explosion erupted. Taylor was still swinging his sword while shouting, asking, "Elvira, do you have any Night Orchid solution left?" Elvira immediately replied, "Night Orchid is used to disrupt a caster's mana flow, but these ancient runes are already distorted, so using that is completely useless. If you want fast results, using this makes the most sense." Saying that, she pulled out a bottle. "This is Hornwort Solution, a mixture made by blending hornwort seeds with Emperor seashell powder and melting it down." Elvira stepped forward, holding the bottle under the water, and power instantly surged from it. This solution can at least neutralize the basic spells used in this hallway. This entire area is full of support magic. The number of spells is probably huge, but you can still control their mana. So let me handle this spot. With that, Alvira grabbed Clebius by the collar and threw him forward, yelling, "Go kick Winland's ass up there. Hurry up." Taylor pressed close behind, charging in, while Clebius shrieked, "Whoa, but why me?" Winland was over on this side, surrounded by magic circles firing off attacks. The two tried their best to dodge those incoming strikes while attempting to close the distance to Winland. That power grew more formidable by the second, surrounded by magic circles firing off attacks. That gaze showed pure delight as he gasped, "Ah, finally." After that, a massive explosion burst forth. Subsequent explosions kept going off one after another, room by room, throughout the building. The commotion was huge, but down below, a carriage line was still moving along. Down there, Janica and Ed were walking along the path, and she said worriedly, "What are you doing here, Ed? If you keep pushing yourself like this, what if your wounds open up again?" Ed immediately pulled her to hide behind a tree, reassuring her, "It's nothing, most of this blood isn't even mine." Janica felt it was a bit of an exaggeration. Good grief, why did you have to go this far? Ed observed the situation at this moment, unable to help letting out a long sigh. How completely mundane. The magnificent carriage came to a halt, and standing beside it, lined up, was a group of people clad in black cloaks. Maybe when I say this word, you'll think I'm an idiot, because there's nothing about that carriage's exterior that isn't luxurious. But when you recognize the man inside the carriage, you won't be able to help but blurt out those two words, completely mundane. The Golden King Elter, in the original work, would lead a massive fleet along with dozens of carriages trailing behind. These cautious moves showed that he was up to something secret. Elter was Lortell's adoptive father, who would later be stabbed in the back by her, ending his role as a puppet boss. He wasn't even supposed to appear at the academy right now. How the hell did he end up here? It looked like that carriage had been parked there for a long time. Why did he wait until now to finally step out? Could he be waiting until Opilus Hall fell? Suddenly, Ed's eyes widened. That person is... He saw the third-floor dishwasher maid, Boss Senny. Senny was one of the orphan maids taken in by head maid Alice. According to the original script, Alice was bribed by Lortell, and Senny was supposed to be the third-floor boss. But right now, things were going completely differently. She was over at Elter's side, Lortell's enemy. There's no way Senny would betray Alice. Lortell bribed Alice. But could there be another development? Is Alice actually on Elter's side? There was only one possible future, and that was Lortell's failure. Lortell was the one who eagerly launched the political war against Fenia in Act 3, and she was also the male lead's most effective ally in the battle against the Rayer family in Act 4. I just went through hell to be a mid-tier boss, and now, don't tell me I have to take Lortell's place? You'd have to be insane to play it like that. Thinking this, he called out seriously, "Janica." She immediately answered, You." Her face looked a bit strained. "I need to ask you a favor. This is an emergency. I can't handle it alone." Meanwhile, his heart raced with anxiety. How am I going to explain this to her right now? Unexpectedly, Janica answered decisively, surprising Ed. "Sure. What do I need to do?" Janica asked with a determined look. The scene shifted to some time later, following the contents of a letter. "Greetings, Golden King Elter Ketchen, honorary president of the Elter Merchants Coalition. Lady Lortell is nothing like she appears, always playing the submissive daughter to Merchant Elter. The truth is, she's plotting to betray you and seize the inheritance of the Elter Merchants Coalition. Lady Lortell knows full out that you are the one who killed her parents, and she's currently convincing the major merchants and the board of directors of the Elter Merchants Coalition to depose you. The negotiation to purchase the rights to the Sage's Seal Grimoire was just an excuse to lure you to Sylvania Academy and spring a surprise ambush, leaving you no time to handle the crisis at the heart of the Elter Merchants Coalition. Justifiable reasons force me to investigate the root of the matter. I hold the documents that prove Lortell's conspiracy. Of course, nothing in this world comes for free. Since Lady Lortell used an enormous amount of gold to bribe me, I will stay on her side, unless you offer me more. I am already blind, and due to an accident, I have lost my hearing almost completely. This will be my final year serving as the head maid. I am already blind, and due to an accident, I have lost my hearing almost completely. This will be my final year serving as the head maid. The slip of paper enclosed in this letter lists the facilities I have secretly managed over the years. The Gruff Orphanage in the Sun region, the Cohenton Orphanage, the Anton Skosel Orphanage, the Anton Orphanage in the Odoln region, and the Community Aid for Orphans in the Taman region. The amount of funding for these facilities will dictate my next move. I trust you will make the right decision. Alice Olympum, head maid of Opilus Hall. The scene shifted inside, where a sharp blade was still held against Lortell's neck. Stay still. Lord Elter will arrive at Opilus Hall shortly. Alice warned seriously. I never thought you'd look at me with those eyes. I figured you'd be a lot calmer. You say you're planning your revenge against Golden King Elter, right? But unfortunately, in my eyes, the two of you are exactly the same, and that goes for me too. With that, she let out a sigh. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted. Winland was completely blinded and dragged outside. There's no way a useless guy like Winland could get close to the defensive magic. Just as I guessed, the mastermind behind all of this was Alvira, pointing angrily and screaming. Headmaid Alice, she's holding a hostage. Watch out, Taylor. Taylor's whole group appeared. While Alice was caught in confusion, Lortell collapsed. The whole group closed in, calling out worriedly, Lortell, are you okay? Lortell, pale, calculated in her mind. I'm fine. The woman over there is the mastermind behind everything. We have to take her down immediately. I should say that. I have to pin all the blame on Alice. Alvira called out in shock. Lortell, what's wrong with you? Lortell didn't dare look up yet, completely flustered. What kind of expression is my face making right now? But right after that, she stood up decisively, covered her face, and ran away as fast as she could. An anxious shout trailed behind her. Lortell. As Lortell ran, she thought in a panic, that bastard Elter is coming. The fact that the man came all the way here himself proves he doesn't even trust his own subordinates. The plan to overthrow Elter is on the verge of success. Elter will soon face the consequences for intentionally altering a huge amount of financial books and all the related damages. Luckily, Elter isn't at the main headquarters right now, so I just need to contact the management there, using the messenger pigeon system in the room to send word. As for me, I'll hide somewhere. As long as I, the trump card of this plan, haven't been caught yet, it's not over. After thinking for a while, Lortell slowed her pace, then reassured herself, everything will be fine. There's no need to be too disappointed. There's no one in this world who understands me anyway. But betrayal? Well, that goes without saying. Haven't I gone through similar things countless times already? Lortell leaned against the wall to catch her breath. So, acting weak in a situation like this really isn't like me at all. She trembled at the current situation, tears streaming down. Then she kept walking. In short, I'll do everything I can. First, I need to get out of here. I have to get to my room before Elter arrives. As long as I manage to send out the backup letter in time, things can still be safe. At the same time, on the first floor, the main lobby, everything had turned into an indescribable mess. Old man Elter walked in with a cold face, followed by 2 rows of people in black cloaks. When he saw the person ahead, he spoke up. Humph. Are you a student? Evacuate this place immediately, because this building is about to collapse, so for safety reasons, we can't let anyone inside. Ed, still entirely covered in blood, calmly replied, no outsiders are allowed in until the school officials arrive. Elter waved his hand to signal his subordinates to step back, then asked, did the academy specifically assign you to guard this place? Ed replied, no, I'm doing this all on my own, because Sylvania has its own system for handling matters like this. Still, he observed him cautiously. There were 3 key people to the development of the story. Lortell, who wanted to overthrow Elter, reclaim justice for her miserable childhood, and take the president's seat of the Merchant Coalition. And Elter, who decided to ruin Lortell's plan and successfully bought out the rights to the Sage's Seal Grimoire. Then used the person standing right on the line between the 2 factions, Alice, the key to the story's spectacular plot twist. I don't know why she betrayed Lortell, but she's on the 5th floor with Lortell, which means I have to go up to the 5th floor to take her down. No, even if I don't go up there, according to the current storyline, Taylor's group will get there sooner or later. I should leave her to them to handle. They can definitely be trusted. Ed recalled the combat power of Taylor's group just now. Each of them can bring out their full strength. Ed analyzed, since I've verified his abilities, it also means I have to take care of things here. No matter what Elter is plotting with Opilus Hall, as long as I don't let them inside, everything in Opilus Hall will still go exactly as planned. Then suddenly, Ed blurted out, "Sir," bowing before Elter to show respect. "I can't believe it. Aren't you Elter Ketchen, the president of the Elter Merchants Coalition? There must be a reason for someone of your stature to come all the way here. But I think you should ask the school for permission first, and ensure you're received as warmly as possible." The old man stared intently for a while, then spoke up. "I see." Ed bowed his head, but his face clearly showed anxiety. Elter made his deduction. "So, you're on that brat Lortell's side." 10 minutes earlier, amidst the quiet night, a loud explosion boomed out. The wall of the room had been blasted into a large hole by Ed. He frowned slightly and asked, "Outside, everything is a total mess. How can you stay so calm in your room?" On the other side of the room, Zix was using one hand to prop his body up, working out his muscles. "I'm just trying to avoid reckless actions. Besides, even if this building collapses, I won't die." Hearing this, Ed thought to himself, is this the confidence of someone with raw strength? Zix stopped his workout at this point. Furthermore, why did you have to break through the wall to burst in like that? How am I supposed to sleep now whenever it gets cold? He couldn't help but complain. Is there any wizard in the world like him? After that, he bowed and spoke to Janica, standing nearby. "Oh, Senior Janica is here too? This is the first time I've gotten to greet you properly, though I suppose we met during the Glasgow incident." She softly replied, "Ah, yes, about that, my apologies." Ed immediately comforted her. "There's no need to be so downcast, Janica. You faced disciplinary action too, didn't you?" "Right, how you're right. Thank you." Zix raised his head, looking at them. "By the way, are you two dating?" Janica started, her face turning visibly red. "No, we're not." Midway through her sentence, she shyly glanced at Ed, who kept a completely casual expression. Ed said, "The kid said that. So do you feel uncomfortable?" He replied in a low voice, "No, I'm fine." Zix asking so rudely is the one at fault. "Ah, is that so?" Zix lowered his head without a second thought to apologize to them. "If that's the case, my apologies. But why did you come all the way here, breaking my room wall, just to see me?" At this point, Ed suddenly frowned. "Right? Do me a favor. I'll repay you later." The scene shifted to a wrecked, ruined room with items scattered all over the floor. Ed bowed to Elter and said, "There must be a reason for someone of your stature to come all the way here. But I think you should ask the school for permission first, and ensure you're received as warmly as possible." "I see. So you're—" He looked at him with a sharp gaze and an oppressive aura. "On that brat Lortell's side. Don't tell me you're that infatuated with her miserable face. You'd better seize the opportunity before you, instead of fixating on gold you might not even receive." Elter scowled deeply. That brat was born with cunning blood in her veins. She's the type who won't hesitate to backstab the moment someone turns their back on her. I raised her since she was a child. No one knows her better than I do. I'll give you double the gold she offered you. Step aside." Ed's face darkened as he replied in a low voice, "Thank you for the offer, sir. I didn't take a single coin to do this. So doubling it, what's the point?" Seeing his hostile look, he said, "I see. You don't care about my words at all." Right after that, the black-clad men in the room drew their swords, surrounding him. Their bodies radiated a plentiful surge of power. Ed glanced around, observing the perimeter. Elter immediately ordered, "Envoy, take him out." The group instantly rushed in to attack. Ed quickly braced himself to run away, but unfortunately, they blocked his path ahead. "Are you guys going to just let him escape?" Right at this moment, a burst of blue light suddenly appeared, blasting the entire group away in an instant. It turned out to be Zix and Janica arriving as reinforcements. "Leave things here to us," he hurriedly told them. "I'll go check the situation and be right back. I'll definitely return the favor later." Janica had also summoned her spirits by now. "All right." Zix smiled faintly. "Wasn't I the one who owed you a favor from the start anyway?" Seeing them, Elter frowned even deeper. "They're just students, but they're no pushovers either. All of you, give it everything you've got." A crowd of people rushed toward the two of them, just like that. Just as he ran out of there, a massive explosion boomed out. He thought to himself, "Right now, I have to find Lortell to demand an explanation about the current situation." But there was no need to look far. Lortell was currently standing right behind Ed on the other side of the door. He immediately asked her, "You couldn't escape?" "Yeah. Let's sneak out through the back door." He turned his face back to look. "Can you still run? Don't fall behind. Run at full speed." As Lortell ran after Ed, she drowned in her own thoughts. Every kind act and bit of trust hides a motive. Even sorrow, the receptionist of the Elter Merchants Coalition, who always joked and swore at Lortell, was just waiting for another opportunity. Lortell carelessly leaked valuable confidential information, or Kadan, the worker at the Elter Merchants Coalition, who was always full of energy in front of Lortell, because she always tipped him whenever she asked for a favor. The reason the Academy's ring-neck parrot kept clinging to her was because the food she fed, it was top grade. All kind acts will definitely come with an underlying purpose. At least, that's the rule of thumb in Lortell's world. Ed led the way ahead, speaking in a low voice. There's probably no time for details now. Basically, Alice sold you out, right? Lortell didn't answer him. She bit her lip tightly and thought, that was my fault, a downright stupid mistake. Janica Felver was raised with overwhelming love and care from everyone around her, so she herself knows to treat the world with those same kind feelings and actions. I'm not like her. That day, she made an offer to Edrot Taylor, and I saw the warmth in her eyes when she looked at Ed. A look that made it clear she didn't need any favors in return. I thought I almost had a chance at a similar relationship, so I revealed the entire plan to Alice. But ironically, someone who hasn't trusted anyone her whole life like me put her hopes in the hands of another, only to receive a crushing failure. Truthfully, no matter how much trust one placed in her, I shouldn't have let go of my former dark, filthy self. I shouldn't have dared to dream that someone like me deserves to live a happy life. To occupy Opilus Hall, I bribed 5 people. Head maid Alice, the twin maids Senny and Kenley, the lower-class student representative Winlin, and the noble Ed. Alice, Senny, and Kenley had teamed up with Elter. Winlin also wanted to join Elter's side, so he wouldn't choose her side. He's just the same. Lortell, suddenly stopping in her tracks, she fell silent and said, I'm sorry. Even though Ed said that out loud, her heart was fiercely resisting at this moment. Why am I saying these things? Why? Because he was an ally. Now I'm not sure if I have enough of those 20 gold coins to pay you as agreed anymore. As you can see, the current situation has taken an unpredictable turn. Why do I keep rambling about surrendering? Just because there's no one left on my side. To her surprise, Ed replied, I didn't ask you. Without wasting words, he grabbed Lortell's hand. There's not much time left. What are you standing there blanking out for? If Elter catches you, you're a goner. We'll worry about the future later. Right now, we need to escape, right? She stared at him blankly, unable to say anything kind or trusting. Ed said in a low voice, Speak up. I know what happened. Lortell thought to herself, there's always an underlying purpose. If you can't see their purpose, absolutely never trust them. I'm certain that's how this world works. Then, she answered him, the coalition headquarters is looking to manipulate market prices. This plan is definitely my father's doing. After the massive monster hunt held in the Eastern Mountains last summer, the price of shields and armor dropped across the board. He hoarded and exclusively sold those shields and armor domestically. In short, it's about controlling the market, isn't it? You don't need to give a long explanation, Ed said bluntly. Lortell was slightly dazed. Huh? Right, that's exactly it. To fund that plan, he urgently needs a large sum of money. He found a high bidder for the sage's sealed grimoire, so he immediately sent me to Sylvania to find a way to steal it. Without waiting for her to finish, Ed already understood. Got it. You don't need to explain the rest. Basically, the market manipulation process involves merchants A, B, and C exclusively hoarding cheap goods and trading them back and forth to spike the prices rapidly. That's the simplest method of market manipulation, because the prices of those goods keep getting pushed up incredibly fast. It makes others look at them and think that at some point, the prices will be so high they won't be able to afford them anymore. Immediately, a thought pops into their heads. I have to buy right now. And if they sell off what they hoarded at this moment, they'll rake in an enormous profit. But this form of market manipulation is built on trust. If merchants B and C sell off goods without letting a know, the price will instantly plummet catastrophically. As merchant A, who sold his bonds to buy up the goods and manipulate them, Elter will be pushed into a corner by this sudden financial deficit, facing the risk of being stripped of his power. And to plan this for years, Lortell bribed countless other merchants to act as Party B and Party C. But only when Elter leaves the seat he holds at headquarters will the 6 major merchants she bribed have the right to trade with each other. Ed tightly held Lortell's hand while saying, You're planning to use the Opilus Hall occupation to cause a massive deficit in the school's budget, doing this to raise the success rate of negotiating the resale of the sealed grimoire. And this exact thing will force Elter to leave the main headquarters himself and compel him to come collect the money he desperately needs. Meanwhile, you'll take that chance to sell off all the shields and armor at the headquarters, right? Hearing this, Lortell was completely astonished. How the hell did he understand every single detail of the story after hearing it just once? He glanced at her. In the end, you only need to do one thing. We have to find a way to send a letter to the headquarters to notify them to proceed with selling off the shields and armor. Lortell frowned slightly. There are messenger pigeons in my room, which is my direct line of communication with my allies inside the headquarters. So you just need to successfully get a pigeon to the coalition and hide out until the transaction concludes. Then the victory is yours. But high chances are, my father has already anticipated this. Tonight, at all costs, he will definitely capture me and force the insiders to confess the entire plan. Ed fell silent for a moment, then stated firmly, "Listen carefully, Lortell. From this moment on, no matter what, you must lay low and not let anyone find you. If I were Elter, I'd have men cut off both ends of the bridge leading to the AIM mountain range. They'll probably be searching. Let's tell the carriage driver at the camp to drive the escaped carriage up to the peak of Aeon, then find a suitable spot, leave the carriage behind, and quickly flee from there. That way, it'll make them think you're on the outskirts of the Aeon range." Lortell fell silent, asking, "Then what about myself? In the northern forest, there's an unfinished camp. You just need to go there and lay low for 3 days. I'll use the pigeon in your room to send a letter to the coalition. I just need to write a brief note to sell. Then your allies will know exactly what to do, right? Yeah, that way they'll understand." Right after that, Ed's eyes suddenly widened, and he hurriedly pulled her body close. "Someone is guarding the back door. I'll take care of things outside, then head to your room. You wait here until they're all gone, then run quickly to the camp." Lortell was completely taken aback by his actions right now. He gives me a perfect sense of absolute security, just like an old friend, acting and resolving everything without a single shred of hesitation or wasted time. For a split second, I actually thought about trusting him and leaving everything in his hands. Ed saw her just standing there, looking at him without saying anything. So he frowned and asked, "Are you still lucid? Why are you suddenly so distracted? It's not like you at all." Lortell stammered back, I understand." In her heart, she thought to herself, "This time, maybe it's better this way." Out loud, she said, "Ed, why on earth did you help me so much?" Even he didn't expect her to ask that. Why ask about that all of a sudden? There is no reason. Okay? I just do what I think needs to be done. With that, Ed opened the door and left the place. The door slammed shut with a loud crash. Outside, the dark sky was quiet, with bright stars shining down. A few crashing sounds echoed through the peaceful night. Lortell just collapsed right onto the ground. Her face turned red, and she gasped for breath continuously. "It's so loud. This sound, could it be from the battle between Alice and Taylor's group? No, it's coming from somewhere closer. Could it be the battle on the first floor? No, it's even closer than that. This is unbelievable. This is definitely my own heartbeat." Scene change. It had also started to rain outside. A freezing cold voice rang out. "Young master, I didn't expect the one coming out of the hall to be you, taking charge of washing the dishes." The maid Senny pointed her sword at him, replying without a hint of fear, "If I'm to consider you the final obstacle, I find it a bit underwhelming. Now, this power struggle is finally coming to an end. The control of all the vibrating ancient runes in the Opilus Hall belong to one person. A female swordsman capable of taking on even the students of the combat department. A mid-tier mage with incredibly precise attacks. Had made Alice. But even so, she still couldn't defeat Taylor McCroy because he was the main character. Act 2, Scene 3. The takeover of Head made Alice. The decisive battle begins. A sword shot through the pouring rain. The sharp blade gleamed under the dazzling lights of the building, swinging powerfully and decisively. The maid Senny looked toward Ed with a piercing, cold gaze. The two of them just stood there in the middle of the silent, rainy night. Ed frowned, calculating, "I'm almost out of mana. I probably only have enough left for 2 or 3 basic spells." Without giving him any time to think further, Senny quickly rushed toward him. With a cold glare and sword in hand, she unleashed a surging purple aura that swirled around her. A slash was delivered with lightning-fast speed, leaving a curved trail of light in the shape of the blade. Ed nimbly dodged Senny's first strike. The tip of her blade missed completely and swung downward. What? He had naturally anticipated all of this. Senny's first strike will definitely aim for my legs. Missing no opportunity, he stomped hard on the tip of the blade with his foot. I know this fighting style all too well. His prediction was so accurate that she lifted her skirt, revealing other daggers concealed underneath. But before she could even touch them, Ed grabbed her hand with force. Being able to predict her actions, he forcefully knocked away all of Senny's daggers. Under his restraint, she could do absolutely nothing. Under his restraint, she could do absolutely nothing. Share ability once a day. You are allowed to share one of your skills with your twin sister. Telepathic Mage tier. Immediately after, she controlled those daggers and hurled them all at Ed at once. He didn't dodge at all, just standing right there. Every single dagger pierced straight through his body. Senny smirked triumphantly, but before she could enjoy it for even a second, her jaw dropped. He still gripped her hand tightly, and despite being injured, his face remained completely expressionless. However, they hadn't mastered this borrowed skill yet, so the punctures from those throwing knives weren't deep enough. Ed bluntly pulled them all out and tossed them aside. He tightened his grip, making her cry out in pain. He used his foot to kick a grenade far away. It's done. All of Senny's weapons have been thrown away by him. They will be here in one more minute. She cried and screamed. I can't let down headmaid Alice. Get lost? I told you not to interfere in our business. Ed said in a low voice, Alice will lose. Hearing that, she glared fiercely at him. What do you know about her? Do you know what kind of injuries she has endured? Do you know what kind of battles she has fought? At this moment, in the lounge, Alice gnashed her teeth, summoning power from the magic cube. A series of small-scale magic circles appeared, firing attacks toward Taylor. A shockwave occurred, and the blinding flashes of light made it impossible to see the opponent's movements clearly. Do you know how many orphans she has saved? I am also one of those children. Ed thought to himself. Honestly, I don't really know much about her. I'm also one of those children. Ed thought to himself. Honestly, I don't really know much about her. I wouldn't have gotten a job like a normal person. But at this moment up there, a violent explosion erupted amidst the raging fire. Taylor, with an incredibly sharp slash, rushed toward Alice. Without being able to earn money to support myself, even if it weren't for her, I wouldn't have survived to this day. Right after that, a massive shockwave occurred, and the entire room blew up. In a quiet night, this sound was sharper than ever. You don't know anything about her. Even though he had heard the whole backstory, it has nothing to do with me. I still don't see any difference. Senny stopped crying, bit her lip hard, and said, I will never forgive you. Why did you choose to side with Lortell? Ed didn't wait for her to finish her sentence before his entire body collapsed, losing consciousness on the spot. The massive explosion caused everything to catch fire. In the heavy rain, columns of pitch-black smoke rose high into the air. Ed thought to himself, it's a pity I don't have any information on the backstories of the side characters. She thought, with things that even I'm not clear about, what am I supposed to do? Anyway, there were originally countless stories that would be buried in the dark forever. If today's damage is compared to the orphans Alice has saved all this time, and weighing the good and evil within her, he dragged Senny into the room with effort, leaning her against the wall. The people who decide to act according to that philosophy right now are the ones most worthy of living. But my direction of action and ultimate goal, ever since I entered this body, have not changed at all. Ed rushed off without a second thought, running through the rain. A system notification appeared. You have defeated Senny, the dishwashing maid. You have unlocked a new skill. Endure injury. Temporarily removes physical damage and negates the ability to feel pain for a certain period. All damage and pain are deferred to a later time. Unbelievable, I actually learned this skill. After that, a small rock suddenly shattered the window pane. He glanced around, observing the room. The luxurious wooden furniture and numerous decorations were arranged in order of usage priority. The desk was piled with papers, and the books were lined up neatly. It fit her personality perfectly. Ed opened a cabinet, and inside, there was indeed a birdcage, just as Lortell had said. Sell off all the backup armor and shields. The carrier pigeon flew through the rain under the night sky. We'll bring Elter's head back. Drops of blood dripped down with each of his steps. Ed, with his body covered in wounds, was trying to drag himself back to his wooden cabin. If it weren't for Tanya and Janica's help, along with seizing a few key opportunities, Lortell would have probably been caught by Elter. Lortell's entire plan would have fallen apart accordingly. But right now, the carriage that Lortell hired must be speeding toward the Aeon range. Elter will have no choice but to give chase. Even if he captures the coachman and forces him to confess that Lortell hasn't left the school yet, before that happens, my carrier pigeon will have already arrived. The plan to overthrow Elter can be considered a success. If everything still goes according to plan, Lortell should be waiting for me at the cabin. Yeah, in front of him, Lortell was slowly stepping out to greet him. Look at me, aren't I cute? What? Ed frowned, as if unable to believe his eyes. Right. I should have realized this when piecing everything together. I was too careless. Lortell was holding a dagger in her hand. The one who is truly the enemy here is none other than you, the precious daughter Lortell. Up until now, only 5 people had been bribed by Lortell, knowing she was the one secretly pulling the strings behind everything. If Elter is eliminated from this chessboard, Alice can only rely on Lortell. Senny and Kinley are loyal to Alice. Winland can still be bribed, just like last time. But looking from Lortell's perspective, Taylor is a variable that cannot be bought with money. If she really intends to eliminate me in this desolate forest, where she can avoid the curious, judging eyes of others, then her plan can be considered a success. The character essence of Lortell Ketchen is the hidden final boss. She will freely control and exploit anyone she can bribe. A true villain. Watching Lortell get closer and closer, I frowned deeply. If you want to stay alive, use your brain. But my body... Right after that, Lortell raised the knife forward. But she didn't stab him at all. Instead, she used it to cut his cloak. To Ed's astonishment, Lortell carefully bound his wound. Why? What made you bring yourself to this state? Let me support you. The rain just stopped, so I started a small campfire. Just warm yourself up with me first. Under the flickering firelight, Ed and Lortell sat side by side, talking to each other. So, did everything go according to your plan? Come on, you're talking to Lortell Ketchen here. Under the flickering firelight, Ed and Lortell sat side by side, talking to each other. So, did everything go according to your plan? Come on, you're talking to Lortell Ketchen here. Probably not, huh? He looked at her with a suspicious gaze. Unaware, Lortell continued, You know what? If this plan succeeds, I will officially take control of the Elter Merchant Coalition. The important thing is, right now, I owe you my life. What do you think? Is that satisfying? Don't you think I'm really cool? Ed stayed silent, tossing firewood into the flames without saying a word. Seeing this, she said, What a boring reaction. But instead of being annoyed, Lortell smiled. Thank you for today. I will definitely never forget it. Once it's done, just remember to give me the 20 gold coins you promised. Of course. Also, I have a favor to ask you. Is there still something else to take care of? Is it about Alice? Her face suddenly turned visibly grim. No, it's not about that. I'll handle that matter myself. I want to ask you about Janica. You're very close to her, right? Yeah, pretty close. She's very kind. She's a senior who is both friendly and talented, so I admire her a lot too. She always cares about everyone and opens up to all. He glanced at her. Yes, so what? Lortell froze slightly for a moment. Then she smiled again. You see, I'm not that good of a person myself. Scene change at the same time at the Opilus Hall. As soon as he received the report from his subordinates, Elter left immediately. He seemed to be completely done playing around at the Opilus Hall. On the side of the battle between Zix and Elter's henchmen, it seemed he didn't contribute much. Zix frowned deeply. I think you went a bit too far, sis. A bunch of people were just blown away like that. Please stop. However, instead of fighting them, what he needed to do was stop his own teammate. At first, a hint of worry flashed across Janica's face. But just a moment later, all the spirits inside her were released. Zix was almost blown away by her power as well. Janica must stop her before someone else gets hurt. What's going on? Are you mad? Hearing his voice, Janica remained silent. Then she turned her head to look at him with a grin. No, I'm not mad at all. After that, morning finally broke. It's tough considering my uniform is completely torn to shreds, so there's no way I can go to class. Zix brought his uniform over. Lend it to me. Then he recounted the situation. The responsibility for destroying the Opilus Hall was pinned on Winland. As for headmaid Alice, who was ultimately captured, she still hasn't uttered a single word about what happened. A key character in the plot prevented Lortell's inevitable death from happening. But up until now, there still hasn't been any response from Elter's side, so it seems the plan was a success. To let the story unfold most naturally, There was no choice but to sit and wait until the carrier pigeon brought back the good news. This incident really took a toll on my health. I let out a tired sigh. My body isn't doing so well. Everything aches all over. Even my daily chores, which are things I have to do, feel like too much. But no matter what, I have to get them done. As for the details of Ed's life skills, intermediate craftsman level, special skills, clumsiness level 13, design level 8, gathering ability level 11, high-level crafting skill. Blank, because high-level crafting skill has been unlocked, priority must be given to developing existing skills. I've chosen the type of skill I want to master. Spirit Formula Attunement, the type of magic best suited for magic spirits, magic, and magical engineering, which is extremely useful for building houses and crafting compact combat gear. To create at least one tool containing a spirit formula inside, this skill will automatically become a sort of instinct. As for magical engineering, if you can completely disassemble and reassemble an item of a certain grade in magical engineering at least once, this skill will unlock. I don't want to waste spirit magic unnecessarily, but right now, at the very least, I should contract a low-tier spirit first. Just then, Janica's voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought. Hi, Ed. The rain stopped, so it's really cool, huh? Yeah. Aren't you going to class today? She familiarly sat down on a small rock nearby. My head hurts and my whole body aches, so I decided to come into the forest to get some fresh air and feel better. Hearing this, Ed asked, Are you sure you weren't injured at all while helping me hold them off? No, not at all. Janica smiled, so much her eyes crinkled. Then she added, Speaking of which, is Lortell okay? Yes, she's resting inside the house. At the same time, inside the house, Lortell sat sunbathing by the window, thinking to herself, the occupation of the Opilus Hall seems to be sorted out, but there's still a lot of work left to do. Convincing former head maid Alice and gradually negotiating to purchase the sage's sealed grimoire. But 3 days have passed, and I'm still waiting for a response from the Elter Merchant Coalition headquarters. Every day, I sit in here waiting, feeling anxious and restless. Even though it's very tedious, I don't want this feeling to stop. Her eyes widened as she looked at the scenery outside through the window. Because every time I'm near Ed Taylor, my heart skips a beat, seeing him hard at work chopping wood. Lortell couldn't help but smile. His pure sincerity and the trust he gives without expecting anything in return make me feel sick. This kind of feeling was very simple for this guy. For Lortell, a girl who had spent her whole life wandering the cold street corners, this was a treasure more precious than gold. And no matter what the cost, she would never agree to share that affection with anyone else, especially Janica felt. Janica's life was already filled with unconditional love from her family and friends. When she saw Janica happily laughing and joking with Ed outside, her face contorted with envy. You already have plenty of profit, so you should share a little with me. If you don't give up on him, then the two of us will have to fight to win him. Coincidentally, that happens to be my specialty. Lortell flashed a sly smile, the kind of smile that usually only villains make. Spending 3 days together is truly a golden, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. First, I'll use my own way. If I pile this wooden cabin full of gold, the thought just popped up, and she quickly dismissed it. No, if I do that, he might think I'm pitying him. Plus, I'm broke right now out of money. Maybe helping him out with some tuition wouldn't be too bad, right? Trying to act as natural as possible. Lortell tried to imagine that scenario, standing there shyly saying, It's not like I'm paying your tuition for you, so don't get the wrong idea. She couldn't help but repeatedly bang her head against the wall out of embarrassment. Wow, why does that sound so cringe? Lortell Ketchen, with a boyfriend count of 0. Just then, another voice rang out. Can you move somewhere else? That's my spot. Hearing the voice, Lortell looked dazed. Lucy, with a sleepy face, slowly walked in. She looked at her indifferently, like a fly, spreading out her blanket and lying flat on the ground, completely frozen. Lucy, what are you doing here? This spot gets the best sunlight. Lortell thought to herself. What is it this time? To her surprise, not even 2 seconds after she lay down, Ed rushed right in and picked Lucy up, then bluntly tossed her out into a small wooden shed in the yard. He turned his head and said to Lortell, Oh, sorry, did I wake you up? Lucy snuck into the house. Consider it taken care of. Kid, go back to sleep inside. Then he asked, Does Lucy come here often? Just treat that kid like a natural disaster or a drought. Lortell thought to herself. So another rival has appeared. She let out a tired sigh. But I still have plenty of time. In the next 3 days, I will even the score. Ed's cabin diary. Morning of the second day. She opened the window, poked her head out, smiled brightly, and said hi. It was completely opposite to Lortell's expectations. But in front of her wasn't Ed. It was Janica. Good morning. Lortell turned back inside the room in dejection. Outside, Ed said softly, "Oh, Janica, you're here." Lortell narrowed her eyes. Looking at Lucy rolling around on the ground, she sighed yet again. It's really hard to get a private morning with Ed. Ed was very busy at this moment, finally done. Completed a new product, handmade bricks. Shaping bricks by putting mud into molds, drying them from the inside out, before using a heating spell to dry them again. Crafting difficulty, 2 stars. Crafting complete. Your crafting proficiency has increased. You have just learned a construction skill. Thanks to your high talent stat, your proficiency points increased more than average. Completed a new product, a brick fireplace. The fireplace is formed by stacking handmade bricks. Although the structure is somewhat unstable since the bricks are held together with mud, it works great for heating. Since it's built indoors, a chimney is required. Crafting difficulty, 2.5 stars. Crafting complete. Your crafting proficiency has increased. I just finished the fireplace left incomplete due to the event at the Opilus Hall. Scene change. A table filled with delicious and eye-catching food skewers. Oh my, it smells great. Did you add basil leaves? Meryl gave me some the other day. You notice just from the smell? I'm pretty confident in my sense of smell, you know. Lortell held a skewer in her hand and said, "Nothing special happened this morning, so for now I'll just assume everything is going according to plan." Ed gently reminded, "Yeah, that's good news, but don't let your guard down." "Of course not. Speaking of which, there's still a ton of unfinished business." She took a small bite of meat, for example, earning the money to pay you back as promised. "And besides, I'm a merchant, so I must pay you the full 20 gold coins. Do you want to receive items instead of cash?" Ed raised an eyebrow slightly. "The first thing that comes to my mind is construction materials, or right, a large amount of magical engineering tools perhaps." Lortell didn't expect him to want this. Magical engineering tools? I'll have someone check the warehouse. If we have them, I'll let you know later. Actually, I'll mentally review it right now. After all, I remember everything in my head. Janica sat nearby, watching them chat, and couldn't help but frown. Just then, Ed turned to her and said, "By the way, speaking of this, I have a favor to ask you." "Janica, a favor for me?" Just then, Ed turned to her and said, "By the way, speaking of this, I have a favor to ask you." "Janica, a favor for me?" Janica was extremely proud. "So, consider me your teacher from now on. Very soon, you'll be able to sign a contract with a mid-tier spirit." Hearing this, his eyes widened. Oh, practicing the spirit bond first, he tried to focus on it. On her hand at this moment, a small bird appeared. "Karis, try talking to Ed." Karis immediately said, "Lady Janica, I told you already, this guy won't do." Ed couldn't help but be amazed. "Oh, I can actually faintly hear what it's saying." The bird continued to speak to Janica. If he wants to learn, he must first have a spirit bond skill high enough to hear spirits speak. Is that so? But I'm sure Ed will learn faster than we think. Karis then talked endlessly. A human, looking back at his daily life, how much time does he spend practicing magic? You know that too, Lady Janica. According to the weekly report at Dex Hall last time, because his food storage is running low, and right now, he's busy focusing on rebuilding his wooden cabin. Where would he find the time to practice anything else? Janica quickly clapped her hands together, dismissing Karis and not letting it speak further. She forced a smile and asked, "Did you hear anything?" Vaguely, it said something about last week's meeting. Janica didn't answer but darkened her face, looking away to avoid his gaze. Right after that, Lortell smiled and approached Ed. "Are you done talking? All right, to wrap up that magical engineering tools discussion from earlier, it looks like our backup inventory has way more than I thought, so it should be enough to supply you." Hearing this, Ed immediately said, "Oh, then could you let me have the budget-friendly ones? Somewhere within that 20 gold coins range." Lortell smiled, so much her eyes crinkled. "A discount? You saying that hurts my feelings, Ed. Besides, the quantity isn't huge, and at the end of the day, that stock is just dead weight anyway. So feel free to take what you need." Speaking of which, she suddenly paused, then looked at him. "It might be a little tough, but if you don't want to take them for free, could you stop by the Merchant Coalition maybe once every 3 days? When that time comes, I think I can sell them to you for dirt cheap. When you come over, we can sip some tea and chat together." Janica blushed with annoyance and pointed her finger at her. "Kid, can't you just give it to him for free? Ed has helped you so much." Lortell nonchalantly replied, "I'm a merchant, and I work very professionally. So, are you making excuses just for the sake of making excuses? What for?" While the two girls bickered with each other, Ed sat calmly, right in the middle, thinking, looks like from now on, I can start learning magical engineering and spirit magic. Just then, another voice rang out, interrupting their conversation. "So this is where you were, Lady Lortell." The young girl May, the new head maid, bowed slightly to her. "Forgive me for abruptly coming here while things are getting intense between you two. Forgive me again for being the bearer of bad news. However, the former head maid has a message for you." Beneath the clear blue sky and the massive sun casting its blinding rays down below, white pieces of cloth fluttered in the wind. Claire put on a serious face and said, "Yeah, this is top secret, so absolutely do not freak out. You cannot repeat this to anyone, and don't look surprised either." She leaned in, whispering softly in Belle's ear, "I think Janica, like said, as an Ed rot tail." Belle wasn't shocked or amazed at all. She thought to herself, "I guess I should at least pretend to be surprised to be polite. Understand, Miss Claire. I guess you're really worried about her. Because of this." Claire, of course, felt extremely anxious. "I don't understand what that thug has that managed to catch her eye. But it's true his personality is getting better than before. As a friend, I'll still support her. But that's not all. Lately, Janica keeps muttering one name continuously. Lortell Ketchen. See? She even copied that tailor guy and skipped the opening ceremony. And just yesterday, she didn't even bother showing up for the first day of class for the new semester. I mean, at the end of the day, romance is basically a game of push and pull. And when it comes to this, Janica is completely clueless. I don't get that guy either. Every time Janica looks at him, he pretends to dodge her. Isn't that just ridiculous? Is he just oblivious, or is he simply a sly wolf?" Belle nonchalantly said, "Maybe he's not oblivious at all, nor is he a wolf. It's just that he's in a tough spot, so he can't even think about dating." Hearing that, Claire got total goosebumps. There's no way. I bet he's riding high right now, gloating over his insane stroke of luck. Just thinking about it gives me chills. Belle didn't say anything, thinking to herself, "You call that luck? A sneaky, crafty cat lurking in front of fish stall, an innocent little kitten trembling in front of a ferocious tiger, and Lucy was just purely a cat." Returning to reality, Belle let out a slightly tired sigh. Ed softly asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, forgive me. Just reminiscing about them for a bit gave me a headache." Lortell then said, "But what exactly did you want to announce?" "I want to deliver a message to Lady Lortell. A message from the former head maid, Alice." Scene change. The flickering campfire crackled, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Janica had just left, and Belle brought Lucy back as well. Even though I found it a bit troublesome, while Lortell was still hiding, her location had been leaked to a certain individual connected to the Opilus Hall. She softly said to Ed, "The uniform has been mended, but it still looks so old, doesn't it? Wearing it temporarily is still totally fine, though." The carrier pigeon finally brought back the news of victory. The proposal to depose the Merchant Coalition Master has been fully finalized. All of Elter's authority has been revoked. The deposition is officially passed, and all members seemed satisfied with Elter's overthrow. A request to report the situation. Now it's time to get ready for school like normal. Lortell held the letter close to the fire. "Now that things have come to this, my dad will probably go to the Merchant Coalition headquarters to demand answers. Even if it's just a desperate struggle in vain. It'll keep him too distracted to remember our business here at Sylvania." Ed asked while adjusting his clothes. "Is there any chance Elter still has a hidden trump card he hasn't played yet? That man is just as cunning as I am, so it's hard to say for sure. But luckily, the succeeding Merchant Coalition Master is on my side. So aside from trusting this person, I don't have much of a choice. The biggest issue right now is Alice. But it seems that matter has been smoothly resolved from here on out." "You mean Alice won't rat you out as the mastermind behind all of this?" Pulling out another letter, Lortell replied, "Yeah, she can't really do otherwise. You see, the arrangement between the two of us was a two-way transaction. From the start, she was destined to lean toward the winning side, regardless of whether it was me or..." The piece of paper that Belle May brought over detailed the orphanages she was providing annual maintenance costs for, along with the contact methods to support the tasks assigned to Alice. Lately, her health has taken a serious hit, but the Academy administration completely ignored the times she was exhausted and complaining. Gradually, she no longer had the strength to work, which meant she couldn't provide for the orphanages. So she used her own life to place one final massive gamble. Thanks to her inherently tough and stubborn nature, no one noticed the struggles she was enduring. Naturally, those close to her understood her thoughts and situation to some extent. She chose to side with me simply because I seemed to have a guaranteed win. It's very difficult to rebuild broken trust, but unexpectedly, she sent me this list instead of a threat. Hearing this, Ed remained silent, saying nothing, only glancing at Lortell. In the merchant world, there is no such thing as sympathy. Make one small mistake, and you'll immediately be treated brutally like an idiot. She knew that better than anyone. But right after that, she pulled back the letter and tucked it away. From her perspective, outing me as the mastermind wouldn't really bring any good benefits anyway. For now, I'll just accept it. After all, in this world, no one is a permanent enemy or ally. But she looks quite comforted now. Lortell slowly stood up. I have to leave right now. Next week, you'll drop by the Merchant Coalition branch to sign the contract, right? Yeah. Ed took a piece of firewood and caught it on fire. Take this, it'll stay lit for quite a while. She didn't take it right away, instead staring blankly at the burning ember. Seeing this, he raised an eyebrow. It's just taking a torch. Why do you need to think about it for so long? It's not that, it's just... Ed, you're taller than I thought. Saying that out of nowhere, Lortell suddenly blushed and said, Things happen a bit in a rush, but if I want to win, sometimes I have to accept taking risky actions. I think, did you know, the nature of human relationships is just push and pull, similar to this tie. Look, it's all twisted up together, right? Lortell gently adjusted Ed's tie. He asked in a low voice, No one has ever bothered to look at me before. Does my uniform bother you that much? She smiled faintly. Well, there's nothing wrong with dressing a bit neatly. After all, we are students of Sylvania Academy. Next, Lortell unexpectedly pulled his tie down. What do you mean by that, huh? The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Under the quiet sky, filled with twinkling bright stars, right next to the crackling campfire, Lortell stood on her tiptoes and kissed Ed on the lips. A few seconds later, she stopped, then touched her lips. The raspberries we ate earlier were really delicious, weren't they? Getting to taste that flavor again makes me very happy. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. There needs to be a limit to everything. Look how flustered you are. Just like they say, nobody likes being pushed or pulled into a relationship too fast. Next time, I promise I'll pull very gently. After all, I need some momentum to push you out of my life, right? Next time, I promise I'll pull very gently. After all, I need some momentum to push you out of my life, right? Taking a few steps, she suddenly dashed off, but because she went too fast, she carelessly tripped and fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Ed felt completely helpless, even though I'm trying my best to stay out of the main character's plot lines. Just as expected, he blushed and let out a sigh. Not a single plan goes smoothly. Every plan, when applied to reality. From his forest, looking up at those stars, they still twinkled. That moon was still shining bright. The chirping of crickets and the crackling of wood in the campfire remained the same as any other day. But I felt the story sweeping me along was drifting further and further away. Even though I tried my absolute best to break free, I could still feel an indescribable discomfort, as if I were being sucked right into the center of this plot vortex. My plan was just to stand on the sidelines, watch the good show unfold, and only affect things that wouldn't change the storyline. Am I being greedy? I just want to get my diploma, practice hard, and grind my stats. But harsh reality tells me that the plan I thought was incredibly simple actually requires a ton of effort to overcome the countless trials and dangers waiting on the road ahead. Just like that, summer came to an end, and in a flash, autumn days had arrived. The autumn sky is always clearer than any other season. Yellow leaves slowly drifted down to the ground. A large red tail slammed hard against the ground. That red-headed fox kissed the young master. Janica sat by the cherry blossom tree in the deep water with her spirits beside her. Kara spoke with indignation. We can't just turn a blind eye to this. Lady Janica, if we don't intervene, then... She looked at it blankly. Wait, what are you talking about? What? The fire dragon chimed in. Yeah, I saw it with my own eyes. It was crazy intense. Youth sure is wild. That red-headed fox girl really knows how to play with a guy's heart. Janica cried out, blushing with anger. What do you mean by that? What do you mean, huh? Are you talking about Ed? How did Ed react? Oh, your question is finally getting to the heart of the matter. From what I saw, that boy was very resistant to that kiss. That girl risked everything to kiss him, yet his expression didn't genuinely waver one bit. His cold reaction honestly surprised me a little. He was way too cold to that girl. Even though I was just watching, it gave me slight goosebumps. I mean, there are two possibilities here. Either that fallen noble guy is impotent, or he just doesn't view that girl as a woman. Janica felt a bit relieved in her heart. Is that so? Thank goodness. The fire dragon continued to ramble. But either way, men might be great at taking the offensive, but they're terrible at defense. In my experience, with people like that red-headed fox girl, the more their target rejects them, the harder they'll cling and burn intensely. This is not good for you at all, Janica. She flusteredly replied. But you just said Ed reacted very coldly. Hearing this, the fire dragon roared in frustration. Are you seriously going to let that red-headed fox steal that kid away? You said you'd teach him spirit magic. Wasting an opportunity like that is just a shame. At the very least, catch him when it's just the two of you and give him a kiss. The Green Panther lowered its voice, cutting him off. Don't listen to that old man, Janica. You are the most beautiful, charming girl in the world. You just need to be yourself. Oh, right? You should show off your innocent side and your lively charm, Janica. Or would you prefer a thrilling, exciting experience with a young master? Janica suddenly blushed. Shyly, she mumbled, feeding each other? Hearing this, the fire dragon and the Green Panther fired up completely, gnashing their teeth in sheer frustration. Sigh. Scene change. Speak. At the wooden cabin, right now while feeding Lucy, her eyes suddenly widened, and then she retched violently. Bleh, this tastes awful. Lucy was so mad that she repeatedly hit him, but he didn't care at all. Right, huh? If I don't add a lot of seasoning, you can't taste anything. She raised her voice reproachfully. Stop using me as a food tester. He thought to himself, looks like I need to improve my cooking skills. While waiting for the materials to be fully gathered, his life skill details right now. Intermediate craftsman level, primary skills. Woodworking, dexterity level 14, design level 9, gathering ability level 12, woodworking level 13, hunting level 10, fishing level 7, cooking level 6, repair level 5, high-level crafting skill. None. Key stats have a massive impact on life skill development. If you only raise one stat, its efficiency drops, so you have to balance things to raise all stats evenly. The problem is I'm too busy. The new school year has started, so, aside from times at school, even if I cut back on sleep, the time I can spend developing survival skills is only about 5 to 6 hours. I might get used to this, but the reason I'm worried about the efficiency of my survival activities is that I need more time to check which direction the plot is headed. Every day at school, I keep a very close eye on key students like Taylor and the 4 heroines in the academy. Taylor belongs to the combat department, so most of the time I can't run into him, but he seems to be progressing very fast. His teammate Ayla is also doing a good job with her support role. The benevolent princess, Princess Fenia, seems to be doing fine, but it's almost time for her and Lortell to have a disagreement, so I need to observe her more closely. Claire doesn't enroll until next year, so no need to worry too much about her yet. I'm observing that precious daughter Lortell as if walking on thin ice. I don't know how Elter's early removal will affect her future actions, but even without Elter, it seems her plan to steal the grimoire remains completely unchanged. The reason why lately I need more time is because it's almost time to kick off the inspection of the faculty building, since the final boss of this second act is none other than. At the same time, inside his room, Professor Glass read the contents of the paper with a cold face. I see. So there was a mastermind behind the Opilus Hall occupation. Frowning, Professor Glass read the contents of the paper, the hand. After that, he said to Assistant Professor Claire Elpin, if you think so, then that's likely the truth. After all, your intuition is incredibly accurate. Glass slowly took off his glasses, but be careful not to forget other important matters, like that sci-fi research essay I asked you to look into, for instance. He looked at Claire with a sharp gaze and an oppressive aura, making her jump in fear. It'll be ready before tomorrow morning, sir. Scene change at the Opilus Hall, the faculty building. Inside Assistant Professor Claire's office. I've gathered all the information regarding the Opilus Hall occupation event right here. She was so tired that her entire body felt dazed. Thanks, Anise. Claire picked up the stack of papers and read through it. On it was all the information regarding those involved in the Opilus Hall occupation. She thought to herself, do I really need to focus on investigating an incident that's already been almost completely settled? I am so exhausted. I am gonna die. Claire narrowed her eyes slightly. But no matter how you look at it, it really does seem suspicious. She flipped to the information page about Ed Taylor. At the same time, at the Elter Merchant Coalition Sylvania branch, Lortell flusteredly said to Ed, "Oh gosh, I'm sorry, Ed. I've been so swamped with work that I completely forgot about the contract. I guess we'll have to reschedule for next week. To make up for it, I prepared some tea and snacks for you. The magical engineering equipment has all been prepared. You can go pick it up at the cashier counter." Ed looked at her a bit blankly. "Is that so? By the way, is your work uniform always like this?" Lortell flashed a thoroughly charming smile. "Since I have an important meeting today, I had to dress up a little. What do you think? An important meeting?" Seeing that he was still completely oblivious to her underlying hint, she felt a bit embarrassed, then laughed it off. "Right, just a personal matter. You don't need to worry about it." Lortell quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. "Is your cabin finished yet?" Ed immediately replied, "It's in the final stages. Then you'll probably need furniture, right?" "Yeah, but the furniture your place sells is all luxury stuff. I can't afford it." She stepped closer to him and said, "Of course I can't give you these for free. Giving away merchandise violates the professional ethics of a merchant like me. Woodworking is your specialty, right?" Lortell used her power to snap one of the chair legs, then bluntly threw it to the ground. "Now this item can't be sold anymore. I'm throwing it away tomorrow." I didn't expect her to pull a stunt like that. "I told you, this stuff is expensive." Lortell said nothing, just looking at him with a smile. How can a person maintain a completely expressionless face like that? Resting her hands on the desk, she sat on top of it right next to him. "I've even taken the initiative to approach you." Lortell gently tapped her finger against Ed's chest. "Or do you not view me as a woman, Ed? I've always viewed you as the man of my heart, Ed." "Exactly what you're thinking. Even the help I'm giving you comes from reasons that are hard to put into words." Hearing this, Ed said, "I understand what kind of answer you're expecting from me." But before he could finish his sentence, she bluntly cut him off. "Oh gosh, I'm not expecting you to reciprocate anything. You know I wouldn't enter a battle I'm not sure of winning anyway. But right now, you still maintain that cold attitude. One day, I won't be the only one unable to control myself." Ed thought to himself, still that ambiguous smile. Whether in an advantageous position or in a perilous defeat. Ed thought to himself, still that ambiguous smile. Whether in an advantageous position or in a perilous defeat. Scene change on the school campus inside the academy. "All right then," Janica excitedly raised her magic wand high. "Let's jump right into the new lesson." Standing opposite her, Ed replied, "Sounds good." Janica gave her wand a light flick, and a flame immediately appeared on her hand. She asked him with a smile, "Do you want to practice focusing on mana and forming a bond first?" Ed stared wide-eyed, blinking without looking away. The flame curled into a vortex, burning stronger and stronger. After that, a brilliant beam of golden light burst from it. "Nice to meet you, young Master Ed." The flame from earlier had formed a fire spirit. "It is an honor to sign a contract with you, young Master." Low-tier fire spirit mug. According to the results of last week's press briefing, based on the proposal to select a spirit to bond with you, I passed the first voluntary round, cruised through the second interview round, performed excellently before the Spirit Council in the third round, and smoothly passed the fourth capability assessment round. I hold the record for the peak free magic practical demonstration category in the Northern Woods. Another thing I'm very proud of is my ability to connect with peer spirits. I myself am already on fire, but I will still light the flame of enthusiasm in my heart to serve the young master with total devotion. I just stood there dazed, staring intently at Mug. In his heart, he thought, while playing Sylvania's failed swordsman, I once obtained a spirit skill. My spirit beast, and I would talk, laugh, and cheer each other on in battle. Over time, a strong bond formed between us. I'm pretty sure the feeling right now is completely different from the feeling back then. He frowned slightly. "Why is this little guy so serious?" Janica replied with a smile. "You asked me to introduce a good spirit. so I picked one with exceptionally high magic power stats among the spirits I've contracted. The selection process consisted of very small, extremely light tests with very, very low levels of complexity. Who on earth set up those selection trials anyway? Well, it was Taken. Taken is that loudmouthed fire dragon. Move your butts, run, you punks. Janica stammered a bit. Here, take it. Ed took mug from her hands, his eyes widening as he looked at it. So warm. Janica explained to him. Can you feel the heat it emits? Once you connect with a spirit through a spirit contract, you'll feel their physical elements and magic power, even when they aren't actively manifesting them. Be careful to only maintain the connection to a certain degree, otherwise it'll get really hot. Remember to control the bond strength, meaning if I control the connection level, the firepower changes accordingly, right? Hearing this, she gave a forced smile. Calling it firepower is a bit weird. Sounds like your spirit is a cannon. Ed, his eyes sparkling, looked at it. This is Mug. Striking a serious posture, it shouted, Please give the order, young master. A literal pocket heater. A bit of info on the low-tier fire spirit. Mug spirit card. Bond level. 2. Spirit formula influence. Good. Recovery blessing. Ultimate move. Briefly increases fire resistance. Magic burst. Basic explosion. Ability to boost attack power for fire magic strikes. New spirit card, none. Next up are the magic capability details. Rank. Magic Academy student. Good skills. Major. Elemental. From this point on, allowed to learn mid-tier magic. Spirit bond, level 12. Spirit empathy, level 12. Spirit summoning, level 1. Sensory sharing, 1. This really is an unexpectedly useful survival tool. I won't even need to waste firewood anymore. Ed thought. Seeing his delighted face, Janica smiled brightly. I'm glad you like it. You always carry such a gloomy, exhausted face. Seeing you like this makes me really happy. If you need anything else, just tell me. Before class starts, I'll teach you the bonding spell and how to sense them. Just studying with me ensures you'll make lightning-fast progress. And if you want to quickly reach the level to contract mid-tier spirits, we have to alternate with spirit battles. I'll make time to reserve a spot in the combat training room. Plus, I have a few tools that can increase spirit bond stability, but I left them all in my room. Mid-sentence, she suddenly covered her mouth. Next time I'll bring them. Hiccup, Ed, Hadempeha. Janica cleared her throat lightly, then blushed and said, Actually, I'm pretty busy. I'm a person with 1,000 things to do, and you know how many people line up begging me to teach them this and that? Humph. So arranging time for you is pretty tough. Taken and Claire's words echoed in her head. You can't just keep being easygoing. You have to play hard to do some push and pull with him. Act snobby. Janica trembled slightly. You simply asked me to teach you spirit magic. Isn't that being a bit too demanding? Hearing this, I nonchalantly said, Yeah, you're right. About that. My bad, Janica. I just took your kindness for granted like it was a privilege I deserved. I really should be paying you tutoring fees. Flustered, he rummaged through his pockets. I don't have much money, but... She gasped slightly. What? Money? What do you mean money? Do you even know what you're saying? Right now you're barely scraping by in the woods, Ed. You have to save it. There's no way I'm taking your money. Besides, me teaching you and you paying me is just incredibly cold. Aren't we really close friends? Doing that makes me really sad, you know? Listening to her ramble on and on, Ed got even more confused. But weren't you the one demanding something in return? Why did you suddenly change your mind so fast? Janica's face suddenly flushed completely red, and she stammered in confusion. Claire said I had to push and pull. No, that's not it, She said my nature is too generous, so I need to practice saying no more often. He nodded in agreement. She's not wrong. Your friend is a good friend. Really, but I'm not like this with just anyone, you know. Anyway, I'll tell you the details next time. See you at the combat training ground. I'll go book the court and let you know later. Janica smiled brightly, waving goodbye. Ed, another accessory. If you need guidance on practicing spirit bonding, just call me. Bye, it's time for my class. Goodbye. See you later. Yeah, bye. After that, the system displayed a notification to him. You have just learned a new magical engineering crafting method. One high-level skill card has been consumed. Ed was currently at his wooden cabin, busy with the items on the table. The magical artifact tech Lortell gave me is so simple that I could decode it almost instantly. Finally getting to learn a truly top-tier skill. Ignite. If the oil runs out, using Mug as a backup works too. And if I run out of mana, I can use the fireplace. Now the air is starting to warm up. My shelter is basically stabilized now. This is enough. It feels like a huge weight has just been lifted off my shoulders. Ed kept busy for half the day, only now looking outside. It's already dusk, the bright moon is out, illuminating everything. Is it this late already? First things first, gotta go check the traps. In the quiet night, with only the sound of trees rustling, done. Since I just ran all the way here, it's pitch black. Never mind, I'll come back tomorrow. Claire walked slowly along the dark path, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt there really is a mastermind behind this whole thing. That Ed Taylor guy, didn't he get disowned by his family? So now he's just Ed? Everyone present at the scene, if they weren't students, were Opilus Hall staff. But Taylor and Ed had almost zero connection to the Opilus Hall. If Taylor, who resolved the incident, is eliminated, then only Ed remains. Claire took a light breath. I heard Ed Taylor often hangs around this northern woods area, which is why I rushed over here. But thinking about it now, unless he's literally living in the woods, he wouldn't be foolish enough to just wander around the forest like this. Right after that, her eyes suddenly widened. A dead deer was being dragged along. Claire quickly hid behind a tree root. Right next to it was Ed, carrying Lucy on his shoulder, while his other hand dragged the animal. She panicked completely upon witnessing this sight. What is that? Judging by the appearance, it looks like Principal Abel. Compared to the great Archmage Clole or the great sage of Sylvania, he's not inferior at all, even if he had to unleash his full capabilities to fight against Lucy Mile. Claire thought, I guessed right. My intuition was completely spot on. The mastermind behind the Opilus Hall occupation is Ed Taylor. Claire hid behind a tree. It was Ed, and that person was Lucy. It really looks like the student Lucy. Claire hid behind a tree. It was Ed, and that person was Lucy. It really looks like the student Lucy. What on earth is going on here? What is going on here? Just like that, Claire stealthily followed Ed back to the wooden cabin, watching him quietly drag the deer and carry Lucy all the way back to the place. He quietly kept dragging the deer, and then laid Lucy back down in her usual spot. He suddenly remembered, come to think of it, I have an appointment tomorrow morning. There's still so much to handle. I should probably go to bed early tonight. Claire hid quietly behind a tree trunk, carefully watching his every move. After Ed went inside the house, she crept into the yard. I have to save Lucy. Real slow, real quiet. Right as she was about to touch Lucy's body, a blinding flash of light suddenly appeared. Claire stood there dazed, not understanding what was happening. What is that? Student Lucy knitted her brows alertly and questioned back. Who are you? Claire gave a forced smile and replied, well, I'm the professor's assistant. Claire gave a forced smile and replied, well, I'm a professor's assistant. Staring intently at Lucy, did she go back to her tent? Lucy turned around, then shot a cold, sharp glare at Claire, her eyebrows furrowing tight, and without saying a word, she flew straight up into the air, leaving Claire utterly bewildered. She softly sighed to herself, just as I thought. Scene change. Inside Professor Glass's office, Claire slammed a pile of items down on the desk. Ed, does the professor know a suspended student named Ed? He expressionlessly said, the names of incompetent, worthless trash aren't worth my memory. Your words are always so harsh, Professor. Well then, Professor Glass, do you know the student Lucy? Do you know about Lucy Mile being knocked out by Ed and left completely defenseless? I was on my way to investigate the anomalies from the Opilus Hall incident, but before I could find anything, I accidentally wandered into the northern forest. Glass slowly glanced up at Claire. Can you just get to the point, Assistant Professor Claire? She quickly continued. So in a way, I succeeded in using the memory projection spell on the first floor of Opilus Hall. Hearing this, he asked, a memory projection spell? Did you have permission? Of course not, but I just came up with a reason for it. You'd better write a report on that. Claire frowned and pulled out a purple orb. I knew you'd say that, so I already wrote it beforehand. As for this, it will definitely provide you with more information. Take a look. The orb suddenly lit up, revealing an image of Ed. Doesn't he look exactly like a crime boss right there? See that look on his face? He is definitely the mastermind. Glass remained silent, not responding to her words, before casually asking, is that all? Like I said earlier, that Ed guy carrying Lucy while she was unconscious was nothing more than him bringing that sleepyhead back to her tent, wasn't it? Claire instantly froze, completely speechless. After that, Glass said, "Go write your report." "Yes, sir." Claire then trudged out of the room. Inside the office, he suddenly noticed something, Inside the orb, an image appeared of Ed sitting amid a total mess, with a few students standing nearby, right? Even this scene was recorded by the spell. Ed intentionally blocked Taylor and his group, but they broke through his defense very quickly. Taylor, born on the paths of the holy sword Alvira, was blessed with a natural talent for alchemy. An ordinary person like Ed stood absolutely no chance at all. Glass assumed as much, but right after that, Ed did something that made his eyes widen in surprise. Scene change. Inside the dense northern forest, a massive burst of flames flared out. A small dagger was embedded deep into a tree trunk. Quest completed. Crafting skill increased by 1 tier. New item crafted. Explosive dagger. The dagger has absorbed elemental essence and is engraved with an explosive spell, which can be triggered within a certain distance. These spells are carved very deeply, helping to shorten casting time and increase skill effectiveness. Crafting difficulty, 2 stars. Elemental essence infused. Dimensional explosion magic, inherited and copied from dimensional fire magic. Magic accumulation capacity. Medium, resonance zone, small. Ed slowly pulled the dagger out. This dagger has been with me for a very long time, even since my first days of survival. It's a good thing I decided to engrave so many spells onto it. Mug raised an eyebrow and said, "The elemental essence has been successfully integrated. Now, the more the master of this dagger uses it, the more effective the skill will become. Young master, you've taken yet another step forward. This is truly a joyous occasion. We must throw a feast. You mischievous mug, let me sing you a song with all my heart, full of joy, a shepherd's song, rewritten from the oral traditions of the envoy." Ed frowned and yanked it up by one of its wings. "Oh, young Master Ed, I am truly sorry. I beg for forgiveness for my unruly behavior. This is so embarrassing, and the most embarrassing part is that I don't even know what I did wrong. Young Master, please tell me my mistake so I can reflect on it and fix it." "Hey, Mug." Hearing his voice, it stopped whining. "Yes, sir." Ed frowned deeply and looked at it, spit it out. "The spirits who left the immortal realm to walk the path of becoming lower-grade spirits will choose to sign contracts with spirit elementalists to ensure their safety and inherit magical power. For a spirit elementalist like Janica, it's completely normal for lower-grade spirits to willingly sign contracts with her. However, something feels a bit off here, doesn't it? What is your purpose in signing a contract with me until you're able to fight? Did you promise someone something?" Mug didn't expect him to be so sharp. It's because he continued to question it. "So, let me get this straight. The two of us already knew each other, right?" Mug suddenly started trembling, and then it burst into tears. "Oh, young Master Ed, how could I dare hide this from you? My respect and loyalty to you are absolute. None of this came from mere admiration, but because a tiny creature like me harbors a grand ambition. Honestly, I am deeply ashamed. If I sign a contract with young Master Ed, I can bask in the pure magical power radiating from Lady Janica. Thanks to that, I'll be able to grow twice as fast as other lower-grade spirits." He let out a tired sigh. "Is there anything else you want to confess?" There is. It's because you've built quite a reputation at the Academy after fixing your arrogant, overbearing attitude and becoming much gentler." Before Mug could even finish, Ed cut it off bluntly. "I get it now. So that's the situation you're in. My life is so hard." It began its sob story. Ever since those spirits were ranked as high grade in the hierarchy, they've enjoyed countless privileges. Not to mention their arrogant, power-tripping attitude, just because they were born earlier than us. He comforted it in a low voice. "All right, stop crying. After all, we're both in the same boat, trying to get through this." "Oh, young Master Ed, but I can't let myself get too lazy. This is comfortable enough for me. If things can stay comfortable, that'd be great." Ed kept busy with his daily routine to level up. Even though his combat skills were still weak, his physical stats had increased to an astonishing degree. "I'm strong enough to hold my own against the top guys now, no joke." The storage was now packed with meat, vegetables, and various spices. He had officially escaped the nightmare of being homeless and starving. It took so much time and effort. I've also managed to memorize the theoretical concepts and core lessons. Cutting back on sleep to study constantly has forced my brain to retain information without needing any natural genius. If I had to describe these past few days, I wouldn't even know how to put it into words. But compared to the beginning, things are clearly much better. While he was deep in thought, a series of calls repeatedly rang out. Ed, hey Ed. It wasn't until the third call that Ed snapped out of his thoughts. Janica stood in front of him, asking anxiously, "Wake up. What's wrong with you?" He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Sorry, Janica, I was just lost in thought and spaced out a bit." "You don't need to push yourself so hard. Hard work is great, but your health matters too." He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Sorry, Janica, I was just lost in thought and spaced out a bit." "You don't need to push yourself so hard. Hard work is great, but your health matters too." At the 3 letters he had received today, the first letter was sent from the Academy, and the second was from the Elter Merchant Coalition. The contents of both letters were fairly unremarkable. The information inside was proof that the underlying storyline had shifted drastically. The school is currently focusing entirely on the events of Act 2 and the negotiations to secure the Sage's Grimoire. Originally, this negotiation was supposed to be a direct clash between the Academy and the Merchant Coalition, but it ended up turning into a 3-way battle between the Academy, the Merchant Coalition, and the Rot-Taylor family. Grafen Rot-Taylor intended to use the Sage's Grimoire for his immortality research, but when things got chaotic, he immediately switched to a negotiation approach. Grafen Rot-Taylor is a boss who only appears in Act 4 of the failed Holy Swordsman game Sylvania, and by this point, assuming he was so powerful that no one could defeat him, he probably would have been cut from this chapter entirely. Ed frowned slightly. If he wanted to steal the Sage's Grimoire, it would definitely be a piece of cake for him. But basically, even without the Grimoire, he was already strong enough to be the Act 4 boss in the original game. Plus, whether the Grimoire gives him useful info or whatever, clearing this act is going to be brutal. This letter not only outlines Grafen Rot-Taylor's movements and expresses suspicion over his actions, but it also includes an invitation for me. Meanwhile, in the Academy Garden, I went to the Northern Forest and delivered the letter just as you requested. Good job, Alvira. At that moment, Fenia was sitting calmly on a bench, with her attendant holding an umbrella over her. Fenia thought to herself, "The leadership of the Obel Academy says Sylvania's financial situation is in a pretty alarming state. I can't just casually support private educational institutions like Sylvania Academy directly. If this keeps up, the Elter Merchant Coalition will get their hands on the Sage's Grimoire." Having the Sage's Grimoire, a historic treasure of the Academy, sold off for money would be an absolute disgrace. That's why he secretly asked for my help. But something is highly suspicious. How did Grafen Rot-Taylor know how to get in on this sales negotiation? Hearing this, Claire replied, "It must have been Ed. That kid probably reported it. He lives on campus, so he must have overheard the rumors. If I were that kid, I'd also do whatever it takes to restore my title and return to my family." But right after that, another voice chimed in, "I don't think so." Lortell walked over to them gracefully. "Can a low-class person like me join you for tea and converse with the princess?" Fenia frowned, looking at her with suspicion. "I didn't expect this. I thought you hated me, Lortell." She quickly said, "Oh my, how could that be, Princess Fenia? If that were the case, why would I come see you to discuss this trade proposal?" Grafen Rot-Taylor's intervention in this negotiation wasn't caused by Senior Ed, but rather because of my father's influence. Fenia looked a bit dazed. "What do you mean?" Lortell said casually, as if it had nothing to do with her. "It seems that right from the start, he requested my father to pay for the contract." "Well, I didn't find out about that myself. Even though my father lost his position as chairman, the plan to seize the Sage's Grimoire will still move forward. The time and effort the Elter Merchant Coalition invested in this deal is highly significant." Fenia quickly followed up, "Then that's strange. After acquiring the Sage's Grimoire, didn't the Elter Merchant Coalition plan to sell it to the Rot-Taylor family anyway? Both sides are interested in the item, so why are the Elter Merchant Coalition and the Rot-Taylor family fighting? Striking this deal is because I have absolutely no intention of selling the contract to the Rot-Taylor family. My current situation is quite unique, and it's best that this business has nothing to do with my father's connections. My current situation is quite unique, and it's best that this business has nothing to do with my father's connections." Lortell smiled and replied, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Princess Fenia will also benefit if she invests in the Rot-Taylor family. As for me, I'll secure the trade contract." That way, it's a win-win situation. Of course, I'm also worried that Senior Ed might get hurt because of this. But perhaps that's just the overthinking of a junior. You're worried about him? He was exiled from the family and lives his own life. So if you mistakenly assume he's still connected to the Rott-Taylor family, that's really unfair. Fenia couldn't help but think, Lortell is actually worrying about someone else? What on earth is going on? On top of that, he has his own agenda, going from person to person, trying to look for help, and asking the authorized side to issue the order. But if he won't even speak up, Lortell asked softly, back then, I had no choice but to use him. Her teacup suddenly rattled, and Lortell's entire body trembled slightly. Deceiving and using him, you say? Fenia had absolutely no idea what was wrong with her. Who dared to be so bold as to deceive and use him? Claire, standing beside the princess, immediately yelled, How dare you speak so insolently in front of Princess Fenia? Lortell said without a shred of fear, Princess Fenia, it looks like we're not on the same side this time, are we? So, let me give you a piece of sincere advice. Don't try to use someone who isn't being honest, or, in the end, you'll be the one getting played. Claire couldn't hold back her anger. Your Highness, let me teach this insolent brat a lesson. That's enough. Fenia frowned and thought to herself, this is so baffling. First it was Ed Rott-Taylor who prefers living like a hermit, and now Grafen Rott-Taylor is connected to the auction for the sage's grimoire. But perhaps the most concerning one is that fierce, proud girl who has never bowed her head even when facing a princess like me. Lortell Ketchen. I wonder if her face has ever shown a single moment of panic or fear. But right after that, Lortell, with a completely bewildered and flustered look on her face, asked, What the hell is this? In front of her was Janica, looking incredibly cheerful. It's Ed, with a gloomy face, saying, Hey Lortell, how have you been lately? Yeah, it's like that. This place is the Elter Merchant Coalition, Sylvania branch. Lortell, despite being furious, had to force a completely fake customer service smile. I'm sorry, I didn't know Senior Janica would drop by, so I only prepared 2 cups of Snow Mountain Orchid rosemary tea. Maybe you can just have some cold water instead. Janica didn't back down either. Sure, I'll take it. Even though I see piles of rosemary tea in the Coalition's warehouse, I guess it's your merchandise, so you can't bring it out for guests, huh? Yes, that's exactly right, Senior. With a tired expression, said to Janica, Give me the mineral water. You can have this tea. Lortell was shaking with rage, but she still forced herself to maintain her smile. Oh, right. You came to pick up the magic engineering tools, didn't you? Yes. Lortell was shaking with rage, but she still forced herself to maintain her smile. Oh, right. You came to pick up the magic engineering tools, didn't you? Yes. Janica picked up each item to inspect them and cried out, There's not a single speck of dust. It looks brand new in the box. Giving away items like this goes completely against a merchant's rules. Lortell smirked and said, Oh my, Senior Janica, you really can't tell the quality of goods, can you? If you look closely, you'll see that the items here all have a lot of flaws. Really? Is it this part right here? Did you break it on purpose? Yeah, pretty much. But whether the goods can be sold or not doesn't matter. What matters is whether they're useful to Senior Ed. Ed said expressionlessly, Well, thank you, but receiving so many things for free feels a bit weird. And I haven't even paid for the last purchase yet. This is already the 4th time. It's totally fine. You could just extend our contract. Besides, this isn't really that much anyway. Janica frowned and interrupted. You must pay it off completely and end this contract as soon as possible. We can just negotiate that between ourselves, right? I guess that's true. While the 2 girls kept bickering back and forth, Ed sat in his spot, his entire body so overwhelmed with exhaustion that he couldn't even make out what they were saying. Once again, that familiar sensation crept throughout his body, making him feel like he was floating in water. I still have so much to take care of, but lately, I've been experiencing this feeling again, making him feel like he was floating in water. I still have so much to take care of, but lately, I've been experiencing this feeling again. I need to make a mattress for my bed. Maybe I should layer multiple pieces of fabric together, then stuff it with lots of cotton, wool, or soft materials to make it cozier. The day after tomorrow, I have to catch a small deer. It's also about time to clean up inside the cabin. Next up is beef jerky for Lucy. His body felt heavier and heavier, and his eyes slowly closed. Ed, Senior. Ed saw Janica and Lortell looking at him with worried eyes. Ed, Senior. Scene change. inside a grand and massive palace. Princess Fenia sat in her room, sipping tea while reflecting. Is it time I admit the way he diligently fishes at the camp, and the way he calmly explained every question in detail throughout the battle with Glaskin? Even though other students say he can only bury his head in his studies, Lortell warned me not to underestimate this man. Maybe the warning I received wasn't even enough. I absolutely have to verify this one more time. To achieve this goal, I summoned him to the royal palace for a meeting. After that, she softly asked Claire, "Claire, is the meeting for tomorrow locked in? What time will Taylor?" Before she could finish her sentence, he frowned and reported, "Princess Fenia, it seems he won't be able to make it to the scheduled appointment." Why? Does he dare defy a royal order? Actually, Edrot Taylor has collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Hearing this, Fenia couldn't help but be shocked. Scene change. The system repeatedly flashed warnings. Condition. Exhaustion. Typical symptoms. High fever from overwork, stomach pain, frequent indigestion, fatigue, dizziness, lightheadedness, blurred vision, difficulty breathing, decreased eyesight, magic side effects, and muscle tension. Rest is required to recover the body from this abnormal state. Ed had finally woken up from his deep coma. He looked around unfocused, breathing heavily. "Man, my whole body feels heavy, and my lower abdomen is burning hot." Then he saw Lucy sleeping peacefully on his stomach, and she was even mumbling in her sleep. "Too salty, just a little bit." Ed frowned slightly. This kid talks in her sleep too. Ed thought to himself, "It seems Lucy isn't as heavy as I thought, maybe even much lighter, making me secretly wonder if this girl is actually human. But I can't move. Lucy looks just like she always does. So the problem here must be my own body, right? I'm completely wiped out, but I can't move. Lucy looks just like she always does. So the problem here must be my own body, right? I'm completely wiped out." Right at that moment, a drowsy Lucy woke up. "I'm hungry." Hearing that, he blurted out, "Have you ever done anything useful with your life besides eating and sleeping?" "Well, welcome back. You're finally awake." She immediately channeled her magic, pouring it into Ed's body. The magic inside you is completely haywire. You force yourself to study and practice magic without taking any rest for months, and now it's finally caught up to you. "So, while I was out, you took care of all this?" Lucy said softly, "This stuff is easy to handle. Though doing it alone was pretty boring, so I fell asleep a couple of times. And it looks like they're about to find out I'm doing this." They meaning those two, Janica and Lortell. "When that happens, it's going to be a real pain. Oh well, this is something I have to do, so they can't really complain too much anyway. Just promise me you won't get sick again, okay?" Ed's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. She fell silent before continuing, "Getting sick is such a drag. Honestly, a lot of people have even died from it." Seeing this, he thought, Lucy can't bring herself to look at me because it reminds her of her grandfather, Clole, who passed away in his sleep. "Thanks, Lucy. Thanks a lot, kiddo." Right at that moment, another voice rang out. "Oh, Senior Ed, you're awake." Zix, a student from the Magic Academy whose hair had grown noticeably longer, added, "I didn't know if the oven inside the tent was safe to use, so I started a fire outside." As he spoke, he stepped inside the room, and the moment he witnessed the scene before him, the atmosphere fell into a dead silence. They just stared at each other, totally speechless. Feeling awkward, Lucy scrambled down from on top of Ed, and without saying a word, she flew straight out through the chimney in the roof. Wait, really? I guess for a grown man, being a bit of a playboy makes sense, and it's not like it's a rare sight. Is this that open-minded thinking of modern society? Maybe my outlook on life is just too narrow and rigid. He just stood there rambling to himself. Ed slowly sat up and asked, "What brings you here?" "Because Senior Janica is busy studying, and Lortell had to head back since she can't leave the Merchant Coalition for too long. As for your hair, well, it's autumn now." Zix started the fire and boiled a massive pot of porridge, then gently began spoon-feeding him. Ed couldn't help but gag. "I can eat almost anything, but I can't stomach this." "Hey, that's the best I can do. If Elka or Claire had cooked for you, it'd probably taste way better. But Lortell strictly ordered that no girl is allowed to cook for you. Let's just check on the current situation like we usually do." While eating, Ed asked, "By the way, did the alchemy students secretly plant some ginseng and cause trouble again?" Hearing this, Zix replied, Alvira was the mastermind behind the chaos. But in the end, Taylor and Clebius quickly handled the thing. Good. So it looks like Act 2, Stage 5, Exploring the Academy, went off without a hitch. I also heard rumors that Taylor's group took down a monster. The creature was hiding in the underground water pipes beneath the academy. Oh, Taylor and I took care of that too. Wait, are there seriously rumors about that? He didn't answer but thought to himself. Act 2, Stage 7. The sewer monster seems to be completed without any trouble either. And now, the only major event left is the price negotiation for the Sage's Grimoire. How long was I out? Counting today, it's been 10 days. Seeing you awake is going to catch everyone off guard, Senior. Ed absolutely did not expect to be unconscious for that long. What? Zix quickly explained, but I can't stay with you today. Right now, Senior Janica is still over at the academy, and Lortell has already left because she's swamped preparing for tomorrow's auction. Without a word, he snatched the bowl right out of his hands, brought it to his mouth, and chugged it down, thinking, I thought it had only been a day or two. I can't believe I slept like a log the entire time. Zix didn't understand why he was acting like this, Senior Zix. Yes, I need to send Lortell a message right now. There's no time left. Right after the day Ed woke up, Act 2, Chapter 10 arrived, packed with major events. The auction for the Sage's Grimoire had finally begun. The attendees included Her Highness Princess Fenia, Elias Kloll, Lortell Ketchen, and if everything played out according to the original storyline, the head of the Rott-Taylor ducal family, Grafin Rott-Taylor, the ultimate boss of Act 4, would also show up at Sylvania Academy. It's so wonderful to see you looking as youthful as ever. Princess Fenia frowned, slowly cutting into the steak on her plate. Even though it happened a while ago, I haven't had a proper chance to sincerely apologize to you. I heard that a notorious bastard from my clan caused you quite a bit of trouble. Word has it you went through a lot because of him, Rott-Taylor. On charges of misconduct, we exiled him in accordance with a royal decree. But once again, I must apologize. Fenia said expressionlessly. It's fine. It's a small matter. Let's not blow it out of proportion. Just as expected, Grafin was there, sitting directly across from Princess Fenia. She thought to herself, Rott-Taylor, sharing the same bloodline as Ed Rott-Taylor, is a grand nobleman, noble, dignified, and wise, ruling over a duchy with absolute power. Just looking at the attitude of his attendants is enough to see how deeply they revere him. But those eyes reveal the truth. This man is definitely a piece of work. Grafin smiled and spoke up. Young lady, are you perhaps the representative of the Elter Merchant Coalition? Lortell, who had been sitting quietly, offered a polite smile upon hearing her name and introduced herself. I am Lortell Ketchen. It is my absolute honor to be here, despite my shortcomings. You must be the only daughter of the Money King, Elter Ketchen. I've heard a great deal about your sharp vision and adventurous spirit. She smiled brightly at him and said, as long as there's a massive profit to be made, we'll go anywhere, no matter where it is. Money is our true leader. Wherever there's the scent of cash, you'll find us. Grafin glanced at her with an evaluating gaze. Is that so? Price negotiation for the Sage's Grimoire. A price negotiation is a method of agreement between businesses regarding the purchase price of goods or services, with a government agency acting as a mediator in accordance with the provisions of this law. Forming the negotiation team, having lunch, reviewing the condition of the grimoire, and confirming the payment method. After holding the auction, above all, whoever places the highest bid will own the book. The Sage's Grimoire is a legendary treasure of Sylvania Academy. The dean didn't want to make this public at all, but due to financial difficulties, they were forced to sell the book. Because of this, Principal Abel Fortius came up with a brilliant plan. In my role as the princess's official verifier of the item's condition, I would continuously drive the price up, while Vice Principal Claire, representing the school's principal, would secretly manipulate the auction. The plan was as simple as that. Right here and right now, whichever side bids higher will win the rights to the Sage's Grimoire. After hearing about this plan, I thoroughly researched past transactions involving similar books. The Book of Arrangement, a volume containing thousands of alchemy formulas compiled by a legendary alchemist, went for 8,130 gold coins. The Book of Sloth, a series of analytical texts on real-world replication magic stored in the Royal Library, went for 6,730 gold coins. The Mage's Journal, written by the great wizard Kloll during his exploration of the desolate far north, went for 7,020 gold coins. Lortell secretly calculated its value in terms of magical inheritance, academic research, and material worth as a high-ticket item. That girl must be, recalling the prices and transaction records of those other books. But the one who would secure this book was Graffin Rott-Taylor. Once the price sheets were submitted, Vice Principal Claire spoke up. "We accept the price you've offered. Thank you very much for your contribution." Princess Fenia stood beside her, thinking to herself, an auction set unilaterally by a single bid with no price ceiling. The key to this rule is figuring out the absolute maximum number your opponent can spend. She recalled Lortell's words during lunch. "As long as there's a massive profit to be made, we'll go anywhere, no matter where it is." From the very start, Lortell had made it clear that her goal here was the profit the book could bring. If Lortell wanted to turn a profit, she wouldn't bid higher than the most expensive book to date, which was 8,100 gold coins. It's incredibly hard to flip a book at such an astronomical price, and even if she did, she'd likely take a loss. If Graffin just wrote a price slightly higher than Lortell's 8,000 gold coin mark, the grimoire would belong to him. Next, Vice Principal Claire held a piece of paper in her hand. "Now, I will announce the bids submitted by both parties. Bid a Graffin Rott-Taylor, 500 gold coins." Fenia calculated silently. "I highly doubt. Graffin Rott-Taylor is the type of person who would come all the way to this academy just to trade for a single book. The real question is why he wants that book so badly that he's willing to pay such an absurd price." The vice principal continued reading. "Bidder Lortell Ketchen, 9,400 gold coins." What? The Elter Merchant Coalition is permitted to proceed with the price negotiation for the Sage's Grimoire. Fenia was completely blindsided by Lortell's move. Wait, wasn't she trying to make a profit? Across the table, Graffin's brows furrowed tightly as well. "Tisk. Let's move to a private room to sign the bill of sale." Very well. Fenia still couldn't wrap her head around why she did it. Seriously, what was Lortell Ketchen's actual goal from the start? It can't be. When they spoke back in the campus courtyard, she had asked with a threatening look in her eyes, "Princess Fenia, we're allies, right?" From the very beginning, Lortell's goal was simply to keep that book from falling into the hands of someone like Graff. No, there's no way she would recklessly take a gamble like this out of some ideal of justice. Even if that were the case, I can only assume Graffin is a sinister man, and despite holding the power of a princess, I can't find any solid evidence. Someone must have requested or ordered her to do this. A mastermind standing behind Lortell, pulling the strings and controlling everything. Someone who knows exactly how dark Graffin Rott-Taylor's true nature is and wanted to stop him. Before this, Lortell had said, "I want to make it absolutely clear to you that the rumors about Ed Rott-Taylor using dark charms are completely baseless. He was exiled by his family and lives in the woods. But even though he gives it his all, doing everything he can to survive to the point of collapsing from exhaustion, he has never stopped fighting against the dark side of the Rott-Taylor family." Ed Rott-Taylor. Thinking up to this point, Fenia suddenly started shaking and dropped to her knees. Seeing this, Claire rushed over to support her. "Princess, what have I done? I push an innocent person into a corner like that." The princess was being consumed by intense guilt. However, her misunderstanding was probably nothing more than a facade. Bill of sale, buyer, Lortell Ketchen, Elter Merchant Coalition, seller, Abel Fortius Sylvania. Transaction amount, 9,400 gold coins. The transfer process will take place 7 days after the contract is signed. Contract details. Lortell smiled, looking at herself in the mirror. "If I resell the Sage's Grimoire to Duke Graffin, I'll get at least 8,500 gold coins, right? I spent 9,400 to buy it, so technically the loss is around 900 gold. But whether I can resell it or not doesn't even matter anymore." She looked down at the letter in her hand with a sharp gaze, which read, "As long as you secure that book, I will grant any request you have, no matter what it is. I'm willing to trade anything." For a merchant, you're making a mistake that is very unlike you, Ed. Getting total control over Ed for just 900 gold. What an absolute steal. Lortell lay back on her bed, clutching the letter tightly to her chest. Anything. She couldn't hold back her excitement at all. If the princess saw this look on my face, she'd probably cough up blood. Scene change, and that's how it went down. Lortell ended up winning the auction. Zix was currently filling Ed in on the news at his wooden cabin. "You should have seen the look on Lortell's face when I delivered that letter of yours." Good thing she was too naive to understand what was really going on. "Yeah," Ed replied expressionlessly, thinking to himself, Lortell has every reason to be interested in me. That girl actually dared to recklessly bet on information provided by a member of the Rot-Taylor family like me. Thinking about what's about to happen, I'm suddenly starting to regret this. Right at that moment, another voice rang out. Ed, you're awake. Before seeing the person, her voice was already heard. Janica dashed over at lightning speed, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and dirt as if she had just materialized from a mystical realm. Seeing her, Zix asked, Senior Janica, it's not even lunchtime yet. Did you run all the way here straight from the professor's building? Panting heavily, she replied, I finished my morning class. I don't have any more lectures today. As for homework, I'll just do it tonight. Ed said softly. Janica, sorry for making you worry. I heard everything from Zix. Sounds like I caused a ton of trouble. Hey, no you didn't. Zix immediately started spilling the details. Well, Senior Janica, you were running all over campus crying, and there were even rumors that you were heartbroken to death. On top of that, back then you even snuck into the Academy's conference room, too. Embarrassed and furious, Janica yelled over him, then summoned her spirits to drag him away. That's a fascinating story, Zix, but it's cold today, so you'd better watch out or you'll catch a cold. Next, Mug suddenly popped out from Janica's side, rushing desperately over to him. Please kill me, young Master Ed. Please just kill me. The despicable Mug, failed to realize early on how hard my young Master Ed was pushing himself. What are you doing, Mug? Weren't you right by his side the whole time? I wanted to apologize right then and there, but Lady Janica warned me not to show my face and disturb the young master. Why do you have to be so dramatic? Zix said casually. You were unconscious for a full 10 days, so it's not really surprising he's reacting like that. Yeah, if I was out for 10 days, I guess that makes sense. Zix said casually. You were unconscious for a full 10 days, so it's not really surprising he's reacting like that. Yeah, if I was out for 10 days, I guess that makes sense. Ed suddenly panicked, his eyes widening. During the 10 days I was unconscious, all my stored meat must have spoiled, and the fishing nets must be completely shredded. He felt utterly exhausted. All my food supplies are completely gone, so I have to start stockpiling everything from scratch. Hearing this, Janica said sternly, Are you seriously planning on throwing yourself right back into work? Don't worry, Ed. I'll help you. Zix smiled and chimed in. I'm pretty free before the next exams anyway. I can help you with hunting or woodworking. Don't worry, Ed. I'll help you. Zix smiled and chimed in. I'm pretty free before the next exams anyway. I can help you with hunting or woodworking. Ed thought to himself. I suddenly remembered, not too long ago, after scrambling to set up a tent using whatever materials I could find in the woods. I slept all alone in the dark, getting bitten by bugs to the point where I couldn't even move. Honestly, there were so many challenges back then, but in the end, I endured and overcame every single problem to survive up to this point. Yeah, he smiled faintly. After all, this method always works. Even so, Janica still felt incredibly worried about him, thinking he looks absolutely exhausted. Right now, she was leaning against Marilda. Do you think so too? Are you sure about that, Marilda? But this is an opportunity, Janica. It's the perfect timing, since that sneaky red-headed fox is busy with the auction and handling other matters, so she hasn't been able to visit the camp often lately. Yeah. Marilda continued talking to Janica. Say what you want, but that fox girl is pretty sharp. There are a lot of things you need to learn from her. Whether you like it or not, if you want to pursue a guy, you need to become a fox. First, just look at your clothes. You look no different from a total country girl. Janica felt a bit self-conscious. Yeah, it's true my clothes are pretty worn out. Perfect. Your friendly, lively personality is really blossoming, but that innocent charm is still there. Those are exactly the traits that drive men crazy. Just act like you don't care, keep a cool face, but use subtle actions to charm him. Is that really enough, honestly? Also, roll up your sleeves. Right, just like that. Tie your hair back, too. It gives off the vibe of a devoted, hard-working wife who stays right by his side, even through the toughest times. Your friendly, lively personality is really blossoming, but that innocent charm is still there. Those are exactly the traits that drive men crazy. Just act like you don't care, keep a cool face, but use subtle actions to charm him. Is that really enough, honestly? Also, roll up your sleeves. Right, just like that. Tie your hair back, too. It gives off the vibe of a devoted, hard-working wife who stays right by his side, even through the toughest times. She looked at her with sparkling eyes. Developments? No, never mind. Tell me, Janica, what's your plan when you go to the camp to help him this afternoon? How do you intend to approach him? I don't really have a plan. Marilda stayed silent, staring at her with a sharp, frustrated gaze, wishing she could just knock some sense into her. Soon after, a loud roar echoed through the area, startling the other animals. What's going on? Lady Marilda is throwing a fit. She was absolutely furious. How long do you think it'll take before that ice-cold brat falls into a vulnerable position like this again? Look how fast he's handling everything. A situation like this definitely won't happen again, right? Do you honestly think you'll easily get a second chance like this in the future? There's no way to guarantee success more than becoming someone's companion during their absolute darkest hour. Capitalize on this moment to be his most passionate supporter, helping him through his crisis, even if it seems selfish, even if it makes you look like a total fox. Janica quickly tried to calm Marilda down, but I actually did think of an approach. Just hear me out first. Oh, that's actually pretty interesting. It was late at night. The soup that Janica cooked was a world apart compared to Zix's pot of soup. Ed thought to himself, I should probably learn how to cook too, but first, I need to focus on recovering my strength. She's helping me out so much, so I can't keep showing up in front of her with a gloomy face all the time. But if I'm not fully recovered yet, there's not much I can do. That dizzy, lightheaded feeling washed over him again. He just lay back down on the bed, his eyes slowly closing. Yeah. Right at that moment, Janica's voice drifted over. You look so tired. Seeing her, he asked, You haven't left yet? What is she trying to do? She just smiled, then stepped inside. I'm not planning on doing anything. He didn't understand why. Since it was so late, she wasn't heading home and was just sitting here, doing nothing at all. You don't need to force yourself to pretend you're not tired. Once your body is completely exhausted, your spirits will drop too. It's the same for everyone. I know you work harder than anyone else. You know, whenever I'm tired or having a rough time, I always receive care and help from so many people. But in the end, what truly makes me stronger isn't someone rushing over to comfort or shield me. It's just having someone quietly stay by my side without saying a word. You've been working so hard, haven't you? You've done a wonderful job. Hearing this, he said, No, you really don't have to go this far. Janica frowned slightly. You just need to admit how hard things have been for you, and then you can truly rest in comfort. Just admit it, Ed, you're exhausted. Exhausted? He let his head drop onto the pillow. Yeah, everything's been so tough. He suddenly went quiet for a moment and gradually drifted off to sleep. It was always exhausting, an absolute struggle. It was now morning, and the gentle sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Ed slowly sat up, looking around blankly. She saw that Janica was still there, fast asleep, right beside his bed. Unable to help himself, he let a smile slip out. My body has completely recovered. Life skill details. Intermediate craftsman rank. Primary skills. Dexterous woodworking LV. 10. Design suite LV. 9. Gathering LV. 12. Woodworking LV. 13. Hunting LV. 10. Fishing LV. 7. Cooking LV. 6. Repair LV. 5. High-grade crafting skill slots. Elemental fusion. High-grade crafting skill slots. Magitech. Magitech is the fusion of magic and modern technology. High-grade crafting skill slot Magitech. Skill Mastery 2. Magitech Comprehension 3. Crafting Speed 3. Gentle Breeze Generator LV. 1. Mountain Sound Echo LV. 1. Autonomous Sonic Craft LV. 1. Remaining items under analysis. Ed thought to himself, I barely accomplished anything major on my 10-day plan, especially researching Magitech. High-grade crafting skills deeply impact core stats, and their versatility completely eclipses standard skills. The current problem was that self-studying Magitech had its limits. Most Magitech blueprints were rewards for main quests. So for someone like him, who always tried to avoid messing with the main storyline, getting those rewards was going to be a bit. But if you paid attention, you could see that Taylor wasn't all that interested in Magitech. That was highly likely, because even with the blueprints in hand, he hadn't made any useful Magitech items. The crafting materials didn't line up, and making them required gathering incredibly rare items that only popped up in the second half of the story. But my situation is completely different. Right then, a voice called out, What are you lost in thought about? Because here, there was someone who could source any material, no matter what it was, even if she belonged to the rival faction. And that was none other than Lortell, who was currently sitting right in front of him. I'm really glad to see you back on your feet. I was so worried, Ed replied. Same here. I'm glad to see you doing well. You look great. What, believe it or not, I'm actually completely exhausted right now. She sighed and stepped closer to him. Do you have any idea how hard it is to fix my tan skin and damaged hair? With that, Lortell sat down beside him. You must have been incredibly busy going all the way to the northern forest like that. One thing's for sure, you need a rest. And there are a few things we need to settle too. Now that Elter has been ousted, it would be pretty weird to keep using the name Elter Merchant Coalition. So I plan to rebuild the coalition into a corporation and restructure the business system. We need someone to take charge of HR, assets, business operations, and foreign trade. I'm looking for the right person for that position. Ed didn't say a word, just silently staring at her. Lortell suddenly smiled and asked, Are you interested? Waking up every morning to walk to corporate headquarters, the two of us right next to each other with only a single partition between us. Your benefits will be massive, and you'll have free reign over the Elter Merchant Coalition. I'll even share my personal assets with you, as if the two of us were. Oh my God, why did I just add those unnecessary details? Lortell blushed and let out a few laughs. Right then, Ed finally called out to her, Lortell, you're acting really weird right now. Her mood instantly tanked when she saw his skeptical eyes. You don't know anything. What? Lortell suddenly pulled her hood up over her head and said, I know exactly how I feel. You're probably thinking, why is this girl doing this? I can't make such a major decision. It's basically taking advantage of a young girl's feelings. You're thinking something like that, right? You probably want to keep our relationship safely in the friend zone of work. Hearing that, Ed raised an eyebrow. Not exactly, but you don't understand. In a world where hundreds of gold coins can easily change hands just like that, if we don't betray them first, we're the ones who get betrayed. What do you think is the ultimate thing I need after living my whole life in a society like that? It's someone who will never betray me, someone who is always by my side. As she said this, Lortell smiled and looked at him, gently placing her hand over Ed's. Someone who will never betray me. Even if I wake up one morning and all the wealth and fame I've built have come crashing down, even if the whole world turns its back on me. Some people think that kind of person is called family, some think it's a lover, and others think it is soulmate. But to Lortell, a merchant who has seen it all, it's the thought that one day she might fall into that exact same situation. He looked down at her small hand, which had always lingered in that terrified young girl's heart. Lortell kept going. I'm not asking for anything more or less than this feeling. You just need to stay by my side, okay? Ed stared at her blankly. Lortell dropped the smile and said, Be serious, Lortell. Hearing that, she laughed out loud. It didn't work at all. What a shame. I was almost there. He frowned slightly. Your pitch was way higher just now. You were clearly trying to play me. You mischievous brat. I'm human too. You know, I get sad and angry. So, how did you feel just now? Did I make your heart flutter even a little bit? I even put on this charming face. Your heart should have skipped a beat. Ed bluntly shot back. Yet too bad. Still, her face instantly went pale. You know, it wasn't all a lie. The room fell into dead silence. Ed finally spoke up. My plan is to graduate from Sylvania Academy. Between now and then, I have no intention of leaving this school. I haven't even decided what I'm going to do after graduation yet. Lortell suddenly stood up and said, Fine, I can wait until you graduate. But you do realize you don't actually have a choice, senior? She pulled out the letter he had sent her before. You should have jumped on this golden opportunity immediately. I'm really glad we got to talk after such a long time. Ed let out a tired sigh, thinking to himself, thinking about what's ahead. I feel like I just made a huge mistake. It feels like a weight is pressing down on my chest. Lortell quickly left the area, telling herself, I was so close. Now you're mine. I was planning to spill my whole heart out before wrapping up the conversation. But the look on his face threw off all my plans. If I didn't leave right then, I definitely would have shown a totally miserable face. But the look on his face threw off all my plans. If I didn't leave right then, I definitely would have shown a totally miserable face. Maybe I should just leave it in the bushes. Right at that moment, the door to the wooden cabin swung open. Janica stepped out, still groggy. Ed? Oh, right. He went to the river. I should probably find something to eat before he gets back. When the two girls spotted each other, one coming from the direction of the river, the other walking out of the room, they both gasped in shock. Why are you coming out of there, senior? Then why are you coming from the river? For Ed, this was the absolute beginning of a massive disaster. After that, beneath the crystal clear blue sky, Mug's voice echoed through the forest. Your meat and vegetable intake today is way too low, young master. You absolutely must get a proper meal tonight. Even your fluid intake is lacking. Ed was busy splitting a pile of firewood, giving only a half-hearted reply. Yeah. Mug was incredibly worried about him. If you pass out again, I think I'll literally die. Please, for the sake of this humble servant, stay healthy. I want our contract to last a very long time. Are you calling me out right now? But no matter where we go, the corruption of this society still exists. I am sorry, Mug. He pulled 3 letters out of his pocket. So thanks to Zix and Janica, I've stocked up on enough food and firewood. Thanks to Lortell, I've finished the house interior. The only things left on my mind are the 3 letters I received before passing out from exhaustion. One of them is from Lortell, a warning to watch my back, because nobody knows what Elter's next move will be. Another is a personal letter sent by Princess Fenia regarding Graffin's actions. The last letter is from the Academy, but the sender is a total shock. It's actually Professor Glast. He left me a note saying he wants to meet with me face-to-face after the meeting. But unfortunately, I blacked out, so I couldn't make it. Now I have no way of knowing why he called for me yesterday. Professor Glast is the final boss of Act 2, and the final chapter of Act 2 has officially begun. I still remember the details of this final chapter pretty well. Professor Glast always believed that only a few exceptionally gifted individuals could change the world's destiny. To resurrect the greatest sage in history, since Sylvania, he researched a type of forbidden ultimate magic capable of changing and resetting the world order. To complete this magic, he needed the sage's grimoire. But Sylvania Academy fell into Lortell's trap and sold the book away. Desperate, he decided to steal the book, intending to transfer the soul of the sage Sylvania into Ayla's body to become the pioneer ushering in a new era of progress. This is quite literally the story of a madman. But Taylor showed up to rescue Ayla, overcoming every trap in the underground aqueduct, the secret lab, and the soul library. When his entire plan got ruined in the most unexpected way, his final words before falling for the magic tower, even though he only cared about developing the academy and even sacrificed his entire life to scout exceptional talents, those final words were, "Were they again? I totally forgot. Were they again? I totally forgot." Looks like she regained consciousness. Ayla, stay away from me. She and another person were locked in a cage, with a monster staring them down from the outside. Right? The monster under the underground canal is pretty terrifying, huh? Ayla screamed in terror. This is all your fault. Why did you do this? I hate you. Rot Taylor. He looked at her calmly. Isn't this a bit much? Both of us got kidnapped, including me. Act 2, final chapter, Glass Invasion begins. 3 days ago, at his wooden cabin, Ed was busy assembling the stuff Lortell brought over. Even though I finished all the leftover tasks from those 10 days, unfortunately, I didn't get to train at all during that time. The attack on Glass must have started. Too bad I didn't get a chance to upgrade my Magitech stats. To keep researching Magitech, I need more materials. Wait, I remember. There's a highly effective method to boost Magitech stats. The final phase of the battle with Glass takes place across 4 locations. Among them, the hardest spot is Phase 3, the Secret Lab. The boss of this stage is the terrifyingly powerful spirit of the female librarian, Ja. She's so strong that without the Holy Sword ritual, she's incredibly difficult to take down. But that was originally the main character Taylor's problem to solve. I was only interested in the records kept in the Soul Library. That place holds all kinds of valuable Magitech blueprints. If I remember correctly, there are at least 20 types and even 2 recipes for legendary Magitech items. It's too risky, but if I have a companion. Looking back at Janica, standing behind him, it should be fine, right? Cut to Sylvania Academy, where L is in Class 3 and Ayla is in Class C, both highly likely to be picked for class in next semester. Our Academy's current class has a ton of outstanding talent. Glass stood at the podium, speaking clearly. Even if you join mid-semester, your learning process won't be interrupted, so you don't need to worry about that. There's so many top students. Class A used to have only 3 people, but next semester it'll probably be 5. During Professor Glass' entire tenure, Class A didn't even exist. Ayla's combat ability might not be high, but rumor has it she's incredibly sharp when it comes to celestial magic. Right then, Zix suddenly stood up, catching Lortell's attention. "What's up?" he bluntly asked. "I have a question, and I'm not sure if I should voice it." Can we really divide classes based solely on talent? There are still plenty of students with massive potential, like unblown flowers that only bloom under certain conditions through their own hard work. Hearing this, Glass's face darkened as he asked, "So are you saying I am belittling and misjudging their efforts by ignoring them and letting their studies stall? Is that it, Zix?" He stared at him blankly, then didn't say another word. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Actually, the best way to ruin a person's life is to intentionally find their hidden talent and bury it." Lortell let out a tired sigh, thinking to herself. Before entering Sylvania Academy, the professor conducted a background check on everyone. His bias toward talent, which makes him somewhat conservative, is probably because of his daughter. Mori, Professor Glass' one and only daughter, was a pure mage. Still, he placed way too many expectations on her. From a parent standpoint, that's completely normal. But Mori felt those expectations didn't come from father, but rather from Professor Glass, the dean of the magic department. And because of that mindset, she joined the Noble Invasion when she was still very young. Later on, because of that, word as Professor Glass started becoming obsessed with specific types of talent. Most of his lecture time at Sylvania focused on researching esoteric magic, also known as the forbidden ultimate magic. But looking back at his past, it's very clear that what he was chasing wasn't that ultimate magic itself, but the very person who invented that ultimate magic, the individual considered the genius among geniuses throughout history, the great sage Sylvania. But maybe the reason he wants Ayla in Class A is to serve as ultimate magic research. Right then, he suddenly brought up her name. As for Lortell Ketchen, actually never mind. This doesn't involve schoolwork. Move along. I'll contact you later. She had obviously guessed his intention. It was about the sage's grimoire. How unfortunate. That book is a critical document for researching ultimate magic. But whatever the old man says now is useless. Sooner or later, the secret formula in the grimoire will be mine anyway. In Ed's class, the instructor this time was Assistant Professor Claire. That's all for today. The phase where the grimoire's secret formula gets leaked was drawing near. Ed calculated silently. It's risky, but I still have enough time to finish the plan. The key to this plan is sticking close. I have to shadow Taylor's path from Phase 1 to Phase 5 to rescue Ayla and collect all the items he leaves behind. I've even compiled a list of essentials to bring along, especially for Phase 3, to grab all the Magitech items from the Soul Library. Magitech item, Eye of Clole, temporarily boosts magic power and mastery of all related techniques. Magitech item, Black Hourglass, reverses all physical states back a few seconds. These items all hold insane power. Still, these things are incredibly hard to gather, and most can only be crafted in the later parts of the storyline. So either way, they wouldn't help Taylor at all. I'll be the one keeping them. Plus, I'll observe Taylor's development in Phase 5 and then head back to the cabin. After that, his plan will be complete. The day the secret formula in the Sage's Grimoire is used will be the day Glass's attack happens. I told Janica that something was lost down in the underground aqueduct, so the two of us had to go down there together to find it. I thought she hated dark, cramped places, but no, for some reason she seemed even more eager than before. Maybe she's just worried about me, but either way, it's making me super self-conscious. But with this companion by my side, my plan has become flawless. Right then, his train of thought was cut off by a voice calling out, "Excuse me, Student Ed." Claire looked at him a bit blankly. "Professor Glass is calling for you." Professor Glass, Assistant Professor. Huh? I heard from Janica that her recent visits to the cabin were because of this. Tomorrow is the day the Grimoire's secret formula gets leaked. Why does it have to happen right when I'm this busy? Ed frowned slightly and replied, okay. A few days ago, I passed out, so I couldn't reply to his letter. But I didn't expect him to reach out to me again. It must be something really important, right? Later, at Professor Glass' office. "Why are you here?" Ed completely didn't expect Ayla to be here too. "I haven't even done anything yet. Isn't her reacting like that a bit much?" Man, even though my relationship with Rot Taylor over the past 10 months hasn't had a single good second, and he even aimed a bow and arrow at me afterward. Both of them had their own thoughts, but the important thing was that this girl, Ayla, who was supposed to be kidnapped before Glass attacked tomorrow, was standing right here. And why was I summoned too? Don't tell me. He suddenly realized something and flipped over the pile of papers on the desk. No records, research notes, or magic books. Nothing here could change the future. Ed looked at the paperwork in a panic, finally finding the sheet with his own information. If it's related to Rot Taylor, it's only this. Could this be a report from Assistant Professor Claire after she tailed me? If so, Professor Glast likely knows what I plan to do at Opilus Hall. But what does that have to do with the current situation? Ed's eyes widened, and he frowned, pulling out his dagger. Ayla, witnessing this, had no idea what he was doing and screamed at the top of her lungs. Pulling out his dagger. Ayla, witnessing this, had no idea what he was doing and screamed at the top of her lungs. Glast slowly walked inside. Professor Glast, please save me. He has a knife. Unexpectedly, not only did he not help, he even activated offensive magic. Ayla is celestial magic. Time prison. Her body was immobilized by its power. Right at that moment, Ed's dagger flew straight toward him. Glass saw the symbol carved on it and was caught off guard. What? A massive explosion went off right there. He grasped the situation incredibly fast and reacted flawlessly. Did you look through all my research materials in just that short amount of time? But it's strange. How could you possibly know my intentions from just those few documents? He slowly stepped forward, while Ed quickly hid behind the desk. Is it really necessary to pressure me? Don't you just need Ayla's affinity for celestial magic, Professor? You've got what you wanted. There's no need to cross me. Plus, I'll keep my mouth shut about this. Professor Glast heard this and said, I have my purpose, and everything is for that sake. So do not look down on it. He frowned slightly, thinking, can you at least explain? This has gone too far. Instead of dodging with vague words and telling me, don't look down on this. Don't look down on this, huh? Honestly, even if I manage to escape from here successfully, Professor Glast won't let it slide, and it'll probably mess up the plot even more. Plus, if I get kidnapped here, I'll likely get locked in the secret lab along with Ayla. Just like that, he's basically driving a plot express bus straight to the stage where, should I just let myself get kidnapped like this? Seeing him stop hiding and stand up, the professor asked, oh, are you trying to force my hand? Or have you already come up with a plan? Actually, it's not all that bad. Glass continued using time prison to suppress Ed. The papers on the desk were now scattering all over the room. He slowly walked over to him. Ed Rot Taylor. Assistant Professor Claire had spoken to him before. At first, I was skeptical, but it's unbelievable that he could achieve these results while living in the wild. It's like his day lasts 48 hours. It's unimaginable how much sweat and effort he had to put in to achieve this. Glast said expressionlessly, what you're saying right now is vastly different from the assessment you gave not long ago, Assistant Professor Claire, because I didn't think his academic performance would be this outstanding. Looking at his combat style through the crystal ball, it's safe to say Rot Taylor's fighting spirit is extraordinary. However, that's clearly the fighting style of the week, thoroughly analyzing opponents and using every dirty trick available. You can only call that effort, not talent. The look on his face doesn't show an ounce of anxiety, which reminds me of something I lost in the past. The daughter who swore she would make her father's name proud in her own way. That memory is flashing back again. While he wasn't paying attention, Mug slipped out of Ed's body. It quickly left the academy grounds and flew away. Mug flew straight toward the northern forest, heading to his wooden cabin. Inside the small cabin, Janica was currently busy cooking a massive pot of soup, completely unaware of what was happening on his end. Ed, you're getting home a bit late. And to conclude my magical exploration of the southern continent, after personally exploring every corner of the world, I suddenly realized magic still holds countless truths I've yet to comprehend. That title of a great mage is nothing but an illusion to me. My master Sylvania, who passed away at a very young age, left behind the image of a youthful girl in my mind. Looking back at those dark days now, I realize just how many ups and downs I've been through. The grief that once consumed my heart has gradually settled over time since the day you left me. But that memory is now just a portrait painted in colors of nostalgia. Still, for someone who has lived this many years, sometimes I just can't stop that old wave of emotion from surging back. It's the regret over things long gone that sometimes drives one mad, blurring natural perceptions and even flipping reality upside down. I can't deny that, at times, a desire to see Master Sylvania's face again wells up inside me. But once something is lost, nothing can bring it back. It's a tragedy for those left behind, who must carry on by themselves. For that reason, you must stay strong. This is for you, granddaughter, the most important girl in my life. The final words of this book, I I dedicate to you. Lucy. Magical Exploration of the Southern Continent. Excerpt from Cloel's words. Ugh, I miss you so much, Grandpa. Cloel felt it clearest when death drew near, and more than anyone, he accepted it peacefully and passed away. So his granddaughter could do nothing but see him off one last time. Will there be a day when all past trauma is healed, or when even the deep-cut scars fade away? The only thing that could make her forget that lingering longing was the blissful feeling of holding a massive bag of beef jerky in her hands. The only thing that could make her forget that lingering longing was the blissful feeling of holding a massive bag of beef jerky in her hands. She glanced over at Janica, who was standing there cooking the massive pot of soup. Beside her was Mug, flapping his wings and saying something. Immediately after, Janica's body surged with a powerful wave of energy. Seeing this, Lucy frowned slightly, not understanding what was happening. Cut to Trix Hall, main meeting room, where the buyout ritual for the secret seal was taking place. The scholars were going to sell the sage's grimoire to the merchants. Only the representatives from both sides arrived to sign the deal. Among them, only the delegation leaders drew the most attention. Lortell Ketchen, the interim head of the Elter Merchant Coalition, and Abel Fortius, the principal of Sylvania Academy. She narrowed her eyes, silently sizing him up. Same age, same vibe, but compared to that guy, he's still nowhere near. Graffin Rot Taylor. After the auction for the grimoire ended that day, that man came to see me and demanded that I hand the book over. Hand the grimoire over to Graffin. I was planning to do that from the start, Enan, so there's no need to worry about that anymore. Still, the amount of money required if he wanted me to turn my back on Princess Fenia was 12,000 gold coins. Even though I set an absurdly high price. Agreed, I'll bring the money right away. He was still willing to accept it. And furthermore, have you heard the news that Elter has sent a band of mercenaries straight to Sylvania? I'm saying this for your own good, so be careful. Don't make any mistakes this time. Even though he's an unpleasant, scheming guy, it doesn't really matter. The information he provided about Elter was very useful, and besides, I already sold the book. The preparations were considered complete. Professor Glast, acting as the witness today, had finished erasing the official ownership of the book from Mr. Abel Fortius, representing the Elter Merchant Coalition. President Lortell, please step forward to confirm the new owner of the book. Lortell thought to herself, now I've made a massive profit from this book. No, more accurately, it means having total authority over Ed. She couldn't help but let a smile slip out. But immediately after, a surge of purple energy mixed with black suddenly appeared. A magic circle, without anyone realizing when, had activated beneath their feet. It was so violent that both Principal Abel and Lortell had to back away. It didn't stop there. A swarm of monsters crawled out from inside the magic circle. Principal Abel quickly cast a shield to block them off, while Lortell stared blankly toward Professor Glast. The book he held in his hand. The grimoire, a blinding flash of light, enveloped his body. Witnessing this scene, she couldn't believe it. He disappeared? My chance to claim Ed. Even though Ed Rot Taylor wasn't involved at all, the story was still popping up with endless obstacles. Act 2, final chapter, the total subjugation of Glass begins. At Professor Glast's secret laboratory. Oh, Taylor, Ayla screamed in terror. Why are you here? Get away from me, you disgusting creep. Oh my God. Ed paid absolutely no attention to her reaction, thinking to himself, by now, Glast must have secured the book. But another strange voice rang out. Shut your mouth. If you keep screaming like that, the sewer monsters standing right in front of you are going to wake up. A heavily built man stood outside, looking at them. Behind him was a massive monster. He was Kung, the astrology researcher. You should consider yourself lucky because Professor Glast ordered us to use the two of you as test subjects, since you both still have utility value. Ed asked him expressionlessly, is that so? Seeing this, Kung said, you keep your cool pretty well, but while I review the test results, I'll still be keeping an eye on you, so don't even dream of pulling anything. He sat down in a corner against the wall and thought, what else can I even do in this situation? I'll just wait here. Taylor will lead a team to raid this place. The library section that Taylor passed through must have been destroyed. Over there, I could have gathered all the Magitech blueprint copies from countless spellbooks to complete the quest. But now I can't do a single thing, absolutely nothing. The only thing that bugs me is how perfectly everything is playing out. Ed glanced over at Ayla, and I'm stuck in the same place with this girl. She was so scared her face turned pale, her mouth constantly screaming. If you take one step closer, I'll scream. I swear. Don't come over here, or I'll bite my tongue. I really mean it. Does this face look like it's lying? Who would even want to mess with you? If I wanted to hurt you, why haven't I done anything this whole time? If he looked at it from Taylor's perspective, he could somewhat understand how Ayla felt right now. She was still highly on guard against him. Liar. You're Ed. Your words can't be trusted. Ed growled tiredly, saying, stop talking nonsense and sit down. We just need to wait patiently. Taylor will definitely show up. Ayla suddenly teared up, looking at him with eyes full of hatred. Taylor? You think you have a right to call him straight by his name like that? Why wouldn't I? I'm sorry for what I did during the entrance exam, but I had my own reasons. And the truth is, I did contribute during the battle with Glaskin. Even if you don't trust me, you have to trust Taylor. He will definitely come save you. Ayla couldn't believe what she just heard. An apology? Taylor actually saying sorry. He let out a tired sigh. Right at that moment, Mug came flying in frantically, crying hysterically. Young Master Ed, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Is your hand scratched? Were you weakened by anti-magic? Is your vision still good? Are your sense of smell and hearing affected at all? Can you still feel your fingertips and toes? Do you feel exhausted or sore? Are you dizzy? Is your heart rate abnormal? Right at that moment, Mug came flying in frantically, crying hysterically. Young Master Ed, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Is your hand scratched? Were you weakened by anti-magic? Is your vision still good? Are your sense of smell and hearing affected at all? Can you still feel your fingertips and toes? Do you feel exhausted or sore? Are you dizzy? Is your heart rate abnormal? Instead of scolding it, he gently patted Mug's head. You silly thing, where have you been all this time? But it's impressive enough that you managed to find this place. Ayla suddenly asked him, is that a spirit? You know spirit contract magic? As of the beginning of this semester, your basic magic skills were still terrible. None of your business. He thought to himself, finally, someone I can actually talk to. She frowned and kept going. If that's a spirit, it can send an SOS signal outside. We can ask a student or a professor who can sense spirit presence to come to our rescue. Hearing that, Ed glanced at her. I don't need any more variables like that. Mug immediately spoke up. No need to worry, young master. Even though I, Mug, can't guarantee your safety, I am incredibly well trained to send emergency alerts in situations like this. He looked at it, slightly surprised. What? It took me about half a day to get here, sneaking past the monsters and golems. Heading back from here will also take about half a day, meaning a total of 2 days have passed since that day. But I still remember that face clearly. Lady Janica, even in a total rage, was still beautiful. Turns out a cold anger really does exist. Not only that, but that fox-faced merchant girl, and also the little witch who always wears the magic hat, very often come to the cabin to discuss collaborations. With a force of this caliber, we basically have a whole army of millions. Rest assured, the rescue team will be down here very soon. Just sit tight and wait. Mug laughed out loud, extremely proud of himself. But contrary to its expectations, Ed wasn't happy at all. Instead, he gnashed his teeth in pure anger. That absolute idiot. Huh. Seeing this, Ayla couldn't help but chime in. Edrot Taylor, why did your face suddenly drop? What on earth is wrong? He didn't answer them, standing up instead, then using all his force to hurl Mug outward. Hey, you standing over there? Hey, whatever researcher you are. I changed my mind. I can't stay here anymore. I need to get out. Ed kept shaking the cage. No, I have to get out of here right now. I'm not joking with you. Kung flusteredly told Ed, if you keep shouting like that, the demons on the other side are going to wake up. I'm telling you, if you don't let me out, the ones in the biggest trouble will be you guys, not me. Hearing his threat, the man smiled. Look at that, the truth finally cracks. Turns out you're just a mediocre student. Watch your mouth. Ayla also didn't get why he suddenly flipped out. Why are you suddenly panicking like this? You said if we wait here calmly, Taylor will come to the rescue. SFX, whoosh. Right after that, Mug pulled out a ring of keys and handed it to him. Just as you said, Master, your situational judgment is truly lightning fast. I don't know how you knew the exact location of the keys, but with your detailed guidance and decisive actions. Without waiting for it to finish, Ed bluntly cut it off. Let's get out of here. He thought to himself, These people always do unnecessary things. He managed to unlock the cage door just like that. Right when Ayla was about to step out after him, it suddenly slammed the door shut again. You. He glared at her. Shut up. From now on you only answer yes or no. What? There are all kinds of different monsters outside, kept for research purposes, along with cursed magic tools. Basically, this is highly dangerous. From now on, you must follow my orders. If they find out I'm not here, just say I escaped. That way, they won't harm you. Besides, if you drag that injured leg of yours along with me, you won't get far anyway, right? But Ed, what about you? All right, don't argue. Do you agree to do as I say? Ayla, despite having a million things she wanted to say, could only obediently stay there. Yes. Good. Then stay here calmly, don't move. Saying that, Ed immediately ran out of the area. I'll handle this. Unpreventable sudden events. These are all small variables. I can confidently find a way to solve this. My stats have all increased significantly, so the information I've gathered up until now should handle most of the obstacles. Still, there are variables that cannot be independently controlled. Janica or Lortell joining the battle too. I think I have a way to handle it. But also, even the little witch who frequently visits the cabin wants to cooperate. No matter how many hours a player puts into this game, even the most high-skilled gamers wouldn't be able to find a way to defeat that absolute powerhouse. Bad ending number 27, Lazy Lucy. But because that event wouldn't happen unless it was intended by the player, I'm barely worried about these things. Meeting all the necessary conditions will definitely trigger a bad ending. The initial condition after the event occurs is that Professor Glast and Lucy Merrill cross paths. I absolutely must find a way to stop Lucy from coming here. At Sylvania Academy, Zix was currently busy working out. Hearing a noise, he called back. What's the matter, Taylor? Taylor was completely out of breath, but still strained to say, please help me. We have to go save Ayla right away. Act 2, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. Final chapter, Phase 1, The Pursuit of Glast. Taylor, who had let Glast escape from Trix Hall, was asking Zix for help. He would soon lead his comrades to chase Professor Glast down into the underground sewers. The route of the final chapter scenario was very familiar, but currently, Lortell was at Trix Hall, Janica was in the sewers, followed by the spiritual library, and below that was the monster research area, where Ed was currently located, and at the very end was the central laboratory. Reversing these routes was a very interesting experience. The monster research area is usually a very troublesome zone because Kung releases all the monsters, but since we're going backward, the monsters are still locked up, and we can easily pass through. Fortunately, the encounter between Lucy and Professor Glast would definitely lead to a terrible ending, so we have to hurry. The issue was that Ed was currently hiding behind a door. In front of him was the spiritual library. There a girl was surrounded by a sphere, the one governing this place. Rena, the librarian managing the Veiny Soul Library. He tactfully sneaked inside. I've already gotten used to Jaw's patrol routine. Even if I have to fight, I know a few strategies to deal with. But that librarian Jaw is meant to be Taylor's EXP. The further it goes, the more enemies will appear that can only be defeated using Taylor's swordsmanship. If the main character Taylor hasn't trained enough, clearing the dungeon will become difficult. Act 2 is the stage where Taylor needs to grow more, especially learning the necessary skills. The resurrected demon of the sewers, and the one providing the most EXP, must be defeated by Taylor's own hands. Because of that, during this trip, I just need to carry a few necessary magic tools and sneak out. Box C, Lightning Generator Tool. While Jaw is hovering around the room, take the opportunity to grab a few good items. Next is the one-way light dimming device. Return it to this spot once the job is done. What a shame. After that, Mug whispered to him, if we make our move right now, she won't notice us, young master. Phew, all right, let's get out. Unexpectedly, before they could even move, the library shook violently. Ed frowned, wondering, an earthquake? I don't remember any event like this happening. It didn't stop there. A surprise attack launched straight toward him. Ed was completely taken aback. Turns out Rena had detected their presence. A loud shout echoed. Damn it. 30 minutes before the earthquake, a man, after seeing the monster summoned by Professor Glast, was so terrified that he couldn't move an inch. Right at the critical moment, the monster suddenly froze solid. Then the reputation of this Sylvania Academy will be completely ruined. In a meeting that gathered all the key personnel of the Academy, they actually let the grimoire get stolen. Looking over to the other side, Principal Abel also quickly handled the remaining ones. It's taking a bit of time, but I'll take responsibility for retrieving the grimoire. Can you wait a moment? No matter what Professor Glass' plan is, the outcome won't be good. What do you mean by that? With the current situation, we must at least let the president know the truth. Inform her about the 3 taboos. Do not bend the laws of the world, blur the flow of time, or reject the boundaries of human fate. Those are the 3 taboos. Pursuing immortality, resurrecting the dead, and reversing time. Lortell frowned slightly. Could Professor Glass be trying to resurrect the dead with holy magic? If so, Principal Abel didn't need her to finish her sentence. He quickly understood. You want to ask if I'm crazy, right, Lortell Ketchen? But I'm genuinely curious. Everyone always says he's brilliant and will drive this world's progress. Yet he's the one frantically worshipping and admiring the great sage Sylvania, the daughter, Mori, whom he believes died tragically because her talent was too unremarkable. Principal Abel lowered his voice and said, if he really can complete the holy magic to resurrect the dead, who do you think Professor Glass would bring back? Hearing up to this point, she didn't catch his drift. Right then, the room door swung open. We have a huge problem, Principal Abel. A few minutes ago, Taylor pursued Professor Glass, who is fleeing toward the sewers. According to witness statements, not only was the grimoire taken, but students were kidnapped as well. Ayla Kais, a first-year student from the magic department, and Edrot Taylor, a second-year student from the magic department. Hearing this, Lortell gasped in pure shock. A sudden roar echoed out. Senior Ed was kidnapped? As for this noise and shaking, Principal Abel is the greatest mage of this era. He promised to bring back the sage's grimoire. If he takes action, Ed will definitely be saved. Therefore, waiting here is the most rational move. However, anxious, she snatched the binoculars from someone else's hands. After that, Lortell ran toward the door to get a clearer view of the situation. This sound and shaking were coming from the direction of the sewer entrance. In the middle of the dense forest, a massive dragon was continuously roaring, unleashing a barrage of blazing sparks. If you look closely, you could see Janica standing right on top of its head, crying uncontrollably. Lortell said in a low voice, I'll go too, Mr. President. Seriously, the president keeps acting so cold like this. I'll have to go retrieve the grimoire myself. Leave some necessary personnel for the negotiations. The rest follow me. Lortell Ketchen joined the fray. She was an alchemist whose combat power was recognized by the Alchemist Society. Dorothy, the leader of Alchemy Group 53. Dorothy's combat power even gave the combat department students a hard time. In fact, top figures from the alchemy department, like the first-year Elvira or second-year Norden, often came to learn from her. But during her first year, Dorothy didn't stand out much at all. Therefore, Professor Glass, who recognized her true talent, was a true benefactor. Dorothy believed Professor Glass must have had some reason to act so drastically. Even though she didn't know his exact intentions, she was determined to fulfill the request to guard the sewer entrance. However, Dorothy couldn't stop shaking. I really can't do this, Professor. The fire dragon spirit, along with Janica, was currently standing right in front of her. She spoke in a stern tone. Answer me. Where is Ed? Dorothy was so terrified that she had completely passed out. Janica leaped down from the fire dragon's back. I told you it was this way. Yeah, it's not like we have to listen to anyone this time. Let me see. So, at the second fork, turn right, then turn left, then left, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, left, right, left, left. Oh, my head. Right then, she finally realized who the person who just fainted was. Oh, this person is Dorothy, the leader of Alchemy Group 53. Could it be my fault? At least I should cover her with something. Right after that, Lortell's voice suddenly rang out. Oh, is that Senior Janica? Lortell, along with a group of people, was standing right nearby, her face unable to hide her anxiety. Speaking of Janica Failover, among the top students of each year, aside from Lucy, she possessed the most impressive strength in Sylvania. She might tear down the entire sewer system and do everything possible to ensure Ed's safety. So what then? Lortell imagined a scenario where Janica, after rescuing Ed, carries him up and says, Ed, I came to save you. You're not hurt, right? It hurts a lot, doesn't it? I was so worried. Are you okay? Let's go back together. I already cooked dinner back at the wooden cabin. Ed would blush and reply, Janica, you're the best. Getting kidnapped out of nowhere was really terrifying. Next, the two of them wearing wedding attire, locking arms. As expected, there's only you, Janica, let's get married. Do you want a boy or a girl? She quickly cried out, no way. Lortell had the ability to assess any situation calmly. But if Ed was mentioned, that calmness seemed to vanish entirely. She smiled, walking closer to Janica. Senior Janica, I heard Senior Ed has been rescued. It's unfortunate news, but Ed seems to have been severely injured when he was kidnapped. He's lying on a hospital bed and keeps asking for Senior Janica. Right now, he's inside that wooden cabin. What did you say? Lortell thought to herself. I'll save Senior first, after I'm done tricking Janica away. However, hey, why are you suddenly telling me this? Janica looked at her with eyes full of murderous intent. I rushed over here the moment I heard Ed was here. Up until now, I've only been around the entrance. How could Ed have been rescued already? I was the first to arrive. How could I not notice? Janica, who seemed indifferent to everything, was highly proactive when it came to matters involving Ed. Lortell gave a forced smile, saying, never mind then. Now is not the time to joke around, But that crowd over there, are those the high-ranking staff who came to look for Ed? Oh, I forgot that crowd of high-ranking staff aren't exactly the fighting type. Quite cowardly, actually. No, I mean dangerous. Hearing this, Lortell grew irritated, thinking, damn it, why does she have to be spot on with every single word? It's true that they're dangerous. Janica kept talking. Initially, I asked Lucy for help, but she just yawned as she walked, completely ignoring everyone and just doing her own thing. So I came alone too. The two girls glared at each other with hostile eyes. But this was essentially just a daily routine. That's right. Now is not the time for us to argue about the fact that there are no other rivals left. Right? Everyone, wait here. Lowe softly ordered the crowd. No need to say more. In that case, I'll go search the east side. Lortell replied. Yes, I'll search the opposite direction. The most important thing right now is to quickly go rescue Ed. Therefore, I'll be the one to rescue Senior Ed first. Just watch. Meanwhile, back at the spiritual library, Rena had discovered the presence of Ed and Mug there. Seeing the whole room shaking violently, he didn't understand what was going on. An earthquake? On the other side, who will be the one to rescue the endangered Ed first? Seeing the whole room shaking violently, he didn't understand what was going on. An earthquake? On the other side, who would be the one to rescue the endangered Ed first? A blast of magic struck down directly from above onto Rena, catching her completely off guard. Ed and Mug quickly hid in a safe corner. Let's hope that was just an earthquake. Rena was now completely motionless, slumped on the ground. A sleepy yawn then rang out, and tiny Lucy was sitting on top of the rubble, groggy from sleep. So boring. So I came to rescue you. The battle is already over. Under the glowing red sunset casting down from the distant horizon upon the world below, the silhouettes of two men could be seen discussing official business. The man turned toward Abel, looking worried. Are we really just going to let this go? Abel looked just as bewildered. It's dangerous, but this will be a good opportunity for the students to grow. Flowers usually bloom brightest after the leaves fall, after all. The man questioned, but is it really necessary to push them this hard? This is clearly the most brilliant golden age in the history of the Sylvania Academy. The man said, reminiscing about the current student body. How brilliant it is. Truly the most exceptional class the Academy has seen in this era. This year's students are a rare generation of talent. Number 102 in the history of Sylvania. Thinking for a moment, countless prominent examples flashed through his mind, reinforcing the credibility of his argument. Every student is an elite, harboring infinite potential capable of working miracles. If anything happens to them, how can we possibly take responsibility? Abel tightly squeezed the handful of leaves in his grasp. Is that so? But I have a feeling someone is warning us. He clenched his fist tightly, a look of deep contemplation on his face. The upcoming trial will be a fierce storm, and only the most exceptional talents will be able to stand firm. Though it is difficult and dangerous, this is a challenge for all of them. It was getting dark, but the sky seemed to want to hold onto the sunset. In a simple house, smoke billowed from the chimney, like a black hole appearing over the distant mountains. It was like a cosmic black hole, deep and endless. A voice spoke up in refusal. No way on the ground appeared. Someone was freezing up. A boy held his forehead, looking regretful. No way, that can't be possible. Lucy looked at him with hopeful eyes. Do you have any beef jerky left? The boy held his head and frowned. There's none left at all. Seriously. Hearing this, Lucy looked a bit disappointed. I guess I should find somewhere to catch a nap for a bit then. Seeing her actions, the boy immediately chased after her and called her back. You can't, Lucy. She found the whole situation baffling. The current situation is completely chaotic. Judging by the time, Janica and Lortell should have already entered the sewers. I need to get there now. All of them, with their current growth rate, are completely capable of defeating all the bosses in the latter half of the storyline. Therefore, skipping a boss like Professor Glass wouldn't affect the plot progression, as everything remains under control. But the problem lies right here. If Lucy encounters Glass, a bad ending event will be triggered. Ed frowned and held Lucy back. Hey, don't go anywhere, just stick close to me. Lucy asked curiously why. Ed warmly recalled his memories with her. Because, during the hardest times, what gave me strength was your silent presence by my side. Ed's face finally turned serious. What is it, Lucy? You're very strong, and being with you makes me feel safe. Even if you don't have to do or say anything, just having you by my side brings me peace of mind. Lucy turned to the side, bent down, and sniffed. Is there really no jerky left? Seeing that Lucy cared more about beef jerky than him, Ed looked a bit jealous and raised his voice. Stop it with the jerky already. Please. Just stay by my side until we get out of these sewers. Then he suddenly crossed his arms and lowered his voice. If you want to go out, I'll take you. But before that, I need to handle a few things. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I agree. In return, I also have a request. In a flash, Lucy was now on Ed's back. He grit his teeth and ran forward, thinking to himself as he ran. Now, I have to head back the way we came. After gathering what we need from the Soul Library and finding Janica and Lortell in the sewers, we'll temporarily leave this place first. Sweat was already dripping down his face. Lucy still didn't forget to ask about the whereabouts of her favorite snack. No way, is there really no beef? Ed replied helplessly, it's all gone. Outside the building was the glittering sight of a pack of dragons. How massive and terrifying they were. Suddenly, someone's hand reached out, radiating a blazing energy. The fire energy engulfed the entire space. The fire burst skill leveled up. The mana perception skill leveled up. This was the pure joy of grinding levels. Looking anxious, the vast experience from the monsters kept pouring in like a waterfall, setting it ablaze. Somewhere around here, there was a hidden barrier, an extraordinary ability to sense mana, and a sharp judgment that had been personally recognized by Professor Glass. Unlike Janica, who excelled at communicating with spirits, Lortell had a natural talent for finding paths. Always boasting and bragging, but completely silent now. Suddenly, Lortell realized that she genuinely wanted to help others right now. An invisible bond, one that money couldn't buy, was gradually forming. Lortell placed her hand against the wall, looking pensive. She sighed. That feeling is exactly like that day, the sound of a heartbeat. This was the image of her fighting in the tribe. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Oh, Lortell, there you are. Her face showed quite a bit of surprise. Senior, clicking his tongue. Ed looked at her, carrying a lot of gear on his body. I was kidnapped, Ed said as he carried Lucy while managing a bunch of items on himself. He spoke to Lortell. Thank goodness you arrived just in time, Lortell. Help me carry these scrolls. They're too heavy for me to hold all of them. Lortell looked at them in astonishment. What is this? These are all advanced crafting recipes. Her face grew increasingly bewildered. Oh no, more importantly, Senior, weren't you in danger? Yeah, it was really dangerous back then. Ed hesitated, but everything has been taken care of. He turned his head and called for Lucy. Seeing Lucy and Ed together, Lortell looked annoyed. This is dangerous, really dangerous. How could she get so close to Senior like that? It's infuriating. I can't stand it. She thought about a heated mental image. Janica Failover is just a timid girl who doesn't dare to do anything. Yet, I've tried my absolute best just to get close to Senior. Memories from the past flooded her thoughts. That night on the way back, I almost burned down the entire forest just because I was thinking too much about Senior and dropped my torch. See, how can Senior just casually stand there acting all intimate with another girl right in front of me? Lortell took the stack of scrolls from his hands, her heart boiling with anger. Hold on to these crafting scrolls for me. If the shop can prepare the materials, I'll stop by to pick them up. If you want to sell anything, just say the word. Consider it payback for all the help you've given me. The price is negotiable. Lortell looked at him and cried out, "But, Senior," she thought to herself, "I have to take this opportunity to push all my rivals away and regain the upper hand." Stepping in close all of a sudden, Lortell whispered, "Please, Lortell, who else can I count on besides you?" He ignited the fire of anger within her all over again. "This is too much. Even at this point, you still dare to ask me to do those kinds of things." Lortell's ears were very sensitive. "Who else can I count on besides you? I'm so grateful to you, truly." Suddenly her face brightened with excitement, her eyes lighting up. "Or, Senior, do you need a receipt for everything too?" But inside she thought to herself, "I'm such an idiot. Why can't I control my emotions?" Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, making both Ed and Lortell curious. "Lady Lortell." He looked as if he had just run a long distance to get here, his voice completely breathless. "I finally found you. The situation is extremely critical. Everyone must absolutely stay on high alert." The group went off to search together. Clebius, the top freshman in the combat department, panicked. "Is it really necessary to go this deep inside? It seems pretty dangerous. Shouldn't we just head back?" Alvira, the top freshman in alchemy, shouted in anger. "There you go talking nonsense again. Aren't you planning on saving Ayla?" Clebius immediately shot back. "I never really liked Ayla Kais that much in the first place. Why should we risk our lives for that Ed Rot Taylor guy anyway? I'm really sorry, but I absolutely must save Ayla. Please." Alvira, the top freshman in magic, spoke up. "You know Ayla is a good person. We've already come this far. Don't give up halfway." Clebius watched as someone pointed a finger up, exclaiming, "Oh, hello, Ael, the self-proclaimed prophet." Ael raised her finger, narrowing her eyes. "I sense something unusual up ahead." Her prophecies, though vague as if catching a mere glimpse into the future, were often terrifyingly accurate. Ael narrowed her eyes. "I have a gut feeling that our opponent this time will be extremely powerful." Suddenly from afar, there was a blazing fire and frantic screaming. I didn't know. I really had no idea. From the very beginning, there was no plan like that. It was just a momentary impulse. Please spare me. I beg you all." A girl was lying on the ground. Ael looked curious. Is that Anne, I wonder? Or did we veer too far to the right? What's this? A glowing dragon appeared. Janica waved her hand in greeting. "Hey there, juniors." The people above waved back. "Ah, Senior Janica." This feeling was unforgettable, a fear deeply rooted in their subconscious rising up, their reasoning paralyzed by terror, leaving only warped, fearful thoughts. "Though we aren't sure we can win, we will do our absolute best." Seeing the expressions on their faces, Janica panicked. Everyone, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Or did I do something awful to Claire?" But she just suddenly fainted on her own. "Ael, stop Taylor. Taylor, calm down, calm down." Taylor shouted resolutely. "Get out of the way. Even if the chances of winning are slim, I absolutely must save Ayla." "Stop it." The space in the room suddenly went dead silent, as a voice called out while he looked lost in deep thought. "Ed Rotilo." Janica ran up to him, cupping his face to check his wounds. "Ed, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Standing to the side, Lortell looked utterly displeased at the sight. Meanwhile, the young boy next to her looked equally furious, calling out his name. "Ed Rot Taylor." "Alvira, and I already know exactly how Ed fights. With just a few basic spells and a bit of archery skill, he once blocked the three of us all by himself. And now that his ally is Janica, on top of that, he has become significantly stronger since the incident at the Awfulest Hall." The group worried. If it were just Senior Janica alone, we might have been able to get past her. But now that Rot Taylor is here, our chances of winning are zero. The crowd thought highly of Ed. There's absolutely no hope at all in this fight. Someone placed a hand on his shoulder, along with the words, "Go, Taylor. Ayla is waiting for you. Go stop Professor Glass. Taylor, it's time for each of us to do what needs to be done. Leave the script to you, and I'll handle the variables. From now on, the hunt is mine." The report from the Merchant Guild staff, like a ticking time bomb, finally exploded. The mercenaries hired by the Golden King Elter have infiltrated the academy. The guy who was supposed to be miserably defeated with no chance of making a comeback in the mid-boss lore of Act 2. The Golden King Elter had failed sooner than expected and in a completely unpredictable way. However, unlike the original story, he had successfully escaped. Lortell knew very well that Elter was plotting revenge. Yet, the image of Lortell from the past stood before the crowd. Everyone, follow me to the sewers, just leave a few people behind at the academy. The old fox had seized upon her oversight. Almost the entire merchant guild force had been deployed here. The informant continued. The headquarters is completely unguarded right now. We have to go back immediately. I've acquired quite a few blueprints for magic engineering and magical tools. They might turn out to be more useful than I thought. But if I had to pick one thing, the ultimate thing to help me survive in this world, if you were to ask what that best thing is, it would definitely be information about the future. The scenario unfolding before my eyes consists of 5 acts in total. And right now, we're at the final chapter of Act 2, the Great Battle against Glass. Act 2 is coming to an end. So keeping everything running according to the script remains the top priority. If Elter is the mid-boss of Act 2, then he has to disappear within this act, just like in the original story. I'm going to take down the Golden King Elter. Someone muttered a name? Jick, immediately receiving a reply. Yes, Senior, just so, just keep heading straight inside and you'll get there. As for the specifics, we can ask Ayla after we save her. Taylor was stunned when he heard Jick mention this. In the end, it's the kid himself, the protagonist, who has to put an end to this damn script. Only Taylor, after learning all the special skills and fully developing, can face that person in the final act. Inside the sewers, there was still a lot of work to be done. Later, when the magic tower summoned by Professor Glass casts its dark shadow over the sky and pours down horrific magical rain, there will undoubtedly be many casualties. And then, countless other brutal trials lie ahead, challenges that human strength alone can hardly overcome. The boy turned his head, looking back as he listened to the advice. Hang in there, I don't think I need to give you a long-winded pep talk. The group moved forward together, right? They chatted as they walked. The goal is the ultimate reward. He's definitely targeting the Merchant Guild to silence them, because selling that magic tool set so cheaply, along with what happened at the Trick Hall, made them suspect you were up to something. All right, let's head to the academy, first to report the mercenary infiltration. Janica turned to Ed and said, Wait, Ed, you seem to be in a huge rush. Sorry, Janica, but we don't have time. Janica sighed. Here we go again. Janica shouted. Everyone, going there will be very dangerous. Her scream caught the attention of Ed and Lortell, both turning their heads. Janica asked him, Are you planning to go face the Golden King Elter? I'm not entirely sure what happened, but you were just kidnapped and only recently managed to escape. She spoke with a deeply worried expression and an upset tone. Just the other day, he fainted from pure exhaustion. Besides, this is Elter's business, which frankly has nothing to do with Ed. I don't want you getting hurt anymore. Ed took those words to heart. She's right. It really has nothing to do with me. But I can't exactly say that I need to personally handle a massive variable like Elter just to give myself peace of mind. In front of Janica, he turned his head to look at the two of them. Well, fortunately, to catch the Golden King Elter, we need Lortell, myself, or Janica to go along. I'll just use that as an excuse to drag them both into this. Now, Lortell even agreed with Janica. Senior Janica is right. We shouldn't make Senior risk his life for our own selfishness. It's best if he stays put to recover. Lortell and Janica stood close together at this moment, as if there were no distance between them at all, completely in sync in both body and soul. Ed stood there watching the two of them, unable to help but marvel. Amazing. You two used to fight like cats and dogs, and now you're getting along so well. He spoke up. Thanks, everyone, but I can't just sit idly by. He responded to their concern. Unfortunately, this isn't an outsider's business. Hearing this, both girls looked incredibly surprised. Huh? Lortell asked in confusion. What do you mean, Ed? An outsider's business. Saying that, he continued on his way. Let's go, everyone, there's no time. The guild staff member who reported the news followed them. Yes, sir. As they walked, Ed thought to himself, why isn't it an outsider's business? It's always at times like this that I get tongue-tied and don't know how to explain it. Janica playfully interrupted his train of thought. We really aren't outsiders, Ed. Since I have an agreement with Lortell, if Lortell loses control of the Merchant Guild, Ed will also run into trouble distributing magical tools, right? Exactly. So you two are definitely not outsiders. Ed pondered Janica's words. Lortell suddenly blushed, cupping her face with both hands shyly. Yeah, that's right, neither of you are outsiders. Ed thought to himself. Janica is really sharp. She managed to pivot my words so quickly truly fitting for the top student. Anyway, that can wait for later. The scene ahead was a total mess, with rocks and dirt scattered all over the ground. The sound of people gossiping. That Taylor guy showed no mercy to anyone, waiting for no one. He looked truly terrifying back then. On the floor lay the body of a girl, her face covered. Ed looked at Janica in bewilderment. "Did you do this?" Janica immediately defended herself. "I didn't mean to. Things just went this way and that. And it ended up like this." Lortell chimed in. "How brutal, Janica." Janica cried out, "Hey, I'm not some cold-blooded monster. Don't get the wrong idea," the informant said. "We're close to the exit. Let's talk more once we're outside. Right now, we need to report the arrival of the mercenaries to the academy. My carriage and the staff are waiting at the entrance." The carriage outside had been overturned, and 3 people were collapsed on the ground. The group looked at them, and Lortell concluded, "He got here faster than expected." Elter was already standing right there. He spoke up. "You're pretty good, kid. I was the one who taught you how to manage documents. Even if you turn the entire merchant guild upside down, you won't find any evidence to incriminate me." He stood proudly in front of everyone. "But your personnel management has a glaring flaw. With just a little intimidation, they blabbed that you came here." The merchant guild employee traveling with the group spoke up. "I am sorry, sir." Lortell smiled disdainfully. Elter looked at her and said, "That's right. At times like this, you should smile. It took me a long time to teach you that fake smile, after all." Ed pointed at the staff member next to him. "It's a real shame that the only evidence is your own confession. It's such a waste to ruin a beautiful girl like you with torture just to get information." Lortell, the people who had just been knocked down on the ground, showed strange signs, as if a red light was emitting from their eyes. He brought his blade down in a slash, flashing a blinding light. Seeing assistance coming for him from Clebius, Lortell warned, shouting out, "Everyone watch out," while unleashing a move to block the attack. She argued with Elter, "I figured you wouldn't come alone, but I didn't expect you to actually dare bring mercenaries into the academy." His voice echoed back. "Are you trying to compare my forces to last time at the Trick Hall? I'm afraid it's quite different now. This won't be simple." Those soldiers drew their bows. "These are the top mercenaries on the continent," Elter declared, ordering, "Except for Lortell, it doesn't matter whether the rest live or die." He waved his hand, signaling, "Finish this quickly." Then those soldiers began to draw their bows toward everyone. Countless arrows were fired, all heading straight for the group. Ed watched the arrows flying furiously toward him. The moment the arrows were just a few centimeters away, he used defensive magic to bring them under control. They were protected and shielded thanks to this magic. Janica reminded him, "Careful, Ed. They move and attack with perfect coordination." Ed replied, "Thanks, Janica." Elter stood to the side, arms crossed as he watched the battle. Spirit elementalists really are a pain. However, he pulled out some sort of prototype. "I told you things are different this time." A legendary grade magical artifact, Belarus's Prejudice, seals all mana within range for 10 minutes. A single-use item worth up to hundreds of gold coins. Belarus's Prejudice, much like Alvira's Periwinkle reagent, but with a far more powerful mana-sealing effect. While it has the downside of a long activation time and being easy to detect, its power is undeniable. He noted, "The overwhelming force and battle-hardened mercenary formation make it impossible for me to break through and stop him from using the item in such a short time. And the most critical part is that all of us are mages, so everyone's magic is completely sealed," Lortell revealed. "He definitely has a complete grasp of our strength. We're finished." Lortell revealed, "He definitely has a complete grasp of our strength. We're finished." Ed spoke directly to Elter. "Elter, the Academy won't let you get away with this. How do you plan to handle the fallout?" He laughed out loud. "At least it's better than losing your life, isn't it? I should have anticipated this from the very start. Just a tiny butterfly like him flapping its wings is enough to turn the whole world upside down." Ed thought, "I understand that better than anyone, let alone the fact that he's the mid-boss of Act 2. If he survives, how chaotic will this world become?" The Golden King Elter, the mid-boss of Act 2, the villain who was supposed to be overthrown and kicked off the stage by his own daughter, Lortell. The man who murdered Lortell's parents. A man willing to exploit anything to achieve glory and power for himself. Was clearly a brutal individual. Because the reason Elter restricted and blocked our path so obnoxiously was simply for survival. Just like me. Ed muttered to himself, "But I won't back down. I don't want to lie and claim I was fully prepared to deal with all the variables I've caused. Call me selfish if you want. Suddenly Ed spoke up, demanding, "Hold it right there. This is my fight." The sound of footsteps echoed from somewhere. Lucy, resting on Ed's shoulder, seemed to have woken up, her first words being, "You're too loud." Then she suddenly went silent. Suddenly, from her slender body, a brilliant, powerful light erupted. The sheer intensity of the light blinded everyone. Lucy Sloth had awakened. Few know that the final book in the life of the Archmage Glock, The Great Chronicles, was written in a simple thatched hut, a far cry from his usual glamorous image. A far cry from the image of Lucy lying in her dream, listening to Glock's teachings. You possess natural talent and the blessing of the stars, but that doesn't mean you're allowed to stop learning. Always remain humble, keep learning, and use your power for the sake of others. And be wary of the loneliness creeping into your heart. Overwhelming power always comes with a heartbreaking solitude. Archmage Glock set his paper down on the desk. "All right, I'll stop here." Lucy felt incredibly curious, but promised me 3 things. His expression radiated kindness and tolerance. Do not kill anyone, even by accident. Never let those small hands be stained with blood, and at least during your time at Sylvania, live a life truly fitting for a student. Lucy could sense that the mercenaries hired by Elter were all seasoned veterans. Just by looking at the way they moved, it was clear enough that they had survived countless battles. The fact that they had lasted until this day was proof of their strength. Survival instinct had been deeply ingrained in their blood, and at this moment, that instinct was screaming. Lucy's footsteps came to a halt. "You need to stop right now." The aura of light radiating after each of Lucy's steps was incredibly ethereal. Lucy's appearance and aura made Elter's jaw drop. What kind of magic is this?" One of them looked furious, his face darkening. "Have they all gone mad? Run." However, young soldiers often lack experience and the ability to read the situation. That man grabbed his sword and charged toward the light. Contrary to her appearance as a mage, Lucy rarely used magic. Lucy immediately sniffed out the threat and stopped him just in time before he could attack her. It was simply magical power, generated by compressing mana to its absolute limit. It was simply pure, raw power, completely unstoppable. Elter now displayed a worried face, holding out a piece of paper. "There's still not enough time, just a little more time." Lucy's eyes suddenly flashed, shifting her gaze toward him. "You're the leader, aren't you? Taking you down will do." Suddenly, someone's hand gently touched her shoulder. Lucy turned her head and looked. Ed had just started to speak. "All right, this is far enough." Then he snapped his head back upon sensing an ominous signal. An earthquake? No. In the dark night sky, mysterious violet beams of light suddenly appeared. The 7 stars had now aligned in a straight line, shining brilliantly in the night sky. It felt like a force of sheer destruction. Professor Glass's forbidden magic, a spell capable of twisting destiny itself. A hazy haze and mist completely engulfed the area. The magic tower blanketing the sky was the exact stage for the final chapter of Act 2, the final battle. Lucy looked up. This timing is perfect. By now, Taylor must have finished clearing out the monsters in the sewers and learned the necessary skills. The allies have fully gathered. With just a little more time, Taylor would definitely be able to stop Glass. The magical domain was activated at the exact moment as in the original story, which meant the script was still proceeding according to plan. Of course, with such an anomalous spell, anyone other than myself would be bewildered. Ed thought of both Janica and Lortell, as even outstanding students like Janica and Lortell couldn't comprehend what was happening, so surely no one. Lucy suddenly spoke up, causing Ed to look up at her. "Every magic tower has the task of absorbing and processing mana from the sanctuary. Lucy was floating in midair, so there is someone who can do it." Ed looked up at her figure. The forbidden resurrection magic, the conclusion of Act 2, viewable after completing the stage. Ed couldn't help but remain curious. After everything ended, Lucy woke up from her long sleep and casually said. She was sitting on the ground, rubbing her eyes, now in the appearance of a young girl, so that's how it is. According to the original story, Lucy should have been napping on the rooftop of the trick hall at this time, but wanting to utilize Lucy as a strategic wildcard, I had woken her up earlier than expected and brought her into the main party. As a result, when driven into a corner, Glass offered Lucy a deal. The target to be resurrected by the forbidden spell was not a legend of Sylvania, but her master, the Archmage Glock. And just like that, Lucy became my enemy. At that time, everyone's party formation was completely wiped out. The final image left was just the view of Lucy's back as she coldly left the sewers. Even if the most veteran players spent hundreds of hours researching, they still couldn't find a way to defeat Lucy at this point in time. The variables outside the main script, the unexpected situations that arose, all relied on me to fix. And sometimes, I suddenly thought, Elter's hands seemed to grasp at something invisible. Could those variables, the legendary grade, magical artifact, Belarus's prejudice, some people thought, could change the ending? Bands of light wrapped around a jar, sealing mana within range for 10 minutes. That source of light blanketed the entire space, and the whole crowd was submerged in those bands of light. Elter suddenly shouted loudly, "Now's the time." He assumed that they could no longer use magic. Wind blades suddenly appeared, a streak of dark energy distinct in its green color. Ed reached out his hand, touching it. Can I break through even that destined dark ending? However, despite knowing many things in advance, there were still things beyond my control. Elter immediately panicked, his eyes widening as he stammered, What the hell is this?" He seemed utterly bewildered, looking upward. The terrifying sealing power of the legendary grade magical artifact also had its limits. Stopping a rushing flood is easier than putting out the fire in her heart. Let me clear the path. Lucy appeared high above, so small yet so powerful. Lucy spoke up. I must go where I need to go. Elter still couldn't take his eyes off Lucy's aura. Elter's veteran experience was second to none compared to those battle-hardened mercenaries. His eyes seemed soulless, his survival instincts telling him that. In front of the Golden King right now, this young mage was the Grim Reaper descended upon the world. Lucy snapped her fingers, releasing energy. Elter looked at her, looking suspicious. Ed said to Lucy, "Do you know that if you do that, you might die?" Lucy knew that full well, but standing between the two, spoke up, "If you don't want to kill him, then stop." It was strange to see this person actually worrying about Elter's life. Lucy seemed to want to say something. Images of Lucy with the Archmage Glock came rushing back, even by accident. Never let those small hands be stained with blood. The one she was worried about wasn't the dying man, the Golden King, but me. Lucy got into position, but hesitated. Then she stopped, turning her head away. "I understand." Ed questioned from behind her back, "Where are you going?" Lucy didn't turn back, only replying, "Everything is done. I must go." Conversations with Rot Taylor always ended like this. So, at Ed's question, she paused. "You don't regret it, do you?" She didn't even bother to reply. And then Lucy flew up, leaving Ed to watch her go, seemingly with thoughts running through his mind. Glock's Great Chronicles. The final chapter was the image of Lucy alongside the Archmage Glock. What was lost forever would never return. The ones left behind have no choice but to grow stronger. Sadly, therefore, be strong. Now it was the image of Lucy, holding a thick, ancient book tightly to her chest with absolute care. I dedicate the final lines of this book to you, the one who brought a conclusion to my life. The face of the Archmage Glock looking at Lucy was just the same, as warm as ever. Along with an affectionate call, "Lucy." She felt a wave of emotion over those memories, then said offhandedly, "No." And then Lucy vanished right before Ed's eyes. Ed followed her with his eyes until she was no longer in sight. Scene change. Out at sea, a group of people were traveling by boat. Someone said, confirmed a total of 57 people on board. It seems everyone has retreated safely. Lady Janica will be returning shortly as well. Elter's fate will be decided later. For now, just hand him over to the Elter Merchant Guild to deal with. Lortell will handle everything smoothly. Ending the ill-fated connection with Elter was also her responsibility. Ed ran up, stepping onto the stairs completely out of breath. I must have overexerted myself, running straight from that place all the way here. The highest point of Sylvania made my body ache. This was the Trick Hall, the place where everything began. The nostalgic memories contained within this building. The place where Glass stole the hidden tome of celestial mysteries. And also the place where Taylor began his journey. Stepping on the stairs, the memories of this place came flooding back. The academy had combed through it, the injured, and I hadn't thought before that I would return here. Yet, in the end, I still had to come here to settle everything. My journey against the script, which began from the secret research room, had reached its conclusion right here in a completely unintended way. The place where Taylor started was also the place where my journey ended. Lucy's figure also appeared in front of the building. One of the buildings destroyed by Janica was the Glock building, and the scholarship fund I received was also the Glock scholarship. Despite living a simple life, he had dedicated his entire fortune to the Sylvania Academy. Ed and Lucy reminisced his imprint was present everywhere in this academy, so finding Lucy was not difficult at all. Ed stood in front of the massive, grand building, taking in the panoramic view. I figured Lucy would be here, a place where she could look out over the entire scene of the academy, seeming to understand Lucy's current state of mind perfectly. Because to Lucy, the academy was Glock's keepsake. The entire school was surrounded by the power of magic. Lucy and Ed looked out over the entire landscape from above. Suddenly Lucy called out, "Hey." Ed asked, "What is it?" Then she said, "Any beef jerky left?" Ed seemed no stranger to this kind of question anymore. He thought, "Sheesh, of course it's still the same familiar questions," then replied, "I told you earlier it's all gone." Ed approached and asked, "Lucy, what are you doing here?" Lucy sat with her back to Ed, patting the seat next to her, gesturing for him to sit down with her while saying, "Just thinking about old times." Ed didn't sit. He leaned his hands against the wall, looking down from the heights, exclaiming, "If you fell from up here, you'd probably be a goner." Lucy suddenly spoke up. "A long time ago, something very sad happened. I cried a whole lot, but at some point I stopped feeling sad." Ed asked why. She paused for a moment, then opened her mouth. Thinking it over, it turns out the reason isn't anything major. Lucy's face looked pensive as she continued. "It's just that too much time has passed." She thought of Glock and went on. "It's true that a long time has passed, but intentionally reopening old wounds is a foolish move. Even if I tried to use magic to resurrect him, in the end, he would just have to leave again anyway. Actually, he had been prepared for his death for a long time, so he might get angry and just die all over again." Ed sat down next to Lucy, listening to her continue, resurrecting a great archmage who dedicated his entire life to magic research. Using a forbidden spell like that would only be an insult. Yeah, I knew it from the very beginning. Wanting to resurrect him, or whatever, was just my own selfishness. Suddenly Ed spoke up. "So Lucy, are you really doing okay, kid?" He thought to himself, "Even though I have no right to say this since I stopped you, I couldn't help but ask." Recalling the incident that happened earlier, he silently evaluated. Lucy changing her mind about resurrecting Glock was probably just a mood swing. If Lucy changes her mind again, terrible things could happen. "I have to go check on her." Lucy called out, "Ed, hey." As if having an intuition about every time Lucy called him, he thought, "This time, what she says will be just like the previous times." He was speechless, his head aching as he thought. In this situation, she's still thinking about beef jerky? The hat on her head had been taken off. Lucy leaned against his shoulder. Ed thought, "I was wondering why this kid let me sit next to her. Turns out it was just for this." He thought about Professor Glass, who at this moment was directly engaging in a magical duel with his students elsewhere. It's unlikely anyone will ever be as passionate about researching resurrection magic as Professor Glass again. The magic to resurrect the dead ends here too. The dead are still dead, and a loss is still a loss. Though everyone experiences different forms of loss, in the end, it still comes to everyone equally. That's why we need to know how to accept those losses and use everything we have to heal those wounds. Thinking of Lucy, his mind thought, Lucy, the ancient weapon Glass created using holy magic elsewhere. The students held their swords, witnessing Professor Glass' magic, their faces filled with completely different emotions. Some feared, some worried, yet they still tightly gripped the swords in their hands. Suddenly Ayla was sent flying into the air. Someone shouted loudly, calling Ayla. The narrator's voice surfaced. Act 2, the final battle. The magic golem, cast by Professor Glass, controlling the giant's magical hand. He controlled them, enclosing Ayla inside a red orb, the heart of the golem. While she had already lost consciousness, Glass' expression turned dark and terrifying. He decisively brought his arm down. Immediately, the giant golem also struck a blow downward, smashing everything to pieces. Shards of stone flew wildly everywhere, continuously shattering everything under Professor Glass' direction. The plot progression continued. The final phase, quickly rescue Ayla, who was trapped inside the heart of the golem. That giant targeted Taylor, decisively attacking him. The situation grew tense. the thick dust gradually clearing. Turns out, Clebius had quickly blocked it with his magic shield. He shouted loudly, "Go, Taylor!" Instantly, Taylor gripped his sword and charged forward. He leapt directly onto the giant's arm, grit his teeth, and said, "Ayla." Right at that moment, Professor Glass looked up. Taylor swung his sword, putting all his strength into a straight line right through the middle of Glass' head, shouting loudly, "Give her back!" Glass' blood splattered across his face, his eyes glazing over. Glass' internal monologue resonated throughout the plot progression. "My eyesight has deteriorated. I don't know when I stopped seeing. Without my glasses," the very moment he croaked, he had only one thought. The life of a professor is finally quiet. Glass recalled memories from his time working at the school, remembering Abel's habit of always dropping by midway to have a cup of tea. Even after becoming the principal, that habit never changed. Glass sat reading books since dawn. He thought to himself, sitting at the large desk in his private research room, "I read the sage's magic tome, analyzed the power of holy arts, managed the curriculum, and reviewed the syllabus to be taught to the students." The stacks of books kept growing higher and higher. And then, the scenery outside the window changed. Snow fell. He monologued again. First-year students, majoring in elemental studies from the old days, constantly sought out my private research room. Dorothy came to see Glass carrying a sack. He still remembered clearly. She said she wanted to learn intermediate magic ahead of schedule. Then, rain fell. Another time, Claire came by, the young professor causing trouble, fearful, clasping her hands, awkwardly saying, Professor, I'm sorry." Glass silently evaluated, always awkward and apologizing. The wind blew. He sat quietly reading books again. He continued his monologue. "When I was the department chair, I just sat in one place. If I immersed myself in work, the painful memories would vanish before I knew it." The book emitted a strange light. Returning to reality, Glass was gravely wounded, coughing up a mouthful of blood, but his right hand was still executing a spell. He aimed toward Taylor, attacking, sending him flying back. Taylor's sword snapped in half. Celestial magic, time reversal. Glass looked at the magical power in his hand, chanting, "Painful memories, do not vanish." Instantly, his eyes shot wide open, an incredible power unleashed, radiating in all directions. The power forced everyone to grit their teeth, bracing themselves to resist. Someone shouted loudly, What the hell is that?" Celestial magic. That power shifted into a multi-layered time prison, everyone gradually being petrified, frozen in place. Clebius now felt a danger more critical than ever. He used all his strength to push Taylor forward. Immediately after, Clebius was also affected and frozen. Fortunately, Taylor held his ground, stabbing right into the magical barrier using the remaining half of his sword. Glass fell into pensive silence. He thought, sometimes vision becomes blurred. Then he closed his eyes, thinking further. What appears in the lingering darkness behind my eyelids are the things that have been lost. Glass remembered the figure of Marilda. Suddenly he opened his eyes, as if remembering something. Right? Now it's almost finished. Taylor had managed to climb up to where Glass stood. He panted heavily. As if possessed, he unleashed magic, speaking loudly. "Therefore, give up. Don't get in my way." He thought, "I must strive to reverse reality." Glass magic increased day by day, accumulating gradually to reach its right moment. At that exact moment of destiny, a brilliant beam of golden magical light burst forth, striking directly at the source of Glass magic. That power forced him to a halt. By the time he could see clearly, Glass was surprised, exclaiming, "The Holy Sword Ritual. It's a celestial magic, time reversal." Time shifted, and Glass Giant was sliced clean in half. As time gradually shifted back, everyone who had been frozen gradually regained color, time flowing back in as they returned to normal. Suddenly Glass said, "It's useless." He thought, "Even if it costs whatever remains of my life." Suddenly Glass coughed up a mouthful of blood. His entire body was blasted backward by a different force. Ice magic, an ice spear. Taylor shouted loudly, "Now's the time." Instantly, everyone who had just been freed from the time freeze launched an attack together all at once. Glass remained casual, saying, "Is this as far as you go?" But right after that, his eyes widened in shock. surprised by the combined resonance of everyone's power completely destroying his giant. Ayla was freed from the heart of the golem. Behind them was the collapse of an entire tier of magic. Taylor held Ayla in his arms. Glass gradually drifted downward. Finally, upon hitting the ground, he let out a cough, then collapsed forward, saying, "All right, you students win." Immediately after, he fell from the magic tower. His body collided with the wind. He slowly plummeted down from a height of dozens of meters. At the exact moment of his fall, Glass only had time to utter a single phrase, "I miss you, Marilda." Right before hitting the ground, he cast a celestial magic spatially, vanishing to the base of a tree. A magic circle had been left behind there, looking like a final escape route. He collapsed by the tree, coughing up blood, thinking to himself, but somehow this escape is already too late. Even stopping the bleeding with mana is useless. Ed's narrative voice chimed in. Originally, in the script, Professor Glass wouldn't have been able to do anything else anyway, because in reality, everyone anticipated this scene. Professor Glass is definitely going to die here. Glass looked up. "Jick, why are you here?" "I believe it's currently dorm curfew." Jick's reflection mirrored off Glass' somewhat cracked glasses. He continued, "However, there is one thing I want to double-check." Atop the tower, a massive matrix was spinning up. It radiated intense power alongside small crackles of light. Lortell thought as she ran. Senior Janica already kicked the mercenary group off the island, and Dad is locked up in the Merchant Guild, so the danger factors have been handled. Since we agreed to meet up in front of the underground sewer entrance after finishing the job, I just need to verify if Senior Ed is safe as he rushes to the extraction hall, right? Right after that, Ed, who was standing with Lucy, spotted her and waved. "Oh, Lortell." At this moment, Lortell only noticed Lucy's hand gripping his shirt. That was a danger signal. An alarm suddenly rang out in her head. "Danger! Danger!" From inside the underground sewer, Assistant Professor Claire struggled to drag an unconscious Dorothy out. Ed saw them and thought, "That's Dorothy, the top student of the 53rd class and the teaching assistant. Looks like the situation in the sewer is over." He looked at Claire's tearing eyes and wondered, is she crying? Why is that? But when the two women spotted him, they both panicked and shrieked. Afterward, Janica and Taken arrived there as well. That magic tower used celestial magic, didn't it? If so, there's one thing I want to go check out. Lately, Janica's meetings with the spirits have turned into review sessions about Ed. But in truth, Janica's original intention was well-meaning, to protect the northern forest where the spirits live. But a few days ago, Taken sensed a source of mana, similar to those magic towers, radiating from the northern forest. If that's celestial magic, then it goes without saying who it is. However, no magic tower appeared in the northern forest at all. If so, what exactly did Professor Glass do in the northern forest? Ed secretly calculated in his mind. Considering nothing special happens in the main storyline, there's probably no need to interfere. But still, if a high-profile figure like Professor Glass isn't eliminated, his influence on future scenarios will be unimaginably massive. Ultimately, I intended to verify this, but Professor Glass, his body covered in wounds, leaned against the tree trunk and saw Ed, showing no change in attitude whatsoever. "Oh, isn't it curfew time at the dorms right now?" Janica and Lortell arrived right after. Seeing him in this state, they were completely shocked. "What are you doing here?" Glass spat out a mouthful of blood, but still barked back. "Just moon watching, why? Do you find it funny?" "No, it's not funny at all." "Then how strange. I actually find my own appearance quite hilarious." Looking down from above. "Failure. You probably knew it beforehand, didn't you?" "Exactly. Rot Taylor. I knew beforehand that I would fail no matter what I did. But still, how reckless to think I'd be defeated by a student. Even if I had one, Principal Abel wouldn't have let me off easily. Was it due to past sentimentality that he didn't make a move from the very beginning? At any rate, he doesn't fit the role of principal. You're a more outstanding student than I thought. It's a pity I discovered you too late." Ed asked in a low voice. "Then, why did you kidnap me in the first place?" Glass smiled and replied, "You have quite exceptional talent. At first, I planned to reel you in to exploit you for my plan. Of course, your fainting from exhaustion ruined that plan. I quickly kidnapped you, but when I returned, you had already escaped. If you think this lonely death is the price I must pay, then compared to the crimes I committed, this trade-off isn't too bad. Anyway, the 17 years spent with my daughter weren't lonely at all." "Is she already 17? "Yes, 17 years. Long if you call it long. Short if you call it short. Ed continued to ask. Assistant Professor Claire isn't a stranger to you either, right? Claire, for years for her bachelor's, then 5 years later as an assistant professor. If she stays until I retire, we've probably known each other for 17 years. I ran into Assistant Professor Claire on the way here. She burst into tears. Hearing this, Professor Glass widened his eyes in surprise. Back then, she still forced a smile through her falling tears. Professor Glass, he really is a man everyone hates at first sight. Among the people I've met, he is the most stubborn and rigid person, only knowing how to dump work on others. Arrogant, conceited, dictatorial, and he loves to preach, too. If anyone does something wrong, he only knows how to scold them. At any rate, it's really hard to like, but still, he truly is a real scholar. Reaching this point, Claire couldn't hold back anymore. Her whole body shaking from crying. He is someone who can spot talent in completely ordinary students. Perhaps everyone could have guessed Professor Glass' words. Dorothy also spoke with a trembling voice. Even though I don't know what Professor Glass was plotting, he was the one who discovered your talent. No matter how you slice it, he's still a guy who casually used his students' lives as bait, right? It's undeniable that he lost his way. There was no one around him now, so he mocked himself that he would die in isolation. But that was just his delusion. Thinking back, Claire became an assistant professor at a young age, and Dorothy, the head of the alchemy department, were both individuals judged to have no talent. Even though Professor Glass said people like that were worthless, he never stopped searching for and unearthing hidden talents, even with his own daughter, as if he were declaring that they were indeed valuable people. A lifetime is too long for a lonely death. To someone, he was a teacher. To someone, he was a colleague. He still lives on in their hearts. Professor Glass was severely nearsighted, and before he knew it, he couldn't see a thing without his glasses, not even himself. After listening, he fell silent, then muttered in a low voice. Before using magic to summon the demon, I saw the soul library. I dusted everything off and selected only the legendary crafting recipes. But it seems it was all in vain. Ed frowned slightly. Do you mean there's something else? He pulled a key out from his chest, an astonishing sight. I have to clean up everything with my own hands. Isn't that just reaping what I sowed? Now, that library, it belongs to you. Ed stared blankly at the key in his hand. Why are you giving me this? You're giving it to me, and you're still dissatisfied? Under the table that Jick is guarding, there's a secret safe. When the Academy investigates, open it. And finally, Lucy, Professor Glass was now starting to gasp heavily for air, occasionally catching a glimpse of her standing behind him, and muttered blankly, she looks really sharp. At that moment, I really want to know what kind of expression Lucy had on her face. Ed thought to himself, too bad for my angle, I couldn't see a single thing. A corpse, Ayla, lay face up under the shade of the Rainkova tree, covered in a silver-white blanket, looking at a glance, as if she were fast asleep. We just stood there, silently watching for a long time. The sky was turning bright by now. At Sylvania Academy, the Glass incident, the takeover of Awfulus Hall, and now the theft of the Sage's grimoire. Your presence was in all three. What streak of bad luck? Oh, Taylor, my name has become tied to every single major event at the Academy. The department head frowned, looking at him. For some unknown reason, you were kidnapped by Professor Glass, found a chance to escape, and tried to call for help, then randomly ran into Taylor and the others. Is that all? Now, you see he's the department head, right? Ed immediately replied, yes, exactly like the report you're reading, sir. Janica and Lortell only rushed over to help me. So, you left Ayla behind, who was also kidnapped, and ran away by yourself. Ayla couldn't move because her body was injured. Furthermore, she didn't trust me. That's why I snuck out alone to find help. All right, the department head stood up, meeting his eyes. To be completely honest, I suspect you. The words sounded reasonable, but with consecutive coincidences from the department head's perspective, this matter was truly suspicious. He glared, threateningly. Even though you act like you know nothing, I feel like you know much more than that. Ed said, I'll take that as a compliment. This crafty attitude was a dead ringer, too. He slammed his hand hard on the table and said, but just like the incident at Awfulus Hall, and this case as well, you are a student who suffered harm due to the Academy's negligence. Ed frowned, looking at the piece of paper placed on the table. This isn't the statement I wrote. What the department head was looking at, the transcript. The department head praised in a soft voice. Edrot Taylor, you've put in a lot of effort. That is something I cannot deny. and you deserve to be rewarded as a student. After leaving that place, I couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Right at this moment, Janica's voice rang out. Ed, you're out. He saw her and said, sorry for making you worry, Janica. Are you hurt? I heard you ran into some trouble, so I was really worried about you. Worried? Worried about what? I'm fine, Ed, don't worry. But right after that, the spirit on her shoulder chirped something to her. Huh? Yeah. Janica blushed and said, right. Actually, it's not like I'm completely unhurt. It seems when I saved Ed, I got a tiny scratch. Ed asked, a scratch. You're hurt, he asked anxiously. Specifically where are you hurt? My hip. Probably my waist. Around that area, I guess. Janica said, this incident makes me feel some type of way. Every time I get into trouble, you always help me out as much as you can, but I just took it for granted. But this time, you even got hurt trying to save me. Don't you feel anything looking at Professor Glass's end? When people die and only then start to regret it, it's already too late. Janica looked at Ed's grim face, not knowing how to explain. He continued to say, I feel ashamed of myself, like I'm just a burden to you. I'm very grateful that you treat me well every single time, but in the end, you're the one who gets hurt. Janica blurted, I'm sorry, Janica. Because of me you got. Sorry for making you suffer such unnecessary pain. She hastily cut him off. I'm sorry I lied. I'm not hurt at all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for lying to you. All right, Janica, you stay at the Dex Hall dorm, don't you? Maybe starting next semester. Hearing this, Janica looked up with sparkling eyes. Is Ed moving to Dex Hall? Wow, I didn't expect you to be so excited about it. A lot of things happened, but everything wrapped up quickly, too. Act 2 can pretty much be considered to have ended smoothly. Ed recalled the department head's words, in this miserable, wandering life, and returned to being a proper, normal student. With that, I'll allow you to move into the academy dorms. He looked around his wooden camp one more time. Personally, I want to build more fences, plant some year-round edible crops, and reinforce the wooden cabin to be a bit fireproof, don't you think? So this camping life is about to end, huh? Ed opened the cabin door, and suddenly, something dropped right at his feet from above. Lucy was lying there blankly, motionless on the floor, her eyes wide open with an expression like she had just encountered something horrific. Lucy muttered, an end? Looks like it's about to rain. The scenery here didn't belong to Aklon Island. It was the Ram Ian mountain range in the northern part of the empire. Why on earth am I dreaming about my childhood right now? In those old childhood days, Lucy, with her tiny body, slowly walked toward a small house in the middle of a dense forest. The face of the old man in the house, a man sitting on a chair with his back turned to her. Lucy saw him and muttered blankly this. But right after, the warm house suddenly turned dark and ancient, with cobwebs spun everywhere. The old man slowly turned his head around, and now he was nothing but a skeleton. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Why didn't you save me, huh? You had the chance. Why did you pretend not to know? This was a nightmare. Lucy didn't show any expression. She just closed her eyes. Then, when she opened them, everything had returned to normal, back to the familiar, well-furnished room, with the maids already waiting there. Lady Lucy, you're awake? Then let's get ready for school. She remained silent, not uttering a word. High-level spatial magic activated, a blinding flash of light appearing, forcing the maid to cover her eyes. A series of magic arrays appeared in the sky, with a blinding light in the center. I don't know why, but right now, I really want to go to the northern forest. In the blink of an eye, Lucy was standing on the roof of the wooden cabin. She stood there, looking down at Ed as he slowly stepped into the house. A feeling of relief washing over her for no particular reason. It's about to pour, Lucy thought with a smile. But right after, she heard his voice ring out. So this camping life is about to end, huh? Lucy, startled, lost her footing and tumbled straight down, flat on the ground right next to Ed's feet. Cats are highly unpredictable creatures. They never play by your rules. If you give them a little scratch, it'll soothe them. They love to pretend they're noble and majestic. It's only when we lose interest and get busy with our own work that they start clinging to their owners. That's just their nature. If you want them to do what you want, it's best to just ignore them. Ed widened his eyes at Lucy, said nothing, and just walked inside, leaving her lying on the ground. Cut to Sylvania Academy. In Ed's classroom, Professor Probin was enthusiastically teaching and showing off his charisma on the podium. Anyone who wants to be friends with a cat just needs to ignore it. Don't show any attention or anything. You'll be surprised when they cling to you first. This is sometimes even harder than dating. The female students below couldn't stop laughing. In a lecture on monster ecology, it was surprising to have cats brought up. Ed sat at the very back of the class, showing no emotion as he sat there quietly. Led by the veteran Professor Probin, this lecture was highly popular, so everyone achieved high grades. Initially, my grades were rock bottom, but before I knew it, my practice progress had gradually accelerated. Now, practically no student could surpass me in course assignments. All right, class ends here for today. He quickly packed up his things, but Professor Probin called out, "Oh, and Ed, please swing by the lab after the lecture." Later at the lab, he asked him, "Do you know about the undergraduate scholarship system?" Ed immediately replied, "Doing some tasks for the academy in exchange for a partial tuition waiver? I know it well, right?" "Ed, this is your own opportunity. What exactly is the work, sir?" Probin said in a low voice. "Most of it involves academy duties, but probably mostly assisting Assistant Professor Claire with her workload." Professor Glass left behind a mountain of work. Claire is an exceptionally capable student, but she can't handle it all by herself. Let's see, first is the final exam evaluations, then the conference program during the break, and once the break ends, there's also the placement exam for incoming freshmen. Don't be too hard on the freshmen when you meet them. Hearing that, Ed thought to himself, if it's the freshmen, then that person will probably enroll too. Cut to another room. Lortell was currently holding the retrieved sage's grimoire in her hands. Indeed, the feeling of resonance with magic power is incredibly intense. Anything, she raised an eyebrow, thinking, I wonder if I can really flip this back to that Kreppen guy? Ed made such an absurd request. Perhaps from the very beginning, he didn't want this item to fall into Kreppen's hands. Lortell felt a massive headache coming on. No, this is a business deal. Think about the money, right? Maybe I need to become more decisive. Lortell's motto is never put off until tomorrow what you can do today. She pulled out the letter Ed sent earlier, thinking, I can really accept any request, as long as there is a purchase certificate for the sage's grimoire. Anything. Lortell blushed, looking at the letter, then smirked, pulling out paper and pen to write, just this once. This is a notice for the special winter break. If Professor Glass isn't teaching, then who's going to substitute? Huh? No need to worry about the camp anymore. She sighed softly. It's already the end of the term, so I'm probably not the only busy one, right? Janica, Failover, and even Senior Ed will be just as busy. As for Lucy, there probably won't be any significant change. But why did Lortell's pen nib snap the moment she put it down to write? She frowned, wondering, why do I have this sinking feeling? At the same time, at Ed's wooden cabin, hey, we're almost out of firewood. Hearing this, Ed was a bit surprised. Lucy frowned, looking at him. Winter is coming, and we're going to run out of firewood. Yeah, you're right. But without waiting for him to finish his sentence, she quickly cut him off. Why haven't you gone hunting lately? Ed couldn't help but think suspiciously. Why is Lucy suddenly saying something useful? Though now, maintaining the camp doesn't really matter anymore. I think entering Dex Hall wouldn't be too bad either. That way, I'll run into Lucy less, so the plot might stabilize in a way, right? Right after that, Janica's voice piped up. Hey, Ed. She smiled, running quickly toward the tent. He saw her and asked, Class is over for today? Yep, Professor Marilda's afternoon class got canceled, so I came here to chill. Once winter break starts, you won't be staying in this tent anymore. So for now, I'm going to drop by as much as possible. I really had fun and loved the time spent here. But knowing this life is coming to an end makes me feel a bit lonely. I like this camp so much. It's a shame I won't be able to hang out here anymore. But still, Ed's living environment is also very important. So if you decide to move into Dex Hall, be sure to call me. Janica couldn't hide the excitement on her face. If you need any help, I'll help you. There's so much to do. In stark contrast to her, Lucy was currently extremely gloomy, her brows tightly knit. Hearing her finish, Ed thought, things to do, huh? Janica didn't stop talking, but kept going. Most of my classmates live in Dex Hall, so we'll definitely see each other all the time. Oh, and if we run into each other at the student cafeteria, let's grab food together. I usually eat early. On days Claire can't make it, I eat alone. On your first day, I'll show you around all the spots there. See you tomorrow morning, okay? As for the study room, it requires at least 2 people, so if you need an extra body, just call me. didn't reply to her, but pulled the key out from his coat. Gotta go check out the secret treasure in the library that Professor Glass mentioned, right? Right at that moment, Janica slipped a letter into his hand and said, "Oh right, the application form for Dex Hall. Yeah, during application season, late submissions are usually ignored, so it's better for you to fill it out first, then think carefully about it." Ed quickly took it. "Oh, you even worried about this? Thanks a lot, Janica. I wrote one up before too. Let's fill it out together now. First, fill in this spot." Before he could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly flashed past. Lucy abruptly stood blocking the front of Ed. She slowly backed up, her gaze full of wariness, glaring at Janica. "Stop, don't take that." Ed completely couldn't comprehend Lucy's actions. Since that day, thanks to steady experience accumulation, he had achieved high results. Young Master Ed, Mug and Janica stood to one side, continuously praising him. "Your progress is truly astonishing." But her expression carried a hint of reservation and fear. His spirit affinity had surpassed that of novice spirit mages, and his basic mana sensitivity had significantly improved as well. Turns out, over by the tree base, Lucy was frowning, staring intently at her. Janica forced a smile and asked, Lucy, did I do something wrong?" Normally, the maids at Ophelis Hall would help Lucy maintain a tidy appearance. But today, she had escaped the dorms before dawn, wearing nothing but her pajamas out. Magic power had increased. Ed intently read every single page, his body radiating an abundant flow of power. Now was the time to slowly manifest mid-tier magic. But right after, Lucy jumped out from nowhere, completely ruining the atmosphere. Even when going out to eat, she wouldn't stop clinging to him. Ed thought to himself, why is the kid acting like that anyway? If I did something wrong, I'll apologize, all right? Lucy seemed to harbor a specific hostility toward Janica, though it looked more like fear than aggression, didn't it? Regardless, learning mid-tier magic is harder than I thought. Exhausted, Ed collapsed onto his bed. He opened his eyes, looking over toward Lucy. "What's up? What are you going to do when you leave?" "I have things to do." He pulled out the key and replied, "I need to check the fireplace and hearth. The temperature can drop below freezing at night, and if I'm not careful, I might freeze to death. If I move to Dex Hall, these worries won't be necessary anymore. I have to finish all of this before I can go." "Hey, Lucy," with a serious look in her eyes. "Ed, come with me." A red rope was tied to a tree trunk. The rope was lowered down into a cave. Ed was climbing down using the rope, and he turned his head, wondering, "Why did you follow me all the way to this place?" Lucy didn't need the rope. She used magic to descend. She bragged, "If you use my magic, we can go down together." A moment later, Ed's feet touched the ground safely. He sighed, all right. Only then did he look around and finally reply to Lucy's earlier comment. "I need to check if I can climb up and down on my own, so there's no need." Looking at the items placed on the shelves, he calculated, "We can't take everything in one go, so we'll probably have to come back here." Walking over to a dust-covered cabinet, he pulled something out and exclaimed, "I didn't expect a secret safe to be hidden in a place like this." Inserting the key into the safe, he couldn't help but wonder, why did you keep this key until the very last moment? The spot where the key was inserted now radiated a blinding light. As the safe opened, a sudden surge of power rushed out, forcing Ed and Lucy to brace themselves against it. His eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the item inside. "So, what's this thing?" It wasn't until nightfall that voices could be heard by the tree trunk. "We're almost at the exit, I know." Ed's footsteps paused for a moment, and he let out a sigh. He thought, it's time to go collect the necessary materials to craft the Magitech equipment I asked Lortell to prepare. But first, I need a ladder. Having reached this point, Ed wanted to rest for a bit. He figured, if I hadn't trained my physical endurance beforehand, I probably would have had to give up by now. Lucy, with a contemplative look in her eyes, stared at him and asked, "So what is that?" The system immediately displayed the information panel. Legendary-grade Magitech tool, glass golden phoenix ring. This magical device allows the user to bend the flow of time and draw mana from the future into the present. Crafting difficulty, 4.5 stars. In Ed's hand now was a ring with a phoenix engraved on its face. He pondered, being able to use magical power for my future self means that, theoretically, I can use high-tier magic right now. However, if I do that, I won't be able to fight for a long period, equivalent to the amount of borrowed magic. If used thoughtlessly, the price to pay will be extremely steep. Therefore, if I want to use it in combat, there's only one way. It's the ultimate trump card when backed into a corner. Even so, Ed still questioned, but what if it's not used in battle? For instance, like a spirit contract. The reason Janica can control so many spirits is because not only her sensitivity, but also her mana pool is massive. Novice spirit mages like me only have 1 or 2 slots, and we usually have to practice a ton just to converse with low-tier spirits. Long story short, my maximum mana isn't enough. If I can increase my maximum mana, even temporarily, it's theoretically enough to form a contract with a high-tier spirit. Granted, it's a reckless and highly risky calculation. But right at that moment, Lucy spoke up, cutting off his train of thought. If I had time to make something like that, I'd rather. But before she could finish, Ed countered, no. He gripped the ring tightly in his hand, reasoning, that's all in the past, Lucy. And besides, even if we searched every nook and cranny of that library, there probably wouldn't be anything more valuable than this. Professor Glass couldn't possibly have wasted his time. After resting, Ed continued to climb up. His thoughts were still drifting. Professor Glass, though he often said that pushing talent to its absolute limit was a sin. This is an object that can break through the wall of talent using the most potent magical power. At this point, he could already see the light above the cave entrance. Continuing his train of thought, it's precisely because of that Professor Glass researched Magitech devices, something he hid from everyone and kept to himself until the very end of his life. Everything was a gift meant for his daughter. Outside, someone's call suddenly rang out. Hey, Lucy told Ed a long time ago I once lost a button, the one at the very end of my sleeve. I didn't realize how important it was until the sleeve became too loose and awkward to wear. So, I struggled with it for quite a while. His hand had also climbed up to the cave entrance. Is that so? She continued her story. After losing it, I realized how important things that seem trivial actually are. Things I used to think were no big deal turn out to be incredibly vital. Ed was now sitting nearby, listening, panting from exhaustion. Finally, Lucy stated her true purpose. Actually, I followed you because I wanted to ask you something. Hearing this, his gaze turned serious. With a cold expression on her face, Lucy spoke up. Are you planning to go to Dex Hall? She looked a bit down. If you don't go, would that be so bad? Ed's jaw literally dropped in pure astonishment. An entirely unexpected question had just come out of Lucy's mouth. Ultimately, Ed, who had previously decided to remain neutral, weighed the options, moving into Dex Hall or continuing to live at the camp. When faced with Lucy's question, he gave his reasoning. Living in Dex Hall is obviously going to be more convenient. Furthermore, living out in the wild during this freezing winter isn't a wise choice. Hearing this answer, she didn't say anything more and simply accepted it. Lucy suddenly changed the subject. It's about to rain. Because Lucy usually had the ability to tell when it was about to rain, judging by the dark clouds in the sky and the humidity she felt on the bridge of her nose. However, Ed dismissed it. No, but it's not always accurate. He pointed out, it's not the rainy season right now. Lucy's gaze remained fixed on the sky above. The things that fall from the sky aren't always rain. However, after a prolonged rainy season, people can't help but mistakenly assume it's about to rain, even though that season has already passed. Ed spoke up. Anyway, by now I've finished resting. I've been so busy lately that I still haven't gathered enough firewood for the winter. I can't handle all of it by myself. If you have some time, give me a hand. Ed smiled gently, looking over at Lucy. Didn't you say it yourself? We're short on firewood. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms tightly around him, catching him off guard. She double-checked. Really? Snowflakes continued to drift slowly down to the ground. Lucy was pressing down on him, repeatedly asking, Really? 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 Ed let out a helpless sigh. I've completely adapted to camp life. If we can improve the living conditions just a bit more, then living here would definitely be much more beneficial. As he said this, his gaze suddenly froze. The next second, he lay completely flat on the ground, rethinking, back to the grind. Act 2 ended just like this. Now it's Act 3, and the scale of the challenges is ramping up drastically. As he closed his eyes, a barrage of thoughts rushed through his mind. The confrontation between Princess Fenia and Lortell, both aiming for the position of student council president. New protagonists and enemies will enter the academy as freshmen, and the person standing at the very end of this stage. The final boss of Act 3, the awakened one, Lucy Merrill. Done thinking, Ed opened his eyes, feeling a bit worried about the girl standing in front of him. It's not going to be an easy task, but for the time being, I'll put my worries aside. After all the stories wrap up, both of us will definitely be living healthy and well. Seeing an expression that had never appeared on Lucy's face in any scene or route, I felt that kind of confidence. Sometime later, winter arrived. Ed was shoveling a layer of snow off the ground. Ed was clearing the snow in front of his yard. When snow falls, it brings a sense of warmth, but when it piles up, it also means work is stacking up. By the time he finished clearing everything, the sun was high in the sky. It's been a long time since I decided not to overwork myself, no matter how heavy the workload is. But tomorrow, I'm called into work because I'm a scholarship student, so I decided to finish all my chores today. I have to quickly prepare enough firewood and food. The weather is cold, so preservation isn't a worry. The food situation was taken care of quickly. Instead of taking the dorm subsidy, I chose to take the tuition subsidy, so the tuition issue has been somewhat resolved. No longer do I have to live splitting my time by the hour like in the early days. Instead, I divide into 5 parts: morning, noon, afternoon, evening, and night. But that doesn't mean you can just sleep like this, he hinted, referring to the person sleeping here, who was Lucy. I intended to throw Lucy outside, though the protective magic layers surrounding Lucy show that the cold won't affect her at all, but I still feel guilty. Ed let out a helpless sigh. I don't know when I'll ever get some downtime again. If there's a time to face risks, it's probably right now. Now, holding the ring in his hand, it's time. Instantly, gripping the ring tightly in his hand, it radiated a powerful, golden magical energy. Ed's voice rang out. "Are you listening, Marilda?" Cut to a magnificent and grand palace. Someone's voice introduced. The flavor of the pastries is managed by a former royal pastry chef. The terrace space is filled with the scent of flowers and grass. Tea service and premium pastries from La Blesse Bakery. It's incredibly hard to book a reservation because it's always fully booked. But still, if I didn't use this bakery as bait, how on earth could I lure you here? Janica found these words a bit harsh. Bait? Bait, huh? That makes it sound like I just bit a hook to get here. Claire stood up and went straight to the main point. All right, no more beating around the bush, Janica. I think you're gradually approaching a dangerous limit. You're head over heels for that rot Taylor guy, aren't you? Janica's face darkened from being read like a book. How did you know about that? Claire, with a thoroughly irritated look on her face, snapped back. How could I not know? And it's not like I'm planning to stop you or anything. She explained, when you first fell for that Ed guy, I felt a bit drained. But after re-evaluating him over time, that Ed Rot Taylor guy isn't as bad as I thought. So, I've decided to just accept the situation. What she was mad about wasn't that. The real issue was... Claire stepped in close to Janica, her face dead serious as she interrogated her. Do you ever feel your heart racing when you're near him, or blush and get too scared to look him in the eye? Janica started to feel intimidated. Why are you suddenly asking about that? But Claire only wanted the answer. Is it a yes or a no? Don't care about anything else. Janica immediately shifted her gaze elsewhere and expressed, rather than feeling jittery or nervous, I find it warm and comfortable instead. Hearing that, Claire's face turned incredibly tense as she shouted. That's exactly it. The air around Janica grew gloomy as she stated. You are heading toward one of the worst possible endings in love. Bad ending number 13. Her best friend, Claire, erupted with inner rage. Oh my God, you dummy. What's the point of a romantic relationship that only comes from one side? You have to make him miss you intensely. She pressed so close that Janica had to push her back a bit. Claire introduced a new concept. If you're the only one trailing after him, putting him on a pedestal and praising him, how is that considered dating? That's called a relationship of worship. Janica found that reasonable and silently shed a tear. Claire took her hand and reminded her, all right, Janica, anyway, winter break is just around the corner. You know his face is handsome and girls are always swarming around him, so you have to figure something out fast. But since I have to go home, I'm worried to death. For example, you need to learn how to trigger his protective instinct rather than just playing along like you are now. Anise, sitting and sipping her tea, couldn't help but praise. As expected, Claire really is someone who learned how to date through the love lies of the friend around her. But this is entirely accurate. However, the shift in the evaluation of Ed Rot Taylor was mostly due to Claire herself, because that man was the person Janica liked. She had nonstop said good things about that man to Belle or the academy staff, and even to her friends. So gradually, Everyone believed. Thinking up to this point, Anise placed her teacup down on the table and sank into deep thought. My opinion is slightly different, Anise recalled. When I saw her getting scolded by the librarian for returning a book late, I noticed she didn't possess a shred of authority. Looking at all this, she wondered, how on earth did she manage to become a professor? Senior professors often gossiped about the capabilities of Professor Claire, who was blessed in some way. She had completed her curriculum under the guidance of top scholars like Glassflavin, and this time she even secured the most capable teaching assistant. A male student wanted to offer help. What is this? It must be heavy, right? Let me give you a hand. Assistant Professor Claire, aside from her excellent academic skills, didn't have a single decent practical working skill. The reason she could handle all the major tasks was precisely because... Anise smiled. Thank you, friend. No, it's fine, thank you. A second-year student who made even academy staff with years of experience nod in approval. She was the best assistant. Assistant Professor Claire's research lab wasn't very orderly. The room was currently kept that tidy entirely thanks to Anise. From the student library, the Dex Hall management office, and the dorm duty office, she had gathered personal info on Ed to the point where it was practically stalking. If caught, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. But with a charming smile, she easily bypassed all suspicion. Except for two people, Janica and Claire, not many individuals knew her true personality. To Anise, human relationships, in the end, were all about saving face. She had 20 minutes before Claire returned with snacks from the bakery. Before that time, she would analyze all information regarding Ed Rott-Taylor's personality and background. She began reading The Rott-Taylor Family, the most powerful clan in the Empire. He is the second son among one boy and two girls, belonging to the direct lineage of the family. This kind of trivia is useless. Let's look through his biography instead. According to his birth year, Crepin Rott-Taylor successfully usurped the throne, and he became the heir apparent at the age of 2. He must have been incredibly arrogant as a kid. At age 5, baptized at the church. At age 8, officially educated in the etiquette of a duke. So, by age 12, he had probably finished that and moved on to other lessons. But looking at his grades from his freshman year, he doesn't seem to be the exceptionally brilliant type. As soon as she entered the academy, Anise became acutely aware of her difficult family circumstances, forcing her to stand on her own 2 feet. She had to survive as a teaching assistant and a scholarship student, to the point where she had to view someone a year younger like Lortell as a role model, proving her ability to survive regardless of the circumstances. Of course, Anise didn't have the ability to see the flow of money or sniff out the scent of gold, but she had her own methods. Looking at the report, let's see. Ed Rott-Taylor, history of the Rott-Taylor family, second son among one boy and 2 girls, direct lineage of the head of the most powerful clan among the Rotiv families of the Gloral Empire. Living in an oppressive environment, he must have been indoctrinated with dictatorial ideas. What's certain is that he was raised without ever having to worry about money, lacks academic talent, and didn't display any remarkably outstanding abilities throughout his freshman year. Demonstrates a lack of self-confidence. High probability of preferring a gentle and pure type of woman. Although he is the eldest, he tends to avoid responsibility, preferring to go with the flow rather than engage in debates or arguments. Desires a stage to show off, but avoids anything too troublesome. Prefers relationships that can be managed or discarded when necessary. Naturally, prefers good looks and is accustomed to luxury. He must really like expensive items, but conversely, individuals of this type might find simplicity more appealing. Possesses a few achievements, so he might be susceptible to flattery. Favorite topics will revolve around luxury and dignity. Prefers giving gifts to display wealth rather than receiving them. Considering the situation, now isn't the time to give grand gifts, but if he finds joy in a small token, it will definitely win his favor. Dependence over obsession, modesty over competition is the key. Sensitive to gains and losses. Being able to appeal to human interests with just a single phrase would be ideal. Check how he has changed since his expulsion and adjust tactics accordingly. Find out his feelings for Janica to see if he wavers around other women. If he wavers, see whether he feels genuine guilt and regret, or if he shrugs it off, considers himself the center of the universe, and questions his own pathetic self. One more point, to do this, my status as a teaching assistant and his senior will be my advantage. However, Based on his preferences, the ability to grasp psychological timing is also crucial. His ideal type isn't too complicated. It's a living embodiment of the structured desires found in those from wealthy and noble backgrounds. Recent environmental changes have backed him into a corner, causing a lot of disruption, but a person's core nature formed over more than a decade cannot be altered in just a year's time. Even though he has polished his name a bit, that characteristic arrogance doesn't seem to have vanished entirely. After reading through a massive wall of information, she concluded, "In the end, it's nothing difficult. Everything will follow this template." Anise smiled. "Shall we practice a bit?" Right at this moment, Claire returned with the pastries, bringing back some Mont Blanc from La Blesse Bakery. "Here, let's eat, let's eat." She was full of surprise. "You already prepared the tea?" Classic Anise, guessing that I would bring snacks. However, unfortunately, Claire spilled her teacup, crying out so hot. Right after, she looked toward Anise guiltily, blaming herself internally. Clumsy again, Anise is definitely going to scold me. Contrary to that thought, Anise showed concern for her. "Are you hurt?" This left Claire wide-eyed in astonishment. Anise stated, "That's a relief. I'm glad you're not hurt." This attitude of hers made her seem like a completely different person, utterly astonishing Claire. Cut to Ed's residence, where he was checking his attire. "Anyway, during the break, I still have to wear the uniform, so it's hard to take it to get washed." "Thanks a lot, Belle," she respectfully replied. "There's always a mountain of laundry anyway, so washing one more uniform is no trouble at all. Besides, I've received quite a bit of help from you as well." She recounted, "Lately, while washing Lady Lucy's clothes, I've noticed a lot of blonde hair strands stuck to them. And when washing the young master's clothes, there's the scent of scented candles on my lady's clothes and her white hair strands." Ed recalled, and indeed, lately, Lucy has been way more clingy. He evaluated. "Impressive, Belle, figuring it out from just one wash. If this person weren't a maid, who knows how far she would go." She wondered, "But young Master Ed, why do you use honorifics with me?" "Simply because Ed finds it more comfortable." But the maid felt, a casual way of speaking is more comfortable. He didn't back down and replied, "I prefer speaking with honorifics." He felt, in reality, with her position as head maid, she can practically be considered a veteran staff member in the academy. Plus, I am no longer a noble or a student of Offalis Hall. Speaking casually like that just doesn't sit right with me. Even so, Belle's thought was, he always behaves strangely. There's just no helping him. Ed had to clarify, "I will treat you with respect because Miss Belle is the head maid, with many people to look after, so you must have a lot on your mind." Belle still stubbornly advised him, "Let's see. Just relax and speak normally. The one who needs to worry about the people around him is probably you, Ed, even more than me." Hearing this, his face went blank, totally not catching what she meant. Finally, she accepted it. "Oh, forget it. Overthinking will only become a burden. No matter how complicated your relationships get, Ed, that's your business. Anyway, if you have clothes to wash, please let me know. Right now, the workload has stabilized, so it's fine." The renovation of Offalis Hall has also been completed. Both of them looked down from the window, continuing their conversation. Restoring the hall in nearly an academic term, it seems the academic department put in a lot of effort. The new students will arrive, and among the 7 new students we will be serving starting this break, one is already registered into the hall and is moving their things in. Ed wondered, that one person is, it seemed he had already guessed, Tanya Taylor, right? Belle confirmed, "Yes, as expected. You already knew." Ed was helpless. "This break is going to be a handful. My little sister is coming." A short while later, at a snow-covered house, someone's voice called out, "I guess you're heading home for this winter break. Why is Elka the librarian going back too?" "How do you know?" Jik, who was training in a handstand position, explained, "Because I want to spend time with Elka while you're still staying at the camp for the break, right?" Ed, who was sitting next to the campfire reading a book, replied, "Probably, right? I'm about to enter my 3rd year, so I have to learn how to use mid-tier magic. I'm planning to research a few things." Zix gave a reminder, "Just a year ago, you were still learning basic spells. Don't push yourself too hard." Done training, he questioned suspiciously, "Right now, I can't sense your magical power. Did you train until you completely depleted your mana again?" Suddenly, a hand touched Ed's forehead, feeling his temperature. She then asked, "Looks like you have a fever too. Are you sure you're not sick?" Ed blushed and made an excuse. "I have my reasons, don't worry too much." I just think I won't be able to use magic for a while. Feeling somewhat relieved, Zix threw on a coat to leave. Well, if you say so. The best thing about Jik is how open-minded you are, just accepting that everything has its own reason, and moving on makes things a lot easier. Jik recalled his conversation with Ayla and passed it along. Oh, right? Ayla was asking about you. It seems there was a misunderstanding last time. Ayla said she wants to see you and formally apologize. But she didn't know where you live, so she asked me. I didn't tell her, though, since that's personal information. Ed closed the book he was reading and casually said, just tell her I don't need an apology. Just tell her there are no hard feelings, and I don't need that apology. I don't hold a grudge or anything. Zix bluntly observed. Instead of calling it forgiveness, it feels more like you just don't care. Ed asked with a hint of curiosity. By the way, you're pretty good at keeping secrets, aren't you? He tossed a pouch of money toward him. Do me a favor before you head home. Here's a little compensation. He tossed a pouch of money toward him. Do me a favor before you head home. Here's a little compensation. Ed reminisced. That night, I was using Professor Glass' underground library. It was a complete mess inside, so I need someone to help clean it up. Taking a money pouch, he agreed. I don't mind at all. I can just look at it as a form of training. But what are you planning to do with that library anyway? Ed grabbed a pen and paper, jotting something down. I'm going to use it as my workshop. Hearing this, Jik grew curious. Are you practicing Magitech manufacturing too? Training yourself to survive at the camp, practicing mana control, elemental magic, Magitech, and even archery. And starting tomorrow, you're even working at the academy. People like you are the ones who succeed, right? Just don't overwork yourself. By this time, Ed had finished writing his winter break to-do list, which included 9 tasks. Let's see. Tomorrow, work for scholarship students. Time passed, and the next morning at the academy, a voice rang out, scholarship students. Thank you all for coming today. That's what she said. Right now, Assistant Professor Claire is completely out of commission. She had to handle the conference program issues and check the schedule for next semester. So she's been up straight for 44 hours. Therefore, regarding important matters, as the chief assistant, I will be guiding you. By this time, everyone had gathered. Anise began assigning tasks to the scholarship students, which included basic preparations for the upcoming freshman placement test and proctoring on the day of the exam. Ed thought to himself, the freshman placement test. The annual exam used to be run by Professor Glass, but this year, it's Assistant Professor Claire's turn. It's exactly like last time, so of course I already knew the outcome. It's a bit surprising to see Clebius here too. Anise explained in further detail. Last year, it was held in the forest north of Aiken Island, but this year, we're holding it on Mount Oren to the northwest. Next, she assigned tasks. Clebius, go grab the supplies we pre-registered for from the JIC building. And Senior Onik will be assisting Assistant Professor Claire with her work. Finally, Taylor. She secretly evaluated him. There's one thing both Claire and Janica are overlooking, and that is the sheer number of women surrounding Edrot Taylor. Just looking at his face, you can tell he's a player. Since we're working together as scholarship students, this is a great opportunity to test him. After reading the materials, I was able to perfectly embody his ideal type overnight. If he's a guy who easily gives into temptation and can't resist it. Edrot Taylor, I'll take responsibility and separate you from Janica. Anise charmingly flipped her hair and smiled. You'll be joining me for a field survey of the academy, northwest of Mount Oren, a place completely covered in white snow. Someone's footsteps approached as they reminded, this mountain isn't that big, but a mountain is still a mountain. There are plenty of dangerous areas, and during this season, if a student slips, they could get seriously hurt. After walking for a while, she complained, I'm so tired. Ed, you don't seem tired at all, do you? Noticing Anise was exhausted, Ed stopped. It's about time for a break anyway. Let's rest a bit. She forced a smile. Thank you. Ed is really something, huh? So thoughtful, too. Maybe I've completely misunderstood Ed all this time. He wondered, misunderstood? She immediately explained. You probably know a bit about it already, right? I'm Janica's best friend, so I get really worried if she hangs out with the wrong crowd. Because I was a bit anxious, I've been treating you rather coldly and indifferently lately. Pulling a piece of paper from her coat pocket, she replied, It's fine, I didn't really mind. Now, the next spot to check is, let's finish up this work quickly. He showed some concern. You must be exhausted from your life as the chief assistant. You've had a really hard time, haven't you? Anise said shyly, Yeah, but it's fine now since I have you here with me, Ed. She locked her arm with his. Of course those two help a lot. but you're the one who motivated and helped me the most, Ed. I'm sorry if this hurts to hear, but, Ed, you were exiled from your family, right? Her expression turned sad. Me too. Right after I enrolled, my family fell on hard times, but I still wanted to attend this school. So I just had to endure it all on my own. I felt like I was going through a long, endless winter all by myself. Ed looked at her and evaluated. Surely everyone is impressed by her resilient vitality. Whether it's financial issues or anything else, she handles everything on her own. He gently comforted her. Don't be too sad. You're doing a great job. But it seems my image in her eyes. Anise tugged at his sleeve. Thank you. Her face blushed crimson. We have quite a lot in some ways, don't we? Anise's attitude caught Ed a bit off guard. Isn't Anise supposed to be a colder, more pragmatic person than this? Suddenly, her foot tripped. Ed quickly caught her and warned, watch out. She said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I tripped on a rock. Ed looked down at the path, completely puzzled. A rock. Her face flushes bright red. Hold on a second. Why am I suddenly feeling so hot? I'll calm down in just a moment. Right after that, she walked away. Stay here, I'll be right back. Meanwhile, in a secluded spot, Anise remarked, on the surface, Ed really seems reliable and earnest. But as an act, she felt this is tough. A friend to share the grueling, challenging academic journey with. That's a bond of empathy. Ed looks capable, but underneath, he seems fragile and in need of protection. I wasn't sure if he liked a mature, charming vibe or a cute, youthful one, so I tried to combine both. I even tried physical contact a few times, culminating in that accidental hug, and everything pretty much went according to plan. Did I get a little too invested in the role? She looked down at her hands in embarrassment. Either way, he's not what I expected. He completely surpassed my expectations. His physique is amazing, acting like a refined gentleman while being much tougher than I thought. I thought he was just the son of some foolish noble, but surprisingly, he's quite intelligent. And his looks, well, it's no wonder Janica fell for him so easily. Anise was completely lost in a daydream, when suddenly she realized, I get it, she concluded. Is this how he seduced those girls? But I'm different, Ed Taylor. On the other side, Ed let out a breath as he reached the mountain summit. He marveled, this is absolutely beautiful. The view from Mount Oren is enough to make you forget all your worries for a moment. However, there are still a few things I haven't figured out how to solve. For instance, the matter with Tanya Taylor. Villainous is probably the best phrase to describe her. True to her title as the daughter of a duke, Tanya is a political genius. All her political skills and scheming were developed strictly by instinct. Armed with that, she's aiming to become the first freshman student council president in Sylvania's history. Before long, she'll start rallying the influential figures in the academy. Bell said, Tanya arrived at the dormitory earlier than everyone else, probably to spread her influence as much as possible before the semester begins. Tanya Taylor isn't just a minor character. She's a major antagonist. I still remember her clearly, so I thought I could prepare well from the start. The problem is, how will Tanya Taylor treat me? I don't know. Tanya knows, but I don't because I'm not someone else. I am myself. Taylor was just a minor villain who appeared briefly at the beginning and then vanished. He wasn't even given a thorough background in the character settings. Thinking back, there was nothing special about him because he was strictly an extra. Therefore, there are no clues, absolutely none. Consequently, this is an issue I can't fully grasp. What would Tanya Taylor think of Taylor? To Tanya Taylor is absolute trash. Sylvania is teeming with brilliant stars. The princess of the Gloral Empire, the true leader of the Elter Merchant Guild, a spirit summoner who can control high-ranking spirits despite being only a teenager. A great alchemist who created a legendary elixir while still a student. Eccentric monster who rules the vast northern steppes. The demon swordsman of the Notan family. All the way to a warrior proficient in holy swordsmanship. And most outstandingly, the rare genius mage blessed by the stars by the great mage Glowcate. A gathering of such elite faces. Just thinking about it makes the heart race. It's impossible not to admire Sylvania Academy. I'll get along with them and maintain a fulfilling academic life. A servant spoke respectfully. Milady's luggage has been arranged by the maids. It's the second room on the third floor. Please complete the dormitory check-in procedures through the servants. A pair of legs stepped down from the carriage as she mused. There's another place I need to drop by first. The servant took the order. Yes, I understand. The very first thing to do in Sylvania, the highly admired land of academia, involves the name Ed Rott-Taylor, the man who tarnished the family's honor. Tanya Rott-Taylor, the second daughter of Duke Rott-Taylor, decided, time to clean up the trash. She read a letter. As a father, I am delighted to learn of your desires. I will wholeheartedly support your ambition. Represent me, get close to everyone, and expand your position. She resolved, I will live up to my father's expectations. Before coming to study at Sylvania, Tanya had made 2 resolutions to her father. Sylvania will grant you the utmost respect fitting your status, but at its core, it is still a land of academia. Even the princess herself must show the teachers a minimum level of respect in academic settings. So do not be arrogant because of your noble status. Those who study above you are all your seniors. Right now, Tanya was enjoying tea with someone, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me, senior. She began the conversation. Since you already know about that man, I won't need to give a long explanation. He is a stain on the family and a disgusting human being. I grew up with him, so I know him all too well. It must have been really difficult, right? Still, my childhood was nothing compared to yours, senior. It wasn't hard to steer the conversation naturally. Tanya disparaged, but he's just a boastful guy with zero dignity, a completely rude person. Yet, simply because he was older, he was considered the family heir. He has no resolve, only trying things half-heartedly before eventually giving up. However, his pride is so high that he never admits his own incompetence. He awakened a tiny bit of mana sensitivity and acts as if he's some great archmage. I was absolutely shocked when he got into Sylvania. But it's a relief that within a few years, he got caught up in trouble and ended up like this. I never thought the reputation of a bottom feeder could be so useful. So what? Of course, someone like you, senior, must have seen right through him instantly. At this point, Tanya's face filled with anxiety. She felt something was off. Why does it feel like I'm talking to myself? Her father's words echoed. Remember this, when you meet the person I introduced, you must always treat them with respect, especially during negotiations and deals. That is someone you must never take lightly. That girl and I met during a project involving the acquisition of the sage's magic tome. It will certainly be an interesting experience. But, well, never mind. An oppressive aura weighed down on Tanya. She told herself, pull it together, Tanya. The eyes of the person opposite her flashed. What's wrong? Keep talking. Tanya's entire body felt as if it were being coiled by a giant serpent. She gasped for air, probing. No, it's just, are you angry? Lortell smiled. Angry? What are you talking about? Her face was full of cunning as she marveled. How interesting. The scene shifted, and on the table lay a piece of paper listing the winter break tasks. Ed had accomplished 5 out of the 9 tasks. He held 2 books. One was the Intermediate Magic Guidebook, Focused Bombardment, and the second was the Intermediate Magic Guidebook, Origin of the Wind. Last night, I picked these up from Professor Glass' library. It's quite convenient to be able to read books without having to return them. The work on the first day for scholarship students is pretty much done. I feel like Anissa's situation is even tougher than mine. Reaching his hand toward the burning firewood, but it wouldn't ignite, causing him to remember, oh, right? Even though I can't cast because I have no mana, I at least want to master the theory a bit. Let's see, by now, whereas before she always showed up in unpredictable ways and unexpected places, her scope of activity was now confined to a familiar spot. Ed called out to Lucy, who was sleeping on the bed. Hey, Lucy, light the fire for me. I can lift her up without any trouble at all. Lucy is so light that I find myself wondering if she's malnourished. He carried Lucy over to the firewood and pointed over there, and instantly, her magic caused the flames to burst to life. He praised her, good girl. Lucy said she wanted to stay outside too. Ed immediately agreed, all right. She sat next to him and caught the scent of perfume. He simply replied indifferently, is that so? I've been busy working at the academy all day and doing a field survey with Anise, so her scent probably rubbed off on me. Lucy, with a worried look, asked, so, do you have a fever? Or are you sick? Did you get exposed? She warned him, don't get sick. If you get sick, you might just die. Lucy reached out her hand to treat him. If your mana is disrupted, let me fix it for you. But strangely, her magic had no effect on him. Lucy was surprised, correcting herself. It's not disrupted. It's completely empty. Hey, you're really reckless, aren't you? Ed remained firm. I can still hold on. Lucy announced, after winter ends, I'll probably be even stronger. Then she asked, hey, Can I ask you for a strange favor? Ed was puzzled. A strange favor? She requested. Could you pat my head for a bit? Eventually, Lucy lay down on his lap. Ed patted her head while reading his book. Being patted by him, Lucy showed a deeply satisfied expression. Suddenly, a greeting made him turn his head. Long time no see. Senior Ed. It was Lortell. He wondered, did you come here because of the matter I asked you about? You could have just told me to go to the Merchant Guild. Why come all the way to the camp? She stammered. No. Actually, I came here because there's something I want to talk to you about. She observed Lucy resting on his knees. There are a few things I want to ask you. Shifting scenes to another location. Someone's voice rang out. The story was a bit long, but thank you both for listening to the end. The main point is quite simple. Tanya smiled amicably. If you support me and help me punish that man, I will offer the most handsome reward possible. For instance, the island family is famous for its renowned archaeologists, right? I can share some of the artifacts stored in the Rott-Taylor family vault. Elka said excitedly. Really? Jick also stepped up from behind. Is that so? He questioned. Tanya Rott-Taylor, right? Her eyes intently observed this solid physique, even being able to clearly feel the massive amount of mana flowing through his body. I need to pull this person over to my side. With a dark expression, Jick interrogated, Are you Senior's younger sister? Tanya confirmed, Yes, I am. Her face by now was filled with fear. I see. Suddenly, Jick burst into a joyful smile. He turned around radiantly. Elka, did you hear that? This is Senior's younger sister. After that, he pulled out something like a sphere and handed it to Tanya. Jick explained, This is a basic Magitech tool used in the mandatory classes for freshmen. Instead of buying a new one, use this. It's a mana sensitivity training tool. It's already been calibrated, so it'll be easy to use. Before she could recover from her surprise, Jick asked Elka, Right, do you still have the notes from Professor Del Rowe's elemental chemistry class? She replied, Yeah, I have them right here. I was actually planning to throw them out. Just like that, Jick's voice kept going, Hey, take this and this. You probably don't need this one. Huh? Well, whatever. Just take it anyway. If you don't need it, just throw it away. Without a summary, there'll be a huge gap in learning efficiency. Elka, do you still keep the flower crown for Professor Hen's class? A while later, the two of them let out a tired sigh, wiping away their sweat with their hands. Tanya, already holding a mountain of items, questioned, You heard my offer clearly, right? They instantly recalled, Oh, you're planning to do something to Senior, aren't you? Ed let out a sigh. Oh, right. It's completely normal for siblings to experience rivalry. There's no way they'd just get along perfect. As they spoke, a voice called out, The train is about to depart. Finally, he cheerfully said his goodbyes. Anyway, you're Ed's younger sister, right? It's really nice to meet you. I'm Jick, a sophomore, and also Ed's junior. He happily reiterated, Due to a few things, we all owe each other a bit and have known each other for a while now. So you could call it a special relationship. You're just like your older brother. You carry yourself with real presence, and you definitely have a highly promising future ahead. Jick walked over, placing a hand on Tanya's shoulder to encourage her. You're quite lucky to be born into such a good family, aren't you? The two of them said goodbye to her. Anyway, just do your absolute best. Let's give it our all together. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. At the same time, because she was carrying so many things, Tanya ended up falling down. Hang in there. She honestly didn't understand what was happening. What is this? The scene shifted to the faculty building, inside Assistant Professor Claire's office. Anissa's voice rang out. Thank you for your hard work, Professor Claire. As she looked at herself in the mirror, her expression showed utter, absolute exhaustion. Anise spoke up again to remind her. Once you finish up the freshman placement test, you can finally rest for the remainder of the break. She looked at Anise, who was still organizing the pile of paperwork, and said admiringly, Is this what they call youth? Anise, you're amazing. It's already been 2 days, yet you still look completely bursting with energy, don't you? Simply wonderful. While sorting through the documents, she remarked, Just as expected, I can't rely on those external scholarship students at all. Neither Onyx nor Clebius can handle paperwork cleanly. As a result, I still have to redo everything from scratch. The sole exception is Ed Rott-Taylor. His handling of the paperwork is flawless. She recalled the time she went on an inspection with Ed. This particular entrance could cause students to take the wrong path. We ought to block it off. The snow is incredibly slippery, so it's going to be a bit difficult if it remains this slick on the day of the exam. Practical problem-solving skills like that didn't seem to be the kind of traits typically found in high-ranking nobles. To say I wasn't surprised would be a total lie. I never expected that he wouldn't be living in the kind of coddled luxury I had imagined. Claire stepped closer to Anise, probing. By the way, Anise, you were with Ed, right? So was it somewhat like that, huh? Her eyes turned serious as she added, "This is a student's secret, okay? I had some investigations to conduct regarding the Awfulest Hall occupation incident, so I kept an eye on him to see. I never expected that he had built a camp that's actually bigger and nicer than this laboratory. The tools, the workbench, the fireplace, the display racks, the drying racks, and the exhaust fan. It seems he made all of them by himself. One glance is enough to tell how incredibly resilient he's been. In fact, his grades have improved a lot, to the point that even Professor Glass acknowledges. Furthermore, he's even formed contracts with spirits. Spirit-related training is supposed to be completely inaccessible, so I have no idea how he managed it. Oh my, he must have put in an immense amount of effort." Hearing this information, Anise's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Oh, and another thing, his practical skills have developed to a shocking degree. The nobility, living like flowers in a greenhouse, could certainly never attain that kind of real-world sharpness. Ultimately, Claire felt, "You two share a lot of similarities, don't you?" Anise said helplessly. "Ed and me? Well, I mean," she felt grateful. "Thank you for holding us in such high regard, Professor. But honestly, he clearly seems like a decent person. I can't just encourage Janica to date him based on a few evaluations. However, when dealing with him face-to-face, I couldn't find a single flaw. He's just a genuinely upright and decent man. No, is he actually a great guy? He's good-looking, has no arrogant attitude, and is highly praised by Professor Claire. He's also quite a bit more elegant than I thought. It's just something I happen to notice, but his family background is amazing too, and even his body scent is faint. It seems he maintains quite good hygiene." Noticing that Anise didn't reply, Claire wondered, "Are you daydreaming?" Suddenly, she slammed her hands on the desk and stood up. She quickly opened the window. "It's a bit hot in here, I'll open the window." Claire hastily agreed, but also reminded her, "Sure, open it up for some fresh air, but don't let the papers blow away." She felt worried for Anise. "Are you all right? It looks like you've been overworking yourself." Yet Anise kept spiraling in her own thoughts. "This is a massive problem. Seriously. This is not good at all. It's a truly major issue." Anise's face by this point had turned completely red. What on earth should I do? Suddenly, she realized something. Wait a minute. Remembering Claire's mention of Ed forming a contract with a spirit, she secretly deduced, it's impossible to form a contract with a spirit by oneself in such a short amount of time. Janica must have been right by his side, helping him attune to the spirit. That spirit is bound to be a highly capable and dependable one. Anything that happens could easily be reported back to Janica. As she thought of this, Anise's hands trembled as if she were terrified of something. Professor Claire gently asked, "Anise, I'm sure all the work is done by now. Would you like to go grab a light snack? What should I bring along?" However, the moment she finished putting on her coat, Anise had already vanished from the room. Someone's thoughts drifted aimlessly. The Failover family motto is harmony and coexistence. Her noble heart always cares for and loves everyone. It makes her constantly radiate light. It's a life where the concept of loneliness simply doesn't exist, always surrounded by genuine friends. However, no life is entirely free of worries. Janica sat beneath the base of a tree, sobbing out, "Anise." Exactly at this moment, Tanya suddenly tracked her down, waving her hand in greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Senior Janica." Panting heavily and dripping with sweat, she explained, "I wanted to introduce myself and have a chat with you." Janica Failover stood out prominently among the third-year students. Her popularity and talent truly made her one of the ultimate trump cards. Especially for her own objectives, she was someone she absolutely needed to have on her side. Tanya recalled the moment Lortell had draped an arm over her shoulder, giving a warning. She trembled as she said gratefully, "Senior Lortell?" At that moment, Tanya asked, "Would that be all right, Senior Janica?" But the flames of anger inside her had already flared up. Seeing this, Tanya was utterly struck with astonishment. Lortell's words about Janica still echoed vividly inside Tanya's head. "Don't worry too much. Senior Janica is incredibly kind and considerate." Contrary to that, right now, Janica looked like a blazing demon, so she will always listen to and believe absolutely anything others say. Janica's face at this moment was deeply distressed, tears continuously streaming down from those lifeless eyes. Most of the materials you need, we've already tracked down, but legendary crafting materials are just too hard to find. In a winter like this, those things are incredibly scarce. Ed poured some water while saying, "Then there's no helping it. Thanks anyway, kiddo, for looking out for me, even when you're this busy." Lortell, stretching her arms to relieve her fatigue, replied, "I was just doing it on the way, so don't worry too much about it." Ed handed her the cup of water and nagged a bit. "Why don't you get some rest instead of coming all the way out here just to tell me things like that? The road here isn't short either." Lortell held the warm cup of water, warming her hands, and softly replied, "Don't worry, I came out here specifically to rest." The crescent moon smiled. The moon that used to be as round as a platter back then now only left a faint trace. Time flies incredibly fast when people get swept up in the hustle and bustle of life. Even the river drifted off to sleep. Winter brings tranquility to everyone, but the way people receive it varies. For me, this winter is a period of testing to protect myself from the bitter cold. Winter break to-do list. 1. Organize the workshop cleanup completed. 2. Inspect the material storage room completed. 3. Expand the cabin. 4. Check the plot progression completed. 5. Look over the scholarship student work completed. 6. Raise the minimum magic technique level to tier 3. 7. Acquire special archer-related skills. 8. Learn intermediate magic theory. Completed. 9. Form a contract with a high-ranking spirit. Despite being in a busy period, anyone who has ever walked alone through quiet streets on a winter night knows this feeling. That sensation of passing through a world deep in slumber causes a sense of solitude to completely envelop you. Winter possesses that kind of magical power. At this moment, Lortell carefully spoke up. "By the way, why is Lucy sleeping over there?" Jick, who was currently reading a book while patting the head of Lucy, who was fast asleep with her head resting on his lap, said innocently, "It's winter, after all." Lortell grew impatient. "Is that supposed to be an answer?" Her expression twisted, deeply annoyed. "Ah, that seems a bit vague. Am I overreacting?" Only then did she regain some composure, changing the subject. "Well, to be honest, if it were just about the supplies, I wouldn't have come all the way out here." Ed asked seriously, "Is there something else then?" Lortell pulled out a gleaming object. "Oh, are you pretending not to know?" Seeing the item, Ed was astonished. "You actually managed to buy it?" Lortell confidently replied, "That's right." The object sparkled brightly for a long while, and a letter materialized in her hand. Lortell, her cheeks flushing slightly pink, happily said, "Things have gotten quite interesting, haven't they? I'll give you absolutely anything. So by all means, make sure to obtain the Sage's magic tome. At the very least, as a merchant, recouping an investment is only natural." Hearing this, Ed broke out into a cold sweat, looking away. "Just how massive of a favor are you planning to ask of me anyway?" Lortell sinisterly whispered into Ed's ear. "Of course, I wouldn't make a request so outrageous that it would make Senior Ed feel burdened or find it difficult to execute. Please just take my side." Puzzled, he opened one eye to observe a young lady. "Right, this is Act 3. The confrontation between Princess Fenia and Lortell will officially begin." Lortell sensed this and began meddling in politics. The Princess of Benevolence, Fenia Elias Kloll, Lortell's sworn enemy. If the script goes according to plan, she will rise to become the student council president, taking control of the academy's administration and expanding her authority. And leaning on that power, she will be the main figure who exposes the darkness of the Rot-Taylor family in Act 3. Lortell continued at this moment. "A time may come when everyone in the academy will be forced to choose one side or the other. If that moment arrives, please stand by my side. That's all I need." With that, she stood up and turned away. Fenia and Lortell, which of the two will emerge victorious will depend entirely on the protagonist's choice. In any case, it won't be me. After finishing his thoughts, Ed finally spoke up. "I don't think me taking your side carries much weight anyway." Hearing this, she smiled and replied, "That's true, Senior. Even though your reputation at the academy is improving a bit, your support wouldn't yield any significant results since you're just a single student." Ed took offense to the criticism, frowning as he complained, saying it so bluntly like that is a bit uncalled for. Lortell kept smiling. "So what? It's not a matter of being political or non-political. It's simply about whether it means something to me or not. With that, she turned back to look at him meaningfully. After a bit of back and forth, Ed finally agreed. Fine, that shouldn't be too difficult. Lortell also quickly incinerated the letter in her other hand. Ed watched the scene for a moment, and then he began to evaluate her once more. Lortell, with a charming smile, flaunting her sharp wit, as if she possesses 1,000 different faces. However, all of a sudden, Lortell spun around, flashing a gorgeous smile beneath the moonlight as she cheered, "I'm so happy." Ed wondered to himself again, does she actually have an innocent expression like this too? Shifting scenes to some time later, since it was during the break, there were no classes or tasks for the scholarship students. I intended to take advantage of the time to catch up on some comfortable sleep after a long period, but I woke up early out of habit. While Fenia was nodding off, Ed stretched his arms and said, "Help me start the fire." Last night, I had a long conversation with Lortell, and one particular matter kept lingering in my mind. Back then, Lortell had asked, "Senior, you have a younger sister, right? Your sister seems to be upset about something. I'm not entirely sure if she truly views you as an enemy of the family, or if it's just a bit of resentment stemming from sibling rivalry. To be honest, it's actually quite cute in its own way." So I introduced that kid to a few people. Today, she plans to take a stroll around. Perhaps tomorrow morning, she'll come find you to speak her mind clearly. The biological sister of the body I had reincarnated into, how to maintain the relationship between her and me remained a total enigma. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't glean anything. So there was absolutely nothing I could do. At this moment, Tanya appeared along with a few people, speaking up, "Oh, long time no see, big brother. By the way, since it's been a while since we last met, I brought along this gift." Was she tense, or was she feeling awkward? It seemed like she was afraid of something, but at the very least, she wasn't harboring any deep-seated hatred. All right, I understand. Regardless, during the time spent at the mansion, at least I managed to have a good life while staying at the Rott-Taylor mansion with the family. Sorry for jumping to such a proud conclusion. As Ed thought up to this point, he suddenly covered his face and stood up. Tanya was utterly panicked by this reaction. Ed Rott-Taylor remembered that back then, a plate of steak was smashed to pieces, accompanied by the interrogation, "How dare you bring a thing like this to the heir of the Rott-Taylor family?" Meanwhile, Tanya calmly kept eating her portion. "Tanya, you're incredibly good at suppressing your contempt. Your patience is truly astonishing. You're really quite excellent at handling situations and exceptionally sharp. Back then, that guy was incredibly tyrannical and cruel, stomping down on a maid's face. Stomped down right next to the discarded piece of meat. The maid was utterly terrified. Ugh, cough. It was only at this point that Tanya's hands began to tremble, finally unable to endure it any longer as she screamed, "Please, please stop it." The space plunged into a brief silence. Then, that person spoke up again mockingly. "What are you trying to say? Do you actually feel affection or pity for things that are nothing more than tools for work?" This guy's face twisted with malice. "It seems you're still not completely ennobled yet." Tanya snapped back to the present, accepting the box, and then smiled cheerfully. "Thank you. I'll make good use of it. For the new semester, I'll wear it to school. Strictly speaking, I was exiled from the family, after all. I never expected you to come all the way out here for someone who isn't even your brother anymore. Regardless, thanks a lot." With that, he decisively turned around to leave. Tanya called out in confusion, "Big brother." Suddenly, Ed added, "What are you just standing there for? Go sit down by the fireplace and wait a bit. There isn't much blue herbal tea left anyway, so don't bother being stingy with it." Tanya noticed the girl sitting by the fire and flinched. This is, Ed reminded her. No need to worry about her. "Hey, make some room. Don't just lounge around out there." At this point, Tanya also sat down. Ed brought out 2 cups, saying, "I heard you've been touring the other academy buildings to observe the surroundings, huh? Did you meet anyone interesting?" Tanya reservedly replied, "Ah, yes. I've heard a whole lot about you about me." Ed asked back in surprise. "There aren't many people who know enough about me to have interesting stories to tell." The moment Janica heard that name, the 3 of them instantly became incredibly tense, their faces turning completely pale. Ed noticed those expressions and immediately realized the answer. "So you did meet her? Janica is incredibly kind, isn't she? Out of everyone I know, she's probably the gentlest and most good-natured person." Tanya could only nod vigorously in agreement. Yes, Senior is truly, truly, truly kind. Senior is a genuinely good person. Furthermore, she's exceptionally powerful. The high-ranking fire spirit, that fire lizard. She summoned it and tossed those servants around like toys. She said if they didn't answer correctly, she wouldn't let them off easily. Right after, she hastily corrected her words. No, that's not it. Senior Janica is very considerate and gentle, encouraging me to do my absolute best in my studies. Ed heard this and was astonished. You saw her summon a high-ranking spirit? Tanya panicked again and explained, I didn't see it. I really didn't see it. It was all just my imagination. People say high-ranking spirits look like that, so I just pictured it in my head. Please don't misunderstand. Seeing this, Ed could only let out a sigh. Just as expected, something is very off. The Tanya I know isn't this timid. After all, everyone who ever met Taylor holds a grudge against me. Noticing his younger sister's pale face and frightened expression, he called out, Hey, Tanya, causing the girl to jump. Ed said seriously, Look, right now I'm living to the absolute best of my abilities, so don't look at me so terribly like that. For those sins, I've already been exiled anyway. When I was still at the mansion, I was a bit incompetent and useless, wasn't I? Right now, there are many things that can no longer be taken back, but regardless, I'm sorry. As he spoke, he handed the cup of water to Tanya, and she quickly accepted it. Ed smiled gently and continued, I heard you want to become the student council president. I highly support this goal of yours. I might not be able to help much, but I know you always work hard. Keep fighting. However, he kept observing Tanya's expression. Despite saying that, I know Tanya won't be able to become the president, because Tanya is merely a villainess who exists solely to serve as a foil for Fenia. Furthermore, Tanya Taylor is the first blood relative I've had the chance to interact with. So no matter what, I feel a deep sense of attachment. But looking at this expression, I have absolutely no idea how this relationship will turn out. Tanya looks incredibly tense right now. She might even faint from sheer overwhelm. A moment later, a weary breath sounded out. Phew, gasp. I almost let my guard down completely. I know the true nature of that piece of trash. But when bad-mouthing that guy, I almost died. Right at that exact moment, I truly understood the meaning of ultimate fury. Senior Janica seems to deeply trust and follow that guy, which is just bizarre. This Sylvania is packed to the brim with elite individuals. There's even the #1 mage, the rare genius, Lucy Merrill. In a place overflowing with such talented people, no matter how good Taylor is at acting, he is bound to be exposed sooner or later. Suddenly, at this moment, Lucy appeared right there. The two girls stared at each other in utter shock. Is she in the room next to mine? Well, even if this is Awfulest Hall, the Academy's finest dormitory, clumsy and pathetic fools like him will obviously exist here too. Lucy spoke up and asked, Are you Ed's younger sister? Tanya let out a sigh, thinking, Ed, that guy's incredibly lucky. Unexpectedly, Lucy stood up on her tiptoes. Then she patted Tanya's shoulder, kindly offering, If you run into any trouble, just let me know. Having said that, she proceeded to open her room door and walked inside, leaving Tanya staring blankly after her. Tanya's eyes flashed with utter shock. In the highest-class dormitory, Awfulest Hall, only the top-ranked student is permitted to use a golden nameplate. Room 302, Lucy Merrill. That person is the rare genius mage, Lucy Merrill. Tanya once again suffered a massive bout of shock. I didn't know anything at all. A frantic scream rang out. It looked like Tanya would need a long time to adapt to Sylvania, and certainly, this wasn't her fault at all. In the rose garden, a voice rang out. Anise slammed the table, speaking loudly. Introduce me to some male student. If possible, I want someone handsome, tall, and highly capable. Belle broke out into a cold sweat, feeling a bit helpless. You're certainly not the type of person to be casual about meeting male students, right? No, from the very beginning, I didn't think you had any romantic experience at all. Hearing these words, Anise could only lower her head, turning gloomy. Seeing this, Belle hastily explained, Forgive my rudeness. I didn't mean any harm by it. I just figured you weren't interested in romance. You're always so busy and pour all your devotion into your work. Oh, well, kind of like that young master who's about to enter his 3rd year. Thinking back on it now, you two actually share quite a few similarities, don't you? Hearing that name, Anise flinched quite peculiarly. Belle noticed that reaction as well, thoroughly startled, blurting out, Could it be? Anis's cheeks by this point had flushed pink from embarrassment. She helplessly ran a hand through her hair, stating, "As expected, nothing gets past you, Ms. Bell." Huh? That's right, it's exactly what you think. Because I heard a lot of bad rumors. I met up with him to verify them, but surprisingly, we have a lot in common and talk quite well. He has a certain quiet charm about him and isn't half bad. Bell, wearing a completely speechless expression. Ah, so in the end, you chose Ed? Yes, I'll frankly admit it. Anis set a folder of documents down on the table, then asserted, I find myself feeling a bit drawn to him. Actually, this is even good news. If someone like me can be drawn to him, it proves Janica made the right choice. Ultimately, as long as I can quickly get a grip on my own feelings, there won't be any problem left. Belle listened for a while, then called out seriously, Lady Anis. Anis continued, if you compare it to a malignant tumor, detecting it early is a stroke of luck. He isn't the only male student in the world anyway. If we can find another man as a replacement and publicly announce that we're a couple. But at this moment, Belle uttered words that sent Anis into a state of utter panic. Perhaps Lady Janica already knows about your feelings? She gathered up those document sheets, then calmly offered her perspective. First of all, the intention to find a replacement could be a major insult to the person involved. Even for someone like Lady Anis, you've never shown this much of a lack of consideration for others before. Either way, my feelings have already gravitated towards someone else. You're planning to wrap everything up by just finding a new lover, right? Anis closed her eyes, speaking with a sense of helplessness. Actually, yesterday, I walked past the faculty room and bumped into Janica, but we didn't greet each other. Everything felt a bit awkward. She looked rather sad. And next week, I have to act as a proctor alongside Ed for the placement exam. I feel so guilty toward Janica, so I have no idea how to face her. Anis was so anxious that she was visibly trembling. Unexpectedly, Belle reassured her, perhaps things aren't quite as dire as you imagine. On the contrary, it might even act as a positive catalyst. Hearing this, Anis asked back in confusion, what do you mean? Belle immediately explained, Lady Janica is always kind and sincere to others, and she also has her two friends who always shield her from getting hurt. The issue from the very start, isn't it that Lady Janica is just too flawless compared to everyone else? Sometimes, acting too perfectly isn't always a good thing. I was quite shocked by what Lady Anis displayed today, but reflecting on the fact that you trusted me enough to confide these matters, I am genuinely deeply grateful for it. Sometimes, imperfections add a layer of charm. You could call it protective instinct, right? At that time, that friend had sincerely riled up Janica. That man possesses an oddly bizarre popular appeal with women, so we need to swiftly figure out a solution. Stir up the protective instinct, rather than just beating around the bush like this. Yes, the protective instinct. Anis's mind became clearer, thanks to Belle's encouragement that she didn't need to feel consumed by guilt. Thus, her thoughts began to align properly. Janica's image surfaced in her head, making her unable to suppress a smile. Whenever she feels flustered and exhausted, Janica will undoubtedly head to a highly predictable spot. Shifting scenes back to Ed, by this time it was late at night inside the snowy forest. The moment he spotted the person sitting by the fire, he called out in astonishment, Oh, when did you get here? But Janica simply pursed her lips, lowering her head in silence. It's about time to start preparing materials to build the storehouse. I want to expand the space inside the cabin, but with this holiday schedule, I'll have to move quickly. While calculating, Ed's gaze shifted over to Janica. Janica, that person holding her knees, looks to be in quite a mood. He stood there observing her for a long while, a bit later pouring out a cup of water, and as he handed it to her, he looked up at the sky, marveling. It's snowing again. It's piling up. It seems like a snowstorm hits every 2 days. Then, he checked in on her. If you're facing any trouble, you can talk to me. Janica just kept sitting there, clutching the cup of water, replying gloomily, I'm sorry, I can't say. Then never mind. I won't force you. This caused Janica to freeze up. Ed's gaze looked encouraging. Hang in there. Janica, looking at him, she pursed her lips, deeply moved. What we sometimes forget is that Janica is also going through a school life that is by no means easy. Wearing a dejected expression, lowering her head as she hugged her knees, just like a small animal cornered against a wall. It's truly hard to ignore. Ed looked at her with a sense of helplessness, not knowing how to assist. The two could only rely on each other, sharing a bit of this cold, resting period together. Winter persisted, the cold so severe that if one only had a single blanket and a fire, survival would be impossible. Even so, spring was drawing near, and the fire, survival would be impossible. Even so, spring was drawing near. My father, the head of the family, was frequently absent due to being busy with affairs at the royal palace, but the Rott-Taylor family villa was always peaceful. However, ever since the passing of the eldest young lady, Arwen Rott-Taylor, the new successor ascended, and everything was thrown into complete chaos. What kind of person was Ed Rott-Taylor? There's a saying, if you want to see through to the absolute depths of a person's heart, hand him power. A pathetic fool, holding a tiny bit of the successor's power in his hands, yet already acting as if the entire world belonged to him alone. That absolute piece of human garbage, back then as if driven mad, flipped the dining table over, simultaneously interrogating. Looking at me with eyes like that, what exactly can you do? Kill me. After that, he bent down to pick up the sharp knife, continuing, fine, Sister Arwen passed away too. Isn't that a wonderful thing anyway? Ed shoved the knife into his younger sister's hand, his face contorted with rage, and screamed, well now, if even I die, then the position of successor is yours, huh? What else are you waiting for? Hurry up and stab me. Stab me. Hurry up, drive it straight in. Tanya was terrified to the point of collapsing onto the ground by this situation, yet she still laughed maniacally, ha ha ha. Tanya, her face deathly pale with a mixture of terror and deep-seated hatred, looked up. That was life back then. In just a split second, the breath was snuffed out, and those eyes, looking down at me again. I've been weighed down by those eyes for half my life. Even though he never raised a hand against someone of his own blood like me, the family couldn't save Arwen either. The people in the mansion couldn't do a thing either. I survived like a useless nobody, no different from a lifeless corpse. Then the opportunity arrived, and that was the news that Ed Rott-Taylor had been expelled. Tanya immediately and joyfully mapped out her plan. That man has been expelled. All that's left is to prove myself. The upcoming Student Council President election is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The first plan, pass the placement test. On the day of the placement exam for incoming freshmen, a niece was carrying luggage while turning around, anxiously warning, don't come near me. Upon seeing Ed, she quickly turned away. The scent, the gaze, the aura, none of it sits right with me anyway. Don't you dare come near me. Anise was clearly being very decisive, probably for some reason. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Claire appeared and smiled as she announced, it looks like all the points of caution have been covered. Now, shall we head up the mountain and prepare for the exam right away? Unlike the previous trial held in the Northern Forest, this year, it's being held right on Mount Oren. Since Professor Glass is absent, Assistant Professor Claire is taking over to host this exam. There are quite a few changes. This exam is different from the last one. This is where the students must search for magic stones hidden deep within the mountain. This time, the magic stones aren't hard to find. In fact, they're very easy to spot. The stones can't be kept hidden either, and there's no distinction in scores based on the type of stone found. Anyone can find a stone and place it on the altar of rebirth. The altar of rebirth, a test that helps students get placed into Class A. At first glance, it seemed easy, but Claire appeared with a completely eerie look on her face and said, it has to be this way to get into Class A. Class A isn't a joke, after all. Fighting and winning against countless monsters and wild animals is an extremely difficult level that only the first-year students who pass can advance into Class A. The so-called survival on the hellish Mount Oren. And in the end, not a single one of the new students at Sylvania Academy met the criteria to get into Class A. I could only let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Of course, up to this point, it was all just a predetermined script. This event where no one makes it into Class A is something that absolutely must happen, because it connects to important events in the future. Therefore, I couldn't tell Assistant Professor Claire specifically about the difficulty level. Even though I'll have to write a report later, at least I feel at ease, because even though it's called an ultra-difficult survival, no casualties will happen to the new students. They will have to fight against imaginary monsters created by a Magitech device called the Illusion Disc. The Illusion Disc summons illusions of low-level monsters and beasts. All we have to do is ensure safety after installation. Among them, the purple Illusion Disc is the most important. For what I remember, it's the exact reason the first years have no Class A. A rare grade, The illusion disc summons illusions of high-level monsters and beasts. It's truly commendable that she handles all the important matters by herself. But right at this moment, while Anise was still struggling to carry that bag of luggage all by herself, a reminding voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, if it's too much, hand some over for me to hold. You're lagging behind back there," replying, "Thank you, Senior Onyx, it really is too heavy for me." The person showing concern was Ed. At this moment, he reached his hand out, intending to say, "Give it to me." But Anise still gave a forced smile. Then she immediately let out a shriek and swung the bag of luggage to the side to dodge. Ed warned in a panic, "That's dangerous." But Anise's foot had already missed a step on the stairs. But at this moment, he quickly extended his hand and caught Anise by the waist. Ed lifted her up, but her hands had already let go of the luggage bag from earlier. Seeing this, his expression turned grim as he shouted, "Watch out!" The colored discs went rolling violently down the stairs like that, forcing everyone to dodge in a panic. The most important one was the purple illusion disc. At this moment, a hand caught one colored disc, and another hand wasn't idle either, catching another. That classmate flusteredly warned, "You have to be more careful. What if they break?" Ed let out a sigh of relief at this moment, while Anise was still blushing. Wow, as expected of the top student. The script for this entire semester almost fell apart right from the start. At this moment, that student held out the colored disc, when all of a sudden, it shattered completely. The color inside spilled out just like that. The three of them could only freeze up at this point, all looking down at the incident at the same time. That student asked in confusion, "Now what?" Ed couldn't care about anything else anymore and instinctively let go of his hand, causing Anise to fall down. Why did everything feel a bit too smooth? The joint combat practice session last year was the event where the underperforming student Taylor held a sword for the very first time. It was an event that drew a ton of attention because he managed to defeat Lucy, even though it caused the script to get distorted, causing Janica to quickly turn dark. This year's joint match is also a major event. The incredibly talented first-year students, belonging to the elite class, have challenged the generation of famous main characters this whole time. The battle began, and the new first-year students went completely wild. They didn't hesitate to use every means and trick available, gripping their swords tightly before slashing out countless powerful strikes. Every single one of them was defeated by Taylor alone. "Taylor, you've grown strong enough over the past year." He left a deep impression in everyone's eyes. And St. Clarice, hiding her identity among the crowd, took notice of Taylor. The story ended right there. While feeling moved by Taylor's growth is understandable, the relationship between the Saint, one of the four main heroines, and Taylor is very important. I need her strength in the battle to subdue Lucy in Act 3, and furthermore, she is a very crucial person. Therefore, this event needs to play out exactly like the original script. To do that, the first-year students must riot as planned. The reason the first-year students riot is actually because no one made it into Class A during the placement test at the beginning of the year. And the reason they didn't get into Class A is precisely due to the highly enthusiastic assistant instructor Claire, who used these purple illusion discs during the test. Everyone looked at those shattered purple discs and couldn't help but frown, exclaiming, "Ha, what a mess. There, it looks like the circuits got twisted from the impact. We'll probably have to ask a professor specializing in magic engineering to fix it seriously." We went through all that trouble just for this to happen. At this moment, Anise could only drop her shoulders helplessly, not knowing what to do. Then, with a guilty look on her face, she spoke up, "I'm sorry, I should have paid more attention." At this time, voices discussing a solution rang out. Even if we sit here complaining, it won't fix this broken magic device on its own. If things go on like this, the number of students making it into class, it will be way too high. We have to handle this. "No, we can definitely handle this," Ed countered. Hearing this, Clebius, who was standing nearby, gasped in shock. But suddenly, Ed threw his arm around Clebius's shoulder, throwing him into a panic. Ed called out coldly, "Clebius!" Clebius's face contorted with fear. "What?" "The starting location for the placement test. The entrance to Mount Orin. When do you feel most clearly that you've arrived at the land of academia, Sylvania Academy?" If you ask Tanya, she would say it's when she has the honor of being welcomed by a noble classmate. Even if they are royalty, everyone is a student of Sylvania, so they will all wear the same uniform regardless of status. However, if there's an exception to such unwritten rules. It would only be the spiritual pillar of millions of Telos believers. St. Clarice. At this moment, Clarice appeared and said cheerfully, "Thank you, but there's no need to stand on ceremony too much. Rigid etiquette only makes academy life feel heavier. For the common good, let's simplify the social pleasantries." Everyone was so tense they were breaking out in a cold sweat, replying yes. Suddenly, a greeting rang out, causing Clarice to turn around and look. "It is an honor to meet you." St. Clarice. Tanya flashed a friendly smile. "I'm the successor of the Rotz-Taylor family. My name is Tanya Rotz-Taylor." "Oh, if it's the Rotz-Taylor family," Clarice recalled. "Patriarch Krebin, I performed his baptism ritual before, but I was way too young back then, so I don't remember much of it." Tanya bowed politely. "That is an honor for our family. When I come of age, I will also undergo the baptism ritual." Clarice offered a friendly smile. "I look forward to it, Miss Tanya." After that, her gaze turned calculating. The conversation with the saint was a notable event. It would be highly useful for the student council president election. But the immediate focus of today was right at this moment when a magic cannon went off like a signal. Fireworks exploded in midair, accompanied by the announcement to begin. The alchemy department first met at the Academy Square, the magic department at the foot of Mount Orin, and the alchemy department in the basement of a bellow hall. Each group would gather at a different location, and the exam content differed, but the goal was the same, which was to make it into Class A. Then Tanya, along with the other students, dashed forward with all their might. Full tuition waiver, moving into Ophilus Hall, and using the welfare facilities reserved for the noble honorary students of Class A, whatever a student wanted. A male student flashed a wild, smug grin. "Awesome, I found a magic stone. Hurry up and run. I have to place the stone on the altar before anyone else to get into Class A." "All the new students here." Another student lightly brushed past the guy from earlier and casually said, "I need to step on it while some random nobody is babbling away." "Damn it, Joseph, freeze right there." The guy chased after him with all his might again, everyone heading toward that mountain peak. At this moment, someone picked up a stone, exclaiming, "So many stones." Tanya analyzed seriously while gathering them. The exam content definitely isn't just about offering magic stones to the altar. There must be something special to clearly separate the student's abilities. Instead of wasting physical strength, it's better to slow down and be cautious. Suddenly, a cry rang out, startling her. Oops! Right in front of Tanya, a female student had collapsed onto the ground. Her shoes kicked off up ahead. She was taking off her shoes. "Ah, am I seeing things?" Tanya asked worriedly. "Did you hurt your leg? If you did, let me call an instructor over to help." The girl suddenly blurted out, No, that's not it. I was just trying to step barefoot on the snow." "Oh my gosh, it's so cold." The girl's expression was incredibly thrilled, while Tanya was still left bewildered. "Walking barefoot here?" The girl, her eyes sparkling brightly, explained, "Oh, is that not allowed? Isn't this normal? It's just one of the things I wanted to try. I always imagined it whenever I saw the snow outside the window, and it's softer than I thought." This behavior made Tanya comment in her head. Those eyes, that attitude, for sure. She must have gotten hit on the head right when the exam started. How pitiful. Then, facing her friend's cheerful expression, Tanya helplessly crossed her arms and introduced herself. "I'm Tanya, the second daughter of the Rotz-Taylor family." "It looks like we're the same age, right?" Hearing this, the girl gasped in surprise. "Rotz-Taylor? I heard that everyone from the Rotz-Taylor family is outstanding and holds a high status." "Not everyone is like that," Tanya immediately shot back. Hearing this, the girl gasped in surprise, letting out a "huh." Tanya turned around, frowning, and said with an unhappy look on her face, "No matter how powerful a family is, over years of maintaining the lineage, useless dropouts and absolutely terrible people are bound to show up." Then she remembered Ed's expression, thinking, "From what I saw at the camp, he seemed like he had completely transformed. Right now, I'm not sure what the true face of Rotz-Taylor is." Furthermore, the fear from that time still hasn't faded. In addition, after hearing this, the girl said, "Boo, but I don't think Tanya is that kind of person at all. If you come from the Rotz-Taylor family, and I come from the countryside, then I should show some respect, shouldn't I?" The girl, her eyes sparkling, showed her admiration. Tanya turned away, helplessly declining. "No need, this is Sylvania now." The girl let out an "oh." Then she smiled and said, "It's Sylvania, right?" Blushing, she formally introduced herself. My name is Kylie." I come from a small city in the countship of Turin, out east. I don't know much about the outside world. If I do anything stupid, I apologize in advance. I'm not very used to places like this. Only then did Tanya reply. Keel, I'll just call you directly since we're the same age, cool? Of course it's cool. Kylie replied. Tanya reminded her again. You need to hurry up, this is an exam, after all. Kylie casually followed up. Oh right, huh? We're in the middle of an exam. Then, Kylie laughed cheerfully, but I don't really want to get a high score. If you get into class A or something, it's way too easy to draw attention. Tanya bit her lip, getting irritated by every single word she said. Unexpectedly, Kylie grabbed Tanya's hand and explained, I really don't care about the tests, so I'll help you with your exam, Tanya. Maybe that way, our relationship can become special and closer, right? As she spoke, she pulled Tanya along, running forward. This is the first time I've ever had a friend my age. Tanya, bewildered by that casual naivety, quickly warned her seriously. What? It's only because it's me that you can be this relaxed. If you happen to let it slip and act all close with people like the princess or the saint, you're going to get into huge trouble. Is that so? Kylie grew anxious. Still, Tanya had to let it slide. Strictly speaking, even someone like me. Sigh, whatever, forget it. Let's move fast. 30 minutes after the exam started. Right at this moment, the red-haired guy was bolting up the mountain passionately, cheering happily. I'm in the lead. Just a little bit further, and I'm at the peak, ah. No matter how good Joseph is, I still hold the upper hand in physical strength. Man, running at full speed is a bit much, though. I felt like I was about to die. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a figure like a demon barked out. Well, in that case, the only option left is to die. The person who just appeared threw a punch right into the red-haired guy's face. Cough up! The red-haired guy was knocked flat onto the ground, his body trembling, unable to stand back up. Clebius spoke up. Oh my gosh, how terrifying. Why did you suddenly pop out like that? Seriously. Pant, even though it's a bit cheap, totally shameless, totally unsenior-like, and pretty pathetic still. But just like he said, surprisingly, it's not half bad, is it? His face flushed with excitement as an arm was coldly slung over his shoulder. Clebius screamed. Why is it only me? Ed said seriously, you're not the only one doing this. Suddenly, up ahead in the forest, a massive tremor shook the ground. Clebius and Anise will block the first years on their way from the mountainside up to the altar. If any student manages to get past us, that person will qualify for Class A. Anise made a grand appearance, thinking determinedly, what happened is my fault. I will do my absolute best. Then he continued assigning roles. Senior Onyx, a master of flight magic, will oversee safety and report the changes to the exam content. If you write it right now, you can finish it before the exam ends, right? Claire closed her eyes, nodding along. Emichim, assuming you don't sleep. The professor reported the documents. Senior Onyx is in charge of safety. Clebius protects the southern entrance, and I'm on the north side. Claire could only tear up, while Anise asked worriedly, what about you? Ed looked around, then replied, I'll be right here, because I have to protect the altar. Claire grew anxious at this point as well. Ed, right now, you can't even sense mana. Are you going to be okay? Ed calmly explained, I have a plan in mind. Up here in midair on one side, everything is still exploding and chaotic. Just die already. The rare-grade illusion disc, a device that generates an illusion of a formidable foe through the user's mana, was crafted to a higher standard than regular illusion discs. It could create much stronger enemies. The crafting difficulty of this item was broken, making it unable to unleash its full potential, and it was highly difficult to fully repair. Furthermore, I still haven't recovered my magic yet. A magic stone, an item containing a massive amount of magical power. However, the ones used in this exam were expensive magic stones, exactly as expected from Sylvania. Placing the stone onto the magic circle caused it to release a surge of power once more. The Altar of Rebirth, if offered a vessel holding magical power, could extract that power and temporarily utilize it. By using this altar, I can recharge my lost magic. Mug appeared at this moment. Ed smiled and said, long time no see. While I still can't hear clearly what you're saying, well, timing-wise, Anise and Clebius will buy me enough time to gather the magic stones. The goal is to not let a single soul pass through. Instantly, Ed's surge of magical power rolled out in waves. He closed his eyes tightly, taking a deep breath. Phew. Then he blurted out, "Bring it on. All preparations are complete." On another side, at this moment, a crowd of students have been beaten to a pulp, lying scattered all over the ground. Ugh, run, pant, right, gasp. I'm feeling a bit tired too. So I'm not feeling very comfortable right now. Tanya, along with Kylie, had arrived at the scene by this time. Clebius loomed large with a demonic expression, uttering, "Let's bring this to a quick end." The two girls shrieked in horror the moment they saw him. At this time, from behind, Clebius sensed a massive shockwave, with smoke and fire rising up just like that. Clebius turned around and said, "That's the northern entrance. Isn't that Senior and Niece's magic?" Seizing the moment, Tanya grabbed Kylie's hand and bolted. "Now's our chance. Run fast." Seeing this, Clebius shouted loudly, "Ack! Freeze right there." Senior Assistant Anise could be considered a genius in the academic field, but in terms of combat magic, she was only slightly above the average level of students in her department. But even so, that definitely wasn't a level that first-year students could match. Her face was covered in soot as she barked, "All right, just come at me." But this new student displayed a completely different tier of skill. Joseph Wells, unlike his older sister, who had to work incredibly hard to become the top student of the alchemy department, Joseph was the youngest researcher at the Magic Association and could freely cast mid-tier magic. Just one word: genius. A powerful contender for the top spot. Joseph maintained an expressionless face as he spoke up. "There's no need to be that angry, Senior. Clearly, everyone has their own field of expertise. It's just that you aren't suited for combat." Hearing this, Anise fell silent before firing back. "You've got it all wrong. Yes, I'm angry, but it's not the kind of resentment you think. So get moving." Joseph quickly complied as well, then continued running. Anise's hands clenched tightly and trembled. Everything was arranged perfectly, without a single loophole, but the supply of Magitech equipment broke down, throwing the situation into jeopardy. I couldn't even come up with an alternative solution. Yet, he managed to control that very situation without showing a hint of frustration, and even continued to guide the situation in a positive direction. And yet, right now, I've been beaten by a freshman and failed to block the northern entrance to the altar. More than the feeling of defeat and resentment, I feel angry at myself because the image of a reliable face to resolve this situation keeps popping up first in my mind. At this moment, Ed was at the critical location, and upon seeing the newcomer arrive, he spoke up, "You're the first guest. You know the exam content already, right? All you need to do is offer a magic stone to the altar, but of course I'm not going to let you do that." Joseph didn't show a hint of flinching either, casually stating, "Just as expected, the testing method is quite bizarre. If I manage to overpower you and successfully offer the stone to the altar, who are the students arriving after me going to take the exam against?" Ed replied coldly, "All right, that's not for you to worry about." Joseph merely gave a superficial glance. "True, your side must have an alternative plan ready. Actually, I'm not particularly curious about that. I just wanted to buy some time to look around. Is it a different colored illusion disc or an upgraded version? I need to be on guard. That Senior seems to be from the magic department, but I don't feel much magical power from him. Furthermore, there are traces of magic stone usage. Using magic stones against me, the very first guest, proves that his total pool of power is incredibly low. How disappointing. My bad. I actually thought there was something worth learning here. I guess I should start thinking about what kind of sandwich to eat after heading down the mountain later." Contempt was clearly written all over his face. Joseph now extended his hand filled with power, then clenched it tightly. Instantly, Ed's side erupted in an explosion. The move he used was the mid-tier magic, focus bombardment. The firepower wasn't immense, but it was a vicious mid-tier spell. One had to know it beforehand to even stand a chance of dodging, unless they could read the hand direction and dodge in time. Otherwise, it was impossible to deal with. But Ed quickly sidestepped, successfully dodging it. "However, you dodged it." Joseph continued to evaluate. At this time, it was Ed's turn to analyze, judging by the flow of mana. That's fire magic. In terms of tier, it must be ignite or flare. Flare would spray fire in a spiderweb shape, but seeing how the mana is directed toward the ground, this must be generating firepower, then hurling it straight forward. It's ignite. The power of the attack charged straight toward Joseph, causing a panicked look to cross his face. The scale of the fire is larger than expected. This is the kind of thing that can only be done after thoroughly training basic magic. He might even be able to use mid-tier magic. A massive explosion erupted, but at this moment, right in the middle of the flames, a circular shield barrier had formed. What a waste! Joseph, with his hands in his pockets, stood inside the shield barrier, thinking confidently, no matter how high the level of Ignite is, it can't pierce through my defensive magic. Battles between mages are usually decided by the difference in mana capacity. If the mana consumption is relatively equal, then victory goes to the one with the larger total pool of mana, which is me. He doesn't seem to have much experience in magic combat. If his magical power drops, and he can no longer maintain Ignite, there's no way he can stop my offensive magic. Battles between mages are truly deep. But before he could gloat for long, a loud shout rang out, "Joseph Wells!" Following that, a hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere, grabbing him by the head. Ack! Monster! The defensive magic circle could block magic, but couldn't block raw physical strength. It decisively drove a knee straight into Joseph's stomach. While he was still in a state of shock, before he could recover, Ed slammed another knee into his face, while demanding, "Did you think mages always fight using magic?" Ed's pupils flared brightly as he looked down at his opponent. Joseph quickly snapped back to his senses, then rolled a few paces away. Clutching his face, he asked in sheer bewilderment, "You charged through the fire? How is that even possible?" After that, Joseph unleashed another surge of power. "I won't let my guard down anymore, senior." This time, he was utilizing mid-tier ice magic. While Ed still continued to use the basic magic, Ignite, Joseph evaluated once more, fire magic again, trying to clash with my ice magic? Is he planning to use steam to obscure my vision and repeat the same old trick? But wait, I can still use plenty of. Joseph manifested a fireball and then hurled it straight at Ed. It was the basic magic ignition, yet Ed's figure continued to charge right through the blazing flames, and he was actively utilizing Blessing, temporarily boosting his fire resistance. At this moment, Ed's eyes flared brightly as he kept rushing forward. Joseph cried out in his mind, "Fire resistance!" Right as Ed lunged in with his strike, Joseph quickly deployed physical defense, shielding himself against physical attacks. Only then did Joseph grit his teeth, panicking, "Crap, this is insane. Where on earth did he pull that from? But when it comes to casting speed, I'm faster." His face contorted in a grimace. Ed's knife was completely blocked by that shield barrier. It leaped backward, but out of nowhere, right at this moment, that knife released a surge of power. Ed barked, "Mug, spirit manifestation." Exploding instantly, a powerful blast erupted. Joseph was sent flying into midair, after which he crashed violently onto the ground, and was finally stopped by a massive tree. Once the smoke cleared, it revealed a battered body leaning against the base of the tree. Joseph's expression at this point was utterly pathetic. He grated his teeth, trembling, "Stop losing focus, think. There's no way his basic magic casting speed could be faster than mine. That's spirit magic. That wasn't an explosion spell, it was spirit magic." He pushed through my scorching heat with his bare body. Among spirit arts, it makes sense if it's the blessing of fire. He intentionally hid the spirit within his magic flames. Spirit magic. And there are still Magitech tools he hasn't even used yet. Just who the hell is this guy anyway? After pondering to himself for a while, Joseph tossed his stone away and conceded, I lose." The stone went rolling right past Ed's feet. Suddenly, Joseph conjured magic again, preparing for a sneak attack. Spinning around to face him, right at this exact moment, he unleashed the mid-tier magic, Ice Spear. A sharp ice shard thrust upward at this moment, ready to impale Ed, but Ed calmly ducked to dodge it, as if he had anticipated this all along. Joseph still didn't stop, throwing a punch forward while screaming at the top of his lungs. That punch clearly connected right with Ed's face, but when the dust settled, Ed's face looked completely fine, as if it were nothing. The fist of Joseph, who had spent his entire life researching magic, dealt absolutely zero damage. At this moment, a faint blue surge of power radiated outward. Joseph's face turned deathly pale, filled with sheer disbelief. Unbelievable. Don't tell me it's... Right at this moment, looming right in front of him was a fierce spirit. This was the blessing of the Tempest. If caught by a surprise attack, the enemy would be blown away by the wind. Once again, Joseph was slammed straight back into that same tree from earlier by the sheer force of the blessing of the Tempest. While a shockwave rippled out, Ed still stood there tall and proud. By this point, even that massive tree from earlier was gone, leaving only a stump with a soot-covered Joseph sitting slumped against it. Amidst the rising dust and smoke, he finally lost all his energy, pointing a finger, pant, pant. Seriously, I really lost. That stone had also shattered into multiple pieces, and his body collapsed onto the ground at the same time. Ed replied at this moment, "All right, good work. You did great right up until the very end. That was a commendable decision. You actually landed a hit on me." Only then did Joseph ask for his identity. "Senior, what's your name?" Ignoring the fact that Joseph couldn't even stand, Ed simply leaned back against the edge of the altar. Joseph glanced up, and Ed spoke up in reply, "Ed Rotz Taylor." He uttered his name with a cold look on his face and gazed into the distance. "I'll leave it to you, Senior Onyx." At this moment, Onyx arrived just in time, scooping Joseph up, flying away, and flashing a peace sign to Ed as if telling him not to worry. Cutting to a different scene, a carriage was traveling through the snowy forest at this moment. But why did Zix enter the magic department anyway? Hearing this, Zix asked, "Why the sudden question?" The girl immediately replied, "If you had gone into the combat department or the alchemy department, you could have been the top student there. I just feel bad because it feels like you gave up a lot of perks for my sake." He cheerfully explained, "I don't care all that much about being the top student anyway. From the very beginning, whether it was alchemy or combat, I couldn't have become the top student, because the top student among the second-year combat reserves is Clebius Nortondale. That's the guy." Little did he know, Clebius was currently getting beaten to a pulp on the ground in some random corner. What the hell just happened? Clebius was in so much pain his eyes were rolling back. In his fading vision, a few concerned figures appeared, worrying. "Are you okay? Is the divine law really that powerful? You're not hurt anywhere, right? Leave him to me. The rest of you keep going with the exam." Damn it. At this point, Clebius looked like he was about to pass out. "Clebius, are you all right? Snap out of it." Clebius blurted out in utter disbelief. How can anyone block something like that? 10 minutes before the exam ended, exhausted pants echoed through the air. Pant, pant. At this moment, the two girls, Kylie and Tanya, had finally made it to the top. The moment Tanya spotted him, she panicked. "Brother, is this the final test?" Laid out in front of them was a crowd of students beaten flat on the ground. At the very end stood Ed, waiting for them. He spoke up in a cold tone, "I don't want to talk too much. Once the object of fear, once the object of hatred." That man, despite everything, had quite a few noticeable injuries on his body. He warned them seriously, "Give up." St. Clarice had two dreams. In one, Archbishop Verdu told her in the dream that greatness is what she believes in, that it stems from an unshakable faith she has held her entire life. You must become just like a blank sheet of pure white paper. The daydream was the dream that Archbishop Verdu had instilled in her. In the other dream, whenever she closed her eyes, a singing voice would ring out, "Better to die in the mud than live like a blank sheet of paper." Only then did Clarice slowly open her eyes. That person's singing voice continued. "Even the holy capital, dubbed mankind's most magnificent architecture, is merely a sandcastle before the bizarre boulders of the Ram-Ian Mountains. Will you be satisfied with the sky from inside a well? Will you climb the wall to gaze at the vast sea of stars? The emerald fog of the Deakin marshes, the shimmering golden fields of the imperial city glory, the emerald pastures of the Poland countryside, the pearl-glowing smoke of the alchemy land crit, the crimson rooftops of the trading city Odek, the blue sea of knowledge of Sylvania, the land of academia, crossing the golden sand seas of the vast Dresty desert, all the way to the purple shadow of the lawless District Cohen. Pure white is merely a tiny fragment in the colorful tapestry of the world. That girl played her instrument and sang, her vocals incredibly blissful. She was the torchbearer of the church. After leaving the church, she called herself a romantic poet. No one knew how she could move between the buildings, but when night fell and the world drifted into a deep sleep, she would sit by Clarice's window and sing. The dream she had at night was of the outside world, the place her only friend saw and softly whispered into her ear under the crescent moon. The two of them visited places, chatted, went to school normally, and hung out with friends normally. Do you know that even a normal love life can be filled with ecstasy? Elle, sitting on the windowsill, advised Clarice, instead of listening to the prayers of millions of believers, a single hug from someone who loves you holds far more value. Did you know that? Elle spoke while smiling with pure happiness. After leaving the church, Elle entered Sylvania. Word has it that when vacation comes, she wanders around the world just like she's doing now. After she left, in her nightly dreams, Clarice traveled through the places she had mentioned. In the end, Clarice hugged someone tightly, and together they walked on the journey they once had, completely alone. It was a journey filled with color, a stark contrast to the pure white of her life, the wildest imagination one could possibly have. Before leaving, Archbishop Verdu disguised Clarice as Kylie and reminded her, "However, to avoid exposing your identity, please be careful anytime, anywhere. You must always keep those Magitech items on you. Since you are always protected by the divine law, I'm a bit less worried." But Clarice replied cheerfully, "I look forward to looking like a completely different person. Who would even suspect me?" Verdu, feeling a bit helpless, instructed, "Caution is still paramount." Carrying the church's arrangement and heading to the academy, it was a completely natural diversion. No one paid attention to Clarice as she sat on a bench along the instructor's path. That alone made Clarice immensely satisfied. No one bowed down, no one looked up at her. At least, in Sylvania, not a single soul did. Who could possibly think Kylie was a saint? Except for one person, who at this moment, with a grave expression, warned, "Give up, saint." At this moment, Tanya was still bewildered, blurting out, "The final test is Brother Ed?" Kylie bit her lip, thinking, Tanya's older brother? So, that person is also a Rot's tailor. Ed narrowed his eyes at this moment, coldly saying, "Sorry, you too. Could you go back? But since you're already here, bring it on." The moment he finished speaking, his immense power erupted. Winds howled violently, making it impossible for either of them to stand steady. The two girls tried their best to withstand that surge of power. Even students who spent their entire lives summoning spirits couldn't control a high-level spirit like this, which far exceeded graduation level, and then some. Even spirit masters actively involved in research and combat were only considered experts if they could manage 5 or 6 mid-tier spirits. Upon seeing the ferocious spirit that had been summoned, they couldn't help but gasp in terror. A high-level spirit, Kylie cautiously warned at this moment. "Let's give up. We need to think this through better." Tanya, well, this was Tanya after all. At this moment, she still stood there, stunned. Right, a high-level spirit. The trauma from that time is resurfacing in my mind again. But, recalling the scenes of the past, Tanya grit her teeth hard, filled with rage. If things go on like this, isn't it exactly the same as back then? Then, Tanya's expression startled Kylie, throwing her into a panic. "You don't understand, Kylie. I have no intention of giving up. High status and fame always come with responsibilities and burdens, after all." As she spoke, she flashed a cold smile, stood up straight, and looked ahead. "I remember perfectly how everything went down 2 years ago. Achievements have to be realistic. How can someone who isn't even good at basic magic suddenly control a high-level spirit?" Tanya charged straight forward like that, firmly believing that it was obviously a fake. All they had to do was defeat the main body. But the spirit merely let out a gentle breath, and instantly, Kylie shrieked as her skirt blew up, while the rushing Tanya was also forced to a screeching halt. "This is impossible. How can this be?" She raised both arms to shield herself against. At this point, Tanya's gaze grew deadly serious. Could it be, looking back at the form of that spirit and the wave of power Ed was radiating, she finally realized in shock that it was a genuine high-level spirit. Both of them were blasted backward by the sheer force of that power at this moment. Kylie scrambled onto the ground with difficulty, exclaiming in shock in her mind, "Is that person really Tanya's older brother?" Kylie had an image of men from noble families, flawless looks, warm smiles, and elegant gestures. Yet, hearing that the man who was the exact opposite of that was a descendant of the Roth-Taylor family, she was certain this guy was that useless playboy dropout. Even though I know nothing about the outside world and am not very perceptive, I can still feel it. Back then, Tanya had grumbled, no matter how powerful a family is, over years of maintaining the lineage, useless dropouts and absolutely terrible people are bound to show up. Seeing the resentment on Tanya's face, Kylie realized Tanya held a deep animosity toward that bastard. After pushing herself up, Kylie spoke up. "Tanya, just aim for the main body like the original plan. I'll act as bait, okay? Like I said, I have a slightly unusual constitution. Unless it's an extreme circumstance, I pretty much won't die." Tanya turned back with a worried expression. "Huh? Huh? But won't you still get hurt? You said you didn't care about the exam. Kylie stepped forward with a serious look. You said he's a bad guy. That person. Besides, Tanya, you're the very first friend I've made at Sylvania. She turned back, smiling as she looked at Tanya. Normally, I'd dismiss it and think it's pointless. But on the way up to the altar, I saw that scene. A senior from the combat department charged up aggressively, only to be knocked flat by a mysterious, blinding light. Kylie, does she actually possess some kind of special power? What surprised me even more was that Kylie, who used to look so timid, actually stepped up to the front. Is she really that brave? While Tanya was wondering to herself, seeing Kylie's teary-eyed form rushing forward, a speechless expression crossed her face again. No way. Just like that, Kylie charged toward Ed and the high-level spirit waiting there. The spirit exhaled a breath at this moment, and whether it felt helpless or something, it extended its claws. But suddenly, a splash of fresh blood splattered onto the spirit's face. Right as the spirit attacked Kylie, she quickly manifested a protective barrier. This was the protection of the divine law. Any enemy intending to cause harm to the protection of the Holy Spirit would trigger mid-tier magic or higher. The spirit shrieked in absolute agony, after which it was sliced into multiple pieces by those powers and gradually dissolved away. Kylie couldn't help but cry out in fear either, sent flying backward by the sheer force of that impact. At this moment, Ed emerged from the smoke with a listless expression, asking, "Done yet? Did you think I'd give up?" A voice shot back, delivering an impact from the side. Tanya abruptly materialized and raised her hands, unleashing her magic. The basic magic, dissipation, her power slammed straight toward Ed. The force was blasted into midair, and suddenly, his image gradually faded away. Pant, pant, pant. Tanya was stunned, unable to believe what was right before her eyes. He vanished? No way. An illusion. A colored illusion disc projecting from the ground came into view. But right at this exact moment, several arrows shot toward her, embedding themselves into the ground. Yet those arrows only struck the ground right next to Tanya's feet. A warning voice rang out. "Freeze right there." Tanya was still left in a state of utter shock. No. No way. Someone who couldn't even feel a sword hilt now knows how to use a bow. Arrows created for mana. Ed drew his bow string forward at this moment. That just now was merely a warning. Tanya's eyes widened completely. Is he really a Rot's tailor? Facing the girl at this moment was the image of the high-level spirit reappearing, even stronger, alongside an incredibly badass Ed. Tanya grew intensely tense and utterly terrified at this point. Pant, pant. It was exactly like back then, no matter how hard she tried. She shut her eyes tightly, unable to hold back her tears. Then she recalled the past. I couldn't do a thing since I was a kid, and I still can't do anything now. While her eyes were welling up, Ed spoke up. You must have put in a ton of effort, haven't you? Only then did Tanya slowly open her eyes. Ed rested his hand on the ground, picking up the stone while explaining, I'm sorry. We have our own reasons too. Even if we're related by blood, I can't let this slide. If I did, knowing your personality, you'd definitely get even angrier, right? As he spoke, he gently crushed the stone in his hand. Tanya was stunned, confused, He continued to praise her. But it's honestly impressive. If it were me, I would have turned around and bolted. Even if it was an illusion, you still tried to suppress me until the very end. Tanya was stunned. Was I wrong? He looked back on everything. Tanya, Ed continued, while a bewildered Tanya realized, something has definitely changed. He even said to his sister, so, you actually have a side like that? Even if it was just an illusion, you completely suppressed me until the very end. You should be proud of that. Hearing those words, Tanya's mind went completely blank as tears started streaming down her face. You did a really great job. Ed praised her genuinely. All she could do was sob for a long time, letting out a soft sniff. Seeing her react like that, Ed scratched his head in pure confusion. Wait, are you crying your eyes out because you didn't make it into Class A? But right then, Kylie rushed over, wrapped her arms around Tanya, and warned him, Don't come any closer. Kylie started tearing up too. I'm telling you right now, if you casually attack or push me around, something really bad is going to happen. Seriously, don't even move. Just then, Claire stood off to the side with the rest of the group and called out, Ed, the exam is over. Ed, come over here and give me a hand. Clavius is completely knocked out. Assistant Professor Claire, let me update the scoreboard for you first. There's still so much work to do, plus the student council president election is coming up at the start of next semester. Only then did Kylie finally relax. Oh, the exam is over. Wait, what's wrong with my voice? Is the transformation magic wearing off? She panicked as she watched her hair start to grow longer. Kylie thought back to the battle from earlier. Could have happened back then. Then came Archbishop Verdu's warning. You must always keep this magical tool on your person. No, if things stay like this. Meanwhile, Claire was still squinting, looking over in that direction. You worked hard, Ed. At the same time, Kylie was absolutely terrified. My identity. My school life. Unexpectedly, Ed's spirit, Mug, flew over with the tool clamped in its mouth and brought it to her, stealing a quick glance around before whispering a reminder. Be careful. Don't lose your things again. Lady, watch out. Kylie quickly grabbed the item while staring at him in utter confusion. Hick. Ed immediately stood up. Claire approached him, looking worried. Ed, why are you so badly injured? He replied, I'm Professor. The placement exam for the new students is officially over. Edrot Taylor has successfully brought everything back on track with the script, except for one thing. A very tiny, insignificant crack has formed, and beyond that single distorted crack, beneath a world gradually staining red, a pair of ruby-like eyes were staring intently at Ed. Kylie was still stunned by Ed's actions, thinking he clearly intended to use formal language just now. But then he stopped himself. Claire walked away, reminding the others, Ed looks exhausted, so let's let him get some rest first. We'll take care of the rest. Ed spoke up. Senior Onyx, could you help me carry Clavius? Onyx quickly replied, Yeah, I'm on it. Then he looked off into the distance. Just a second ago, I thought I saw what looked like a human silhouette, but I must be seeing things. I believe there's a kind of beauty that transcends eras and values. As Ed lay there trying to recover from his exhaustion, a voice rang out. The clearest proof of that is this very sky. Even the most priceless works of art can be interpreted and enjoyed in countless ways, but no one can look at that sunset and say it isn't beautiful. Ed mused, that's a pretty deep thought. The spirit continued. Humans, despite having such short lives, never seem to know how to appreciate individual moments. This is Marilda, the high-ranking wind spirit. He just lay there, listening to Marilda drone on about life philosophy. A flat, dry life without any ups and downs is the most terrible curse a human can experience. Humans need to know how to be moved by the little things and find meaning in the everyday routine, right? If a human's life is like the 4 seasons, a spirit's life is definitely a never-ending winter. A desolate existence completely devoid of ups and downs. Ed finally felt completely helpless against this chatterbox, thinking, based on Janica's evaluation, she really does talk too much. Marilda kept going, someone like you is always so cautious and flawless, yet you're usually completely detached when it comes to yourself. Fainting from overwork and getting injured so easily are the clearest signs. Ed replied blankly, so what? Marilda explained, you need to start dating, you idiot. Isn't there someone right around you? Someone who's kind, lively, and incredibly friendly. You're strong enough for someone to lean on. You have no idea how much interacting and building a relationship with a person like that would help your emotional well-being. Am I wrong? Hearing this, Mug happily chimed in. You're absolutely right, Lady Marilda. Watching the two of them team up against him, Ed thought, actually, Marilda isn't contracted to Janica. They just became close friends. Still, Mug, acting all wise and mature, offered some advice. Master Ed, Lady Marilda's advice is practically gospel in the spirit world. You should really try listening to her. Even if she's messing with you, there's no harm in giving it a shot. Hearing that tone, Marilda's face darkened as she repeated, giving it a shot? Ed continued his train of thought. So, even though Marilda and Mug don't have a clear superior-subordinate relationship like Taken, it seems high-ranking spirits are still pretty terrifying. Ed summarized the situation and picked Mug up, making the spirit nervously correct itself. This humble servant spoke out of line. Just giving a shot? I shall atone for my mistake with my life. Ed spoke up, thinking back. Janica hasn't been looking very well lately. Do you know anything about it? Hearing him ask out of genuine care, Marilda teased. Oh ho, what's this? Are you worried about her? Ed replied nonchalantly. Isn't that obvious? Marilda then said, but if Janica doesn't want to talk, how am I supposed to just pry it out of her? Hearing that, Ed just grunted, Marilda looked off into the distance again, offering some reassurance. Anyway, don't worry too much. Maybe Janica needs to experience a winter of her own for once. There are definitely times when she needs to experience and realize things on her own. Life isn't always a fairy tale, you know? All you can do is wait quietly until spring arrives. I should probably stop here, right? I feel a bit guilty draining any more of your mana. Ed sat up and sighed. Yeah, even this form isn't easy to maintain. Marilda confidently stated, well, I am naturally quite expensive. Still, this form is the most efficient. Hearing this, Ed asked in surprise, you have other forms? Marilda stretched and said, a cuter, more feminine form would be better, wouldn't it? It looks nice, but you wouldn't be able to handle it, would you? Ed quickly declined. No thanks. Your giant form and this one aren't all that different anyway. So, I was just saying. Right then, Marilda suddenly jumped onto Ed, using him like a stepping stone, and cried out, oh my god, no way. Was it because of that magic stone that I didn't notice? You're still a bit slow on the uptake. Did you seriously think you could summon me with just that tiny amount of mana? Think about it. A spirit like me doesn't just sign a contract with a single person. Ed could only look up, watching Marilda chatter away from high above, before she gradually faded into thin air. Now, slowly trying to piece things together through the gaps, Ed thought, with my current mana pool, there's no way I could keep a high-ranking spirit summoned for that long. If it wasn't my mana, then whose was it? Thinking it over, the answer was actually quite simple. Aside from me, it had to be the person who actually holds a contract with Marilda. After a while, he finally climbed to the peak and saw the person standing there. He spoke up. This isn't really a good place for a nap. Lucy, who was sitting there enjoying the breeze, replied, I didn't come up here to sleep. If I wanted to sleep, that cabin would be way better. Ed asked back, then why are you here? Lucy went quiet for a moment before explaining coldly. I don't like that fireproof cabin, so I went for a little walk. Hearing that, Ed could only fall silent, looking down. Unfortunately, at the end of that walk, I ended up at the Sanctuary of Resurrection. This is the final stage of Act 3. Clarice realized the true intentions of the gods and their dark side, beginning to doubt them. The apostles of Telos then headed toward Aiken Island to condemn Clarice. The people at the academy knew nothing and simply followed the archbishop's orders. Princess Fenia's royal guard, Lortell's mercenary group, the holy knights of the holy city, the high-ranking officials of the academy, and even the punishment force from the main character's generation, along with Principal Abel Fortius, all joined the battle. In that absolute chaos, every single blade eventually pointed in one direction, toward a single girl, who was desperately trying to protect Aiken Island, following her master's final words, only to be branded a traitor and a heretic. Yet, she never uttered a single word of complaint. She just quietly looked down upon all living things. Lucy Merrill completely suppressed all the key figures on Aiken Island and single-handedly wiped out more than half of the expeditionary force. But in the end, her strength gave out, and she was defeated by Taeli, who had mastered the final holy sword ritual. Only after everything behind the scenes was laid bare, when that familiar hat, blood-stained and torn to shreds, fell to the ground, and Lucy's body, covered in countless wounds, lay soaking in her own blood. Did everyone finally understand why Lucy had tried to kill the god's apostles? After all, that girl wasn't actually that bad. Who could have known she had such a tragic backstory? Statements like that were nothing more than delayed understanding. It was far more painful than a simple misunderstanding for the person involved. Even so, perhaps due to her nature, or maybe because she felt everything had lost its meaning, Lucy ultimately carried the entire burden all by herself. Of course, I have no intention of stopping Lucy from sacrificing herself to keep the script intact, right? No, I'm not that cold-blooded. It's just that if things keep going like this, it won't necessarily lead to a bad end. The ground hardens after the rain. So, Sylvania Academy will overcome its trials on its own, but there will be one trial they cannot pass without your strength. When that time comes, for the sake of this old man, could you lend me your strength, Lucy? Back then, her master lay there on his deathbed, urgently leaving her with those exact words. Only Lucy knew just how much weight the words of her dying master, the Grand Mage and her only living family member, had placed on her shoulders. Lucy also needed an outlet for all those tangled emotions. It was going to be a long fight with dangerous moments, but this was what she had to face in the script of Act 3. But that didn't mean I was going to do absolutely nothing. Suddenly placing her hand on his thigh, she spoke up, "Recently, I realized something." Then she lay back down, using his lap as a pillow, and lamented, "Actually, it turns out I'm pretty lonely." Ed opened his mouth to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. If there's anything I have to promise her, it's that next time she leaves the cabin for too long, I'll give her a heads up first. Thinking that, Ed sat perfectly still, gently stroking her hair so Lucy could get some better rest. The two of them sat together, soaking in the warm glow of the sunset. The next day, in the rose garden, voices could be heard chatting. "You arrived earlier than I expected. I just wanted to get out of that place as fast as possible." Claire showed up carrying a box of treats and smiled brightly. "Here you go, your gift, Belle." People often mistakenly assumed Denise came from a noble family. But in reality, Claire was the one born into a high-ranking aristocratic household. Belle accepted the gift and bowed politely. "Thank you so much." Claire stretched her arms and exclaimed, "Ah, this place really feels like my true hometown. This peaceful vibe is amazing. Anyway, I have to go meet up with some friends at the academy. It's been ages since I last saw them, so I bought a ton of delicious snacks. Plus, I've already set everything up for a tea party with Anise and Janet." After dropping off the gift, she quickly waved goodbye. "Well, I'll be off then. Just thinking about seeing them after all this time gets me so excited. I have so much to catch up on with them. The blueberry pie I bought is seriously delicious." Claire completely failed to notice that the pastry box in Belle's hands was being squeezed out of shape. Belle's face contorted under immense tension. "This blueberry pie tastes like I'm chewing on straight sand." Meanwhile, the sky remained clear as clusters of clouds drifted smoothly by. Over at a study desk, two factions were locked in a fierce, fiery standoff. The person sitting right in the middle was incredibly tense, breaking out in a cold sweat. "What is going on? Why is everyone dead silent? Did they get into a fight?" Janica and Anise usually joked around a lot, and even when they bickered, it was just playful teasing. This was the very first time the atmosphere had ever felt this heavy. "Well, let's try to say something fun to break the ice." Claire grit her teeth, completely unsure of how to handle the situation. What should I even say? Finally, she managed to force out a cheerful smile. "Well, about that," Janica suddenly called out in a chillingly cold tone. "Anise." This caused Anise to flinch in pure panic. Janica, her face completely pale, interrogated her. "I heard you hugged Ed. Is that true?" Edrot Taylor, age 18, survivalist record, 1 year. High-ranking spirit summoner. Strength, 13 intelligence, 13 dexterity, 15 willpower, 12 luck, 11 combat skills, magic skills, life skills, alchemy skills. New creation, wooden windbreaker. A well-preserved wooden board, securely lashed down multiple times with ropes and anchored deep into the ground joints. Effective at blocking drafts, but cannot withstand extremely powerful winds. Crafting difficulty, 1.5 stars. At this level of mastery, low difficulty items barely helped raise stats at all. Should I look for other opportunities to boost my stats? While Ed was sweating away at his work, a voice echoed out. "It's best to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming gale. Glad to see you're still looking healthy, young master." He looked up in surprise, only to see Lucy tearfully trembling and clinging tightly to Belle. Ed asked, "Are you here to take Lucy back?" She replied, "The Academy's directive has already been issued. During the blizzard, leaving the dorms without an absolute necessity is strictly prohibited. Since she's the most likely candidate to try and make a run for it, we'll have to keep a much tighter eye on her. We've already planned out a monitoring shift rotation for the entire week." Lucy reached her hand out, begging for help, but he just nonchalantly said, "Sounds good." Lucy could only let out a few incomprehensible noises. Ed added, "I'll keep using formal language with you." This made Belle a little annoyed. Still, she kindly checked in on him. "Young master, given the circumstances, will you really be able to survive a week-long blizzard out here? I don't mean any offense, but relying solely on these windbreakers is going to make things pretty difficult." Ed immediately explained, "Oh, I only set these up to protect my supplies. Plus, to prevent any damage to the cabin, I've secured ropes across the roof and tightly anchored them to the ground. All the traps and hunting gear have been safely packed away inside. The blizzard is supposed to last for a week, so I plan to spend the entire time focusing on my magic research over at the Soul Library. After running the numbers in his head, Ed calmly stated, I already have my own shelter sorted out for the storm, so you don't need to worry too much. Well, if you say so, I won't lose too much sleep over it, Belle replied. Noticing her uneasy expression, Ed asked, but you still look pretty anxious, don't you? Is this your first time managing a blizzard as the head maid? Belle denied it. No, I'm just worried about you regarding a different matter, young master. But never mind, perhaps I'm overstepping my bounds and interfering too much in your business. Now I'm even more curious, Ed muttered. In the end, Belle just closed her eyes tightly and let out a single phrase. Anyway, best of luck to you, young master. Cutting back to the tense situation between Janica and Anise. Janica, with tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, burst out with her question. You hugged Ed, didn't you? Startled, Claire turned around to look at Anise and called out, Anise? Anise looked completely guilty, unable to look ahead, and just shifted her gaze away to avoid eye contact. Claire tried to look back and forth between them, attempting to play peacemaker. Come on, what's this about? There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Maybe the spirits just got the story wrong or something. Suddenly, Anise spoke up. No, actually, I was the one who initiated it and got close to him. Still trying to explain things. Claire got caught off guard. Wait, you just got close to him on purpose? Anise clenched her fists, trembling. Janica, I'm sorry. To be honest, I didn't trust that guy at all. No matter how you look at him, he just screams playboy. That's why I want to test him. Hearing this, Janica looked confused. What? A lie? It's not true. Anise nonchalantly dismissed him. He was never my type to begin with, so don't worry. Seriously, Janica, why would I ever want to chase after a guy who looks like a total bully? Always acting so arrogant and grumpy. What's so great about chasing someone who lives in total self-satisfaction anyway, right? Hearing her crush get trashed like that, Janica burst into tears. Stop it. You're taking it way too far, Anise. You don't even know him well at all. The two of them continued to glare at each other with daggers in their eyes for a long time. Poor Claire just sat between them, completely lost on what to do. After a moment, Anise sighed and continued, I'm sorry for flirting with him without asking you first. I'm really sorry, Janica. Janica's tears began to patter down onto the table. Why would you do something I never even asked you to do? Anise, do you have any idea how worried I was? I couldn't even sleep. I kept thinking, why would a precious friend like Anise betray me? But then again, do I even have a right to feel betrayed? Honestly, I'm nothing to him anyway. Anise placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry, Janica. At the very least, you are someone incredibly special to that man. From what I've observed, you and him are definitely more than friends, but not quite lovers yet. I'm absolutely certain of it. Janica regained her composure and gasped. Really? I'm special to him. Her eyes instantly lit up with a sparkle before she went back to sniffing and sobbing. Anyway, to be completely honest, I don't think testing and judging Ed like that was a good thing to do. But since your intention was still for my sake, I can't stay mad at you for it. Besides, you don't actually like Ed, right? Thank you for being honest with me. As she spoke, Janica wrapped Anise in a tight hug. Only then did Claire let out a massive sigh of relief. Phew, I seriously thought Anise had been charmed by Ed and fell right into his arms. But suddenly, she noticed something that made her jump. It was the heartbroken, utterly lost look on Anise's face as she replied, Why? Yeah, that's right, Janica. Claire panicked internally, thinking, Anise, don't tell me you actually. After that, she tried to pull the two of them apart. Janica, oh, so this whole thing was just a misunderstanding? Wait, while I wasn't around, did you feel so upset that you accidentally wandered into the northern forest? Only then did Janica remember, oh, right. She quickly dashed off into the woods, yelling, Sorry, I'll be right back. Claire waved and called after her. Yeah, go ahead and come right back. Anise just stood there, lost in thought. Claire turned to her and called, Anise. Suddenly, Anise blurted out, I have an idea. Claire was utterly bewildered. What kind of idea? Looking gloomy and radiating a terrifying aura, Anise said, Set me up with a guy. No, Claire, let's think a bit more positively here. Getting worked up, Anise forcefully grabbed Claire by both shoulders. Let's break down some barriers. Do you want to go out with me? Hearing those words, Claire just stood there, completely paralyzed. Anise tried shaking her while snapping, Don't look at me with those eyes. Claire stammered. What eyes? I'm just looking at you normally. By now, Anise completely lost control of her emotions, her tears falling freely. I'm sorry for lying to Janica. But anyway, you know what they say, out of sight, out of mind. Once this break is over, the scholarship students will finish their work terms, so I won't have to see him anymore. But before she could even finish her sentence, she was instantly turned to stone by a sudden announcement. The scholarship students this time have decided to keep working together as student assistants. Both Clavius and Onyx have been doing a fantastic job. You guys are all so energetic and proficient at everything. It would be a shame to transfer you to another lab. Claire popped up with a flashy, festive display of confetti. Standing right beside her were the two guys she mentioned, looking quite bashful. Claire turned back to Ed, who was completely focused on eating his pie, especially Ed, who works harder than anyone. Of course, as you get closer to the assistant instructor position, you'll receive a larger scholarship. Plus, working here is way more relaxed compared to the other labs. Furthermore, since you all work together over the break, the atmosphere must be incredibly comfortable, right? Let's all do our best moving forward. This announcement left Janica, who had just resolved to forget about her crush, completely speechless. Magic ability details. Specialized magic mastery level. Elemental magic. Currently capable of learning intermediate magic. Spirit sensitivity. Level 13 spirit empathy. Level 13 spirit summoning. Level 4 synchronization sense. Level 3 spirits mug. Wind spirit slot. High-ranking wind spirit Marilda. Spirit sensitivity. A very poor summoning efficiency. Unique skill. Blessing of the Storm. Negates periodic damage. Secret art. Updraft acceleration. Intermediate wind attribute enhancement magic. Spirit slot. Empty. Spirit slot. Empty. Scene cuts back to Ed's cabin. Janica walked up to him and spoke up. It looks like you'll soon be able to form a contract with an intermediate spirit. Ed observed. Janica, it seems like you've cheered up quite a bit. Just the other day, when you came to the camp, she immediately remembered the image of the two of them sitting close together, warming themselves by the fire. This caused Janica's cheeks to instantly flush bright red. She quickly fanned herself with her hands, trying to dodge the subject. When was that? I completely forgot. Seeing her reaction, Ed could only offer a helpless smile, thinking, honestly, whenever I'm dealing with Janica, I feel like my mental guards just naturally drop. Maybe it's because Janica is a character who completely broke free from the script. Among my peers, she's the only friend I can truly connect. Then, Janica got back to the main topic. Anyway, I know about your contract with Marilda, but no matter how I think about it, it still seems pretty strange. You don't have enough skill to handle a high-ranking spirit yet. Hearing that, Ed reached into his shirt to pull something out, saying, I just used a little trick. The item he brought out was a legendary-grade Magitech tool ring. Glass's Golden Phoenix ring. I told her about Professor Glass and the immortal Golden Phoenix ring, and I also share my upcoming plans with her. Janica looked worried again and said, But Ed, you can't use magic right now, can you? It's going to be really hard to form a contract with an intermediate spirit under these conditions. He calmly replied, Once the break ends and the semester officially starts, my magic will naturally recover. Hearing that, Janica finally relaxed and smiled radiantly. But still, congratulations, Ed. In the world of spirit attunement, they say that the day you contract your first high-ranking spirit is practically like being born a second time. By the way, do you really plan on staying in the Soul Library during the blizzard? You're incredibly hard-working. Ed returned the praise. You're hard-working too, always keeping the top spot as the valedictorian. Oh, thinking back, once the blizzard ends, there's going to be a student council president election, right? Since you're the top student of the class, you'll probably get a lot of attention. Janica sat down, scratching her head with a strained laugh. People have already been asking me about it. I don't really know, so I'm just staying neutral for now. Ed remembered that in the script, despite being the top student, Janica didn't really stand out much because she never strongly endorsed anyone. She respected all the candidates equally. Suddenly, Janica froze, as if remembering something. She hurriedly turned to ask, By the way, Ed, I heard your younger sister is also running for student council president, right? Ed replied while wiping down his gear, Yeah, she's pretty ambitious. Janica's expression turned panicked. Ed, are you close with your sister? Ed fell into thought. Does it count as being close? I've been disowned, so it's hard to say. But still, she's family. Whether I like it or not, there's a high chance I'll have to deal with her for the rest of my life. So, I do want to get along with her. Even if we aren't super close, I actually care about her quite a bit. Janica couldn't bring herself to look up, keeping her face buried. Is that so? I can see you really care about her. Maybe it's just typical sibling bickering. Then, out of nowhere, she grabbed Ed's sleeve and called out, Ed, hey. Janica, with tears welling in her eyes, inquired, what is Tanya like? Is there anything she wants as a gift? Or maybe a favorite food of hers? Ed asked back with a suspicious tone. Did you do something to Tanya? She immediately denied it flatly. No, I definitely didn't. Yet his eyes remained locked onto her. Seeing Janica panic like a startled little kitten, he realized she was an absolutely terrible liar. It only took about 3 seconds of guilt before she cracked and confessed. But honestly, the matter wasn't even that serious. Ed could only shake his head with a soft chuckle. Meanwhile, the snow continued to fall relentlessly through the night sky. They said a massive blizzard would hit early this morning, and leaving the dorms was strictly forbidden without a special reason. So if there's an emergency that requires going outside, please contact a maid. Kylie sat in her room holding the magical tool, overthinking everything. The scene from a few days ago just won't leave my mind. The appearance of that incredibly terrifying third-year student was bad enough. But more than anything, it's this lingering sense of dread. He looked so completely natural that I have to wonder if my eyes were playing tricks on me. But when he cautiously handed me my things and warned, be careful, don't lose your things again. Lady, watch out. His last sentence clearly meant he intended to use formal honorifics with me. Does he know my secret? I've put so much effort into having a normal school life. The conditions were set through the hard work of the priests and the officials at the cathedral. If just one person leaks my true identity to the outside world, everything will come to an end. Getting information on this man hadn't been difficult. Recalling the argument between those two guys, you act so arrogant, yet you couldn't even get close to the sanctuary. Shut up, I was just caught off guard, okay? It's not like you made it into Class A either. Kylie had been in the dining hall back then and overheard that entire conversation. Joseph had asserted, that senior really isn't your average guy. Word is, among the third years, he's known as the eccentric of eccentrics. From what I've gathered, it seems he's living in a cabin deep in the northern forest. Kylie repeated to herself, a cabin in the northern forest. Once the blizzard kicks in, I won't be able to leave Awfulus Hall for at least a week. When the storm finally clears, spring will arrive, and the new semester will begin. By then, I might completely miss my chance to silence him. At that thought, Kylie shifted back into her true form as Clarice and threw the window wide open, letting the snow gust violently into her room. How terrifying, truly terrifying, Edrot Taylor, darkness and cold. Living a life staring at nothing but blank white walls and ceilings can actually cause a person's eyesight to deteriorate. One can never truly understand the romance of a world overflowing with color until they actually experience it for themselves. After calculating for a brief moment, Clarice leaped out of the window. She plunged straight down from the high floor, clutching the magical tool ringed tightly in her hand as it began to glow brighter and brighter. Ultimately, it helped Clarice touch down safely onto the ground, surrounded by arcs of protective energy shielding her body. Reverting back to her Kylie persona, she thought seriously, I can't let the freedom I fought so hard to gain be stripped away from me like this. To be absolutely certain, I need to confront that man. Having made up her mind, she bolted into the snow to find Ed. Kylie ran all by herself along the path as the blizzard grew increasingly violent. The danger facing Saint Clarice. My eyes have long been accustomed to the dark, because my life has always been nothing but pure darkness. The scene permanently seared into my mind is the exact moment I drove my blade straight through my older brother's heart. My brother, the only person who ever stood by my side, while every single member of the Nortondale family turned their backs on me. Perhaps it works like a curse. My brother's final words, delivered in a voice full of resentment and boiling rage. Ending her flashback, Claire turned around to ask, why the sudden change? Did you switch to a different research lab? Clebius scratched his head guiltily. Oh, no. Then, recalling the memories of his past, he gave a half-hearted answer just to get by. It's just the teaching assistant job at the academy. No matter how much I think about it, I feel like I'm just not cut out for it. This time around, I did nothing but cause trouble. The perks are great, and I actually really like it, but hearing him hesitate, Claire cut in, is that so? I honestly thought the perks weren't good enough, or that someone else had scouted you to a different lab. So that means if you wanted to do it, you still could, right? Clebius answered awkwardly, avoiding eye contact. What? Oh yes, that's correct. Hearing that, Claire smiled brightly and said, well then, just keep doing it. Clebius turned completely pale, utterly speechless, and could only grit his teeth, submitting with a quiet, yes ma'am. For someone with absolutely no physical talent like Edrod Taylor, this was truly the absolute limit of what his body could endure. Through the intense grind of the summer break, a vacation dedicated entirely to training was practically at an end. The skill window appeared. High-tier crafting skills, spirit attunement infusion, mastery 23. Physical enhancement level, 4. Infusion success rate, 92%. Pyrokinesis, mastery 6. Aerokinesis, mastery 3. High-tier Magitech crafting, mastery, 4. Magitech product comprehension, 5. Quick crafting of collected blueprints, protection of Telos, level 1. Lightning-struck millennial staff, crafting unavailable. Eye of Glock, crafting unavailable. Hourglass of Hem, crafting unavailable. Now his Magitech and Spirit Attunement had finally reached a level worthy of being called his specialties. With just a little more practice, these two skills would become highly effective. I need to spend the remaining week focusing entirely on this at the Soul Library. Ed rappelled down from the ceiling on a rope. Paying Janica to handle the cleanup with her magic seemed to have paid off beautifully. I didn't expect the books scattered everywhere to be sorted so neatly. They were even organized cleanly by topic and title. Just as Ed reached up to grab a book, a voice rang out. I distinctly remember telling you that it was a secret, right? It looks like he did it together with Elka. They probably thought of it as a form of training, so they happily did it. Even so, I should still get them a gift to pay them back. Pulling out a book, he muttered to himself, all right, let's get started. Reading through hundreds of blueprints all at once isn't going to be efficient. The key here is selection and focus. The target is the legendary grade artifact. The Eye of Glowcate temporarily boosts the reaction time of all senses, cuts the effectiveness of curse magic in half, breaks through defensive magic barriers, and grants immunity to elemental magic. Legendary grade artifact. Hourglass of Hem reverts the user's physical state to a few seconds prior, completely erasing all damage and wounds. Single-use item. Craft at least one legendary grade artifact. Wind generator, noisemaker, crystal ball, blue magic orb, and light orb. Once I gain some degree of mastery, I'll train continuously to raise my Magitech skill. Once I'm fully accustomed to it, I'll move on to crafting other rare tier items. Happily humming to himself while completely absorbed in the stack of books he had just pulled out, he mumbled, the materials are already prepared. Now I just need to use my tools too. Ed reached his hand into his bag, rummaging around for a bit. Suddenly, his hand froze. Wait, what? His face darkened as he set the bag down and began a frantic, serious search. Internally, he couldn't help but scream, no way. I didn't bring my tools from the cabin. They're completely gone. A moment later, Ed crawled out a trapdoor, thinking, what a massive blunder. Now I have to drag myself all the way back. Time for my body to suffer again. Staring at nothing but a blank white wall all day really does ruin your eyesight over time. The romance of a colorful world, his footsteps crunched down into the snow, which had already piled up to his ankles. Kylie, dressed in thin clothing with tears brimming in her eyes, fought against the raging blizzard. Is it really nothing but pure white? It's the river. They said his place was right by the riverbank in the northern forest. According to the map, this should be downstream. So if I just head straight upstream, I should run into it. Even though her face was completely flushed from the cold and her nose was running, Kylie's expression brightened as she cheered. This really feels like a true adventure. Clarice was definitely no pushover. The holy magic she would later master was in no way inferior to standard mages, especially her innate holy art. Divine protection, aegis of holy law. Against any hostile entity intending to cause harm to this protection, intermediate grade magic or higher is automatically triggered. Attackers harboring hostile intent will receive double the amount of damage they attempt to inflict. Because of this, Whether she ran into wild animals or even complete strangers, Clarice was absolutely guaranteed to remain completely unharmed. By this time, Kylie had finally arrived at Ed's cabin. Even so, she still felt a wave of fear when it came to confronting Ed. He was the successor of the Rott-Taylor family and might have received his baptism from the Church of Telos. The aegis of holy law cannot exert its power against believers who have received the sacrament of baptism from the Church. Those who share the same doctrine will not turn their blades against one another. A believer important enough to be baptized wouldn't harbor malice toward the saint. But it was precisely because she feared her identity being discovered that Clarice had come out here. Yes, I'll confirm it for myself. Everything is going to be fine. Kylie braced herself to push the door open. Wait, what? Why won't it budge? When she used all her strength, the door flew open, and a bucket filled with deep red blood was knocked over, splashing violently across the floor. The spilled bucket of blood pooled everywhere, creating an absolutely horrific sight. Kylie flinched in horror, staring at the mess right beneath her feet, before slowly shifting her gaze upward. Before her was the silhouette of an incredibly ferocious monster, terrifying Kylie so badly that she fell backward onto the floor and let out a piercing shriek. She glanced around frantically, seeing blood smeared everywhere she looked, then looked down again, only to see even more blood pooling around her. Both of her hands were completely stained with blood. Kylie's face contorted in absolute terror. Is this place literally hell? Then, sudden heavy thuds echoed through the room. Kylie gasped in pure panic. Footsteps. She quickly scrambled to find a decent hiding spot. At that exact moment, the door was slammed open with a loud crash. Ed walked in, his eyes gleaming sharply beneath a tightly wrapped hood, looking incredibly menacing. The first thing that caught his attention was the overturned bucket of blood and the beast. Ed calmly stepped inside, while a terrified Kylie tightly covered her mouth, huddled deep into a dark corner. He rested his hand against the shelf, causing a blood-soaked iron ring to drop right in front of Kylie. Ed searched through the cabinet for a long time before pulling out a blood-stained knife, his expression so fiercely aggressive he looked ready to tear someone apart, terrifying Kylie so intensely that tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she let out a muffled sob. A hic. Her body began to tremble even more violent. Only then did Ed shift his weight, slowly leaning down. He lowered the sharp knife, his eyes gleaming like a demon in the dark, and demanded, "Who's there?" But when he saw the person cowering underneath, he gasped in surprise and exclaimed with worry, "Kylie, what the? Why are you here? Why are you shaking like that?" Kylie couldn't handle the pressure anymore and unleashed a sudden burst of power, pushing him far away. The divine holy art possessed the capability to completely nullify almost any magical effects from an opponent while inflicting heavy physical damage. Ed was caught completely off guard and panicked, entirely clueless as to what was happening as he took the brunt of the inexplicable attack. Consequently, a shower of books came crashing down. Amidst the hazy smoke, only a single motionless silhouette could be seen sitting there. As the air cleared, the sight of Ed sitting completely still with his head drenched in blood was revealed. Oh no. Kylie fell to her knees on the floor in sheer horror. "I didn't mean to." Suddenly overwhelmed by terror, Kylie collapsed onto the floor, weeping. I killed someone." Ed sat there, completely covered in blood, looking absolutely gruesome. Kylie clasped her hands together, her tears streaming down as she began to pray frantically. "Tell us, I have sinned. I have been defiled by such a horrific sin. How can I ever cleanse myself of this guilt? My life was supposed to be pure and innocent, but now it's stained by an unforgivable crime. A filthy person like me deserves to burn in hell to pay for what I've done." Just as a divine light began to radiate from her, a hand suddenly gripped her shoulder, and a grim voice called out. Ed, who had stood up without her even noticing, interrogated her with an annoyed look on his face. "Are you kidding me right now?" Kylie's face contorted in pure horror. She sat there completely paralyzed, her soul having practically left her body. Kylie went completely stiff and fell straight backward. Ed was trembling, absolutely furious, but completely at a loss for words. Back at the academy, an urgent call echoed out. "Head Maid, I've received the report. Please stay calm, and let's put together a response plan. We need to notify everyone immediately and begin the search. Staffing inside the manor is currently low, so we need to allocate our forces as efficiently as possible right now. Understood. Belle, the head maid of Awfulest Hall, was fully aware of Kylie's true identity. The church believed that, at the very least, the person with the highest authority on site needed to be informed. If the saint were to meet with disaster during a blizzard, it would be a catastrophe that would shake the entire kingdom. True to her reputation as the head maid, she maintained absolute composure. The junior maid looked at Belle with pure admiration, completely keeping her own panic at bay. But looking at it from another angle, isn't she a saint protected by holy law? Conversely, it was decided that handling the matter quietly was the best course of action. After putting on her fur hat and wrapping herself in a heavy cloak, Belle resolutely headed for the door. I will go search for Miss Kylie myself. The remaining senior maids, please take care of the other students, especially Miss Lucy. Yes, ma'am. The junior maid from before hurriedly added one last piece of information. Head maid, according to an eyewitness, Miss Kylie was last seen heading toward the northern forest. Belle froze in surprise, turning back as she gasped. The northern forest? She immediately recalled how all the key girls always seemed to revolve around Ed. That's that man's territory. A man with a strangely bizarre amount of luck with women. A massive blizzard, total isolation, and extreme conditions. A man and a woman trapped together in a brutal storm, forced to rely on one another while waiting to be rescued. Imagining Ed and Kylie holding each other tightly inside that tiny cabin, Belle couldn't help but bite her lip, breaking out in a cold sweat. While she was caught up in her panicked imagination, another maid called out anxiously, "Head maid." Belle quickly stepped out into the deep, heavy snow. Lifting her skirt as she sprinted into the storm, she steeled her resolve. I have to find them as quickly as possible. The saint is in grave danger. There's a weird creep living in the northern forest, a cold-blooded man who carries around bloody animal carcasses. That was the rumor circulating around the campus. Of course, Belle knew the actual truth, but she still couldn't help but feel incredibly anxious. Harboring her doubts, she ran in a straight line straight toward the northern forest. A while later, she finally arrived at the destination. However, she noticed a chaotic mess of footprints stamped into the snow. Contrary to his cold exterior, Ed was actually very easy to talk to and incredibly considerate. Despite being surrounded by so many beautiful girls, he always fulfilled his duties perfectly, proving himself to be a reliable man. But that was exactly what worried Belle, because if these relationships grew any more complicated, it would become a massive headache. She could only pray that he hadn't discovered Kylie's true identity. Slowly pushing the door open, Belle's heart was practically in her throat. The moment Ed saw Belle, he quickly spoke up. Just as expected, "You're here, Belle." Seeing the state of the room, cold sweat broke out across Belle's forehead as she stammered. "Young master, do you mind if I explain myself for a moment?" She said, "I've already heard everything from Kylie, but if she doesn't return right away, the blizzard is only going to get worse, which is incredibly dangerous." Hearing this, Ed nodded reluctantly and said, "You're right. A head maid shouldn't leave Awfulest Hall for too long." It's just that he couldn't comprehend why the saint had come to his place of all places. Even though he had tried his best, something still felt completely off. Kylie's true identity was a major plot twist meant to be revealed at the end of Act 3. It absolutely couldn't be exposed this early. But since she was already suspicious of him, what was he supposed to do? Hesitating for a long moment, he finally spoke with an apologetic tone. "I apologize for my disrespectful behavior. Saint, please put the chair down." Hearing that, Kylie quickly complied, her arms already aching from the exertion. But Kylie reacted almost instantly. Belle did the exact same thing. Both of them looked at Ed in absolute shock. "You just called Kylie the saint? How could you possibly know?" Understanding their suspicion, Ed slowly explained, "I am also a follower of the Church of Telos." Seeing her dispel her illusion magic at such a close distance, anyone would be able to tell. Saying that, he told Kylie once more to put the chair down. She hurriedly nodded and followed his instructions. Ed's core principle remained unchanged. Do not get involved with any major characters in the script. But if he just left things as they were, there was no telling what St. Clarice might do. Therefore, it was actually better to reveal his awareness and eliminate the potential risk. With that thought, he spoke up calmly. "Watching you secretly hide your identity just to blend in with everyone at the academy, it seems you find your restricted life pretty suffocating. I can relate to that feeling quite well." Hearing his words, Kylie stammered, completely at a loss for words. But right now, Ed leaned in close to her face, his voice growing serious. How do you feel about this carefree life in the forest? Can you even picture what my life is like? These words felt like a wake-up call to Kylie. It was true. This man's life wasn't about living. It was about survival. Everything has two sides, light and dark, and freedom is no different. If Elle was a poet singing the praises of freedom's beauty, then this man was undoubtedly the embodiment of its dark side. As she was lost in thought, Ed spoke up again apologetically. I'm sorry for my disrespectful behavior, but unfortunately, no one around you tells you these things, so I took the liberty. Having said his piece, he spoke up, clearly wanting them to leave. Right after that, Belle and Kylie quickly left Ed's cabin. Kylie followed behind, saying, I'm sorry for troubling you, Belle. She declined to comment, casually replying, don't worry about it. When she returned to Offalis Hall, Kylie would be warmed in a cozy room and enjoy hot soup, and that cabin in the blizzard would become a distant story. But inside it, the heavy scent of blood and the weight of reality still lingered. Kylie could never have imagined that behind that strong exterior, the one who expertly used magic to block the freshmen, was such a person. It was truly sad to have the illusion of freedom shattered. But at the very least, Kylie believed that her decision to leave the holy capital to find freedom and come to Slovenia was the right one, because she had met a respectable upperclassman. Lost in thought, Kylie unconsciously looked toward the northern forest. Of course, Belle noticed it too. This caused suspicion to rise within her. Yet the two of them kept walking toward Offalis Hall. However, Belle's heart was burning with anxiety because she couldn't understand the hidden meaning in Ed's words. Spring comes when we least expect it, and that's what makes it so special. At the La Place Bakery, Ed ran into Lortell by chance. Lortell happily said, I want to share a table with Ed. She said, I just need to wait a bit to take inventory of the goods. However, the bakery owner didn't look too happy. Seeing her, he trembled in fear and bowed respectfully. Please make yourself at home. If you need anything, just let me know. Lortell politely thanked him. Only then did the bakery owner scurry away. Lortell raised an eyebrow and spoke up. Monopoly power is so fascinating. It can even create authority that doesn't exist. Ed pouted and said, looking at his face, you're the only one finding this fascinating. Hearing this, Lortell couldn't help but smile, clicking her tongue as she said, you speak so harshly. You're right, but I wasn't bullying him, she told him. The recent blizzard has made supplying goods to Aiken Island difficult. La Place Bakery ordered a lot of unnecessary items, and then canceled the order when the delivery date was close. While I understand ingredients are scarce, his hoarding of goods from other shops is unacceptable. Where's the business ethics? Hearing this, the bakery owner rushed over, kneeling without hesitation to beg. Lady Lortell, please speak up for us. After all, capping our order numbers like that is too much. Please reconsider. Unfortunately, Lortell ignored him completely, still smiling and chatting happily with Ed. She said, I have a class this afternoon, and I want you to walk with me to the faculty area. Ed chuckled softly and teased her, cold-hearted. Afterward, he walked to school with her. As Lortell walked, she spoke up. I didn't want to do this either, but due to the blizzard, shipping from headquarters was disrupted, so the Merchant Coalition's budget is very tight. Even with plenty of assets, we're forced to tighten our belts. Hearing this, Ed nodded in understanding. So your Merchant Coalition has tough times like this too. It must be hard work. Lortell shrugged indifferently, pouted, and said, what are you talking about? Who do you think I am? Financial management is my specialty. Don't worry, as long as we don't spend wastefully, it's fine. That's what suits my status. But as she said this, she suddenly noticed something. She asked in surprise, why didn't you bring your textbooks to class? Ed casually replied, I have to stop by the library to borrow books. Think of it as exercise. Hearing this, Lortell said anxiously, it's just a few silver coins. Why don't you just buy them? At that moment, she suddenly thought of an amount that wasn't small for a student. Textbooks at Slovenia were all high-end books. The more she thought about it, the more her heart ached, and she quickly pulled out her purse. She asked him, how much is it in total? Ed happily thanked her. Lortell shook her head slightly, declining to comment, and sighed, saying, by the way, the student council president election is coming up soon. Ed asked suspiciously, you don't plan on running? She spoke indifferently. My work at the Merchant Coalition is still the top priority. Of course, it's best if a supporter becomes president, someone friendlier. If Senior Ed runs, I'll support you. Ed heard this and shook his head, declining. I have no intention of doing that, and I'm not sure I'd win anyway. Lortell felt a bit regretful. That's a shame, though I figured you'd say that. What about your sister? She said. Even if it kills me, I would never support Princess Fenia. Ed frowned slightly and said, I won't give a long explanation, but Tanya. But before he could finish, Lortell coldly cut him off. Even if all the top students support Tanya, it'll be hard for her to win. After all, she's only the second daughter of the Rotstaler family. The gap is just too wide. Lortell's assessment was spot on. According to the script, the winner would be Princess Fenia. Tanya Rotstaler, the pitiful villainess. No matter what trick she used, no matter how much she begged or did whatever it took to get votes, the gap still couldn't be closed. Tanya would have to accept a crushing defeat and exit the stage. While he was lost in thought, Lortell asked suspiciously, Could it be that you support the princess, Senior? Ed started slightly, shook his head, and said, Probably not. If I had to choose, I'd support Tanya, my sister. Hearing that, Lortell nodded in satisfaction. Then I'm relieved. Most people in the academy support Princess Fenia, so I was a bit worried you would too. Besides, you know I like you. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaned her head against Ed's chest again. A moment later, she looked up and said, I almost got jealous there. Ed just stood there, staring at her blankly without saying a word. Seeing him not reply, Lortell leaned in close again and murmured, By the way, do you mind if I check your heartbeat? However, at that moment, Ed reached out and pushed her head away, making her a bit displeased. You keep avoiding me. Did I do something wrong? Ed shook his head slightly and said casually, You didn't do anything wrong, but I don't want to get involved in romance until graduation. Lortell was a bit surprised, her eyes widening as she asked, Until graduation? What about after graduation? Ed didn't answer, standing there in silence. But Lortell was very happy, smiling as she said, I just dug up some important information. Whatever your reasons are, that's a matter for 2 years from now. But she wasn't happy for long, as she heard Ed say slowly, Though I'm not even sure I can survive until then. Because in his heart, he knew very well that graduating was no easy goal. The final boss he had to face at the end of this story. Only when the protagonist defeats the final boss will the world be at peace. And only then can he graduate. Especially when receiving the support of both Clarice, representing the church, and Fenia, representing the royal family. Could Taylor defeat the final boss, the Sacred Dragon? In other words, Taylor had to develop exactly according to the script and gather enough allies. The freshman class placement exam ended successfully, and fortunately, Clarice managed to keep her secret and continue studying at the academy. Although it was a bit of a shame for Tanya, the student council president election was about to begin, and Fenia would be the winner. This way, the script was pretty much back on track. He could rest easy. But, contrary to Ed's expectations, in the bedroom of a girl, Fenia, after waking up, her body wouldn't stop trembling and her face looked terrible. A moment later, she gritted her teeth and said, I'm not going to run anymore. The entire script is falling apart. On another note, in a dark room, Clevius was huddling there, constantly muttering under his breath, Damn it, there's so many other people. Why does it have to be me? He kept lamenting his fate. Why does it have to be me? Because right in front of him was a challenge application. He didn't want any part of it. Elsewhere, Zix, who was in a classroom, was being bothered by an uninvited guest who said he wanted to challenge him to learn from the experience. However, hearing this, he closed the book he was reading and said coldly, Drop the cliches. The young boy standing beside him didn't give up, saying firmly, Because I want to prove myself. Zix frowned, looking at him, and asked suspiciously, You're already the top student, aren't you? The boy shook his head and said, But only the top freshman. The boy said, I want to compete with Janica, the Academy's top student, class of 53, and also Drake, the top combat department student, and Ed too. Of course, everything must be done in order. So he had sent a challenge letter to Clevius, the top combat department student of class 52 first, but he was avoiding him. He said proudly, Anyway, after defeating Clevius, he will challenge Elvira, and then Zix. Hearing his own name, Zix asked suspiciously, Why is it my turn? I'm not the top student. The boy explained slowly, the top student of class 52 doesn't count. So practically speaking, Senior Zix is the top student of class 52. Letting out a soft snort, Zix curled his lip and said, So, you plan to defeat me, then move on to Senior Janica and Senior Ed? You should learn to accept that you might be wrong, kid. Hearing this, the boy frowned and spoke up. I don't think I can easily defeat Senior Zix either. Chuckling softly and shaking his head, Zix walked over, patted the boy's shoulder, and said mysteriously, That's not what I meant. I mean he will never get the chance to face me, let alone Janica or Ed. He doesn't understand anything. He will end at Clevius. If he wants to defeat me, he needs to learn to face reality first. Hearing these words, the boy's face fell. However, Zix didn't say much else, walking straight outside. Just as he reached the campus grounds, he heard someone calling him. Zix turned his head slightly and saw that the person coming was Ed. He raised an eyebrow, looked at him, and spoke up, You did a great job cleaning the library. Thank you. The two talked as they walked. Zix also mentioned the boy going around challenging people. Hearing this, Ed asked, Are you talking about that top freshman guy? Zix nodded slightly and replied, Yeah, he's aiming for you. Frowning slightly, lost in thought. As far as you know, Wade Calamer's challenge streak should stretch from Chapter 3 to Chapter 4 of Act 3. Wade is the son of a general on the northern border. He possesses a natural talent for swordsmanship and won the top freshman spot with overwhelming strength. Not satisfied with being the top freshman, Wade continued to stir up trouble, challenging and defeating the Academy's famous students and top rankers one by one, even Zix. At that time, Zix was exhausted and at a disadvantage. Though he fought with everything he had, he still lost. Wade's seemingly invincible winning streak only ended when he lost to Taylor, who had grown tremendously after a year. At this time, Zix spoke up again, There's a freshman welcoming ceremony tonight. Do you want to go there to check him out? Ed shook his head and declined, No, I have to go. I have an appointment today. Before leaving, he thanked Zix for warning him ahead of time and reminded him, Make sure to be careful. He thought he didn't care about these things, but seeing the lively atmosphere of the academy, he felt a bit more energized too. The fresh atmosphere of the new semester made his steps a little lighter. Zix watched his retreating back as he left, suddenly remembering something, and muttered to himself, saying, I probably should have told him about that matter. He wanted to mention the thing regarding Fenia. Even though they were just classmates, the two still met often, so he knew she was in a bad mood. But whenever anyone mentioned Ed's name, it was obvious she was listening intently. Zix had observed that many times. He realized that she cared a lot about Ed. Well, it's fine. I'll find out more and tell him later. On another note, in the northern forest, the biting cold had passed. Hundreds of flowers were blooming. Insects were finally leaving their winter nests. And the landscape of the northern forest was more than worthy of the word spring. Lucy lay on the roof of the cabin, playing with the butterflies flying around her, while Ed was also developing very quickly. His sensory abilities had also improved significantly. Since he had contracted with Marilda, he was now capable of contracting with a mid-tier spirit. Meanwhile, Ed, at this moment, was studying with Janica. He called this Janica's master mode. Though it looked a bit childish, she seemed to think she was very majestic. He just went along with her. Janica stared at him intently and said seriously, Normally, to contract with a mid-tier spirit, you have to search all over the mountains and forests for a spirit that suits you. It's not just about having enough mana. You have to find a spirit whose mana flow resonates with yours. Hearing this, Ed asked suspiciously, But when I contracted with Marilda, I didn't need to do that. Janica explained slowly, You have an affinity for fire and wind elements. If you're contracting with a new spirit, you should avoid those two elements. She wasn't wrong. If you contract with a spirit of the same attribute as the element you use, it's easier to control, but it makes dealing with diverse situations difficult. It's best to be able to use multiple different elements like Janica, or at least a few more. There was an illustration for the Spirit Master class in Sylvania's Failed Swordmaster. The image of a Spirit Master wandering through nature, blending into the rivers and mountains, and communing with the spirits they encounter. Searching according to what Janica had instructed, he closed his eyes and sensed the mana. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. A large number of spirits had appeared before him, all mid-tier spirits that Janica had carefully selected. Seeing this scene, Ed was a bit speechless, and he asked suspiciously, With so many spirits like this, isn't it troublesome for you? She really was amazing. Janica laughed happily and said, There's no need to turn down those who want to follow you. I've already talked things over with the spirits. That being said, now you just have to choose. Ed heard this and frowned. I can even choose? Let's see what's inside. The mid-tier water spirit, Pesci. Mook, on Ed's shoulder, kept staring at Pesci. Mook frowned slightly. This kid is just a low-tier spirit. Yet he looks at them like that, but looking at the bunch of spirits in front of him, Ed couldn't help but mutter, picking and choosing, why does that sound so strange? Hearing this, Janica suggested, how about next time? Ed quickly shook his head and said, it's nothing. Mook said seriously again, young master, please look at the next spirit. Elsewhere at the Academy's Grand Hall, the freshman welcoming party was taking place. Although this was an important event for the freshmen, Janica, the top student of Class 53, was absent for personal reasons. Lucy, the top student of Class 52, was also absent for personal reasons. The Academy staff worried the ceremony would be less lively, but then their absence no longer mattered because of the arrival of one of the highest-ranking figures in Sylvania. Princess Fenia had appeared there. Even though Sylvania's culture aimed for equality, no one dared strike up a conversation with someone of royal blood. Even the nobility had to be wary. Therefore, there was only one person who dared approach her during this freshman welcoming ceremony, none other than Wade, the reliable right hand of the royal family and heir to one of the 3 powerful swordsmanship clans. Wade moved a chess piece, capturing Fenia's king. She couldn't help but praise, you play chess well. Wade curled his lip into a smile and said, you hesitated after sacrificing your pawn. If you had just kept attacking without hesitation, you would have lost. Fenia pouted and replied, come on, don't apply military strategy to chess. That's a game for royal tutors, but reality is very different. Wade nodded, smiled, and said, it seems you've experienced a lot at Sylvania. Fenia let out a helpless sigh. I've just learned to look at myself more objectively. Although I've always been confident in my ability to judge people, I'm not so sure anymore. Hearing this, Wade said casually, someone once said that at Sylvania, you have to learn to accept that you might be wrong. Fenia started slightly. Expelling Ed was like a thorn in her throat, but had saved Janica. He built a cabin in the forest, and over time, his presence only grew stronger. Word has it, even the freshmen think highly of Ed. He lives an exemplary life in the academy, and his ever-growing presence is proof of her mistake. Mistakes happen not just at Sylvania, but anywhere. But if you keep running away from your mistakes like a child, nothing gets resolved. Highborn or lowborn, learning is the duty of every student at Sylvania Academy. After contemplating for a long time, Fenia finally curled her lip into a smile and said, thanks to that, I've cleared my mind. Let's play another game. She couldn't keep running away from her mistakes forever. That really was a foolish way to act. Besides, it would probably take about 4 days to settle everything. After that, she would visit the campsite in the northern forest. She would sit by the campfire and talk with Ed. It had been a long time since she felt this relieved. It seemed spring had come for Princess Fenia as well. But on the morning of the 3rd day, she received news that Ed was dead. Before that happened, Tanya had sent a letter back to her father. The content was just reporting the situation to him. After all, this was her first time living away from home, so there were things she wasn't used to. She said, Sylvania's equal learning environment and packed academic schedule make it a bit difficult for me to adjust. The goal she declared the day she left home, to become the youngest student council president, is gradually being realized. She said, I've met Lortell. She is a true merchant. Soon, there will be negotiations regarding the purchase of the Sage's seal. She is very anxious, not knowing if I am capable enough to represent the family. And there's another matter that's a bit hard to talk about, which is since Glatton expelled Ed, he is certainly a disgrace to the family. But, more accurately, she told him that he had worked hard and matured a lot, as if he had become a completely different person. Truthfully, Tanya was too young to remember everything clearly, so she might have read too much into things. Recently, she had dreamed a dream about her childhood, set on the small mountain behind the Rotstaler mansion, where lilacs and daffodils bloom in the spring. She remembered walking up the hill, her hands held by 2 people. One hand belonged to her sister, Arwen. The other hand, she thought, must have belonged to her father. When Arwen was alive, Ed wasn't a spoiled brat. So, she deduced, he had returned to his true self. Having said this, she just left a few lines, then said goodbye. Meanwhile, Glatton, at this moment, held the letter in one hand and the magical dagger Tanya had sent in the other. A moment later, he spoke indifferently. Tanya's reply mentions that besides the student council president election work, there's also the negotiation to buy the Sage's seal. She won't be able to handle it alone. so he will send a trustworthy servant to go with her. Although the academy doesn't allow family servants inside, due to business reasons, they agreed. Glatton ordered the two people kneeling below, "Go quickly." The two quickly left the room. Waiting until only Glatton was left alone in the room, he suddenly removed his glove, revealing a wrinkled hand with a crimson eye embedded on the back of it. Glatton seemed like he still wasn't used to this. This was the ultimate magic, causal affirmation, which allows the user to see the outcome of specific action or variable. However, consuming a massive amount of mana was unavoidable, so it couldn't be used frequently. But this was an absolute power. It allowed him to see the guaranteed outcome of an action he had taken. Just like now, as he placed his hand on the orb, the image of another man driving a dagger through a young boy appeared. That boy was none other than Ed. His entire body was covered in wounds. Inside the orb, Janica also appeared. As she ran over anxiously, she was pushed down into a bottomless abyss. She wanted to grab his hand and pull him back, but she was too late. In the end, she could only stand on the cliff, watching helplessly as he fell. Right after that, Yanica's grim silhouette appeared again, her face now filled with pure, murderous intent. After watching, Glatton didn't feel happy at all, but this was a necessary sacrifice. 3 days before Ed died, everything was still going on as usual. On the contrary, Tanya was extremely busy. She was estimating the results of the Student Council President Candidate Approval Rating Survey. Princess Fenia was not only popular within the royal family, but also widely known among the citizens of the Klol Empire. If Fenia entered the race, then no matter what variables occurred, Tanya's chances of winning were practically zero. Of course, she knew very well that reality and ideals were different, but unfortunately, she had to give up hope. While she was pondering, a voice interrupted her thoughts. That person was Zix, and he asked happily, "Are you going to elemental magic practice?" Tanya nodded slightly. Zix continued to speak up. "Are you holding up okay? When you have some free time, let's go grab tea with me and ELCA." At the same time, a crowd of students outside witnessed this scene and couldn't help but gasp, gossiping. "That senior Zix, he's one of the strongest in the academy, right?" But before the surprise could even fade, Lortell walked over and greeted Tanya. "Soon, there will be negotiations regarding the purchase of the seal. When you're free, come over. Just let me know when you're available, and I'll arrange it." Even someone as distant as Lucy walked over to talk with Tanya. The crowd nearby, shocked once again, their eyes full of admiration. They kept praising Tanya, complimenting her elegant demeanor and her extensive connections. Hearing these words, Tanya took a deep breath, and only after a long moment did she snap out of it, smiling happily as she said, "You two worked hard. You must be exhausted today, so go back to your rooms and get some rest." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they finally dispersed, each heading back to their own room. The moment the door to Tanya's room clicked shut, she instantly collapsed to the floor, her eyes filled with nothing but doubt. She couldn't comprehend what was happening. Over the past few days, her status and reputation within the academy had skyrocketed at a dizzying pace, even though she hadn't done a single thing. If there had to be a reason for her receiving such special treatment, it was solely due to her status as Ed's younger sister. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but bury her face in her hands and weep. She had always thought her older brother was a piece of trash, but now she felt like she was the real piece of trash. The transition was so abrupt that it left Tanya completely at a loss as to what had gone wrong. While she was lost in thought, a sudden creaking sound rang out, and with it, the door to her room swung open. Right after that, two men stepped slowly inside, greeting Tanya cheerfully. "Long time no see." Tanya was instantly overjoyed. "Father has made such thorough arrangements. Long time no see, it's so good to see you both again." One of them spoke up. "We heard you've been having a tough time with your studies. We're more than happy to help you out." The blue-eyed man introduced himself slowly. "I am Kadek, and I will be gathering information on pricing and the Merchant Coalition's financial status to assist you in the negotiations for the purchase of the seal." The other man, Nock, added, "This guy will assist you with the Student Council President election while Tanya focuses on her studies." However, Tanya immediately declined. "There's no need, Nock. As of this morning, there's new information. Fenia won't be running." Meanwhile, at a cafe near the academy, Janica broke the news to Ed. The royal secretary made an official announcement this morning. Everyone is talking about it. Hearing this, Ed let out a sigh and said, "So it's just an announcement, which means it can still change, right?" Krepin Rotstaler, the final boss of Act 4, possessed flawless administrative capabilities. Everyone thought of him as a benevolent patriarch of the Rotstaler family, but only Princess Fenia had seen through his dark ambition. Princess Fenia, who wielded both royal authority and power within the academy, was supposed to be the strongest ally, leading the war against Crep. That was how everything was supposed to play out, yet she had just announced she wouldn't run. But at that moment, Janica suddenly stepped up behind Ed, bowing her head as she said anxiously, "I'm starting to get an uneasy feeling about this." She had a gut feeling that Ed was about to do something reckless again. Hearing this, Ed frowned, hurriedly wanting to explain himself. But before he could utter a single word, she cut him off completely. "I can't just stand by and let you endure injuries and pain all by yourself. I won't allow that to happen. You've already gone through so much. You shouldn't be put through any more trouble. If you're planning to do something, I will help you." Ed was startled for an instant, and only after a long pause did he speak up. "To be completely honest with you, I want Princess Fenia to become the student council president." Janica asked suspiciously. Princess Fenia treated Ed terribly. Besides, Tanya is Ed's younger sister, so I was actually planning to support Tanya. But either way, since the princess has announced she won't run, what can we even do? Just then, Zix approached from a distance, and seeing the ambiguous posture of the two, he asked suspiciously, "What are you two doing in broad daylight? Aren't you guys being a bit too intimate?" He apologized for interrupting them, but added that he knew the reason why Fenia wasn't running. Flustered by Zix's words, Janica replied bashfully, "What do you mean intimate? The way you talk is embarrassing me to death." Zix didn't press further and simply continued their previous conversation. Like an alpha wolf separated from the pack. An alpha wolf that once led its entire pack to death because of its own wrong decision will show absolutely no reaction, even when being aimed at by a gun. The look in Fenia's eyes reminded me exactly of that. Like she has completely lost faith and can't bring herself to do anything anymore. Having said his piece, Zix raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "I won't disturb you two any longer. It's going to rain tomorrow, so make sure to be careful when you leave the dormitory." Zix's intuition was sharper than a normal person's senses, making his assumptions highly reliable. The worst-case scenario was that Princess Fenia had lost her hatred for the Rotstaler family. Ed didn't know what he should do now. While he was dazed, a cheerful voice rang out again. Janica, standing beside him, raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "If it rains, I can practice controlling water spirits. It's best to practice near the sea. Tomorrow, let's head to the northern cliffs to practice controlling mid-tier spirits. After class, we can practice elemental magic." Hearing her chatter away beside him, Ed fell deep into thought, and then couldn't help but flash a satisfied smile. For now, let's just do what can be done. Meanwhile, in the northern forest, Lucy was as usual lying on the roof, relaxing and staring up at the sky above. Lucy muttered to herself, saying, "Looks like it's about to rain." But the moment the words left her mouth, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. In the blink of an eye, she quickly leaped down to the ground, and without saying a word, she lightly snapped her fingers. A brilliant flame instantly began to blaze fiercely. A short while later, Ed returned from the academy, walking straight inside, constantly reflecting to himself, "Spring is so beautiful, but since it's raining, it's going to be hard to go outside." The pitter-patter of the raindrops cast a gloomy shadow over Lucy's mood. Before long, the sky began to pour. Since it's already raining, I hope it pours hard and clears up quickly. Ignoring the rain, just like Zix had predicted, Ed headed to the cliffs to train. Staring at the cliffside before him, he couldn't help but marvel. "So this place looks like this?" Mook poked his head out from Ed's shoulder and said cheerfully, "This is my first time visiting the northern coast. Although the cliff area is vast, it's completely desolate and rarely visited, so there's nothing interesting here. But this is the ideal spot to practice water spirit magic." Mook suggested that Ed should contract with a mid-tier water spirit, Rhea. It's an excellent choice. Furthermore, when you combine it with your mana arrows. Mook kept chattering nonstop. Ed immediately lost his patience and snapped, "Shut up." Right at that moment, two figures approached from behind, speaking in a grim tone. "It is an honor to meet you again, young master." Without a shred of hesitation, Ed drew his bow. He recognized the two of them, the mid-bosses of Act 4. The final chapter of Phase 3, Kadek and Nock, Crepin's trusted subordinates who held the family's dark secrets. They were veteran fighters who had dedicated their entire lives to the Rotstaler family. Even though they were familiar faces, Ed didn't feel a single bit of joy. One of them, Kadek, said leisurely, "It is an honor to meet you again, young master." Ed frowned, looking at them as he spoke slowly. "I have been expelled from the family, yet you two still call me young master. I am truly grateful." Letting out a cold snort, Kadek pouted and said, "We have heard about you, young master. We came here on Lord Crepin's orders. Our purpose is to assassinate." Hearing this, Ed was utterly shocked, his eyes widening. Just as he wanted to say something, Kadek spoke up again. "However, we are withdrawing our intent. We used to despise you and plan to use this dagger coated with a deadly curse to assassinate you. The man who changed, completely different from before, the one who used to rule the mansion. But after looking into your life and reputation within the academy, they realized you have regained your old brilliance and have become the true heir to the family." Having said this, both Kadek and Nock bowed deeply to him, saying cautiously, "We will report everything back to Lord Crepin. Please return and restore honor to the Rotstaler family." Unfortunately, Ed didn't buy it. He kept his bow aimed firmly at the two of them, warning them in a cold voice, "Don't play tricks on me." Sure enough, seeing that he wasn't falling for it, Kadek and Nock broke into malicious grins. Kadek curled his lip into a smile and said, "You've grown up, young master." The moment the words left his mouth, they launched their attack. Kadek was an eagle knight wielding sharp wind attribute swordsmanship. However, Ed wasn't afraid, calmly dealing with the incoming slashes of wind light. But that wasn't all. A brilliant flame suddenly tore through the air toward him. It was Nock, rushing in from behind, carrying an incredibly violent fire tribute warhammer in his hands. In an instant, an explosion carrying raging flames erupted. Fortunately, Ed managed to dodge just in time. He leaned his body back, using the momentum to fire off an arrow. However, they were, after all, trusted subordinates who held the dark secrets of the Rotstaler family. They evaded it swiftly, raising their eyebrows as they looked at him, their tone dripping with malice. "Young master, do you still remember Melina? That was the pitiful child who was blinded in one eye because of your praying. What's even more surprising is that child happens to be Nock's daughter. Therefore, he hates you to his very core." He threw a punch without a second thought. In the blink of an eye, the phantom of a fiery fox manifested right in front of Ed. However, what terrified him was that Ed actually managed to dodge it. Standing before him now was a protective barrier of magic. Ed frowned, looking at them as he muttered, "That did happen, but revenge is nothing but vanity." Nock let out a cold snort and spoke coldly. "I know perfectly well that revenge only brings emptiness, but that is not something you should be telling me." As soon as he finished speaking, the fire hammer in his hands smashed down once more. Yet Ed still managed to evade it. Seeing this scene, Nock's expression turned grave as he gritted his teeth and said, "You've gotten stronger, but there's no way you can block a hammer reinforced by her mana. Even if you're good at dodging, a single hit is all it takes to kill you. That bow is nothing but a hindrance to you. It makes your movements sluggish and prevents you from observing your surroundings." Immediately after, he lunged ferociously, his momentum incredibly powerful, forcing Ed to retreat backward. In the blink of an eye, he was backed up right against the cliff edge. Naturally, Nock wasn't about to give him any breathing room. He rushed forward again, aggressively swinging his fire hammer. But at that exact moment, instead of showing fear, Ed curled his lip into a calm smile and said, "I know." The moment his words fell, a dagger appeared out of nowhere from behind, stabbing straight into Nock's body. Fresh blood poured out continuously, causing him to scream out in agonizing pain. Witnessing this, Kadek instantly panicked. Could that be some kind of sorcery? No, that wasn't right. It was a spirit ritual. He had used a basic defensive magic, which could only block magic, to lure Nock close, and seized that exact opportunity to prepare his counterattack. Truly a brilliant strategy. But what he didn't expect was what happened next. Ed called out loudly, "Moo!" The moment his voice rang out, a thunderous explosion erupted. Smoke and fire burst out everywhere. Kadek, standing outside the blast, could only shield his face with his hand while continuously shouting Nock's name. Unfortunately, there was no reply. Before he could regain his composure, shards of ice frost suddenly shot toward him. Kadek could only cast his anxiety aside and focus entirely on dodging. However, the ice frost attacked too quickly, and he was still stabbed right through the thigh. Biting his lip fiercely, he absolutely had not expected that Ed could launch an attack from within that explosion. On this side, Ed was completely covered in a cold sweat. The bow and arrow had just finished firing, and at this moment, Kadek's face contorted into pure rage. Recovery blessing. He gritted his teeth, cursing, "That bastard, what on earth has he gone through?" But next time, aim for a vital spot, not the lower body. Though, of course, there won't be a next time. As soon as he finished speaking, beams of wind light lunged forward ferociously, their target naturally being Ed. With a loud crash, the area where Ed was standing was enveloped in thick smoke. However, within that smoke, Ed was still able to stand firm, despite his body being covered in wounds. But right in front of him lay Nock's corpse. He had used him as a shield to evade the fatal blow. Before he could even catch his breath, Kadek lunged at him once more. But before he could even launch his attack, a fierce beast suddenly manifested behind him. In an instant, Kadek was completely paralyzed with fear. Recalling the moment just before, he suddenly realized something. Could it be that you've actually reached this level? Standing right behind him was Rhea, the mid-tier water spirit. Immediately after, Kadek's body felt as though it were being submerged under deep water. A rapid sensation of suffocation washed over him, causing the blade in his hand to clatter to the ground. At this point, he couldn't breathe at all. But at that moment, a blood-soaked hand suddenly reached out, grabbing the dagger on the ground. It turned out to be Nock. Despite being severely burned and slashed to the point of losing consciousness, he, who was confident that he had experienced everything possible on a battlefield, still managed to stay conscious. This was something that even Ed had not anticipated. But of course, he quickly manifested a protective barrier to block Nock's blade. Before Nock could even process what was happening, a sudden gust of wind swept in. A powerful tornado completely enveloped Nock. In the blink of an eye, debris and rocks flew everywhere. By the time the vortex dissipated, Nock's body was still standing right in front of Ed, frozen in his previous posture. Ed widened his eyes, staring at him with a hint of shock on his face, because the tip of the blade was nearly touching his forehead. But the movement just froze right there, because he had no strength left. His entire body was dyed red with blood, and a large chunk of his back was torn open. At the same time, Kadek on the other side had also been taken down by Rhea, collapsing onto the ground. Nock's body tottered and crashed to the earth, his eyes wide with lingering terror. Ed wasn't doing much better at this point, but he still curled his lip into a mocking smirk. Nock frowned, glaring at him as he rasped, "Just kill me quickly." But the moment the words left his mouth, his eyes suddenly widened, and a trace of moisture appeared in them. Ed walked up right in front of him, saying in a deep voice, "What I want to tell you guys is that your presence here proves your father wants you dead too. Even if it wasn't today, sooner or later you would die. Even if you kill them, if you don't break free from this vicious cycle, you'll still end up dying right here. Even if it's a meaningless action, it's not entirely useless. At least Nock won't be haunted by revenge anymore. This is a small parting gift for the loyal retainers of the Rotstaler family." As soon as the words left his mouth, he gripped Nock's hand holding the dagger, thrusting it forward without a shred of hesitation, driving it straight through his own body. He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. At that exact moment, Janica approached from behind, saying apologetically, "I'm sorry my class ran a bit late." But the moment she finished speaking, the scene before her played out right in her line of sight. Nock raised his foot and kicked Ed over the edge. His entire body, looking completely lifeless, plummeted down into the deep abyss. Janica rushed over frantically to catch him. However, it was too late. He had already fallen below, exactly like what Crepin had seen inside the orb. Janica failed to grab hold of Ed's hand. Following that, she was consumed by absolute rage over what had happened. In an instant, a dense, murderous aura completely enveloped her body. The moment he saw her, Nock was startled and filled with dread. Someone saw him commit the murder. However, his body was in no condition to fight now. Before he could even contemplate whether to strike or not, a massive magic circle materialized. Seeing this sight, his panic intensified. What on earth is this? He had once been confident that he had experienced everything possible on a battlefield, yet he had never witnessed a spectacle like this. A creature far more powerful than even a high-tier spirit. The awakening of the primeval spirit, a unique entity that exists as only a single specimen for each element in nature. A girl was controlling it, and this thing was looking to destroy him. Yenica's eyes were filled with pure hatred as she glared at him. What was unfolding before his eyes was a colossal magic circle. How many people could actually comprehend its significance? A genius spirit master, who had once summoned the right hand of Gloshkany, the ultimate spirit of darkness, was pouring all of her energy and agony into creating this scene. The sun felt as though it were scorching the earth itself, with a tail larger than the imperial capital. According to the primeval fire spirit, which was said to have completely incinerated the entire Apo's mountain range during the Age of Myth. If even a single one of its arms were to be summoned, the entire northern forest would be plunged into a sea of fire. There was no need to understand the meaning behind the massive magic circle in the sky. Just facing the dark, ominous aura right in front of him, anyone could instantly understand what was about to happen. It was absolute guaranteed death. Furthermore, what Nock had to face was the sheer fury of Janica. Her eyes radiated a heavy, murderous intent as she gritted her teeth and demanded, "Do you have any idea what you've just done?" Nock couldn't utter a single word at this moment, because he was being engulfed by agonizing flames, feeling as though death itself was staring him in the face. However, right at that moment, a sudden tornado manifested, blocking the raging fire. Immediately after, a fierce beast appeared, roaring loudly at him. "Run quickly. Survive." He was a bit taken aback, not understanding what was happening, but very quickly, he realized its objective. It wanted him to report back everything he had witnessed. Hearing this, he scrambled to his feet and fled rapidly. Janica narrowed her eyes, glaring at the beast in front of her as she demanded suspiciously, "What do you think you're doing?" Marilda, she gritted her teeth, telling it to get out of her way immediately. However, Marilda stood its ground proudly, not budging even a single inch. Only then did it speak up slowly, "I cannot return like this. Isn't it strange? Calm down and think about it. You weren't the one who summoned me." The moment these words were spoken, Yenica's eyes widened in sheer shock. Below the cliff was a massive, rushing river. A brief moment later, a blood-soaked hand broke through the surface of the river from below. Prior to this, Lortell had asked Ed how far along his magical engineering skills had progressed. Ed had replied, "I spent my entire break practicing magical engineering." As a result, at this very moment, he had successfully pulled it off and survived. He had managed to craft a legendary-grade magical tool, the Hourglass of Restoration, which reverts the body's state to a few seconds prior, destroying the item in the process. The injuries sustained from the fall off the cliff and the deadly curse imprint had completely vanished, but time could only be rewound by a few seconds. The wounds from the battle were still bleeding out, and his body temperature was steadily dropping. He had summoned Marilda because things on the cliff looked bad, but now he was so badly injured that he couldn't even process what was happening. The legendary-grade magic artifact, the Glush Hourglass, was something that shouldn't even exist at this point in Act 3. He hadn't expected to use it this early either. Though it was a bit of a waste that all his hard work only bought him a few short seconds, he had survived. Grafenrot-tailored causality affirmation magic was highly unpredictable. If he defeated Kadek and Nock to survive, Grafen would just use causality affirmation over and over again, even at the cost of a massive amount of mana, until he found a future where Ed died. Because of that, he needed to die once. He didn't know why the man wanted him dead, but if he had already seen a future where Ed died, he would definitely stop paying attention to him. It wasn't easy to bring subordinates to Aiken Island without a good reason. The only justification was to support Tanya, who was busy with either the election or the negotiations. In other words, if he could just stay dead until the student council president election ended and the seal negotiations were wrapped up, he would survive. The problem was that his body couldn't move. Just then, a fire spirit suddenly lunged down from the cliff. The moment he saw it, Ed breathed a sigh of relief. He forced himself up, saying softly, "My whole body hurts like hell. Luckily you found me. Thank you." But before he could even finish his sentence, his voice cut off, because Janica had already thrown herself into his arms, crying uncontrollably. Caught off guard, he was knocked right back down to the ground by her weight, just as he stood up. A bit surprised and not knowing how to react, he just let her cry. After a long while, he said guiltily, "Looks like I made you worry again. I am sorry, Janica." But she just wouldn't stop crying, leaving Ed feeling a bit helpless. He reached up, patting her back to comfort her, without saying another word. The two of them just stayed like that in the dark abyss. After a while, they finally calmed down and built a fire to rest. Ed explained his plan to Janica. She nodded slightly and replied, "So you have to stay out of trouble until the election is over." She added that she would bring him food and supplies, so he didn't need to worry. Ed nodded slightly in thanks, but his wounds were already starting to throb. Hearing this, Janica flinched, let go of him, and said bashfully, "Sorry, holding you just made me feel safer." The moment the words left her mouth, she realized how it sounded and quickly corrected herself. "I mean, never mind, just forget I said that." Ed frowned, looking at her, and after a long hesitation, finally spoke up, "It's still raining, but you have a lot of work to do." Meanwhile, in the northern forest, the naturally lazy Lucy was, of course, there too. Except she wasn't doing anything at all, but in reality, she was waiting. The difference was that she felt comfortable rather than bored. She could easily picture the daily routine of the cabin's master. He would trudge out of the bushes, check the dead fire, and kick the supporting wooden beams a few times to test their sturdiness. Then he would head to the clothesline, take down the soaking wet laundry, and move any tools prone to rusting inside the cabin. After that, he'd shake the rainwater off his coat, walk inside, and greet her. Ed's life was chaotic and full of storms, but in the end, he would always come back here. He would light the lamp, sit at the desk to read his magical engineering books, and eventually doze off by the hearth. Lucy would fall asleep to the sound of the falling rain, the crackling fire, and Ed turning the pages of his book. As she closed her eyes, enjoying the peaceful scenery, she suddenly sensed a strange mana signature, and with it, the scent of blood. Still, she didn't care all that much. She found it annoying, but then she remembered Ed had asked her to watch the house. Ultimately, she moved her lazy body, left the roof, and stood blocking the path of the newcomer, asking suspiciously, "Who are you?" Two people stood before her. Knock, carrying Kadek on his back, said urgently, "I'm Knock, a subordinate of the Rot-Taylor family. Help me, I'm badly hurt." He claimed he had slipped in the forest, and his partner had been attacked by wild beasts. He thought he could cover up the truth, but Lucy was no fool. She instantly released her aura, making his eyes widen in sheer terror. Her cold voice rang out again, "I'll save you." In an instant, the entire dark forest was enveloped in a purple magical light. Looking at him coldly, Lucy snorted and said, "If you're telling the truth, I'll save you." "What did you do?" Elsewhere, up on the high cliff where Ed had fallen, the dagger marked with deadly poison and Ed's bow from the battle were still lying there. A figure who shouldn't have been there appeared, Professor Probin. He picked up the dagger, frowning as he muttered, "A high-grade poison, rarely seen. Why does something always happen whenever I'm on duty? There's no mana left on the venomous mark, only traces, which means it was used. Someone definitely died. Judging by the fall location and the timing, even if they searched at daybreak, it would be hard to find a body." He had already heard the situation from Janica. She had arranged to meet Ed for spirit magic practice, and when she arrived, she found Ed stabbed. Janica, standing beside him, nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, that's right." With a grim expression, Probin pressed further. "I know it's a shock, but try to remember carefully. You saw the culprit, didn't you?" Janica answered without a moment's hesitation. "It was Rot-Taylor's men, Kadek and Knock." Hearing this, Probin was taken aback. "Subordinates of the Rot-Taylor family? Then I will report this to the principal when morning comes." But just as he finished his sentence, an anomaly occurred right there, catching him completely off guard. A figure walked out from the forest. He frowned, asking suspiciously, "Who is that girl?" Yet before anyone could answer, the figure in front of them vanished into thin air. By the time she reappeared, she was right in front of Probin. At this point, Janica finally got a clear look at the newcomer. Janica's face instantly filled with panic, as she quickly said, "Lucy, calm down. Let's go back to the cabin and talk." But Lucy just replied in an icy tone, "I caught the guy who killed him. It was Kadek and Knock, Rot-Taylor's men." With that, she picked up Ed's bow that had fallen on the ground. The bow was quickly enveloped in magic. Even Lucy's body radiated a powerful aura that terrified everyone present. In a flash, she vanished from everyone's sight. Probin bit his lip hard. Janica urgently suggested, "We have to go after Lucy right now." Probin asked skeptically, "What is the meaning of this?" Janica shook her head grimly, saying, "There's no time. They have to stop this right now before it's too late." Back in the northern forest, Lucy had already tied up Kadek and Knock. She questioned them coldly. "Rot-Taylor's men have been showing up lately under the pretext of assisting with the family's business, haven't they?" At this moment, her eyes were filled with pure murderous intent. Knock looked at her in terror, quickly explaining, "We aren't suspicious people. We came here to assist, and we've completed the registration process and have legal permission to enter the academy." Hearing this, she instantly knew who they were talking about, Tanya. Biting her lip hard, she ran straight to Awfulest Hall, and without warning, unleashed a magical punch. A massive, shocking explosion rocked Awfulest Hall. Lucy, looking like a god of destruction, stepped slowly through the rubble. As she yelled furiously, "Tanya Taylor, where is she?" She didn't get Tanya to show up, but Lucy did run into the maids. She turned around, looking behind her. Belle, leading the group of maids, asked suspiciously, "What on earth is going on, Miss Lucy?" However, Lucy didn't answer. Left with no choice, Belle pulled out a magic box and began casting. In an instant, magic circles surrounded Lucy. Belle's expression looked quite grim at this moment, and she asked hesitantly, "Miss Lucy, why are you acting like this?" Lucy still didn't answer, her murderous intent continuing to rise. But the magic box in Belle's hand began to show signs of cracking. A flash of terror immediately washed over Belle's face. Lucy's cold voice rang out once more, "Bring her here." The moment her words fell, Belle's body froze entirely in place. At the same time, another explosion echoed across the academy campus. Inside the smoke and fire, two figures, one standing, one kneeling, came into view. Wade, who was standing, smirked and said, "That was certainly an entertaining match." Elvira bit her lip hard, unwilling to accept it, and said, "What's so entertaining about it? You only beat a second-year senior. Don't act like it's a huge deal." Wade, the heir to the renowned Kanamo swordsmanship family, didn't get angry at her words and kept a smile on his face. "You worked hard, Senior Elvira. After all, it's still too early to say I've beaten all the second-year seniors, right?" Because he still hadn't beaten Zix. Standing on the sidelines, Zix couldn't help but sigh, though he didn't say a word. But the surrounding students couldn't stop gossiping. Nobody expected Elvira to lose to a first-year student. Wade was the heir to the famous Kanamo swordsmanship family. But would he actually be able to beat Zix as expected? Just then, a sudden booming sound startled everyone, leaving them confused about what was happening. The sound they had just heard was the explosion caused by Lucy. Immediately, hurried footsteps rushed away, led by Jick. Running behind him, Wade suggested, "First, we need to find a head maid to handle the situation." However, Zix shook his head, sighed, and said, "No, it's too late." He wasn't wrong, because all the maids had already been frozen solid by Lucy. This was Lucy's time magic, mid-prison. There are people who dedicate their entire lives to studying celestial magic, but in this world, there are geniuses who can copy the kind of magic after seeing it just once. The clearest example was Lucy. Lucy remained in midair, looking down coldly, and ordered hoarsely, "Tanya Taylor, bring her to me." Jick, who was on his way to Awfulest Hall, heard her voice and frowned, wondering, "Why her? I don't get it." While he was questioning it, a maid came running from the other side, screaming frantically, "Hurry over here." He ran after them, asking suspiciously what happened. The maid said in a panic, "The head maid has been killed. Things are a complete mess on our side." If what Miss Lucy said is true, then the third-year magic department student, Ed Taylor, has been murdered. The moment those words came out, Jick's footsteps stopped dead. The maid continued to explain, "The assassin is believed to be a servant of the Taylor family." Wade frowned slightly, asking skeptically, "If it's a servant of the Taylor family, does that mean Tanya did it?" But the moment the words left his mouth, he realized something was wrong and quickly looked back. Jick frowned, looking at them, and said in a deep voice, "Go on ahead." The maid flinched slightly, asking in confusion, "In this situation, you mean?" Wade, on his end, was even more frantic. "Why did it turn out like this? Is this some kind of revenge? Then let's get out of here quickly." Jick shook his head slightly and said calmly, "I'll handle it myself. Everyone else evacuate first. I'm truly sorry." With that, he turned around and ran toward another door. He kicked open the door to a room violently, stepping over the debris as he walked in. And looking at the scene before him, he murmured softly, "Just as I thought." 5 minutes after the loud noise, nobody had seen Tanya. In the middle of the night, the door was locked, so the only possible hiding spot was the wardrobe. Sure enough, the moment he opened the door, he saw Tanya clutching her knees, sitting inside and shaking uncontrollably, muttering, "Why did things turn out like this? How did it happen?" Jick held his head in frustration. He didn't know why all the evidence pointed toward Tanya either. In reality, it was thanks to Ed that Tanya had gradually built a reputation in the academy. Even though Tanya seemed to have a rift with Ed, he didn't believe she would resort to assassination. He fell deep into thought just like that. After a moment, he spoke up slowly. Listen carefully, Tanya. You need to be completely honest with the questions I'm about to ask. He asked her if she had ordered Ed's murder. Tanya didn't even hesitate for a second, immediately firing back. I really didn't do it. Her words weren't enough to convince Jick. If this kept up, Tanya would definitely end up in a dangerous spot. Just thinking about the fact that Ed was gone made his heart feel incredibly heavy. But right now, there was too much he didn't understand. Maybe staying out of it for now was the right choice. Thinking this through, he took off his cloak, handed it to Tanya, and said with a smile, "All right, I'll listen to your explanation later. For now, stay here for a bit. If you go out to the square right now, you'll be in danger." He made this suggestion because he was certain of one thing. Seeing Tanya killed, or letting Lucy get blood on her hands, was not what Ed would want. Therefore, he would try to stop Lucy first. But just then, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind. He couldn't grasp the current situation. The person said they just needed to take Tanya to Lucy to sort everything out. Glaring at him, Jick said coldly, "I'll make my own decisions." Tanya, meanwhile, remained hidden inside the wardrobe, not daring to poke her head out. Zix was a bit startled and turned his head to see Wade walking in, saying in a deep voice, "You don't need to try and do the impossible. Right now, complying with Miss Lucy's demand is the right move." Naturally, Wade didn't accept this decision, his hand already moving to draw his sword as he said coldly, "Your decision makes no sense, Senior Jick. If that's the case, he will have to carry out his intention by force." He added that he would take Tanya away. Over by the square, Lucy held Ed's bow, repeatedly drawing it back. Thousands of magic-infused arrows tore through the wind. The moment they hit the ground, explosions immediately rang out. At the same time, the petrified bodies were blasted away by Lucy. Clebius was running away when he was suddenly struck by a boulder. Seeing what had fallen in front of him, he was horrified. It was actually a human-shaped stone statue. Moreover, he recognized the person as the top student of the fourth-year alchemy department, Dora. Clebius's face instantly twisted in disbelief as he cried out, "This person is a top student too. So how did they still get beaten?" With that, he immediately looked up at the sky and saw Lucy hovering high above, and her expression right now looked incredibly menacing. Instantly, Clebius turned and bolted, complaining loudly as he ran. "Why is this crazy stuff happening? Why can't my life just be peaceful for once? This is awful." But in his rush to escape, he tripped over a rock. Without a doubt, he slid face first across the ground. He just lay there flat on his stomach. Feeling even more helpless, Clebius sighed and said, "When a monster like that shows up, who wouldn't be scared? This is absolute bull." Right then, a sharp voice called out from behind him, "What are you doing? Stupid Clebius. Why are you just lying there?" He lifted his head slightly and saw Alvira, asking skeptically, "Weren't you off challenging someone?" Alvira nodded casually. "I was practicing, but I suddenly ran out of reagents. So I have to go to the lab to grab some more." In a situation like this, besides the top students, who else could possibly deal with that monster? She said they had to hold out for about 30 minutes until the academy staff arrived. But seeing Clebius lying on the ground without getting up, Alvira's tone instantly turned sharp. "Look at you. You can't even stand on your own 2 feet. When you feel recovered, head over to the staff building." With that, she turned around and walked toward the square. Clebius still didn't make a move, just watching Alvira's retreating figure, and biting his lip hard, he gnashed his teeth and muttered, "You annoying jerk, you're really pathetic." He felt completely miserable, like a total loser. Meanwhile, down below the cliff, the rain kept pouring. Janica ran down to the spot and reported the situation to Ed. "Something's wrong." The academy staff went on ahead. Marilda left too, but before she could explain, Lucy already knew everything. Ed frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, "What about Lucy?" Janica replied urgently, "She already went to Ophelis Hall to look for Tanya." Hearing this, Ed felt a bit helpless and forced himself up, sighing as he spoke. "All right, looks like I'll have to handle this myself." Inside Lucy's memories, on a rainy night that mirrored Jick's in a small house, Lucy was still just a child. Bedridden because of the rain, her grandfather stayed by her side. He reassured her in a low voice, "When you're beaten down by the wind and rain, it will hurt. But remember this feeling." Lucy frowned slightly, looking at him with eyes full of doubt. He explained slowly, the aches torturing your body or the wounds on your flesh will become increasingly rare. Inferior people spend their whole lives on things you could do effortlessly. You will meet many people like that. Returning to reality, numerous students were firing spells at her. Yet, her power was terrifying. She was completely capable of blocking those spells. From high above, she looked down coldly. In her eyes right now, they were nothing more than ants. Immediately after, a magic circle appeared. In a flash, beams of magic enveloped everyone. Only then did Lucy descend from the air to the ground. And before her, many more human-shaped statues had appeared. But right now, Lucy wasn't happy at all. Recalling what her grandfather had said, she cursed angrily. "You lying old man." While she was lost in her anger, someone came running from the distance. Right after, a burst of flames erupted, and smoke instantly blanketed a corner of the square. However, Lucy was completely unaffected, standing there calmly. She turned her eyes toward the other side, only to see Elvira standing there, drenched in rain, gritting her teeth as she muttered, "How strange. I've never seen magic like this." The casting speed is abnormally fast, too. Lucy glared at Elvira and snorted, saying, "Get out of the way." The moment she spoke, she waved her hand, and a current of magic struck Elvira, sending her flying back as she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Even so, Elvira didn't give up, continuing to speak. "Too fast, I don't understand the principle behind it. It wasn't magic, but simply a release of raw mana." Still, looking at what surrounded Lucy, she muttered, "As expected, the issue is still mana." With that, she curled her lips into a faint smile. Mages with excellent mana perception use mana to create magic. But did you know that we alchemists? Hearing this, Lucy was slightly startled. She seemed to guess what the girl wanted to say. Chuckling, Elvira continued, "Use mana to create other things instead of magic, like magic artifacts or reagents." Having said that, she pulled out a red potion bottle. This was a ruby reagent, which absorbed a massive amount of mana and converted it into liquid form. Now, she would use Lucy's mana as fuel to activate all these magic artifacts. In the blink of an eye, an array of machinery materialized. If activated all at once, at several times their capacity, all the surrounding mana would vanish. Though her brain children would be destroyed, there were still many students who hadn't evacuated yet, and the maids needed more time. With that thought, Elvira immediately screamed, "Try destroying this too." Along with her scream, the magic inside the artifacts unleashed. Before long, however, the absorbed mana became completely overloaded. In an instant, Elvira's face turned pale as all her magic artifacts blew up. Calculating the required mana to overload every single magic artifact, in theory, was possible, but nobody actually did it because it held zero academic value. Such a massive amount of mana simply shouldn't exist, and even if it did, stopping it was supposed to be impossible. But Lucy could. Belle, the head maid of Ophelis Hall, Chagiana, the top student of the 4th-year magic department, Dorothy, the top student of the 4th-year alchemy department, 14 high-ranking maids, and even the top student of the 2nd-year alchemy department, Elvira, all of them were taken down in just 3 minutes. Lucy walked right past all of them, moving forward. Just then, however, Elvira grabbed her ankle and said in a low voice, "If you keep going, you're going to regret it. With your current mana pool, you could have leveled all of Ophelis Hall from the very start, but you didn't. I definitely wouldn't want things to go down this way." Hearing this, Lucy froze, her whole body consumed by endless grief. A moment later, though, mana surged within her once more. She said coldly, "That's something I'll decide after I see Tanya." But before she could even make a move, a dagger suddenly slashed down, catching her off guard. Elvira looked over to where the dagger had struck and saw Clebius standing there trembling, gritting his teeth as he said, "You guys are out of your minds. You're not getting past me." Lucy frowned, looking at him, but she didn't feel threatened in the slightest. Snorting coldly, she simply snapped her fingers, facing the 52nd ranked top student of the combat department. Clebius was actually taken down in a single second. Lucy, who had caused this entire mess, had thrown all caution to the wind after Ed's death. Meanwhile, at the battlefield between Zix and Wade, Wade was pointing his sword at Jick. He said coldly, "Bring Tanya to me." Watching Wade charge at him, Jick remained perfectly calm, waiting until Wade's sword was right in front of his face. Jick slipped away, dodging the blow. Right after, he brought his own sword up to parry and counter. His sword speed was so blindingly fast, however, that Wade's expression turned grim. He realized that the swordsmanship Jik was using belonged to the island family, but it was far too distinct and baffling. It was the noble swordsmanship learned at the island estate, combined with the raw ferocity of a wild beast from the northern steppes. A free-form style that didn't entirely detach itself from the theories of practical combat swordsmanship. Yet, it wasn't fully perfected, allowing Wade to grit his teeth and hold his ground. Jik's center of gravity shifted too far, creating an opening. Realizing this, Wade grew incredibly smug. He quickly thrust his sword toward Jik's waist. In that split second, a gust of wind erupted from Jik's hand. A gale-force wind blade slammed right into the tip of Wade's sword. Seizing the opening while Wade was off balance, Jik lunged forward and punched him square in the face. The single blow sent Wade flying backward, his body crashing hard into the rubble. Wade coughed a couple of times, then forced himself up, saying, as expected of his senior. With that, he smirked and laughed out loud. I love fighting strong people. This is my chance to test myself against someone as powerful as you. How could I give up so easily? Give me some more excitement. As the words left his mouth, he gripped his sword and charged forward again. Snorting coldly, Jik said icily, "You're pathetic, Wade. You don't love fighting. You just love winning." As he spoke, he quickly raised his sword to block Wade's strike, his deep voice continuing to ring out, "You're only interested in matches you know you can win, aren't you?" At those words, Wade's eyes narrowed involuntarily, and he fired back defensively. "What are you talking about?" Chuckling softly, Jik said casually, "If you really wanted to fight someone strong, you wouldn't have challenged me, a mediocre second-year student in the magic department. The top student of the second-year magic department isn't me. It's Lucy Merrill." Wade wanted to say something else, but Zix didn't give him the chance, yelling coldly, "If you're still looking for excuses, then you really are a coward." Instantly, he used his strength to slam Wade's sword down to the ground. Wade was visibly shaken by Jik's words. Taking advantage of that lapse, Jik brought his magic-infused sword right to Wade's face. But just as the tip of the blade stopped a few millimeters from Wade's throat, he halted. Wade's expression looked quite ugly at this point, and he gritted his teeth, asking, "So what do you expect me to do against an invincible opponent? That's just ridiculous." Hearing this, Jik nodded without hesitation, replying coldly, "Exactly, that's your limit." Just then, however, a massive commotion echoed from the square. This commotion, of course, was caused by Lucy. She had left Sylvania in absolute ruins. Arrogance was the very thing that had killed countless warriors in this world. Beware of those who are overconfident in their own strength and view reckless charging as a virtue. And never admire those who constantly put their lives on the line just to prove themselves. Go ahead and be afraid, Clebius. Fear is his weapon. But if he keeps living like this, there will come a time when he won't be able to take another step forward. Even if you run away like you always do, there will be moments when your feet feel glued to the ground, unable to move. His entire body shook uncontrollably, but the hand gripping his sword was strangely steady. Remember that feeling, the urge that drives him forward, even when facing absolute failure. Even though Clebius was covered in wounds at this point, his aura had completely shifted. It was as if he had turned into a different person. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent, because his true power came from sheer conviction. On the sidelines, Alvira couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Is that really Clebius? But to Lucy, he was nothing in her eyes. An arrow resembling a fire phoenix materialized in her hands, and without a shred of hesitation, she let it fly straight ahead. In an instant, a massive explosion erupted, blanketing the entire square in smoke and fire. Clebius still hadn't forgotten his promise not to kill. Even so, the reason he could unleash that taboo power was because this monster couldn't possibly be killed by his current strength anyway. Just at this moment, an anomaly occurred that caught Lucy completely off guard. A figure charged right out from the flames. Lucy flinched slightly, glancing over her shoulder, only to see Clebius rushing at her with his sword raised. But before he could even touch Lucy, a vortex materialized. In an instant, a look of utter disbelief flashed across Clebius's face. Caught completely off guard, he was blasted away by Lucy's magic. But Clebius wasn't going to be defeated that easily. He still managed to drag himself back up. At this point, his wounds were piling up, with fresh blood spilling over patches of dry blood. Judging by the sheer volume of blood he was losing, it wouldn't be surprising if Clebius collapsed at any second. Yet, like a moth to a flame, he gripped his sword tightly, charging toward Lucy without a moment's hesitation. But then, something happened that caught Lucy completely by surprise. Despite his mounting injuries and his body being completely drenched in blood, the mana swirling around his sword and body actually grew significantly more powerful. This was a cursed sword, a taboo of the Norton family known as the Dread Blood Swordsmanship, which Clebius was using at this very moment to attack Lucy. To anyone else, it was a terrifying blade, but to Lucy, not necessarily. The moment the tip of the blade reached her face, she casually raised a hand, firing off a magical beam that easily blocked Clebius's sword. Right after, she clenched her hand into a fist. In the blink of an eye, Clebius's entire body was bombarded by a magic array. But an anomaly occurred yet again, causing Lucy's eyes to widen involuntarily, because at this very moment, Clebius, like a wild beast, lunged forward with pure ferocity. Quickly regaining her composure, Lucy unleashed her magic to block it. With a resounding crash, a massive collision echoed through the air. The two of them were locked in a fierce stalemate, just like that. Before long, a violent explosion burst forth. Clebius was blasted outward, crashing into the rubble, his entire body covered in blood. Using one's own blood to generate an immense source of power was a taboo that had long existed within the Norton family. Clebius had once been the target of everyone's gossip when he used it to take a life. In fact, not even the heads of the Norton family could master this forbidden technique. But there was an exception, someone who didn't shun him, someone who didn't look at him like he was a monster. Yet in the end, his hands still wound up, stained with blood. He relied on the forbidden art to awaken, becoming the very thing the Norton family detested, prompting them to abandon him. The awakening of the taboo bloodblade, demon sword Clebius. But at this exact moment, he couldn't help but admit that the person standing in front of him was the true monster, and Lucy was currently using lightning magic to strike Clebius. He realized that Lucy was the real monster, as she used lightning magic to attack him. Meanwhile, at the building where Jick and Tanya were escaping, Jick kept reassuring her, "Hang in there, we're almost there." If they went through the door at the end of that hallway, the two of them could make their escape. However, an obstacle had appeared right in front of them. The person standing before them made Jick extremely wary, and his movements ground to a halt. Lortell, leaning against the door, curled her lips into a smile as she looked at them and said, "If you go through the door at the end of that hallway, you too can escape." As she finished her sentence, Lortell's face was completely full of provocation. Jick didn't dare lower his guard, pointing his sword directly at her. But then he heard her say coldly, "A lot of the pathways have already been blocked off, but you sure are lucky, Tanya. You should thank Jick for coming along with you, shouldn't you?" With that, she turned her head, seemingly about to leave. But Jick called her back, asking hesitantly, "Have you heard any news about Senior Ed?" Lortell pouted slightly and said indifferently, "I wouldn't know anything about that." Jick didn't believe a word she said, pressing further, "If Tanya had been on her own without me, what would you have done?" Hearing this, Lortell fell silent for a moment before she replied ice coldly, "I would have killed her." Shocked, Jick looked at her and quickly tried to reason. "That's way too reckless." Lortell snorted softly and said casually, "You're right, Jick. Instead of killing her quickly, I'd torture her. I wonder if she'd confess to anything then." "I didn't do it." Tanya fired back, absolutely terrified. She knew nobody would believe her, but she still felt compelled to say it. Lortell didn't care much, though, shaking her head as she said, "It's fine, Tanya, go ahead. After all, if we fought one-on-one right here, there's no way I could beat him, right, Jick?" Lortell's implication was that since she couldn't win, she would let him go. Realizing this made Jick's body shiver out of pure instinct. Everyone here in Sylvania knew that making an enemy out of Lortell was an incredibly foolish move. The moment this girl showed hostility, there was no telling what kind of trap was hidden behind that door. Jick had absolutely no idea what to do in this situation, and his anxiety only grew deeper. Yet, he failed to realize exactly why the two of them had managed to stay safe up until now. The only reason they still had time to stop and think like this was because someone was out there risking their life to hold back the monster outside. Alvira witnessed the entire thing, her tears falling continuously and blending into the rain. At this moment, Clebius had taken too many high-tier spells, and his body was riddled with wounds. In this tragic moment, he couldn't help but recall his past. Clebius's older brother had once told him, "Don't be so hard on yourself. It's not your fault. It's the fault of those who wish to challenge your strength. Lift your head up and look, this isn't a curse." A hero who once charged onto the front lines out of pure conviction would never back down before a swarming enemy army. This was their ancestor, Belgus and Dread. You stood up and protected this family. If Clebius could attain that kind of strength, he would become a hero just like him. But at this moment, Clebius felt his brother had been completely wrong. A demon sword like him, living within the Norton family. That itself was an absolute disgrace. No matter how rational one's actions tried to be, the moment control was lost, the surrounding world would turn into nothing but a sea of blood. To a monster slaughtering everything in sight with bloodshot eyes full of hatred. The concept of morality was nothing more than a vague blur. Clebius was still relentlessly fighting Lucy at this very moment. Unfortunately, Lucy's mana was just too overwhelming, and the instant he lunged forward, he was blasted away. Yet he kept throwing himself into the jaws of death like a moth to a flame, completely ignoring the lightning bolts that Lucy rained down on him. Lucy just stood there, watching him desperately risk his life. But just then, she noticed to her surprise that Clebius had charged straight through the lightning and brought his blade right to her face. A cut appeared on her neck, and fresh blood began to seep out. Someone had once asked Clebius, "Do you really think you can become a hero with just this kind of power?" Clebius hadn't believed it at first, but when he finally lost control, with bloodshot eyes full of murderous intent, he ended up killing his beloved older brother. Even as he drew his final breath, his brother never blamed Clebius, but instead felt relieved, because the person Clebius had killed was him, and not anyone else. At least he could forgive his own brother. He even comforted Clebius, telling him not to blame himself. A true hero had died that day, killed by the hands of a heartless monster. Because of that, Clebius's sword didn't swing down at this moment. He bit his lip hard, cursing angrily. "Damn it, I really can't do this anymore. I wanted to be a hero." With that final thought, Clebius's body couldn't hold out any longer, and he collapsed. He didn't want to become a monster. Besides, the academy staff were about to arrive anyway, so he didn't need to fight Lucy anymore. This was enough. With the dread blood swordsmanship, as the wounds expanded and more blood flowed, the strength surrounding the blade and body would grow, significantly more powerful and violent. It was true that for a monster, the closer it was to death, the more powerful and frantic it became. However, even that immense power wasn't enough to lay a finger on Lucy. But no, that window of opportunity wouldn't happen a second time. Whether it was a lapse in judgment from the strong or the sheer determination of the weak to fight to the bitter end, Lucy felt a chilling sensation that she might actually die. For Lucy, who had always lived as the absolute strongest, this was a feeling she would never forget. The primitive fear of death. Experiencing it for the very first time made Lucy determined to kill this monster, a human who had lost all self-control, having stripped away his humanity to become a beast. But just a split second before she could strike, a sudden sneak attack from behind caught Lucy completely off guard, making her whip her head around. Even Clebius, who was lying flat on the ground, had no idea what was going on. By the time they looked over to the other side, they saw a figure clad in a black cloak walking toward them. The moment he saw the person's face, Clebius actually breathed a sigh of relief. "You're still alive, you son of a bitch." Zix was completely flustered, not knowing what to do in front of the hate-filled Lortell standing before him. What on earth am I supposed to do right now? Why did things have to get this complicated? There's no time left. I have to make a choice right now. He directed his gaze toward the girl, standing there coldly, and spoke up, "In that case, Lortell." Before he could even finish his sentence, the sudden sound of shattering glass echoed right beside them, turning everything upside down once again. Zix looked on blankly, utterly confused by what was happening. Who else is it this time? Right beside him, Lortell was in the exact same boat. The icy composure on her face completely vanished, replaced by sheer, baffled confusion. It was Janica. I have no idea why she had to smash through the window and dive in like that. It was an incredibly cinematic, superhero-style entrance. But hey, if you're pretty, you get a pass. She slammed hard right into Lortell, sending both of them sprawling across the floor. Janica's cheeks flushed bright red when she realized she might have overdone it a bit. Now she was sitting right on top of Lortell, looking completely embarrassed and awkward. Beside her, Lortell was staring blankly, having been suddenly tackled by Janica, exposing her inner thoughts like that. I'm giving both of them a perfect 10 out of 10 for their pure, innocent souls. Senior Janica, what are you doing? She immediately shook herself vigorously to shake off all the rainwater clinging to her body, looking exactly like my pet dogs back home. Janica pointed a finger at Tanya, who was standing there in a daze, and said frantically, "Ah, I finally found you, Tanya." Hearing her words, the girl started trembling all over again. Last time, she had nearly lost her life after provoking Senior Janica, so it seemed the trauma was still lingering vividly. Lortell's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Senior Janica, how could she act so calm after hearing the news that Senior Ed was murdered? What on earth is going on? Has she completely lost her mind? Wait, something's not right. Don't tell me Senior Ed. Facing everyone's bewildered expressions, Janica turned her face away awkwardly. Did I ruin the mood here? Suddenly, from right behind her, a high-ranking wind spirit slowly materialized, adding, "Not at all. If anything, you did a fantastic job." Janica returned to the fray, while Clebius continued his usual routine of grumbling. "You sure showed up at the perfect time. Glad to see you're still kicking, you bastard." Is that you, Clebius?" Ed slowly spoke up, his voice deep, gravelly, and exhausted. "Yeah, I know I was soundly defeated. I know that no matter how hard I try, it's just a futile effort. Even if I risk my life, I can't even touch that person. So, I should have run away, just like always. But why am I the only fool here?" The weak, fully aware they can't hold their ground, still desperately charge in. And for what? Even though no one ordered them to, they're still ready to destroy everything they worked so hard to build, just like everyone else. If I had just given up, things would have been so much easier. Even though I know it doesn't exist, deep down inside this broken heart, a tiny glimmer of faith flickers in the quiet night, thinking it could actually become a hero. Seriously, why can't everyone just leave me alone? As he spoke, he grit his teeth, enduring the pain. Right beside him, Alvira was struggling heavily just to carry a battered, wound-covered Clebius, even though she herself was badly injured. And yet, even after going that far, they still couldn't win, resulting in another mistake, a meaningless mistake. Why does it just keep happening like this? Amidst those self-deprecating and negative words, which seemed to carry all the pain Clebius had endured, Ed placed a hand on his shoulder. Like a word of comfort to his friend, "Thank you, Alvira, Clebius. Your efforts weren't in vain. They truly were deeply respectable and noble. So, you don't need to blame yourself. You deserve to be proud of what you've accomplished." Clebius's eyes widened in sheer shock, as this was likely the very first time he had ever received such validation. With that, Ed turned his face away toward Lucy, ignoring Alvira's bewildered questions. Who are you? You don't need to comfort me with words like that. I'm a fool, an idiot, a total idiot. I know it. I know it all too well." Right after saying those words, Clebius collapsed and blacked out. With injuries that severe all over his body, the fact that he had held out until now was already a miracle. Ed looked back, his eyes full of surprise. He knew the combat capabilities of all the key figures in this academy very well. But neither he nor anyone else expected something like this could actually happen. It took at least 10 minutes for everyone to evacuate, and Ed had only just arrived, yet Clebius had managed to hold out all on his own for that entire duration. All around Ed now were countless slash marks, the physical proof of Clebius's efforts to stop Lucy, the final boss of Act 3 in Sylvania's failed swordmaster. The one who had awakened and resisted Lucy. Her face darkened, reflecting the chaotic thoughts swirling inside. At this moment, "I'm sorry, I couldn't tell you beforehand. I need to die right now for a few reasons. I'm currently in a do-or-die situation myself, so I couldn't arrange things to tell you this." As he spoke, a look of stunned realization flashed in his eyes. Lucy stood there completely silent. Then she rushed over and wrapped her arms around Ed's body, looking as if she had so much to say. Tears streamed down her tiny cheeks. "I thought you died. I was so angry at myself for not being able to protect you. It's okay, I'm still alive." Ed gently placed his battered hand on Lucy's shoulder, offering his sincere comfort and apology. "I'm always right here, so you don't have to worry like that. I won't let anything like this happen ever again." Cutting back to the hallway, Jik was incredibly tense right now as Janica appeared right after he left the safe zone. Zix prided himself on rarely ever feeling afraid of anything, But now, a high-ranking spirit had appeared. He knew all too well just how powerful it was. Jig found you, Tanya. I've been looking everywhere for you. The eyes of Janica and the wind spirit, though naturally gentle, looked no different from the grim reaper knocking on their souls through the lens of those being hunted. This is going to be rough. After hearing the news of Senior Ed's passing, both of them had pretty much lost their minds. Gloomy thoughts rushed through the overwhelmed young man's head. Wait, Jick, I have something to tell you about Ed. For some reason, even though she spoke softly, this guy saw her expression as that of a total villain. Killed him instantly. He unleashed his mana toward Janica in a desperate bid to stop her, even though it didn't mean much of anything. Get it together, Tanya Rot Taylor. Zix's face grew tight with tension. Run down the small path in the back, and when you hit the fork, turn west. Just run like crazy that way, and you'll reach the dorms. Once you shake them off, look for help from someone. Since you're a member of the Rot Taylor family, seeking help from the royal family or close noble houses would be ideal. Tanya's face panicked. Then what about you, Senior Jick? I'll do my best to hold them off as much as possible. I don't know how much I can actually do, but it probably won't be for long. But why are you doing this? If you weren't Senior Ed's little sister, I wouldn't be doing this. Consider yourself lucky. Now run. With that, Tanya immediately bolted to escape the life-threatening danger looming beside her. Seeing this, Jick let out a sigh of relief. Now I'm ready to fight without any distractions. At this point, I doubt either of you would listen to anything I say anyway. Right, Senior Janica? I understand exactly how you feel right now. I'm also in love with someone. On the other side, it seemed that after listening to Jick and Janica's explanation, Lortell finally understood everything. She turned back toward Zix, trying to listen to what he was saying. If I had to lose the person I love, just the thought of it alone is enough to pierce my heart with agony. A fire of rage would consume my entire soul, without a doubt, because that is the person I cherish most. Senior Janica loves Senior Ed more than anyone. He shouted straight at Janica's face with pure boldness. I know how deep your feelings for Senior Ed run. I truly get it. Hearing such blunt words, Janica's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, completely unsure of where to hide herself. The passionate love you have for Senior Ed, no matter what, stays in your heart and becomes a part of who you are. Before he could even finish his sentence, a powerful fire magic blast slammed straight into Jick's stomach, turning his final words into nothing but oof argug. Talk about a powerful spell. It blew right through the wall, leaving behind a cloud of smoke and a massive gaping hole. Zix was instantly taken down unjustly, sprawling out with smoke rising from his body, seemingly losing consciousness completely. Honestly, speaking so recklessly like that, he totally deserved to get smacked. Blabbing a girl's secret out loud like that out of nowhere. With her embarrassment hitting the roof, Janica obviously had to take action to shut his mouth. She poked Jick's body with her staff to see if he was dead yet. Ed isn't dead. Ed isn't dead. So please stop. Don't say another word. Reading this in the middle of the night makes me burst out laughing. These two are a non-stop comedy act. Back to Ed, under the crescent moon, casting light over the hazy darkness. Ed was holding Lucy tightly in his arms. Spring had fallen, and after sweeping away the remaining petals and the lingering scent of the wind, a new season was about to begin. Emotions were the same. Once cleared out, the mind becomes sharper, and the relationship moves into a new phase. Before, she always thought that the affection she had for her grandfather was just like the affection she had for Ed. But that feeling, while similar, felt a little different. What exactly was that difference? Suddenly, Lucy reached up and pushed Ed away from her, catching him completely off guard. Is something wrong, Lucy? She was panting heavily, her cheeks flushed bright red with embarrassment. Now, just Ed calling her name was enough to make her gasp for air, her face burning up. Man, she's totally in love. That's so incredibly cute. It was just a normal call of my name, so why is my heart racing like this? Finally, Lucy realized her true feelings. She had probably fallen head over heels for him. What will happen now that Lucy has destroyed half the school? What kind of punishment awaits the heart of a girl who has just discovered love? The faint scent of grass in the air brought an incredibly comforting feeling. Sometimes, from the pile of hay in the corner of the shack, that fresh scent would come rushing back into memory. Lucy didn't hate that refreshing aroma, so she just let it drift across the entire area. However, the maids didn't like it one bit. They said that the body of a heavy smoker would reek of a pungent tobacco smell. A girl who spent her childhood playing in a peach orchard would always have a subtle, elegant hint of peach trailing through her hair. To put it in the simplest terms, once you recognize someone's signature scent, forgetting or ignoring it becomes completely impossible. From Ed's body, Lucy picked up the refreshing scent of grass that she had grown familiar with long ago. Ed gently covered his face and spoke up. There's a lot to do. The academy will definitely get here soon, so we don't have much time. I have to explain the situation to everyone, but I also can't reveal too much. As he spoke, he picked up Lucy's hat that had just fallen to the ground. First, I'll notify Clebius, Alvira, Jick, and Lortell. Janica went to look for Tanya. The rain has stopped too, so I should go meet up with the others, right? Lucy, her face bright red with embarrassment, took the hat as her voice stumbled over her words. What? It turns out you weren't listening at all this whole time? Listen up and pay close attention. You're going to face disciplinary action for these stunts. Plus, Clebius and Alvira got hurt, so you have to apologize to them too. Lucy tried to pull her hat down to hide her awkward expression. I have to apologize? Of course you do. They got hurt trying to stop you. Alvira lost all the magic tools she spent ages crafting just to buy a few short seconds to hold you back. Even though Alvira was the one who attacked first, and it didn't even work, and Clebius got severely injured because he overused a forbidden spell and pushed himself to his absolute limit. Even though they threw everything they had into their attacks, you still have to apologize. But Lucy had tried her absolute best to suppress her own strength so that no one would die. Her voice weak and trembling as if trying to justify her mistake in front of the guy she loved. Lucy's eyes widened in surprise, as if she had just realized something. Opposite her, Ed let out a tired sigh. If you don't want to, then I'll help you apologize to them. After all, I bear some responsibility for this too. Witnessing that reaction from Ed, Lucy seemed to completely freeze up. He really is. Is Ed looking down on me? No, absolutely not. He's going to hate me. Will he be disappointed in me? No matter how powerful you are, you really can't beat the magic wand of love. Lucy spoke up slowly with a forced effort. Fine. I'll apologize. Oh, great. Smart choice, Lucy. Ed's face and her eyes right now looked no different from a radiant god, filling the fragile, innocent heart of the pure girl. Ed's voice was warm, like spring sunshine melting away ice. You don't look hurt at all, which makes sense. Who could possibly hurt Lucy anyway? Either way, we don't have much time left. Let's go see everyone. Lucy's entire body shivered with delight. This was probably the first time she felt someone was this important to her. Her face looked like it was about to explode with happiness. That gentle scent. If she let her guard down even a little, she would suffocate, her heart pounding and her legs shaking. Why is it like this? Lucy only ever saw him as a campsite manager. They used to eat and drink together by the campfire, slept on the same familiar bed every single night, and occasionally Lucy would even help stabilize the mana flow inside his body. Stream after stream of memories came flooding back into her mind. The strongest mage on the continent acted just like this, day after day. Finally, Lucy actually learned how to be shy. She squirmed like a puppy being petted by its owner, completely immobilized, unable to take a single step. Janica must be having a really hard time looking for Tanya right now, and here I am causing more trouble for her. I need to wrap things up quickly and go help Janica. As he spoke, he stepped past Lucy, but she pulled him back. Ed looked at her with a doubtful gaze. What's wrong? Do you have another issue, Lucy? Do we really have to go right now? She sounded just like a child begging her parents for a gift, almost on the verge of tears. What is up with those teary eyes? Ed thought to himself, completely baffled. Cutting to the Awfulest Hall, the sky was just about to break dawn. Right now, Jick was bowing his head, apologizing to Janica for his misunderstandings. Next time, keep your mouth shut, dude. Blabbing all of a girl's secrets like that. You totally deserve to get beaten up. Alvira and Clebius were leaning their heads against each other, completely exhausted. Both of them had used up every ounce of their strength for this meaningless battle. In a deep, warm voice, Ed slowly spoke up. Looks like everyone is gathered here. He looked around at each person in turn, then suddenly stopped at one. What's wrong, Lortell? Hearing Ed call her name, she couldn't hide her shyness either. Lortell gently turned around, her hands brushing back her hair as usual, a lingering smile spreading across her lips. As expected, you're safe and sound. Senior Ed. Yeah, sorry for making everyone worry. No, it's fine. Anyone could logically deduce that Senior Ed isn't someone who gets taken down easily. You even asked me to prepare materials for magic tools, which included the D-hourglass. As a merchant, one must always maintain composure and rationality. We calmly verified the situation, didn't we? Zix felt that he was to blame too, so he spoke up helplessly. Agreed. Lortell didn't flinch at all. Of course, Lady Tanya was a bit suspicious, so we did raise our voices a little, but no actual conflict broke out, right? Her eyes looked like she wanted to eat the girl alive, yet she claims there was no conflict. This girl flips her script so fast. Did you really think Senior Ed would die? Seeing you like this brings me some peace of mind. I guess I was just a bit too worried. Lortell's expression looked exactly like that of a dutiful wife, blissfully happy in her husband's arms. Thinking back, I really did cause you some worry, Senior Ed. It's fine, it was my fault first. Well then, nothing comes for free, right? You have to pay me a worry fee. With that, she forcefully yanked his collar toward her, standing up on her tiptoes, as if she wanted to plant a deep kiss right in front of her rival to claim her territory. But things easily took a turn that she never could have anticipated. Lucy suddenly materialized between the two of them and pushed Lortell away, leaving everyone stunned. There's no way I'm letting you kiss my man right in front of everyone like that. That small, cute stature was truly something, leaving even Ed surprised by it. But with just a single gentle touch to her body, Lucy's entire being instantly squirmed with intense shyness, even though Ed hadn't done a single thing yet. The surrounding space seemed to freeze in that awkward moment, with every eye locked onto one spot. Lortell, with her seasoned instincts, immediately sensed that something was off. Ow, how did it turn out like this? On the opposite side, Ed slowly patted Lucy's head like he did every day and said, "What's wrong, Lucy?" Lortell just said she was worried about you. There's no need to blow things out of proportion like that. I get that you just went through a shock, but just calm down, okay? Ed acted completely oblivious, as if nothing happened, while the poor girl's face was already as red as a tomato. Normally, Lucy wouldn't show her emotions, but with her own intuition, Janica immediately realized that this was a dangerous situation. She instantly pulled Lucy away from Ed, her mouth stammering out a few objections. You're way too close." As she spoke, she held Lucy tightly in her arms, but contrary to expectations, Lucy immediately pushed Janica away with an annoyed look, like a puppy bristling its fur. All three girls had recognized their rivals, their sharp, piercing glares impossible to hide as they stared each other down, refusing to back an inch. Witnessing this scene, Ed stood there dazed, not understanding what was going on, but behind him stood a captain watching with an incredibly amused look. This just got interesting. Lortell's anxious face, Lucy's hostile glare, and Janica's wariness. All of it created an incredibly thick, tense atmosphere, as absolutely no one wanted to lose the person they loved to someone else. Zix, with sparkling eyes, was cheering them on enthusiastically like a true shipper. Suddenly, Alvira's voice rang out, cutting through everything. "Hey, we don't have much time here. We're all practically dying over here, and you guys are standing there serving up relationship drama?" Ed calmly turned his face back. "Everyone from the academy is about to arrive. You've explained the situation to everyone here and asked them to keep the secret that you're still alive until the right moment." Both Lucy and Ed bowed to apologize to Alvira and Clebius for the mess they caused. The group decided they would go look for Tanya together. Those Zix seemed a bit regretful about something. But before anyone could react, everyone had already reached an agreement. Both assassins were currently tied up in the school courtyard, and now Ed had to leave the academy immediately before anyone discovered that he was still alive. Sometime later, up in the night sky, the moon shone down, casting a dark shadow over everything. Clebius suddenly bolted awake. What? It just happened? Is my body completely healed? Did you use healing magic on me?" Alvira responded to that question with a tired stare. "Why are you being so loud? You stupid Clebius. What? What happened? Didn't I die? I really caused enough of a mess. I really am an idiot." Alvira suddenly yanked Clebius's hair and said, "The academy staff are going to be here any minute. You tell them that you were the one who stopped Lucy, got it?" How could I possibly stop that monster?" Lucy had bowed her head to apologize and healed Clebius's wounds. Lortell promised to handsomely reward him to keep this secret, and there was also the assurance of the Rot Taylor family. Too many things happened today, It's truly overwhelming. It just keeps crashing down like a waterfall, completely unstoppable. For now, just get some rest, Clebius. As she spoke, she gently pulled him down to rest his head on her lap. Both of them sank into silence, likely lost in their own deep thoughts. I knew it would turn out like this. The one who stopped Lucy was a rot tailor. So even if I'm reluctant, to an alchemist, discovering new things is always captivating. But the most captivating discovery is Clebius. This life really is a piece of work. Of course, you'll probably nag me again, but no, everything you said is right. This life really is a piece of work. Alvira's eyes lit up, as if she had found exactly what she needed, even though there was still so much left unsaid in her heart. The two of them raised their heads, quietly gazing at the night sky where the stars were silently shining. A brand new couple had just been born. Cutting to the forest behind the academy, Tanya was currently using every ounce of her strength to flee. She tripped and wiped out hard on the ground, but still forced herself up with all her might. Legs, please move. I'm begging you. I can't rest right now. They're definitely chasing me. If I get caught, it's going to be really bad. And I have to find a way to clear my brother's name. I have to uncover the truth behind this. I absolutely cannot afford to get caught right now. 2 streaks of tears rolled down Tanya's cheeks, showing just how helpless she felt at that moment. Unfortunately for her, absolutely no one was chasing Tanya. By now, nobody thought Tanya had killed Ed. If only someone would come, stop this girl, and put an end to this internal monologue. There was only one way. Be strong, Tanya Rot Taylor. With unpredictable developments and unexpected variables, the story was getting more and more gripping with its intertwining plots. After causing that massive mess in the previous chapter, the investigation into the cause of Ed Rot Taylor's death had come to a close. The administration had utilized reconstruction magic to replay the event. Though they couldn't perfectly recreate exactly what happened, the testimony of witness Janica Failover mostly aligned with our investigation results. The fact that the Rot Taylor family subordinates assassinated Ed and caused him to fall off the cliff was completely confirmed. The suspected perpetrators, the subordinates of the Rot Taylor family, had been detained in an underground facility at the academy. The punishment will be decided by the royal family, but first, we needed to verify the facts and file a report. It seems Ed's death is pretty much certain, right? Prepare a detailed report and send it to the royal family. Yes, I'll take care of it. Now, on to our business. The academy needs to handle the remaining matters, specifically regarding the principal of Sylvania Academy, Abel Fuss. The death of a student had caused a much bigger impact than expected. Lucy, who went into severe shock over Ed Rot Taylor's death, completely lost control of her actions, forcing the other students to evacuate in the middle of the night. It seems he had an influence on quite a lot of people. This Rot Taylor, he said, pointing at the young man's file. Ultimately, Lucy was stopped by Clebius and Dale, the top student of the sophomore class. Everything was settled smoothly after we apprehended Lucy. She was currently sitting quietly in the rose garden. Hearing the report reach that point, a look of slight surprise crossed the principal's face. Oh, he has that kind of combat capability? Excellent. We will prepare a reward for Clebius. As for Lucy, we will convene a disciplinary committee to deal with her. Cutting to the hearing room where Lucy was being tried. The person sitting in the chief judge's seat was the vice principal of Sylvania Academy, Raycon. Both Clebius and Alvira had submitted petitions requesting a reduced sentence for Lucy, even though they were the ones who suffered the most severe injuries. This served as a massive plus for Lucy. In terms of property damage, it included the third-floor dorm wall where Tanya stayed, the opposite hallway wall, and a lounge along with the marble flooring in the rose garden at the entrance of Ophelis Hall. Though it wasn't a small amount compared to the incident where Ophelis Hall was occupied, it was negligible. The vice principal's face lowered. If only there were just one more reason, this matter could end with a lighter penalty. She looked over at Lucy, whose face showed absolutely zero signs of remorse or repentance, looking incredibly defiant. Other educational institutions, as well as the royal family, all rated Sylvania as the absolute best institution right now. The simple reason was that this place had produced a genius mage. The academy relied heavily on that for publicity. To put it bluntly, they coddled Lucy way too much, so expelling her now was out of the question. Doing that would be no different from kicking away their own cash cow that they worked so hard to get, right? The academy also didn't want to set a bad precedent for future classes. Although she really wanted to issue a light punishment, seeing Lucy's calm, completely unrepentant face made the judge furious enough to spit blood. She's the top student, so why does she have absolutely zero morals? The punishment handed down to Lucy was revocation of her scholarship for this semester, a 10-day suspension, a 70-day ban from using academy facilities, a 2-grade reduction in her practical evaluation score, and revocation of her residency at Awfulest Tower. If you agree to the terms, sign right here. At first glance, it seemed like harsh discipline, but the scholarship meant absolutely nothing to Lucy. The Glock Scholarship Fund, left behind by her grandfather, already covered Lucy's entire tuition. Even with a 2-grade deduction, she was still miles ahead of the second-place student, Jick. Lucy didn't even use the facilities anyway, so this punishment held zero weight. But the satisfaction didn't last long as a voice rang out, shattering all feelings of indifference. Please wait a moment. I am Belmaya, the manager of Awfulest Tower. I have come here as a witness. I request permission to offer an opinion. I hope everyone will reconsider the form of discipline for Lady Lucy. I don't believe this form of discipline will make Lady Lucy truly repent. I propose a change to the disciplinary terms. Her ultimate counter had arrived, causing Lucy to immediately bolt upright. Wait a minute. I'll sign this disciplinary paper right now, so there's no need to change anything. Kicking Lady Lucy out of Awfulest Tower isn't a punishment. It's a reward. Therefore, we must minimize her leaving the dorms as much as possible. I propose house arrest. No, don't give me the suspension paper. I'm leaving. All the staff of Awfulest Tower would take turns on duty to monitor her 24/7. Beside them, Lucy's face had completely turned pale by now, and she kept struggling, begging for amnesty from that punishment. Well, then based on the head maid's opinion, a 30-day house arrest sounds reasonable, right? Thank you for taking my suggestion into consideration. Hearing that, Lucy wailed, cried her eyes out. No. I'm sorry, I really regret it now. Please don't do that. The atmosphere suddenly turned stifling. Lady Lucy, I will personally ensure you cannot step a single foot outside in the most thorough and absolute way possible. Belle's eyes were filled with pure murderous intent. She had officially run into her ultimate demon counter this time. Oh, Lucy, rest in peace. The final outcome was Lucy being locked up in her room for an entire month under the strict supervision of all the maids. Luckily, the official punishment given was quite lenient, but Lucy was definitely going to have a miserable time dealing with the head maid. Beside him, Janica spoke up while cooking, yet it's probably thanks to Clebius and Alvira submitting that petition for amnesty that the punishment got reduced by a ton. With that, she placed an incredibly appetizing bowl of food right in front of Ed. This is the beef stew I used to cook back home. This is my signature dish. Seeing this, Ed clapped in admiration for the girl in front of him, doing laundry, teaching spirit master skills, and she's even a great cook. Even though I tried to stop her, she absolutely insisted on making it. She really is such a kind-hearted person. Janica is so cute. If you don't marry her quick, you're gonna lose her, man. Holding the bowl of food in his hands, his mind was flooded with thoughts. During the student council president election campaign, there were 3 major variables to keep an eye on. First was Princess Fenia, who seemed to have lost her will to run for student council president. Second was Tanya Taylor, the villainous rival of Princess Fenia, who had gone missing. Finally, there were Taylor's 2 subordinates, Kadek and Nock, who are currently detained at the academy. Graf and Taylor had staged that entire drama to announce Ed's death and pull him out of the whirlpool of his plans. Ed had also played along with the script by keeping his death a secret. But now, things had become way more complicated. Kadek and Nock were being held at the academy on charges of murdering Ed Taylor. Ed had to quickly find a way to free them, so everyone would keep believing he was dead. Only then could Ed escape this suffocating life in hiding. Thinking about everything he had to do in the future, Ed let out a tired sigh. Man, this is way too much work. Janica, standing beside him, seemed to notice this and spoke up. Since you're the son of a noble family, Ed, even if you're expelled, you still have to deal with so many complications. I'm just a commoner, a rural farmer's daughter, so I can't fully understand your lifestyle. Because of that, I don't know how to comfort you properly. I can't just say empty cliches like hang in there, it'll be fine when I don't even know the whole story. Words like that don't mean anything, and they aren't sincere at all. It's fine, you don't need to overthink it that much, Janica. You've already helped me a ton, but I want to handle the troubles that Ed has to bear on his own. That's just my own selfish wish. I just don't want to see you working so hard anymore. Janica's face flushed bright red as she blurted out her inner feelings, looking like a total model housewife right there. Hearing those heartfelt words, our guy Liam couldn't hide his emotions either, his face turning red with embarrassment. The atmosphere between them suddenly became incredibly awkward and hard to describe lately. Whenever he was around Janica, Ed felt a little suffocated. Not in an uncomfortable way, he just didn't know why. The feelings between the two were a bit strange. That's just how it goes when you fall in love for the first time. Thank you, Janica. You're the only one who worries about me like this. Yeah, saying those things out loud makes me pretty embarrassed too. Anyway, right now, we need to prioritize finding Tanya. I don't know where she is or what she's doing, but you must be really worried about her, right, Ed? I have a pretty good guess where she might be. But honestly, I was really surprised at first to see that Tanya is so different from what you remembered. The Tanya Rott-Taylor in Sylvania's failed swordmaster was a powerful, fearless, and incredibly proud girl. But since you witnessed her bravery firsthand, you're confident she's still holding her ground, pushing through, and planning for the future like always, with her usual confidence and poise. A smile surfaced on Ed's face, gleaming with satisfaction. But everything went completely sideways from Ed's predictions. Tanya was currently falling apart at the seams. The poor girl was curling up, hugging her tiny body, tears streaming down nonstop as her entire frame trembled. I really didn't order the assassination of my brother. Princess Fenia stood there, taking in a haggard appearance of the pitiful girl in front of her. Before Tanya arrived here, she had already heard the news of Ed Rott-Taylor's passing. At that time, the princess was trying to mend her complicated relationship with Ed Rott-Taylor. She had canceled most of her schedule and reorganized her workload. Fenia wanted to find some time to have a serious talk with Ed, and there was only one day left for her to make amends for her mistake. But now, everything was beyond saving. Ed Rott-Taylor was dead. Right now, the princess's mind was consumed by dark thoughts and regret. If only I'd been one day faster, this wouldn't have happened. It was all because of my stupid pride that someone had to die such an unjust death. Why am I completely powerless to do anything? Ever since she enrolled, she had been gathering documents and preparing thoroughly for her goal, becoming the student council president of Sylvania. Although she didn't have a massive amount of power as a member of the royal family, at least here at Sylvania, she would wield a certain level of authority. Fenia didn't want to just be a princess who relied entirely on the royal family. She wanted to become the student council president to establish her own independent standing. The princess always told herself not to rely on the crown, but to build her own influence to push back against the shadows of both the Rott-Taylor family and the royal court. But now, she finally understood everything clearly. Furious, the princess flipped the table covered in all the documents she had meticulously gathered. I don't deserve my power. The princess's eyes brimmed with tears over her own helplessness and futility. She was born with blessings, but in the end, she couldn't even use them to bring justice to someone else. Then what is the point of any of this? Suddenly, from behind, the guard's voice rang out. Princess Fenia, do you mind if I come in? Claire led in a tiny girl, none other than Tanya Rott-Taylor, her body covered in scrapes and caked in mud, every single breath sounding completely exhausted. Although the full truth wasn't clear yet, according to the Academy's preliminary investigation, it appeared that Ed had been assassinated by subordinates of the Rott-Taylor family. Aside from the exiled Ed, the only person left on Aiken Island belonging to the Rott-Taylor family was Tanya. Fenia's eyes locked onto Tanya, radiating pure murderous intent. The young girl just stood there, her entire body shaking with fear, her face dark, and her eyes welling with tears, looking incredibly desperate and pitiful. Even if you don't believe me, Princess, I never ordered anyone to kill my brother. Tanya's exhausted eyes suddenly widened in utter shock. Princess Fenia had walked right up and wrapped her in a tight hug, leaving her stunned. You've had a rough time, Tanya Rott-Taylor. Come inside and tell me everything that happened. The princess herself had to learn to accept mistakes. Don't repeat them. Just because they belong to the Rott-Taylor family doesn't mean every single one of them is evil and completely deplorable. Tanya, I'll believe what you say. So, until everything is cleared up, I'll keep you here in the royal dorms. Thank you so much, Princess Fenia. I owe you big time. Don't mention it. It's only what I ought to do. You'll be safe here. Watching her like that, the princess thought to herself, she's such a weak girl, yet I actually thought about fighting for power against someone like her. Suddenly, a maid's voice cut in. Princess, you have a visitor in the reception room. All right, I'll be right there. She turned toward the door, her face set with sheer determination. I still have a real opponent left. The door swung open, revealing a very familiar figure. How have you been, Princess? While I'm terribly sorry about Senior Ed's passing, we still have to keep the Academy's operations moving forward, right? Isn't that so, Princess Fenia? So, what brings you here to see me? A confident smile stretched across Lortell's face. The Academy is in absolute chaos right now, and the only person who can see the whole picture is the one hiding Tanya, Taylor. I came here to ask your reasons for doing that, Princess Fenia. Meanwhile, Lucy was slumped over in boredom, sprawling across her luxury room. Lucy's voice was laced with pure exhaustion. You guys might as well just kill me. There are still 29 whole days left until my suspension ends. Cutting to the cliffside where Ed was hiding out, 3 hours before Lortell met with Princess Fenia. At this very moment, Ed was pushing through close-quarters combat training with an intermediate water spirit. He gripped the dagger tightly, the one that had been with him for so long now. Powerful slashes were unleashed one after another, effortlessly cutting down every single incoming attack rushing at him. The training grew even harsher as the water spirit lunged to attack from several different angles. Yet Ed still managed to calmly parry every strike. From up above, Mung watched the entire performance and couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, your reflexes and handling are insanely fast, Master. I always feel so proud to serve you. Ed stood there, drenched in sweat, exposing a toned, chiseled six-pack that looked incredibly striking. Should we call a day for training, Master? For a mage, you really have an absolutely incredible capability, Master. Your close combat skills have shot up, and along with that, your mana pool has increased significantly too. It seems like you've been training for quite a long time, right? That's the water spirit, Leia. Ed's expression remained perfectly calm, his voice quiet as he spoke up. It's all thanks to you. I only got this strong because of the highly effective combat drills you guided me through. Right now, Mung is still way too small, so he can't help me out with much of anything yet. The system status description popped up, displaying Ed's current skills. Even though I've gotten quite a bit stronger, sparring with Marilda is still going to be a bit rough. Hearing that, Leia chimed in, but compared to me, training with Marilda would be way more beneficial for you. Ed dropped down to do push-ups, muttering under his breath, fight that giant wolf? I'd probably end up straight in the underworld. High-ranking spirits can freely alter their forms, after all. That's why they can comfortably stroll across the entire island. Ed let out a tired sigh. Suddenly, he felt a strange wave of satisfaction as his stats cleared 15. It barely even increased anymore. To improve these parameters, he had to complete hidden quests or satisfy very specific conditions. Considering the maximum stats a Taylor could achieve, he had pretty much hit his limit. Once he mastered intermediate magic, should he start thinking about developing some kind of specialized ability? No matter what, I can't just stop here and be satisfied with what I have. I got to keep growing. While he was sitting out in the sun, showing off his six-pack, someone suddenly approached. It was none other than Lortell. She blushed, feeling flustered, her eyes looking like she wanted to completely devour the guy in front of her. Oh my God, it's a rare treat to get some eye candy like this, Senior Ed. She stepped closer, her hands gently wiping away the sweat on Ed's forehead. I get that you feel suffocated having to live in hiding, but take a break and rest up whenever you can, okay? It's fine. Honestly, I find this way more comfortable than living out in the woods. Things like food and sleeping arrangements are all taken care of anyway. She turned to look at Leia and said, Leia, does Senior Janica help him out? Yeah, usually. Leia's expression turned sour. You're training with the spirits here, Lortell. Lortell closed her eyes, a massive smile blooming on her face, looking incredibly charming. It looked like she had just thought up some trick to mess with Janica. In that case, the spirits must have seen absolutely everything by now, right? As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around him, pressing him against her generous heart. Right next to them, Mung saw this scene and started yelling angrily in rapid succession. Warning! Warning! Emergency situation! Emergency! Leia, standing below, could only shake her head in sheer exasperation, leaving Lortell to have her fun. Ed asked, completely bewildered, what exactly are you trying to do anyway? Well, I'm about to go meet Princess Fenia. I just thought of a way to make a quick buck of gold from the upcoming election. But first, I want to settle our transaction. First off, releasing those two guys, Kadek and Knock, like you asked before, is simple enough. But as you know, nothing in life comes for free. I want to collect my deposit first. Hearing this, Ed's expression instantly changed. A deposit? My request isn't anything difficult at all, so you don't need to worry. You just have to give me a hug, and we'll call our transaction complete. Ed, though completely caught off guard by the request, quickly realized what was at stake, so he had no choice but to accept. He raised his arms, wrapping them behind Lortell. Immediately after came a firm embrace against his bare torso, leaving Lortell with zero time to react. Her face flushed bright red like fire, all her usual confidence and pride completely vanishing in an instant, replaced by a chaotic mess of pure, overwhelming embarrassment. She couldn't believe someone like Ed would actually dare to make such a bold move. Lortell's hands rested on Ed's firm chest, her voice shaking and stammering. "W8, hold on, just a second, senior." She panted heavily as her heart pounded like it was about to explode. At this point, she quickly pushed Ed away to regain control of her emotions, seemingly unable to take the heat. Showing off when you're actually that weak against him? Ed looked totally confused as he got pushed away. "What's wrong, Lortell?" Naturally, in this kind of scenario, offense and defense are two completely different things. So, I got a bit flustered when you acted that fast. It felt completely different from what I imagined, and from how you acted the last few times. Why? Why did you take your clothes off anyway? You should know that I can't handle such intense emotions like this. Her face now looked no different from a ripe tomato, and even the sharp eyes of a merchant had completely transformed into the look of a girl deeply in love. "Why you acting like this is totally out of character." Hearing that total BS excuse, Ed could only let out a defeated sigh. "But you were the one who asked me to do it. I just did exactly what you wanted. So what's so weird about it?" "Well, that part is true, but you should have taken it slow." As she spoke, she pressed herself close to Ed's body once more. "There's no way I'm just letting this body go, after all. Actually, I came here to get your answer. You still remember what happened back then, right? The promise that you would stand by my side, even if it's just once." Ed gently placed his hand on Lortell's shoulder and asked, "Are you plotting something else again?" She let out a soft laugh, her tone deeply teasing. "Who knows? My guess is that I'm going to face a lot of opposition. But even if I have to turn the entire academy into my enemy, I hope that at least you will always remain my ally, senior." "Deal." The two of them stood there under the shining morning sun, creating a scene that was nothing short of absolutely romantic. Cutting to the royal dorms, the princess's voice echoed across the entire area. "Why on earth are you here, Lortell?" "Princess Fenia, you don't need to be so on guard. I only came here to ask your reasons for keeping Tanya hidden away." Flashes of their previous conversation replayed in Tanya's mind. "Whenever you think you can escape this place, look for help from someone else. You are the heir to the Rott-Taylor family, holding massive power in this empire. If you can find someone from the royal family or a familiar noble house, it will be much better for you." And the place most likely to offer help to Tanya was right here at the royal residence. A safe haven that was practically out of reach for even the Academy's factions to easily access. The princess's face grew anxious. "Lortell, why exactly are you looking for Tanya?" Even though the princess might be highly skilled at masking her true emotions, absolutely all of it remained entirely within Lortell's grasp. "If we're talking about it, I have a bit of personal business to settle. The princess knows full well that I am an opportunist and a very petty person, right? I also get incredibly irritated when I can't influence someone who happens to be my target. When it comes to those who are stronger, I always know how to steer clear, but with those who are weaker, I will make sure they learn the exact price of daring to cross Lortell. You could say the Rott-Taylor family holds immense power, to the point where even the royal family wouldn't dare treat them disrespectfully out of line. Yet, you claim that Tanya Rott is weaker than you. Do you think that makes any sense? Don't you find that highly worth reflecting on?" In response to the princess's remarks, Lortell simply smiled. "It's true that I can't touch the Rott-Taylor family as a whole. But if I control the economy of the living district, then I can force Tanya into a weak position. Can't I? If the princess has decided to back Tanya, it will definitely be very hard for me to do anything to her right now. Of course, I already anticipated things would turn out like this, which is why I've prepared for every single scenario, so the princess doesn't need to worry. I'm going to run for student council president. If I request a meeting under the title of Student Council President and the head of the Merchant Coalition, would Tanya still refuse to see me then? Her eyes filled with pure, murderous intent. Specifically, I will use every ounce of my authority to apply pressure and force everyone to fall in line. You can't keep hiding out here forever, Tanya Taylor. Your family servant who followed you has already been arrested too. Every single route to leave Aiken Island is completely under my control. With that, Lortell turned and walked away, leaving the princess lost in thought. It seemed like Lortell always held a very specific fixation when it came to Taylor. Based on the evidence and all the connecting details, it looked like every single clue pointed right back at you, Tanya. This is absolutely not a favorable situation for us at all. Beside her, Tanya had calmed down quite a bit compared to earlier. Thank you for telling me that, Princess Fenia. At this point, I have no choice but to ask you directly, Tanya. If you weren't the one behind the assassination of Ed Taylor, then can you tell me who exactly is behind this whole thing? As for that matter, it was probably because of me. That answer caused the princess's eyes to widen in complete shock. The fact that Kadek and Nock came to Sylvania under the legitimate excuse of providing operational support. And the person who issued that order was none other than the head of the Taylor family, Graffin Taylor. My father, you could say he practically never cared about Brother Ed at all. The reason he made such an extreme decision probably stemmed from the letters reporting the situation at the academy that Ed had been sending to us. You could say the person who backed him into a corner and led to such a horrific outcome was me. As she spoke, Tanya burst into tears again. Beside her, the princess spoke up to comfort her. That was absolutely not your fault at all. But as things stand, there's no way I can just continue to sit back idly like this anymore. Then what exactly do you plan on doing? The princess spoke up in a startled tone. On this magical land of Sylvania, this place has shown me so many things. How a person who survives without ever giving up can change when circumstances push them down the hardest path. The only way for me to survive now and uncover the truth behind my brother's murder case is to do everything I can to gather information. To achieve that, I must participate in the Student Council President election at any cost. Tanya's face lit up after the dark night, looking as though she had matured quite a bit. In a resolute voice, the princess spoke up. It's not going to be that easy. You're still facing expulsion due to your connection to the murder case. It's true that it won't be simple at all, but I'm not stopping. There are still plenty of people supporting me, even while I'm in a tough spot like this. For my brother's sake, I can't keep backing down like this anymore. If you've made up your mind like that, then all of us will support you too, Tanya Taylor. Why would the princess do that? We used to be competing rivals before. Fenia's face darkened, and she spoke up hesitantly. Well, how should I put it? The princess placed her hands over Tanya's tiny hands. I'm just like you. I also have a debt that I could never repay to Ed while he was alive. So just consider this my overdue compensation. Cutting to Lortell's Merchant Coalition, her assistant brought over all the necessary documents she required. Are you really stepping up to run for Student Council President, Master Lortell? We also received notification that Tanya will be participating in that election campaign as well. And there are even rumors that Princess Fenia has declared her support for her too. However, you could say there's a very high chance the Academy won't accept her candidacy, since she's still tied up in her brother's murder case. Furthermore, Master Lortell, you could practically say you've been overworking yourself way too much. That is not good at all. You've been working so much that it's making me quite worried. Lately, you barely even sleep anymore. So, if you run for Student Council President on top of everything, how on earth can you handle so many tasks at the same time? Refusing to let her secretary keep nagging, Lortell cut her off. Can you please just stick to the necessary and more important matters? My apologies, Master. In that case, I will go submit this application to the Academy right away. Ed Taylor is dead, and now the election for the Student Council President at the Academy has officially begun. She talks a whole load of nonsense. A highly meaningful smile surfaced clearly on Lortell's face right now. The current situation is far from simple, but it will all come to light very soon. This tangled script is completely in Lortell's hands. As every single second and minute ticked by, everyone was trapped in a state of pure tension. Cutting back to the initial room, Lucy was currently celebrating over something. Turns out, because she had been locked up for way too long, She had completely lost her mind. Lucy turned back to ask the maid monitoring her, "How many days do I have left until I'm finally released anyway?" The maid's voice rang out softly. "There are still 27 days left, Lady Lucy." "All right. It seems like the school's new disciplinary probation schedule was just announced yesterday. Because of that, there's bound to be a slight delay regarding your confinement period." Lucy completely froze. "As far as we're concerned, locking you up here until you die is just standard administrative procedure, which always comes with a bit of a delay. Perhaps we should start recounting everything starting from today, right?" Lucy looked like she was about to pass away upon hearing that. "So, that leaves us with 29 days left, Lady Lucy." Two streaks of tears rolled down her cheeks. Her eyes completely glazed over like someone going through rehab. If these maids aren't evil, then I don't know who is. Will Lucy be able to survive this hellish punishment after a whole month? And what exactly are Lortell's schemes and plans up to anyway? Cut to the dungeon, where Catch and Knox were being held. The very first things out of both their mouths when they woke up were angry curses. Damn it. Looks like Duke Seraphim's assessment was spot on. Even though his abilities aren't fully developed yet, with that kind of quick reflexes and skilled combat instincts, if he's still alive, he will definitely pose a major threat to the Rot-Taylor family. Yeah, you're right. And it's not just that he's remarkably talented. An elementalist who dared to trade away his entire sensory capacity just to summon a primal spirit. A mage who didn't hesitate to take passive revenge, even if it meant turning against the entire academy. The fact that he can form such deep bonds with top-tier powerhouses like that isn't something just anyone can pull off. It just goes to show that Ed Rot-Taylor's potential is completely unpredictable. Catch and Knox knew full well just how loose and wretched the heir to the Rot-Taylor family used to be. However, one question had always bothered them. Why would the head of the family order the assassination of his own son, even when the boy seemed so harmless? But now, the two of them could cautiously form a theory about it. What if Ed Rot-Taylor possessed such unique power and held views completely opposed to the family head? Could it be that, upon being chosen as the successor, he faked losing his mind and fled to Siberia? Is he secretly building his own faction out here to rise up and overthrow the patriarch? But at this point, debating hypotheses wasn't going to do them any good. Suddenly, the guard who looked fast asleep unexpectedly spoke up. "Exactly. The most important thing right now is getting out of here and reporting the situation back to the family head, right?" He approached the cage, raising a hand to signal for silence. "Shh, don't worry too much. I'm going to help you escape." Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that someone stands to profit from the chaos of your escape. It's as simple as that. The name's Dune, a fixer for the Elt Merchant Guild. That's all you need to know. Now get moving." His face twisted into a grin identical to Lortell's, the smile of a deeply cunning man. Cut to Lucy's room. After being confined for way too long, she was starting to hallucinate. The fact that she looked at 2 pieces of beef jerky and saw Ed's face was enough to show how desperately she missed him. She lay sprawled across her plush bed, looking utterly bored, her voice dropping low. Yet her question was painfully familiar. "Hey, Belle, how much longer?" Belle, seemingly completely used to this by now, quickly replied, "Another 24 days and 3 hours, milady. Why don't you just kill me instead?" Seeing Lucy's miserable face, the headmaid's expression turned bright and happy. "You finally got your revenge." "I couldn't possibly do that, milady." Cut to another part of the academy. A girl with snow-white hair and flawless skin was walking through the campus grounds. Everyone around was captivated by her breathtaking beauty. Wow, she is absolutely gorgeous. Her aura is so incredibly charming, with that silver hair and skin white as snow. But wait, isn't my hair silver too? The owner of that internal voice was none other than the Saintess. Drawn in by the sheer beauty of the girl who just passed by, she had followed her all the way here. She looks like a student, but those clothes don't look like our uniform. Who on earth is she? As expected, there are still so many things I don't know. Her face lit up with excitement, her hands clenching happily. That's right, because there's still so much I don't know. I have to live every single day to the fullest. Who knows when I'll ever get to live this freely again? As if to prove her joy wouldn't last long, the Saintess let out a tired sigh the moment she looked down at the newspaper in her hands. I was really shocked to see the news on the Academy board that Lortell is running for Student Council President. But still, I'm just glad to know she's safe. She had thought she would see Tanya again once the repairs on the Affiliates Hall were finished. But right now, she had no idea where Tanya even was. But what truly devastated her was the news concerning the death of Ed Rott-Taylor, a third-year magic student. There was a high probability that the Rott-Taylor family lackeys, the very ones who threw him out, were the masterminds behind his death. The scene of the Saintess meeting Ed in that cabin amidst the winter blizzard that year remained as vividly etched in her mind as if it were yesterday. The image of her senior made her ponder the hidden meaning of freedom, a feeling that still lingered in the Saintess's mind like it was happening right before her eyes. Yet Tanya Rott-Taylor, the very first friend she made at the academy, was now suspected of murdering that senior. She trusted her friend completely. But things grew even more chaotic with the news that those subordinates had broken out of the subterranean dungeon. How could she even think about killing her own brother? She's absolutely disgusting. The gossip from the people around her echoed continuously. Public sentiment toward Tanya within the academy was tanking fast. Ever since Senior Ed vanished, the atmosphere at the academy had grown bleaker than ever. And for some people, it had become utterly depressing. Back in the principal's office, he spoke up about the recent issues. The workload keeps piling up, but it all stems back to the incident involving student Ed Rott-Taylor's death. I need a faculty member to step up and take responsibility for handling this case. Is there a magic professor who knew Ed Rott-Taylor, had contact with Glacio, and has some sort of connection with student Lucy? Yes, I believe there's an assistant professor. I think it's Assistant Professor Claire. Inside an office overflowing with paperwork stacked on the desk, Assistant Professor Claire's face looked gaunt, hollow, and exhausted. Whenever the work used to pile up like this, it would always help me out. Truly, no one ever knows what lies ahead. What a bleak future. Beside her, Glacio didn't dare speak up to reveal the truth, so he could only leave helplessly. She turned her gaze toward another poor girl. Right now, Anise was probably in shock over Ed's death too. She seemed to talk much less than before. Her face bore a deeply sad and weary expression. Even though she knew from the start that it was just a brief relationship bound to go nowhere, why did Anise's chest still ache so terribly? Looking down at the report on Ed's death, she thought to herself, though I am sad, I still feel all right. Ed's image keeps haunting my mind, but I will try to keep my emotions in check. What's more urgent right now is that the person lifting the veil on Ed's killer is none other than Janica. Even as someone who wasn't that close to him, I've already gone through so much pain. Janica, you must be hurting so many times worse than me, aren't you? But contrary to expectations, Janica's face was glowing with happiness, her warm smile like spring itself. I want to try cooking some curry today. Anise, you're a great cook, aren't you? I'm a bit worried about managing the heat, so I was thinking of making something that simmers over the fire for quite a while. I have all the ingredients ready, but I'm a little scared to cook a dish I've never made before. Janica's cheerful words and attitude left Anise standing there dazed, completely unable to comprehend. What is going on? But will it taste okay? I feel like I've been eating too much spicy food lately. And I also heard that not eating enough vegetables is bad for your health. Maybe I should try making some salads. Before she could even finish her sentence, Anise slammed her hands on the table and stood up, rushing straight over to wrap Janica in a heartfelt, comforting hug. She probably thought Janica had lost her mind from the trauma and wasn't stable anymore. Please, Janica, get a grip. He's dead. Ed is no longer in this world. You have to face this harsh reality. As she spoke, she broke down sobbing, utterly heartbroken. Seeing her friend like this flustered Janica completely. She probably realized she had done something wrong, but she had no idea how to explain it. Miss Janica, your reaction does seem a bit off. A spirit materialized and spoke up, offering advice to the naive girl. Cut to the cliffside where Ed was living. He held a newspaper in his hand, reading the academy updates and the news of his own death. I heard Tanya has resurfaced at the academy. She's been hiding out at the royal residence all this time. Looks like she decided to cooperate with the investigators to prove her innocence. Princess Fenia also announced her endorsement for Tanya, so her approval ratings have actually gone up. However, Lortell's faction still holds a massive advantage within the academy. As she spoke, Janica washed Ed's shirt, looking incredibly happy. The sheer number of Lortell supporters was staggering. Even before the candidate registration had closed, her base of support was already overwhelmingly dominant. Suddenly, she shifted to a different topic. By the way, Ed, did anything happen the last time Lortell came to the cave? Her hands trembled slightly with jealousy. Hearing that question, Ed turned to look at her in utter surprise. The spirits had probably told her everything. While he was still trying to come up with a plausible answer, Janica blushed furiously and looked away. Saw thee. I don't have the right to pry. But at this rate, Lortell is going to end up as the student council president, right? An unexpected voice suddenly broke into their conversation. It was Zix. He had brought his sword along for a prior appointment with Ed, but he hadn't expected to run into Senior Janica here as well. It doesn't really matter if Lortell becomes president. However, with Catch and Knox escaping, the suspicion that Tanya killed her brother is only growing more glaring. Zix had personally gone to the royal residence at the princess's request, but since Senior Ed was betting his life on this plan, he couldn't step forward to testify for Tanya either. The situation was definitely critical, but that wasn't even the main issue. What Ed wanted to point out here was Tanya's current mental state, which was in terrible shape. Her face looked like someone on the brink of death, with hollow eyes and cracked, dry lips, seemingly devoid of any life whatsoever. Someone who was close to top students like Tanya, the senior sister, would naturally draw a ton of attention, even if she weren't a candidate for the freshman student council president position. But now she's being framed for murdering her own brother and living under the suspicious eyes of the entire academy. Before long, once the candidate registration is finalized, she'll have to face everyone. I'm afraid Tanya won't be able to handle that kind of pressure, Senior. I get it. You don't need to say another word. They were now past Act 3, the student council presidential election. From what Ed recalled, this chapter featured almost no combat scenes at all. It was a scenario designed entirely to highlight the character relationships that the protagonist had built during his time alive at the academy. True to the original plotline, the protagonist Taylor would actively back Princess Fenia's faction, seeing as she was the benefactor who had helped Taylor and banished Ed at the beginning of the semester. Naturally, since this was a political power struggle, rallying the academy students for support was absolutely essential. Among them, the top students of each department were critical because their words and actions carried massive weight over who the members of their respective departments would vote for. Therefore, she just needed to focus on persuading the top students she already had a good rapport with in the academy. Looking back at the breakdown, it went like this. Lucy wouldn't care less about any of this and would skip voting entirely out of sheer laziness. Janica wanted to split her support evenly among all sides, refusing to join any single faction. The fastest Vanguard top student, W, was fully backing Princess Fenia, while Alchemy top student 54, Dorothy, was supporting Tanya. Persuading them wouldn't be easy at all. In the end, looking at the board, the ones left who could actually be swayed amounted to a total of 8 top students from both the magic and combat departments. If anyone could get at least 5 out of those 8 on their side, they could pretty much guarantee a victory. If they won the election and Princess Fenia became president, Taylor would gain the backing of the royal family, which would serve as their greatest source of support until the end of this election, especially when facing Crane Rayer in Act 4. Fenia needed this royal backing to have enough power to oppose him. The battle against the final boss of the novel followed the exact same logic. To keep the novel's plotline steady, he had to guide everything in the right direction, which was precisely what Ed needed to do to survive. Of course, whatever could be done, Ed had already put into motion. Part of doing this was out of his own self-interest, but it was the only way Ed could prevent the impending grand disaster and his best shot at survival. The previous chapters had seen a few minor details alter, but overall, the main plotline held steady. From that, he could see a small glimmer of a bright future here. Princess Fenia absolutely had to become the student council president for his plan to work out as intended. If things kept going like this, public backlash against Tanya would only get worse. To block Lortell from taking the student council presidency, Princess Fenia would have no choice but to opt to run again. It would be much better if Ed secretly informed Princess Fenia that he was still alive and convinced her to rejoin the race. Given his current connections, he should also try persuading the top students to back her to swing the tide in their favor. Either way, until the candidate registration officially closed, there was still a chance to make sure Princess Fenia got back into the presidential race at all costs. But if Ed did that, what would happen to Tanya? She was originally supposed to exit the stage like a villain after becoming the prime suspect in Ed's murder. It was entirely because of him that the girl had to go through such an overwhelming ordeal. None of this was in the original script. Tanya, and the script moving in the intended direction, was his only lifeline. Was he really being forced to choose between the two? Seeing Ed deeply conflicted over everything unfolding around them, Zix spoke up gently. Looks like you've got a lot on your mind, huh? Do we need to call off today's spar? No, it's fine, Zix quickly added. Shall we get started then? Zix began sliding the sword off his shoulder, his face filled with absolute confidence. Ed stood up, pulling a knife from his pocket. I also need to test the results of my grueling training lately to see if I've made much progress compared to before. When your mind is a mess, a little exercise can really help you unwind and clear your head. It's actually a pretty solid method. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, getting ready for the clash. Across from him, Zix flashed a cheerful grin. Thanks. Honestly, I haven't had a chance to spar with a strong opponent lately either, so I've been wanting to warm up a bit too. You down? Of course. Both of them maintained that they were just going to have a light sparring match. Looking at the sheer bloodlust radiating from both their faces, who on earth would believe they were just having a light spar? This spar looked ready to level a whole mountain. No joke. Midst overlapping conspiracies, intense inner conflict, and tangled relationships, would Ed be able to find the right path to protect the ones he loved while keeping the script running as intended? Or would these seemingly harmless shifts mark the beginning of an unpredictable sequence of events that would bring his entire plan crashing down? Old images of Tanya's childhood memories. For some reason, those moments suddenly came rushing back into the young girl's mind, along with countless other recollections. Every memory would eventually fade with time, yet she still remembered each piece of the past deeply etched into her subconscious. It was the image of three siblings holding hands, walking together on a hill blanketed in blooming flowers. Arwen, along with Tanya, and Ed Taylor as well. Those were probably the very last memories remaining in her mind right now. The final images of Ed, because from here on out, Tanya's life would be consumed by immense pressure and the heavy responsibilities she now had to carry. Her eyes fluttered open, revealing a deep sorrow within. It turned out she really did have a time when she was that happy. But now it was all over, reduced to absolutely nothing. Outside the academy, countless students were gathering to protest Tanya's candidacy for student council president. Get the hell out. How dare a murderer like you run for office? Withdraw immediately, you killer. Even Ed couldn't comprehend it. How on earth did things get to this point? Stepping in to help Tanya, someone driven completely into a corner, meant actively altering the flow of the story, which made Ed hesitate and worry deeply. There were even changes occurring for reasons that left even Ed completely in the dark. One of those wild cards was the person currently standing right in front of him, Zix. He got in a position, ready for an all-out war. He was the one who had stayed by Taylor's side throughout the journey. Leaving Lucy aside, he was the strongest second-year student. But according to the original script, he was supposed to lose to Wei due to exhaustion and a bad matchup. Yet, the final result was an overwhelming victory. This showed that some variables had entered the script that Ed hadn't anticipated. Returning to the battle, Zix swiftly unleashed his first sword, aiming directly at Ed. Even though it was just a probing attack, it wasn't something Ed could afford to take lightly. He knew this was just a minor detail, but he still wanted to double-check it one more time. Furthermore, as the person who had strayed furthest from the script, he had become much stronger than before, so testing things out once right now wasn't a bad idea. Ed immediately threw up a basic defensive magic barrier, which blocked the incoming magical attacks. While it wasn't any kind of high-level spell, blocking Zix's attack wasn't difficult at all. Right after that, before Ed even had time to think, Zix charged forward with his sword in hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent. So fast. How could he move in the blink of an eye like that? Fortunately, with reflexes honed through all his recent training, Ed quickly backed away to dodge. The closer he got, the more his speed increased, but that also carried a fatal weakness. Once committed to a charge, it was incredibly hard to dodge. Ed quickly drove his dagger into the ground, right where he had just been standing. The dagger radiated a fiery magical aura, as if a spirit were hidden inside. Just as expected, Ed ordered Mung to detonate, engulfing Zix completely in the blast. But he wasn't a weakling who would go down that easily. Zix quickly used a technique Ed had never seen before to evade the attack. What on earth were those techniques? There was nothing natural about it at all. He quickly ran over to pick up the dagger stuck in the ground, immediately following up with a straight thrust at Zix to test his theory. Could it really be just as he guessed? Zix dodged effortlessly once again. He was using a type of short-range teleportation magic, was able to shift his body like that throughout the entire battle. In fact, even if someone knew the underlying mechanics and how to cast that technique, it wasn't something that could be easily copied. It was a technique that required practical instinct to override simple, conventional theory. Someone without real experience couldn't possibly pull it off. Mid-tier ice magic. Immediately after backing away, Zix unleashed a powerful counterattack using ice magic. Spears of ice shot straight toward Ed with destructive power, sweeping across the battlefield and causing a massive explosion. This was a merciless battle, and anyone who dared to let their guard down would pay a heavy price. Ed knew perfectly well that those previous moves were just a trap to force him to close in, and Zix would counter with that devastatingly powerful ice spell to end the fight. He thought this was just a simple sparring match. Yeah, it was supposed to be at first, and I only intended to use a single sword. But as he spoke, he tossed his sword onto the ground. Zix began casting a high-level magical weaponry. His entire body was enveloped in incredibly powerful wind magic, and his hands gripped two highly intimidating energy spheres, especially the one hovering above his head. It seemed to be the power source feeding the magical weapons he used. Zix had a confident look on his face, his smile widening. Isn't it great that practice feels just like a real battle, senior? As Ed finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion went off, its power truly something that could not be underestimated. Up on the cliff, Janica could also see how incredibly fierce the battle between the two was. Her voice sounded tired. I wonder if he'll be okay? I put carrots in the curry. I hope he likes it. I really don't get why boys love fighting so much. He'll definitely be hungry after sparring. I'd better cook faster. Down below, the battle was still raging furiously. After creating two advanced weapons, Zix charged into attack without hesitation. Ed's defense easily cracked under the weight of the two magical weapons. After all, it was only a basic defensive spell. A final slash shattered the shield completely and blew Ed backward. He quickly pulled out his magical bow, aiming water arrows straight at Zix. With a mastery forged through countless battles, his arrows flew at unbelievable speed. However, if that was all it took, Zix could still easily block them with his wind attribute defensive magic. Magical weapons essentially convert the user's own magical power into combat weapons, so they definitely still have normal weaknesses. Mages don't get the chance to use too many complex weapons, so fundamentally, they have no need for such difficult, advanced magic. Therefore, the only mage who could use almost any type of weapon without being held back by experience or proficiency was Zix, thanks to the unique magic he had created himself. Both of them clashed in a head-on battle, their colliding spells creating an incredibly intense and chaotic atmosphere, exactly like a real battlefield. Suddenly, Zix used some kind of magic to appear right behind Ed and launch a surprise attack. Even though Ed knew this was another one of Zix's remote control spells, he still couldn't react in time. His offensive movements were not only unpredictable, but also incredibly powerful. Ed's eyes widened, looking straight at the incoming attack, completely defenseless. However, he wasn't going to lose that quickly. The blessing of the storm activated, creating a cyclone that blew away the surprise attack. Even Zix couldn't resist the overwhelming power of Maruda, even though he was a wind attribute specialist himself. The attack left Zix with wounds all over his body, and though they were just superficial, they still caused him undeniable damage. Even so, he could still stand firmly on the ground, proving he wasn't weak at all. But Zix had probably forgotten that Ed was a master of traps. Under his feet were a series of puddles that Ed had set up in advance. Zix turned around with a look of shock. What on earth did you? That was spirit consciousness, the manifestation of the water source. The entire surrounding area was covered in magical puddles. From those puddles, a mid-tier spirit slowly began to take shape. It immediately lunged at Zix, launching a surprise attack. But with the wild instincts he had honed since childhood, he easily swung his blade, blocking the mid-tier spirit's attack. Just when it seemed like the danger had passed, it hadn't. Everything up until now was just bait Ed had set for the finishing blow. His hands came right up to Zix's stunned face, using the mid-tier spirit as a distraction for the next attack. It was truly a brilliant plan, full of surprises. A point-blank explosion hit Zix directly, and he took the full brunt of the damage. To be completely honest, Zix was quite powerful. If he had learned how to reinforce weapons with magical energy, he was completely mature enough to follow the script exactly as Ed had envisioned. With this rate of growth, Taylor and the others wouldn't face any major issues when going up against powerful enemies in the future. Before he could even finish his thought, Ed's eyes widened in pure shock. What the? Standing right in front of Ed was Zix, who still hadn't collapsed after that last attack. As expected, you really are amazing, Senior. Zix's feet slowly lifted off the ground. Just as I thought, I couldn't afford to walk into this fight with my guard down against you, Senior Ed. His entire body erupted with an unbelievable amount of magical power as his beastly instincts surged once more, his eyes glowing with excitement. Despite his body being covered in wounds, a smug smile spread across his face. All right, now I'm going to fight for real, Senior. Watch out. All the surrounding magical energy converged into a terrifying sphere of energy. It seemed Ed realized what Zix was planning to do. He immediately shouted, Lacia, attack right now. Don't let him finish it. However, standing against advanced power, this attempt to stop him wasn't enough. The mid-tier spirit Lacia was quickly taken down. Right now, it was only the beginning of Chapter 3 of the story, yet the abilities Zix was showing in this battle were already insanely powerful. Before this, Ed thought Zix wouldn't achieve this kind of massive power until near the end of the story, but now everything had exceeded his expectations. Ed hadn't thought that after just a period of training, he would grow so rapidly. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Chapter 4, Page 7. This is Zix's final, perfect combat state, which is the exact power he achieves during the battle to invade the Duke Cathedral. Magical Spear of the Forest. Zix's voice rang out. It was cold, yet incredibly resolute. Instead of fighting with restraint and backing down, I'm going to clash directly with you using the strongest reinforced weapon I have, Senior. That'll make this head-on battle a lot more interesting. Magical blades pointed straight at Ed, ready to fly forward and end the match. On the other side, Ed quickly calmed down and formulated a countermeasure. He used fire magic to shoot down the incoming swords first. However, doing this caused Ed's magical energy to drain rapidly. He had to focus on bombardment with a lot of powerful magic, attacking consecutively. This wasn't his specialty at all, so Ed had consumed far too much mana. But in a situation like this, facing Zix's final form, Ed had no choice but to spam everything. If Zix attacked, Ed had already caught on to a few weaknesses in the technique. But when the second consecutive attack landed, things became a bit difficult for him. A cyclone appeared. Ed slammed his hand onto the ground, activating the shockwave orb item to create a barrier around himself. Seeing this, Zix spoke up. Looks like you had to use the shockwave orb to replenish your mana. Huh? Your magical energy must be running pretty low right now, isn't it, Senior Ed? Then take my final attack. With those words, Zix funneled his magical power into the spear in his hand, getting ready for the finishing blow. He charged forward like a gust of wind, sweeping away everything in his path. A wind that pierced through any challenger. It seemed like everything would go smoothly and victory would belong to Zix, but no, something blocked the attack, leaving him completely stunned. Ed had used something to stop his attack. But wait, wasn't the senior's magical energy supposed to be almost entirely depleted? How could he still cast such powerful magic? So at this moment, he also became incredibly serious. If you're going to fight with every ounce of strength you have, then I won't hesitate to unleash my full power either. That was a legendary grade magical item, the Phoenix Ring of Professor Class. Right now, Ed's mana was almost completely dry, so he needed a quick refill. He couldn't let himself get caught wanting to use magic, but lacking the mana to cast it, like in his previous battles. The remainder of Ed's magical energy had to be fully spent on this offensive wave to deliver a fatal blow that could defeat Zix. He gritted his teeth, his expression showing just how much effort it took to face such a powerful opponent. Suddenly, a voice rang out that took Ed by surprise. In the end, without relying on Lucy's Sanctuary or Janica's supporting mana, you've managed to summon me here on your own? It was the high-tier Spirit Maruta. She appeared in the form of a stunningly beautiful and alluring white-haired young woman, her voice as warm as spring, with eyes that could captivate anyone's heart. That's a significant step forward, Ed. It looks like you've made quite a bit of progress. The student council election was currently underway. With her outstanding experience and talent in running her merchant guild, Lortell easily won over all the students listening intently in the plaza. All around, cheers erupted nonstop. Every single student was heavily in favor of Lortell becoming the student council president. Even though there were as many as 4 candidates running in this election, what difference did it make? Wasn't the winner of this student council presidential race already obvious? The next student council president would undoubtedly be Lortell. Lortell! Lortell! The cheers kept echoing, cementing the brilliant victory of the merchant guild leader. I could feel her sincerity right from the start. Lortell's ability to lead a merchant guild is more than enough proof that she will do an amazing job as student council president. Down below, her private secretary couldn't stop worrying. If this keeps up, is she really going to become the student council president? If that happens here at Holy Sylvania Academy, no one will be able to stop President Lortell from doing whatever she wants anymore. She turned her face away, leaving the fans below to continue their endless praise. Suddenly, Lortell's gaze locked onto someone. Oh, you keep your fingernails very neat. It was Tanya Taylor. The young girl had finally made her public appearance, though she looked incredibly terrified. As the two crossed paths, their vibes were completely opposite. One radiated absolute confidence and seasoned experience, while the other looked miserable, carrying a heavy burden of guilt along with the hateful glares of the crowd. What's wrong? You look pretty tense, Tanya. Gathering every bit of her courage, Tanya clenched her fists and walked straight toward the podium. I didn't kill Brother Ed, so I have nothing to fear. Hearing this, Lortell only let out a sinister smile. Quite confident, Tanya stood on the stage, looking down. All around her were nothing but eyes filled with hatred and anger from everyone present. How does someone like her dare to stand up and run for president? Does she have no shame at all? Ignoring the gossip, Tanya did her best to maintain her composure. Hello, everyone. I am running in this student council presidential election. My name is Tanya Taylor. Though her words were strong and firm, the crowd's reaction was the exact opposite. Only a dead silence enveloped the area, filled with bored and disappointed faces. She's something else, isn't she? How can she be so thick-skinned to put on an act until the very end, as if nothing happened? Off to the side of the stage, Lortell stood there lost in thought. Is she trying to prove her innocence? Or does she actually possess political talent? But in the end, it's all pointless anyway. The speech had dragged on for 10 minutes now, but not a single soul cheered. I will end my speech here. 2 streaks of tears were already on the verge of rolling down the poor girl's cheeks. It seemed Tanya had reached her absolute limit. Thank you all for listening. In response to her efforts, there were only insults. How dare a murderer like you stand up there? Various items and rocks were hurled onto the stage, flying straight at Tanya. Explain the allegations that you incited Ed's murder. Word is it's connected to the internal power struggle of the Taylor family. Are you still trying to deny it? You just had a look at the information published in the Academy's newsletter. Either way, do you really not plan on saying a single word regarding the murder solicitation charges? A barrage of criticism along with sticks were thrown, striking Tanya. Despite everything, the young girl still tried her best to utter her final words. Thank you, everyone. Tanya's legs wobbled, and she stepped on a water bottle on the ground, causing her to trip and tumble right onto the podium. Ha, how pathetic. Look at how miserable she looks. It served an evil person right. She should have felt ashamed of her own shamelessness. Truth be told, from the very beginning, this was indeed a reckless move on her part. In a situation like this, stepping up to the podium was truly a very foolish thing to do. She should have run away right from the start. No, even though it's late, I still have to find a way to escape from here. Tanya curled herself up, bracing for the objects about to hit her, her face filled with complete helplessness and resignation. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a blast of magic erupted, blowing away the people surrounding Tanya. What is that? Tanya's eyes slowly cracked open, looking at the entity that had just saved her. That symbol belonged to Marilda. Ed was riding Marilda, showing up just in time to rescue his little sister. The entire area was blanketed by an incredibly powerful yet warm magical aura. Memories that had faded long ago, which Tanya thought were gone, suddenly resurfaced. Now, those memories felt blurry, making Tanya unable to tell if it was a dream or reality. Those moments where her memories were hazy suddenly became crystal clear, like a beautiful miracle. The warm hands that had held Tanya back then had appeared once again, grabbing Tanya to rescue her from her most desperate hour. Anyone who experienced such a moment would never be able to forget it for the rest of their life. Tanya burst into tears, but they were no longer tears of painful agony. Instead, they were an outpouring of pure happiness. Ed's voice was deep and gentle. There's a lot I need to explain, but let's leave that for later. First, let's take care of this situation. Rewinding back to a few days ago, when Ed appeared on the training grounds after using the ring's power to summon Marilda. She appeared in the form of a young woman with snow-white skin and her signature green hair. Her voice was gentle, yet elegant. This is quite a massive leap forward, Ed Taylor. Your mana efficiency has gotten a lot better, hasn't it? Granted, there's still plenty of limitations on what you can do, but at this level, it's negligible. She immediately cast the high-tier Gale Current skill, lifting everything in the area up into the air and stripping away their freedom of movement. Zix was instantly blown away by the magical current, slamming hard against the ground. Against Marilda's power, it was truly difficult to hold his ground. Even though he had the upper hand, Ed was still deep in thought. Strange, assuming that by this point in the plot, Zix's growth should have reached its peak according to the original script. The amount of mana Ed used just now wasn't exactly massive, but it was enough. Either way, his mana was completely tapped out now. Ed had utilized every possible magical method he could muster to win, even going as far as using a cheat like Marilda. She spoke up. The efficiency was pretty good, but I really didn't want to show up in this form. This human body has such a small mouth that it's hard to talk, and since it doesn't have enough fur, I just feel cold, and without a tail, I can't even keep my balance. As she spoke, she pinched her own cheek with her hand as if testing its durability. He thought the battle was over, but it wasn't. From behind, Zix stood back up and charged forward with an incredibly powerful magical attack. According to Ed's calculations, he should have already secured the victory. But why was even Marilda caught off guard by that? Since when has it been this hard to move in this human body? The attack came straight at Ed, completely relentless. As the blade pressed right against his neck, Ed finally realized something. He still wasn't strong enough to beat Zix right now. Despite Marilda's attempts to stop the murderous strike, Ed raised his hands, signaling his surrender. I give up. I guess this is enough. No need to push any further. Even though he had secured the victory, Zix didn't look too happy. I've learned a very valuable lesson today. To think you've trained yourself to become this strong in just a single year, senior. Although Zix was much stronger than in the original script, why were his calculations off? Because he had grown significantly stronger too. Compared to before, they were worlds apart. Zix slumped down exhausted. Even without you, senior, I would have kept training anyway. But seeing you get stronger day by day like that really gives me a massive dose of motivation to keep pushing myself further. Hearing that, Ed couldn't hide his surprise. Is he actually serious? Ed sat down next to Zix. For the longest time, he had always tried to keep everything under control, strictly following the script. Naturally, maintaining an advantage through knowledge of the future was part of the reason he succeeded in reaching a future where Taylor wins the final battle. There was one mandatory condition that had to be met, because Ed believed the script was the optimal answer for this world. But in reality, the script had already been warped and disrupted countless times before. From a moment he avoided expulsion to the necromancers summoned by Professor Claire, it had become a direct threat to the main storyline. So he had to constantly work his butt off to fix it and keep it from veering off course. Because of that, Ed gradually developed a fear of variables he couldn't control. Despite hearing that Kadek and Nock had escaped, Ed had still hesitated, torn over whether he should step in to save Tanya. Once he took action, it meant the script he had tried so hard to protect would collapse, turning into something twisted and completely out of his control. Zix, you're the one who will accompany Taylor until the final battle, and you've gotten way stronger than before. That's actually a positive thing. But just look at him right now. He's completely different from the script. If necessary, Ed could also take action directly since he had grown much stronger himself. Most importantly, the number of reliable allies by his side had grown significantly. Maybe this was just a casual thought, but sometimes thinking this way wasn't bad at all. It didn't hurt anything. Going off script had actually given Ed quite a few advantages. Just because things didn't play out the way he knew them didn't mean they would turn out as bad as he assumed. Back at the plaza where Tanya was giving her speech, after Marilda made her appearance, the students fell into a complete panic. What the hell is that? Run! Suddenly, a voice shouted out of nowhere. Everyone, calm down. I've seen that high-tier spirit before. That's the top freshman whom Ed defeated in the final exam. Yeah, exactly. I saw it too. There aren't many people who can control a high-tier spirit like that. I'm in a spirit class too, so I know very well. Could it be Ed Rot Taylor? He had shown up to handle the chaotic situation and protect his little sister. Is he still alive? Ed quickly grabbed the mic and spoke up. Hello, I'm Ed Rot Taylor. I was not murdered by Tanya Rot Taylor. In fact, I support Tanya more than anyone else. That is an undeniable fact. Janica, the 53rd top student overall, Lucy, the 52nd top student overall, along with Princess Fenia, who had declared her support earlier. Clevius, the top combat student, Elvira, the top alchemy student, the top second-year student of the magic department, and Joseph, the top freshman, all agreed. Finally, there was Wade, the top combat freshman. Convincing all of them to get their votes wouldn't be too difficult. But Ed knew one thing for sure. Before dealing with calculations of gains or losses, he had to resolve this matter first. Please let Tanya's message be fully delivered, because I believe she deserves it after all the effort she put in. As a family member, I will always support her. Saying those words, Ed finally felt a sense of relief deep down inside. Cut to the academy, the interrogation room. You were stabbed by a highly toxic dagger and survived by using the black hourglass, right? After that, you lived in a cave beneath the cliff and were discovered and rescued by Janica. The first thing you did was rush to the stage where Tanya Rot Taylor was speaking to defend her. That's how it all went down, right? Yes, that's correct. The investigation will wrap up soon. This is truly the last time. Ed looked utterly exhausted. He had stopped counting the number of times he'd been questioned once it hit double digits. He was sick and tired of repeating the same old thing. Even though they said it was the last time, Ed couldn't bring himself to believe. Suddenly, a voice rang out, snapping him out of his daze. Third-year student of the magic department, Ed Rot Taylor. Step inside. We're going to have a long talk. It was the principal of Sylvania Academy, Abel Fortius. He sat there, looking imposing with a cold expression. After calling him in for the investigation, the principal's voice echoed through the room. I've reviewed the investigation files on this case. You've been through a lot, haven't you? To have something unexpected like this happen, I sincerely apologize for the security lapse at the academy. Hearing this, Ed replied, It's fine, sir. The opponent was thoroughly prepared and had a plan, so I think it would have been hard to stop them with standard security measures alone. Thank you for saying that. But from where I stand, he quickly finished his tea, slammed the cup down on the table, and said, That's the theory, but what about reality? I get the feeling that something isn't right here. Sitting opposite him, Ed calmly held his teacup without saying a word. Looking at the timing, it seems you waited until Kadek and Nock escaped, and until the news of your death reached the mastermind. Only then did you feel safe enough to show yourself. Am I right? Honestly, I don't care how the internal struggles of the Rot Taylor family play out, and I have no intention of meddling in it, but here, I am the one running this academy. Everything that happens within the academy must be reported to the royal family. If the report states that Ed Rot Taylor is still alive, the Rot Taylor family, a major power in the royal court, will also find out you're alive. If that happens, I assume whatever plans you're scheming will fall apart rather quickly, wouldn't they? Seeing that his play had been read, Ed couldn't hide his anxiety. Could you perhaps delay the report for a little while, sir? Delay it? What reason do I have to take such a risk? Knowing he couldn't outsmart the principal, Ed had no choice but to be honest. All right, the person behind this assassination attempt is my father, Kreben Rot Taylor, the head of the Rot Taylor family. He holds the real power in the royal court. What does that have to do with me? I don't care about matters outside the academy. Even the head of the Rot Taylor family, a pillar of the royal court, would want this whole thing to pass quietly without any news. Sir, if any issues come up later, it won't be too late for you to report it then. Either way, there's really no risk in this, is there? Suddenly, the principal called him by his full name, taking Ed by surprise. Ed Rot Taylor, your grades are rising rapidly. I hear you're highly evaluated among the students. Your sister Tanya Rot Taylor is also very promising. You're well regarded among the top students as well. It's almost as if you've become a completely different person. Hearing this, Ed went pale. Does he already know who I am? No, that's impossible. The principal put the stack of documents down and spoke softly. As I've said before, Sylvania Academy always stands by its students, let alone a talented student like you. So there's no need to say more. See you around. I will remember the name Ed Rot Taylor. He extended his hand politely and cheerfully. It's time to bring this matter to a close. Principal Abel Fortius seemed to have a clear grasp of the entire situation, yet he chose to turn a blind eye. Thanks to that, the fact that Ed was alive wouldn't leak outside the academy. Cut to another scene, where the Saintess was actively stopping people who were trying to approach Tanya with gifts. Miss Tanya is done with her schedule for today. Please don't bother her anymore. And please go back. She won't accept suspicious gifts like these either. After finishing up at the principal's office, Ed had a chat with Tanya. Is that really going to be okay, brother? Don't worry about them. You've been waiting for me for quite a while. I was startled when I heard you were called up by the principal, brother. It's no big deal. I heard your election victory is pretty much guaranteed. Congratulations. Your time to shine has finally come. Tanya stood there with a bright, happy face, her previous gloom completely wiped away. Her voice was full of joy and confidence. But we still can't let our guard down just yet. Tanya's innocence had been proven. Out of the 12 fourth-year students and 3 departments of the academy, most of the top students sided with Tanya. However, the most decisive reason Tanya, who was once hated, could secure such an overwhelming number of votes was Lortell's downfall. Lortell had stubbornly turned the election into a one-on-one battle between herself and Tanya. At that point, everyone forgot about the existence of the minor candidates. Once that was done, the balance of power between Lortell and Tanya would be absolutely perfect. Right when the approval ratings between Lortell and Tanya were nearly neck and neck, an article would be circulated throughout the academy. The content of the article stated that Lortell had embezzled the merchant guild's funds and pressured their partners. In the end, she had to withdraw in disgrace. As a result, the scale tipped entirely to one side. With only Tanya left now, she was bound to win. While you were busy with the election, I was cooperating with the investigation team. We barely had time to talk, right? Anyway, there will probably be plenty of other chances to talk later, but I still want to thank you. Recalling how Tanya looked on election day, sobbing as she hugged Ed tightly and thanked him. I already told you. So many times I'm sick of it. No, it's not about that. She let out an embarrassed sigh. But, brother, this question, I feel like it's a bit delicate. I wasn't going to ask because it didn't seem right, but I just can't hold it in anymore. Can I ask? When I announced my candidacy, why did you absolutely have to side with me? If you were forced to stay hidden like that, you didn't need to show your face to help me to that extent, as if you couldn't stand to see me go through that anxiety. Am I right about that? Ed looked flustered, not knowing what to say at that moment. Yeah, that's why I stepped up to help you, because you're my family. Of course I had to take your side. Tanya let out a happy smile, her face lighting up like the sun, making hearts flutter. Hearing the words she had always longed for, Tanya smiled, as if the wound she carried had been completely healed. Now that I'm a student council president, I'll definitely handle everything with total fairness. But I guess I can play favorites with you a little bit, since you're my family too. Whenever you're in danger, just let me know, and I'll help you as much as I can within my power. With that, Tanya turned around and left, leaving Ed sitting there with a smile. He watched his little sister's figure slowly fade away, unable to hide the deep satisfaction in his heart. Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting through his train of thought. Because you're my family, of course I had to take your side. Family? Your words sound so sweet, Senior. It was Lortell. She slowly walked over with a mysterious smile. When did you get here? Probably right around when you started talking seriously with Tanya. Lately, there have been a lot of bad rumors floating around the academy. Are you really going to be okay? Pulling down her sleeves, her face showed total satisfaction. You don't need to worry, Senior. Everything went exactly according to my plan. The deciding factor in Tanya's victory was the scandals regarding the embezzlement of guild funds and the abuse of power against partners. All of these scandals were intentionally leaked by Lortell's side to create an excuse to withdraw from the election. From the start, they had created a balanced match between Tanya and Lortell, and erasing the presence of the other candidates was also part of the plan. Her going to see Princess Fenia and revealing her hostility toward Tanya was also meant to apply pressure, forcing Tanya to run for president. Both of them felt a deep sense of debt after his death. Once he returned, they would definitely side with him to repay that debt. To Lortell, it didn't matter how many enemies she had. The only thing she cared about was Ed always staying on her side. So after hearing about Lortell's plan, Ed had decided to save Tanya. The match with Zix also helped Ed clear away any remaining hesitation in his heart. Saying he saved her because of family wasn't a lie, but saying Ed didn't consider Tanya's usefulness would also be a lie. Act 3 had concluded. Now it was time to prepare for the upcoming Act 4. That would be the battle against the Rot-Taylor family. Ed had become an enemy of this family, which was exactly why Tanya would play an incredibly vital role as an insider. If they maintained a good relationship, running diversionary campaigns and gathering intel would go incredibly smoothly. However, there are always dark corners in human relationships, and only those involved need to know about. For instance, a girl who had lived calculating gains and losses since childhood suddenly sacrificing herself for someone else. Lortell held up 3 puppets, her voice carrying a hint of gloom. Lately, my bad reputation in the academy has been skyrocketing. It seems Miss Tanya doesn't like me very much either, so for the time being, I'll only have you to rely on, Senior. Ed replied, his expression remaining indifferent. You have a bad habit of wanting to control and manipulate everyone around you, Lortell. Oh dear, that's just an occupational hazard. When necessary, I get manipulated by others too. Geez, seriously, are you going to be okay? Rumors don't make money, so why should I care? Besides, I have the makings of a villain anyway. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Ed's. As long as you don't turn into my enemy, Senior, that's all that matters. Lortell's face looked completely content. In human relationships, there are always hidden parts, so it's hard to fully understand what their true intentions are. And just like that, the script was now moving into a new phase. The next moves of Princess Fenia, who chose not to take the president's post, became more unpredictable than ever. How the power struggle between the royal court and the Rot-Taylor family would unfold remained completely up in the air. Now, how the script of Act 3 would continue was something Ed couldn't control. Because of that, he needed to keep a very close eye on it. Ed headed back to his camp. It's been almost a month, hasn't it? Coming back here after a long time really feels special. Of course, there was no shortage of things to do, so he needed to clean up the campfire spot thoroughly. Inside the house, things were still a mess. He opened the door and slowly stepped inside. Suddenly, something caught his eye, leaving Ed stunned. It was Lucy. She was lying on Ed's familiar bed, sleeping soundly. It looked like her punishment was over and Lucy was finally free. The first thing she did was probably rush straight to this place to see him, but since no one was around, she had just fallen asleep right here. Seeing that sight, Ed could only let out a wry smile. He picked up a book that had gathered dust after a long period of being untouched. He slouched in his chair, holding the familiar book in his hand. But first things first, I should probably get some rest. There's going to be a ton of work to do tomorrow. And so, a peaceful evening passed by. He had finally returned to his familiar place. Cut to 3 days later, Janica was appealing her grades to an instructor. Actually, there's no reason why it shouldn't be allowed. I'll add bonus points for you. That was the senior professor of spirit studies, Melina. She appeared in a stunning outfit, sporting a hot body and the captivating gaze of a seasoned master. Of course, academically it's still hard for you to compare to the professors. But managing to control a high-tier spirit at your age isn't something just anyone can do. In terms of raw feel, you've reached the absolute highest level, even compared to current spirit contractors. But still, why did I choose you? There's a joint combat practice coming up soon. As a senior, you need to show your authority, but you don't seem to want to show any authority at all. I don't need you to do anything overly grand either, but you're this year's top student and also the best spirit contractor in the academy. Just look at you, always smirking in class like you're the happiest person in the world. Anyone can tell your head is up in the clouds. I know you're dating Ed, but it seems you've fallen way too deep. Seriously, from an outsider's perspective, you look like you've lost your mind. Before she could even finish her sentence, Janica's face turned red as a ripe tomato, and she slammed the table, her frantic voice startling even the instructor. Wait a minute. What did you just say? Why would you suddenly say something like that out of nowhere? Don't tease me, Professor. Cut it out. Stop pretending. Up until now, aside from the spirit studies class, you two are always glued to each other in your shared classes, or elemental studies anyway. Even when going to the cafeteria, or student welfare areas, you go together. What have you two been up to lately that makes you constantly smirk at the slightest thing? What are you thinking about that has you looking so dazed with a giant grin plastered on your face? You even just stare at the blackboard and smile during class. You look no different from kids experiencing their first love. It's exhausting. Hearing that, Janica's voice immediately stammered. Professor, please don't mention that to the other students. To be honest, I don't really care about your dating lives. But did you know, Janica? Everyone here thinks the exact same way I do. Janica instinctively turned around to look at everyone. It seemed she had no idea that everyone around her already knew she was dating Edrod Taylor. Janica's face flushed bright red. Her eyes trembled, and sweat poured down her face. Flashing back to Janica's past, when she was still an innocent little girl growing up in her village. That was the Sparred region to the east, about a 3-day and 3-night horse ride from the capital. To the south of Sparred lay a mountainous area known as the Poulin Grazing Lands. Deep within the Poulin Valley, near the mountainside, was a tiny ranching village called Torrent. The population here was less than 300 people. This was the exact place where Janica Failover, the girl who could see spirits since she was a babbling infant, was born and raised. With her God-given talent, everyone expected Janica to bring glory to this tiny village. Occasionally, a few strangers would visit the village. Among them, the young male carrier left the deepest impression in Janica's memory because he was the only one who addressed her with honorifics. The young people in the village had all gone to the city to work, and Janica was practically the youngest child loved by the entire village. Because of that, being addressed with honorifics by someone was completely foreign to her. But with their natural friendliness, the two quickly became close friends. Janica said, outside of Poulin, there are a lot of big cities. There the atmosphere is incredibly lively and bustling, completely different from this countryside. In the Imperial City, there's so many things. The girl grew up surrounded by everyone's love, beautiful and flawless, the pride of the locals. Just seeing that happy smile every day and hearing that clear voice was enough to charm anyone. Even a young mail carrier who occasionally came to the village couldn't resist Janica's charm. He gathered all his courage to confess his feelings. Janica, please accept my confession. Since she was a toddler, she had never known how to say no, so this situation left Janica incredibly flustered, not knowing how to handle it properly. Even so, she was still way too young to comprehend a concept like love. Perhaps that was the very first time she had ever rejected someone. After turning down the mailman's feelings, the young man left in utter misery, and Janica didn't catch a glimpse of him for a long time afterward. Until one day, he made a sudden comeback with something she never saw coming. An acceptance letter to Sylvania Academy. The final words that young man left her with were, "Goodbye, Janica." He had used formal honorifics, a phrase she would never forget. 3 years had already flown by since she enrolled at Sylvania Academy. Now, she couldn't even clearly picture the guy's face anymore. But for Janica Failover, turning someone down was still a terrifying thing, and honorifics felt completely foreign. Suddenly, a voice rang out, snapping Janica right out of her trip down memory lane. "Hey, Janica, you've been coming here for a few days now. If you have any questions or need some help, just let me know." In Janica's hands right now was an application for a leave of absence from Dexdorm. It looked like she was second-guessing her own choices. Across from her, the instructor kept talking. "I don't know what's eating at you. But hey, if you're stuck on what to do, go talk to your friends and get their take on it. There are plenty of folks ready to pitch in if you're going through a rough patch." Janica lacked people she was truly close enough to confide in. Normally, she was surrounded by tons of friends, but that exact setup actually made her feel suffocated. Even though she desperately wanted to escape all the attention, it was incredibly hard to bring up, and even her closest friends are no exception to that. "I really should have noticed you were still kicking when you were smiling like that 24/7. I'm sorry, I have my reasons." Hearing that made a niece stop complaining. "Yeah, I guess there was no way around it. But what are you stressing over now?" Janica's face fell, her voice stammering awkwardly. Well, the thing is," seeing that, Anise slammed her hands on the table, stood right up, and yelled, "Exactly. Because you keep saying yes to absolutely everything. You've basically turned into his personal maid. You know me. I'm terrible at turning people down. Rejecting someone is just so awkward. The guy is supposed to be laying low, yet here you are cooking and cleaning for him. Did Ed seriously ask you for another favor or something?" Hearing that, Janica shot back instantly, her face flushing red from sheer embarrassment. "No, that's not it at all. I'm doing this because I want to. Actually, I'm the one who needs a favor from Ed this time. But the two of us have gotten so close, comfortable, and casual around each other, always hanging out, that I'm finding it hard to just ask. Is that so? If that's the case, why don't you try putting some distance between you two? If you do that, it'll be way easier to ask each other for favors or say no, right? You guys need to become a bit more like strangers. Plus, if you just take hanging out for granted, all the butterflies go away. Don't you think?" As she said this, Anise realized she had let her tongue slip. But wait, can Janica even pull off distancing herself from him? What kind of garbage advice did I just give her? But if those two drift apart and he gets lonely, then wow, pulling a homewrecker move like this on my best friend is just terrible. You need to make him sweat a little. Before she could even finish, Janica bolted her feet. Thanks, Anise. She quickly turned away, looking absolutely ecstatic. I've got an idea. I'll head out first. See you tomorrow. Anise stood up to stop her, but her voice faltered and she couldn't bring herself to speak. Seriously, what kind of stupid thing did I just do? Why am I always letting my imagination run wild with crazy stuff? It's too late for regrets now. Tripping up my own best friend is a massive screw-up. Meanwhile, back with Ed, he was staring intently at his status window. While he couldn't craft absolutely everything, what Ed wanted more than anything right now was the recipe for the lightning-struck Millennium Wooden Staff. Even though the crafting recipe was pretty straightforward, it was a seriously powerful staff. Its ability was to boost the user's perception of all types of spirits and amplify the mana efficiency of spirit magic. The recipe was unlocked, but tracking down the crafting materials was no walk in the park. It couldn't just be any ordinary branch, but a branch from a massive tree that had lived for over 1,000 years and had been struck by lightning. This item was given to the protagonist in the final quest of Act 3, but in reality, it wasn't something you could easily track down or buy. A 1,000-year-old tree wasn't exactly rare, and there had to be at least one somewhere in this northern forest. The only remaining problem now was the lightning. He turned around. Behind him, his eyes locked onto the girl fast asleep on a hammock drenched in warm sunlight. Ed walked over, his voice echoing as he called out to wake Lucy from her nap. Lucy slowly opened her eyes. As the light got blocked out by his body, the first thing she saw was Ed's face right in front of hers, looking completely nonchalant, which made Lucy flinch instinctively. She immediately leaped up onto a nearby tree, looking totally skittish, as if she were trying to hide from something. It felt a bit awkward, not getting why Lucy reacted that way at all. I've woken you up tons of times before, so why are you still getting spooked like that? You okay? Sorry for startling you. Lucy's face flushed bright red with embarrassment, her voice stammering adorably. I'm fine now. I'm okay, it's nothing. You should get some rest. This isn't urgent, so it can wait until later. I actually have plans right now. Right after that, Janica made her entrance. She popped her head out from some random bushes with a brilliant smile. Hey there, Ed. Oh, Janica, you're late today. Is something up? I'm about 10 minutes late, aren't I? Ed gave Janica a puzzled look. Why didn't you take the shortcut? Were you busy with something? No, it's nothing like that. I just ended up running late. She stood there trying to act completely casual, but inside, she was a total wreck. I have to keep my distance. Gotta keep my distance. Ed stood up and closed the book he was halfway through reading. Don't worry about it. You're so busy, yet you still come all the way here to help me train my perception. I'm really grateful for that. Want some tea? Thanks. Distance. How on earth was she supposed to keep her distance from him right now? The two of them trained their spirit magic, right, until dusk. Janica offered some praise. Wow, you're getting really good at controlling spirits. You're improving so fast. Even though Marilda still needs some time, you already have a solid handle on Mung, so it doesn't drain too much of your mana, right? It seems like Mung is a great fit for you. Hearing those compliments, Mung was so moved he practically burst into tears. I really don't know what to do with myself. I'll work even harder, Master. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden greeting from up ahead caught Ed completely off guard. It was the headmaid. She was cradling Lucy in her arms. Are you here looking for Lucy? Yes, Vice Principal Dory needs to see Miss Lucy, the top student of the entire academy. She gave a polite, gentle bow and spoke up. I was quite shocked when I heard the news of your passing, but seeing you alive and well now puts my mind at ease. Across from her, Ed politely returned the gesture. Sorry for making you worry, Belle. I had my reasons, so I couldn't say anything. The two exchanged unreadable glances, leaving Janica as the only one stuck in the middle completely clueless. What exactly is going on here anyway? Hey, for a maid, always keeping a humble attitude is a pretty good virtue. I didn't back down and shot right back. Is that so? But I'm not a maid, am I? Hearing that, Belle felt a prick of annoyance. Then I shall take my leave. I must go check on the work of the other maids, especially how they address others. I see. but I'm still going to call you Big Sister. This was the first time Janica had ever seen Belle show that kind of emotion. She was usually such a composed person. It looked like there was some sort of Cold War going on between Ed and Belle that Janica knew absolutely nothing about. Thinking about this, she suddenly remembered, I need to keep my distance. I have to use honorifics. Before heading out, Belle turned and said, Same goes for you, Janica. I was quite worried when you moved into Dexdorm, but seeing you in good health relieves me. I'm Fenia. Living with friends isn't half bad. Anyway, I need to get ready for the exam and help Miss Lucy fix herself up, so I'll see you two next time. Janica gave a friendly wave. Take care, you two. Yes, I wish you both the best with your studies. After the head Maid left with Lucy, Janica called out to Ed, who was still watching their retreating figures. Hey, Ed, what if we tried using honorifics with each other? What do you think? Her face was as red as a ripe tomato, her voice stammering with pure awkwardness. Honorifics? Where is this coming from all of a sudden? It's not just honorifics, but let's act like we just met for the first time. You know, like we're not total strangers, but we still keep things polite and respectful. Hearing those bizarre words, Ed's face froze. He couldn't wrap his head around what the girl in front of him was trying to pull. Janica stepped closer and tugged on Ed's shirt. I just want to try it out once, is that okay? Even though he didn't get it all, Ed reluctantly agreed. If that's what you want, sure. It's almost dorm curfew anyway. Janica thought to herself, I just need to make a little small talk and then say goodbye. Well then, hello there, Mr. Ed. The words hit him like a bolt out of the blue. It had been ages since he last felt this incredibly awkward. Ed turned around, his voice faltering, yes, hello. This place wasn't a prison, so why did Ed feel like he was completely tongue-tied? It felt like Janica's sheer nervousness was rubbing off on him entirely. Ed couldn't comprehend why Janica was acting so incredibly embarrassed, but it was making him feel crazy tense too. The two sat down together by the campfire, their conversation now reduced to awkward silences. I have zero clue what this girl is trying to achieve. She listened to her best friend's terrible advice, and now she's just self-destructing. Lately, they would occasionally hit a quiet patch and feel a bit shy, but this time around, Ed felt the tension cranked up tenfold. He scratched his head in frustration. Thinking hard, his teeth clenched tight. A relationship that used to be as comfortable as family had suddenly turned completely estranged. The real kicker was that Janica was the one who brought this up, but it looked like she hadn't expected things to blow up like this either. Ed wanted to cut through the awkward vibe as fast as possible, but he had absolutely no idea what to say. Summoning all his courage, Ed spoke up, I. Before he could even finish his sentence, Janica bolted upright, seemingly unable to take it for another second. Look at that. Curfew is almost here. She gave a hasty bow and bolted out of there in a flash. Thanks for today. I had a blast. See you tomorrow. The whole thing happened in the blink of an eye, leaving Ed completely blindsided. He just sat there, looking totally catatonic. Is this really going to keep happening? What did I even do to make her mad? Ed was sitting under the Millennium Tree reading a book, his mind a chaotic mess of thoughts. Suddenly, Marilda's voice rang out. So you're still keeping up that honorifics game with Janica? Ed looked up, his voice tinged with annoyance. You saw the whole thing, so why are you even asking? Marilda, currently in her human form, let out a cheerful laugh. I'm not so bored that I'd follow you all the way to the academy. Did something go down in class, too? Flashbacks started flooding Ed's mind. It had been like this since yesterday. The vibe between the two of them just felt totally off and forced. Could all that bottled-up stress have exploded in some weird way? At first, I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but now that it's gotten to this point, something definitely feels wrong. I wonder if she's doing okay. Hearing that, Marilda quickly glided down to the ground, her voice dripping with mockery. So, you're actually worried about Janica? Well, of course you should be. Marilda's face turned playful, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Oh, really? Whatever, let's drop that. I actually have something to ask you. Can I break off a few branches from this tree to take with me? I want to craft a staff out of lightning-struck millennium-old tree, wood, or whatever. Are you planning to craft another tool? Here I thought you were thinking about Janica, but turns out you're keeping yourself pretty busy. Marilda leaned against the tree trunk, closing her eyes as she let her thoughts flow. But honestly, you don't really need my permission just to take a branch or two. Surprised, Ed turned to ask her, isn't this your tree? Yeah, I mean the name Marilda's guardian tree was kind of vague from start. It's a bit ambiguous. If we're being precise, I protect this entire forest. The only reason this tree has the name it does today is because of an old friend of mine. That person just took it upon themselves to slap my name on it. An old friend? I guess that makes sense. Since you've lived for so long, you must have quite a few connections. Marilda smiled. I've got a couple of questions for you. Do you happen to know why spirits take on animal forms? She grabbed her dress, looking incredibly graceful and elegant, every single gesture mirroring a true noble lady. From the very beginning, I already had a human form. Like I told you before, this whole transformation thing is no walk in the park. Spirits take on animal forms simply because those are the most familiar and easiest shapes for them to copy. So, for me to have a human appearance like this, there had to be someone for me to copy. That being said, who do you think I modeled myself after? Ed fell in a deep thought. For someone to make Marilda copy them, they must have been insanely powerful. Who could it be? While Ed was still racking his brain, Marilda kept going. Since I formed a contract with you, I can actually read your mind, you know? And on top of that, I created a girl who is a near-perfect match for your ideal type. Marilda's face suddenly flushed red, a sly smile playing on her lips alongside a drop-dead gorgeous gaze. No matter who it was that Marilda copied, she was bound to be an absolute knockout. Hearing this, Ed's face went completely blank. This is my ideal type? Wow, that's actually surprising. Marilda narrowed her eyes, her voice turning warm and smooth. Of course it's surprising, because I'm totally lying. That answer left Ed feeling pretty annoyed. Are you messing with me right now? Haha, as if mind reading is even a thing. If I could read your mind, wouldn't the reverse be true too? Besides, shapeshifting is an incredibly advanced spell. It's not like just anyone can mimic someone else. I've lived for a very long time, so long that all the ups and downs of Sylvania Academy just feel like trivial gossip to me. Back when Aiken Island was still a deserted wasteland with 0 students, I met her. She was a girl who didn't care for flashy clothes, always keeping it simple and free-spirited. That image left the deepest impression on me. This form belongs to her. Out of everyone I've ever met, she was the most special, completely different from the rest. Could it be that she channeled her mana into the guardian tree, turning it into a massive source of power? None other than the founder of this very school. The person who trusted Marilda enough to ask her to protect the northern forest. This kind of relationship wasn't something you could ever find out just from playing a game. To think everything was connected like that. The person standing right in front of him was a great mage and an outstanding scholar who surpassed everyone else. The great sage Sylvania. This was exactly how she looked back in her youth. Cutting back to the camp, the sky had already grown dark by now. Ed was sitting by the campfire, peeling an apple, when someone's voice suddenly caught him off guard. Hello, no, it's hi, right? Or, hey there. Janica was still forcing herself to play the honorifics game. Her face was a mask of awkwardness, not even daring to look Ed straight in the eye. Yeah. Hey, do you want an apple? Wait, would you care for an apple? Yes, thank you. The two sat by the fire in total silence, the atmosphere turning incredibly thick and awkward again. Could you pass me the plate? Instantly, Janica used both hands to hand the plate over to Ed, her voice stuttering. Here you go. Both of them ate the apple, completely lost on what to do next. What kind of painfully awkward situation is this? What am I supposed to do now? Ed glanced over at Janica, a worried look in his eyes. Can she either just commit to the honorifics or drop them entirely to make things comfortable? By the way, Janica, are you feeling sick or something? She buried her face in her knees, trying to hide her sheer embarrassment. No, it's just that saying stuff like this while looking you straight in the face feels a little weird to me. Anyway, I have a question for you, but it might sound a bit strange, so I hope you'll hear me out completely before answering. I hope you'll answer after listening to the whole thing. What's even the difference there? She's completely losing it. Across from her, Ed let out a sigh, thinking to himself, right, I'm the adult here anyway. If she went through all this trouble just to bring it up, the best I can do is stay calm and listen. Janica looked up, her cheeks flushing as red as a ripe tomato. Every single word she spoke dripping with shyness. The thing is, what if I left Deck's dorm and moved into the camp to live with you, Ed? Hearing those words, Ed tried his absolute best to keep a straight, emotionless face, but his hands didn't get the memo. In his utter shock, he accidentally sliced his own hand, sending blood splattering. Seeing that sight, Janica completely panicked. Ah, Ed, are you okay? The two sat by the fire, reflecting on what had just happened. Despite living outdoors, fighting, and everything else for over a year now, he figured he could handle just about anything like a pro by this point. But hey, thanks to cutting his hand, at least it bought him some time to sort out his thoughts. Ed turned to Janica, his expression dead serious. Look, you probably figured it all out, but I should still spell it out just to be absolutely sure. Though I'm not even sure if it needs to be said out loud. I truly think you're a wonderful person, hardworking and dependable. It's not just me. Pretty much everyone thinks the same way. But the most important thing is I actually really like you. Those words hit Janica like a bombshell, her face looking like it was about to implode from pure embarrassment. Anyway, I have to be upfront about this. Because I'm a guy, after all. Listen, Janica, I don't know how you view yourself, but you are seriously gorgeous. To put it bluntly, you're a rare beauty. Right now, I can treat you with the utmost respect, but if we're living under the same roof, nobody can predict what might happen. I can't make any promises. If I happen to lose control, Janica's brain was probably completely fried by now, with literal smoke rising from her head. Hold on, Ed, take a deep breath. Honestly speaking, at the end of the day, men all share certain traits. I get that you trust me, and I really appreciate that, but still, before he could even finish his sentence, Janica jumped right in, catching Ed completely by surprise. But still, if it's you, Ed, then it's totally fine. Janica's answer struck him like a bolt of lightning. Ed found himself blushing from embarrassment too. The two of them locked eyes, completely speechless. In that very moment, time seemed to slow down, letting them both ponder what lay ahead. For the longest time, Ed and Janica had been playing tug-of-war on some vague, blurry line. Suddenly, Ed stood right up, his face filled with deep thought. The two of them had unconsciously reverted back to using honorifics, making the vibe feel even stranger than usual, yet somehow a little familiar at the same time. Ed took a few long strides, closing the distance between him and Janica. Having just survived a grueling and exhausting student council election, he had returned to camp feeling lighter and more relaxed. But now, Janica's sudden proposal to move in together was completely off the charts, giving Ed one massive headache. It felt as if this whole situation was throwing down a challenge right at him. So, can you still handle this? Are you going to be able to keep your sanity? Ed called out. Janica, right after that, he sat down right beside her. You've been exhausted lately, haven't you? Those words felt like they snapped her right out of her chaotic thoughts. Her eyes widened, completely blindsided. Whenever something unexpected happened, there was always an underlying cause. If Janica was suddenly bringing this up, the first thing to do was figure out the reason behind it. Janica's face brightened, her previous awkwardness instantly vanishing, replaced by a sense of comfort and relief. Ed, you really don't miss a thing, do you? To be honest, I just wanted to run away for a bit. I guess I missed the time back at Awfulest Hall when I lived alone in my own room. That probably sounds pretty silly, doesn't it? From the very start, for someone like Janica, who had once lost control under the pressure of everyone's gaze, living in a communal dorm like Dex Hall couldn't have been easy at all. Every single day, she had to face attention from all sides, constantly forcing herself to smile back politely. For the past year or so, Janica must have been pushing herself to endure all of it. Why am I only just thinking of that now? She continued. To me, this camp is, how should I put it? Maybe it feels like a place where I can just escape everything. So I guess when things feel too overwhelming, I just want to come here. Of course, for you, Ed, this must feel like a pretty heavy burden. At the end of the day, running away isn't a real solution. If anything, it just puts more pressure on you. But even so, I still wanted to ask just once. Ed let out a weary sigh, his voice dropping as he replied, Sigh, it really is a lot of pressure. That answer made Janica feel an immediate pang of hurt, her expression instantly falling. But hey, Janica, to be completely fair, whether something feels like a burden or not is a totally different issue, right? What do you mean? In life, everyone puts pressure on others at some point, and in turn, they have to shoulder the pressure others put on them. If you feel like it's not quite fair, then next time I'll just ask you for an awkward favor to even things out. It's not like we're only seeing each other for a day or two, so we can just make it up to each other as we go, right? We're going to know each other for a long time. So does that mean? Janica's face lit up with excitement and anticipation for what she was about to hear. Even so, living under the same roof is honestly a bit too much for me right now. Maybe we should set up another tent instead. Ed figured that, knowing Janica's personality, she would be jumping for joy, But her actual reaction right now was the complete opposite of what he expected. Janica rushed over, wrapping her arms tightly around Ed in a happy embrace. "Thank you. Thank you so much, Ed." Ed gave a faint smile, his voice slightly teasing. "You're not using honorifics anymore." He gently patted Janica's head. She had tried so hard to create a little distance between them, but it was incredibly clumsy and, naturally, a total flop. But even if it had worked, would anything really be different? She was the type of person who was always ready to help anyone in need. Even though kindness didn't always get the reward it deserved, at the very least, when someone like her broke down and started crying, no matter how cold-hearted a person might be, they wouldn't be able to stop themselves from putting a comforting hand on her shoulder. Cutting to the morning, Ed woke up in his tent facing a whole new set of problems. Even though it sounded great in theory, pitching another tent was no walk in the park. He still had to get ready for classes, and he also wanted to finish up that magic staff as fast as possible. Just trying to figure out how to manage his schedule had kept him tossing and turning all night. Suddenly, a ground-shaking noise caught Ed completely off guard. He slowly stepped outside to check out the situation. Waiting for him, right, there was a high-ranking fire spirit. "Oh, you're up? Edrot Taylor?" It was wearing a construction hard hat on its head, its voice buzzing with excitement. "Perfect timing. I need your input. I've never actually built a tent before either." Spread out before him was a scene of dozens of spirits working their butts off, looking like a legit construction site. Ed stood there dazed, not even sure if he was awake or still dreaming. What on earth is going on here? "Man, you look exhausted, don't you?" "To be honest, so am I. I stayed up all night over in the spirit realm, throwing a celebration party. Anyway, time to get to work on the tent since we got a good reason to celebrate. I've already picked out the spot. Putting it right across from yours seems way more practical. Opening your door every morning and seeing each other right away sounds kind of romantic, doesn't it? Frankly, putting them side by side wouldn't be bad either. But if we do that, it's going to look a little too cramped. You guys should at least have some privacy." Out of nowhere, Mung flew over and perched right on Ed's shoulder. It threw up a hand in a salute, looking incredibly official. "I estimate the construction time to be about 10 days, sir. As the field commander, this humble servant will do everything possible to map out the most efficient building plan." Hearing that, Taken leaned in close, looking thoroughly displeased. 10 days, really? When you factor in the rotation schedule for the lower-ranking spirits and their break times, the estimated build time is roughly 10 days. Of course, depending on the progress, they could cut down the working hours. Hearing that made Taken snap. "Back in my day, I carried a spirit mage on my back for 3 days and 3 nights, crossing snowy mountains for an entire week straight. And yet, the very next day, I could still fight like it was nothing. Honestly, the number of spirits keeps growing these days, and forming contract has gotten way easier. Yet these lower-ranking spirits are getting lazier by the minute. Are they seriously only thinking about slacking off? Doing a half-assed job? At this rate, how are they ever going to evolve into mid-tier spirits? Well then, if we pick up the pace, we can probably get it done in about a week." Taken turned and walked away, leaving Ed and Mung behind, still trying to process what just happened. "All right then, Edrot Taylor, I'm off to handle business. This will all be wrapped up in 5 days, so even if it gets a little loud, just bear with it." Ed glanced over at Mung, unable to hide his amazement. 5 days? It took me months just to finish this one tent. Standing across from him, Mung looked utterly desperate. "There's no other choice. An order is an order. This humble servant will make it happen." "Absolutely. I'm so sorry, Mung. I didn't mean to. I really didn't. So I'd better focus on my own tasks too." Finally, he managed to sort through his packed schedule. This way, he would have the time to craft the staff out of the lightning-struck millennium-old tree wood. Janica had helped him out so much up until now, and it was finally time for him to return the favor. Just clearing a spot in the camp wasn't about to settle the score for everything she had done. Even though she had tons of staffs gifted by her family and friends, Janica still stuck to her old oak one. He couldn't help but wonder if she would actually like this gift. In any case, I just hope Janica will be happy when she gets this present. After agreeing to let Janica build her tent right across from theirs, Lucy found herself extremely annoyed by this way-too-close addition. Her face twisted into a scowl from tossing and turning all night without catching a single wink of sleep. With all the loud shouting echoing around the place, how was anyone supposed to sleep? Mung was putting everything he had into commanding the spirit army, forcing the pace to get the construction finished. Needless to say, Lucy was far from thrilled about the new camp setup. She glanced sideways, her body literally shaking with irritation. The real reason Lucy was so ticked off wasn't even the noise. It was the girl sitting there with a massive grin on her face, just watching the whole thing. Seeing Lucy walk over, Janica got super excited and flashed a cheerful, incredibly friendly smile to greet her. Suddenly, Janica found herself thinking back to past memories. The two of them had actually gotten into a verbal spat once before. Janica wasn't the type to pick fights or say hurtful things to people, but this specific situation was an entirely different story. She wasn't about to back down to anyone. Janica stood up straight, oozing confidence, a look of pure satisfaction plastered across her face. Ahem, I'm going to start living here now. Hearing that, Lucy practically exploded with jealousy. She yanked her hat down, trying to hide her incredibly irritated face. If that hat hadn't been made out of sturdy material, it would have been ripped to shreds a long time ago. Switching scenes back to the academy, Ed was currently unwinding, chewing on a piece of beef jerky, as he strolled over to the square to borrow some elemental magic books. He figured he needed to pick up some higher-tier magic if he wanted to get any stronger. The mid-tier spell Single-Point Burst was highly practical in actual combat, but the raw firepower it delivered was barely on par with low-tier magic. Thinking back to his fight with Zix, Ed had learned a lot. When going up against someone like Zix, the safest bet was to simply overwhelm them with a massive gap in firepower. If he just stuck to magic with matching firepower, pulling off a win was going to be tough. Yeah, so my real issue is firepower. Just as the words left his mouth, Ed's eyes locked onto something. Right in front of him was a gorgeous girl strumming an instrument, looking like she was having the time of her life. That was the keeper of the sacred flame, the romantic poet and prophet, Adele Saris. She had been popping up constantly since Act 1 as Taylor's companion, though she didn't get a whole lot of screen time in the actual game. I don't really have anything to do with her anyway. Best not to poke my nose into things. Ed turned to walk away, but out of nowhere, Saris called him back. You look pretty busy today, too, don't you, Senior Ed? Hearing that, Ed turned around in surprise. I didn't expect her to strike up a conversation with me like this. Do you mean me? Saris quickly replied. I often hear Taylor and Elvira talking about you, but it seems like those two have some pretty complicated feelings toward you, Senior. Ah, yeah, don't worry about it. I get it. Even though he said that, deep down, Ed was still a bit curious about Taylor's situation. From what he heard, Taylor was doing great and moving up in the world fast. If things kept going at this rate, the upcoming mock battle shouldn't be a major issue. Out of the blue, Saris threw an offer his way. Would you like to listen to a song? I used to be a poet wandering all over the continent, you know, though I've settled down here at Sylvania now. Ed quickly turned her down. Thanks, but this stack of books is actually pretty heavy. Oh my, what a shame. Ed turned to leave, but she stopped him yet again. Senior Ed, if the day ever comes when you take the seat as the head of the Rot Taylor family, you will have to kill the person you respect the most with your own two hands. If you hesitate and hold back at that exact moment, you're the one who's going to end up dead. Make sure you remember that. Ed's eyes widened in sheer shock. Is that a prophecy meant for me? No matter the situation, Adele always stayed completely composed, strumming her lute, relying on her innate prophetic abilities to catch glimpses of the future. But prophecies weren't always accurate, so it was best not to dwell on it. Even so, a nagging feeling of anxiety kept clinging to him, because Ed himself was the one who knew exactly what the future held. From what he could recall, in this Act 3 script, Adele was going to have to face her own death. Back at his camp, the very first sentence Lucy threw right in his face was, I don't want to. Ed felt completely helpless, not understanding why Lucy was acting up like this. He was planning to craft 2 magic staffs out of the lightning-struck Millennium Wood, one for Janica and one for himself, which was why he had asked Lucy to call down some lightning to help him out. But her current attitude left Ed totally bewildered, unsure of what to do. Lucy, looking visibly upset, muttered under her breath, just make one. Hearing that, Ed questioned her. I mean, the spell only needs to be cast once anyway, so why can we only make one? Lucy went dead silent, giving him the cold shoulder. Of course she doesn't want to make one for Janica. Ed let out a helpless sigh. Sigh fine, I guess one will have to do. I'll just give it to... Ed's response made Lucy's blood boil. Why on earth are you giving it to her? Since this is a powerful magic staff, isn't it obviously best to give it to someone who can actually make better use of it? Every single word out of Ed's mouth made Lucy want to tear the hat right off her head, her entire body radiating an unvented frustration. Good grief, you really are? Fine, all right, I'll just make both of them for you. Ed turned back, his voice urgent. Oh, really? Lucy rushed over and grabbed Ed's hand. But on one condition. It's actually not that big of a deal. A condition? Yeah, you're coming with me to this place. As she spoke, Lucy tugged on Ed's hand, quickly pulling him away. Following that was a flood of information about the Archmage Glocked, Lucy's grandfather. He had been recognized across countless academic conferences in practically every field, from elementology, ecology, magical beasts and herbology, to mana manipulation, induction principles, and spiritology, boasting a massive list of research achievements. He had even taken down the two supreme spirits, the supreme fire spirit Tak and the supreme water spirit Purd, at the exact same time. That feat alone was more than enough to show that the Archmage's power was simply immeasurable. After stepping down and retiring, he poured all his energy into nurturing the next generation. His entire fortune was poured straight into education and academic research funds. Whereas he barely spent a single dime on himself. If the great sage Sylvania was the one who founded this academy, then the person who actually built it up into a world-class educational institution was none other than the Archmage Glock. He had dedicated his entire wealth to the academy before retreating into seclusion in the vast mountain ranges of Lauren, located in the northwestern part of the continent. Right now, Lucy was leading Ed straight through the academy grounds, right under the watchful eyes of countless other students. Hey, isn't Ed dating Janica? Why is he holding hands so intimately with Lucy? Don't tell me it's a love triangle. After going into hiding, the Archmage came across an abandoned child at a monastery, which marked the final chapter of his life. He ended up running into something completely beyond his own expectations. Lucy's magical talent went way past anything Glocked could have ever imagined. She was a rare prodigy, a literal gem of humanity. He spent the entire twilight of his life polishing that gem, and every bit of it was etched into history. If you were to write the Archmage's life into a book, he easily deserved a grand epic detailing his massive adventures. Yet despite all that, he spent his final years in total isolation. The wife he met in his youth had lost her life when the two tried to subjugate Taken, and all his old comrades had passed away one after another. On a rainy day, inside a shabby shack, it was just him and his little granddaughter. Glock used that exact setting to toast the final stretch of his life. Lucy was absolutely everything he had left in the world. He just wanted the girl to grow up happy and carefree. As long as he could manage that, he would have zero regrets left in his life. That was exactly how the great Archmage passed away. And just like that, the journey of Archmage Glocked came to an end, and Lucy's own journey began. Even though it's all over now. Hearing this, Ed couldn't help but wonder. It's over. Lucy pulled Ed toward the place she always held dear in her memory. Do you know where his hometown is? Hometown? According to what's written in the history books, he came from the lawless zone of Chan'an, didn't he? Nope, the history books got it all wrong. That was just the place where he spent his childhood. Seriously? The true hometown of Archmage Glocked is right here. Aiken Island. I don't know what made him so incredibly happy, but he would constantly ramble on about his days living on Aiken Island. Right up until his very last breath, he was still stressing over this school. He really was just a silly old man. The place he truly considered home was this very island, Aiken. So, I guess it can't be helped. Lucy began to recount the journey she felt absolutely compelled to finish no matter what. Back then, the only thing left beside a young, tiny Lucy with a rundown shack and the cold corpse of her grandfather. She wrapped the body in a shroud, tied it up tight with ropes, and then used ice magic to freeze it solid. Right after that, Lucy strapped her respected grandfather's coffin to her back and set out on her journey. Most ordinary mages would completely exhaust themselves trying to maintain ice magic for just an hour, but back then, Lucy could do it effortlessly without breaking a sweat. It was honestly a story that would give anyone literal chills down their spine. The Archmage Shack was nestled in the Lauren Mountain Range in the northwest of the continent, so the journey kicked off from there, heading straight south. Lucy trekked through the Great Urek Forest, crossed the Great Ica Lake, and reached the alchemy land of Chris. She kept pushing through the Lawn Cloud Steppe, passed through the holy city of Karpa, crossed the Dakin Swamp, and finally hit the border of the Klel Empire. From there, she pushed on to Viscount Ten's territory, followed the river downstream, passed through the trading city of Odek, crossed Earl Elwell's territory, Baron Iceland's territory, Viscount Rex's territory, and then hit Duke Rot Taylor's territory, Marquis Petter's territory, and Earl Tatus's territory. After that, she crossed the Genet mountain range, ferried over the Dress River, passed through the territory of Border Earl Gunn, kept heading southwest, and crossed the Great Grandel Forest. Even if you were to lay out a world map and draw a straight line with a pen, it would take a hot minute just to trace it all out. Finally, she reached the Great Mare Bridge, the gateway to Aiken Island. Throughout that entire journey, Lucy maintained the magic to preserve her master's body, while simultaneously using magic to keep herself moving forward. That journey dragged on for 3 whole months because Lucy got a bit lost along the way. Then it took her another week just to track down this exact spot. As she spoke, Lucy pointed a finger straight ahead. This place, according to grandfather's notes, is where the great sage and the archmage used to trade knowledge and train together. This is exactly where my journey came to an end. Facing the two of them now was the final resting place of the archmage. It was simple, yet Lucy had decorated it with all her heart. The magic staff that had been by his side his entire life was preserved right here, scattered all around with the priceless magic books he had left behind for future generations. The title read, An Introduction to Holy Rank Magic, authored by Glock Scheller. Previously, there was Glock's Southern Records, in which Glock researched the magic of the southern continent, which used to pull in around 7,000 gold coins at auctions on the market. Considering that it was one of the most expensive books in history, this final masterpiece of his, containing his explanations of holy rank magic, was truly priceless. While Ed was still standing there, totally dazed, Lucy spoke up again. Just take it. I already know everything in it anyway, so I don't need it anymore. I've memorized absolutely everything he left behind. I haven't even lived out half of my expected lifespan yet. Maybe down the road, I'll kick off a brand new journey of my own, or maybe I'll just live a pretty casual life and then slip away. But no matter what happens for now, I'm definitely going to keep my promise to grandfather, because I promised him that if Sylvania ever faces danger, I will absolutely protect it at least once. Honestly, talking about this isn't exactly fun, and it doesn't sound interesting at all. Besides, coming to places like this is just a total hassle. It's just that I wanted to show you this, plain and simple. All by herself, she had crossed that massive distance all the way to Aiken Island just to lay her master to rest. Lucy's first journey had wrapped up to some extent, but she still hadn't quite managed to step out from the shadow her master left behind. Because of that, sometimes it brought a sense of anticipation, but other times it was pure dread. Lucy just kept waiting and waiting for a crisis at Sylvania that could break out at any moment. So, there was definitely a method to her madness when it came to why she was so incredibly lazy. But once that destined trial finally passes, she might just kick off a new journey to truly live life on her own terms. Knowing that day wasn't too far off, Ed decided that today, at least, he would just kick back and unwind a little with Lucy. The sound of crashing waves echoed every now and then, blending with the cool late spring breeze, making it feel perfectly comfortable, neither too hot nor too cold. Even if you sat there for ages, you had to admit, this place really was beautiful. It was a stroke of good luck. After getting the strict deadline from Taken, Mung and the other spirits finally managed to finish a absolutely perfect tent. Janica stood in front of her new living space, completely awestruck. Wow, it's gorgeous. Her face was radiant, a happy smile plastered on her lips. I really didn't expect it to be built this fast. Even so, when she turned around to look at the spirits, she noticed something was way off. Mung and the rest of them were so exhausted they could barely stand on their own 2 feet. This incompetent servant, Mung. Guys, I told you to take your time. Why did you overexert yourselves like that? Mung tried to squeeze out a voice with what little energy he had left. No. Actually, from the very start, Lord Taken. It's fine. We can finally pass on in peace now. We hope the two of you have an amazing time camping. For us, this is more than enough. Just this is plenty. The moment those words left its mouth, the spirits faded away one by one into floating wisps of smoke in the sky, looking exactly like souls returning to the afterlife. Janica, down on the ground, was thoroughly bewildered by the scene. Thank you so much, guys, really. I mean, I know this is just a reverse summoning, But why does it still feel so bizarre? Thanks anyway, though. Janica walked over, picked up a branch, and started scratching something into the dirt. Turns out, it was the words living together. For Janica, this really was a special occasion. Staring down at the words in the dirt, Janica's expression filled with pure excitement. She was thrilled that she had finally pulled it off. Living together? I'm actually going to live with him. Suddenly, from right behind her, the door to Ed's tent swung open, catching Janica totally off guard. She snapped her head around and called out, "Is that you, Ed?" Completely contrary to her expectations, the person stepping out of the tent was actually Lucy, right in the middle of a massive yawn. Lucy looked completely casual and at ease, since this was basically her home anyway. Lucy cracked her eyes open, seemingly catching sight of something. Lucy stared intently down at the ground, right where Janica had just written her little note. Living together? Janica just stood there, completely flustered, having zero clue how to explain what she had just written. Taking the whole scene, Lucy just let out a thoroughly smug smile. She popped her hands on her hips with a completely blissful, triumphant expression, looking as though she believed she had just won this race by a landslide. I mean, it's true though. Sleeping together obviously beats living together anyway. Back with Ed, after reading the book left behind by the Archmage, he finally managed to unlock basic holy magic. However, he still had a long way to go if he wanted to master this high-level power. Holy power unlocked. Holy Sanctuary level 1. Attribute conversion level 0. Death immunity level 0. Time prison level 0. Spatial teleportation level 0. Force coalescence level 0. Mirage and illusion level 0. Even Marilda couldn't resist her curiosity and manifested just to watch what Ed was learning. Did you fail again? Just looking at it, it seems really hard to control. Can you actually manage this mana flow? Guess I'll have to try it out to find out. Lucy, who was sleeping on Ed's lap as usual, opened her eyes and slowly began casting holy magic with her hands. The key to holy magic is grasping its core principles. Magic is a science that blends theory with intuition. If you practice it over and over, you'll eventually get the hang of it. Lucy used her holy power to levitate the objects around them. They were all wrapped in a gorgeous, glowing violet mana flow. Wow, looks like you've practiced quite a bit yourself, Ed noted curiously. Yeah, honestly, like twice. Before she could even finish her sentence, Ed suddenly stroked Lucy's head, leaving her completely flustered, her face flushing red with embarrassment. Wait, what? Ed continued. I guess that makes sense for a prodigy like you. Who would have thought a copy of Glock's An Introduction to Holy Magic actually existed? From the very start, back when it was just a game, I already knew this was an unlearnable magic. Holy magic is a school of magic that can manipulate time, space, and the mind at will. Power-wise, it's unrivaled, but because it bends and breaks the laws of nature, it's the most baffling type of magic and has barely ever been researched. Setting aside how dangerous it is, just understanding it is already incredibly difficult, let alone mastering it like Lucy. Lucy solely comprehended it through her innate intuition, so trying to teach it to someone else is pretty much impossible. Man, if only Professor Glock were here. He had mastered Holy Mana too, and he probably could have given me some solid advice. Yeah, if Professor Glock were still alive, things would be a lot easier. Ed sighed as the images of the professor slowly faded away. While Ed was still spacing out over memories of the past, a voice suddenly rang out, snapping him right back to reality. No way, another girl? No matter how grand your manly ambitions are, this mini is really pushing it. It was Zix. Ed was so startled, he dropped the stack of books he had just brought over. If you're not careful, a literal living hell is going to catch up to you, Senior Ed. Ed realized he was being massively misunderstood. He quickly unsummoned Marilda, causing her to slowly fade away. Whoa, wait, what gives? I was right at the good part, Marilda complained, looking utterly bewildered. Zix immediately apologized. Oh, sorry about that. So it was a spirit. I met her last time. I really should have read the situation better. Don't worry about it. What brings you here anyway? Zix pointed at the pile of books and spoke up. These are the old magic books you asked to be taken care of, Senior. All right. Tell like I said thanks. I wanted to review the basics a bit, but constantly borrowing books is kind of hassle. Carrying this heavy stack all the way here must have been a workout. Thanks. Is there anything I can do to return the favor? Don't worry about it. But if it's really bugs you that much, why don't you come work with me in the student council? Zix flashed a cheerful smile at the suggestion. That's a tough one. But after what happened last time, Tanya. Oh no, the student council president actually trusts me quite a bit. It seems like she wants to keep reliable people close to her. In other words, she's trying to see if you'd be interested in joining the student council. Hearing this, Ed questioned, can she just put it together on a whim like that? No, I don't think it's on a whim at all. Having a freshman serve as student council president is a first in Sylvania's history. She's likely planning to turn this administration into one of the most powerful cabinets ever seen. Lady Kuro, a junior and the top valedictorian of the senior class, has already joined the student council along with. Word is that Joseph, the top freshman in the magic department, senior Anise, an outstanding junior teaching assistant, and senior Dorothy, the top senior in the alchemy department, are joining next. And among them is you, senior Ed. It really looks like she's trying to gather everyone who is both exceptionally talented and trustworthy. Zix sat down next to Ed. In the end, you're going to turn it down, right? It's totally understandable. You're researching magic engineering, practicing spirit realm arts, working out, living in the woods, and you're an honor student on top of all that. Now that you're training in a new type of magic too, it'd be hard to take on anything else. Even though I kind of saw it coming, the president is probably going to be pretty disappointed. Saw it coming? In reality, ever since Ed stepped in to save Tanya, the plot had already veered into uncharted territory. Small predictions seemed completely pointless now. To begin with, Zix joining the student council was already a surprise, but the entire roster of participating members was totally unexpected. Timing-wise, a joint combat practice session is coming up soon. This is the biggest event right before heading into the final battle of Act 3, the subjugation of Lucy. This event is a trial that the main cast, now sophomores, will have to face once again. If everything went according to the original plot, Claude, the top freshman in the alchemy department, would lose the final battle. He would desperately down a forbidden drug called Demon God's Blood. Because it was an event with a pretty grim outcome, Ed remembered it vividly. But now, the storyline had completely spiraled out of his control. Either it would play out exactly as he knew it, or it would take a radically different turn. From this moment on, this was completely uncharted territory, even for someone like him. Cutting to another scene, a massive carriage was making its way towards Sylvania Academy. This carriage was so colossally large that if the mages hadn't pulled an all-nighter reinforcing weight reduction magic on it, it wouldn't have been able to budge at all. The massive escort force, looking like a literal army, made the residents of the Holy Land exclaim that it was practically a mobile palace. The operational costs were so astronomical that even the Pope rarely let this carriage leave the Holy Capital. Up on top of the carriage, two people sat watching the view. It was Archbishop Verdio. He spoke up with excitement. The distance is much farther than I thought. I'm just glad I can come all this way myself to check on the saint's condition. Sitting opposite him, the other person was Pope Eldon. He slowly chimed in. Indeed, thanks to you arranging the schedule to visit the surrounding nobles' territories, this itinerary worked out perfect. We're finally about to arrive in Sylvania. Back in the student council president's office, she was currently swamped with preparations for the upcoming event. I heard His Holiness the Pope is visiting. Is everything going smoothly with the arrangements? Man, the workload is already piling up. Pope Eldon, the ruler of the Holy Land of Carpa, and Archbishop Verdio, the Pope's right-hand man, are arriving at the same time. What on earth is the real motive behind this visit? Tanya glanced down at the report. Chapter 3, God's Grace, and performing a new baptism ceremony? Those words are just a formality. The real deal is this right here, isn't it? It was a meeting request form. They must be worried about St. Claris. After all, she's the literal heart of the church. Huh. There's another meeting request. Holding the document, Tanya couldn't help but wonder. Who could a figure as grand as His Holiness possibly want to meet? Who is this sophomore, Elvira? At any rate, we need to set up a schedule so they can audience with the saint. Yes, I understand. While everyone was hectic with the upcoming tasks, things were no different over at the saint's room. Today, the Pope from the Holy Capital was visiting. Because of that, she wouldn't be playing the role of Keely today. Instead, for the first time in a very long while, she would appear before the students as the actual saint. The head maid was helping her with her dress and appearance. Belle, today is the day of a joint combat practice, right? Yes, it happens to coincide with the day His Holiness visits. The saint's expression turned a bit somber. I was really looking forward to the chance to interact across the different year levels. What a shame. The saint herself had absolutely no desire to return to the holy capital. Life at the academy felt just like a dream, and she still hadn't met the people she needed to meet. The girl who used to tend to the holy flame and always kept her eyes on the wide world, the poet Adele at the mountain pass. She had tried walking along the paths where she might cross paths with the juniors, but that person was inherently elusive, popping in and out like a ghost. Even here, bumping into her in person was incredibly difficult. The saint wanted to see that person again soon. The stories about her friend, about the time they overcame the exam together. Even she, who had always just been a listener, now had stories of her own that she wanted to share. The saint looked down, her mind flooded with endless thoughts. Still, I don't want to tell these stories to the Pope at all. The class valedictorian breaking into the dormitory and completely trashing the place. A ruined noble getting caught up in a murder case. If Verdio, who always stresses living a pure life, heard about these things, he'd definitely tell me to leave the academy immediately. Verdio's words were always hard to turn down, not because he was some master of mind reading or manipulation, but simply because he was like a mentor figure, making it really tough for her to say no. Noticing the tense look on the saint's face, Belle spoke up comfortingly. "St. Claris, you can relax a little bit." "Oh dear, do I look that tense?" "Anyway, things are fine for now. I just need to make sure nobody finds out about my secret identity. As long as I can do that, I won't have to leave the academy." Speaking of which, something suddenly crossed the saint's mind, making her anxious. Wait a minute, there is someone who knows my real identity. That's Ed Rott Taylor. Though he seems like the tight-lipped type. But still, what if Verdio and Ed Rott Taylor cross paths? What if, even by a 1 in 1,000 chance, Verdio uses mind reading and finds out Ed Rott Taylor knows who I am? That would ruin everything. If that happens, my life at the academy is over. This is bad. The saint's entire body trembled with fear, causing even Belle to panic with worry. "My lady, would you like me to brew a cup of tea?" "No, I'm fine." She turned around, her voice soft. "It's just, I need a small favor." "Belle, get me ready to go out immediately." "Huh, we're on a pretty tight schedule." "Forgive me, but where are you planning to go?" The saint slowly uttered the name. "It's Ed Rott Taylor. If I can just see him, maybe I'll be able to calm down." The saint's face flushed bright red from a mix of embarrassment and anxiety, her eyes wide with anticipation as her breathing turned rapid and rushed. "I want to see him right now, as soon as possible." Behind her, Belle still couldn't wrap her head around what was happening. "Are you serious?" Familiar scenes flashed through her mind. She couldn't understand why the saint wanted to see Ed so bad. But in all honesty, Belle didn't want Ed and the saint to meet up at all. The students were gathering in front of the bulletin board, displaying the matchup list for the upcoming combat practice exam. Further back, Ed and Janica were calmly sitting down, sipping their morning tea. She spoke up wistfully. "I don't have any challengers for this joint combat practice exam." Ed replied softly. "Don't you have anyone you want to challenge personally?" Wouldn't that be a little too arrogant?" Ed's face grew pensive as thoughts began racing through his mind. The joint combat practice session had already begun. Just like last year, this was an exam where students fought each other, and the results would count toward their grades. It wasn't unusual at all for lowerclassmen to face upperclassmen. Freshmen had the right to challenge sophomores or higher if they felt confident in their strength. The only difference from last year was that this year's rules allowed students to proactively send out challenge letters to duel anyone they wanted. Currently, according to the script, none of the Class A freshmen were participating in this practice. Because of that, everyone was fired up to take down the sophomores. The protagonist generation, in particular, gathered a ton of outstanding talents. Lucy alone was enough to carry against all the remaining opponents. That's why the freshman versus sophomore matches promised to be highly entertaining and worth watching. However, barely anyone cared about the matches between juniors and seniors. Janica chimed in. What should we have for dinner tonight? There's a little meat left in Ludio's cafeteria. Maybe we can just sprinkle some salt on it and grill it to keep things simple." Looking at the overall playing field, the junior class that Ed and Janica belonged to didn't really have any remarkable talents to speak of. Last year, aside from Janica defeating Ludio, almost no one among the juniors managed to beat their underclassmen. Consequently, as far as the seniors were concerned, they could send a challenge letter to just about anyone and easily walk away with a win. On the flip side, those who were way too powerful didn't receive any challenge letters at all. Janica's face lit up, her voice sweet. "You're still diligently reading that book Lucy gave you, Ed?" "Yeah, it's a pretty important book, so I'm probably just going to focus on reading it for the time being." Hearing that, Janica's expression instantly slumped. Is it really that important? Ed was in the same boat as Janica. He hadn't received a single challenge letter either. Looks like he was considered a top-tier powerhouse now, too. Of course, there was always the option to challenge someone first, but given Janica's personality, that probably wasn't going to be easy. Originally, Ed just wanted to quietly enjoy his life. He had zero desire to draw attention to himself. Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting right through his train of thought. "Everyone, clear the way. The saint is arriving." Out of the way, an incredibly magnificent carriage drove straight into the campus courtyard, right where Ed was sitting and reading. His face turned blank with surprise. Ed was trying to figure out just how twisted the script had become. He directed his gaze toward the carriage, panic rising inside him. What on earth is going on? The saint coming here in person at a time like this makes absolutely no sense. Originally, because the Pope's visit coincided with the combat practice session, she shouldn't have been able to participate. Could the Pope's visit have been pushed back? If so, what could the reason be? Is there another major plot twist that I don't know about? Instantly, Janica's eyes went from stunned to wide-eyed surprise, and even Ed couldn't believe this was actually happening. The saint appeared right in front of the two of them, flashing a gentle, elegant smile. "I should have sent a letter first, but since I wanted to see you sooner, I decided to come straight here. I hope you don't mind the sudden visit, Senior Ed." Her face lit up with joy, her voice airy, her white hair leaving everyone completely captivated. As the saint stepped closer, both Ed and Janica bowed politely out of etiquette. "I can't stay here for too long, but it would be wonderful if we could chat for even a little bit." "It's an honor, my lady." Janica's body shuddered with sheer excitement. "Yes, I am Janica Failover, Your Holiness. Getting to see you up close like this is a true honor." She turned around and tugged on Ed's sleeve as if trying to say something. Ed knew that even though she lived in the countryside, a third of the Empire's population were followers of the Telos faith. It made perfect sense for Janica to react that way upon meeting the church's saint. Ed tried his best to keep his composure, directing his gaze at the girl in front of him, while chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind. "Whoa, what am I supposed to do here?" Seeing her in person, it's really hard to believe that she and Kylie Ekner are the exact same person. "I heard that the Pope and the Archbishop are about to visit the Academy. Is it really all right for you to be out here right now?" "Ah, His Holiness is indeed visiting in person." Fortuitously, the schedule lined up flawlessly. Since the combat practice matchup list is being posted right around this time, I guessed that Senior Ed would be here. Luckily, I guessed right. Does that mean she came all the way here specifically to see me? But why? The saint gently picked up the teacup. "His Holiness is indeed a sharp and wise man, but accompanying him, Archbishop Verdio is just as formidable. Sometimes I wonder if he actually has the ability to read other people's minds." This was the saint dropping a subtle hint, so Ed would know to watch his step and keep things hidden. The mind-reading ability that Archbishop Verdio possessed was truly bizarre. Could that be a form of holy magic too? Either way, people always say the Archbishop can see right through human hearts. Hearing that, Ed replied smoothly, "I see." Inside his mind, he was working hard to piece together the clues. Verdio reads minds? The ability to see through thoughts? Ed's eyes widened as the real reason finally clicked for him. So that's how it is? For Claris to go through all this trouble just to drop these awkward hints, there definitely had to be a reason. Archbishop Verdio can read minds, and she's terrified that he might find out that I know her real identity. Drawing from his own knowledge, he spoke up slowly. Is it really that extreme? Archbishop Verdio truly is a force to be reckoned with. Of course, for a fallen noble of lowly status like myself, I'll probably never have the chance to meet him face to face anyway. Is that so? Ed looked straight into the saint's eyes, signaling that he understood exactly what she wanted. Yeah, since I'm busy with the joint combat practice anyway, I'll most likely never get the chance to meet Archbishop Verdio in person. The saint closed her eyes, looking relieved. Absolutely never, right? Suddenly, Janica's voice caught her off guard. "Your Holiness, does that mean you came all the way out here just to see Ed?" "Oh, that? Yes, I suppose so." Janica's face went frantic, her eyes suddenly filled with an intense, fierce glare like she was facing a romantic rival. "So, right before meeting the Pope, during such a stressful time. You personally brought your carriage all the way out here just to see Ed? Oh no, that's not it. I mean, I'm only human too, so of course I get anxious and nervous. So, at times like that, occasionally, well, there are people you just want to see. People who suddenly pop into your mind, making you want to just catch a glimpse of them. I mean, it's really just because I'm stressed out. The more she tried to explain herself, the more the saint's words caused everyone around them to misunderstand. It seemed the saint was terrible at hiding her true feelings. Her face turned bright red, her voice faltering as she made an embarrassed expression. Just someone I wanted to see, just a person I unconsciously wanted to lay eyes on. It felt like I couldn't handle the heavy atmosphere anymore. The saint immediately stood up, making a run for it. Oh goodness, time flies so fast. His Holiness must be arriving soon. I have to go. She quickly hopped back into the carriage, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished, leaving nothing behind but a thick cloud of dust filling the air. Everyone turned their gazes dead straight at Ed, 100 massive question marks floating over their heads. What on earth is his relationship with the saint? Ed held his head in utter helplessness. He had no clue why everyone was suddenly grilling him with their eyes. Whether she was the saint or Clarice, she was definitely the type of person he couldn't afford to hang around for too long. Cutting back to the student combat practice session, cheers and shouts echoed all around the area. Standing there was Ed and a senior student who looked incredibly buff. He didn't get any challenge letters either. Hi, Ed. Right, you're Kordek Vike, aren't you? I did a little digging, heard rumors among the underclassmen that you're supposed to be pretty strong. See? They're really just a bunch of weak juniors after all. Tuning out his opponent's provocations, Ed calmly kept mulling over his own thoughts. Seriously, what the hell just happened earlier? Across from him, the arrogant senior started up his trash talk. You better brace yourself. In the freshman and sophomore practice matches, there's a rule banning mid-tier magic or sharp weapons. But things are different for juniors and seniors. He laughed out loud. So, before we duke it out, let's get things straight. You probably already know, but let me remind you clearly. I am Kordek Vike, vice captain of the senior combat squad. Up in the stands, the spectating students couldn't help but feel anxious. Even if sharp weapons are allowed, stuff that's too dangerous with high lethal force is still banned, right? But dude, Senior Kordek, that's clearly a straight-up battle axe. I was so worried thinking about the possibility of having to face that senior. All right, Edrot Taylor, Kordek Vike, both sides are ready. Let the match begin right now. Kordek charged forward without a moment's hesitation, swinging his axe with eyes full of bloodlust. Ha, my blood is pumping. I'm not holding back just because this is a practice match. If fear is already creeping into your body, it's still not too late to throw in the towel. Ed stayed silent, merely letting out a soft sigh. He raised his hand, ready to cast his magic and shut the guy up. It was the mid-tier magic spell, point-blank detonation. Kordek's attack was shut down mid-air before it could even graze his body. A massive, powerful explosion completely engulfed Kordek, roasting him crisp, just like the big game he was talking earlier. He lay sprawled out on the ground, his entire body battered after tanking the full force of the attack. A mage's reflexes, how can they be this insanely fast? He's just a junior. Last year, he was just some worthless nobody, not even worth paying attention to. Where on earth did this monster crawl out from? Ed's face remained deadpan and cold, his gaze piercing right through the soul of any enemy daring to block his path. He unleashed a finishing blow combining fire and water magic, thoroughly roasting the arrogant, loud-mouthed bully. The other students who witnessed Ed's performance stood there with their jaws dropping to the floor. Is he really that strong? Ed had taken exactly 5 seconds to wrap up this fight. He had intentionally held back to avoid causing any critical injuries. But if he wanted to stretch the match out any longer, he would just have to crush him with higher-level magic. Ed spoke up, giving his final courtesy. Thanks for the match. Cheers and applause erupted all around them. But Ed didn't pay much attention, mostly because his mind was elsewhere and he had completely forgotten something important. Setting aside the Saints' unexpected behavior for a moment, Ed led Janica to her arena, because if she went by herself, Janica would undoubtedly get lost again. On the way to the arena for the match with Kordek, he unexpectedly ran into someone completely unpredicted. It was Adele. She was sitting there happily playing her strings as usual. Oh, we meet again, Senior Ed. Ed questioned her curiously. What are you doing here? This is Lucate Hall. Sophomores are supposed to be over at New Hall. Fate works in mysterious ways. People often say destiny is like the wind, just blowing us around. It seems we've accidentally crossed paths quite a few times. Hearing those words, Ed's face stiffened, and he had no idea how to even respond appropriately. Well then, I'll be going first. Ed knew perfectly well that after this combat practice session ended, Adele Saris was going to die. If it were before, Ed would have hesitated, calculating to keep the script on track, but from the moment Tanya became the student council president, the plot had completely warped. Even if he once thought it was just arrogance, even if he told himself it was something he shouldn't interfere with, the people he had let go like that ultimately left a void in his mind that couldn't be filled. Simply turning a blind eye and ignoring everything wasn't easy either. Ed clenched his fists, a newfound determination burning inside him. "Hey, Adele." She turned her face around. What's up, Senior Ed? You're about to die." The atmosphere seemed to freeze at that exact moment, every single word engraving itself deeply into their minds. It's hard to believe, right? It's only when I have to explain it that I realize. Before he could even finish his sentence, Adele left Ed completely dumbfounded. I know. Adele's face remained as bright as ever, as if she knew perfectly well that this was the fate of a prophet like herself. There was no sadness at all, only an endless serenity and purity. Ed immediately kicked the door open. What the hell? She knows she's going to die? How on earth does she know that? Could she also be someone who reincarnated into this novel, just like me? No way. Ed hurriedly ran off somewhere. First, I need to quickly find Taylor to figure out just how badly the script has been warped. After that, I can worry about Adele. Suddenly, an unexpected earthquake hit. The students around Ed started panicking. An earthquake? What's going on? He quickly opened a window to check. Even though the script has veered wildly off course, I've always stayed prepared, constantly anticipating every possible scenario. But what's happening right now isn't just off script. It completely defies any of his calculations or imagination. Ed's eyes widened. Why the hell is that thing appearing here? A horrific disaster that human strength couldn't possibly hope to stop. It was the final boss of the failed swordsman. The Holy Spear Dragon had awakened. According to the game's plot, the protagonist, Taylor, had defeated all the strongest freshmen. However, the moment he stepped out of the arena, a defining catalyst event took place. Claude, the one who drank the evil god's blood, after being taken down, happened to be a member of the string club, and that ultimately led to Adele's sudden death. At the time, no one knew exactly how Adele died. That event triggered a pivotal shift. St. Claris, who had been an innocent and carefree child, completely lost all faith in the church. She transformed into a completely different person. The Infidel Saint, a name that even gamers criticized as a ruined character due to her overly abrupt shift. The church, wanting to suppress the infidel saint who had rebelled against them, sent an army to Aiken. Claris faced the church's army all by herself and slaughtered them all in her pure rage. Finally, it leads to the awakening of the final boss, Lucy. This was the original script for Act 3, but everything was completely trash now. The appearance of the Holy Spear Dragon, Velbrock, here was an absolute impossibility. It was the final boss of Act 5, the one holding all the secrets to the plot lines in the failed swordsman of Sylvania, the absolute strongest monster in the entire series. Ed's eyes widened in sheer horror. What on earth is happening? The entire flow of the story had changed. With just a single, casual stomp, an entire section of the academy was reduced to absolute rubble, thick clouds of dust billowing everywhere. That wasn't some high-tier magic spell. It was merely a basic movement from the Holy Dragon. A single step down was enough to plunge everything into a literal apocalypse. Ed dropped to his knees, struggling not to get blown away by the terrifying shockwave. Ed's face twisted with intense anxiety, and he gritted his teeth in anger. If I'd stayed right where I was, I'd be completely toast by now. Half of the residential building vanished in a split second. He had luckily survived because he was over in the faculty building. All around him now were the frantic screams of students running for their lives. Ed knew well enough that his survival so far was a miracle of nature. Realizing this, Ed immediately vaulted out the window and dove down. At this point, Ed had no other choice but to use the ring left behind by Professor Glock. Even if he tapped into this mana, it meant he wouldn't be able to use magic for the next several years. He might even lose the ability to cast spells forever. Worse yet, he might not even keep his life. But he knew he couldn't afford to stop here. Ed raised his hand, activating his ultimate mana, Marilda was instantly summoned in her fully realized form. She quickly caught Ed and bolted. Either way, if he didn't intervene in this disaster, countless people would definitely die. Ed's face hardened with pure determination. Move, Marilda. Meanwhile, over at the main building, the aftershocks felt like they were about to swallow the entire place whole. Saint, you need to run right now. Clarice slumped hard onto the ground, surrounded by nothing but ruins and destruction. I know, just look after the others. You guys need to hurry. A guard spoke up, completely exhausted. Saint, take my hand. I'll escort you to the carriage we've prepared. Before he could even finish his sentence, sharp projectiles shot out from nowhere like a cyclone, shredding everything in their path. They tore through the armor as easily as if it were flimsy cardboard, stealing the knight's lives in the blink of an eye. The saint took quite a few heavy hits herself. Luckily, she was protected by her holy barrier, which barely managed to save her life. The entire battlefield plunged into chaos, thick dust, and smoke blotting out the entire area. The saint slowly opened her dazed eyes, looking toward the fallen knights. What on earth is going on? Are those sharp shards stuck in them dragon scales? Just dragon scales falling to the ground caused an earthquake like this. Is this nightmare ever going to end? Another knight quickly rushed over to escort the saint. You must leave here immediately. Forgive my rudeness. He barked in a frantic voice. Coachman, get the carriage out here now. Out of the rubble, a man was struggling to pull a horse out with a badly injured arm. Saint, the carriage has been destroyed too. Please take this horse instead. It's highly trained. It will take you across the Mare Bridge to get off Aiken. As he spoke, the old coachman handed her the reins. Holding the reins in her hands, the saint's face was still filled with utter panic and fear. I can't really ride. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes filled with absolute horror. The knight who had escorted her out here was catastrophically injured, his arm completely crushed and bleeding nonstop. His ragged gasps signaled that his remaining time was incredibly short. Just hold onto the reins tightly and hug the horse's neck. Without hesitating, the knight quickly slapped the horse, urging it forward. Go, move, at all costs. Get the saint off this island. Just like that, rider and horse bolted through the bloody battlefield, leaving behind the knights who had fulfilled their noble duty. They truly deserved respect after what they sacrificed today. Sitting on the horse's back, the saint couldn't stop crying. To her, what was unfolding here was just too brutal and agonizing. She had thought it was just some exaggerated tale from ancient myths, but it was exactly what the Pope used to read to her. Those bloody images and the ruined battlefield played out in her mind, looking as if they were ripped straight out of a holy scripture. The holy spear dragon Velbrock, the monster that brings about the extinction of humanity. Why on earth did it have to show up here? The mana packed into its breath was as blindingly powerful as the sun. A single deathly breath was enough to make thousands perish in vain. A human, no matter how talented, could only accept death when standing before a presence that was practically a deity. Waves of power like hellfire scorched the earth as it slowly descended, doling out an inescapable doom. The saint squeezed her eyes shut. There was nothing more she could do. Suddenly, a high-tier magic spell was unleashed by someone, a wide-area mana neutralization barrier. She lifted her despairing eyes toward the sky, where an incredibly powerful barrier had just materialized. It was none other than Principal Abel. He had cast his highest-level magic to shield the Academy from the dragon's devastating blast just now. Even though the saint didn't know who he was, she was profoundly grateful for what he did. But while things looked promising, the reality was quite the opposite. The principal's face was lined with deep worry. Damn it, even high-tier magic could only deflect that breath by a fraction. You've awakened way too early. Holy Spear, Dragon Velbrock. Utterly ignoring the principal's words, the dragon pressed its attack with its razor-sharp claws. It lunged straight at Principal Abel without giving him a single second to catch his breath. Are you insane? It's not even giving me time to chant. Out of nowhere, another high-tier magic spell was unleashed by someone else. High-tier Flame Chain of Destiny. Chains manifested from thin air, binding the claws that were hurtling toward the principal. It was Lucy. She had arrived to fulfill her promise. If this academy ever faces a massive danger it can't defend against, I'll step in to help. Just this once. Grandpa, can you lend me a bit of your strength? Before they could even celebrate, things took an even worse turn. The Holy Spear Dragon let out a furious roar. It swung its massive arm violently, shattering all the chains into tiny pieces. The arm kept hurtling forward, completely unstoppable. Lucy's eyes went wide. This was the first time her magic had been shattered so effortlessly. A devastating smash blasted Lucy away, slamming her into the ground. She skidded for dozens of meters before finally crashing into a wall. The entire path was plowed up by the sheer force of the impact. The Saint couldn't even stay steady in her saddle anymore. The shockwave from the crash was so violent that it kicked up a blinding cloud of dust. Even so, Lucy wasn't going to be taken down that easily. She was protected by her familiar mana shield. Lucy's face remained as nonchalant as always. She sat there, watching the principal finish his job. "Thanks for buying me some time, Lucy." It looked like the principal had finally finished chanting his spell. High-tier defense. Aegis of the Creator God. The massive shield gradually pushed the Holy Dragon back, if only by a fraction. After reading the situation, Lucy quickly took flight to assist the principal with the defense. It was an absolutely spectacular sight. Somewhere beneath the rubble, the Saint was paralyzed with fear. Her face showed nothing but absolute, rock-bottom despair. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her heavy breaths ragged, her voice heartbreakingly weak. Gasp, gasp. Need to get to the Mare Bridge quickly and get off this island. I have to escape this place. She looked down at her hands, which were stained bright crimson with blood. What am I supposed to do now? All around the Saint, beside shattered rock, were scattered corpses. They had died a truly tragic death. Those images would haunt her for the rest of her life. In the sinking quicksand of despair that was closing in, a familiar voice suddenly cut through. "Are you all right, Saint?" It was Ed Rott Taylor. He had also been severely injured while searching for her. His arm was badly damaged after forcefully overdrawing borrowed mana. "Luckily, you're still here. Are you hurt anywhere?" Ed spoke firmly, reaching out his hands to rescue the Saint. She asked in utter confusion, "How did you know I was here?" "Well, didn't you have a meeting with some VIPs? I figured there was no place more fitting than the main hall." "All right. I was riding toward the Mare Great Bridge." "That's completely useless. Even if you manage to leave this island right now, you won't get out of that dragon's attack range. You'll just be targeted repeatedly. Come on, take my hand." Ed slowly pulled the Saint up onto Marilda. He couldn't let a key character like her die. Ed knew full well that human strength alone couldn't stand a chance against that thing. Even with Lucy and Principal Obel joining forces right now, the best they could do was buy as much time as possible. He remembered every single crucial detail from the original script. Only Taylor could actually deal damage to that dragon. But that would only happen after the protagonist maxed out his power level and mastered the final Holy Sword ritual. "So what the hell can I even pull off with this pathetic bit of strength?" he yelled out. "Let's go, Marilda." "No, you need to snap out of it. The original script has completely gone off the rails. First, we need to quickly track down the root cause of this massive deviation. Maybe over there, we can find a way to suppress the breakneck pace of the plot." Initially, he thought everything was his fault. If the plot wasn't playing out normally, then he had to be the main cause. But even if a butterfly's flap could stir up a storm, it shouldn't be enough to bring down the whole world. Why the hell is the ending that's supposed to happen in Act 5 triggering right now in Act 3? First, he had to figure out who accelerated this progression. He needed to gather information on the key characters of Act 3 based on priority. Lucy was currently locked in combat with the Holy Spear Dragon, so she couldn't possibly be the cause. St. Claris looked like she had absolutely no clue what was happening either. The protagonist, Taylor, could be ignored for now. He was probably busting his ass trying to save people. His gaze darkened, deep in thought. Then, besides me, is there someone else warping the script? No. Could it be? Shifting to New Hall, the place was also taking a massive amount of collateral damage. "Run for your lives." Someone was holding a notice form. "Adele Saris, Claris, please wait until the next match schedule is posted. The practical application session in Arena 3 is canceled due to the Saints' sudden schedule conflict." Adele strolled casually through the ruined corridor. What a pity. We were so close to meeting each other. But I guess it's fine. No matter what, the wind will rise again. That's just how things always go. According to the game's original plot, the final boss of the story, Velbroke, was supposed to appear in the final act. Yet, somehow, it had manifested right in the middle of Act 3. We definitely can't take it head-on. If Ed could find the trigger that woke it up, he could find a way to seal it back down. Ed had factored in all the core essential characters of this third act. It wasn't Lucy, and it wasn't Taylor. Given how panicked the saint was, she probably wasn't the cause either. If that was the case, then there was definitely only one person left: Adele. Even though she knew about her own death ahead of time, she remained completely unfazed. Something was clearly off. First, Ed had to find her, and then he would get to the bottom of everything. He had to get Clarice to safety first, then go look for Adele. Ed dashed off at top speed, because he knew perfectly well that he didn't have much time left to think. The man of the ring was borrowing from the future was reaching its absolute limit, and his body couldn't hold out much longer either. "We're here, Saint." Luckily, the defensive magic at Awfulest Hall has been activated, so we should be safe here. Clarice's face filled with deep worry. "Say, Senior, it's fine. It will be best if you wait inside for a bit." Ed turned back, looking toward Abel Hall. Its defensive magic had been activated too, but a massive hole had been blown straight through it after taking that blast just now. The dragon scales from Velbroek's first attack had rained straight down here and demolished everything. Most of the shields were severely compromised. Even if they weren't shattered, they were heavily damaged. The saint's face twisted in panic, tears streaming down nonstop as her voice choked up. Everyone inside Awfulest Hall hadn't wasted any time. Ed quickly grabbed the saint's hand and spoke up. "This isn't the end yet. We can't give up here." And the saint bolted straight inside. The fact that the defensive magic inside Abel Hall was active proved that someone had to be here. Someone must have triggered the spell from the control room on the top floor of the hall. If that was the case, there was a very high chance that survivors were still up there. He and the saint rushed upstairs and flung the room door wide open. He thought whatever was waiting inside would be the key to fixing everything, but it wasn't. The scene that materialized before his eyes left them both completely paralyzed. Sprawled out, right in front of them, was the head maid, Belle. She was lying in a massive pool of blood, her entire body riddled with fatal wounds caused by those razor-sharp dragon scales. The two of them rushed over immediately. The saint desperately tried to find a way to save Belle. "I'll use holy magic to save her, no matter what it takes." Ed surveyed the situation unfolding before his eyes and clenched his teeth in total helplessness. There's no hope left. She took the first hit. Then, even though her entire body was fatally wounded, the headmistress still managed to crawl up here in her dying moments. All she could do in this state was activate the protective barrier. She did everything she could for the survivors, not even knowing for sure who was left. With what little strength she had left, Belle managed to hand the key to the Saintess's room over to Ed. The moment he accepted the key was also the exact moment Belle's mission was complete. She drew her final breath in the arms of Ed and the Saintess. "Lady Belle, please wake up." The Saintess cried out, her voice dripping with sheer despair. Inside Ed's head, a chaotic storm of thoughts rushed in. She would definitely say something like this: "I only did what I had to do." That image reminded Ed of a soldier in war. They sacrificed themselves for a higher cause, for the people back home they want to protect. The faint glimmer of light in the Saintess's eyes just completely went out. "Quickly, teach this can't be happening." Ed used his hand to gently stroke Belle's eyes shut. Her face looked peaceful, as if she were just sleeping, but she would never wake up again. Cradling Belle's rapidly cooling body, the Saintess couldn't accept this painful reality. No way. Lady Belle will be fine. She's going to be okay." Ed gritted his teeth in pure anger. He knew he didn't have any time to waste. He immediately dragged the Saintess back to her room. He knew Belle had only done what she had to do to protect the Saintess. He wasn't going to let it go to waste, so he used the key Belle gave him to unlock the door to the Saintess's room. High-level magic must have been activated here. As long as it didn't take a direct hit, it should be safe. The Saintess collapsed onto the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Ed stood by the window, watching the outside before speaking up. "Please, pull yourself together, Your Holiness. I'll go outside to check on the situation." She weakly protested with a trembling voice and a look of total despair. "No, outside. It's too dangerous outside." Ed responded with absolute determination. "Look out the window. If we just sit here and wait like this, things are only going to get worse." Before he could even finish his sentence, Ed's eyes suddenly widened in utter shock. "What is that?" A strange but incredibly intricate magic circle appeared right in front of him. It lit up a massive area with its immense power. Could that be a holy rank magic circle? But that's no ordinary holy circle. That kind of structure, could it be? He immediately started tearing through the bookshelf in the Saintess's room. Not this one. This one's unrelated too. This one isn't right either. Senior Ed? Why are you suddenly? It has to be around here somewhere. May, this is the Saintess's room. Introduction to Holy Magic, Applications of Holy Magic, and finally, Glock's Introduction to Holy Rank Studies. Holding the precious book in his hands, Ed started putting the pieces together in his head. Think about it. That adult dragon suddenly came back to life. Adele vanished out of nowhere, and Saintess Claris doesn't know a thing. Most importantly, that holy rank magic circle burning up the sky right now doesn't belong to Abel or Lucy. It's a magic application unlike anything I've ever seen before. While he was still busy trying to figure out what was happening, the holy dragon's violent attacks outside didn't stop for a single second. Principal Abel spoke up in a rage. Can't we block all of its attacks? Damn it, that direction isn't one of the stray attacks flying straight toward the Saintess's room. Inside the room, Ed and the Saintess still had no idea what kind of horror was about to strike. This, right? I get it. Everything was distorted right from the very start, wasn't it? If this is the main storyline's plot route, then it was bound to happen. If that's the case, the root cause lies right there. The Saintess looked completely blank. Senior Ed, did you figure something out? Before she could finish her sentence, the light from the attack flooded the entire room, like an omen of impending doom. It was completely unavoidable. The two of them looked out the window, where nothing but a blinding light covered the entire sky. Waves of magical energy erupted wildly through the air. The Saintess quickly covered her eyes with her hands. What is this light? In the blink of an eye, Ed lunged forward and pulled the Saintess into his arms. An earth-shattering explosion went off, blowing the entire building apart and burying it in a chaotic heap of rubble. As the dust and smoke slowly cleared, what was left behind was a literal hellscape. The Saintess slowly opened her eyes. What she saw before her was an absolute, devastating shock. Ed had thrown up a defensive barrier with every last drop of his strength. He had tried to save the Saintess with everything he had, but the price was devastatingly high. Ed had been impaled by an iron bar. His whole body trembled in agony as fresh blood poured out of him nonstop. Ed's eyes grew hazy, and his voice became weaker by the second. No matter what happens, if you feel like things aren't right, you have to tell me. Tears streamed down the Saintess's face once again. No, Ed, no way, this can't be happening. She watched helplessly as the person who had just saved her life sacrificed himself right in front of her. Ed tried to say his final words, but because his injuries were too severe, he couldn't finish them. Act 3. The Saintess desperately tried to use her holy power to save Ed, but seemed completely useless. Don't say another word. I'll find a way to get you out of here. As soon as those words left her mouth, Ed couldn't hold on any longer. He collapsed onto the Saintess's shoulder and passed away, leaving her with a face of absolute, paralyzed shock. Cradling Ed in her arms, she couldn't stop blaming herself. Senior Ed, please don't die. Outside, fragments of stone and steel began to float up into the air. The condition for the holy rank magic had been fully met, so it was going to activate immediately. No, why did you do that? Why does everyone have to sacrifice themselves for me? What is even the point of me surviving all by myself? Even Ed, I don't want things to be like this. I can't let you die in my place. She sobbed like a child who had been hurt way too many times. No, please don't leave me. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Surprisingly, when the Saintess opened her eyes once again, the entire scene of destruction had completely vanished. She had been sent back in time to an earlier moment, right when she was having tea with Ed and Janica. The exact same familiar scene is repeating itself. The Saintess actually came here in person? Did she come all this way just to see that Ed guy? Do they know each other? What on earth is going on here? Just like usual, Ed spoke up and asked the Saintess. You said you had something to talk about? What is it? Without saying a word, the Saintess immediately rushed forward and grabbed Ed. Everyone around was completely taken aback by her sudden action. Without a second thought, the Saintess yanked Ed's shirt wide open. She needed to confirm it with her own eyes. Ed's face flushed bright red in pure embarrassment. What are you doing, Your Holiness? There are no wounds at all. How? There's no way this makes any sense. Seeing this, Janica got totally flustered and protested vehemently. As Saintess, no matter what, you can't just do that. In broad daylight, in a public place like this is a bit. After finishing her check, the The Saintess pulled back and sank into her chair. She sat there, trying to sort through the chaotic mess of thoughts in her head. Everything up until now could have just been a dream? Or was it a premonition granted by the gods to save everyone? Or was all of it just a hallucination after all? She looked down at her wrist, where something still remained. No way. It was the bloodstain from when Ed had pulled her along to escape. That confirmed one undeniable thing. Everything Clarice had just experienced was completely real. The Saintess clenched her hands into fists, a look of pure relief and happiness washing over her face. I really traveled back in the past. The Saintess tried to recall exactly what she had done this morning. To prevent Senior, Ed, and Vertio, who could use mind-reading magic, from crossing paths, she had a brief conversation with them. After that, the Saintess quickly headed to the main hall to prepare for her meeting. But while she was waiting for the Holy Emperor, something absolutely horrific showed up at the academy. It was none other than the Holy Spear Dragon, Velbro. It roared in pure fury and fired its razor-sharp scales in every single direction. The Saintess's face turned pale with horror. No, oh God, everyone is going to die again. Everyone is going to sacrifice themselves for her again. If things keep going like this, I'm going to die too. The Saintess looked down at her blood-stained hand, her whole body shaking violently from panic and terror. Right across from her, Ed was calmly buttoning his shirt back up. He spoke up, looking puzzled. Saintess, what is going on with you? Before he could even finish his sentence, the Saintess grabbed Ed's hand and started pulling him away. Quick, hurry up. We need to run away from here right now. There's no time to explain. If we don't hurry, we're all going to die. She shoved Ed into the carriage, even though he still couldn't wrap his head around what was happening. No, Your Holiness, Saintess, no way. I can't behave so disrespectfully toward you. What is this even about? Aren't you supposed to go to the main hall to welcome the Holy Emperor? Completely ignoring Ed's protests, the Saintess ordered the driver in a panicked voice. I will take full responsibility, so just drive as fast as you can to the Mayor Great Bridge. As fast as humanly possible. Just like that, the carriage sped off at full throttle, leaving a crowd of completely baffled onlookers behind. What just happened? The Saintess just kidnapped Ed Taylor. Janica's face went totally blank. Take full responsibility? Running away? What on earth happened between those two? Inside the speeding carriage, Ed couldn't take it anymore and had to speak up. Your Holiness, are you just going to keep crying like this? This is getting pretty awkward. Clarice buried her tear-stained face in her hands and spoke with a trembling voice. A giant dragon is about to descend upon the skies of Aiken Island, and then it's going to kill every single one of us. Are you saying? The Saintess looked up, staring straight at Ed. I almost died once, and now I've returned to the past. You saved me once, Senior, and it seemed like you figured something out. But before you could tell me, you were buried under the rubble. You died in my place. She grabbed Ed's hand. Of course, you can't understand what I'm talking about right now. But before you died, you told me, no matter what happens, to find you for help, and that I absolutely had to deliver these words. Even though Ed didn't think the Saintess was making things up, the whole story was just way too hard to believe. You suddenly telling me that leaves me with absolutely no idea how I'm even supposed to react right now. Outside, the road crossing the Mayor Great Bridge was completely blocked off. Your Holiness, there's a checkpoint inspecting everyone, so I'll pull over and wait for a bit. Saintess, we can't take this route anyway, so let's change directions for now, so you can go meet the Holy Emperor first. Ed didn't get to finish. The Saintess instinctively blurred out the numbers Ed had left her in her past life. 1550160. Hearing that, Ed's eyes widened in absolute shock. What did you just say? The road is completely blocked off like this. Your Holiness, because of the Holy Emperor's upcoming arrival, the shipment from the Elter Merchant Guild have been delayed and can't enter the city, so the entire road is backed up right now. The timing is sudden anyway. Ed's voice rang out, full of urgency. Forget all of that. Just break through, screw it, and drive straight ahead. The situation right now is extremely critical. Just smash through whatever you need to get the carriage out of here, any way possible. But doing that will cause a massive scene with the Academy. It doesn't matter. The Saintess is in danger. No, all of us are. This is an absolute emergency, so don't worry about a single thing. After a brief pause, the carriage driver decided to listen to them anyway. All right then. You two better hold on tight. I've been a driver for 22 years now. If I'm exaggerating a bit, I could probably drive right across the ocean. The carriage charged straight ahead, ramming the other carriages out of the way. The holy dragon is about to resurrect, and every single one of us is going to die. Ed decided to completely trust Clarice's wild words. The serial code that just came out of the Saintess's mouth was something that absolutely nobody else in this world could possibly know except for Ed. That was the exact serial number Ed still remembered vividly from before he ever came to this world. It was his military identification number from his past life when he was still serving in the army. The idea of anyone else besides him knowing it was completely impossible. So that's how it is. If even the Awfulest Hall has collapsed, then there's nowhere safe left on this Aiken Island. That's why you chose to run away from there. And if time really did rewind, it definitely has something to do with holy magic. Because out of all existing magic theories, only holy magic has the capability to interfere with time. I'm sweating a bit from pure fear. Are you even listening right now? Yes, just for a moment. I think this was caused by holy magic. That's right. But rewinding time on such a massive scale would completely exceed the limits of human mana capacity. But if what you say is true, Saintess, then the current time matches the prediction exactly. The holy spear dragon Velbroke had truly awakened. It roared powerfully and fired its lethal scales. The range of the attack blanketed all of Aiken Island, making it impossible for the carriage to avoid getting hit. The Saintess screamed out in terror. It's happening again. But even so, this time the Saintess had successfully escaped. Since they had already made it off Aiken Island, everything should be fine now. She slowly peeked her eyes open. But wait, why did everything look exactly like it did back then? That nightmare of a memory was coming back all over again. The carriage was completely destroyed, and the driver had already lost his life to that overwhelming power. From behind her, Ed's weak voice rang out. Are you all right, Your Holiness? She turned around happily, thinking Ed was fine. Yes, Senior. But the reality right in front of her completely crushed all of Clarice's hopes. No, there's no way. It was Ed. He had been impaled by the dragon scales, suffering the exact same fatal wounds as the last time. With what little strength he had left, Ed tried to cheer her up. Saintess, don't give up. You have to keep moving forward. No, you can't. It's okay, I'll save you. The Saintess's face fell in utter helplessness. I'm so sorry that I couldn't do anything to help you at all. I'm just too weak, so I can't do anything besides receive help from everyone around me, and just keep letting other people die in my place. I can't do anything except rely on everything else. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Senior. She sobbed, every single word choked with unbearable emotion. Seeing this, Ed forced his hand up to stroke that small cheek. There's no need to apologize. Stop crying like it's useless. Later on, if there's a chance, I'll help you again. I'll probably still do the same thing. So, you can't collapse here. Keep pushing forward until everything is completely finished. Don't you ever give up. With that, Ed's hands dropped, putting an end to his second death. Senior, Ed, please don't die. The Saintess wrapped her arms around herself, absolutely loathing how utterly useless she was. This stupid piece of trash blessing, it should have gone to someone like you, not me. If it were in your hands, Senior, everyone probably would have been saved by now. Just one time, why does it have to be this hard? Why am I the only one alive while everyone around me dies? If I could just turn back time one more time, I will definitely do better. And just as she wished, time rewound once again back to the moment their conversation started. Saintess, did you rush all the way here just to see me? What on earth is going on? Tears streamed down the Saintess's eyes once again. She was back. Without a second thought, Clarice immediately leaped forward and hugged Ed tightly, utterly shocking all the surrounding students. Saintess, no matter what, I will save Senior Ed at all costs. Everything started playing out like a loop again. She shoved Ed into the carriage, ignoring his complete confusion. Right, this time let's run in the exact opposite direction. The Saintess leaned forward, ordering the driver to head east, the opposite way of the bridge from before. Inside the speeding carriage, the Saintess desperately tried to convince Ed about everything that had happened while choosing a place to hide out. But everything felt like an unavoidable destiny. The attack from the Holy Dragon Velbroke blew the carriage away yet again, no matter how far they ran to the ends of the earth. Cradling Ed's lifeless body in her arms, Clarice was consumed by endless regret. No, it's no use. Even if we run to the opposite side of the island, we still can't avoid the attack. There wasn't enough time to run away. So what was she supposed to do now? The third regression ended right there. Next came the fourth regression, and everything played out exactly the same way. Even though they made it to the western coastal cave based on the senior's instructions, everything still collapsed right before her eyes, and Ed died yet another time. Just like that, the whole thing kept repeating until the 12th loop. Even though the two of them had made it to Professor Glass' secret research lab, they took a direct hit from the Holy Spear Dragon Velbroke's massive area of effect mana attack. Just like always, Ed died for the 12th time. Moving on to the 15th loop, the Saintess still shoved Ed into the carriage, but in the end, Ed still died. By the 20th time, absolutely nothing was any different. And then, countless loops just kept rushing in, torturing Claris's mind. All she could accomplish was making Ed die over and over again. No matter how hard she tried to struggle against it, Ed would still die in some way or another. Being impaled, falling off a cliff, being burned to death. It didn't make a single bit of difference. All that remained in the Saintess's mind now was the endless cycle of Ed's deaths. She had watched him die dozens of times in a single day, and her mind was right on the verge of completely snapping. She had no idea how time was even rewinding like this. But even though she searched the entire academy, Claris couldn't find the Pope or the Archbishop anywhere. Where on earth did they go right when she needed their help? Most importantly, no matter how many times she ran away, the ending just wouldn't change. Why? Why do I have to endure all of this? Why can't I save you even just once, Senior? Throughout the countless time loops, the Senior had always saved her. Ed had died in place of the Saintess across every single timeline. Sitting in the carriage, the chaotic thoughts were slowly breaking her down. Claris desperately tried to mumble Ed's military serial number. She herself had absolutely no clue what the right thing to do was anymore. Your Holiness, someone is checking vehicles over by the Mayor Great Bridge. I'll temporarily stop the carriage to wait. The Saintess glanced outside, her eyes completely filled with despair. Ah, right, we've reached the Mayor Great Bridge. Right about now, Ed is probably going to yell out the window, telling the driver to find a way to break through at all costs to get the carriage out of here. But contrary to her expectations, Ed slowly stepped down from the carriage. First off, please stop the carriage right here. Huh? What? Ed slowly stepped out of the carriage. Please step down, Your Holiness. Okay. He slowly took off the coat he was wearing and spoke up. I don't know how many times time has rewound by now. Except, as he spoke, he draped the coat over the Saintess. I just want to say one thing. Please get some rest. She couldn't understand why Ed would stop the carriage in such a critical, down-to-the-wire situation. But this was the absolute first time Claris had ever experienced this variation. Ed rolled up his sleeves, looking like he already had some sort of plan. I know a few people we can ask for help. This was a change that only happened in this specific regression. Right now, the Saintess was desperately trying to urge Ed to hurry up. We don't have much time left. I don't want to see you die even one more time, Senior. So even if it's right now, we have to hit the road immediately. I've already tried every single way, including forcefully dragging Senior Ed along, running away like this, hiding out like that. I've tried absolutely everything. Even if it was just a glimmer of hope, a tiny possibility, I tried it all, but nothing changed. Everything just keeps repeating so pointlessly. Ed calmly opened a medicine box and spoke up. I already told you it's fine, and it's not pointless. The fact that your body still has unhealed wounds is a massive risk. But if time rewound, why are those wounds still there? The reason is that you're covered by the blessing of holy magic. It has the ability to resist any malicious threat or intent to attack aimed at you. It's a power that protects your body. Not only that, but the holy magic blessing also has the capability to completely resist other holy magic techniques. That's exactly why even Archbishop Verdio's mind-reading technique can't affect you at all. Then why? Why is it that only your memories and wounds didn't rewind? Actually, that question had an answer right from the very start. The phenomenon of time rewinding like this itself was likely carried out by someone's holy magic. And since you were protected from all effects, your memories and wounds remained exactly as they were. Making time rewind like this definitely required the use of holy rank magic. Hearing this, the Saintess's expression looked as if she suddenly remembered something. So that's it. So those were the things you realized at that very moment, Senior. The mana required to execute a massive spell of this scale is precisely holy magic created from divine power. Ed flashed a gentle smile after he finished speaking. Now do you see a new path forward? From the beginning until now, how many times have you repeated this? Before he could even finish his sentence, the Saintess quickly rushed forward and hugged Ed tightly, her face covered in streaming tears. I don't even know anymore. Clearly, at first, I was still trying to save everyone. I can't even remember how many times I've returned here. After that number past 10, I just couldn't keep track anymore. Ed stroked her head, his voice gentle. You've done a wonderful job up until now, Your Holiness. First of all, calm down and pull yourself together. You're already way too tired. For those who have thrown themselves against a blocking wall so many times, what they all yearn for is exactly the same, a new direction to solve their problem. Leave what comes next to me. Since we now know the root cause, running away is not the solution to this problem. From now on, we will find the source of the issue and eliminate. Right from the start, back when he played the game, Ed had found everything very strange. Clarice had changed too abruptly, along with Adele's death, turning into the untrusting Saintess after the death of her friend. The image of her thoroughly opposing the Holy Order. Although this was once criticized as breaking her character concept, thinking back on everything, that image was no different from someone who had experienced far too much pain and loss. Her personality changing is completely understandable. In the game, Ed could never have known that things played out like this. But if Clarice had to go through countless loops of this literal hellscape of time, and if she knew that the mastermind behind everything was the very holy order she had always trusted, then on the contrary, the untrusting Saintess is a character concept built with absolute logic. Such psychological development leaves no room for debate. To wrap everything up, nothing in the actual plot line has changed. Ed and Clarice quickly ran toward New Hall to look for backup. Thinking about it this way, it makes sense what Clarice needs to do from here on out. If we just keep running away from the Holy Dragon Velbroke, we'll eventually just end up right back at the beginning. And because of that, we can't defeat the Holy Dragon either. Please listen to me very carefully, Your Holiness. I will stop the resurrection of the Holy Dragon Velbroke. First, we must find the Holy Emperor and the Archbishop, the ones capable of using holy magic on this massive scale. But even during the previous loops, I've asked around so many times, and nobody knows where they are. This is very strange, isn't it? The movements of such high, noble figures should have attracted everyone's eyes and ears, shouldn't they? Yes, it should be like that. Absolutely all eyes and ears must have been locked onto that direction. The two of them ran straight toward the arena under the watchful eyes of a massive crowd of students. Is that the Saintess and Ed Taylor? On the stage, Taylor and Joseph were fighting each other, but both froze for a beat when they saw Ed suddenly appear. Act 3, Scene 5, where Taylor easily wins by utilizing his Sword Saint ritual. But contrary to Ed's expectations, Taylor got smacked on the head by Joseph. Are you distracted? No, look over there. What are those two doing here? Taylor, could this also be part of the plot line? I don't have time to think about these pointless things anymore. The Holy Dragon Velbroke is right on the verge of resurrection. The most important thing right now is to find the whereabouts of the Pope and the Archbishop, who went missing ever since the Telos sect arrived here. The two of them rushed to the place where they could find the information they needed. And the only person who could possibly know that information had to be Lortell. Ed burst straight into her room and spoke up. Sell me some information. Lortell smiled gently and waved her hand to dismiss her subordinates. Well, this face looks quite familiar, doesn't it? Are you planning to do something big again, Senior? She quickly walked over and wrapped her arms around Ed's. Well, let's hear what kind of information you need first. All information on Aiken Island has to pass through Lortell, so she was the absolute best option right now. And if it's Lortell Ketchum, she can keep her cool no matter the circumstances. I guess so. The Saintess slowly peeked out from the other side, taking her completely by surprise. Researching new types of magic all day. Did you happen to learn hypnotism too? Senior, even so, charming the Saintess is a bit too bold of a move, don't you think? Completely ignoring Lortell's teasing, Ed went straight to the main point. There's someone I need to find urgently, at least before the combat practice session ends. Name your price. Hearing this, Lortell's expression turned serious. Then let's hear it. The three of them walked together to the carriage depot located near the Messer Cathedral. Miss President, we have gathered all the information on the people spotted around the Messer Cathedral, just as you requested. Now let's talk about the price. My value is already high, but it might be much higher today. Since you said it was an emergency, I even skipped the final match and came right here with you. As for you, Senior, You've always been like this, so I get it. But seriously, why did the Saintess turn into such a clingy person like that? Honestly speaking, I still can't really accept this. Hearing that, Ed immediately replied, You said you were waiting for the final match, right? If that's the case, it already took quite a bit of time to get here. The joint combat practice must be coming to an end soon. Yeah, I guess so. Lortell, no matter the situation, you never panic. Your ability to analyze the situation and act rationally is always top-notch. Huh, why are you suddenly throwing those compliments at me? It's just that at times like this, that personality trait of yours shines even brighter. So no matter what happens, don't ever panic. If you can take my words seriously. Senior, didn't you just say that we don't have much time left? That's right. Ed turned to look at Lortell, his eyes filled with deep anxiety. We are about to face a literal disaster. Before he could even finish his sentence, Lortell's eyes widened in utter shock. A violent gale swept in. Panic erupted everywhere because the holy dragon Velbroke was about to awaken. The attacks slammed in within the blink of an eye, instantly taking the lives of everyone around them. Countless people lost their lives. Protective barriers were pierced right through. Fortunately, Ed managed to pull Lortell into his arms just in time and save her life. Lortell looked on in horror at the monster before her eyes. Is that the holy spear dragon? Massive wings slowly materialized, immediately followed by violently churning storms. The monster appeared, putting its horrific power on full display. The surrounding scene now was nothing but rubble and the flesh and blood of innocent people flying everywhere. Underneath the wreckage just caused by the holy dragon, Lortell slowly tried to sit up. Of my hand. Suddenly, she peeked her eyes open. Right in front of her at this moment was Ed. He had used all his strength to create a protective shield, so Ed's body had suffered quite serious injuries. Although it wasn't fatal like the previous times, it was still nothing to take lightly. Say, Senior Ed. Lortell's eyes welled with emotion, and tears of relief fell down. So, how high of a price do you want me to pay for this information? It was truly a romantic scene straight out of a fairy tale. Both of them stayed quiet for a moment. It seemed like she was trying to sort through her thoughts. Right after that, Lortell flashed a gentle smile and spoke up. Compared to the price of my life, you still have quite a bit of change left over. As she spoke, she handed the piece of paper to Ed. Ed quickly grabbed it and replied, Keep the change. Oh, really? Seems like I made a pretty good profit on this deal then. The two of them helped each other walk to the safe zone they had discussed. According to the reports of 13 witnesses, the Pope and the Archbishop used a stealth magic circle, then secretly led their elite squad down a deserted path to move. So, the destination is the Academy Sanctuary located deep within the lecture hall district. That is a secret place whose existence is unknown to most people. While the two of them were walking, the Saintess's voice suddenly rang out from inside the carriage. She kicked the door wide open and rushed outside. Say, Senior. In the blink of an eye, the Saintess leaped forward and hugged Ed tightly. Ed, Senior, you can't die anymore. Don't. Are you okay? What do we do? You're bleeding so much. Seeing that scene, Lortell couldn't help but feel anxious. But she quickly regained her usual composure. Stop panicking. Let's move quickly. At least we still have one horse that can move. Even though it's badly injured, it can still take us to the lecture hall district. Talk about luck. Ed quickly climbed up and spoke. We have to hurry. Lortell, give me the reins. Ed reached his hand out toward her. However, Lortell's expression fell. Even with a saddle, it can't carry more than 2 people. So out of the 3 of us, one has to stay behind. Without a single second of hesitation, Ed replied decisively. Sorry, but the Saintess and I have to go. Explaining everything would take way too long. So, not letting Ed say another word, Lortell just let out a soft sigh. Your Holiness, please hurry up. Lortell immediately pushed the Saintess up onto the horse's back. I'm sure you've already figured everything out, Senior, so I won't ask any questions. The rest is up to you, Senior. This is everything I can do to help. As she spoke, she handed the reins to Ed with a cheerful face. Her intention was likely to keep Ed from worrying. Thank you, Lortell. Holding the reins in his hands, Ed said quietly to himself. This debt, I will definitely pay it back one day. Surprisingly, Lortell yanked Ed's hand hard and replied, No need. She stepped hard on the stirrup, pulling herself upward. Right in the middle of the pouring rain and the devastating ruins, Lortell planted a deep kiss on Ed right in front of the Saintess, as if marking her territory. You have to pay me back right now. The Saintess's face flushed bright red in pure embarrassment. Ah, what? But that embarrassment quickly vanished, replaced by fear. Lortell delivered her kiss while shooting a cold, threatening glare straight at the Saintess. Ed is mine. Don't you dare touch him, got it? This is the second time now, isn't it, senior? We have to prepare a backup plan on our side, too. So I wish you two safe. Ed turned back, his eyes full of worry. But right after that, Lortell slapped the horse hard to make it bolt. Hey, Saintess, everything in this world comes with a price. And if you mess with goods that someone else has already claimed, things are going to get completely messy. Lortell stood alone in the rain, waving goodbye to them. Why did that figure look so incredibly lonely? She slowly walked across the bodies of the people beside her. Right, if I remember correctly, the era of disaster caused by the Holy Spear Dragon Velbroke definitely ended 3 million years ago. You have to smile, Lortell Ketchum, because only those who can smile in the face of adversity are the ones who will claim the ultimate victory. After parting ways with Lortell and riding the horse with the Saintess toward the sanctuary beneath the academy, Ed quickly gave her a lot of instructions. His face was urgent, but dead serious. Saintess, you absolutely must remember what I told you. It is a very crucial key. Yes. Her face was filled with deep anxiety. There's no way not to be scared. It's only natural for everyone to want to run away. Facing such a horrific disaster, what else can anyone do besides run? In the end, how can the senior accept sacrificing himself for me to this extent? Before they could run too far, chunks of rock and dirt flew out of nowhere, striking the horse right on the head, causing it to let out a painful cry and collapse to the ground. Seeing this, Ed quickly held the Saintess and slid across the ground. If you get hurt here, the next regressions are going to be real troublesome. The two of them stopped quite a distance away, Ed's entire body heavily injured, causing blood to spill out messily. The Saintess slowly opened her eyes, looking toward Ed. Her voice was trembling and stammering. Senior, you're bleeding way too much. Completely ignoring the Saintess's words, Ed was still deeply lost in his own thoughts. This is indeed a tough battle. It's fine. I've been hurt way worse than this plenty of times. As he spoke, he stood up, ready for the next fight. How can he be this strong? Suddenly, Ed's eyes widened in total shock. It seemed like he had spotted something. Looks like we finally found the right place. Right in front of the two of them now was the Academy sanctuary, and up on the roof stood a figure guarding the place carefully. In the holy capital, a place with a long history and massive scale, there are those honored as the strongest holy magic users. If all of them gathered in one place, even Lucy would have a hard time holding her ground. They're the ones always ready to sacrifice themselves for the god Telos at any moment. Those highly noble titles are granted to exactly 8 unique individuals. That guy was one of the apostles of Telos. Instantly, he leaped straight down and blocked the two of them from entering inside the sanctuary. The Saintess stepped forward and spoke up. Please move away from the entrance immediately. The only weakness of the apostles is their faith. They are the types who wouldn't even care about death as long as it's the Saintess's word. I'm truly sorry, Your Holiness, but this is the command of Holy Emperor Ophilis. From this point forward, no one is permitted to pass, not even you. I only hope you understand that all of this is for your sake. Before he could even finish his sentence, Ed lunged forward with a dagger in his hand without saying a single word. However, the apostle was no weakling to be taken down with a single strike like that. He swung his spear, blocking Ed's attack. Without a second thought, Ed threw something to support her and shouted, Saintess, just charge straight through. You can't, Your Holiness. I already said you cannot pass. The apostle tried to stand in the way to stop her, but something flew right at him. It was a magic tool, Ed's reinforced shock sphere. Sparks of mana erupted, and the very next second, it unleashed a wave of force all around, blowing back everyone in the vicinity. Only the Saintess was protected, so she wasn't affected at all. Being pushed back, the apostle was utterly furious, gritting his teeth in pure irritation. Damn it! Not giving his opponent any time to rest, Ed kept up a fierce, continuous assault. The apostle's eyes widened as he looked to the side, only to see a basic wind magic spell, Windblade, flying straight at his head. But since it was just a basic magic spell, it couldn't pose any real danger to him. With just a simple slash, it was enough to slice the wind blade cleanly in half right then and there. The apostle tried to look after the Saintess who had already run far away, his heart filling with intense annoyance. This is trouble. He turned back to look at Ed, with eyes completely full of killing intent. What is this? Who on earth are you anyway? In front of him, Ed was still standing firm, even though his entire body was heavily wounded. You've already forced yourself to move way too much. While bleeding out this heavily, it's already over for you. You should just give up. Before he could even finish his sentence, Ed threw a ringing reply straight back into his face. A massive amount of mana erupted all over Ed's body. He had used Professor Glass' ring to gamble everything on this battle. Even if he failed, he had to hold him down for as long as humanly possible. Ed's face turned serious, his voice carrying absolute determination. It's not over yet. He cast the intermediate magic mana arrow, firing condensed mana in the form of arrows. Depending on the user's mastery, the number and trajectory of the arrows would change. Seeing this, the Apostle didn't plan on holding back anymore either. He activated the high-level Holy Magic, Holy Body activation, using holy spells to convert all his mana into physical strength. I didn't intend to kill if it could be avoided, but it looks like that's impossible now. The battle kicked off instantly, Ed firing arrows toward the Apostle with every bit of mana he possessed. On the other side, with his swift and agile movements, the Apostle easily dodged all of the arrows. He lunged forward with a loud shout. As a glorious Apostle of Telos, I am Tand, the one who possesses the absolute highest speed. I will take your life right here. You foolish stranger. Each strike of this spear is packed with holy power that pierces through everything, completely unstoppable. Ed was impaled through his left shoulder by the spear. Luckily, it wasn't a fatal wound, but it was still incredibly dangerous. He recalled the words he had said to the Saintess earlier. Please listen to me very carefully, Your Holiness. I'm beyond saving anyway, but I'm not telling you to give up. On the contrary, you have to give it your absolute all in this battle. Even if this exact moment repeats dozens or hundreds of times, your body and mind won't be able to recover like before. I don't know how long you can hold out. So the crucial thing is to completely grasp what is happening. As long as you keep your spirit strong, everything will be fine. Just throw everything you have into moving forward. Even if you have to trade anything for it, it doesn't matter anymore. And if time rewinds once again, you'll have even more opportunities. Finishing his sentence, Ed drove his dagger right through his own hand and the Apostle's, locking him in place so he couldn't escape. I hope this opportunity this time. I hope you can end it absolutely perfectly. Ed's eyes lit up, and so did the ring on his hand. It seemed like it was time to unleash the finishing blow. You utter bastard. The Apostle gritted his teeth in pure rage. Of course, that didn't mean Ed was going to just die easily. He used every last drop of his remaining mana to summon Marilda in her complete form, acting as the closing blade for this brutal battle. Marilda opened her massive jaws, ready for a bloody bite to finish off the enemy. The Apostle, taken completely by surprise, was utterly unable to react to it in time. All he had left were his arms and legs, blood splattering everywhere along with agonizing screams. The Apostle officially became food for Marilda. The battle ended with a razor-thin victory for Ed. However, the injuries he sustained were also incredibly severe. Ed dropped to his knees on the ground, the spear impaling his body, causing way too much blood loss. Marilda shifted into her human form and rushed over. Are you completely insane? Why didn't you summon me right from start of fight? If you did, you wouldn't be in such terrible shape. Ed's voice grew weaker and weaker by the second. He forced out his final words. I lost. My opponent was just too fast and powerful. Don't say another word. You're really not going to make it. Stay with me. Ed's vision began to blur. He held on for just a few more minutes, waiting for something. Inside the sanctuary, the blinding light of holy magic radiated everywhere. It seemed like the Saintess had succeeded. Don't die. I'm telling you, don't die, Ed Taylor. He gently closed his eyes. This was everything Ed could possibly achieve in this lifetime. The rest would have to be left in the Saintess's hands. Rewinding back a few minutes ago inside the sanctuary, the Saintess had run up to a door with a deeply familiar pattern and screamed, Open up! Open up! The door was locked tight, but this was a place the Saintess had visited countless times by now. On the other side was a massive hallway, followed by a sacred holy hall. Not wasting a single second, the Saintess quickly unleashed an attack to shatter the door right in front of her. A massive explosion went off, and the sanctuary door was blown away in an instant, leaving nothing but rock and a thick cloud of dust. Sitting on the ground, the Saintess panted heavily since she had used quite a bit of her power in that last strike. But then, a sight right before her eyes left the Saintess completely stunned. There, it was a girl slowly limping toward the Saintess, her body covered in wounds and blood. It was none other than Adele. She had no idea why Adele was so severely injured. Even though she was in the Holy Hall, the situation right now was extremely critical. The Saintess quickly ran over to support her friend. "You're hurt so badly. What on earth happened here? Adele, why? Why did it turn out like this?" Adele's voice was faint. She was also right on the brink. "Saintess, you arrived earlier than I expected." She struggled to stand firm and pushed the Saintess away. "What did you say?" "Even so, there's no need to turn back anymore." Adele slowly dragged her feet further into the Holy Hall. On her arm was something that looked exactly like the Saintess's. "Adele, is that a holy magic blessing?" To carve that mark, it required an archbishop, 6 bishops, and 8 apostles. Most importantly, it took the entire holy magic of the Holy Emperor. Only one single person could bear this blessing mark. There should have been exactly one person, and that was the Saintess. Adele was actually a second Saintess besides Claris. Her whole body slowly floated up into the air to cast the holy spell to turn back time once again. Claris on the ground still didn't understand why she was doing this. "What on earth is going on, Adele?" Adele turned back with a gentle, serene smile. "There's not much time left. It's all about to end. You just need to endure a little bit longer, Claris." "Claris, what are you even talking about, Adele?" As she spoke, the Saintess tried to stop her best friend. But by now, the holy spell had already been activated, so no matter how hard she tried, the Saintess couldn't touch Adele at all. A blinding light flooded the entire room and spread to where Ed was standing, right before starting a new regression loop, waiting for a better outcome. In the blink of an eye, the Saintess was back at the table talking with Ed. "Saintess, did you have something you wanted to say to me? What is it about?" The Saintess slammed the table and stood up, her expression dead serious. She gritted her teeth in pure anger over what had happened. Yes, she stared straight ahead with intense strength, no longer shedding weak or exhausted tears, replaced instead by a much more powerful determination. "Now, please listen to my entire story." Adele's childhood memories. It was a harbor sky where seagulls spread their wings and fluttered about. There were children playing together very happily, a truly innocent and pure childhood. Suddenly, someone's voice cut right in. "Don't run. You're going to fall. There might be sharp rocks. You always have to look down at your feet when you walk." It was none other than Adele as a child. She turned around with a bright, innocent smile. Her innate talent was already seeing into the future. Adele's parents had left their homeland to escape the war conflicts. They took refuge in the trading city of Odek. Yet, their situation wasn't much better than before. They were exploited, cheated, and lost absolutely everything. And so, day after day, even a single crust of bread became hard to come by. Life felt like it was backed into a dark, dead-end alley. But then, one day, something strange happened. Adele's father started buying her expensive things: premium sandwiches, bottles of milk, and delicious cookies. These were things they could never afford before. Adele sat on the bench, quietly enjoying them. "Adele, Daddy has a bit of business to take care of. Wait here, okay?" His voice sounded exhausted, yet he was clearly trying to hide something. Still, Adele obeyed without the slightest suspicion. He walked away, each step a heavy burden weighing down on the man's shoulders. Standing in the middle of the crowded place, Adele's father turned back to look at her with a sorrowful face. His eyes filled with lingering regret and guilt. But in the end, he still chose to run away, tears streaming down his face. Perhaps the sheer hardship had completely crushed his heart as a father. Holding the sandwich in her hand, Adele's voice whispered softly, "You've worked so hard, Dad." Oddly enough, the premium sandwich that she usually could only dream of eating now didn't taste like anything at all. Having finished processing everything, Adele stood up and prepared to leave. "I guess it's time." She turned away from the docks, where the birds of freedom flew, ships glided over the waves, and she let her sorrowful thoughts drift away with the wind to face her harsh reality. Behind her, the child who had tripped earlier because they ignored Adele's warning. And just like that, from this day forward, she was officially an orphan. She lived at an orphanage called Deldros. In this merchant city of Odek, diligence was the only virtue held in high regard, and that rule applied even to children. Fortunately, this orphanage received support from the Telos order, so it was still better than other places. Because they were called servants of the gods, the children at least got a bit of a break during prayer hours in the sanctuary. Coincidentally, after picking up a discarded lute at the harbor and learning to play hymns on it, Adele got to spend more time inside the church, and her heavy workload eased up quite a bit. And then, one day, High Priest Verdio arrived at the place to preach, though in reality, he was only there to be bribed with gold and silver. High Priest Verdio, welcome to the Holy City. Your Eminence, our merchant guild will double our offering this time, so we humbly pray you grant us entry into the Holy City to trade. Cries rang out from all over, as everyone there wanted to secure some benefit for themselves. The high priest's face lit up with joy. He knew exactly what he was there for anyway. Ha ha ha. There's no need to overdo it, but thank you all very much. Suddenly, a candle accidentally knocked over, causing the fire to spread onto the high priest. His face and the faces of everyone around him immediately turned into a panic. High priest, are you all right? But then, a bucket of water flew out of nowhere, splashing straight onto the high priest and putting out the fire. Verdio's face blanked out, completely dazed as if he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Adele slowly approached and spoke up. If that fire had caught the display cabinet, things could have turned into a real disaster. What? How did you? Afterward, Adele explained everything she had seen in the future, which was why she had prepared those things in advance. You even knew about this beforehand. Yes, because I saw in a dream. It only happens a few times a month, but I often have dreams like that. Even so, when it comes to my own future, I can't see anything at all. Hearing this, High Priest Verdio rushed over and grabbed Adele's hands, catching the young girl completely off guard. This truly is a massive honor. I am the very first to discover the one destined to stand at the absolute peak of the order. You are the Holy Maiden of Telos. That exact event turned everything around her completely upside down. Overnight, Adele's life took a completely different turn. Going from an orphan with no one to rely on, she became the Holy Maiden of a church. She had over 10 personal servants, lavish meals, and the deep reverence of high-ranking clergymen. Every passing day was filled with learning rituals and praying. Her sleep time was cut short, but that life was still far too wonderful compared to her destitute days of the past. Adele received 3 baptisms from the Holy Emperor, the Archbishop, and the Great Apostle. She accepted the decree of the Holy City and engraved the grace of the Holy Law onto her body. The more rituals and blessings she went through, the stronger the divine power within Adele became. Finally, when every ritual except for the Holy Imprint ceremony was completed, an event took place. For the first time in her life, Adele saw a horrific catastrophe about to strike this land. It was the awakening of the Holy Spear Dragon Velbrok, the entity that would bring about the destruction of humanity. After a long period of contemplation, Adele finally decided to renounce her position. High Priest Verdio was absolutely furious at what she had just said. Are you saying you're giving up on becoming the Holy Maiden? What is the meaning of this? Adele knelt on the ground, her voice soft but firm. Thank you all for taking care of me all this time. I will serve the Lord Telos, not as the Holy Maiden, but in a different way. The High Priest let out a long sigh. Ah, Isa, I suppose there's no convincing you otherwise anymore. Your prophetic ability is holy rank magic, something that can bend the laws of time granted by Lord Telos. It was precisely because you manifested that power instinctively that we revered you as the Holy Maiden. And yet look at what you are doing, possessing such an overwhelmingly massive talent. And now you can even see your own future. Years passed, and Adele had given up on becoming the Holy Maiden of the Telos Church. Even so, she still lived in this city as a keeper of the sacred flame. Adele often played her lute during lonely evenings all by herself. Every time she dozed off, those images would come rushing back. The dark future she always wanted to escape appeared vividly once again. The image of the high priest's plan turning to ashes. Our plan failed. To subdue the holy dragon Velbrok, the one who devours even the gods, we are forced to offer the Holy Maiden as an absolute sacrifice. It was because of that very thing that Adele had fled from her position. Yet the future seemed predestined by fate. The world finally found a little bit of peace. Thanks to the authority and wisdom of Emperor Clell, the long, drawn-out wars receded into the past. People put away their swords and spears, and for the first time in centuries, they lived without having to look up at the sky to pray. But a world that no longer needed miracles also had no more use for gods. And as an inevitable consequence, the radiance of the holy city, once considered the most sacred center of humanity, was gradually fading away. Verdio, who wore the robes of a priest but possessed the scheming mind of a merchant, understood better than anyone what needed to be done. People were no longer afraid, so they stopped praying. Faith had been replaced by convenience and peace. But Verdio knew that without fear, there is no faith, and without a crisis, there are no miracles. And so he devised a plan, a bold, sacred, and incredibly cunning plan. On the island of Akin, where ancient legends still echoed deep within the earth, and where the holy spear dragon Velbrok was imprisoned, Verdio would awaken it. He didn't need the dragon to destroy the entire world. He just needed it to sow enough terror to make all of mankind tremble in sheer panic. And when the time was right, the church, under the guise of purging evil, would send the holy knights to slay it. And when the dragon fell, the world would witness a miracle, believing that the gods themselves had intervened. The people would return, they would kneel, and they would believe. From the very beginning, High Priest Verdio had been searching for a holy maiden to sacrifice and seal the dragon. And that person was Adele. She thought she could prevent it by running away, but now, absolutely nothing had changed. A few years after that, the High Priest found a replacement holy maiden to take Adele's place. Although Claris didn't possess skills in holy rank magic like Adele, she was a girl with outstanding talent in holy magic. Through her demeanor, grace, wisdom, and heart, Claris seemed born to be a holy maiden. She let out a sigh, her voice tinged with a bit of sorrow. Adele, what must I do to live a pure life? Hearing that, Adele's face immediately contorted. No, that's not right. She told herself that she had to speak up about everything. It's because I ran away that Claris became the holy maiden now. The result of her struggling to survive was Claris's death. That's why I have to help Claris get out of this place. Adele flashed a cheerful smile, her voice as warm as spring. It's better to die in a dirty puddle than to live like a blank slate. The green mist of the black swamp, the golden fields of the imperial capital Kleisen, the deep red roof tiles of the merchant city Odek. Anywhere is fine, as long as it isn't here. The sapphire knowledge of the academic region Sylvania. Please, just run away from here, Claris. Night after night, Adele sang of freedom and romance. She only hoped that Claris would leave this place. Yet every time she saw Claris's smile, a needle of guilt stabbed straight into Adele's heart, because she knew full well that it was all just hypocrisy, a total lie. Then early one morning, Adele truly ran away. She wandered from place to find the meaning of her life. The final destination of that journey was Sylvania Academy. Adele had run away from her fate for far too long, and now it was time for her to make amends for everything. After going through countless time loops, her entire body was stained red with blood, and scars covered her from head to toe. Since Adele used to be a holy maiden, she was protected by holy magic, which meant her wounds wouldn't rewind in time, but instead grew progressively worse. In the beginning, the exact moment the holy spear dragon Velbrok would be resurrected was unclear, but now, even with her eyes closed, she could guess every single second. When arriving at the sanctuary, Tandarek, the third apostle of the god Telos, would say at the gate that outsiders are not permitted inside. At that moment, all she had to do was roll up her sleeve and show them the symbol engraved on her arm, and everything would be taken care of. What? Is it the grace of the holy law? And while they were still in a state of shock, Adele slipped inside the temple. Inside, the apostles of Telos were already standing in battle stances. To awaken the sleeping holy spear dragon Velbrok, a vital item was required. The dragon Fong necklace of Velbrok, which was kept inside a box. Adele had tried to convince Verdio and the apostles multiple times, but they never listened to her. Everything she said was meaningless in the face of blind ambition. Just looking at the fact that they hadn't even brought the holy maiden Claris over from the main temple was enough to understand a part of it. Perhaps they still believed the holy spear dragon was just an exaggerated fairy tale in books and didn't actually exist. Talk about absolute arrogance. Only after realizing his own stupidity did the old high priest hurriedly send people to the main temple to find the holy maiden. In the end, What they needed was still the Holy Maiden, the one who would save them. For the Holy Spear Dragon Velbroke to be sated and put to rest, it required the sacrifice of a Holy Maiden who possessed an incredibly massive amount of divine power. If the Holy Maiden sacrificed her life on the sacrificial circle engraved on the church floor, Velbroke could be put back into an eternal slumber, just like before. Now, Adele would take on that noble responsibility herself to end everything. She knelt in the center of the sacrificial circle, the shockwaves radiating outward, incredibly terrifying and powerful. It'll be fine. Even though this life was short, it's not like there was nothing worth leaving behind in this world. Everything was a lie, but at least Clarice made those eyes light up. Adele intended to just quietly slip away like that, but something completely caught her off guard. The protection of the holy magic. It activated to its absolute maximum to protect Adele from the sacrificial circle that was gradually shredding her body, pushing the holy magic inside her to its absolute limit. Holy magic utilized divine power as its energy source, and it caused the time of the world to turn backward, repeating over and over again to the point where her body had deteriorated to this terrible state. In the previous regression, Adele was deeply shocked when Clarice suddenly burst in. But now, there was barely any divine power left inside Adele at all. Just one or two more times, or maybe three, and everything will be over. Once the holy power inside her completely vanished, the loop would stop as well. Adele forced herself to walk into the holy sanctuary, her body covered in blood, her eyes infinitely exhausted. It's fine. Everything has finally come to an end. Suddenly, someone's hand unexpectedly stopped her before she could take another step. Adele looked up, her eyes holding nothing but pain. What? Do you like orange juice? Or do you just need some cold water? Why on earth? Why is he here? Her vision blurred as she stared at the silhouette of the person who had just appeared. The one person she never expected to see. Shifting to the cathedral, where Archbishop Verdio was trying to resurrect the Holy Spear Dragon Velbroke, he turned to face Holy Emperor Eldon with annoyance. Do you think the Holy Spear Dragon can't be stopped? Do you honestly think I still believe your words now? The congregation today will create a true miracle. Humanity will once again have to bow before the powerful God Telos. It was precisely that ultimate arrogance that led to the resurrection of the Holy Spear Dragon and the deaths of countless innocent people. The only way to seal it back away was just one thing, and that was sacrificing the life of the Saintess along with the sacrificial magic circle in the middle of the cathedral. The Saintess would have to be the one to sacrifice herself due to the stupidity of the Archbishop. But why? Why does Clarice have to sacrifice herself for something so stupid? Adele didn't regret this decision of hers at all. From the very beginning, this was what she should have done in her capacity as a Saintess. However, the protection of the divine law had shielded her time and time again. It aroused the maximum divine power within her to execute a magic formation that turned back time for the entire world. That was a power that only one in a million people throughout history could possibly achieve. Yet, no power is all-powerful. Adele was sent back to the past, but her body was not. All her wounds did not heal, but only grew worse each time the loop was activated again. Adele woke up in the hallway, leading to the joint combat practice area. At any rate, the divine power in her hands was gradually depleting, and the protection of the divine law was about to wear off. When that happened, the Holy Spear Dragon would be sealed once more. And just like that, Adele repeatedly crossed this hallway to head to the cathedral, where she would complete her final mission. Arrogance never truly disappears. No matter how many times things repeat, the Holy Spear Dragon would still resurrect, and everything would once again be destroyed. At the cathedral, where everyone had left to search for Clarice, the person who would fix their mistakes, Adele just quietly placed her body on the sacrificial circle to save humanity threatened out there. Everything kept repeating until Adele's body could no longer stand firm and collapsed. Inside her mind were agonizing thoughts. Could this be the punishment she deserved? The punishment for pushing what she was supposed to do onto someone else. Thinking that way brought some relief to Adele's heart. In her short life, Adele had only received pain and betrayal. But what she gave back in return was a noble sacrifice and a content smile. Adele knew very well that nothing lasts forever. Even the miracles of the gods have a certain limit. She had given up on convincing Verdio, because no matter what she said, He was just a selfish man who only thought of his own interests. Since she couldn't stop him, there was simply no other way. This time, the moment she stepped into the cathedral, Adele wouldn't hesitate to throw herself into the sacrificial magic circle again. She had to prevent the resurrection of the Holy Spear Dragon right from the start. Make it as if everything never happened. That's the only way you can save everyone. Adele took each painful step forward, but then Ed showed up just in time before it was too late. Ed's appearance here at this moment was a development she couldn't possibly understand. What? Why are you here? Ed looked straight at Adele and spoke up. Do you want some orange juice? Or is plain water fine? He quickly helped her over to a nearby chair to sit down. Ed's hands handed a cup of orange juice to Adele. I can't, Adele tried to say, but Ed quickly cut her off with a powerful sentence. You're dying, you know that? That statement left Adele not knowing how to respond. A memory from deep within her mind flooded back once more. I remember now. It's Ed Taylor. He is the person who appeared before me only once throughout all the previous loops. Even though the world always repeated exactly the same, and everyone remained unchanged. But he was an exception. Except for the first time she met him in the hallway. In all the remaining loops, Ed Taylor never appeared there again. Could it be that he exists outside the laws of the divine magic? She recalled her answer back then to Ed's words. I know. Adele's face still tried to put on a smile like always. She didn't want anyone to see her ugly, sad face. The conversation now sounded like a vague, ancient story. It felt like everything had returned to its starting point. But nothing has changed. I should end this conversation and head to the cathedral. Now is the time to put an end to everything. However, Ed wasn't going to let her leave so easily anymore. Is that really all? Yes, I can't quite understand what's happening right now. You know you're about to die, yet the words you want to say are so brief. Yes, I'm already done talking. Why are you acting like this? I'm in a big hurry too. Seriously, do you really have nothing else left to say? Adele's face turned sad, but she still tried to force an insincere smile on her lips. No, I still have a few things to say. In the timeline that had repeated countless times, Adele had always wanted to confirm the truth that she would eventually have to die. Actually, she had known that for a very long time. Right at that moment, she didn't even know what she wanted to say. Deep inside that small heart, there seemed to be something that wanted to be voiced but couldn't. All she did was sing out. Watching Clara smile, isn't that enough? Adele's mind had screamed in despair many times. Please, please, stop it. Please leave me alone. Just let me be at peace, even if it's just a little bit. That day, she should have lived true to herself. Watching her father's back slowly walk away, she only tried to hide her sadness with a smile on the lips of that tiny frame. You've worked so hard, Father. Is there really nothing else you want to say? Those words seemed to snap Adele away. She was just a child. She also wanted to be loved by her parents. She was just a human with a small heart, not a saint, nor some supreme god. Why not try being a little selfish for once? Those are the things a child deserves to have, after all. Behind the back of the miserable father who had hesitated for a long time, just a few words from Adele would have made him turn back to his poor child. Why couldn't she utter such pitiful words back then? They weren't empty words of thanks, nor expressions of gratitude for what he had done for her. It was simply a scream begging her father not to abandon her all alone in this world. Words so honest and simple. Why couldn't they be said? Why bury them beneath those meaningless lies? I'm really scared. I really don't want to die. Adele's heart completely burst, all her choked-up emotions pouring out at this very moment. Hearing her honest words, Ed only let out a soft sigh. He lifted his water bottle and took a big gulp, then snapped to his feet and said, I get it. Such a simple sentence. Yet saying it out loud was this difficult. Now, tell me everything you know. It's time for us to put an end to all of this. Cutting back to the Saintess Clarice, she had told Ed everything she knew to find a way to resolve it. This time, the Saintess didn't waste any more time. After hearing everything, Ed decided to take action and split up from her. He ran to the hallway Sally alone to block Adele, and for her part, the Saintess Clarice also had a place she needed to go. She rushed to the cathedral, but was quickly blocked at the door by Tandarek. At this moment, the holy dragon had not yet awakened, so the apostle's face looked quite astonished. And my lady Saintess, aren't you supposed to be waiting at the main palace? Why did you run all the way here? Not wanting to waste any more time, the Saintess ran right past the apostle and spoke up. Get out of my way. This time, Clarice, won't let everything slip out of my hands. She needs to know the whole truth. The Saintess stormed straight into the cathedral with a stern voice. Stop everything you're doing right now. Holy Emperor Eldon and the Apostles of Telos. Why are you guys doing this? And that includes you too, Archbishop Verdio. The old man's face didn't look surprised at all by the Saintess's appearance. Is that you, Saintess Claris? She advanced quickly toward the Archbishop in anger. Archbishop Verdio, I used to think you only cared about the Holy Emperor and the god Telos, but I actually thought you were a loyal follower with a conscience. That's right. I only think about serving the Holy City. The noble high god is always present above, but the foolish masses, if they don't see it with their own eyes, they will never believe. So, because of that, you plan to kill the Holy Spear Dragon and use that to preach blessings everywhere. In response to that question, the Archbishop just remained calm. It won't take too much time. What? You guys are foolishly underestimating the Holy Spear Dragon. You haven't even factored in the possibility of failure. Saying this, the Saintess's eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that, from the very beginning, you intended to use my life as a backup plan? The bishop leaned close to the Saintess's ear and whispered terrifying words. It's just a contingency plan, just in case things don't go exactly as planned. Then you'll need to step up, so don't worry about it. You really are a bunch of hypocrites, using divine magic, but carrying a villain's mindset. Shifting back to Ed's conversation, he was currently pulling Adele along after hearing everything. Got it. That really is a pretty unpleasant truth. To sum it all up, it goes like this. A long time ago, the congregation fell deeper and deeper into financial ruin. Therefore, Archbishop Verdio resurrected the Holy Spear Dragon as a calamity brought down upon humanity. He will stage a scene where the congregation destroys it, aiming to boost the people's faith and expand the congregation's power. He, since the days he was just a regular clergyman, has always been like this, expanding the church's influence and filling up the Holy Emperor's city's treasury. That's his way of proving his faith. If that's the case, can we try to convince Verdio? It's no use. I am someone who fled from the Holy Emperor's city, so nobody trusts me. But even if it weren't me, they wouldn't bother listening to anyone else. They will definitely use force to subdue anyone who dares to stand in their way. Because the church has brought a force that can guarantee victory against anyone. All the apostles of Telos have completely gathered here. A force strong enough to take on an entire army, the strongest organization of the Holy City. All of them are ready to suppress the Saintess to keep her from making a scene. The old archbishop stood proudly with a voice full of arrogance. I'm truly sorry, Saintess. It won't take much time, so please rest for a bit. Facing their power, there is nothing we can do. Before she could even finish her sentence, Ed quickly scooped Adele up, making her flustered and embarrassed. Wait a minute. Adele was too weak to keep up with him, and time was running out. That's perfectly fine. If they use force, it's not that big of a deal either. Huh? What do you mean by that? And, just as expected, from high up in the sky, a high-tier lightning magic spell struck the cathedral violently, instantly blasting a hole right through it. That was precisely Lucy's signature power. The attack blew away the cathedral's entire defense line with ease and slammed hard into the ground behind the archbishop. He turned his face in fear toward the person who had just appeared. Who are you? Just who the hell dares? Aren't you afraid of the high god Telos? What the hell is the high god Telos anyway? Before him was the sight of two apostles who had already been beaten flat on the ground, one pinned down, completely unable to move a single muscle. Standing amidst those ruins was the familiar figure of a young archmage. What a shame. There's only one god in this realm, and that's me. Who the hell is this Telos guy? Hearing that, Archbishop Verdio's face turned frantic. Asin, what the hell are you talking about? Before he could even finish his sentence, Lucy waved her hand, casting a high-tier lightning spell that struck straight at his throat, causing everything to collapse in the blink of an eye. She blasted an apostle away, pinning him flat against the wall with ease, leaving him completely unable to resist even a little bit. Didn't you guys carve that onto the sanctuary yourselves? What you're doing right now is pure arrogance. An outsider dares to insult the archbishop. Old Verdio screamed at the top of his lungs in pure rage. What are you guys just standing there for? Hurry up and show the authority of the great Lord Telos. Instantly, the 8th and 2nd apostles rushed toward Lucy without a second thought. Renas's arrows flew straight at her packed with a powerful surge of divine energy, while Reuben gripped his sword tight. Facing those attacks, Lucy didn't even blink. With just a tiny bit of mana in the palm of her hand, she stopped all those pathetic arrows dead in their tracks. From behind, Reuben swung his sword up, shouting a familiar line. Glory to the god Telos. Unfortunately, attacking Lucy from behind is always the absolute stupidest decision. She lightly snapped her fingers, and a high-tier lightning spell blasted straight into the apostle, making him scream in agony. The holy sword in his hand no longer had an ounce of strength left to swing. Not stopping there, another stupid apostle chimed in. "O you who defile the sanctuary, I am Tandarek, the fastest apostle of the god Telos, currently holding the third seat." He introduced himself before charging in, but that didn't help one bit. "In the name of the great god Telos's justice, I will take your life right now." The divine energy surrounding Tandarek's body erupted, but it didn't look impressive at all. The tip of his spear pointed straight at Lucy, ready for a powerful thrust. However, in the blink of an eye, Lucy's figure that was just standing there completely vanished. No, this isn't high-speed movement. This is shifting back and forth between different spatial dimensions. Spatial teleportation. Tandarek was stunned, but before he could react, Lucy was already standing right behind him with a high-tier lightning spell pointed straight at his head. "That's far enough, you weaklings." She snapped her fingers. Tandarek's entire body was enveloped by a sphere of mana, roasting his body like it was inside a microwave. He trembled in intense pain, his eyes completely helpless against the overwhelming power. Down below, witnessing the apostles he considered invincible get defeated so easily, Archbishop Verdio's face turned frantic. Each of those men could be considered the core manpower of the nation. Those are the apostles of Telos. There are 6 apostles right here, yet they still lost to that mage? Why on earth is this happening? Just who the hell is she? No, that doesn't matter. What matters most is how do they find out about this place to launch an attack? Could the information have leaked somewhere? Their original plan was to summon the Holy Spear Dragon Velbroke and destroy it to showcase the authority of the god Telos. But the issue lay in the execution location. Aiken Island was the gathering place for the largest number of elite students and the most powerful mages. Just one leak of information, and everything would fall apart. The plan has failed anyway. The Archbishop quickly grabbed the box containing the Holy Spear Dragon's Fong and fled. "All of you, clear a path for a retreat right now. Prioritize securing the safety of Holy Emperor Eldon." To think the Holy Emperor was strong, but it turns out he's just a puppet. You think you could just run? Lucy casted another spell to block them. Time magic, chrono prison, causing the body of anyone hit by it to freeze completely, unable to move at all. With his cowardly nature, the old archbishop immediately called for Tandarek to save him. He leaped forcefully, rushing forward to block Lucy's attack. All of this is for the great supreme Lord Telos. Not giving a damn about the rest of the apostles anymore, old Verdio could only run for dear life just to keep his own skin intact. He turned to another apostle and raised his voice. "You must bring the Saintess along." The apostle blindly followed the order, hoisting Saintess Claris over his shoulder despite her trying her best to protest. "I am sorry, Saintess. What is going on? Put me down right now." The despicable old man's face lit up with joy. He had secured the necklace as incriminating evidence, and even had the Saintess as a witness. Now, as long as we use the Holy Emperor's authority to pressure the Academy, no matter what that little brat mage says, she'll just be ignored. Up in the air, Lucy casted a high-tier lightning spell, firing it straight toward the scattering crowd. Heavenly punishment. Just as expected, a shield-wielding apostle stayed behind to block Lucy's magic, creating an opening for the others to keep running. What a touching scene. Looking at them, these apostles weren't really all that different from one another. Whether they held a spear, a sword, or a shield, it was all the same. They all went down in a single hit. All of them, split up in different directions. Leave this place immediately and gather at the designated location. No matter how tough the situation gets, ultimate victory will surely belong to the Church of Telos. A clear look of annoyance showed on Lucy's face. What a bunch of total pains in the ass. Archbishop Verdio and the apostle beside him kicked the door open and burst outside. He called out a warning. "Archbishop Verdio, if we keep running like this, we're bound to get caught in no time. It's fine, we just need to buy time, destroy the evidence, and then capture the Saintess and everything will be resolved. And as for the Academy, if they make this public, there will be ways to handle it." Just as he finished speaking, the old man's eyes instantly filled with shock. The entire front courtyard of the sanctuary had been engulfed in a sea of flames created by a basic tear spell. Even the apostle beside him was taken aback. "What's going on? How is a basic fire spell this powerful?" Suddenly, a dagger out of nowhere, concealed within the flames, flew straight toward the apostle. Fortunately, he quickly used his spear and easily swatted it far away. However, that attack was just bait to trigger the magic hidden inside. Spirit detonation. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, blowing away a whole area. Its radius of impact was so massive that even the students back at the academy were left stunned. What the hell is going on over there? That's where the academy's church is. Out of the thick cloud of smoke, the old archbishop's legs quickly made a run for it. He was solely focused on destroying the evidence and completely ignored the subordinates around him. Ed, along with Marilda, quickly gave chase. He wasn't about to let the old guy escape that easily. Verdio gritted his teeth hard, his hands gripping his staff in pure resentment. Did they anticipate our escape route and set an ambush there in advance? If so, then that witch brat is definitely their accomplice. He spun around and fired a divine spell toward Ed. Being completely caught off guard by this counterattack, Marilda took the hit and had to return to the spirit world. "I'm sorry, Master." Afterward, Verdio quickly veered into the forest to find a way to hide. But he had truly made a grave mistake by running into this place. This was Ed's home turf. Inside Verdio's head, he was still smugly thinking he was safe. "I've escaped from them. Now I just need to take this evidence necklace to the gathering point, and it's pretty much a done deal. In a forest like this, who could possibly find me anyway?" Right after gloating for a brief moment, a harsh reality struck. From inside a bush, Ed lunged out, right behind the archbishop, like a true assassin. In here, the old man was nothing more than prey. Ed's eyes turned razor-sharp, his voice chillingly cold. "Hand over that necklace right now, old man." He grabbed the hair at the back of his head, then dragged the old man down into a nearby rocky crevice along with him. The two of them grappled intensely on the way down. Finally, the old man managed to draw the staff from his hip and pointed it toward Ed. "You're targeting this necklace, so you must already know everything, huh? You and that mage girl came here to ruin my plans, didn't you? However, everything ends now." As he spoke, he channeled magic to finish it off. He quickly kicked the old man's knee, causing the archbishop to stumble and fall. The old man's attack only grazed Ed's shoulder and flew straight up into the sky. He delivered a powerful stab right into the center of the archbishop's heart, making him scream out in agony as blood splattered everywhere. Even as death drew near, the old man still clutched the box tightly, refusing to let go. Ed shouted out in pure anger, "You don't have much time left. Hand it over to me, you damn old geezer." He recalled his conversation with Adele when they arrived at the sanctuary. She had told Ed that the archbishop was very strong. Even if he acted alone, dealing with him would be highly difficult. But it only offered a casual, quiet response. There isn't much time left to stop the Holy Spear Dragon. Furthermore, the opponent is someone who has prepared this plan for a very long time. Even with Lucy's help, there's still a high chance we might fail. He wished he could turn back time once more to gather more information, but given Adele's current condition, that wasn't a good option at all. But contrary to Ed's speculation, Adele only smiled and replied, "It's fine. Even if we fail, it doesn't matter. I can still turn back time." Ed's face darkened, blaming himself for his own uselessness. Her divine arts were already nearly exhausted. Nobody knew when she might die, leaving Ed no time to hesitate anymore. Ed used his hand to pry open the box containing the necklace inside with all his might. He slowly opened it to check the awakening key, the very item that would destroy this world. On top of the necklace, residual mana was still leaking out. What is this? Why is there still mana here? Lying in his own pool of blood, the old archbishop's face twisted into a grotesque, sickening scowl. "Ha! The Holy Spear Dragon will be resurrected soon. The apostles have been defeated, and now only the saintess can stop. So in the end, my plan has come to fruition. All of ignorant humanity will come to know the greatness of the supreme Lord Telos." With that, he drew his final breath. Inside the box, the necklace levitated and radiated an intense, violent surge of mana. It was already too late to stop this from happening. A pillar of light pierced through the clouds, signaling that the Holy Spear Dragon was about to awaken. Now, Ed finally understood everything. To prevent the Holy Spear Dragon from breaking free of its seal, he had to subdue the Archbishop and take the necklace away from this place. The problem here was that there was no one left to retain these memories. Clarice and Adele were both very far away. How could he possibly communicate this back to them now? Adele would have to sacrifice herself again. But even if she successfully turned back time one more time without passing on this memory, everything would just keep ending in failure. Ed tried to drag his heavily wounded body away from here. Even though he had faced the truth, was it still going to end in nothing but failure? Could it be that I'm already too late? Suddenly, a familiar voice unexpectedly rang out. So what if you're a little late? It was Lucy. She had arrived here after detecting the sudden explosion of the Holy Spear Dragon's mana. Ed tried to speak in her exhausted voice. Lucy, I need to pass these words along. Clarice or Adele, either one is fine. I need. Before he could even finish a sentence, Lucy propped Ed up against a nearby tree. Hurry up and pass my words along to them. Just when he thought she would do as he said, Lucy's reply was completely the opposite. I don't feel like it. Hearing that, Ed's face filled with skepticism. He didn't understand why Lucy was acting this way. You don't need to waste that much effort. You just want to pass this on to the Saintess and Adele, right? As she spoke, Lucy used magic to jot notes down on a piece of paper. Must seize Velbroke's Dragon Fong necklace as fast as possible, then leave the cathedral. Vertio will find a way to stage the incident using the congregation's authority. Once finished writing, Lucy used magic to send the note flying straight to where Adele was standing. Sitting beside her, Ed felt incredibly surprised, not just by the sheer amount of mana, but also by Lucy's extraordinary way of using magic. It's no big deal. If you practice over and over, you'll be able to do it too. Ed lowered his head, a slight look of relief in his eyes. Maybe so. Thanks. As soon as Lucy finished speaking, a massive, violent tremor suddenly shook the ground. The Holy Spear Dragon Velbroke had been resurrected. The time for this loop had reached its end. But actually, it would be more accurate to say it has finally resurrected. Everything was out in the open now. Vertio had resurrected the Holy Spear Dragon for the sake of the congregation. The location, the method, the escape route, all of it had been fully communicated down to the last detail. The most critical issue now was whether Adele, in her state of utter exhaustion, could turn back time one more time. Even assuming the regression succeeds, the problem remains that the time frame is way too short. Will someone who has lost his memories like me, upon returning to the loop, be able to plan and act any faster than I am now? Outmaneuvering all those apostles, stealing the necklace, and taking it off Aiken Island while remembering absolutely nothing. Is something like this really possible? While Ed was still trying to smooth out his plan as best as he could, Lucy spoke up from beside him. I once promised Grandfather that there would definitely be a time when I would save this school from a great disaster it couldn't stand against. Right? I know you've told me that before. Exactly. So if time keeps looping back like that, I will definitely not miss a single chance to rush out and fight that dragon. Somehow, I have a gut feeling that something like that has already happened. That's right. I came to this school to keep my final promise to Grandfather. Perhaps I have been waiting for this exact moment all along. Now, that difficult wait has finally come to an end. But if time resets again, even if we stop that dragon, everything becomes meaningless. Is that so? Lucy set her hat down and pulled Ed into her embrace. All I want to do right now is die in your arms. The moments leading up to death are always the most beautiful. Memories will be wiped clean anyway, right? They're memories that will never come back, aren't they? Probably. Then, while I'm at it, I'll just come out and say it. The words that are usually so hard to bring myself to utter. Lucy's solid barrier of magic gradually dissolved into thin air. Though a bit embarrassed, the truth wasn't sugar-coated with romance, but conveyed completely through raw, honest words. If you weren't in my life, everything would be so empty. I don't want to be left alone anymore. So please don't disappear. Ed gently placed his hand on Lucy's head, speaking in a tender voice. It's okay. That's not a very difficult request at all. The two of them sat leaning against the tree root, awaiting their fate. A thunderous roar from the Holy Spear Dragon rang out like a death knell. Neither of them put up a fight because this was already the end. Not a single scream of pain, not a single groan escaped their lips. They simply felt each other's warmth in this life or death moment. Both of their hearts seemed to find a companion who shared the same ideals. They shared their sorrows and hardships like true soulmates. After a while, the onslaught finally came to a halt. All that remained were two human beings still holding each other with peaceful expressions. They had done everything they possibly could. Lucy's hat was torn to shreds and stained red with her blood. But that was where everything would start anew. One final chance with no turning back. At that exact moment, over in the Academy's hall, Adele's harp dropped to the ground following the final regression. Every ounce of divine power in her arms and body had been completely depleted. Now, she would no longer be able to flow backward through time, nor could she see into the future. She had become a mortal body that could die. Adele sat slumped on the ground, reflecting on everything she had been through. In the end, she still couldn't prevent the resurrection of the Holy Spear Dragon. Before this, she had met Clarice under less than pleasant circumstances, but it was still a small comfort in a life filled with so much pain. It's a shame I won't get to see that happy smile ever again. Even if it were a lie, if only I could have sung for her, that would have been so nice. Conversely, the encounter with Ed Taylor had been truly terrifying. Just a fleeting thought of wanting to live caused her entire resolve to completely shatter. Yet, this intense pain made Adele feel like it wouldn't be strange if she were to drop dead at any second. That, in turn, reminded her of the task she needed to perform. Adele took one heavy step after another toward the sanctuary. She urged herself to take action, to stop the resurrection of the Holy Spear Dragon and wipe everything clean. Adele would have to die, just as destiny had orchestrated. Even though she had uncovered the whole truth of the incident and Ed Taylor's plan, she still had to die, just as fate had decreed. Adele had read the detailed plan sent by Ed before the loop ended. But it was an impossible plan. First of all, it would take time for Clarice to convince him. You've lost all your memories, and if you start planning all over again from scratch, the entire morning will be completely gone. Then there's the task of convincing the combat forces to stand against the apostles, and then deploying them to the location. All of this takes up a massive amount of time. No matter how fast you act, you'd only be able to reach the sanctuary by dusk. But by then, it'll already be too late. Archbishop Verdio's plan started a long time ago. Mana has already been channeled into the necklace, and over time, the Holy Spear Dragon will resurrect once again. The sun had set, and darkness had stretched out long. Just crossing this hallway will bring me to the sanctuary. Now I just need to step into the sanctuary and offer myself up to the sacrificial magic circle, and everything will. Before she could finish her sentence, something outside the window caught Adele's attention. Her eyes widened in shock. How was this even possible? A massive creature was spreading its wings across the sky, heading straight toward the sanctuary. Backtracking a few minutes prior, at the familiar table where Ed was drinking tea, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in what looked like excruciating pain. Janica, standing beside him, was worried sick. What's wrong? Are you okay? Glasskate's work on the concept of theological status suggested that theological magic isn't completely effective against those who possess a certain resistance to that type of magic. Adele's time-turning magic was a combination of theological magic and holy church magic. This meant that aside from herself, no one else in this world could pull off a large-scale time reversal like that. The blessing of the divine law had resisted the theological magic, and as a result, Clarice retained all her memories of the time loops. It wasn't clear whether it was because Adele had run out of divine magic or because Ed was researching theological magic, but this scenario had played out. Immediately after turning back time, the theological mana inside Ed's body resisted Adele's theological magic, and the price he paid was having every single memory of the previous regressions come flooding into his mind in a split second. It felt like his brain was about to explode, and he was going to lose consciousness. Being crushed under the debris of a collapsing building, being skewered by a spear, being pierced through by dragon scales, slowly dying in agony from excessive blood loss, being burned alive in flames. Those memories and sensations of time hadn't vanished. They remained completely intact. Both Janica and Clarice became incredibly anxious. Ed, Senior. Suddenly, Ed reached his hand out and tightly grabbed Saint Clarice. He spoke up while the excruciating pain still hadn't subsided. Now is not the time to hesitate anymore. From here on out, it's a race wagering everyone's lives. Turning back to the sanctuary, Archbishop Verdio was laughing gleefully at his own plan. The holy spear dragon will soon be resurrected by the grace of the high god Telos. The congregation will be revived and become great once again. Before he could even finish his sentence, from right above the ceiling, a giant spirit smashed through the glass window and charged inside at a breakneck speed. Without hesitating for even a single second, it lunged straight toward the box holding the necklace. It kicked off forcefully right behind the archbishop while the man still didn't comprehend what was happening. Quick as lightning, he snatched the dragon fang contained inside the box. The plan to steal the necklace right out of Verdio's hands had been executed flawlessly. The old man turned around with a furious expression. "Who are you? Why on earth are you doing this?" He screamed out orders to the apostles. "Apprehend him immediately, Renas." Instantly, the apostle Renas fired a barrage of arrows toward Ed. They flew in with terrifying speed, but with his memories of the regressions, Ed easily dodged every single one of them. In that endlessly repeating timeline, the beginning was always the same. Saintess Clarice would always pull Ed up onto the carriage just like that. She would talk about how time had looped and about her identity. The two of them traveled together in the carriage, with Ed using that time to sort out his thoughts and gradually accept the situation. Old Verdio's face was brimming with arrogance. "I don't know what kind of bastard you are, but do you honestly think you can defeat a holy apostle of Telos?" All those times before, Ed had forgotten one crucial detail. Clarice was always right there by his side, someone who could place her absolute trust in his absurd words. This spirit was many times faster than a carriage, and her strength was also vastly superior to Ed's. A dependable assistant ready to help with everything she had, without demanding a single logical explanation. Janica turned her face toward Ed and spoke up. "Let's go." Ed quickly hopped onto the spirit's back after successfully snatching the necklace from Archbishop Verdio's hands. From this very moment, it was a race against the clock. He and Janica had taken less than an hour to get here, yet the necklace's mana had already begun to circulate. Ed handed the seal-breaking necklace over to the spirit to hold on to. It was the object that would awaken the Holy Spear Dragon Velbrook. The moment the necklace resonated with the Holy Spear Dragon seal beneath Aiken Island, it would be all over. No one in this world would be able to stop the Holy Spear Dragon from destroying everything anymore. If Ed failed this time, Saintess Clarice would undoubtedly have to sacrifice herself to seal it back up. This was the absolute final opportunity. So now there's only one way left. Before the Holy Spear Dragon resurrects, I have to take this necklace and flee as far away as possible, to a place where the mana can't reach. Seeing his plan fall apart so rapidly, the old archbishop's face contorted with rage. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Hurry up and capture him." Before he could even finish speaking, old Verdio's eyes filled with astonishment. Down on the ground, when had Ed's familiar dagger been planted there, it triggered the mid-tier magic spell detonation. A thunderous explosion erupted, along with the entire sanctuary being blown apart in an instant, throwing up a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Ed and Janica quickly darted out of the sanctuary before the parting gift he left behind could take full effect. Ed knew full well that the trap wouldn't buy them very much time. He dashed away as fast as he could. Ed and Janica were still soaring through the vast sky. Ed questioned her. "Why didn't you do what I said? When we got down there, I told you to run away immediately." Janica's face flushed red with embarrassment. I couldn't just leave Ed behind in a place like that." Hearing this, a look of confusion appeared in Ed's eyes. "Even though that happened over a year ago, if you cause any more trouble, you're going to get expelled. If things don't go smoothly, I'll end up as a fugitive hunted down by the congregation." Before he could finish, Janica cut in. "My hometown is in Poulin. That place is so remote that if we hide out there, nobody will ever find us. Or entering the desolate desert regions where lawless zones would be much safer." Janica's words left Ed completely speechless. She gently placed her hand over his and spoke up. "There you go again. You're planning to shoulder everything all by yourself again, aren't you?" "What?" Conflicting thoughts swirled in Ed's head. How on earth did she know about those things? Thinking back on everything they had been through together for so long, just by looking at his face now, Janica knew exactly what Ed was thinking. If we get expelled, then we get expelled together. Who knows, if we both get expelled, maybe it won't feel so unfair. Even if you become a wanted man, I'm still going with you." Janica's voice grew increasingly frantic, her emotions gradually overriding her composure. I absolutely will not let you suffer all on your own. Despite being in a tight spot, Ed dazed out for a few seconds at the words Janica had just spoken. He didn't think she would ever be able to say things like that. However, that moment didn't last long. The apostles had already caught up right on their heels from behind. Now was not the time to be dwelling on the consequences. All 6 apostles had caught up to Ed and Janica, aiming their weapons straight at the 2 of them, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Ed urged Janica on. Go faster, we don't have much time. Got it, hold on tight. Inside the sanctuary, broken pieces of stone and debris lay scattered all over the place. Everything was in total ruins. Even so, old Verdio hadn't sustained any overly serious injuries, just a few scratches and some dust coating his body. Suddenly, from amidst the wreckage, a familiar voice called out. Get out of the way. It was Clarice. She had arrived exactly according to the plan they had discussed. Saintess Clarice, why are you here? Clarice's expression darkened, recalling her conversation with Ed. You're the only one who can pull this off. Me? The Saintess is the only person who retains every single memory of the past and understands the entire situation completely. While I find a way to stop the resurrection of the Holy Spear Dragon, I need you to do something. Snapping back to reality, old Verdio stammered out an explanation. No, the current situation is a bit complicated. Paying him no mind, Clarice pushed him aside and ran forward. Please stop, Archbishop Verdio. She ran over to the table, displaying the sacrificial offerings, and swiped everything onto the floor. The memory she had experienced made Clarice realize the harsh truth. Archbishop Verdio was a devious snake, a fanatic willing to do absolutely anything he deemed beneficial. He would use the entire congregation to cover up his dirty deeds. That's why you must stop him at all costs. Clarice turned to look at Holy Emperor Eldon and screamed at the top of her lungs in pure rage. Are you just planning to stand on the sidelines forever like that? What the hell are you doing with that immense responsibility of yours anyway? Pope, you must immediately excommunicate Archbishop Verdio. He brings nothing but defilement and filth to this church. Meanwhile, Clavius and Amber down below had absolutely no idea what was going on and were casually chatting away. Tali is fighting Wade. That Wade guy is super strong. Tali's probably going to lose. The attacks from the apostles flew in as if they were never-ending. Ed and Janica had to struggle immensely just to evade all of them. Just 10 minutes ago, we were sitting around in front of the Glock building gates. So how did we end up in the middle of Fast and Furious right now? Suddenly, a basic wind magic spell flew their way. The distance far too close for Ed to dodge. This is bad. The 2 of them were knocked clean off the wind spirit and plummeted straight down at an accelerating speed. Ed did his best to tuck his body in to increase his falling speed, aiming to catch up with a panicked Janica. He was like an arrow rocketing down from the heavens to save the girl right in front of his eyes. The distance gradually closed, until Ed finally caught hold of Janica, with his other hand snapping up the ceiling necklace. Ed held Janica close in his arms and continued their free fall. He didn't have any kind of plan at this exact moment. The apostles were still giving chase, screaming out, "Apprehend them immediately. The necklace is the top priority." While Ed was sorting out how to deal with them, Janica suddenly spoke up. "You'll take care of all the consequences afterward, right?" She flashed a mysterious smile. "What?" Instantly, Janica pushed Ed away. She drifted downward with a face full of joy, radiating absolute trust. "Let me help you this time." Without him realizing when it happened, Janica had managed to take the ring that borrowed Ed's mana. She slowly slid it on her hand. Streams of magical light radiated out across the space, illuminating a massive area. Its sheer power left the students watching down below completely awestruck by its scale and grandeur. Currents of air converged into a single point, and the sky above the academy gradually became filled with spirits sporting all kinds of different wings. They soared around, surrounding the group of thoroughly stunned apostles. What on earth is this? Amidst the crowd of spirits, there was one single spirit that radiated an overwhelming presence. Even on a perfectly clear day, anyone walking beneath it wasn't permitted to enjoy the sunlight. Clavius shrieked in a panic. What the hell is happening now? That entity, depending on the summoner, could be referred to as the primordial spirit, the very first spiritual body among countless water spirits to be granted life, the sole supreme water spirit in existence within nature. Janica turned back toward the apostles, who were struggling frantically to destroy the other spirits. Most of them are just weak, low-tier spirits, but there are way too many of them. Damn it, there must be hundreds. The attacks directed at Ed and Janica were all easily neutralized by the supreme water spirit. Holding the necklace in his hand, Ed thought to himself, sure enough, I can feel the mana starting to drain. If things keep going like this, we might actually prevent the resurrection of the Holy Spear Dragon. But that wasn't the main issue right now. Ed directed his gaze toward an exhausted Janica, asking anxiously, Janica, just how much mana did you pour into that thing? I don't even know myself. I'll probably be knocked out cold for quite a while. Ed stepped over to Janica's side, checking her forehead. Are you all right? Why is your body burning up like this? Janica's face turned bright red, flustered and embarrassed. Don't do that. If you do that, my body temperature is just going to go up even more. Sensing that attacking the low-tier spirits was completely futile, the apostles began formulating a different plan. Tandarek, we'll clear a path. You go on ahead. Instantly, a streak of lightning flashed across the battlefield, piercing through every obstacle in its way. The apostle of the god Telos, Tandarek, the one who possessed the absolute fastest speed, charged forward like an unstoppable arrow, his spear gripped tightly in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Tandarek was standing right next to an exhausted Janica, speaking up. So you're the one controlling that massive crowd of spirits? You really are a dangerous one, though I'm not a big fan of killing. I'll have to apologize. He thrust the tip of his spear toward Janica without a shred of hesitation. Sensing the danger, Tandarek instinctively swept the tip of his spear toward Ed. Ed's face darkened, his voice chillingly cold. Grab it, Taken. The man was stunned. What? The high-tier fire spirit obeyed the command, clamping its jaws tightly around the spear. Seizing the opening, Ed leaped forcefully, pivoting right behind Tandarek's back with practiced technique. He locked his arm around the man's head in a chokehold like a seasoned soldier. The attack caught Tandarek completely off guard, but he quickly regained his composure, channeling mana into his body to break free. He dragged both Ed and Taken along with him, soaring up into the sky in a fit of absolute rage. Janica, currently too exhausted from maintaining the mana for the supreme water spirit and the lower-tier spirits to buy time, spoke softly. Taken, please protect Ed. Tandarek flew erratically before finally slamming hard down into the ground, triggering a massive shockwave. The ground was plowed to pieces, and thick dust filled the air, obscuring the entire space. Out of the wreckage, Tandarek emerged looking completely unfazed, casting a supreme spirit, yet still capable of controlling a high-tier spirit at the exact same time. That truly is an extraordinary talent. He leveled the tip of his spear toward Ed, declaring clearly, but the apostles of the god Telos, those who execute the god's will, are far stronger than that. Ed casually stood up. The guys who trash talk early are always the ones who get their asses kicked. Hand over that necklace right now, or both you and that spirit master girl are dead. Are you finally done rambling? Are you just going to stand there talking nonsense instead of actually doing something? This was Ed's absolute last chance. The hourglass was gone. Even though he vividly remembered the sensation of being killed dozens of times before, he no longer had the luxury of gambling with his life. Adele could no longer turn back time, meaning if he failed, death would be permanent. There was zero room for error in this battle. Ed had to win, no matter what it took. Since Ed had left Aiken Island, the mana reaction had died down a bit. But if he didn't distance himself even further, the Holy Spear Dragon would soon resurrect. If that's the case, there's only one way out. I have to win and keep moving. His opponent was the third apostle of the god Telos, Tandarek, the fastest among all the apostles. His title was the swiftest, and his ability allowed him to use holy magic to reinforce his entire body. All of his power stemmed from his internal energy. Ed already knew all of this thanks to his memories from the previous loops. Still, knowing it was one thing, but actually blocking it was a completely different story. In the blink of an eye, Tandarek vanished, leaving only a few streaks of light cutting through the air. His instantaneous speed even surpassed the speed of sound, making it impossible to dodge with the naked eye. The moment that thought crossed Ed's mind, Tandarek's silhouette materialized right behind his back. The The sharp spear was ready to finish him off. Ed closed his eyes, betting everything on his own skill. Without a second thought, Tandarek seized the opening, thrusting his spear straight at the back of Ed's neck. The moment the spearhead almost brushed his body, something bizarre happened. If you can't see it coming, dodging is pointless anyway. The blessing of the gale activated. When subjected to a surprise attack, the blessing would blow the enemy away with a gust of wind. Tandarek was stopped in his tracks, crying out in utter shock. What the hell? This was the counterattack Ed had bet everything on, a one-time only move. He spun around quickly, channeling mid-tier magic through his hand. I'm not letting this brief opening slip by. Explosive point blank. An explosion blasted everything in the vicinity, engulfing Tandarek as he rushed forward with pure bloodlust. The attack blew him backward. His body didn't sustain any serious damage, though, thanks to his mana reinforcement. Tandarek's face twisted in fury as he bared his teeth and roared. You're still planning to resist? Across from him, Ed let out a calm sigh. The inherent problem with the magic he just used was its weak firepower. It wasn't enough to take down his opponent yet. Suddenly, the voice of the high spirit Taken rang out. If you're lacking firepower, leave it to me. Fierce flames erupted, lighting up the entire area. Taken, who was immune to magic and possessed overwhelming destructive power, unleashed a massive torrent of fire straight at Tandarek, incinerating everything in its path. The attack dragged on, carving a trail of fire right through the dense forest. But Tandarek quickly leaped into the sky, completely dodging the assault. Holy power enveloped his body as he aimed his sharp spear straight at Ed and dove down. In a split second, a flash of light tore through the air, cutting through everything in its path. It blew Taken's body away at an unbelievable speed. Since the opponent was a speed-oriented close combat fighter, it was only natural for a spirit like Taken to lose. After all, Tandarek was the fastest being alive. Taken slowly began to fade into nothingness, leaving behind a weak final words. I am Sora Yanitsa. Controlling a supreme spirit and a high spirit at the same time is already an incredible feat. The amount of mana supplied to me has probably reached its limit. Now, things have taken a turn for the absolute worst. Having taken down Taken, Tandarek glared at Ed with eyes full of murderous intent. Show me whatever other toys you've got left, kid. Ed drew his familiar bow and fired 3 water magic arrows toward Tandarek. They didn't aim directly at him, but grazed right past, catching Tandarek a bit off guard. The moment the arrows hit the ground, Ed activated Ignite. The puddles instantly vaporized, creating a thick fog that blanketed the battlefield. Tandarek just stood there, brimming with confidence. Water and fire magic. Did you really think you could blind me with some steam? He closed his eyes and spoke. Trying to pull a fast one on me with these cheap tricks isn't going to work. He slashed through the fog with his spear, striking Ed right in the middle of his chest. The attack sliced across his chest, sending blood spurting out. Luckily, the wound wasn't too deep, and Ed managed to stay on his feet. Just as I thought, Tandarek is incredibly strong. With my current power, beating him is not going to be easy at all. Am I finally forced to use that method? The only way left to win. Marilda's silhouette flashed across his mind. In the previous loop, Ed had gambled his very life, but still had to rely on Marilda to finish it. But right now, the Phoenix Ring was being used by Janica. Truth be told, Ed had never actually summoned Marilda in her complete form, using just his own raw power. Ed desperately tried to conjure a magic shield to fend off Tandarek's relentless onslaught, his mind racing for a way to turn the tables. Is there really no other way? Slashes and thrusts slammed into the shield repeatedly, giving it absolutely no time to breathe. Finding it a waste of time, Tandarek planted his spear into the ground, used the momentum to pivot, and delivered a powerful kick that shattered the shield and struck Ed squarely in the stomach. The blow was so brutal that it made Ed cough up blood. The gap in power was just too massive. He was sent flying about 10 meters, crashing heavily into a nearby boulder. Amidst the rising dust, Ed's weak gaze locked onto his opponent. His body had sustained severe injuries. Seizing the opening, Tandarek rushed in with his spear overflowing with holy power. It's over. At this exact moment, a chillingly familiar sensation flooded Ed's mind. Something crept through every single cell, piercing into every corner of his brain. It was death. He had been crushed under rubble, pierced by spears, impaled by dragon scales. slowly bled to death, and burned alive in raging fires. Those memories repeated over and over, dying and reviving. Suddenly, Ed's stats spiked exponentially. Spirit sensitivity leveled up, spirit understanding leveled up, measurement leveled up, shared senses with contracted spirit leveled up, lower tier fire spirit leveled up, spatial displacement leveled up, high tier wind spirit Marilda leveled up, and mid-tier fire spirit Rhea leveled up. Finally, Ed achieved enlightenment. So that's how it is. Just as the spearhead was about to pierce his forehead, it suddenly came to a dead halt. Tandarek was stunned. What the hell just happened? Whether it's holy tier magic or spirit sensitivity, learning magic is pretty much the same across the board. After enduring dozens of failures, memories are built on pain and lessons. Those moments of struggling and refusing to give up. The history of efforts that once seemed totally pointless finally bore sweet fruit. The high-tier wind spirit Marilda was summoned in her fully completed state. The instant she appeared, Marilda bit down hard on Tandarek's wing, dragging him backward. Taking advantage of that split second of distraction, Ed seized the opening and delivered a sharp counterattack. He headbutted Tandarek right in the face, setting up the perfect opening for a finishing blow. Tandarek's face was battered, nose and mouth bleeding profusely as he gnashed his teeth in sheer rage. He fired back with a straight punch right to Ed's face at close range, making him spit blood. Nobody is good at this right from the start. Whether a plan succeeds or fails, nobody ever knows. But so what? If you don't put your life on the line in every single fight, you'll stay weak forever. That's just how things always went. There was never a smooth path. Only trials and hardships make a person stronger. Everyone has their own reasons to struggle for survival, to keep their precious bodies intact. That has been the ultimate truth for thousands of years. Humanity always finds a way to survive. An arrow pierced straight through Tandarek's heart, knocking him unconscious. The battle was decided. No matter how brutal or grueling it gets, everyone shares a single desire: to grit their teeth, push their bodies to the absolute limit, and claw their way to survival. Only when you put your entire heart and soul and your life into the fight can you get to smile at the very end. Punches kept raining down just to make absolutely sure Tandarek was down for the count. Tandarek lay there, completely motionless. Ed stood up, utterly exhausted, his body drenched in blood and covered in countless wounds. He looked down, confirming the enemy was completely neutralized. Afterward, Ed left with Marilda, heading as far away from Aiken Island as possible. Holding the necklace that was emitting a faint trace of mana, Ed thought to himself, time is running out, and I still have things to do with this. Back at the sanctuary, Saintess Claris screamed right at Holy Emperor Eldon's face. How much longer are you going to just stand there and look the other way? Your Holiness, please excommunicate Archbishop Verdio from the church immediately. Before he could even process it, old Verdio's voice chimed in. Your Holiness, surely you don't believe the absurd words of a young, naive saintess? We are doing all this for the very future of the church. Claris didn't hesitate to snap back. Playing dumb now? Using Velbroke's necklace to resurrect the Holy Spear Dragon, and then having the apostles destroy it. Isn't that your filthy little plan, Archbishop? A look of utter bewilderment washed over his face. How could the saintess possibly know about that? How do I know? Despite facing the Holy Spear Dragon countless times, the church has never once managed to defeat it. Your plan is going to fail miserably, Verdio. What the hell? It's precisely because you failed over and over again in that hidden reverse loop that I'm standing here right now talking to you. Archbishop Verdio, inside the sanctuary room, Saintess Claris was still desperately trying to get Holy Emperor Eldon to listen to her. When all of Archbishop Verdio's plans fell apart, the absolute last resort was to sacrifice the saintess's life on the sacrificial magic circle right in front of them. Saintess Claris spoke up clearly and firmly. If that truly is the will of the god Telos, I am willing to offer myself. However, countless innocent people living in peace will lose their lives for absolutely nothing. If the Holy Order causes a mass slaughter of people, who could ever place their faith in the church ever again? The truth was, nobody could guarantee what Claris had just said. How can we believe such nonsense, Your Holiness? But the fact that I'm standing here right now, knowing the Archbishop's entire plan inside out, doesn't that prove everything? Even if I die, nothing changes. You were the one who brought me to this place. The very people I've been trying to save here. The genuine song they sing alongside their relentless efforts will echo across the entire continent. Now, it's not just me. The entire world will lose all faith in the Holy Order. In any case, we are right here on Aiken Island. If the Saintess no longer has faith in the Holy Order, that is an absolute insult. Therefore, please use the power of the Holy Emperor to lock her up immediately. A weak-willed man, incapable of choosing between reality and doctrine, has sat on the throne of the Holy Emperor for decades. As long as someone steps up with absolute determination and a resolute heart, this incompetent old man will just hurriedly do whatever they say. Just as all the years have gone by, I want to entrust the future of the Holy Order to the person with the greatest faith, the one with the most resolute gaze in this entire order. I will do as the Saintess says. Hearing this, Claris glared at Verdio with pure hatred. Your plan hasn't succeeded even once, and it's going to fail this time too. In the name of Holy Emperor Eldon, the most loyal servant of the god Telos, and myself, Saintess Claris of the Church, I declare the immediate excommunication of Archbishop Verdio from the Holy Order. Hearing that, old Verdio didn't even get mad. Instead, he burst out into a cackle. He stared at Claris with eyes full of murderous intent, his voice dripping with threats. You really think doing that is going to change anything? The moment the words left his mouth, he grabbed Claris by the hand and dragged her as he started running. What do you think you're doing, Verdio? Claris screamed. As long as the Saintess doesn't step into the sacrificial magic circle, nobody will be able to stop the resurrection of the Holy Spear Dragon. Even if that brat from earlier managed to steal the Holy Spear Dragon's necklace and run away, the apostles are already hot on his trail. Even if he luckily got away, with the state he's in, how far could he really run? It's not over yet. If things keep going at this rate, the Holy Spear Dragon will resurrect in no time. When that happens, nobody will be able to stop this plan anymore. Before he could even finish his sentence, Claris spoke up loudly and clearly. No, I will absolutely not let things go your way. She violently yanked her hand out of Verdio's grip. He turned around, staring in shock at the Saintess he had raised. He was the one who took my hand and ran away back then. He is many times stronger than you'll ever be. Without a single moment of hesitation, Claris blasted a powerful holy magic spell straight at Verdio. He took the full brunt of the damage, crying out in excruciating pain. She collapsed from pure exhaustion, while Verdio lay sprawled on the ground, completely covered in blood. He made a desperate final effort. God has commanded that a Saintess's life is meant to pursue pure, pristine white light. So why on earth has your soul become so colorful like this? Claris let out heavy, exhausted breaths as she replied, because while I am a Saintess, I am also a student. I have learned so much from him. Within a single beam of light that seemed to be only white, there are actually countless beautiful colors hidden inside. The red of intensity and the burning desire to rise up. The gold of kindness and benevolence. The turquoise of protection and safekeeping. The deep blue of tolerance and forgiveness. The purple of power and final judgment. Ed quickly handed the necklace over to Lucy since he couldn't move fast enough. Like a bolt of lightning, Lucy shot through the air at an unbelievable speed, leaving a purple streak that tore the sky wide open. When all those colors come together, it creates the purest and most beautiful white of all. A white born of experience and learning, not some meaningless blank slate. Now, as a senior, the protagonist Taylor had to face off against the freshman. But the resistance from the underclassmen was not going to be easily broken. Everyone wanted to defeat a senior to get a high score, so the opponents were definitely no walk in the park. In the early part of the scenario, for some reason, none of the freshmen were placed into Class A. But the scenario kept moving forward, refusing to stop just because a few gears had veered off script. Taylor defeated his final opponent, Claw, the leader of the freshman alchemy department. But Claw refused to accept defeat and downed an illegal potion, the blood of the evil god. He was the mini-boss of the middle of Chapter 3, Claw the Alchemist of Calamity, receiving mana from the evil god Mebulu and utilizing all sorts of dark magic to secure a win. Taylor was continuously pushed back by the sudden, overwhelming power. Trials kept coming at him without end, and he had to overcome them all on his own. Since this was the end of the chapter, and Taylor had already fought countless enemies, getting back on his feet was no easy task. Ed was in the exact same boat. He had completely exhausted himself running all the way here to stop someone, not even knowing if he'd make it in time. No matter how brutal it got, the script still rolled on. The villains would eventually be crushed by the protagonist. Taylor rushed forward with his sword glowing brilliant, unleashing an elemental slash, cutting through everything that stood in his path. Taylor's slash shattered the darkness. He could now cut through any element. An explosion blew the roof right off the arena, while Ed kept dragging his feet forward in sheer agony. The second joint practical exam in the original script wrapped up like this. Taylor, the guy who used to be mocked by the students, a demoted swordsman, was now recognized as a top-tier expert within the academy. He was congratulated by his best friend, the students watching the match, and even the instructors. Taylor etched that beautiful image into everyone's minds, but the joy lasted for only a fleeting moment. The moment he stepped out of the exam hall, a piece of shocking news reached his ears. News about the death of a comrade, a poet, a highly talented prophet. Inside the sanctuary, Adele took her final steps toward the sacrificial circle. The news of Adele's death would soon spread all over the academy, but the cause was never clearly described. Originally in the storyline, Adele was set up to exit the stage silently, but now everything had changed. A hand caught Adele right before she could plunge into the sacrificial circle. It was Ed. He arrived just in time to stop her before it was too late. Tears streamed down Adele's cheeks. Ed had made it using every last ounce of his remaining strength, but fortunately, he wasn't too late. The original plot had officially changed. Taylor's group hadn't heard any news of anyone dying. They only heard rumors about an upheaval within the Holy Order. Old Verdio had completely lost his mind by now, rushing toward the Saintis to settle the score once and for all. But all he got in return was a straight punch to the face, leaving him flat on the ground. The soldiers had now completely sided with Claris. Since the commotion was an internal matter of the Holy Order, the information wasn't made public. Everything was handled smoothly. Thanks to that, the Saintis of Doubt no longer existed. The Holy Spear Dragon didn't resurrect ahead of schedule either. The Awakening Necklace now lay deep at the bottom of the ocean. When the Saintis of Doubt vanished, the Holy Order's army didn't land on Aiken Island. Because of this, the final boss of Act 3 and the Awakened Lucy didn't make an appearance either. Compared to the original script, a lot of things have been flipped upside down, but this outcome wasn't too bad. Looking up at the sky, painted gold by the sunset, Lucy's face flushed with shyness. She still vividly remembered the memories of the previous loop. Suddenly, I'm really craving some beef jerky. Fortunately, the Academy didn't suffer any severe damage, and everything was still heading toward a bright future. After wrapping up all the trouble, Ed headed back to his camp as usual. He walked up to the door of Janica's cabin and gave it a soft knock. "Janica, are you feeling any better?" Her voice rang out, sounding completely flustered. "Is that you, Ed? Don't come in. I'm taking a bath." She continued, "But my eyes still can't see very clearly." Hearing that, Ed froze in front of the door. He recalled the price Janica had to pay for using her future mana. Right now, she couldn't use any mana and was practically blind. The Supreme Spirit Bredre had held off 5 apostles at the same time, but it had ultimately fallen into the forest outside Aiken Island. Janica had passed out at the time and was brought back to the wooden cabin in the forest by someone. Even though it wasn't clear exactly what happened, that person was Lucy. She had brought Janica back after she collapsed from overusing her mana. Luckily, both of them were safe. While Ed was lost in thought, a familiar voice rang out. "If something like that happened, you absolutely should have told me first." Ed turned around and recognized Belle, the head maid. He had asked her to come over and look after Janica. "Yeah, thanks for coming," Ed said. Belle's face was bright and happy. As the head maid, she didn't have to do chores anymore. But looking at her expression, Ed guessed she still missed doing things like the old days. Belle stepped closer to Ed and spoke up. "Young master, are you doing all right?" "Yeah, I'm just worried about Janica since she can't see clearly yet. But I'm fine." "Oh no, that's not what I meant. Is there nothing weighing on your mind?" Ed paused and thought for a moment before replying. "I'm fine. I get it now. Right now, the most important thing is taking care of Janica." Belle quickly stepped inside and said, "I'm telling you this beforehand to avoid any misunderstandings. I have to help her change her clothes and wipe off her sweat." Ed nodded. Well, that's a given, right? There's no way the young master would make such a rookie mistake, right?" The door shut, but it didn't close all the way. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Belle poked her head out, teasing him. "But hey, aren't you at that impulsive age right now? If you're not going to try making a mistake now, then when?" Listening to your inner voice once in a while isn't a bad idea, you know. To stop Belle from talking any more nonsense, Ed stepped forward and slammed the door shut. Stop saying such weird things and go inside to help Janica already. Belle's voice still tried to linger. Well, that's a real shame then. But hey, young master, you just dropped the honorifics with me just now. Belle's face was brimming with excitement over her joke. Now this is what I call the strongest captain in history. Ed looked at her with a bewildered expression, kept quiet, and turned away. Feeling like she hadn't done enough, Belle continued with her plan, speaking loudly so Ed could hear. Lady Janica, why are you all alone in such a dusty environment? Doing this is practically a crime. It would be better to just take you straight to the Academy's infirmary. I'm going to throw the door wide open to let some fresh air in. Is it okay if I do that, milady? Janica shrieked in embarrassment. Belle, don't. How can you leave me hanging right in the middle of changing my clothes to go do something else? Hearing that, Ed felt embarrassed too. Even though he wasn't standing close by, it wasn't hard to imagine what it looked like inside. He knew Belle was sharp about these kinds of things, and she probably noticed that Ed was in a total mess too. What is she thinking, opening up both the windows and the main door wide open just to bathe Janica? She's completely insane. Thanks to that, the afternoon flashed by, and Ed didn't have the mental energy to overthink anymore. Even though he had only been away from the camp for 2 days, it felt like he'd been gone for a whole month. Man, looks like I'm a bit low on firewood. While Ed was wondering what to have for dinner tonight, a figure approached. Hello, Senior. Ed turned around and saw a girl carrying an instrument. It was Clarice, the Saintess. Is that you, Clarice? Shouldn't I be calling you the Saintess instead? After settling the matters within the Holy Order, Clarice had come to share a few things. Archbishop Verdio has officially been excommunicated from the church. Is that so? Ed asked. He is currently being escorted back to the Holy Imperial Capital under the orders of the Pope and the Apostles. The subsequent handling of his case has been fully entrusted to the Pope. Ed wondered, do you still believe in the church? Clarice replied. Pope Eldon admitted that he used to be far too lenient in managing his subordinates. I think an archbishop with distorted ideals took advantage of the church's weakness to manipulate power. This incident might actually be a chance for the church to move in a new direction. I want to try putting my faith in the church one more time. Hearing that, Ed remained silent. Clarice continued, bringing up her friend. As for Adele, she has vanished. I used my authority as the Saintess to track her down, but there's absolutely no trace of her. It's Steedgod. So, do you have any message you want to leave for her? Clarice replied, but right now it's just... Clarice looked up at the sky, her voice hinting at a trace of happiness. I just wanted to say thank you. I'll leave this thing right here. For someone who travels all over the place like Adele, who knows, maybe this camp will be her next destination. She stood up and turned to leave. Are you going to stay at this camp during the summer break, Senior? Probably. It's not like I have anywhere else to go anyway. Senior, can I make one small request? Please treat me just like a regular friend. Ed handed her a torch and smiled. It's always been that way, hasn't it? You've always talked to me naturally, so there's really no need to ask. Clarice gave a soft laugh. I see, but I'm like a close friend. If you ever need any help in the future, Senior, please feel free to tell me. I can't promise I'll be able to grant every single request, but I'll do my absolute best. Watching Clarice's back slowly fade into the distance, a chaotic mess of thoughts started swirling in Ed's head. From behind him, Adele's voice rang out, shattering the silence. I think it's about time for me to head out. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid I'll run into someone else. Are you really okay? Ed asked. Adele appeared with her body heavily wrapped in bandages and one eye completely covered. Even though my holy magic and divine power haven't recovered yet, my body is well enough to move around. No, what I mean is it really okay for you to leave without meeting Clarice first? Yeah, because I don't have any songs left to sing anyway. Or rather, I just don't have the courage to lie anymore. Those lyrics praising the greatness of the god Telos, the stories of traveling the world, the songs about freedom. Everything I played on this instrument was nothing but a lie. Is that so? Adele gripped the instrument tightly and then straight up threw it right into the bonfire without a single shred of hesitation. Ed was stunned by her action. I want to retrace my steps through all the places where I used to sing those insincere songs in front of Clarice. This is going to be a long journey, so I want to cast off all my burdens. Before, my journey was nothing but running away from my fate. But this time, I'm not running anymore. I'm actually traveling. Ed wondered, so what's the difference? Of course there's a difference. It means I finally have a place to come back to. But I have to return within 3 years. Otherwise Clarice will already graduate. When this trip is over, I want to come back here and sing a brand new song that I wrote. All right then. If you come back, I'll pick out a good piece of wood to make a new instrument for you. Looks like I'll have to make sure I'm back in 2 years then. Suddenly, Ed's tone turned serious. Is that really all? Is that truly all you desire? You've lost both your divine power and your mana, and you can no longer foresee the future. The future you once knew has completely ended. From now on, you'll be starting all over again in a completely unfamiliar place. Starting a brand new journey without knowing a single thing about the future. You've broken free from the predetermined script and no longer have anything to lean on. Who knows? Maybe a terrifying future is waiting for you out there. Doesn't this pitch-black present make you feel scared at all? Both of them fell dead silent. It wasn't a simple question. Adele replied, "Of course I'm scared, but not knowing anything about the future is also pretty exciting, don't you think? Who knows? Maybe in those places, some kind-hearted soul will show up, and good things will be waiting for me. Honestly, I'm actually really thrilled." After saying that, she turned and walked away into the radiant sunset, which seemed to beautifully highlight her glowing smile. Ed sat by the bonfire, lost in thought. A lot of things had changed. He had just spoken with a girl who was supposed to be dead according to the original script. It wasn't the plot, but rather the exact moment Ed was forced to make a choice in a fleeting window of time. Leave Aiken Island to stop the Holy Spear Dragon from resurrecting, or turn back to save Adele from death. Ed had chosen to stop the Holy Spear Dragon. If Janica hadn't arrived just in the nick of time, he probably would have given up. To be more precise, Ed had chosen a sacrifice to save the script. If Adele's holy magic hadn't weakened and Janica hadn't retained her memories, he definitely would have chosen to save his own skin. Yeah, I'm just that kind of person, always using survival as an excuse to dodge responsibility and cast aside my compassion. Comradeship, friendship, those values meant absolutely nothing in the face of imminent death. I'm the kind of guy who can easily look the other way when it comes to stuff like that. The bonfire slowly died down, along with his heavy thoughts. A wave of guilt surged up, tearing Ed's fractured mind to pieces. Janica's feet slowly approached. Summer had finally arrived. Everything had completely changed. Rot Taylor, who wasn't even supposed to exist in the academy, was now an elite student. Janica, the final boss of Act 1, was now right by Ed's side. Lucy, the final boss of Act 3, had completely vanished from the script. But there were things that didn't change at all, no matter what happened. Whether it meant twisting history or turning a blind eye to sacrifices, Ed was absolutely going to survive, no matter what it took. The night was gradually blanketing the camp, which was lit with fires. The Bard Fenia had now left this place to seek her own freedom. Just like that, the events Ed once knew so well had changed to the point of being unrecognizable. The biggest and most crucial variable about to unfold was the subjugation of Lucy. Mastery of skills, accumulated experience, and the specific abilities obtained from them would play a decisive role in the deployment of Act 4 later on. Mastery of skills, accumulated experience, and the specific abilities obtained from them would play a decisive role in the deployment of Act 4 later on. Moreover, the battle against Lucy was a key milestone for her to cast off the obsession with Glock in her heart. Ed had asked himself whether he should directly question the person involved to grasp her thoughts. But strangely enough, the person who always clung to this place like a shadow to take a nap had been completely off the radar for the past several days. Is it really going to be okay if things keep going on like this? As things continued at this rate, a sudden wave of pain struck mid-sleep, causing Ed to snap awake. He bolted up from the bed and let out heavy, exhausted breaths. How much time had passed? Even though his memories were somewhat faded, it certainly wasn't a pleasant dream. Once the upcoming final exams were over, summer vacation would officially begin. Was it because of this rare moment of leisure that it had returned? From behind him, eerie streaks of pitch-black smoke were slowly drifting in. Ed's eyes showed deep exhaustion. I suddenly remember, before setting foot in this place, every single day, he was haunted by that bizarre dream. Memories of comrades who had fallen in the war. Their screams for help echoed like a curse from hell. The scene shifts to the next morning. Familiar voices echo from the student council president's office. Lately, the young master seems to have a lot on his mind, doesn't he? Yeah. Even though he keeps saying he's fine, I still feel like something is unnatural. On the surface, he acts normal. still bustling around with the daily grind as always, managing to work at the camp, while taking on the roles of a teaching assistant and his own studies. Even if it's just a personal hunch, I think he's carrying some kind of heavy burden. Tanya let out a weary sigh. I'm just so worried, Zik continued. I'm feeling pretty uneasy too. Honestly, I'm worried about a different matter entirely. Why is that? As you can see, the relationships surrounding Senior Ed are quite complicated. Horrifying images flashed through Tanya's mind one after another. Yeah, I know, but for Senior Ed to show a vulnerable side is a very rare occurrence. What I fear is that the fierce rivalry will only become increasingly intense. Back at Ed's campsite, he was sitting next to Janica, chatting. I think I can control low-level spirits now. Is that so? But your observation skills aren't really clear yet. I was also worried that the flow of mana would get disrupted, but since Ed is by my side, I want to give another shot. Anyway, it's about time for class. Ed thought for a moment and agreed. All right then. Janica stood up, clutching her staff tightly, and began to chant. Well, here I go. Normally, there was no need to chant when summoning these low-level spirits. Perhaps because she hadn't done it in a long time, she wanted to be extra cautious. That incantation caused a spark of fire to slowly bloom open, along with a familiar voice. Wow, you finally decided to call me out? Lady Janica, but right as the incantation ended, her entire body grew so dizzy that she couldn't even stand steady. Janica clutched her head, exhaustion written all over her face as her mana drained completely. But before she could collapse, Ed quickly rushed over and caught Janica. Are you all right? Her face flushed red with embarrassment. Are you listening to me? He turned back to the fire spirit and said, Go inside and rest for a while. Mug. Yes, sir. It's been so long since this incompetent mug got to me. Janica stammered. The mana pressure was greater than I thought, so I just lost my composure a bit. Really? Your recovery speed seems a little slow, and it looks like you're running a fever. Your whole body is burning up. No, it's not. That's not because of mana. Suddenly, a voice cut in between the two of them. Even though this was expected, seeing it with my own eyes still feels quite strange from a distance. Lortell slowly walked over with a rather unpleasant smile. It's been a while since I dropped by to see you, Senior. Her eyes narrowed. Even though I prepared myself, this scene still makes me feel. I really didn't expect you to set up camp here just to play house. What exactly is going on? I don't even care to hear your excuses. Janica squinted, trying to get a clear look at the person across from her. What? Is that Lortell's voice? It's been a long time, Senior Janica. She flashed a triumphant smile. You decided to leave the academy hall to move out here. Ed and you have decided to live together. Those words made Lortell grit her teeth in sheer frustration. Instead of using the term living together, wouldn't it be more accurate to say living next to each other? She turned to look at Ed and said in a serious tone, Actually, my purpose for coming today is to check on you, Senior, and also to deliver some important news. Important news? What is it? Senior, I don't know what your financial situation's like right now, but I advise you to quickly buy up all the books and magic tools for next semester right away. I was taken aback. This early? Buying now might be cheaper, but vacation hasn't even started yet. Lortell smiled dangerously, her eyes narrowing like a true master. The issue isn't about whether it's cheap or expensive, but rather that by the end of the break, you won't be able to find them anywhere to buy. She tilted her head toward Janica and continued. Come to think of it, hearing this valuable information at the same time, Senior Janica is quite lucky too. But Janica wouldn't back down. She snapped back decisively. But since I live with Ed, I'm always by his side anyway. What's so lucky about that? Thanks anyway, though. The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Ed glanced over at her and thought to himself, Janica seems to have matured. She doesn't miss any opportunity to win a war of words with Lortell. Of course, since the opponent was Lortell, there was no way she would lose control or fly into a rage. However, Lortell's reaction was completely contrary to his thoughts. This is so annoying. She turned to leave and bade her farewell. That's it for today. I'll take my leave now. Suddenly Lortell stopped and spoke up. But this place really is wonderful. The air is fresh. The sound of running water is soothing. Now I understand why Claire likes coming here to take naps. Those loaded words put Janica on high alert. What? Even though her vision hadn't fully recovered, she could see it very clearly. The highly suggestive smile of Lortell Kuhelenment, this place. The scene shifts to the dormitory lobby. Are you saying Lortell left a letter here? Then she mentioned finding a replacement for your position and asked if you wanted to transfer. She even proposed a salary and bonus package. Belle reached out and took the letter. Even if it is Lady Lortell, this whole thing is just way too sudden, isn't it? Those 3 pollen gold coins are definitely no small amount. However, I have dedicated myself to this awfulest haul for so many years. No matter how high the weekly pay is, it doesn't mean a thing. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry ahead, Maid. I just couldn't believe my own eyes either. That's 3 pollen gold coins for just a single day of work. It's not a monthly salary, nor is it a weekly wage. Is it really a daily wage? The maid standing nearby looked at the stunned expression of the head maid and stammered. About this? Are you really planning to quit your job? The scene shifts back to Ed's camp. He was working hard to repair the roof after the recent storms. Suddenly, a voice from below caught Ed's attention. Would you happen to be Senior Ed? From inside the forest, 2 figures slowly stepped out and introduced themselves. I am a messenger acting under the orders of President Lodo. My official title is Ron, a sales representative for the Elter Merchant Coalition, Sylvania branch. And the person next to me is Rihanna. We came here to conduct a preliminary survey, so we hope for your cooperation, Senior. Ed's face froze. A preliminary survey? Don't tell me. You don't need to worry too much. It'll be done quickly. It is said that the president is planning to build a villa right at this location as soon as possible. The 2 quickly opened their bags and took out their surveying tools to begin the task. It's an honor to finally meet you. Ed slowly climbed down and spoke up. You being so formal makes me feel a bit strange. You look around my age. Why don't you relax a bit? Run smiled. You are someone my master values highly, so a little flattery isn't a bad thing. Besides, I don't think I'll be seeing you very often anyway. Lady Lortell generally doesn't like sending her subordinates out to this place. Is there a reason for that? Because I'm sure she's well aware of her own ridiculous difference when she's here. When she's here with you, she acts like any other girl, but in front of her subordinates, Lady Lortell is a cold person with liquid steel running through her veins. Ed walked up, reacting to that observation. Sounds like you lack respect for your master. Ah, is that so? Actually, that was meant as a compliment. Run reached into his pocket and pulled something out. In any case, if there's anything you need help with from our side, but find it inconvenient to discuss directly with Lady Lortell, just call me whenever you need. He carefully wiped a luxurious bottle of liquor and explained, this stuff costs about 1 gold coin even on the black market. It's pretty strong, so don't give it to anyone who can't handle their alcohol. If you give it to them, they'll get hammered instantly. Rihanna took just 1 sip, and she completely trashed the place that afternoon. Hearing this, Rihanna yelled furiously, Hey, stop bringing up other people's embarrassing stories like that. Ed took the bottle and muttered, You're overestimating me. Haha, overestimating? Run turned to leave with a mysterious smile. On the contrary, I think you're underestimating yourself. A while later at the Claven shop, Ed's face was dark with exhaustion. He looked at the pile of magic tools in front of him and spoke up. According to Lortell, I should shop before the semester starts. I can already craft most things myself, so I mainly just need to buy consumables. Saying this, Ed suddenly turned around. But why are you here? Anise, having been caught out, could only drop her book with a long sigh. I came to buy a few things, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Yes. Hey, you haven't dropped by the lab? You must be pretty busy, right? I heard about Janica. They said she was pretty badly injured. Actually, when she announced she was going to live permanently at the camp, I was a bit surprised, but it looks like she's settling in. You must be going through a lot yourself. Ed, I know your situation well, so I already explained it to the professor. Take care of yourself. Clebius and Onyx are doing great work, so you can relax a little. You need that scholarship to make life easier, right? After Anise's nonstop barrage of words, Ed stood frozen for a few seconds from the dizziness. He stammered out a reply. Yeah, thanks. Anise awkwardly backed away, looking for an escape. Well, in that case, I'll take my leave first. In her carelessness, she accidentally bumped into the table behind her, causing the bag of produce in her hand to slip and fall. Fortunately, Ed stepped in just in time and caught the bag of produce. Are you all right? Careful. You almost fell. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to the bag of produce. Sprouted potatoes and a rotten apple? This bunch of spinach looks like she dug it up with her own hands. Why is this bread so moldy? Ed suddenly realized he was being a bit rude. Saw the... But Anise only replied coldly. Go ahead and look. There's nothing special in there anyway. It's fine. I have no reason to try and impress you. So what? Is being poor something to be ashamed of? What if you see me in this state? Do I need to impress you? What are we? Are we dating? At this point, Anise couldn't hold it in any longer, sat down, and sobbed uncontrollably. I just want to drop dead. Ed stood frozen like a statue, completely bewildered by what was happening. I am sorry. Anise Halen was known as a commoner who carried herself with an aura loftier than most nobles. But her family went bankrupt right as she entered the academy, forcing her to work as well. Ed stood frozen like a statue, completely bewildered by what was happening. I am sorry. A while later, the two walked over to a nearby bench, and Anise even bought a pastry for Ed. Thank you. She shared a bakery membership card with Claire. I feel like I could have lived perfectly fine without knowing this. Anise's face flushed red as she tried to explain. A new professor is coming to replace Professor Glass, so I came to buy the supplies we were lacking. It seems like you've been doing a lot of shopping lately, too. Ed, it's nothing. I just heard that the prices of school supplies are about to go up. Hearing this, Anise replied, yeah, I check the prices every day, and it seems everything is about 10% more expensive than last month. Ed was stunned, sweat rolling down his cheek. You do that every day? Anise turned around and shouted. Hey, if you think I'm overdoing it, it sounds a bit strange, but I think we're actually pretty similar. Anise, if you fall ill, you won't be able to work, then you'll lose your dorm, and you won't be able to stay at the academy either. Having grown used to this high-pressure lifestyle, I'm sure she had to go to work while sick many times. It was all for survival, which didn't hold the same meaning for everyone as it did for me. The guy living in a tent deep in the forest preparing for the next scenario. To Anise Halen, this academy was the true forest, the real jungle. Anise gave a quiet, silent smile. She stood up and said goodbye to Ed with a brighter face than before. Thank you. Actually, when we first met, I thought the exact same thing about you. Anyway, I should shop for next semester before the prices go up any further. And then again, if the mastermind can manipulate prices to this extent, it must be the Elter Merchant Coalition, right? But at this rate, they'll definitely clash with the student council soon. I don't know why they chose this moment to squeeze profits. Regardless, they must have a plan. The head of the Merchant Coalition is probably smarter than me anyway. I'm off. Thanks for letting me know. Ed stood there watching Anise's figure gradually fade away, thinking to himself that he was also curious about why Elter was doing all this to drive up the prices of school supplies. When you're curious about something, the best way to understand it is to go ask the person causing that curiosity directly. When Ed returned to his camp, Lortell was already there waiting for him. Grinch, liquor isn't exactly a nice gift. Come on, run. If you're going to embezzle money, you should buy wine instead. A more expensive bottle doesn't mean it's going to be better. Ed calmly took off his bag and spoke up. That bottle is yours, you know? Lortell smiled. Well, it came from me anyway. Run occasionally embezzles money here and there to bring back items like this. He doesn't even realize that I know exactly what he's doing. Hearing this, Ed wondered, why do you let slide? She placed the bottle on the ground, so I can use it as leverage if he ever crosses the line one day. It's a bad habit of mine. No matter who it is, I need insurance to fully trust that person. Calling you special sounds a bit strange, but I still haven't found anything that can bind. Saying that, Lortell stepped closer and took Ed's hand. So, what if we both know each other's weaknesses? I'm sure you have a lot of questions for me. A while later, near the professor's dormitory area, Ed had walked here together with Lortell. There weren't many people around, making it a suitable place to talk. Ed spoke up calmly. This kind of classic trick doesn't really suit you. Are you planning to corner the market on all school supplies? She smiled sharply. Well, I'm the only person on this island who can freely set prices on everything. I never thought you'd be curious about Elter's internal operations. Are you worried about me? Ed fell silent in thought, letting out a cryptic sigh. Lortell said disappointedly, in situations like this, you should say yes, even if you don't mean it. Hearing that, Ed replied, maybe so. I actually am a bit worried. Lortell stood still, staring intently at Ed. What's wrong? Is something the matter? She softly whispered her words. If that's the case, should we trade secrets? He was taken aback. Right now? What are you plotting? I told you, I want us to share our weaknesses. If you tell me yours, I'll tell you my reason for raising prices. Ed closed his eyes, letting himself sink into his deepest thoughts. A weakness, huh? Actually, you asked me this question once before. Senior, have you ever killed anyone? At that time, though he hesitated for a brief moment, in the end, he still answered that he never had. Lortell still didn't catch Ed's underlying meaning and laughed out loud. All right, I did ask that. It's already been a year, hasn't it? Why are you suddenly bringing that up now? Lortell still didn't catch Ed's underlying meaning and laughed out loud. All right, I did ask that. It's already been a year, hasn't it? Why are you suddenly bringing that up now? My hands have already killed before. Not one, not two. I've killed countless people. He continued. Believe it or not, I've fought in a few unfamiliar lands. When you're swept onto a battlefield like that, you have to witness the people around you fall more times than you can accept. And among them, there are always a few people you can't stop yourself from thinking that you absolutely must save. Especially those close to you. The ones you talk to and check on. That's what a comrade is. At first, you grit your teeth and try to save them, even when you know you'll collapse from exhaustion. You still carry a heavily wounded man on your back and run through the middle of the battlefield, where you cling to a dying comrade, sobbing as you watch them draw their last breath. But eventually you stop because you're too busy trying to stay alive. Even though it breaks your heart at first, one day you realize you've gone mad. Even when it comes to the deaths of those closest to you. It's all because you're still struggling just to keep your own life. When you're immersed in the instinct of survival, always staying alert and sharp, surviving is the only thing that exists in your head. But once you leave the battlefield, you ultimately end up in a situation like this, where no one wants to harm you. And if you happen to save someone, a question you tried to ignore keeps rushing back. If only I hadn't looked away back then, maybe I could have saved them. And they died because of me. His hands clenched tightly until they trembled. So, a long time ago, I came to a conclusion that they are key characters in this scenario, and people I can influence. I wove all kinds of excuses and even deceived myself. But in the end, I decided I would never become anyone's comrade again. Recently, I forgot that resolve. That probably means I've become less sharp, and that is my weakness now. She sat to one side listening, causing the surroundings to suddenly become strangely quiet. After thinking for a while, she spoke up. I should give you an answer. I promised after all. You asked why I bought up all the study materials and textbooks, right? She explained. I received a report that a rat has sneaked into the merchant organization. This is just the process to drag that person out into the light. Over the past few days, the inventory counts for school supplies and books in the warehouse haven't matched up at all. He wondered. So that means someone has been skimming the merchandise, is that right? Isn't it that guy Dune? He even said he used the embezzled money to buy liquor. She immediately denied it. Dune isn't that bold. He only dares to enjoy 2 small luxuries, but he would never cross that line. I think there's someone even greedier than Dune. She let out a sigh, stroking her chin in thought. When the prices go up, he will sell ahead of us and run away. That's when we'll catch that rat. And I might have to kill someone in this matter. This gave him a bit of a start. She continued. We spoke about something like this before, didn't we? Recalling the past scene, she asked if he had ever killed anyone. And at that time, his answer was no. She poured her heart out. I have never killed anyone with my own hands. But if emotional ties implicate those whom I couldn't save then I must have killed countless people too. Because I'm the type of person who only knows how to ignore the world and judge everything solely by the numbers in the accounting ledger. I'm an only daughter, but isn't everyone like that? A merchant recognized a child's talent and bribed its biological parents to adopt it. And it had to eat stale bread in a corner of the slums. In the end, they didn't even realize they would be killed to prevent information from leaking. While selling their own child away, those pitiful people, she began to edge closer to him. All of them are accomplices. Her fist clenched tightly as she turned to ask him, do you know how much money my parents sold me for? Right after that, she spread open her small hands. It was exactly 3 Flynn gold coins. It feels like it was just yesterday. I was still just a girl sold off for the price of 3 gold coins. Yet now I'm someone who can dole out 3 gold coins as a daily wage just to borrow a person I like. Ridiculous, isn't it? He was a bit puzzled. But 3 gold coins a day is a bit overkill, isn't it? She let out a sigh and replied, well, I think she'll refuse. But that's fine. Dealing with a rat that sneaked into the Union and handling Dune along with his plot to betray us. None of that bothers me. Because I don't expect anything from anyone, and I don't trust anyone either. You know the reason too, right? He replied. Because you don't want to be disappointed. She smiled in confirmation. Yes, that's also why I'm always lonely. And that is my weakness. He began to analyze. So it turns out from the very beginning, the reason you set aside your busy schedule to invite me on a night walk was because... She immediately cut him off. I have ears, you know. She walked over to the bench, leaning against his shoulder, and continued. The reality is that my hearing is somewhat sharp, and I can't hear further than normal people. He thought to himself at this moment. It seems she heard the recent rumors that I've been looking gloomy or like someone completely drained of energy. She spoke words of encouragement. And it seems like there's a ritual among noble children when they get married. They exchange weaknesses with each other. Because when two people know each other's weaknesses, they become much closer. Or, as people might say, saying up to here, she suddenly froze for a few seconds, then immediately changed the subject. The academy is quite peaceful at night, isn't it? A place that's usually crowded becomes so empty. It makes me feel like I've been left all alone in this world. He nodded. Yeah, it really does. She continued. For me, that feeling is always present even during the day. But sometimes I actually need that feeling. You know it too, right? Sometimes this solitude. He looked up at the sky. It's quite comfortable, isn't it? She smiled. I told you we're alike. Afterward, the two of them continued to confide in each other for a long time. The next morning, at Lortell's office, a voice rang out. I'm sorry, Lady Lortell. Belle bowed her head and explained. To be completely honest, it would be great for me because of the high pay. But I take pride in working in the city of Sylvania. Of course, I'm not always treated fairly. Sometimes I feel resentful. Sometimes things get hard. And there are times when I feel exhausted. But even so, I still want to continue taking responsibility for Sylvania. Lortell showed a sad face at this moment. A daily wage of 3 gold coins was a pretty bold offer that I made for my end, so this really breaks my heart. You can't convert the noble faith you have in your work into money, right? So how about a part-time agreement? This gave Belle a bit of start. She asked back in confusion. What was that? A part-time agreement, Lortell explained. I heard that lately you've still been taking time to go care for Janica. Just drop by occasionally and manage things for me, just like the way you're already doing that job. Feel free to come whenever you have time, handle what needs to be done, and then leave. Something like that twice a week. Would that be all right? As she spoke, a glimmer of pleading appeared in Lortell's eyes. Just as Belle was about to speak, Lortell eagerly anticipated. Yes? Seeing this, Belle replied helplessly. If it's like that, then it's fine. This made Lortell incredibly delighted. Thank you, Belle continued. If there are terms left right at the end of this sentence. Lortell immediately pulled out a contract, introducing the contract that's already prepared right here. This made Belle gasp in shock. What? Lortell began to point her finger. Sign here and sign here too. Finding herself caught in a trap, Belle was helpless. Ah, okay then. After finishing the business, Lortell said happily, all right. From now on, please take care of my villa and the camp next to it. Belle, still in shock, stammered a reply. See you at. Before she could even finish her sentence, Lortell slammed the door shut and left. Belle began to think, a side job for an extra gold coin, and she even had a contract ready to go. So I fell for the trap. Returning to Ed's train of thought, I've only been at this camp for a few days, thinking about old memories. But when I see others staying busy, it brings me back to reality. That life at the academy hasn't stopped. So I decided I won't let myself feel down and heavy anymore. More precisely, I don't have time for that. It's the end of the season now. I need to quickly finish the staff too. Before that, I will prepare as thoroughly as possible to face. The scene shifts toward Tanya's room. Her eyes were full of deep thought as she looked at the letter in her hand. It's been a very long time since I last received a letter from Father. In the letter, it was written, I heard that during the break, many students often return to their families to rest and then come back later. Tanya, you should come home to rest for a bit and then return to Sylvania. If possible, bring it along too. Even though it was just words delivered through a letter, the sheer pressure of its master still permeated every single word. Tanya's face suddenly turned pale. Right at this moment, the maid appeared to check in, noting that she looked quite tired, but Tanya quickly denied it. No, I'm fine. In Tanya's head, a series of thoughts was spinning. I'm busy dealing with the fact that the Elter Merchant Coalition has started to cross the line, and now there's Father too. The castle was suddenly flooded with sighs, but a night filled with many events quickly passed by. Early the next morning, Tanya, with half-closed eyes, tugged at her clothes and complained, It hurts, my head hurts so much. Before she could even finish her sentence, she froze. The person in front of her was also startled upon facing Tanya. The person immediately jumped up with a panicked shriek. Lucy! Finally, Tanya snapped back to her senses, adjusting her tone. Hello, Lucy. Do you have something you want to say to me? Lucy shyly pulled her hat down low. Bowing 90 degrees, pouring out a stream of sincerity. Sorry about last time, but where no one could see, Lucy was gritting her teeth and tensing up inside. Tanya hurriedly denied it. No, you already apologized last time. There's no need to apologize again. She awkwardly scratched her head, steering the conversation. The weather today is really nice, isn't it? Perfect for a nap. Are you planning to head over to my brother's camp today, too? Lucy replied mechanically. I don't go there very often lately. Tanya stammered out. Really? Why is that? Lucy gritted her teeth and shared. After not taking a nap in a different place, it feels kind of weird. My dress gets dirty, dust clings to my whole body, and my hair gets all messy. After beating around the bush for a while, she blushed and concluded, I don't look good at all. Both Tanya and the maid unknowingly shared the same thought. Lucy Mabrio is actually worried about how she's being perceived. How vulnerable. But right at this moment, Lucy spoke up again. I've planned to go to his camp tomorrow. After a long time of not going there, I want to go. After a long pause, Tanya's maid hesitantly reassured her. Don't worry, Lucy. You are already very beautiful. But tomorrow, she suddenly exploded with enthusiasm as she vowed. I swear on my title as the head maid, I will prepare the most perfect look possible for you. It turned out that the main duty of the awfulest head maid was to assist students, while her secondary duty was acting as a relationship counselor, someone who knew exactly who loved whom like the back of her hand. Lucy listened, her mouth hanging open in a daze. At the same time, the scene cuts to a house at the edge of the forest. A pigeon calmly perched on the windowsill, but before it could even let out a chirp, all the fine feathers on its body stood on end. At the same time, the scene cuts to a house at the edge of the forest. A pigeon calmly perched on the windowsill, but before it could even let out a chirp, all the fine feathers on its body stood on end. It turned out that not far away, a gloomy aura of magical energy was emanating. The master of that magical energy was even sweeping a deathly gaze over, along with the interrogation. Did you really build? But halfway through speaking, that sound abruptly stopped. The space suddenly distorted due to a blinding flash of light. They wrapped around each other, forming a massive cocoon. By the time the power dissipated, the silver-haired beauty immediately appeared. She tilted her head and asked back playfully, How was it? Ed comfortably assessed. Now, summoning you in human form doesn't take too much effort anymore. She casually replied, Seems that way. Ed quietly felt the power of the 1,000-year-old with staff struck by lightning, then delivered a definitive conclusion. As expected, crafting this thing was the right choice. Janica now showed immense excitement. I've never seen a staff crafted with magical engineering before. Ed generously offered. Do you want to try using it? She asked back in confusion. Me? Janica held the wooden staff but still cautiously hedged her bets. I haven't fully recovered yet, so I'm not sure if I can test it out properly. But in the end, she still closed her eyes seriously. In just a split second, the surrounding air churned and swirled. Janica couldn't help but marvel. Not only is it effective, but I also feel like mana is naturally flowing throughout my entire body. Ed quickly added from the side. Your spirit sensitivity is very high, Janica. So that's probably why you feel that way. She smiled broadly and confirmed. This will definitely enhance the power of my spirits. Truly amazing. No wonder everyone loves magical engineering so much. That's good then. Ed, take it back. Yet he flatly refused. No, that is yours. Janica gasped in a daze. Mine? Ed once again confirmed firmly. I made it for you. I owe you a lot. I'm sorry that until now, I still haven't been able to thank you properly. Janica stared intently at the staff and wondered, but wouldn't this thing suit you better? He sat down on a tree trunk, trying to reassure her. I'm going to make another one anyway. So don't worry. Right as those words left his mouth, Ed's gaze shifted slightly, because Janica's next words were simply too shocking. Make another one? It'll be a matching pair. I get it. She tightly clutched the new gift in her hands, then blushed and emphasized, I will use it well. Janica's eyes even welled up with tears as she said, Thank you. He stared at her, completely dazed. Ultimately, Ed flashed a satisfied smile. I really made the right choice. The scene shifts to a crowded area of the Academy Square. The announcement about the final exams clearly drew most of everyone's attention. Final season has begun. I wonder who will take the top spot. It depends on the subject, but we have to worry about both the written exam and the practical field exam. But this only applied to intermediate and advanced students. The written exam was capped at 100 points, while the practical field exam had no upper limit. So the top students of each class always maintained their rankings thanks to their practical exam scores. This also applied to W, the top student of the first-year male block. As for Lucy, the top graduate of Block 52, there was no need to even mention her. Therefore, if one wanted to achieve the highest score, the most important thing was the practical field exam. And the top student of Ed's block was Janica, the top student of the third year. In Ed's head, doubts kept spinning relentlessly. Will I be able to surpass her practical exam score? I heard there's a mock exam directly supervised by the professors. Inherently, most students, except for anomalies like Lucy or Janica, don't possess enough raw strength to face a professor direct. But the top student of the entire block gets a full tuition waiver. Granted, Ed was still getting by thanks to the Academy scholarship and his dealings with Lortell, but it was still quite a struggle. Previously, Ed had absolutely no chance of aiming for the top spot, but now everything was different. He clenched his fist with determination. This time, I will top my class. At the student council room, a familiar voice echoed. This way, the president is waiting for you. Ed replied politely, "Thank you for leading the way," which caused the girl next to him to fluster and call out, "Yes." Only after the person stepped inside did she softly mutter, "He really is very popular." At the same time, the contents of the letter sent to Tanya resurfaced. "The first break is approaching. I look forward to seeing you again. Tanya, you should return home to rest for a while and then return to Sylvania. Additionally, I know Ed is still alive. If possible, bring Ed along with you. If public opinion has improved and his magical abilities have also progressed, I will no longer pursue the consequences of offending the princess. I wish to accept Ed back as a member of the Rot-Taylor family. As family and as his father, I want to give him one last chance." Pass these words to Ed after passing away. I do not wish to repeat that mistake ever again. If you wish, the gates of Rot-Taylor are always wide open. From Kin, Rot-Taylor. Ed scanned through it extremely fast and remarked with emotion, "It's been a long time since I received a letter from Father." Tanya advised in a low voice, "Father has already forgiven you, Ed, so he wants you to return to talk things out clearly." He replied indifferently, "That's wonderful." She sharply observed his expression. "I know you don't actually feel that way." Tanya didn't know what calculations were running through his head. An opportunity to reclaim power has come to a fallen noble. This is a good thing, but she herself was busy harboring doubts. But Father once tried to assassinate Brother, and now he wants to call him back? Clearly, this is a trap. After reasoning through it, Tanya immediately shouted, "I will go home alone and talk to Father." However, Ed clearly had other plans. "No, let's go home together this break." He burned the letter, declaring bluntly, "It's fine. I have a few plans of my own too, a story that is now merely a piece of history." During the era when the Gloran Empire waged a fierce war against the Ain race, the enemy forces had advanced right up to the gates of the imperial capital. In a completely hopeless scenario, the hero who led the war stood before the army of Emperor Klol until the final moment. The hero who led the war stood before the army of Emperor Klol until the final moment. And by his side, he had 3 young mages supporting him: the adventurer Glass, the swordsman Zealot, and the outlaw, the man with the reckless appearance named Kali. Now, that outlaw who is gradually fading into the oblivion of history has returned to the Sylvania Academy. Why did he come back to take up a position among the faculty staff? Claire, having just entered the room, had to quickly put her hand over her mouth. She fumbled through the smoke, trying to call out loudly, "Professor Kali, the final exams will begin in a few days. It's time to prepare and submit the evaluation criteria for the practical test." Khalid replied nonchalantly, "Just do a rough job with that and send it in." Claire screamed in frustration. "But this is the final evaluation, the last assessment that all the students under your supervision will take. You know that perfectly well." Khalid still calmly made excuses. "Just prepare something proper in your lab and send it out to everyone. Isn't that better than having a supervisor like me interfere with everything, right?" Claire, feeling like she had nothing left to live for, gloomily muttered yes and left. Meanwhile, Khalid immersed himself in his tangled thoughts. "Why, when they asked me to fill the vacancy left by Glass at this academy, did I agree as if I were hypnotized?" He let out a soft sigh and secretly lamented. Well, that doesn't really matter anymore anyway. At another manor, Ed was facing a polite question. "Young Master Ed, what wind blows you here?" he cautiously requested. "Can I enter the Please hall for a moment?" Belle replied humbly. "In principle it is not allowed, but you are a trustworthy person, young master. If you let me know the reason, I can use my name to vouch for you and allow you entry." Hearing this, Ed slightly bowed his head, clicking his tongue. Without hiding anything, he explained his purpose. The reason Ed came to Oakley's Hall today was to prepare for an impending danger. The danger when he returns to the Roth Taylor Manor. Even while inside the academy, Ed had already been assassinated by them once. Therefore, deep down, he wanted to mobilize everything he had to prepare for this return. Ed truly wanted to take action to eliminate these threats. "But if I strike first against someone who has imperial backing, then you will become a rebel of the kingdom." Hearing the reason, Belle quickly opened the door and invited Ed inside. There is no other way to avoid prying eyes. "Please come in." He stepped inside while busy organizing his thoughts. Actually, the person who was originally supposed to push them into a corner was Princess Phonix. With her royal status and her judgment, the princess would expose their true faces before everyone, revealing their use of humans as sacrifices and their conducting of forbidden research through a covenant with the evil god, creating the necessary pretext to punish them appropriately. But currently, she showed no indication of acting in such a manner at all. She didn't even become the student council president, so it was unlikely that she would conflict with the Roth-Taylor family anytime soon. Thinking up to here, Ed suddenly felt the burden on his shoulders pressing down with more weight. If that's the case, then I must be the one to create that pretext myself. And to do that, the safest way is to infiltrate their manor and directly investigate the matter. But stepping in there without preparation means not knowing when, where, or how miserably I might die. That place is a domain with flawless security, where everything revolves around Crep and Rothtail. While a question popped up, "We've been walking for quite a while, haven't we? Why haven't we arrived yet?" The voice beside him rang out, pulling him back to reality. "Please excuse me, young master." Belle suddenly turned around to ask a question. "When the exams begin, do you plan to temporarily suspend your work at the campsite to study?" Ed answered honestly, "I will definitely still do the basic chores there." She thoughtfully concluded, "I see." The conversation ended so abruptly that it left Ed's mind filled with doubts. Strange, Belle isn't usually one to initiate conversation first. This hallway is clearly a passage meant only for servants. Even to me, it's obvious that my presence here is unnatural. He faintly formed a bold deduction. Could it be that despite having to take a detour and reluctantly maintain a casual conversation with me, she is leading me through the discreet passages of this hall so that I, someone who was previously expelled from here, do not attract the attention of others? Finally, after much hesitation, Belle spoke up once more. "This way. Please watch your step carefully and take your time." Ed's inner self secretly marveled. This truly is worthy of the head maid's thoughtfulness. He followed closely behind her, even though his thoughts were still in a jumble. But in the end, he still decided to ask out loud. "Isn't walking like this a bit too slow?" Belle suddenly turned around and poured out a stream of words. "I just remembered an important question, a really important question for you." Ed gasped in surprise. "So what else is the matter?" She lightly cleared her throat in excuse. "It's something extremely difficult to put into words. Could you give me a little time to think?" After a moment, Belle finally chose her words. "That thing is..." But halfway through speaking, she stopped again to look around. It turned out Police had been tailing the two of them since who knows when. Even though she couldn't see the person, Belle could still sense her presence. So she decided to swallow all the words she was preparing to say. "No, actually, never mind. I'll tell you the details later. We've arrived." Ed didn't pay much attention, only fixing his eyes on the surroundings. The contents of the letter suddenly replayed in his mind. "I am deeply grateful that you have granted a new opportunity to someone banished from the family." My tears well up at the thought of that boundless mercy. Since being exiled from the family, I have reflected on my sins and continuously strive to become a better person. You've built a lot of relationships at the academy as well as within the royal family, truly fitting for a member of the Roth-Taylor family. I look forward to proving my capabilities to you and introducing you to the companions I've grown close with. Ed stood before the door, silently letting the answer run through his mind. As for the person he trusted most, he didn't even need to spell out who it was. Room 302. Lucy Merrill. He stood there dazed for a long time, and before he could even prepare himself, Ed's expression suddenly changed. Lucy's familiar hair, drifted through the air, and it seemed like she looked quite different today. Sure enough, standing right in front of Ed now was a very gentle Lucy. Realizing his presence, she opened her mouth shyly. "Hey." Belle, standing nearby, spoke up to break the awkward tension. "Look at that. Just like always, she's dressed up pretty nicely in her room," but she smoothly expressed, "You haven't been showing up at the camp much lately, have you? Are you that busy?" Lucy denied it flusteredly. "No." Ed took a step forward while evaluating. "You're completely different from when you're at the camp. So this is how you spend your time when you're resting." As he came up beside her, Ed concluded, "That's a surprise, Lucy." She asked back suspiciously, "What is?" Ed stated bluntly, "Everything here suits you pretty well." Belle continued to act as a 1,000-watt light bulb. "What was that thing you said you needed to discuss with her anyway?" Ed snapped out of it and focused on the main point right away. "Lucy, when this exam ends and vacation begins, would you come back to my family estate with me? And then we'll go together to greet my father." Belle was so shocked that she collapsed on the floor. That reaction completely froze Ed in his tracks. Once he realized what the problem with his phrasing was, he hurriedly corrected himself. "I worded that a bit wrong just now. To explain the context better, it's like this. In any case, from my perspective, this is a trip where I have to stake my very life. Of course, we have to go to the ducal territory of the Roth-Taylor family. And this will take quite a bit of time and effort, so I won't ask for your help for nothing. From now on, Lucy, this is something I can only say with absolute sincerity, especially because I truly trust you," Ed declared solemnly. "I plan to overthrow the power of Crepin Roth-Taylor right inside that family estate. I know it's immoral and a betrayal, but I have no intention of letting my father sit idly in the position of family head anymore." Lucy slumped back on her chair and asked indifferently, "Is revenge the reason?" This question seemed a bit difficult for Ed. He cleared his throat for a long while before giving his answer. "No. The reason is simply to survive. After overthrowing the power of the father who wants to kill me, the next family head will probably be Tanya. I can work with her. Either way, after that, I will become the eldest son of the largest ducal family on the continent. I will be in a position where no one can easily harm me or threaten my life." As he said these words, Ed's face was filled with seriousness. "And from that position, I will do everything within my power for you. So please help me, Lucy." Lucy maintained her lazy posture, and only after a long silence did she speak up. "I won't have any particular intention or opinion about that. You know it. I don't have much interest in power anyway." Ed bowed his head and nodded, "I know." But a second later, Lucy suddenly expressed her curiosity. "Then what are you interested in?" "You know what? Will I really fulfill my promise to my master?" She gently pushed the window wide open, and sunlight suddenly flooded the room, while Lucy comfortably poured her heart out. "Has the crisis he talked about really passed yet? Did I really fulfill that promise well or not? What do I have to think about to keep living a peaceful life without having to look back at the past? I have to think about what kind of mindset I need to keep living a peaceful life without thinking about the past anymore. As I said, I'm not interested in power. If I help you, it's simply because I want to help. There will be no other reason." Saying this, Lucy suddenly changed her tone. "Even so, I can't do it for free." Ed asked hesitantly, "Then what do you want?" She shared directly. "What scares me the most after fulfilling all my promises to my master is the emptiness in my soul. It will hit me once I've dropped all the burdens I'm currently carrying. Help me keep from being swallowed up by that emptiness." Ed listened but still found it vague. "Specifically, what am I supposed to do?" Lucy stood backlit and declared, "Let's search together for some reason so I can keep living without fear." A wind suddenly picked up from nowhere, blowing all the curtains around. Ed's mind suddenly felt clear. The weight of her words itself was already very heavy and serious. A face that remained expressionless as always, neither crying nor smiling. If he held out his finger, what kind of emotion would appear next? Before Ed could even speak, Lucy suddenly blushed. It turned out he had hooked his pinky finger with hers. The two of them reached an agreement just like that in silence. Lucy parted her lips as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she still couldn't utter a word, and instead gave Ed a tight hug. Lucy, right now, at this very moment, she fell into a long silence, completely focusing on her hug with Ed. In the written exam room, Ed was seen glancing over at Janica. "For the time being, you and I are enemies, Janica." Hearing that, she jumped in surprise, then broke into a sweat, wondering, "Huh? Why? Why are we enemies?" In contrast to Janica, Ed was incredibly calm. It's not that I'm trying to make a big deal out of it. It's just that this time, I'm also planning to aim for the top rank in our class. Ever since the moment he opened his eyes and transmigrated into this world, Ed had only one goal: to graduate from the academy safe. To do that, he needed a massive amount of money for tuition. With the scholarship from the Gluck Foundation and the money earned from his deal with Lortell, he had managed as best as he could to keep studying. But he didn't know if he could hold out until graduation. But if he could secure the top spot in the class, his entire tuition would be waived. Before, he didn't have enough capability to dream of first place, but now, hearing the reason, Janica burst out laughing. So that's why I get it. If I let my guard down around you, I really might lose first place to you. In the third year, everyone was at a similar level behind Janica. The voices of the students in the class rang out one after another. I haven't finished the test yet. Which answer should I bubble in? Oh my god, when it comes to spirit arts, Janica is completely unmatched, but in memorization subjects like history and magicology, you have a bit of an advantage. With an amused look, she raised her eyebrows and declared, I won't give up first place to you that easily either. The people back in my hometown will be so happy and proud if I top the class. Hearing these words, Ed silently looked over. Finally, the final evaluation exams began. The written exam for elementalism ended. A faint cry rang out. Someone save me. Seeing this scene, Anise broke into a sweat and spoke up. Professor Khalid will come to replace Glass. But after all, Assistant Claire had to prepare all the exam questions and grading criteria by herself for 3 straight days. And now she's ended up in this state. Then Ed wondered, what's wrong with that guy over there? Clevius, looking completely dejected, muttered, Why did I get everything wrong? Even the stuff from the basic swordsmanship textbook, I really am a useless piece of trash. Anise explained, Clevius became like that after the written exam on basic swordsmanship. At the same time, someone ran over and shouted, Clevius, are you planning to look like a useless sissy all day? You just need to do well on the other exams. Seeing the other person, he questioned, What are you doing here, Alvira? Alvira answered honestly, I want to ask for a review of the theory on crafting anti-elemental magic potions that I'm developing. I figured asking the professor from the magic department would yield more accurate results. Meanwhile, Anise lowered her voice and hesitated. I think you came at the worst possible time. Claire's asleep because she's just too exhausted from the past few days. Clevius, his face completely dark, remained curled up. It's all over. I'm going to lose first place. Ed Rothtaylor, you think I look pathetic too, don't you? Hearing these words, Alvira barked angrily. Hey, stop whining already. How can you talk to a senior like that? Having said that, she jumped onto his shoulders, making him yell out, What does this have to do with you? Can't you see I'm failing miserably, and you're still yelling at me? Anise blushed at this point and looked over. It looks like you did well on the written exam. Your face looks quite bright. Ed hesitated. I did all right. Ever since entering the academy, he had never neglected studying for the theoretical written exams. Now that he had a more stable place to stay in life, achieving good results was only natural. Calculating based on the scores so far, Janica held a slight advantage. If anyone still wanted to compete for first place in the remaining subjects, the deciding factor would be the practical exam for elementalism. According to the curriculum, the practical exam this semester was a duel against a professor. In this case, the opponent should have been Claire, but the problem was, looking a bit worried, wondering, is this practical exam really going to go smoothly? The exam is tomorrow, but she looks like she's about to drop dead. Where would she get the energy for a combat exam? Anise said as she peeled back the eyelid of the person slumped over the desk. It's going to be tough. She's quite exhausted. Another professor will probably step in to cover for her. That's what I think. Suddenly, the sound of rushing footsteps made the two of them jump in surprise. Khalid, looking exhausted and holding his head, burst into the room. What a headache, did I drink too much? Then he grimaced and called out, Hey, Assistant Claire. Hearing his voice, Claire bolted upright immediately. Professor Khalid, what are you doing here? Khalid walked over and lowered his voice. Actually, I just got chewed out big time by Principal Morwell. He said this is ridiculous. From the focal points of the written exams to the crucial proctoring duties in the practical exam, everything is being reported under the name of the youngest professor, who is just an assistant. He asked me what the hell I was doing. A professor doing nothing? Just because he's the principal, does he think he's the boss? Hearing those words, she cried out, I'm sorry, Professor. Meanwhile, he pulled up a chair and asked, No, Actually, since I get paid, I have to work. The practical exam is tomorrow, right? Claire replied hesitantly. Yes, that's correct. Claire, despite being physically exhausted, still offered. Then you should go to sleep. Leave the practical exam to me. Next, he narrowed his eyes and glanced over. Let's see here. He looked at Ed and questioned. You're Ed Roth-Taylor, right? Suddenly, Khalid smirked, flashing a rather amused smile. And then, he glared and suggested, how about the two of us have a match? Hearing that, Ed instinctively broke into a sweat. What? Transitioning to the next day at Abel Hall, the combat training grounds. The gossiping voices of the students echoed throughout the area. I heard the new professor, Khalid, is going to fight that Ed Roth-Taylor from class 53. At the same time, a male student pointed forward. This match is bound to be good. Look over there. Even the student council president herself came in person to watch. His friend heard this and gasped in shock. Seriously? Chief Secretary JF and even the head of the enforcement division, the martial arts senior, were present here as well. Tanya broke into a sweat, thinking anxiously to herself, I don't think Ed can beat a professor, with the sole exception of Lucy Merrill. No matter how talented a student is, no one beats the professors, especially when Professor Khalid's nickname is the war hero. The reason she came all the way here despite her packed schedule was, Khalid was seen stepping onto the arena while complaining. My bones, vacation is coming up. You'll be returning to your family mansion soon, and she doesn't want you to get hurt. He stood in front of Ed with a slight look of disdain. Sleeping dead on the floor made my bones ache like crazy. Looks like I need to tone down the drinking a bit. Another nickname for the war hero. Professor Khalid, with a powerful surge of blue energy, declared in a deep voice, You're going to lose this match, Mad Dog. Having finished his words, he swiftly launched an attack straight toward where Ed was standing. Ed didn't run away, but immediately reached out his hand to block that strike. A blue light appeared between the two of them, and the wind blew out, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Seeing this, Khalid narrowed his eyes and commented, Your firepower is stronger than I expected. Next, he gently closed his eyes, and blue sparks of electricity began to emit from his body. Ed saw this and knit his brows with a look of vigilance. His eyes widened in astonishment as he thought to himself, a pretty fast spell incantation. So, this isn't basic magic. Khalid then utilized the mid-tier lightning magic, Flash, causing a blinding flash of light to appear on the stage as a massive wave of power surged through the area. The students cried out simultaneously, I can't see anything. Ed was seen holding his hand up to block out that light. As Khalid's voice rang out, not bad. As Khalid swiftly rushed forward, he evaluated, Your reflexes are pretty good. At the same time, he used a mid-tier lightning magic, Mana Wave. Ed was no slouch and used basic defensive magic to block that incoming attack. After that, Ed reached his hand out to use his fire magic. And then, without a moment's hesitation, he powerfully unleashed the spell toward his opponent. Khalid, surrounded by a protective barrier, smirked slightly. You've mastered the basics of magic well. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked down in surprise. Next, Khalid thought to himself, He blocked my vision with a fireball. Only a loud explosion was heard ringing out as countless sparks flew in all directions. Ed, with a cold expression, raised his eyebrows and looked forward. Sweat dripped down his face, while Khalid remarked, You learn well. You pick up what you just saw very quickly. He questioned in a deep voice, Are you the type who puts things into practice the moment you see what you just learned? Then he smirked and suggested, Let's move on to practical application. Let's pick up the pace of this battle. The two elements of water and fire clashed against each other, and dust and smoke once again filled the area. Ed stood there watching silently, his gaze carrying a cold look as he glanced around. Steam was the result of combining water and fire, a combat environment that blurred the enemy's vision, which was quite familiar. And so, a shadowy figure loomed within the hazy smoke. Seeing this, Ed immediately reached out his hand to use magic. But when the attack flew forward, he discovered that what was right in front of him was just an ice sculpture carved in the likeness of Khalid. At the same time, his figure appeared from behind, making Ed unable to hide his shock. Instantly, a surprise attack was unleashed, forcing him to immediately leap to the side to evade it. Seeing this, Khalid reminded him, Your reactions are fast, but you think too much during a battle. It's best not to let your guard down during a match. He and his clones had completely surrounded Ed. Even though he used wind blades to disperse the steam, it kept gathering back. His mana pool completely overwhelmed Ed's. So did he just need to find a real Professor Khalid within this shroud of steam and attack him? No. And then Ed firmly affirmed in his mind, all the clones here are fakes. He must be moving silently behind these clones, targeting me for when I leave an opening. If that's the case. At the same time, Ed snapped his eyes wide open. Khalid's reaction across from him faltered slightly. Each of his clones crumbled one by one, and all the afterimages were cleanly sucked into a black hole. It turned out Ed was using force convergence to deal with the clones. But just as things were going smoothly, his eyes widened like saucers. All because the convergence holy magic in Ed's hand suddenly released, replaced instead by a wind blade that shot out as if tearing through space. Unable to defend in time, Ed took the hit directly to his back, and his entire body suddenly lay sprawled on the floor like a broken rag doll. Khalid looked at the motionless Ed and felt suspicious. What the hell do you think you're doing? Don't tell me you purposely used nothing but elemental magic. Ed sat up and questioned bluntly. Isn't that completely obvious? After all, this is an exam for elementalism, Professor. Tanya covered her mouth in the stands from sheer shock, while down below, Khalid felt a surge of excitement. What an interesting kid. I never evaluate just elemental magic skills in this exam, so feel free to use whatever spells you want. Ed asked back in confusion. Is that really all right, Professor? He questioned disdainfully. Are you worried I'll get hurt fighting you? Ed emphasized once more. This is just an elementalism exam. But Khalid lost his patience and cut him off. Elementalism is the foundation of all combat magic. It's not about using pure elemental magic alone, but combining it with other fields of magic and utilizing them harmoniously. That is also a crucial pillar of elementalism. Hearing up to this point, Ed was somewhat enlightened, I understand. Before he could even finish his sentence, Khalid flipped his script. That's what Glass would have told you. But with me, it's different, he declared coldly. Use every means at your disposal to stop me. While bursting with massive power, Khalid unleashed a strike. If you're still standing on your own 2 feet 10 minutes from now, I'll give you a perfect score. The scene flashed back to the memories of when the battle years ago burned down the royal capital, submerging everything in roaring red flames. The war had ended. The reign of Emperor Kloll was still ongoing. Abel Forxis and the 3 war heroes had headed to the Sylvania Academy. Every one of them held chalk to nurture their juniors, the children who would shoulder the fate of the nation later on. But among them, there was also an exception. Professor Khalid sat in the classroom with a bored expression. Behind his back was a massive word-written self-study. What could someone like me possibly teach anyway? Drops of sweat rolled down his cheeks as he thought to himself. With these greenhouse flowers raised in such good families and environments, what on earth am I supposed to teach them? I can't teach them how to expand their wilderness survival skills, nor can I force them to stay up all night just to practice mana sensing. Of course, I can't teach them assassination techniques or how to kill people either. While sinking deep into his own thoughts, he accidentally let his mana leak out, freezing the entire podium. The students below looked at him with sheer terror. Due to all sorts of issues, Khalid ultimately clashed with the school and the students, and just like that, he quietly left the academy. After that, he began to drown himself in nonstop drinking. Khalid drifted through the lawless district of Confronting and lived for a long time as a mercenary adventurer, taking on requests. That was until he received an invitation to return to Sylvania to hold a professor position. Along with another shocking piece of news, Khalid's only friend had passed away, Professor Glass. So he accepted the invitation and returned here. But in the end, nothing had noticeably changed. Glass died, leaving nothing behind, and he couldn't do anything either. Originally, Khalid just planned to collect his paycheck and get by day to day. So the people by Glass' side in his final moments were the students. He let out a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. That's just like him. That was until a name slipped from the mouth of that green assistant professor. Yes, among the students, there was one person whom Professor Glass paid special attention to during his lifetime. What was his name again? The flashback cut off, and everything returned to reality. No matter the method or means, stop me at all costs. If you're still standing on your own 2 feet 10 minutes from now, I'll give you a perfect score. Orbs of lightning energy appeared, surrounding Khalid's body, lighting up the entire arena in a brilliant golden hue. Come on then, show me what you've got. The moment his words fell, Two water-attributed arrows shot straight toward his face. But Khalid remained perfectly calm, using his lightning energy to snap them all with ease. His eyes snapped wide in surprise. This guy, from the very moment the match started, he had already completed the mana summoning. He twisted his body to evade the arrows that kept flying in continuously. Furthermore, elementalism isn't even as special. From the puddles left behind by the arrows, Ed quickly executed a summoning ritual. Water vortexes swirled together rapidly, and a mid-tier spirit pounced toward Khalid, attacking relentlessly. For lower-tier spirit, but that much still wasn't enough to trouble him. He simply spun around and froze the water spirit in the blink of an eye. But his intuition instantly pulled him right back. No, wait, calling him a mage from the start is a bit off too. Ed gripped the dagger in his hand and rushed head-on toward a mage. Close-quarters combat was the proper way to fight. Yet the vast majority of instructors nowadays always taught to never engage in close combat. That exact mindset was what made modern mages fragile and easily countered. But he was completely the opposite. He realized that if he fought using mana, he would be at a disadvantage. So he changed his fighting style immediately. Khalid smirked with delight. Having that kind of skill, but only using elemental magic, is no different from fighting with your hands and feet tied. Of course, on the battlefield, this kind of thing is very easy to see through. Suddenly, his body was unexpectedly destabilized. Ed continued to cast holy tier magic to pull everything around into his attack range. Force convergence. At this distance, close-quarters combat clearly held the absolute advantage. Ed swung his blade forward without a shred of hesitation, aiming straight for Khalid's neck. But before the sword could connect, a layer of defensive magic blocked it right in front of him. Ed thought in admiration. His reaction time is insane. Khalid, maintaining his usual composure, remarked, "Well, even holy tier magic? So what's next?" Ed slowly opened his mouth, uttering a familiar name, Mug. Instantly, the short sword glowed brilliantly as the other runes on it filled with a surge of powerful energy. A massive explosion blew away the entire arena, engulfing everything in instant heat. An elemental burst ritual. Khalid was pushed back by the attack. He skidded across the cracked arena floor. Damn, look at this kid. His skill level has already surpassed that of a student. On his shoulder, Mug had now evolved into an intermediate spirit, and the flames enveloping its body had grown significantly stronger than before. Stumbling forward, he spoke up. "Looks like I'm completely sober now. Since it's come to this, why not go all out for once?" He raised his hand as bolts of lightning coiled around it, roaring fiercely as if ready to tear everything apart. Ed's face went blank with confusion. "What do you mean by that, Professor?" "Well, I might get my pay dock for a few months after this, but whatever. It should be fine. At worst, I'll just have to write a few incident reports." A colossal bolt of lightning crashed down, engulfing everything in a blinding flash, packing a destructive force on par with the previous incident Lucy caused at the academy. Standing above, Tanya panicked with worry. Even though I've heard of his Mad Dog nickname, why on earth is he using that level of magic against a student? Outside, dark gray clouds were rolling over the academy as massive lightning bolts gathered, preparing to strike down and blast everything away. Advanced magic, heaven's judgment. A earth-shattering explosion struck the entire hall. The shockwave left everyone terrified by the horrific power it unleashed. Everything was blanketed in a thick shroud of smoke, blurring the entire area. Khalid gritted his teeth in annoyance. Cough, cough. Damn it, I went too far this time. My opponent is just a student. If for some reason, I actually thought he could withstand that hit. Before he could finish his thought, Khalid's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. A wind blade flew straight toward him, grazing his cheek and drawing blood. His very first wound in this battle. Inside the gradually clearing smoke, Ed's silhouette slowly emerged with an impressed chuckle. That really was a surprise. Ed's defensive barrier quickly faded away. In his hand was the 1,000-year lightning-struck wooden staff. He actually survived that hit. Advanced magic. Ed unwrapped the bandages on his staff. His eyes locked onto his opponent. It looks like he really wants to fight this match to the bitter end. That exact gaze of someone who never gives up. The image of Ed right now was a mirror image of Khalid's own younger self. The eyes of a man who would do whatever it takes to survive. That wasn't something a pampered rich kid could ever possess. It was a murderous intent only found in those who had crossed the line between life and death countless times. He stared intently at Ed as if looking at himself. Bring it on. That kind of venomous determination can only linger in the eyes of people like us. Ed summoned an advanced wind spirit, which immediately fired dozens of air-splitting daggers at his opponent. At the same time, he gripped his staff tightly and charged forward to attack. Khalid smiled with amusement, raising his hand to create dangerously jagged walls of ice. They rose high into a solid mountain, blocking all the flying daggers fired by Ed's spirit. But that didn't last long. Slashes quickly manifested, cutting Khalid's ice mountain into pieces. From within those glittering shards, Ed's silhouette burst through, his resilient eyes clear and focused. That's right. I've met countless people carrying that exact same look in their eyes. Both sides clashed fiercely, the sound of impacts echoing across the arena, driving the battle into an absolute frenzy. It was fire versus ice, like two opposing polarities, yet originating from the same source. Eye to eye, move for move, these two individuals, identical in nature, were betting their very lives on this fight. Ed threw a direct punch, but Khalid subtly tilted his head to dodge it. He locked Ed's arm and disarmed the dagger from his hand. But Ed countered with a sharp knee strike that left Khalid in pain. Gritting his teeth, he brought his free hand up to Ed's face and cast his magic. Mid-tier magic. A point-blank explosion struck Ed directly, engulfing him in scorching flames. Just when it seemed like everything was decided with Ed taking a fatal hit, Ed's hand reached out from the raging fire, grabbing Khalid and pulling him close. Thanks to the blessing of the flame burst, he was temporarily immune to fire. Crackling sounds echoed as magic gradually gathered for a direct counterattack, an elemental burst ritual. Khalid's face flashed a weary smile. Taking this hit directly is going to hurt. Before Ed's attack could land, the blessing of the storm suddenly triggered automatically, blowing him backward. Ed's burst attack was also neutralized. Ed's eyes widened in confusion. Why is the Gale's protection activated? He spun around and saw that a volley of ice arrows had been blocked by the protection. Did he intentionally trigger the Gale's protection? Khalid quickly regained his composure and spoke up. On the battlefield, a single moment of distraction is enough to cost you your life. It seems you understand that very well. Too bad you were just one step short. In an instant, the entire arena was submerged in eternal frost. Ed's advanced spirit was completely frozen solid by him. As for Ed himself, he was tightly bound to the floor, unable to take a single step. Advanced ice magic, eternal frost. Ed tried to use fire magic to melt the ice, pinning his feet, but in a place this cold, his flames couldn't even ignite. Khalid walked over slowly and said, "Even if you could melt the ice right now, it's already too late." Countless sharp shards of ice materialized in the air, further amplified by electrical sparks to enhance their destructive power. Without another word, he fired them straight at the immobilized Ed. Ed closed his eyes in the face of the incoming attack, his mana completely depleted. But suddenly, from the spectator's stands, someone jumped down to shield him. That guy easily shattered all the incoming ice blocks with his bare hands. Ed's eyes widened in shock when he saw who had just appeared. "The 10 minutes are up. It seems you've crossed the line, sir." The newcomer was the top student of the 54th Combat Division, a senior executive of the Academy, Colel Phelan. Edrot Taylor is no longer capable of fighting, Professor Khalid. Tanya ran over to support Ed. "Ed, are you okay? Are you badly hurt?" He slowly walked forward and spoke. "Yes, it's been a long time since I've felt this excited, so it seems I lost my head a bit. Thank you for your understanding." "Oh, come on, understanding my foot. Just thinking about writing the incident report has me thrilled already." He looked toward Ed and continued. "Edrot Taylor's Elemental Studies practical exam. A perfect score." Ed asked back in confusion. "But sir, the practical exam isn't supposed to have a maximum cap." "Humph. Then take the highest possible grade. If we factor in a theory exam, you've done enough to be the top student." He gently placed a hand on Ed's shoulder. "Now I understand why Glass kept his eye on you. I just don't get why a Duke's young master is living in a place like that." Ed explained in a quiet tone. "After that incident, I had some personal matters to attend to, which is why I moved into a cabin in the middle of the woods." "No, what I'm referring to isn't a mere cabin. It's because you're living on a battlefield, aren't you?" "Whatever the case, leaving that place sooner rather than later would be for the best. No matter how peaceful a place might be, the screams will still pierce through the walls and echo in your mind. He slowly pulled out his flask with a trembling hand. After all, if you keep staying in places like that, you'll eventually end up a broken mess who can't cope without being drunk on something. Just like me. Professor Khalid turned to leave with a farewell, "See you around." He mumbled to himself while taking a swig of alcohol. "I'm one thing, but that kid is an absolute maniac." Tanya shouted furiously, "Id, are you okay? Are you seriously hurt anywhere? I am definitely filing a complaint with the academy about this. I'll make sure someone takes responsibility for this to the bitter end." Colel Phelan turned to look at Ed and chimed in, "That really was a close call. Still haven't melted the ice on your feet." "No, it's not melting at all. It's not that he can't melt it, but rather that he's deliberately choosing not to. He's digging his heels in to prevent slipping and focusing on some kind of red mana. That isn't fire magic. It's something much more intricate. He is definitely gathering highly refined mana to cast an advanced spell. If I hadn't stepped in and let the match continue, how would it have turned out?" Thinking about this made Cole L. Phelan's face darken. He looked at Ed and spoke up. "Ed Taylor." He extended his arm with a friendly smile. "Looks like I might have meddled where I wasn't needed." Ed quickly replied, "Not at all, senior. Getting a good score on the practical is enough for me. Other than that, nothing else matters. I've heard a lot about you, but this is the first time we've actually met. At this rate, the top spot for the entire grade might actually change hands." Ed modestly replied, "It's hard to say. As you know, the top student, Janica, is no pushover." Cole L. Phelan turned to leave with a satisfied smirk. "Is that so? Seeing you underclassmen rising up one after another makes me feel like my own seat is starting to get a little shaky." Ed let out a weary sigh and thought to himself, "The exams are over. Now I just have to wait for the results to be posted." At Khalid's office a few days later. "Hello, Professor." Waiting and visibly wasted with a stack of papers in his hand, he muttered, Who are you again? All right. Hello, student assistant Anise Han. Rumor has it you're sharper than half the assistant professors around here." He walked over and handed Anise a stack of documents, leaving her bewildered. What is this, sir?" "Go tape the report cards onto the bulletin board. It's the top 20 list for each grade this semester, right? I'll get it organized and posted right away." Anise slowly opened the grade sheet with anxiety. "My practical was a bit weak, but I'm confident in my theory. Last time was a close call, but this time..." Before she could even look, Khalid's voice crushed all her dreams of making the top list. "Your name isn't on there." She turned to look at him with a dejected expression, but Khalid didn't seem to care at all. "Staring at me like that won't change anything. Besides, only the student council and the professors can view the detailed grade sheets. The public ones only display the highest score, the lowest score, and the rankings of the top 20, including the valedictorian." Word was that the valedictorian seat at Sylvania leaned heavily toward real combat experience, so it rarely changed hands. This year would surely be. Outside the bulletin board, students were gathering to check their results. Are you kidding me? First year rankings. 1. Wallum, valedictorian. 2. Joseph Bells, salutatorian. 3. Dennis Venums. 4. Clau Bella Larus. 5. Tanya Taylor. 52nd Division rankings. 1. Lucy Merrill, valedictorian. 2. Lortell Cahelm, salutatorian. Diga Gus Norton Dele. 4. Zelstein. 5. Taylor ML. Whispers broke out continuously as they looked over at the 53rd Division rankings. For real? Honestly, I think he totally deserves it. He worked so hard for this. 53rd Division rankings. 1. Ed Taylor, valedictorian. 2. Janica Falaver, salutatorian. 3. Rakers. 4. Atalanta. 5. Siria Sling. Did you honestly think you could just claim the valedictorian seat by putting your life on the line? Ed let out a sigh of relief. It took exactly 1 year and 7 months. Some would say achieving such results in such a short amount of time is unbelievable. Others would say that enduring and persevering for that long is truly impressive. Frankly, whether it was long or short, the process didn't matter as much as the result. Ed had become the top student of the entire 53rd Division. Now, instead of scrambling to scrape together tuition for the next semester, he could dedicate more time to preparing for the upcoming threats. In short, his survival rate had increased significantly. My overwhelming emotion right now should be a sense of relief for making it through, he thought. Yet what is this strange feeling welling up inside me? Suddenly, a voice from beside him snapped him out of his thoughts. Janica ran up, beaming with excitement. You're the top student now. Wow, I finally dropped down to second place. Ed, you actually won. But the only response she got was Ed's darkened expression. He didn't look happy at all. Janica, Ed took her hand and pulled her along. Huh? What's wrong? I have something to say. Let's find somewhere quiet first. They walked together to a secluded spot. Janica asked with a worried, confused look. Ed turned to face her and spoke slowly. Ed Taylor, Elemental Studies, 95 points. Janica F.A. Lover, Spirit Studies, 100 points. Did you intentionally mess up your theory exam? You threw the valedictorian spot for me, didn't you? Janica panicked, stepping back and stammering. Was it that obvious? No, it's not like that. Since I got disciplined last time, I wouldn't get the scholarship even if I ranked first anyway. And I already moved out of the dorms. Besides, your grades aren't lacking at all to hold that position. I just thought it made perfect sense for you to be the third-year valedictorian. Even though he felt terrible, Ed took a breath to calm himself down. All right, thank you. I owe you one. Janica, I won't forget this favor. No, don't say that. You're always the one working the hardest, Ed. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut into their conversation. So this is where you two were. Janica turned around and spoke. Anise, what are you doing here? We agreed to go to La Palma Bakery together today with Claire to celebrate graduation. Remember? You're always so forgetful, Janica. Oh, is that today? Really? Anise hastily pulled Janica away. See you later, Ed. Oh, sorry about this. I need to borrow Janica for a bit. We had plans, but she completely forgot. Ed lowered his head and replied dejectedly. Yeah. The two girls quickly found a bench on campus and started talking. Janica, you messed up, didn't you? Anise sighed and began to explain. Janica, I know you didn't mean any harm. You just like Ed and wanted what's best for him. So that's why you did it, right? But I checked Ed's scores. Even if you had gotten a perfect score on the theory exam, Ed still would have been the valedictorian. Janica still replied joyfully. Oh, so that's how it is. Thank goodness, he truly earned it through his own hard work. Ed wanted to be the top student so badly. Do you still not get it? Because of what you did, Ed can't feel proud of becoming the valedictorian. Now, everyone is going to think he only got the top spot because you handed it to him, even though that's not actually the case. Exactly. Janica, you need to realize this. When you're standing at the top, just being nice isn't always a good thing. She walked over and sat down next to the trembling Janica. Finally, she realized just how awful her actions were. Janica, if you don't even have faith in him, what else is there left to do? Janica, if you don't even have faith in him, what else is there left to do? I wanted to become the valedictorian because it was necessary for survival. From that perspective, the process of achieving it shouldn't matter much. Yet this gloomy feeling won't go away. Perhaps my craving for the top spot stems from something entirely separate from just staying alive. It was the same with the match against Professor Khalid. It was an exam where holding out for 10 minutes was enough to get a perfect score. Yet, I fought like hell just to win. I clearly could have chosen to stop myself. My sole objective since arriving here has always been just to survive. Yet now, I'm agonizing over an issue that has absolutely nothing to do with survival. He tossed a log into the campfire, lost in thought. Whatever, the semester is over, and I don't have time for these idle thoughts anyway. Like it or not, I can only afford to focus on how to stay alive. Now, it's time to head back to the Taylor estate. The scene shifts to Klol, the imperial capital. Inside the luxurious royal palace, a princess knelt before the emperor and spoke. Father, I heard that Fenia will also be returning from Sylvania. It is a pity I must depart before having the chance to see her. The emperor of Klol looked at her and said, I understand you wish to catch up with Fenia after being apart for so long. But for you, the Duke of Taylor's territory presents a massive opportunity. Although I arranged this to keep you and Fenia apart, the Taylor family is the premier ducal house on the continent, a tool that anyone wishing to ascend the throne must learn to control thoroughly. Even though many powerful nobles will attend this tea party, in terms of priority, that family remains the absolute top concern. The head of the house, Greffin and Tanya Taylor, the first freshman to ever seize the student council president's seat at Sylvania. I heard they also have a son whose rights are about to be restored. He was kicked out a long time ago, right? Probably not worth worrying about. She slowly stood up and took her leave. Then I shall begin my journey, father. Safe travels. Salah, the ice princess, departed for the Rot Taylor estate. The scene shifts to the detached royal palace at Sylvania Academy. Tanya's voice echoed in the quiet space. Wow. Every time I visit this place, it's always the same. This area truly feels like a completely different world. On Aiken Island, the most extravagant and expensive building is the Awfulest Hall. But this palace ranks second just in terms of maintenance fees alone, even though its total area isn't even half of Awfulest Hall's. The guard bowed respectfully to Ed and Tanya. You have arrived, please step inside. If there was anything peculiar about this place, it was that everything existing here existed solely to serve the interests of a single individual. The doors opened, revealing an incredibly opulent interior. The third princess of the Kloll Empire, Fenia Elias Kloll. She stood by the window in the gentle breeze, turning her head slightly to look at the two arrivals. Both Ed and Tanya quickly bowed in greeting. Greetings, Your Highness Fenia. We are deeply grateful to you for taking the time to receive us. Ed went straight to the point without beating around the bush. Princess Fenia, the reason we came to see you today is... Before he could finish his sentence, the princess cut him in. You need my political backing, don't you, Ed Taylor? The person who directly made the decision to expel you is me. Therefore, restoring your honor will go much smoother with my endorsement. Ed was quite surprised by the princess's bluntness. She really didn't waste any time. But she was exactly right. In other words, to get his identity reinstated, he needed her to lend a hand. Returning to the Rot Taylor estate was a risky move. Lucy had agreed to go with him, but raw strength couldn't solve everything. Among the nobility, most issues were ultimately decided by political leverage. In that regard, a high-ranking royal, if he secured recognition from a princess, no one would be able to easily object to his reinstatement. The only problem was that the greater the weight of that power, the harder it was to obtain such recognition, let alone prove he had it. Fenia glanced at Ed and spoke softly. Coincidentally, it has been quite a while since I last sent my regards to the Rot Taylor house. Ed Taylor, would you mind delivering a greeting to Lord Greffin on my behalf? Ed looked down at a nearby table in sudden confusion. Is this a letter? Did she prepare this letter in advance? Princess Fenia had always held a hostile attitude toward the Rot Taylor family, and Ed had intended to offer a deal where he would look into the family's internal secrets. Yet she was asking him to deliver a message instead. A private letter from royalty could not be handed to just anyone without explicit trust. And more importantly, the value of this letter itself carried far greater weight. It was a letter completely devoid of a wax seal. Indirectly, this demonstrated absolute trust that the contents inside would not be altered or swapped. Ed looked toward the princess and said clearly, I had actually prepared myself for a negotiation. Fenia looked at Ed with a warm gaze, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. It's fine. This meant that the sender completely trusted the messenger. The conversation quickly came to an end, and Ed returned to his camp. His departure was set for 2 days from now. He had finished all preparations to leave the camp for a while. He had gathered all the traps scattered around the woods, cleaned them up, stored them away, and securely locked the cabin door. All that's left is the food, right? Aside from the non-perishables, it's best to finish off the rest. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Idamid. When he returned to the campsite, Janica was already there, cooking a delicious-looking stew. She had even washed Ed's laundry. Oh, you're back? Look at this. Ms. B.O. just gifted me some rare herbs, so I added them to this curry. I sampled it while cooking, and the flavor is amazing. Hey, Janica, why are you paying so much attention to my reactions? Hearing those words made her startle instantly. That. Ed pondered for a moment and quickly figured out the answer. She's been paying an excessive amount of attention to me lately. If there has to be a reason, could it be because of the valedictorian issue? Are you worried that you behaved insensitively toward me? Janica immediately denied it clumsily in a panic. No, I didn't throw anything at all. She really is an open book. Her expression fell, and her voice grew heavy. Ed, I used to think I understood you so well, but sometimes I feel like I don't understand you at all. And then these negative thoughts just keep popping up. Negative thoughts? Like the thought that you might end up hating me. Ed looked at the poor girl in front of him and thought to himself, sometimes kind and talented people accidentally become insensitive because they worry too much about others. Janica is no exception, and she could easily end up in a situation where she's misunderstood. That kind of anxiety is a burden in its own right. After all, no one can ever fully understand another person. But I can say one thing for sure. No one in this entire academy understands me better than you do. And even if you're a little clumsy with your feelings, how could I ever bring myself to hate you? To me, you are a truly special person. Janica burst into tears of emotion. She stepped forward and clutched his shirt. Could you maybe try being a little clumsy with me for once? Like making a mistake, saying something wrong, or asking me to do something for you. What? Even something difficult and time-consuming is perfectly fine. I have no plans to head back home for this break anyway. Ed's face immediately hardened, and he spoke slowly. In that case, would you like to help me out with a mission? Of course. Just name it. 2 days later, the journey officially began. The Rot-Taylor fief was situated right in the heart of the Empire, a territory occupying the most critical strategic location. To enter the imperial capital from the western coast of the continent, where the bustling cities were concentrated, one absolutely had to cross through the Rot-Taylor fief. This position symbolized the Rot-Taylor family's role as protectors of the royal bloodline, which was why the citizens of the Empire often called the place the shield of the capital. Inside the rolling carriage, Ed was resting his head against the window, catching some shut-eye, while Tanya was helplessly calling out to him, Ed, what do we do? The atmosphere in here is absolutely terrifying. Can we really make it to our destination alive like this? Janica flared up with a powerful surge of man, staring directly across from her with a gaze full of murderous intent. There sat Lucy, sound asleep right on Ed's lap, completely ignoring everything around her. Janica stepped closer and tried her absolute best to pull Lucy away, but Lucy stubbornly refused to give in. Move aside, sleeping like that is dangerous. No, get away right now, it's dangerous. Watching the scene play out, Tanya could only shrink back into a corner in pure terror. Why on earth are these two even here? Wow, I'm scared, I am scared to death. Suddenly, the carriage jolted as it passed over a rocky ridge, startling Ed awake from his sleep. He looked around, seeing the inside of the carriage in a state of utter, incomprehensible chaos. What exactly are you guys doing? Time flew by, and by the evening, the group pulled over to take a break and sat around the campfire. Ah, Ed, it seems like you're really close with those two, huh? Ed replied in a low tone. Yeah, since the beginning of the semester. Suddenly, Lucy, who had been completely silent, spoke up. Janica, F.A. lover. Both of them turned to look at each other in confusion. What's it? Tone it down a bit. You have a whole swarm of spirits surrounding this place. Janica bolted to her feet in surprise. Huh. Every single day, spirits would gather in massive droves near Ed's camp. Whenever anything happened, they would rush straight to her and noisily report it. That's way too obvious. You're getting detailed reports on every single little thing Ed does, aren't you? Don't you think he's going to feel like he's being monitored 24/7? Janica replied hastily in embarrassment. Oh no, the spirits are just doing that on their own whim. You could easily tell them to stop, but you didn't. You act all innocent, but you're actually pretty sly. Taking a bite out of a potato, Ed stepped in to defuse the situation. It's fine, I don't really mind. Given my current position, it's probably good to have a few security measures anyway. See? The man himself says he doesn't mind. Though I didn't expect the reports to be quite so microscopic. Janica froze on the spot, all her arguments completely locking up at that very moment. Seizing the upper hand, Lucy pressed her advantage, leaning in close to Janica's ear to whisper, You scary dark, stalking creature. If I were you, I'd be so embarrassed that I'd stay far, far away. Before she could finish, Ed stepped over and pinched Lucy's ear. All right, that's enough. Cut out. We're about to set foot on the Rot-Taylor estate. We need to discuss our plan of action. In reality, that place is the enemy's den. Never forget that. We are heading there with the sole purpose of finding evidence. Anything that can expose Griffin Rot-Taylor's true ambitions. The Rot-Taylor estate had only about 5 to 6 visible buildings at first glance. Its scale was far grander than Awfulus Hall. The place looked more like a small town than a mere mansion. This was a place where the family's authority actually overshadowed royal power. Within this land, the members of the Rot-Taylor family stood higher than the emperor himself. The suitcase handed to the head butler was carelessly dropped onto the floor by him. The butler's face instantly turned pale with fear. The entire entourage hurriedly bowed their heads to apologize to him, their voices trembling with every word. Please forgive me, young master. In this territory, the Rot-Taylor family is God. It has been far too long since I last laid eyes on you, and I simply couldn't contain my nerves. Seeing you return in such triumphant glory, your aura was so brilliant that this lowly servant made a blunder. Please, I beg of you to find it in your heart to forgive me. But contrary to his intimidating appearance, Ed calmly forgave him. It's fine, I'll carry this myself. The butler looked up in absolute astonishment. While Ed didn't care about such trivial matters, the group quickly strode inside the massive estate. Greeting him upon his return was none other than the head of the Rot-Taylor family. Sitting on his throne of power, he smiled. You've finally returned. Come closer, let's sit down and catch up. My son, from this moment on, in order to survive, I will have to overthrow a god. The group was led to the main hall of the Rot-Taylor estate, where a portrait hung right in the center of the massive room. Tanya looked up and spoke. It's been so long since I've had the chance to look at Sister Ann's portrait. Back when you lived at the estate, you always showed a bizarre hatred toward this painting. Ed narrowed his eyes at the portrait and thought to himself, Ann Rot-Taylor, the eldest daughter of the family, and Ed Rot-Taylor's older sister. She has been gone for quite some time now. What puzzles me is why this portrait is still kept in such a prominent place. Is it out of longing for his deceased daughter? Or is it to honor the exemplary life she led as a lady of the Rot-Taylor house? While he was deeply lost in his own thoughts, the head of the family's voice suddenly rang out. So you've returned? He slowly walked down the stairs and looked at him. It must have been a long and exhausting journey. I've been eagerly waiting for you, my dear son. Right now, every corner of the estate was bustling with activity. Starting tomorrow evening, a massive diplomatic banquet would be held. Every single servant was working themselves to the bone in preparation. Therefore, I ask for your understanding if they happen to be a bit negligent in receiving you. He genuinely apologized. I am truly sorry for returning right when the family is so busy. The patriarch replied, Not at all. It's precisely because of this timing that I summoned you back. At the upcoming banquet, we will announce to the entire kingdom that Taylor, the son I've always been proud of, has officially returned. Are these the school friends who have been helping my son? Hearing this, Janica flinched in surprise and replied, Why, yes, sir. My name is Janica F.A. Lover. The patriarch smiled. That name doesn't sound unfamiliar to me at all. I've heard of your reputation as a talented summoner who can command high-tier spirits as naturally as breathing. The patriarch smiled. That name doesn't sound unfamiliar to me at all. I've heard of your reputation as a talented summoner who can command high-tier spirits as naturally as breathing. And that young girl over there must be the one Tanya mentioned in her letters, the famous and legendary magic prodigy. But before he could finish his sentence, she cut him off with a prickly remark. Lucy Merrill. The entire room instantly fell into a dead silence, the atmosphere growing extraordinarily tense. The patriarch stood up and spoke. Well, it seems you brought back some truly fascinating friends. If circumstances permit, I would love to join you all for breakfast. But the Ice Princess, Selaha, has just set foot in the Rot-Taylor estate. As a servant of the crown, I must receive her with the utmost care. I've kept your room exactly as it was before, so go ahead and get some rest. Yes, sir. But he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out Princess Fonia's letter. Before that, I have something I wish to deliver directly to you, father. A short while later, at the dining table with the Ice Princess, he held the letter Ed had delivered, a contemplative look on his face. The princess narrowed her eyes in concern. What is the meaning of this? The envelope bore the imperial seal of Fenia, yet it completely lacked a wax seal. This was the ultimate symbol of absolute trust. Could Crepin Rot-Taylor, the man holding the key leverage of the empire, have chosen a side with Fonia? Noticing the confusion on Selaha's face, the patriarch slowly explained, It seems there has been a bit of a misunderstanding here. I am indeed the recipient of the letter, but an unsealed envelope doesn't prove trust in the recipient. It proves trust in the messenger. From where I stand, Princess Selaha is bound to be incredibly curious about the identity of the person who delivered this letter, aren't you? Shifting back to Ed, he was standing right in front of his room. This place was Ed Rot-Taylor's actual bedroom. But suddenly, the door was pushed open even though he hadn't touched it. He cast his eyes down at the newcomer. Lucy had pushed the door open and strolled right in as if she owned the place, catching Ed a bit off guard. Didn't you say you were staying in the room next door? She ran over to the bed, flopped down onto it, and replied, "If there's anything important, just wake me up." Lucy usually seemed to live completely on a whim, but she never slacked off when it came to major matters. Was she genuinely putting in the effort to keep her promise of protecting him during their stay at this estate? Ed looked around the massive, luxurious room and thought to himself, even though Ed Rottailer was exiled, the fact that his private room has been kept completely intact is quite surprising. Or perhaps it's not strange at all, since word has it that Owen Rottailer's room was preserved exactly the same way in the original story. Since this estate has so much vacant space, they probably just ignored it. Talk about a stroke of luck. He reached out and pulled at a desk drawer, but it was locked tight. He sat down to inspect it carefully. A locked drawer? I already bear the reputation of a thug anyway, so causing a little mischief won't hurt. But I can't just smash it to pieces without knowing what's inside. Is there a way to break just the lock itself? The moment the thought crossed his mind, the drawer was suddenly enveloped in intricate lightning magic. Sprawled out on the bed, Lucy helped Ed unlock the drawer. He offered her a silent nod of appreciation. Then, he quickly pulled the drawer open, revealing that it was filled to the brim with bizarre letters. What on earth is this stuff? Act 1. Chapter 1. Sylvania's Failed Swordsman. A foolish, arrogant noble son kicked out for plotting against Taylor Marlord in the story. Nobody ever knew what happened to this minor villain after his role came to an end. But one thing was for certain. His fate was bound to be incredibly tragic. Throughout this entire time, I've been working tirelessly to escape that predetermined ending. Yet, the history before the script even begins is a completely uncharted territory. The contents of the letters unfolded clearly before his eyes. If things keep going like this, I will face death soon. A human life with a predetermined conclusion. Does any of this hold any meaning? Is there any value in an existence that simply waits for a scheduled demise? The period spent basking in the glory of the Rottailer house was far too fleeting. Now, I will bring an end to it all. As a member of the Rottailer bloodline, my journey stops here. It appeared these were handwritten letters Ed had sent to Ann while she was still alive. Judging by the sheer volume of letters, they must have been in constant communication for years. It's going to take quite a while to read through all of this. But either way, I got lucky. Whenever I have some free time, I'll try to decipher the contents of these letters. For the time being, I will have to play the role of Ed perfectly in front of Crepin. The scene shifts outside. A violent magic duel was underway. The Bloom River clan, the most powerful magic family in the Empire. They were famous for utilizing specialized combat spells designed solely to gain an upper hand in duels. Rather than delving deep into academic research, their magic was geared entirely toward win. Because of this, it carried a certain slyness and brutality. Among high society, they had a highly evocative nickname, the Witch's Coven. The person standing on the dueling platform was none other than the matriarch of the Bloom River family, Senior Bloom River. She fired dark magic straight ahead as a pack of black wolves lunged forward like bloodthirsty predators. Right behind them, sharp shards of ice materialized, blanketing the entire area. However, these spells only worked against mages who were weaker or on equal footing. With a simple snap of a finger, the ice shards instantly turned to ash, and her pack of black wolves was blasted into nothingness. The lingering shockwave was powerful enough to force Xia back. The Bloom River matriarch's eyes widened in horror. This, not even a single scratch. When facing an overwhelming, terrifying pool of mana, the type of magic being used no longer mattered at all. Lucy let out a bored yawn. Are we done yet? The entire central garden of the Rottailer estate fell into a dead silence. Senior turned toward Crepin Rottailer and bowed. Thank you for organizing such an entertaining duel the moment I arrived, Duke Crepin. Since this little girl has caused quite a stir at the Academy regarding her abilities, I wanted to personally verify just what she's capable of. Seeing this, Crepin simply replied, "It was no trouble at all. I myself found it to be a performance quite worth watching." He turned back and continued, "You certainly keep some peculiar companions around you." Lucy immediately hopped on his back and fell fast asleep. He replied, "Yes, they're indeed very special people, but she seems quite exhausted right now. She usually sleeps a lot, but she suffered from insomnia last night. Is that so? Once she's rested up, I look forward to us talking more at tonight's banquet." He stood up and announced to the guests gathered from all over. That was a magnificent duel, truly fitting to open this elegant social gathering. I shall see you all at dinner then. Ed looked around and silently assessed the situation. The VIPs have already started arriving in droves. Excellent. This is the perfect time. I'll let Lucy rest in the room for a bit, then take advantage of the chaotic atmosphere to make my move. Suddenly, from a distance, a familiar voice called out. Janica ran over with a jubilant look on her face. I deployed the spirits to scout around the building, just like you asked. Since almost no one here has the ability to perceive spirits, everything went much smoother than I expected. So, regarding Duke Crepin's private office, before she could finish her sentence, Ed suddenly stepped in and covered her mouth. Ed signaled her to be quiet. Let's go into my room. Janica blushed in sheer embarrassment. Into your room? Just the two of us, inside there right now. Exactly. First of all, we need a space away from prying eyes and ears. No one will dare enter this place without permission anyway. Right, okay, that makes total sense. Ed quickly closed the door behind them. We can speak privately in here. But suddenly, someone who had been inside Ed's room all along spoke up. I certainly didn't expect this. It seems this place isn't quite the ideal spot for a secret rendezvous, because someone else got here first. Both of them quickly dropped to their knees in respect. I did not expect your highness to be in my room. Please forgive our rudeness. Princess Selaha, holding the letter in her hand, she spoke. We don't need to waste time on empty pleasantries. After all, you already understand exactly what's going on. Do you still intend to remain aboard this sinking ship? Taylor and Janica bowed respectfully before Princess Selaha. Ed spoke first, his voice low. Your Highness, I have offended you. I truly did not know you were inside my room. Selaha flashed a thoroughly mocking smile, raising the envelope in her hand as if to emphasize her presence. She replied leisurely. Offended me? Don't be ridiculous. 4 high-ranking nobles. Surrounding oneself with 4 or 5 lowly women has always been a classic pastime. I have no intention of interfering with your personal tastes, young master. Her eyes sharpened slightly, her tone carrying a heavy note of warning. However, I advise you not to be too sincere in such matters. If you happen to father a child with a girl like her, the social hierarchy will easily be thrown into chaos. I have seen far too many nobles manipulated by inferiors, and it truly is laughable. Hearing those venomous words, Janica couldn't hold back and began to well up with tears. Ed bowed slightly, responding with perfect calm. Thank you for your counsel, Princess. Might I ask what important business brought you to seek me out? Selaha placed the envelope down on the table, her gaze indifferent. Of course. Let me get straight to the point. Anyone looking closely can see that Fonia girl fills her head with far too many unrealistic fantasies. The Emperor's throne was never meant for someone like her. She curled her lip into a slight smirk, extending her hand toward him invitingly. Instead, you would be much wiser to stand by my side. Hearing this, Janica looked visibly anxious. She watched with bated breath, but Ed only bowed even deeper, his voice humble yet unwavering. Though I'm a member of the Rot-Taylor house, these lowly hands of mine would never dare grasp the hand of the eldest princess. A precious body such as yours is not something I could ever touch. The thought has never even crossed my mind. Selaha tilted her head slightly and laughed. Ha! How sweet that sounds to my ears. You truly are a smooth talker, though it matters little even if it's just lip service. She looked straight into his eyes, her voice turning icy cold. But in truth, you are rejecting me, aren't you? Duke Crepin, your father, will also be siding with me. Under his influence, you would do well to make a wise choice. In his mind, Ed began to calculate. It's precisely because of this alliance that Princess Selaha will cooperate with Crepin's plan to seize the Dark God's power. But ultimately, she will be swallowed whole by Nebula, because she won't be able to control that power. Among the characters in Act 4, she meets the most tragic end. I absolutely cannot walk the same path as her. I need to find a reason to refuse. Ed took a deep breath and spoke up. Thanks to the rule of Emperor Chloe, the Empire is living in an era of great peace. In times like these, what we need is a virtuous and benevolent ruler. I am certain that one day, Princess Fonia will become a queen worthy of her position. The composure on Selaha's face cracked, pure rage flooding her eyes. She clenched her fist, crushing the envelope in her hand. Fonia has absolutely no interest in imperial power, and you know that perfectly well. Ed still responded smoothly. Even if the princess currently claims she does not wish to ascend the throne, I will hold onto my faith and quietly wait for her. To decline Selaha's invitation, there is no better shield than using Fonia's name. Selaha fell silent, a heavy, suffocating tension wrapping around the entire room. She stepped forward slowly, tilting Ed's chin up, and whispered, "This is starting to get entertaining. This is starting to get entertaining. To be quite honest, I've always taken great pleasure in stealing things that belong to others. Usually, loyalty shines the brightest right at the exact moment it's smashed to pieces. I am highly eager to see just how long your faith in Fonia will hold out." Hearing that left Ed feeling a bit unnerved. Well, in reality, I'm not exactly backing Princess Fonia, so there seems to be a slight misunderstanding here. Seeing both Ed and Janica looking bewildered, Selaha withdrew her hand and said indifferently, "No matter, we have plenty of time. This gathering will last for another 5 days. During that time, you will soon realize the night and day difference between myself and Fonia. If you change your mind, you can come find me whenever you like. I shall keep that in mind." With that, she left the room, leaving behind only a mysterious smile and a promise to see him later. Once it was just the two of them, Janica let out a frustrated huff, tapping the butterfly ornament on her ear. "It's not like I'm a pushover either. Even if I'm technically a commoner, I'm not someone just anyone can look down on whenever they please. I should have given her a fierce piece of my mind. Thinking back on it still makes me so mad." Ed let out a soft sigh to reassure her. "You were never that type of person to begin with." Janica was still pouting, but Selaha was a princess, and a beautiful one at that. Yet she kept openly flirting with him. To switch topics, Ed quickly asked, "Did you find anything while searching the estate?" Janica's expression turned more serious. "All right. This estate is just way too massive. Searching it was a total pain, but I did manage to gather a bit of info. From Mug. Yeah, he mentioned that right underneath Duke Crepin's private office, an unusually massive amount of mana is radiating out. But according to the estate's blueprints, the space directly below the office is supposed to be the kitchen. It's incredibly bizarre to feel such powerful mana in a staff working area. Something is definitely fishy. You should go take a look for yourself." She added a warning, but Duke Crepin only drops by that office occasionally. When he's not around, it's always locked tight, making it really tough to investigate. Ed nodded. "Yeah, well, we still have 5 days anyway. Let's keep our cool, observe, and wait for the perfect opportunity. I'll always be ready. If anything happens, just come straight to my room at any time to let me know." Janica's face flushed bright red, and she stammered, "I in here? In your room? At any time? I still have way too much on my plate. I haven't even read through half of the letters between On and Ed. If I just lounge around in your room all day, Crepin will definitely get suspicious. I have to squeeze in time to read the letters whenever there's a gap and scout out the library when I get the chance. But to avoid drawing attention to myself, I need to fully attend all the social galas from now on." The first day of the gala began. The atmosphere was quite relaxed, allowing everyone to prepare for the long schedule ahead. However, the arrival of one particular figure sent a wave of whispers rippling through the entire hall. Princess Selaha glided in wearing an off-the-shoulder midnight blue evening gown that shimmered like a star-filled sky. The dress hugged her upper body tightly and featured a high slit up the thigh, emphasizing her regal elegance. Two men in black tuxedos with red bow ties followed close behind her like dedicated guardians. A young lady stepped forward to greet her. "Greetings, Princess Sela. It is a tremendous honor to meet you. I am Tanya Rott-Taylor, the current official heir to the Rott-Taylor family." Selaha politely replied, "Pleasure to meet you, young lady. You seem highly fitting for your position. The Rott-Taylor name will surely endure for many more decades to come. Please accept my apologies for the somewhat modest reception in the Grand Hall on this first day." Selaha smiled, taking a glass of red wine from a waiter. "I arrived earlier than scheduled, so you needn't worry about it all. Thanks to that, I've already spotted a few interesting things." Right at that moment, Ed Rott-Taylor entered the Grand Hall. Continuous murmurs broke out all around the room. "Is that the boy? The heir whose status within the family is about to be restored." Ed wore his hair neatly slicked back, his sharp eyes calm and steady. He was dressed in a pristine white military uniform embroidered with gold thread, the rigid epaulets emphasizing his standing. A wide black sash around his waist completed his imposing appearance. The whispers intensified. "That former successor looks way stronger than before. He looks taller, broader, and sharper, completely different from how he used to be. Selaha stepped closer, flashing a slight smile as she spoke to Tanya. "You have a fine brother, young lady." Tanya beamed with pride. "Yes, I am incredibly proud of him." Selaha took a sip of her wine, thinking to herself, 5 days left. Within those 5 days, you will see a great many things. Polkus, the deputy commander of the Magnus army, who holds the true military leverage, will arrive on the 3rd day. He already belongs to my faction. Archbishop Samuel of the Telos Church will be here on the 2nd day. He is also one of my playing cards. Ed, I do hope you learn a lot from this gala. The 2nd day of the gala kicked off under a cloud of extreme tension. The church is the highest religious authority on the continent. As the church's carriage pulled into the estate, every eye locked onto the Holy Maiden's ride, given that St. Clarice's backing carried massive political weight. Depending on who St. Clarice chose to approach and what those conversations entailed, the balance of power could shift completely. Selaha, an ambitious soul, had already established contact with Archbishop Samuel, the closest confidant to the Holy Maiden. That morning, Selaha's butler brought over a fragrant basket of Phalaenopsis orchids. While these orchids symbolized purity, innocence, and eternal friendship, making no flower a better fit for the Holy Maiden, they also subtly implied a wish for a lasting partnership between both sides, prompting the Archbishop to compliment, "Your Highness always has such exquisite taste." Selaha replied, "You flatter me. I've already discussed this with the Archbishop, so I'll be the first to meet the Holy Maiden, correct? There's no need to be too obvious from the start. Just making a good impression is enough." But the Archbishop replied with a tremble, About that. "To be honest, Princess, the Holy Maiden isn't in her room right now." Selaha froze. "Huh? What?" Meanwhile, in another corner of the estate, St. Clarice was having an animated conversation with Edrot Taylor, saying, "Meeting you here at your house feels so special, Senior. Almost like a romantic encounter on a faraway trip." Her intimate tone left the 2 nearby servants bowing their heads in awkwardness, though Ed didn't seem interested in dragging out the conversation. Maintaining proper etiquette, he said, "It is an honor to meet you, Holy Maiden." Clarice grabbed Ed's hand, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Meeting you is the real honor for me." The 2 then quickly made their way to On's room, where Ed said seriously, "Holy Maiden, I brought you here under the guise of showing you around the Rot Taylor estate. Your every move is being watched, and you should be well aware of that. Why do you seem so excited?" Clarice sat on the bed with a bright smile. "I only feel suffocated when I'm in crowds. Ed, when I heard you were welcome back to the family, I was so happy I wanted to jump for joy, but I was worried you wouldn't get a proper reception. Well, I wasn't exactly a welcome guest from the start. That's why if anyone dared to plot against you or insult you, I was planning to teach them a lesson they'd never forget." Luckily, those worries didn't come to pass. Ed looked at her and calmly replied, "No matter what happens, that's something I have to bear on my own." Clarice stood up, clenching her fists. "Don't try to fight everything alone. We can handle this together." Ed looked at her, completely bewildered. "What do you mean by that?" Clarice replied with a flustered stutter. Well, I mean you should use my authority. If you stay right by my side at the banquet tonight, no one will dare look down on you or eye you with suspicion." Leaving Ed stunned as he thought, if the Holy Maiden openly tells someone to use her, whoever accepts that offer is going to look pretty bizarre. Clarice blushed, lowering her head in embarrassment. "That's not what I meant. I just wanted to be useful to you. And honestly, I had my own selfish thoughts too. I kept trying to explain, and I just ended up making a mess of things. All right, I'll stop making up a dozen silly excuses." Clarice summoned her courage and tightened her grip. "To be completely honest, I need a companion tonight. Will you dance with me for one song at the party? Making this relationship public will elevate your status, or maybe it won't. But either way, it brings more positives than negatives." Ed interrupted her, questioning, "Didn't you just say you'd stop making weird excuses, Holy Maiden? You don't need to overanalyze my every word, Senior. Long story short, I'm turning down every dance invitation tonight, except for one from a single person." A heavy silence fell over the 2 of them. Unable to bear the tension, Clarice quickly excused herself. "I'll take my leave first. I still have to greet the other distinguished guests. Just running to see you first has probably upset a few people." Hearing this, Ed couldn't help but ask her, "Then why did you prioritize finding me before anyone else?" Clarice turned back to look at him with a radiant, unreadable smile. "Well, who knows? The door clicked shut gently. Suddenly, the wardrobe behind him burst open. Tanya stepped out, her eyes wide and mouth agape. "Be brother." "Tanya, what are you doing here?" she screamed at Ed in frustration. "Brother, I've been running all over the estate looking for you because of this formal attire. Yet the moment I finally find you, the Holy Maiden is right next to you." "No, that's not even the main issue. What on earth are you doing?" First there was Senior Janica, then Senior Lucy, and now even St. Clarice. At this rate, how am I supposed to deal with all three of them? He facepalmed in sheer helplessness. Honestly, things just kind of happened naturally. Out in the hallway, Clarice ran off quickly, her heart pounding wildly. She stopped to catch her breath, a smug smile spreading across her face. "This isn't Sylvania Academy. This is a political social gathering. It doesn't matter who is better at magic, nor does it matter who is wealthier or who is an upperclassman. None of that works here. Well, at least here at the Rot-Taylor estate, I'm the one holds the highest authority. No one at the party tonight will have the power to oppose me." The renowned Emperor Kloll had a son, but ever since the crown prince announced his renunciation of the throne, public support had naturally split among the three princesses, leading to a fierce power struggle. First Princess Selaha, possessed by an absolute ambition for power. Second Princess Persika, armed with her profound knowledge. And finally, the third princess with a benevolent heart, Princess Fenia. She knelt before the throne and spoke slowly. "It has been a long time. I trust you are well, father." The emperor held his head in exhaustion and replied, "My health is declining steadily. That is hardly news to anyone. However, you do not look much better yourself." Fenia's gaze was heavy, as if carrying an immense psychological burden. She replied in a whisper, "Father, I do not believe I am worthy of inheriting this throne." Time flew by until evening, when Fenia headed to the Imperial Library to meet her older sister. I heard you abandoned your claim to the throne the moment you set foot back here. I always see you buried in the library at times like this. You don't have the slightest interest in the crown either, do you?" Persika calmly lowered her book and glanced at her. "Finding new titles to immerse myself in here always brings me joy. Setting that aside, it has been over a year since you abruptly decided to enroll at Sylvania, hasn't it? I've almost grown used to you visiting during every break." At this point, her voice suddenly dropped. "But you look more resentful than you did before you enrolled. Is it because of that person with the surname Rot-Taylor again?" Fenia lowered her face in silence, offering no answer, while Persika continued. "The party hosted by Crapin Rot-Taylor is suspiciously small in scale, yet so many influential nobles, royals, and even the Holy Maiden are attending. I figured you would be bothered by that." Crapin Rot-Taylor was originally a loyal servant and the epitome of nobility. Her sister and many others might think so. But Fenia had always looked at Crapin Rot-Taylor with a deeply suspicious eye. It didn't seem to be for any specific reason. In our position, everyone has a way of seeing through things. For me, it's books. For Selaha, it's power. And for you, it's the human heart. Fenia let out a soft, weary sigh. "Is that so? The root of my distress does indeed stem from someone named Rot-Taylor. But it isn't Crapin Rot-Taylor. It's Ed Rot-Taylor. I once wanted to escape this invisible power struggle and prove that I was worth far more than my current title. A year and 6 months have passed since I arrived on Aiken Island. Meanwhile, the balance of power has tilted entirely toward First Princess Selaha, and the throne drifts further out of reach. Yet I have no intention of reclaiming what was lost. That man proved that my secret weapon, my intuition, is nothing but a useless tool." Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Persika suddenly interrupted. "I don't believe you when you say you don't desire the crown. But I do believe your eyes. That's why I did a little digging in secret. These books are all materials that Crapin Rot-Taylor looked through when he volunteered to inspect the library. They are all forbidden texts containing ancient mythic magic and long-forgotten evil gods. I heard about how you got Crapin's son disowned, and that he recently returned. Most people accustomed to a life of noble luxury would starve to death if thrown into a situation. So it's obvious he'd want to return to power. But isn't that highly unusual? Sure, he might have disowned his son just to appease you. But why would he suddenly restore his status now?" Fenia's eyes snapped open as if realizing something. "Why didn't I think of that? Ed Rot-Taylor, who visited my room before leaving, told me this when he accepted the letter. I didn't expect you to help me so easily. I was ready to negotiate with you. If my initial suspicions were correct, He deliberately let himself get disowned because he knew a truth about his family that others didn't, right? And he intentionally distanced himself from the man who is researching the evil god. Could his status restoration actually mean he was brought back home in chains? Then the negotiation he mentioned was probably him wanting to discuss ways to fight the dark forces enveloping the Rot-Taylor family with me. But I failed to understand that, using trust as an excuse to push him right back into danger. Persika made a quick calculation. Tonight is the second day of the banquet, so it will continue for 2 more days. I'd love to go too, but it takes a day and a half just to travel there, so I had to give up. Though you could make it in a day if you rode without rest. Before the words could fully leave her sister's mouth, Fenia stood up, clenching her fists. Persika, I'm leaving. Since you seem to be doing fine. It's late now, so I need to go to sleep immediately. The third princess's guards quickly prepared what she requested. Princess Fenia, we have readied the fastest and most resilient horse per your orders. I will spur the horse to maximum speed. Our target is straight to Duke Rot-Taylor's estate. Everyone stay close. Absolutely no delays. We must arrive within a day. Understood, princess. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed through the quiet night. Persika quietly watched everything from the Imperial Library room. A man who can make the third princess gallop into the dead of night. The Rot-Taylor estate is about to experience quite a shock. She also wondered what he looked like, but now wasn't the time. This was getting more interesting by the minute. In the end, the only princess left in the castle is me. Scene cuts back to the Rot-Taylor estate. The second day of the banquet. Ed knelt down and offered his hand to invite the holy maiden for a dance. May I have the honor of this dance? Of course, senior. The honor is mine. The space was enveloped in elegant music. Ed gently placed his hand on Clarice's waist, their feet stepping in perfect rhythm. The holy maiden's face flushed as if lost in the moment. All around them, countless other nobles were also enjoying the dance. But then, incessant whispers started echoing, snapping the holy maiden back to reality. Look, it's that failure who just had his status restored. I saw him yesterday, too. He looks like a completely different person. But how could a madman change so quickly? Clarice's gaze dropped as she realized the truth, that her plan hadn't worked at all. Ed noticed the look on her face and softly said, "There's no need to pay any mind to those words. I was just thinking that I might have done all of this completely in vain." It's fine, holy maiden. You've already helped me a great deal anyway. We had the chance to dance together, yet I wasted it worrying about pointless things. But this party isn't over yet, so please dance with me again. Senior Ed, it is my honor, St. Clarice. The second day of the banquet. A more thorough search was about to begin. Lucy was stationed on the roof in case anything went sideways. Janica would break into Crapin's office to find evidence to bring him down. Dancing with Clarice had brought him some unwanted attention, but in the long run, this would definitely be beneficial. I'm certain no noble here would actively court disaster by causing trouble or obstructing my plans. Except for her. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the voice he least wanted to hear rang out. You seem busy, Ed Rot-Taylor. Princess Selaha looked at his expression and smiled. Huh, you're making a face like you just ran into more trouble, prompting him to think to himself. Exactly. She continued, leaving this grand banquet behind. Your goal is pretty predictable, isn't it? Planning to mingle with that commoner girl? Ed slowly bowed his head, thinking, that is true, though not in the way she thinks. He then replied, I thank you for your input, Your Highness. I will consider my actions more carefully in the future. Suddenly, Selaha threw her wine glass to the ground and continued. Then I suppose I can check whether those words are just empty talk. The wine glass shattered completely, drawing every eye in the banquet hall toward the two of them. The atmosphere froze, and time seemed to stand still as the only remaining sound was absolute silence. Selaha extended her hand and smiled. Will you dance with me? Your dancing looks decent enough. Ed looked down at the extended hand, calculating in his mind. Normally, the male would initiate the invitation, especially when he holds a lower status, just like I did with Clarice. But the first princess is taking the initiative to ask me to dance first. With everyone's eyes locked onto me, I have absolutely no way to refuse. That's what anyone else would do, but what do I have to worry about? He replied, I must decline. How could I dare lead a dance with the princess? I'm feeling unwell and would only cause more trouble. Having said that, he turned on his heel and walked out the door, leaving behind the stunned stares of the nobles who couldn't believe what had just happened. A surge of fury welled up in Selaha's chest, His insolence truly knows no bounds. And this banquet is where I am supposed to solidify my position as the future ruler. I met Patriarch Crapin on the first day, and I plan to meet the Holy Maiden on the second. Not only did he steal the honor of being the first to see the Holy Maiden, but he also rejected my dance invitation. Has he already resigned himself to being Penia's lackey? He's just shortening his own lifespan. Fascinating. I will completely cut you off from all power. The investor Roland will visit on the third day. He is the investor for a merchant coalition that controls all goods entering the capital. He will deeply regret it when he realizes what comes of standing against me. He was a key assistant to the guild master, who had just recently taken over all operations. But everything was completely upended when his subordinate delivered the latest news to him. Mr. Roland Bellalacha, your superior has canceled your business trip. You are requested to return to headquarters and resume your duties. Huh? No way. Why? The guild master going personally makes no sense. I was supposed to be the one going this time. I need to meet and build a relationship with Princess Sella. The soldier didn't look annoyed, merely replying gently. Would you care to speak with the guild master yourself? Inside the luxurious carriage, a familiar silhouette carrying an unmistakable aura appeared. Instantly, Roland's face darkened, and all resistance vanished in a flash. No, that won't be necessary. The eye of the storm. It couldn't be considered isolation. On the contrary, it was the absolute center of everything. Lortell, in a glamorous dress, smiled gently with calculating intent. The guild master of the Empire's largest merchant coalition had entered the fray. The Holy Maiden of the Telos Order, who wielded immense religious power across the continent. The third princess with eyes that saw through the human heart, riding through the night to get here. The once-in-a-century prodigy, spirit master, Janica Failover. And finally, the legendary magic genius fast asleep on the roof, Lucy Mayro. All of them now shared a single, identical goal. Every one of them was converging around one man, none other than Ed Rot-Taylor. The Rot-Taylor estate was built on a grand scale, spanning 7 floors. As night fell, even though the banquet below was still incredibly lively and a stream of servants rushed back and forth through the corridors, the higher one went, the more inexplicably quiet the air became. The reason was that most of the main functional service areas were located below, while the upper floors were reserved as private spaces for the family. The estate staff had strict orders to forbid any strangers from setting foot on the 3rd floor or above. The guard turned back to look at Ed with a bewildered expression. I heard you weren't feeling well. I can handle this myself. Naturally, members of the Rot-Taylor lineage are free to come and go. Crapin's office sat at the far end of the 4th floor. Every window on this floor had been carefully latched shut. That implicitly confirmed that the old man wasn't present here. Crapin Rot-Taylor, as the host of the banquet, was undoubtedly busy entertaining guests downstairs. He'd never have the time to slip back to his office right now. Every part of the preparation was perfectly in place. A window opened, and a wind spirit quickly flew into the room, meaning that right now was the absolute best opportunity to expose Crapin Rot-Taylor's dark secrets. Ed looked at Janica, who had just appeared, and whispered, How did you manage to leave the party without being noticed? She smiled and replied, Unlike you, Ed, nobody bothers to check if I'm there or not. The two slowly turned the door handle and stepped inside. But contrary to his deductions, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from within the room. So you've come? In the middle of the dark room, Crapin sat calmly in a chair waiting for him, as if he had foreseen everything. We haven't had a chance to speak privately without others interrupt. He flashed a sinister smile and continued. Yes, let's have a chat. Father, I have countless things to ask you, especially after you survived that horrific ordeal. Where should we begin? All right. Who on earth are you anyway? His eyes widened upon hearing those words. Memories of when Ed first returned to the estate came rushing back. I have something to deliver to you, Father. My son would never call me father. He hates me to his very core. No matter what you've been through, my son's heart couldn't possibly change that quickly. I don't even detect a hint of suppressed murderous intent from you toward me. You look at me as if the two of us are complete strangers. And from that, I can assert one thing. You are not Ed Rot-Taylor. With those words, his hand instantly clenched into a fist. Surges of eerie magic power immediately flooded the room, forcing Ed and Janica to step back. But then, a hint of surprise surfaced in Crapin's eyes as he blurted out, Oh, fascinating. summoning 3 intermediate spirits in the blink of an eye. You're fully capable of controlling high-ranking spirits too, but I take it you don't want this building to collapse. Are you worried about the guests on the lower floors? The 3 spirits lunged forward with a roar, but Krapin remained unbothered, as if it were nothing. Dozens of magic circles materialized in rapid succession around Krapin as he remarked, "Spirit Master, Janica Failover. You are powerful, but far too soft-hearted. However, those intermediate spirits are no match for me." Krapin's barrage of magic chains shot forward and tightly bound the spirits, easily destroying them, leaving her to say, "Lady Janica, I'm sorry." Even she was struck and bound by the chains. Janica was dragged away, unable to summon any more spirits. The entire room instantly descended into chaos as intersecting currents of magic power were illuminated by Krapin's spells. In the very next second, the chain binding Janica was severed by a basic wind magic spell. Ed gripped his dagger tightly and lunged forward into close combat. He aimed straight for Krapin's neck without a single shred of hesitation or delay. But Krapin just stood there looking at him, not even bothering to dodge. "You're pretty good yourself." The dagger was stopped dead in its tracks right in front of Krapin. Ed's hands trembled as he tried to push it forward, but it wouldn't budge an inch. "You are definitely not my son." A jolt of electricity surged through his arm, forcing Ed to drop the dagger to the floor. Damn it! The Patriarch immediately countered with a powerful spell that slammed Ed straight into the bookshelf behind him, his face hardening threateningly. "Who exactly are you?" Before the words could fully finish, his attention was suddenly caught by the object that had just fallen. Ed's dagger was still floating in midair, enveloped in a shroud of fire magic. A slash cut across Krapin's leg in the brief moment his guard was down. It flew back into its master's hand courtesy of Spirit Art's recall technique. Ed lowered his stance, his voice ringing out with absolute resolve. "I might not be your son, but I am still Ed Taylor." Krapin slowly drew his sword, replying calmly, "Pure nonsense." Ed charged forward once more, shouting to signal his comrade behind him, "Janica." Janica responded instantly, with an intermediate wind spirit she had summoned beforehand. Right. Heavy gales tore through the room, throwing everything into disarray as blinding dust filled the space. The final boss of Act 4, Krapin Taylor. The magic on his hand gradually shifted from green to a bleak, dark purple as the borrowed power erupted. Gravity, inertia, friction. Every law of physics fell under his manipulation. That was the exact authority granted by the evil god Medley, who bestowed the power to reshape the world. But it wasn't about to just let him run wild like that. He threw a magic orb straight at Krapin, reinforcing its structure. The man gritted his teeth, using his sword to fend it off as his magic was disrupted. Tisich, some sort of magic tool? It seems he still hasn't exceeded his mana threshold. Krapin had not yet fully mastered the power of the evil god. According to the script, Krapin would only truly awaken when he launched his attack on the Academy at the end of Act 4. That meant right now was the absolute best time to take the old man down. Ed clenched his fists and cast the intermediate tier spell, Exploding Point. The entire wall of the estate was blown to ashes, and the shockwave rippled all the way to the conference hall, leaving everyone startled and terrified. A hand gently set down a wine glass, as Salaha watched the spectacle with an amused smile, remarking, "Tonight's wine is truly exceptional. It seems I've had a bit too much to drink." The servants in the kitchen, right below Krapin's room, shrieked in terror. What the hell is going on?" Meanwhile, up above, everything was buried under a thick blanket of dust and smoke, prompting the thought, but if we take down Krapin, a high-ranking Imperial official, we'll be branded as traitors. Are you all right, Janica? Mifine. To completely bring him to justice, we need to gather evidence of the atrocities he has committed. Right, for some reason, a massive amount of mana is radiating from beneath Duke Krapin's private office. But the area underneath his office is supposed to be the kitchen. There's no reason for such a massive amount of mana to appear there. It's highly suspicious. I already figured there would be a secret passage. Initially, I planned to investigate stealthily, but given the urgency of the situation, I decided it would be faster to just blow it wide open. While he was lost in thought, a gale-cutting slash lunged straight at their position. Ed quickly pushed Janica out of the way, narrowly dodging it by a hair's breadth. The ground was sliced open like a piece of bread, and Crapin raised his hand, which had already mutated into a hideous, crimson monstrosity, saying, "Your reaction is quite impressive. It's almost as if you've faced me before, but you're nowhere near qualified to be my opponent." A sinister surge of magic power erupted behind Crapin, and countless demonic eyes manifested, glaring at the two of them as he stepped forward. Ed assessed the situation, thinking, this estate is clearly his home turf, so it's going to be quite troublesome to fight here. But do you know where you made your mistake? Ed quickly reached out, pulling Janica along as they bolted. "You left an opening for my people to infiltrate inside." Crapin glared in his direction and spoke in a chilling voice. "Aren't you being far too careless, turning your back on me?" But before the words could fully escape, his vision was engulfed by a blinding light. A massive bolt of lightning slammed down, shattering the wall of the room and plunging everything into absolute chaos. Lucy stepped forward slowly, her lightning magic completely overwhelming Crapin's borrowed power. Chewing on a piece of meat, she calmly explained, "I'm terribly sorry, but you won't be taking another step forward." At the same time, down in the mysterious underground vault, Ed was carefully instructing Janica, "Listen, you need to commit everything you see here to memory. Your testimony will carry far more weight than if I were to make the accusation alone." "Why? What on earth is hidden behind all of this?" "I don't know the full story either, but we're about to find out the truth." The two came to a halt in front of a massive door. Along the dark corridor lay countless hideous, mutated corpses, grim evidence of immortality experiments that had claimed the lives of countless innocents, prompting the thought, this is more than enough to convict him. More than enough. Ed turned back to look at Janica and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm Fenia. Let's keep moving." This place was exactly what Crapin wanted to keep hidden forever. In this dark vault, only a single corner was touched by light. Even under the faint moonlight, where everything seemed to have lost its color, a familiar shade caught Ed's eye. It was the hair color from the massive portrait that anyone entering the Rot-Taylor estate couldn't miss. A golden blonde hair identical to Ed's. In the center of the dark room, illuminated only by a ceiling window, a girl was held captive, impaled by a sword. Her body was covered in wounds, missing an arm and a leg, looking in absolute agony. That person was none other than Arwen Rot-Taylor, Ed Rot-Taylor's older sister. His eyes widened, his teeth clenching in raw fury. Through sheer cruelty, the old man had planned to sacrifice his own daughter and his other children as well if necessary. Suddenly, Arwen spoke, startling Ed. "A lot of things have changed since the last time I saw you." "Yeah, both you and I have changed a lot." She offered a gentle, benevolent smile despite the intense pain racking her entire body. "It's been a long time." Successive explosions erupted, blowing the room apart and burying everything in smoke and debris. Lucy lightly flicked her finger, activating the high-tier light magic. Holy Sword of Radiance. Countless swords pointed straight at Crapin, sealing him from all sides and overwhelming him with a massive, near-infinite reserve of mana. She calmly declared, "From this moment on, this area is a forbidden zone. If you have a problem with that, just try breaking through." Hearing this, Crapin instantly fell silent. He slumped to the ground, holding his head with a sigh. "Humph. It looks like that brat prepared thoroughly. Trying to break through this is definitely not going to be an easy challenge." Back in the secret vault of the Rot-Taylor family, Ed's eyes widened in shock. "You look so different from before, since the last time we met, don't you? Both you and I are different from the past. Long time no see." Ed and Janica approached slowly, Janica covering her mouth at the horrific sight of Arwen's condition. Arwen smiled and spoke. "Even though the current situation doesn't look too good, and I think it probably hurts you even more to see this, still, just once is enough. Being able to see you again makes me happy." Arwen Rot-Taylor, Ed Rot-Taylor's older sister. The owner of this body was a character who had never appeared even in a single sketch of the main storyline. "How is life at Sylvania Academy? Is everything good?" "It probably hasn't been easy, has it? You've never tasted hardship before, so you must be very exhausted, right? Right now doesn't seem like the time to be questioning things like that." Arwen gently closed her eyes. "I suppose you're right. After our argument that day, you abandoned me." "No, you turned your back and left the family entirely." Ed stepped closer to her and replied, "You should have chosen to leave like that too. You understood it deep down, didn't you? The cruel nature of Crapin Rot-Taylor. So why do you still kneel and serve him?" Hearing this, Arwen immediately objected. Father's actions cannot be called cruel. Father loved and cared for us immensely. He even left the glorious legacy of this family to the two of us. So please, come back home, Ed. Come back home, okay? She reached out her frail hand, lightly touching his face. Come live with Father. Because we're a family, aren't we? A family stays bound together forever. But in response to those words, Ed suddenly grabbed Arwen's hand firmly and declared, "That's enough. You can stop this tedious charade. You are not Arwen Rot-Taylor." Silence abruptly enveloped the room before the entity inside. Arwen spoke in a threatening tone. "You? How did you know I was an imposter?" The small, weak eyes from moments ago were quickly replaced by the blood-red glare of a monster. It was none other than a fragment of the evil god summoned by Crapin. Ed stared intently at the creature in front of him, fury swirling inside him. At the same time, up above, Crapin Rot-Taylor was seeing everything through his daughter's body, speaking slowly. Arwen voluntarily participated in the evil god control experiment. She remained loyal to me until her very last breath before losing herself. After that, my son left the family for Sylvania following a heated argument with Arwen. Only a few people in this estate knew about this. So how could an imposter like you even imagine such a thing? Ed narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself. Just as Crapin said, he had a very intense argument with Arwen. He knew this after thoroughly reading through countless letters exchanged between the two, things Ed found in Ed's room. Those letters were all written within a short period right before the argument with Arwen and his enrollment at Sylvania. Most of them had repetitive content, where the Ed back then couldn't control his anger and shouted, "Sister, why didn't you stop Father?" Arwen calmly turned back to look at him and smiled. "This is the first time you've ever raised your voice at me, Ed." Ed didn't stop there, continuing, "Look at this. This is an ancient text detailing Medley, the evil god of hatred and wrath from the mythic era. It's a book strictly forbidden by the imperial family. To summon the evil god, it requires the sacrifice of countless human lives, especially those of noble imperial bloodlines or high-ranking aristocrats. You understand that perfectly well too, don't you? That Father will stop at nothing to achieve his ambition. So it won't be long before you become his target too." Hearing all of those words, Arwen's answer still didn't change. "I know, right?" Ed's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you talking about? Sister, are you even in your right mind? I won't force you to think the way I do." It seems Arwen willingly offered herself up to Crapin all alone until the end. "That's why, if you're not satisfied with what Father is doing, you can leave the family right now. Ed, you don't have a single shred of talent for physical combat. Why don't you try pursuing magic instead? Right now happens to be the enrollment period for Sylvania Academy." The one who pushed Ed to Sylvania was Arwen. A woman who had heartlessly pushed her own brother away like that would have absolutely no reason to call Ed back to this family ever again. Sensing that there was no further use for the ruse, Crapin quickly disconnected. "Fine then. I suppose you don't have any answers for me anyway." Arwen's body slumped down, returning to a lifeless corpse that was destined never to see her beloved brother again. Ed tightened his fist. This grudge must be avenged. Just as he was lost in thought, the ground suddenly shook violently, and the ceiling rapidly began to collapse. Janica looked at him anxiously and said, What do we do? The building is about to collapse. What's with this trembling sound? Could it be?" At the same time, up at the estate, Crapin stood up slowly, whispering, "I've tested just how formidable of a mage you are. It's definitely not a level I can face alone. It seems my prediction was right after all. Facing her alone is indeed an impossibility." The grotesque eye on his hand quickly broke free and mutated into something gargantuan, the magic power wrapping around it surging to an overwhelming degree. Lucy, who was casually chewing on her beef jerky, was startled by the sudden change. She instantly summoned countless powerful light swords to strike directly at the evil god's eye, blowing it to ashes. She thought it was over, but no, Lucy's attack was completely useless against the power of an evil god. In front of Lucy now was a massive cocoon woven from countless grotesque tentacles wrapping around it as Crapin spoke. "Oh, powerful evil god Medley, please grant me your strength." The tentacles immediately blanketed the entire estate with their colossal size, the prize for the contract being every single life within the Rot-Taylor territory. They lunged into the conference room, piercing through the bodies of nobles like thin sheets of paper. Piercing screams rang out everywhere. "Ah, save me. What the hell is this thing? Back with Ed, he could also quickly sense the chaos enveloping everything. Without a single shred of hesitation or delay, Ed quickly slung Janica over his shoulder and escaped the collapsing vault. We need to run. He dashed through the dark corridors and sped up the stairs, ignoring Janica's flustered stutters. Ed, I'm really heavy, you know. The moment they both set foot on the ground, the sight before them left him stunned. Tevis, what is this? Listen carefully, Janica. That magic circle was created as a sacrifice to resurrect the evil god. High up in the sky, the horizon was completely obscured by a massive, looming eye. He calmly explained the situation to her. He definitely used Mebular's magic power as a catalyst to activate it. The evil god Mebular never grants human wishes without demanding something in return. We are the sacrifices, and if we're still within range when the magic circle expands, we'll likely lose our lives here. Only you and I witnessed what happened down there with our own eyes. That's why. Before he could finish his sentence, Janica cut him off. If you tell me to run away first, I'm going to get seriously angry. Janica looked at Ed with a fiercely determined gaze and said, Listen, if it's for you, I can accept sacrificing even my life. Both of us have to make it back alive, because if you die, I'll probably, she bashfully covered her flushing face. It was just a figure of speech. Ed looked at her at a loss for words and replied, I'm grateful you feel that way, but saying things like that while an evil god is floating in the sky is... Suddenly, something lunged toward them, startling Ed. He grabbed Janica, jumping backward just before a purple bolt of lightning struck the ground and blew everything apart, shouting, Watch out! The two turned back to look at the newcomer as dust swirled, accompanied by a few familiar coughs. Cough, cough. As it gradually cleared, Lucy was lounging on the rubble, calmly remarking, He's certainly a tough one to handle. Lucy, are you okay? She ignored him, focusing solely on analyzing her opponent. His mana usage is so bizarre that defensive magic is completely useless. It seems like gravity magic, yet it acts like a normal physical force. It's definitely not a conventional form of magic. He uses a type of magic that traditional mana control simply can't counter, doesn't he? Ed looked at her anxiously and asked, Lucy, if you can't counter that magic then? But Lucy replied with absolute, brimming confidence, I'll win regardless. Lucy stood up and unleashed her magic directly at the evil god. The one who's going to suffer isn't me. It's those dark eyes. Instantly, the high-tier light magic was activated, Annihilation. Countless magic circles manifested in the air, gradually blanketing everything in an overwhelming display of power. 58 times. That's how many times the high-tier magic will strike that hideous orb floating in midair. Lucy clenched her fists, pouring her entire focus into the most powerful magic she had ever cast against an enemy. An evil god was an opponent powerful enough that Lucy didn't need to hold back. Countless interconnected magic circles began to detonate. Ultimate tier explosive magic, the beginning of the end. A devastating magic storm tore through, blanketing the sky and illuminating everything with the ultimate magic of humanity's strongest archmage. The aftershocks of that power pushed back against its caster, causing Lucy to stumble backward. Ed stepped forward to support her and said, Lucy, you don't need to push yourself too hard. She raised her hand to touch his, replying, Step back. If you stand near me, you'll get caught in the crossfire. She turned her face and looked seriously at the two of them. Are you planning to handle that guy yourself? Ed looked at Lucy in silence, seemingly trying to find a way to make it easier for her to accept. Sensing his resolve, Lucy merely let out a sigh, jumping backward and free-falling toward the monster below, not forgetting to leave her parting words, Make sure you handle it properly. I came here to support Ed, after all. Lucy transformed into a flash of purple light, lunging straight toward with a massive eye rain. Ed exhaled a breath, regaining his composure, as he began to map out a tactical plan, while Lucy is holding down the evil god Mebular. I'll need your help assisting the rest of the people. Janica, you have a vast number of spirits under your command, so you should be able to cover a wide area all at once. She turned to look at him hesitantly. Then what about you, Ed? Ed unleashed a barrage of wind blades, severing the evil god's grotesque tentacles as he sprinted across the battlefield in a rush. The sky above the Rot-Taylor estate was swallowed by a thick, heavy swirling darkness that seemed ready to crush everything below. On the narrow trail leading back to the estate, Princess Fenia spurred her horse into a full gallop. Beside her was an imperial guard, his hand gripping his sword hilt, his face pale as he looked up at the sky. "Your Highness, something is wrong. We should turn back immediately. Retreating now might still be an option." Fenia didn't answer, her golden eyes wide with horror, as if realizing something inevitable. A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek, the mana pressure in the air so heavy it made breathing difficult. Inside the estate, the lavish banquet had now turned into a living hell. The grand white marble pillars in the main hall were no longer symbols of nobility, but a death trap cage. Inside the banquet hall, elegance had been replaced by a chaotic spectacle as guests in silk attire and sparkling jewelry shrieked and lunged toward the exit, while a gentleman was hoisted into the air by a tentacle, his chest impaled by black thorns as blood splattered across the stone floor, leaving the high-ranking nobles standing frozen, staring at their private guards who were supposed to protect. A man ran close and screamed, "What the hell are those death soldiers doing?" A squad of family soldiers blocked the doors, refusing to let anyone out. "Have these guys gone completely mad?" Suddenly, from behind, Clarice's voice rang out amidst the chaotic hall. "Get out of my way." She marched straight toward the guards in front of her, with absolute seriousness, and spoke. "We need to send word to the Cathedral Holy Knights stationed nearby, immediately." Hearing this, the guard replied with complete indifference, "Not permitted." Clarice froze, shouting in fury, "You dare openly defy an order?" The knight captain slowly removed his helmet. "I am merely executing a different order, an order that comes from the true master." The knight's head had now mutated hideously, with eyes sprouting everywhere in a revolting display. Seeing that sight caused all the guests to shriek in panic, everyone fleeing for their lives. Run fast. These bastards are all on the same side. The patriarch of a mage family, who was fending off the monsters, looked around and lamented. "This place has almost no fighting power, nothing but high nobles and a young holy maiden. Yet this calamity strikes. These death soldiers look entirely aberrant. Please step back, holy maiden." Despite the chaotic situation, Clarice didn't run. She confronted them face to face with her power, radiating holy, divine magic. A powerful strike flew forward, blasting the monster away to the patriarch's astonishment, as she looked straight ahead and clearly declared, "I am fine. My protective power is enough to withstand most attacks, so you don't need to worry." The moment the words left her mouth, the commander lunged forward with a flaming mace in his hand. He howled frantically, entirely out of control. "Focus your minds on protecting the other nobles. The top priority is escaping this estate." A desperate noble held his head and roared. Think about it. Not a single member of the Rot-Taylor family is present at the banquet. They are definitely all in on this together. From that heiress girl to the son who just got reinstated, the absence of every single one of them is the most damning evidence, right? We must report this to the imperial family and demand the execution of their entire 9 generations to satisfy justice. Hearing this caused the holy maiden to grit her teeth in anger. "All of you shut your mouths right now." She unleashed a powerful holy spell forward, blowing apart the wall that was trapping them. The guard was knocked down by the blow, sprawled on the ground, panting heavily in exhaustion as she said, "Everyone keep your calm. First of all, we need to preserve our lives." But absolutely no one cared about her words. Everyone running for themselves. "I thought we were done for. Run faster." But the moment they set foot outside, the sight before them froze everyone in place, their legs turning to jelly, unable to budge an inch. What is that thing over there? High up in the sky, Lucy was struggling to stop the evil god from growing stronger, even if it wasn't enough. The eyes of the noble who had just been shouting suddenly went wide. "Damn it! Have we been spotted by it?" The evil god's eye widened, and instantly, countless monsters it created lunged toward the crowd with deathly glares. The woman behind him shrieked, What the hell is that? Is it Crapin? That madman even summoned magical beasts." The moment the words left her mouth was also when his life was snuffed out, a fatal bite aiming straight for his throat as blood splattered. The nobles who hadn't fallen quickly fled in panic. Run! Get out of here! Everyone please maintain your composure." The patriarch turned to look at Clarice and said, "Holy maiden, the enemy numbers are too overwhelming. With just the 2 of us, it was impossible to shield everyone from the start. This situation is entirely out of control. Without the intervention of the regular army, I'm afraid the casualties will be massive. But just when things were at their most hopeless, a flame suddenly descended from somewhere, incinerating the monster. The female patriarch's eyes widened in shock as she recalled, I heard my 2 daughters, who are 4th years at Sylvania Academy, say that claiming the top spot in 4th-year magic was purely due to lucky timing. Because in the 2nd-year class, there exists a once-in-a-thousand-years magic genius. And in the 3rd-year class, there is a figure known as the one-man army. Janica appeared alongside her massive army of spirits. Instantly, the vast battlefield fell under her control. Everyone evacuate according to the spirit's guidance. I will clear a path to lead you to the exit. Such an existence actually real. At the same time, Princess Selaha, under the protection of the chief butler, was also trying to find an escape route by crossing the central corridor. The head of the mage family, Senior Bloom River, alongside the spirit army, was assisting the distinguished guests in evacuating. Holy Maiden Clarice, along with Janica, was rushing toward Ed's room, asking, Senior Janica, where on earth are we going? We just need to head to Ed's room to grab a few items. We have to move fast. A night of terror enveloped the Rot-Taylor territory everywhere. It was now nothing but corpses, pooling blood, and collapsed stone, transforming the entire estate into a brutal battlefield. The only one who could see the entire layout of the situation right now was that man. Ed was making steady, assured steps toward the enemy's sanctuary. The rise of the evil god was originally the conclusion of Act 4, taking place during Taylor's 2nd-year winter break. Yet contrary to the original storyline, despite preventing the sage's letter from falling into Krapen's hands, the old man had still summoned the evil god a full half-year ahead of schedule. To seize the evil god's power, the lives of countless people must be sacrificed. Specifically, the higher the authority and prestige of the nobles, the greater the source of power they bring to the evil god. In the original story, when Princess Fenia held the position of student council president, she constantly pressured and restricted Krapen, making it difficult for him to conduct research or gather sacrifices. Driven to a corner in his search for offerings, Krapen decided to attack Sylvania Academy because it was where the children of the most illustrious families gathered. But now everything has changed. Fenia has abandoned her ambitions for the presidency and royal power, and because of that, the restrictions on Krapen have vanished. Therefore, he didn't even need to go through the trouble of attacking the academy. Simply taking advantage of the exchange party happening right now was enough. To curry favor with Princess Selaha, he only needed to exploit those who were desperate for advancement, and there would be more than enough sacrifices. At this point, I finally understood the reason why he restored his title. I should have been a thorn in his side after surviving that curse. He restored my rank just to make me a nobleman again, and built up a bit of a reputation for me, only to turn me into a sacrifice that couldn't be more perfect. Ed gripped the dagger in his hand tightly as the rage inside him surged, and with just a few simple slashes, he easily cut in half the low-level monsters clinging to him. His hand pinned the monster firmly against a nearby wall. Then he yanked it out decisively, causing blood to splatter everywhere. After a moment of contemplation, he finally arrived at the place he needed to be, Rot-Taylor Hall, on the 3rd floor of the annex. Someone was already standing there waiting for Ed, and narrowing his eyes in suspicion, Ed asked, Who are you? The monster burst out into a maniacal laugh. Kehi. He turned around to face Ed, threateningly drawing 2 short daggers, and it was none other than his old enemy, Z. He turned around to face Ed, threateningly drawing 2 short daggers, and it was none other than his old enemy, the Eagle Knight Kadek, whom Ed had defeated before, who said, Kaha, it's been a long time, young master. Although the 2 sides didn't share many pleasant memories, he was still an old acquaintance after all. Those who were taken for the sacrifice turned into grotesque monsters, serving as slaves to the evil god. Mug was immediately summoned by Ed to join the fray, and though deep down, some lingering obsession from when they were alive remained, they were now nothing more than killing machines that only knew how to destroy whoever stood before them. Krapen's arm was locked tight in Mug's jaws, and Ed seized the opportunity to cleanly lop it off. However, they were no longer human at this point, because they retained their combat skills and gained additional malevolent power. This battle would drag on endlessly unless their heads were completely severed. Krapen lunged forward recklessly, shouting, Loyalty! Absolute loyalty to the Rot-Taylor family. Facing a knight of Krapen's caliber made the confrontation harder than ever. Right in the middle of the intense clash, the ground behind Krapen was suddenly shattered from below by countless tentacles. Sharp slashes unleashed by someone easily took off Krapen's head. Crimson blood sprayed out, painting a backdrop for the bewildered eyes of the fighter who had just appeared. The person I was facing right now was a character who didn't even appear in the Sword Saint of Sylvania. With a familiar flash of blonde hair, the sword that had been driven deep into the body was slowly pulled out as she said, "Leave this place immediately." Whether Ed was a main boss or a hidden boss, I had never seen him appear anywhere before. Only at this moment did I truly understand that under the identity of Rot-Taylor, I really was a cog in this bizarre world. It felt as though I was standing face to face with my own destiny, as Awn looked at Ed and whispered a warning, "I can't let you take another step forward." While everything was descending into absolute chaos, blood-curdling screams echoed nonstop from the tower area of the Rot-Taylor mansion, specifically the fourth-floor archives. Two guards strained to hold the door shut, blocking the intrusion of the evil god, yelling, "Ugh! Hold it tight. Stand your ground." But a second later, several sharp tentacles pierced right through the door and easily claimed both of their lives. Through the small gap that was created, its glowing red, I peered through, growling menacingly. Tanya slumped to the ground, covering her mouth in terror as her body trembled violently and her eyes filled with despair, sobbing, "How did things get this bad?" Suddenly, a violent tremor struck, and the entire tower began to tilt down toward the annex. "If this keeps up, this tower is definitely going to collapse." Tanya directed her gaze toward the third floor of the building opposite her. Two figures stood tall over there, with Ed and Arwen facing each other, and right between them lay the burning corpse of the boat. Arwen began to swing her greatsword up, and Ed lowered his stance, ready for battle. Arwen Rot-Taylor had a younger sister 5 years her junior named Tanya Rot-Taylor, and a younger brother 3 years junior named Ed Rot-Taylor. Yet, she was the rightful and legitimate successor of the Rot-Taylor family. With a decisive spin and a downward slash, a terrifying force came crashing straight down toward where Ed was standing. The defensive barrier he had erected was smashed to pieces like an empty box, making him think, "Her speed is incredible." His eyes dropped to the weapon in Arwen's hands, a legendary blade capable of absorbing all elemental mana, though almost no one possessed the strength to wield it due to its massive weight. The sacred sword was known as the Dawn Sword, and it was truly an overly extravagant gift for a child who had just celebrated her baptism. Ed clenched his fist and activated the mid-tier magic, Focused Explosion. The entire room was instantly engulfed in a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Even so, no one had ever doubted for a second that she would be a worthy master of the Dawn Sword. From a young age, she excelled not only in humanities, politics, and administration, but was also proficient in all types of magic and alchemy. But above all else, she was an extraordinary prodigy of swordsmanship. The powerful nobles who had witnessed Arwen Rot-Taylor during her prime spared no words of praise, declaring that a magnificent flower had just bloomed within the Rot-Taylor family. Yet, all of that belonged to a distant past, and everything had now changed completely beyond recognition, leaving behind nothing but memories to gnaw at the mind. Ed's body erupted with intense mana as he gripped his dagger tightly and glared at Arwen, with a blessing incantation weaving through to temporarily boost his fire resistance. The younger brother who had once idolized his sister was no longer just a child who could do nothing but look up to Arwen. The man who bore his exact likeness was now able to see right through Arwen's weakness after just a single direct clash. Ed stomped his foot hard onto the Dawn Sword, locking its movement down as he narrowed his eyes and thought, weight reduction. Funneling fire into the blade was actually just a ruse to conceal the weight reduction magic. Every single one of her moves relies on centrifugal force, and since there isn't a single straight thrust, no matter how fast she is, I can dodge her attacks as long as I focus on reading the trajectory of her slashes. Arwen's heavy sword relies entirely on momentum the moment the weight reduction magic is cancelled and its original mass returns. To put it simply, she uses weight reduction to swing the sword fluidly, then deactivates it to borrow the mass for a powerful momentum-driven strike. A weapon that constantly changes its weight that is extremely vulnerable to external interference. Just as the Dawn sword brought itself down under its own weight, Arwen's other arm instantly swung up in retaliation. If that's the case, then I can also deduce the function of the weapon she's holding in her other hand. It's merely a backup plan for when her main sword is neutralized. But once the distance between us widens, she will definitely resort to her Dawn sword again. Once I completely grasp all of these rules, reacting swiftly to her onslaught is no longer a difficult task. In a single breath, Ed lunged forward and severed Arwen's arm to her absolute shock. But he quickly leaped back, muttering, "This is really troublesome. This situation is completely different from what I know about Arwen Rot-Taylor. She's a variable outside the original script. I feel like I'm missing some crucial detail, so I need to observe more carefully." Arwen's severed arm lay on the ground, but a split second later, it flew right back to its owner's body. Limbs created from Mebular's power possess the ability to regenerate, making it an incredibly troublesome trait to deal with. In return, the price to pay was the loss of one's sanity. Accordingly, a person manipulated by the evil god Mebular, though still technically alive, had to endure a torment far worse than death, as their slaughtering instincts would completely consume their rationality according to the contract, leaving only their strongest living desire behind as a lingering obsession. Take Kadek, for instance, the Eagle Knight who was always loyal to the Rot-Taylors. He managed to retain a shred of his obsession to protect the family until his very last breath. Naturally, his cognitive capacity had become extremely limited. Arwen rushed forward, slashing relentlessly at him, forcing Ed to struggle to parry as he retreated backward, with her speed, attack power, and reach all significantly enhanced, making him realize, this is bad. I'm at a severe disadvantage. Ed lowered his posture and formed a water arrow aimed at his opponent, thinking, I can't let this fight drag on any longer. At the top of this annex, Crapin was waiting to complete the ritual to summon the evil god Mebular. And though Lucy was currently holding him back, if the ritual succeeded, every soul in the vicinity would become a sacrifice and vanish. To survive, I must defeat Arwen and stop Crapin's plot, provided, of course, that the conditions for survival have been fully taken into account. Arwen easily cleaved through the arrow he fired. The Dawn sword lunged right up to his neck as its reach amplified. But just before it could graze him, Ed utilized spirit summoning at the very last second to stop it. A mid-tier water spirit materialized and clamped onto the sword, locking it in place, as Ed thought. There's no reason for me to take such a risky path. Ed gritted his teeth and drove his dagger hard toward Arwen, but she still possessed enough reflexes to narrowly tilt her head and dodge it. Once the Dawn sword is neutralized, she will switch to her next attack form. Her speed remained just as sharp as it was when a match first started, but I've gradually begun to catch up to that rhythm now. Both sides began to trade blows continuously, with every single slash thrown being a lethal strike. A single mistake here would cost a life, taking each step forward with absolute precision. Ed pulled a tactical attraction tool from his pocket and threw it onto the ground, temporarily pulling nearby objects toward himself. He managed to catch the tip of the blade right as Arwen was about to pull her move back, and though it was only a fleeting moment, it was more than enough to turn the tables. Even if she managed to regain control of her weapon, her next strike will be delayed by a beat. But contrary to Ed's calculations, Arwen's movements suddenly surged as she activated acceleration magic. His eyes widened in sheer horror. Oh no, acceleration magic? And on top of that, it's a forward thrust. The two lunged at each other, but Ed's advantage had completely vanished at this point. Yet, if he stopped now, he would definitely take the full force of Arwen's thrust and face defeat. Just as everything was grinding to a deadlock, the tower where Tanya was hiding suddenly collapsed onto the annex. Tanya plummeted right into the middle of the fiercely raging battlefield. Her body was enveloped in wind magic, but terror was still etched deep onto her small face. The moment the two blades were about to clash, neither Ed nor Arwen could react in time to Tanya's sudden appearance and stop. The cold steel continued to plunge toward the enemy to secure victory for its master. But in that seemingly fleeting fraction of a second, Arwen's consciousness surged back to take control of her body. She let go of her sword and spun around to catch Tanya as she fell from above. Facing Arwen, the dagger in Ed's hand tore right through her body, marking the end of the brutal clash between the two heirs of the family. Taking the hit from Mebular's assault, the eastern tower completely collapsed into the annex, plunging everything into utter chaos. A thick blanket of smoke covered every square inch. As it gradually cleared away, it revealed two figures lying on the fractured floor, and Ed rushed over in panic, crying out, "Tanya!" But then he froze as a voice echoed, "How fortunate!" Based on what was recorded in the letters, it seems she once wanted to give up on everything, but our father harbored too much ambition, which became the shackles of the family. And that's why she chose to submit to Crapin. Everything from that point on was pure speculation. Crapin conducted atrocious experiments on Arwen herself to summon the evil god, who always thirsts for souls of noble blood, making her a sacrifice that couldn't be more perfect. During that entire period of being steeped in agony, what was it that Arwen truly desired? Even after being turned into a minion of the evil god, what was it that held onto a fragile shred of her sanity while she herself was gradually fading away? Cradling Tanya in her arms, Arwen squeezed out weakly, "Go! Hurry! Tanya! Ed! You two must absolutely not stay in this place." Ed gripped his dagger tight as a stream of blood from his arm dripped down onto the floor. "Please get Tanya out of this mansion immediately." On the staircase leading up to where Crapin stood, the heavy sound of a sword dragging against the ground echoed. In the center of the room stood Crapin, finalizing the ritual to summon the evil god, and behind him, Ed's figure slowly materialized. Crapin turned his face slightly and spoke, "So you finally arrived." But before his words could fully leave his mouth, they were abruptly cut short. A blast of deep blue energy shot straight toward him without any warning whatsoever. The entire room was plunged into a thick cloud of dust and debris. Ed stepped forward with Arwen's twin swords in his hands. Ed's surprise attack hadn't inflicted the slightest bit of damage on Crapin, as his entire body was shielded by tentacles. Ed tossed the secondary sword onto the ground. Crapin watched it fall, a look of confusion crossing his face. Ed immediately unleashed his full power, summoning Mirrodin's complete form behind him, causing the atmosphere in the room to turn suffocatingly heavy. Endless gusts of wind began to whip up as Ed pointed his sword straight at Crapin, his eyes burning with deep-seated hatred as he declared in a cold voice, "Let's end everything right here." With those words, Ed clenched his fist and cast the mid-tier magic, Explosion Point. Crapin's body was engulfed in flames, trapped in scorching, intense heat. Not stopping there, Ed went on to buff his sword. He unleashed dozens of consecutive slashes at Crapin without a moment's pause, casting the basic magic, Firestorm. In an instant, the entire space was set ablaze, pushing the temperature up to an unimaginable degree. But as the fire gradually died down, Crapin's defense still stood firm without a single scratch. He looked at the boy and said calmly, "Your technique is indeed remarkable, but that alone is far from enough." The moment his sentence finished, shock struck once again. Ed charged straight at Crapin, tearing across the battlefield despite the glowing red flames. He delivered a horizontal sweeping slash right into the center of Crapin's chest, causing blood to gush out relentlessly. Crapin quickly backed away, drawing his own sword in the process. Marion rushed to his side and warned, "You left Mug back with Tanya, didn't you?" Charging into a sea of flames without even a fire element protection. "What on earth are you planning?" Ed replied coldly, "It doesn't matter anymore. Hold him back." Mari was confused but still complied with his request, creating hundreds of wind blades and firing them toward the enemy. Yet, Crapin dodged every single one of them with ease, mocking, "Impressive, I'll give you that. But if that's all the skill you've got, you won't be able to stop." Ed tightened his grip on the hilt and leaped straight at Crapin in a head-on assault. The two swords clashed, sending a piercing metallic screech echoing through the chaos. Their eyes locked in midair, but their expressions and emotions were complete opposites. "Have you finally decided to throw away your role as my son? But I find it strange. What exactly made you this furious?" Ed gritted his teeth and thought, he isn't wrong. I was never Edrot Taylor to begin with. I'm just a foreign soul who woke up inhabiting this body. The tragedies of the Rot-Taylor family technically have nothing to do with me, and this blood feud isn't my business either. If I look at everything logically, that is the truth. Arwen had struggled just to stay alive, enduring brutal experiments, letting her mind be eaten away, her body destroyed, and her dignity trampled upon mercilessly for a long time. The fact that that woman only wished for her siblings' safety fundamentally had nothing to do with me either. Yeah, Obviously the answer is no, but this isn't the first time I've witnessed scenes like this. Just live. Make sure you survive no matter what. From the superior officer who sacrificed his life to take a bullet for me, to the girl who resolutely refused to run away. They were willing to burn through their own lives just to turn the gears of time. People who were ready to throw away their lives for others. I truly could never understand them. Before setting foot in this world, and even after arriving here, my goal has always been a single one. I must survive. I must live at all costs. Ed gripped his dagger tightly, his hand trembling uncontrollably as he thought, "Keep on living, Ed." That was exactly why, toward people who possessed that kind of mindset, he always held an absolute sense of respect. When that blade came down to end Arwen's life, something inside him shattered into pieces as well. Arwen's body quickly disintegrated into ash, leaving Tanya alone, still fast asleep. Snapping back to the battle, Ed pressed on with his relentless assault. Each of his slashes was easily deflected by Crapin, and the situation grew increasingly dire. He looked at Ed and spoke, "The vibe coming from you right now is completely different from when we first met, and it doesn't match the guy at the library either. Is taking Arwen's life with your own hands tearing you apart inside? Geez, feeling guilty over such a trivial matter? How disappointing." The moment his words left his mouth, Ed's figure appeared right before his eyes, out of nowhere. His sword ran right through Crapin's body, his gaze looking as if he wanted to tear the man in front of him into 100 pieces as he roared, "Shut your mouth right now." Both of them plunged straight down from the roof, ripping through the blanket of smoke and dust hovering over the mansion. Gritting his teeth hard, his sheer rage made Ed completely disregard his own safety. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in from behind, lifting Ed's body off Crapin just before they slammed into the ground. The gale swirled up, blowing everything nearby into the air and pinning his entire body down. Mari rushed to his side, looking displeased. "Snap out of it. You're acting completely unlike yourself." Ignoring her completely, his eyes remained fixed solely on his enemy as he cast the mid-tier magic, Explosion Point. Ed continuously generated dozens of bombs, tearing through the battlefield with absolute destructive power. Ed had no intention of stopping, frantically burning through his magic until his very last drop of mana was completely depleted. The moment both of them landed on the ground, Marion's body immediately began to fade away as she gasped. "Ed, your mana source?" Ed panted heavily in exhaustion, his body clearly spent. "Is your mana only starting to run dry just now?" Even after continuously casting a high-destruction spell like Explosion Point, Crapin flew out from the debris, his body battered with injuries all over, but none of them were fatal, as he remarked. "Impressive, truly remarkable. But you need to wake up. Rage only narrows your vision." Instantly, the ground beneath his feet was shattered by an astonishing force, causing Ed's body to go into a free fall as he thought, "This is bad." He twisted his body downward and activated his defensive magic. Before his entire body crashed down like a meteor, the ground was blown into a pile of rubble. Ed's body was severely injured despite having deployed his defensive magic, causing him to cough violently. Cough, cough. Above his head, Crapin floated as the evil god's form continued to expand, and the swords created by Lucy didn't seem capable of causing him too much damage. Before long, the evil god Mebular will complete his descent, and once the magic circle is fully activated, every living soul in this land will perish, and I will reach the threshold of immortality. No matter how much you fight back or how furious you get, it won't change the outcome. I will endure forever, while you will have to lay down. Just like that son who shares your exact face. Ed struggled to his feet and shot back. Edrot Taylor escaped to the academy thanks to Arwen's help. On what grounds do you claim that he's dead? So that's how it is. It seems you're still completely in the dark. A year and a half ago, the son who received the expulsion notice sent me a reply letter right before he was kicked out of the Ophiltius dormitory. He muttered to himself, "A reply letter." Ed actually replied to that letter? This is the first time I'm hearing about this. Crapin slowly touched down and continued. "Do you want to know what was written inside?" The boy wrote a very long letter before it reached my hands, recording all his emotions as he put an end to his own life. A suicide note filled with grief and resentment. Yes, that is exactly what it was. He smiled triumphantly. Yes, right before leaving the Ophiltius dormitory. My son, Edrot Taylor, is dead. The scene flashed back to the contents of Ed's letter. "Father, I have received the expulsion notice from the family that you sent. Being called a disgrace to the family and being spat on by the world is still far better than lying on your experimental table and having my soul consumed. That's why I feigned madness, intentionally caused a ruckus at the academy, insulted the princess, and tarnished the family's reputation. And despite everything, from now on, I leave it all up to you. I have yearned for this for a long time, and all of this was made possible thanks to Sister Arwen. I'm also grateful to her for arranging my enrollment at the academy after I was banished from the family. But more than that, she's the very reason I keep living. Is my sister truly dead, as what was publicly announced? A year has passed since the day I was expelled and came to the academy. The reason I am still alive to this day is because I believe she was still alive. Father, I know you have no intention of stopping your research on the evil god. The fact that you just left me at the academy proves I have become useless to you, which also means you're still keeping her locked up in that cold laboratory, torturing her body to death. I have achieved the ending I always wanted, but when I realized my freedom was bought at the price of her screams in the lab, I no longer have the strength to continue living a repulsive life like this. Father, I will pay the price for my cowardly choice of death without revealing your secret to anyone. I know you won't care about this plea, but I beg of you, at least for Tanya, please don't drag her into this hell. From your unfilial son, Ed Taylor. Back on the brutal battlefield, Ed's body was gravely injured after falling from the high floor. Ed Taylor ended his own life, but I remember seeing his name in the credits. Even though it was a miserable end, he was still alive, which means the conclusion is that someone saved Ed Taylor's life. Ed gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, it seems only now do I understand the reason why I came to this world. Ed Taylor, whom I possessed, was already dead. Before transmigrating, after transmigrating, and even at this very moment, my life has always been built upon the death of someone else. Crapen looked at him and spoke. Ed Taylor, my son, was a weak-willed man. He didn't possess an ounce of ambition. He only wanted to live a happy and peaceful life alongside his family. Hearing that made Ed even more furious as he barked. Shut up, Crapen smiled. You truly are pathetic. From inside his body, a mass of flesh separated itself and slowly levitated into the air. He raised his hand as mana began to billow around him. That's just how life is. Whoever has a stronger desire to live will consume the weaker one. That is the survival law of the fittest. The grotesque sphere suddenly snapped its eyes open, and a sense of dread quickly washed over his body. Ed's eyes widened. Instantly, the battlefield was swept by countless massive tentacles. In the dark magic of the evil gods, I unleashed unavoidable deadly beams in every direction, meaning any living creature caught in its path would die instantly. Ed struggled to erect a defensive barrier, barely managing to block the tempestuous onslaught from Crapen. As the attack ceased, the entire area was plunged into a thick shroud of smoke, dust, and ruins. Crapen looked at him with an amused expression. The more I look, the more impressed I am. You used spirits to tank that hit. Ed cursed under his breath. Damn it. He whipped out that move right from the very first attack. I have to find a way to turn this around, or else I'm facing certain defeat. Crapen's ultimate skill, the Evil God's Eye, utilizes a massive amount of the Evil God Mebular's mana and has a cooldown time. After being activated once, the 5 eyes will close and gradually open one by one over time. And once all 5 eyes are open, he will fire those unavoidable beams once again. There are only 2 ways to stop the Evil God's Eye. One is to attack Mebular, the source of the mana supply. The other is to attack the caster, Crapen. But thoughts differed from reality, as the number of surrounding tentacles took way too much time to handle, making him realize, damn it, this won't work. There's not enough time to get close to him. I could use the Phoenix Ring to summon Marilda one more time, but Marilda will have a hard time fighting in a cramped space, and her mana will drain incredibly fast. Crapen looked at his desperate struggles and mused, you cannot defeat me. To survive and grow stronger, I turned myself into a monster. I killed my own flesh and blood with my own hands, sacrificed my subordinates, and lived hiding away like a pathetic bug. But before long, I will attain immortality and overthrow the royal court. I will crush everything that threatens my life and become an everlasting existence that can endure for eternity. Ed gritted his teeth, helplessly watching the next eye open without being able to stop it. Too bad you won't be around to witness it. While everything was at a standstill, A scream suddenly rang out. Ah! From the rooftop of the collapsed mansion, someone was plunging down enveloped in a brilliant golden barrier, drawing the attention of both Ed and Crapin. It was the Saintess who charged into the perilous battlefield wielding S's staff, crying out, "Senior Ed!" Her barrier quickly fractured, and her body crashed straight toward where Ed was standing, making him yell, "What the hell is this?" Ed dropped the dagger he was holding and caught the Saintess. Both of them skidded a long distance across the cracked ground. His body was already severely injured, and now it felt even worse after this far-from-gentle landing, as Ed glanced over at Clarice and asked, "Cough, cough. Saintess, what on earth are you doing?" Crapin slowly touched down in front of them and said coldly, "A Saintess? If you're hoping for a miracle, I'm afraid it's far too late." The moment his words finished, all 5 eyes had opened completely. Crapin unleashed the evil gods, once again, sweeping across the battlefield. Just when it seemed like everything was over, it wasn't, as Clarice had generated a shield to protect the two of them, prompting Ed to gasp, "A blessing? Saintess, why did you?" Clarice looked at him and smiled softly. "I believe you will hold your ground. Senior, is this dangerous? Let's talk about it later." Ed quickly bolted upright, his hand pushing the Saintess behind him. He looked at her with a deadly serious expression and said, "Saintess, stay right here. This won't take long." But suddenly, Clarice grabbed his hand to stop him. "Wait." Ed turned back and shouted angrily, "Now is not the time. Just wait for me for a bit, and that will be enough." Clarice still calmly explained, "I still don't fully understand what is happening at this Rotell mansion, but you understand everything that needs to be done. It's just that you don't look too good right now. So please, take a short rest. While I am maintaining the blessing, even if it's just for a brief moment, can you try to recover?" Up above, Crapin was still watching intently. "You too survived. I see, it was thanks to the blessing." Before he could even react, Clarice rode off in a spirit through the thick smoke, quickly leaving the brutal battlefield. Seeing this, Crapin became even more smug and mocked. "You chose to distance yourself from the Saintess who was protecting you? Truly foolish." He pulled out the sword stabbed into his chest and cast dark magic, the Grim Reaper scythe. Hundreds of slashes continuously cut through the smoke, flying straight toward Ed without a shred of mercy. As Crapin jeered, "Let's see how you plan to block this hit." But a split second later, his eyes widened in surprise. "What? You still have mana left." Standing before Crapin now was Ed Rotell with his staff in hand, locked and loaded for the final strike. He declared in a slow, resolute tone, "Cut the crap. You talk about survival, yet you did those heartless things." His hand began to radiate intense mana as the ring was put to use. The legendary tier magic relic, Glaz's Golden Phoenix Ring, warped the timeline to borrow mana from his own future self and bring it into the present. A rare staff made from 1,000-year-old wood struck by lightning can even summon uncontracted spirits, provided there is enough mana. In the beginning, you might have been right, but using the deaths of your own flesh and blood and others as sacrifices in exchange for immortality, how can you possibly call that a struggle for survival? Crapin smiled arrogantly. "Are you done with your last words? To survive, one can do anything." "I completely agree with that statement." A massive summoning magic circle materialized right above Crapin's head, and the terrifying heat radiating from it even caused his dark magic to evaporate in the blink of an eye. Ed slowly stepped forward, his mind racing. From the person who died in my place, to the woman who sacrificed her life to save her younger brother, and even the boy who gave up on living because he couldn't protect his older sister. Whether their deaths were unavoidable out of necessity or completely voluntary, those lives all weigh heavily on my shoulders. Some told me to leave them all behind, but I have never been able to forget a single one of them. Ed gritted his teeth, his eyes overflowing with killing intent and hatred. "I hate people like you more than anything else. Don't even think about escaping from the people you murdered, you absolute coward." From high up in the sky, a colossal creature slowly manifested with absolute destructive power. As Ed called out, "Summon ultimate fire spirit, Tiarapis." While the battle was raging with extreme intensity, the carriage of the merchant group finally arrived. Lortell stepped down, her face pale with confusion. What the hell is going on? She looked up at the surroundings, and everywhere was nothing but ruins, with the mansion engulfed by a massive entity that was plunging everything into chaos. Up above, Lucy was still doing her best to halt the expansion of the evil god and protect the people below. Suddenly, A blinding flash of light caused her to freeze and observe. Even the soldiers down below stared in utter shock. What on earth is that thing? Janica and the princess, who were evacuating guests along the hallway, were also drawn by that overwhelming power, and the source of that energy was coming from the central garden. Her expression quickly tightened when she recognized that the person who had just cast the magic, Ed, was currently right there. Could it be? From high up in the sky, a colossal creature slowly came into view, bringing with it a divine pressure that clamped down hard on every living being in the mansion. Crapen looked at Ed and muttered, "No matter what you are plotting, it's just a waste of effort. The time you bought has reached its limit." He raised his hand to cast the evil, malevolent dark magic. But before he could even finish his sentence, the creature he had summoned was incinerated into ash in the blink of an eye. Opposite him, Ed tightened his grip on the staff in his hand, thinking, just a single short second is more than enough. He unleashed the power of the staff and the ring to their absolute maximum, declaring, "Even if this form is incomplete, even if it's just a tiny fragment of a lingering soul, I will still summon that entity to descend upon this world right now." A mythical beast from ancient lore, the one that had burned down vast, endless forests since the dawn of time, the absolute ruler who held supreme dominion over the fire element. Ultimate fire spirit, Theris. Ed pointed his staff straight ahead with the full extent of that great, legendary power. "I will manifest it right here." The massive torrent of power from Theris was released, blowing the entire mansion away, making it absolutely impossible for any creature within the attack range to escape. Crapen's body was blasted back by the force, while the caster himself, Ed, was no exception. When the attack finally came to an end, everywhere was buried in a thick shroud of smoke and ruins. The form of Theris quickly dissolved into nothingness. Ultimate spirit art. Fire Dragon's Blessing. The fire power radiating from the ultimate spirit's flames can incinerate everything in existence, wiping out even the magical entities summoned from the void. Every source of magical energy circulating in this space will be burned away until not a single trace remains. All creatures summoned by the evil god were burned to ash by the flames, vanishing as if they had never existed. At the same time, down in the basement, Crapen's figure slowly rose amidst the blanketing smoke, muttering in disbelief. "What is happening? Why isn't my mana recovering at all?" He gritted his teeth, thinking, "This isn't over yet. The moment you give up is the moment you are swallowed by the void. That is the inevitable law of life, and I will resort to any means necessary just to survive." The ones I struck down first to preserve my own breath were my own flesh and blood, who fought over power with. Born and raised in the most illustrious ducal family on this continent, to me, that was simply an instinct, something as natural as breathing every day. Now, having no mana doesn't matter at all. As long as I get out of this deep pit and receive the evil god's magic once again, fortune will definitely smile upon me. He reached his hand out as if trying to hold onto his ambitions. I must leave this place. As long as I patiently wait for the moment to restore my power, everything will be resolved. I haven't lost yet. Evil god Mebular, give me more power quickly. Please grant me more power. The sea of flames created by the ultimate spirit had burned away all sources of mana in this region, yet the core source of that energy flow still existed. His plea was granted by the evil god. From the colossal eye of the evil god, a massive surge of energy poured out and headed straight toward the one who had summoned him to this world, as Crapen thought. At this rate, the situation will soon return to how it was. But before that could happen, Lucy appeared and blocked the continuously surging power. She looked straight at the evil god and flatly declared, "Stop that crazy plan right now. The one capable of holding back the evil god to this extent doesn't have much magical power left either." With those words, countless magic circles materialized all over the body of the evil god Mebular, just like her opening move earlier, and immediately after, thousands of powerful lightning bolts struck the evil god in succession, completely preventing him from reaching Crapen to restore his power. His eyes widened in horror as his chance to stand back up was shattered. What? From within the thick smoke, Ed charged forward like a predator refusing to let go of its prey. He grabbed Crapen's long hair, and the two wrestled fiercely, rolling back down into the pit. For anyone who dared to let their guard down in this deathmatch would pay a heavy price. But as they hit the floor, the tables turned completely in Krapin's favor. He clamped his hands tight around Ed's neck and roared, "Shut up. How much longer do you plan to cling to life with that decayed body that's no different from zombie? What do those dead fools have to do with me? They died simply because they were stupider and slower than me. And you're going to face the exact same end." An arrogant smirk played on Krapin's lips as he thought about his victory. "The one who will have his corpse buried in this abyss is you, while I will be the last one standing." Zogodi, Ed gritted his teeth helplessly, thinking, because of the ring's backlash, my left arm is completely paralyzed, and the mana in my body has dried up to the very last drop. I can't rely on the breath of the wind or any help from anyone else anymore. Perhaps I really am going to lose my life here. Am I going to die? At that moment, his vision gradually blurred, and a certain figure appeared once again. "It's going to be all right." The soul of Ed Taylor stood there looking at him, letting out a soft whisper, "You've done your absolute best. At this point, you can completely let go. You left that life behind without a single word of complaint. So stopping here is fine too, right? Take a rest." But the moment those words finished was exactly when Ed struck back. He clenched his fist and pulled the man toward himself, followed by a furious, direct headbutt straight to the center of Krapin's forehead, snarling, "That is never going to happen." Krapin's face was battered after the surprise attack, and he dizzily tried to find a way to escape in sheer desperation. Ed picked up a nearby rock and advanced forward. He slammed it straight into Krapin's head without a shred of mercy, shouting, "I'm the one who took over this life in your stead. Do you have any idea how brutally hard I had to struggle just to survive? I had to eat tree bark to stay alive and hand-stitch every single piece of torn fabric on my body. Despite my clumsy aptitude, I still stubbornly clung to the path of magic to forge a place for myself in this world. I rose to become an elite student. I have underclassmen who look up to me, and I can even walk through this academy with my head held high. My little camp where close friends frequently visit has become a home that I will never lose again." The original Ed Taylor looked at him and asked, "For what reason? How could all of that become a reality? How did you manage to do that?" "You're asking me for the reason? The answer is because of your sister. She never gave up hope on living, even when she had to endure a pain more terrifying than death just to protect. And it's also because of the endless torment you felt when you turned your back on her, that unspoken regret until the very end that drove you to end your own life. And perhaps it's also because I have never once given up." Ed brushed the souls of Ed and his sister aside and continued to step forward. "I am the one who carried all of that on my shoulders. You've tried hard enough, and that's more than enough." He bent down and picked up the dagger with a renewed determination. "From this moment onward, I will put an end to everything in your place." Krapin looked at him with terrified eyes, his body instinctively backing away in fear. "That's impossible." He picked up a stone next to him and lunged forward like a moth to a flame, having nothing left to lose, screaming, Why did it turn out like this?" That clumsy attack was easily locked down by Ed. He raised the dagger in his hand high, ready to deliver the finishing blow. As the blade drew close to Krapin's face, time seemed to stand still for him right before that moment. A dull, heavy sound echoed throughout the dark basement filled with dust and smoke, and blood gushed out, marking the conclusion of a life-and-death struggle. As all sounds in his ears gradually faded into silence, Ed's vision blurred along with it, as he muttered, "Now, you can finally close your eyes in peace." Krapin, using the last of his fading strength, tried to question Ed. "Just what on earth? You? How could you make it all the way to this step?" The consequences of the ring made his head feel as if it were being torn apart, and a high fever along with a bone-chilling cold were torturing his entire body, leaving him with seemingly no strength left to resist. But even before this situation occurred, I originally had nothing to say anyway, because this death was fundamentally nothing worth stressing over. I just needed to cover my ears, close my eyes, and accept its coming. Yes, that was how it should have been, but in the end I still managed to reclaim my life once again. It has always been that way. The evil god attempted to manifest by borrowing a physical vessel. But since his sacrifice, Krapin, had lost his life, Nebula could no longer descend. However, two lingering issues remain. Lucy looked at the evil god and spoke. "Yeah, get lost and don't you dare come back. First of all, how could a mere human block the advance of an evil god? And second, Taylor, the one who formed a contract with me, was defeated even after receiving my magical power. Who on earth killed him? Right when the battle ended, Princess Fenia and Janica ran toward the fierce battlefield. The princess collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with horror, unable to believe what was happening right before her eyes. The princess collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with horror, unable to believe what was happening right before her eyes. Unlike me, someone who gave up on the dream of the throne after just a few failures and trials. He did everything in his power, even when his consciousness was fading. It's almost like a pilgrim on a mission to fulfill his life's purpose. As she finished her sentence, the basement began to collapse. Janica quickly got Ed out before everything was buried in the rubble. Afterward, the soldiers began clearing the scene, setting up tents, cordoning off the mansion's entrance, and controlling who went in and out. Taylor was dead. Princess Sahila looked down from above. This was probably the end of the Taylor family. Taylor was dead. Princess Sahila looked down from above. This was probably the end of the Taylor family. Sahila smiled with satisfaction. Things are indeed about to get chaotic around here. At the same time, in the royal capital, the emperor was playing chess with his daughter. My only royal brother is in poor health, and both of my royal sisters have left the capital, so I feel rather lonely. Royal father, there's no one around to laugh and chat. He rested his chin on his hand and sighed. You lock yourself in the library all day, and you wouldn't open your mouth even if forced. What kind of fake act are you putting on now, Persica? The second princess calmly placed a chess piece on the board and replied, Don't say that, father. I really do miss my family from time to time. Initially, public support for Fenia was the highest, but after she enrolled at Sylvania Academy, the core factions in the royal palace turned to line up under Sahila. Therefore, the center of the throne war had always been in the imperial capital. Depending on who controlled the capital, resources and talent would lean toward one side or the other. So when both of them left the capital, even Persica, who seemed to care nothing about the throne war and only lived around the library, began to make covert moves. By the way, royal father, have you ever heard of the treasure left behind by the great sage Sylvania? Sylvania's treasure? Suddenly, frantic voices echoed from outside. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. He turned to look at the soldier who had just run in and asked, What's the matter? Urgent news. Right now at the Taylor mansion, it seems the center of this power struggle is no longer the imperial capital. The scene shifts back to the tent of the two princesses. Father must be very worried. We haven't even sent a proper report yet. If he knew his precious daughter had galloped off to such a dangerous place. Fenia, but it's a good thing you came. Dealing with a disaster of this scale is something only we can do, the ones who will legally inherit royal power. The young mage who stopped that monster and the spirit master who protected the guests, so appropriately, should both receive royal-level rewards. I will personally propose to Father that even if he doesn't grant them noble titles, they should at least receive great honor and a handsome reward. Hearing this, Fenia replied, I agree. Their efforts deserve to be recognized. They saved many lives. Then the matter of rewards is settled. Now we must decide who will be punished. Hearing this, Fenia replied, I agree. Their efforts deserve to be recognized. They saved many lives. Then the matter of rewards is settled. Now we must decide who will be punished. The third princess stood up abruptly in protest. Does that include Ed Taylor? He had no part in Taylor's plan. He stood against him and ultimately killed his own biological father with his own hands. Yes, but what you saw was only the final scene after everything was settled. Don't speak as if you witnessed the whole thing, Fenia. Listen carefully. Ed Taylor followed Crapin's will. He came to this mansion in the first place because Crapin allowed him back into the family. Naturally, he became the center of attention at the gala because of it. But when he witnessed the power of that female mage who could face the evil god alone, and of the female spirit master who fought and took down countless monsters, he betrayed Crapin at the last minute to make himself look noble. Those words made Fenia shout in fury. That's not true. And you know it, royal sister. Lucy stood on Ed's side. Sahila sided against Ed Taylor. Well, from my perspective, those poor girls were simply manipulated by the cunning Ed Taylor. Furthermore, considering you handed him an unsealed letter, it seems you were tricked too. If even your eyes, blessed with natural talent, were deceived like that, it looks like you've developed quite an affection for Taylor, haven't you? The moment those words left her mouth, A loud slap echoed through the tense space. Fenia stepped forward and directly slapped her sister across the face. The butler behind them looked worried, but Sahila stopped him. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" She glanced at her younger sister and gave a subtle, cunning smile. "Fenia, you haven't grown up at all. To satisfy the public, a scapegoat is always needed to carry all the blame. The image of Ed Roth Taylor burning at the stake will be the greatest symbol that everything has been smoothly resolved. The public is just an excuse. You're only doing this because you're afraid of losing power to the Northern faction or the Elter Merchant Coalition, right?" While the two were arguing fiercely, a familiar voice suddenly cut in. "What a pity. I have no interest in the royal family's power struggles." Lortell slowly pulled back the curtain and stepped inside. "Forgive me. Please, continue your conversation, your highnesses. Did I just hear something about hanging a scapegoat at the stake? But who exactly is that person?" Fenia glanced at her and thought to herself, "Lortell and I have never liked each other. I know that very well, but Lortell is standing on his side right now. So Ed Roth Taylor must be treated like a hero. He comes from a family that betrayed the Empire, but he is also the one who put an end to that betrayal. We must recognize his efforts at a royal level and restore his honor, so he can rebuild the Roth Taylor family from the ashes. Well, would the nobles who were held hostage think so? Crapen Roth Taylor is dead. Please remember that he once held key positions in the Empire and ruled like an absolute king. Everyone covets that power. Don't tell me you two princesses don't think so. If that's the case, let's take this opportunity and eliminate Ed Roth Taylor once and for all. He is an extremely cunning and talented guy. If we don't deal with him now, he might become a massive obstacle in the future." Lortell's betrayal left the third princess completely stunned. "Lortell, the truth doesn't always bring profit, and I am someone who only pursues profit. I've simply judged that establishing a friendly relationship with Princess Sahila will bring far more benefits." And indeed it does. Fenia gnashed her teeth in resentment. The third princess turned her back to leave. "Don't think I'll just sit back and watch you guys harm him." Sahila lightly lifted her teacup and said, "As expected of someone who leads such a large merchant coalition at a young age, you certainly have a sharper view of the political landscape. If anyone were to ask which of us two has a higher chance of becoming queen, even a fool would choose Princess Sahila. Yes, Fenia doesn't have much talent for governance. A benevolent princess. It's reassuring to have the backing of the Elter Merchant Coalition. If I seize royal power, you can even dream of the entire western port of Oldek becoming the property of the Elter Merchant Coalition. I'm just trying to do the best I can within my capacity. However, bringing Ed Roth Taylor back to the royal palace might be a mistake." "Why?" Lortell began her usual manipulative speech. It seemed Princess Persica had started expanding her influence. "Persica? I've always known Persica has ambitions for the throne, but I thought it wouldn't be an issue if I consolidated my power through the Roth Taylor Gala. But the gala was ruined, and Fenia came all the way here to confront me. If word of this reaches the capital, and those two use the matter of Ed Roth Taylor as an excuse to form an alliance, then a troublesome variable has appeared. And that's not all. Lucy Merrill and Janica Failover are also variables that are very difficult to control. Both are incredibly strong and tough to deal with." "Well, that is indeed true." Sahila was convinced and swayed by those arguments. "Do you have any bright ideas?" Lortell smiled and replied, "Quickly, hide him and use him as a trump card to control these variables. In other words, turn him into a hostage." "Oh, so instead of bringing him to the royal palace, it would make more sense to hide him somewhere else, somewhere no one can easily find him." Hearing that was enough to know the prey had fallen into the trap. "I manage a massive logistics warehouse in Oldek. There are plenty of similar warehouses in that area, and the goods change every day. So even the warehouse owners don't know what's inside. The place is so huge that people get lost in there every week. Even if you stuffed an entire house inside, no one would notice. No matter what's inside or what people are doing, who would even care? It's a perfect hiding spot that no one knows about. We can secretly detain and control Ed Roth Taylor there. If he outlives his usefulness later on, our Elter Merchant Coalition can easily eliminate him with poison or strangle him." "Oh, so the Elter Merchant Coalition will take full responsibility?" "When plotting major affairs, risk management is the core element, and we are better at that than anyone else. So regarding the detention of Ed Roth Taylor, our Elter Merchant Coalition will take charge and escort him to Oldek. After the brief conversation inside the tent, Lortell stepped outside with a result that couldn't be more perfect. Everything she wanted was resting right in the palm of her hand. I believe I can make anyone willingly hand over their treasures to me. As easy as pie. All right, I'd better go check on Senior Ed's condition right away. Right after leaving one battlefield, another fight was taking place where she walked to. The Saintess and Janica were staring down each other. The tension so thick it was almost suffocating. Far off by the base of a tree, Ed and Lucy were sitting and panting, completely exhausted from the horrifying grand battle. Lortell looked at the scene before her and secretly held her head, sighing. It looks like I just made a mistake. This isn't going to be an easy battle. The scene shifts back to memories of the past. When everything is over, we're going home. That was what commanders always said while wandering aimlessly on the battlefield. Having a place to return to sometimes became the very strength humans needed to endure a brutal reality. In the fog of the subconscious, those difficult times crept into a corner of memory that was hard to forget. Unfortunately, there was no place in this world I could call home. The battle over Ed among Janica and Clarice was still raging fiercely, and now another opponent, Lortell, had joined. Janica gave her reasoning after finishing first aid. As everyone can see, Ed is severely injured. Ideally, we should take him to Fulon and monitor his condition while he recovers. During the break, there's no better place to treat wounds and rest than there. It's also very convenient for shaking off pursuers. The Saintess refused to back down and replied, but it's not like wounds magically heal just by staying in a place with clean water and fresh air. The high priest of the holy city and the medical team, there would be much more suitable. Lortell slowly stepped forward and cut in between the two. I can arrange the best hiding spot and the finest doctors. But the issue is what comes afterward. The Roth-Taylor family has fallen, and Senior Ed is in a highly unstable political position. If he is revered as a hero, it will draw the attention of other nobles who covet the family's position. And if he is accused of treason, it wouldn't be surprising if he were executed by the nobility to protect royal authority. Can you two balance this conflict and keep Senior Ed perfectly safe? She flashed a winner's smile. I will take Ed to Oldek. That is the safest place for him right now. But contrary to expectations, the Saintess clearly declared, if he comes to the holy city, I am even willing to stand against the entire empire. Lortell turned to look at Clarice with astonished eyes. What? Are you serious? You plan to shoulder a conflict between the empire and the holy city just for Senior Ed? Don't tell me even you, the Saintess, are doing everything just for Senior Ed? Lortell put forward her argument. The holy city has no justifiable reason to protect him. Political negotiations with the empire require a reason to have any hope. What if that happens and the empire demands you hand Senior Ed over? Honestly, that is exactly why we need political skills. Suddenly, Janica spoke up, breaking the tension. That's right, we can't let Ed be used by people in power. Lortell turned back in delight and smiled. Right, Senior Janica? So shouldn't Ed come to my coalition? Therefore, I will be the one to take him with me. If the issue is being used by powerful people exploiting his current reputation, then the best way is to take him to a place where powerful people can't reach. Don't you think so? If I decide to run away, I'm certain they will never catch me. Unlike Lortell or the Saintess, I'm not tied down to any place. While the three were still fighting over their claims, a commanding voice rang out. So this is where you all are. Behind the three, the second princess arrived with a crowd of nobles, everyone's faces filled with intense anger. Sahila calmly looked at the three, her deep eyes filled with calculation. She softly spoke in a cold voice. Ed Roth-Taylor, I, Sahila, second princess of the Klol Empire, command you. Ed Roth-Taylor will follow me back to the royal palace for an investigation. The atmosphere instantly turned tense as all eyes shifted toward her. Janica and Clarice immediately shot back. What do you mean by that? Ed fought Crapin Roth-Taylor and was severely injured. Senior Ed should go to the holy city for treatment. But then her words were drowned out by the followers. Saintess, we are also followers of the Telos Church. More than 10 high-ranking nobles have lost their lives. This is all the fault of the Roth-Taylor family, the ones who summoned the evil god. The mere fact that they secretly plotted this shows treasonous intent. Someone has to step up and take responsibility for this incident. right? As the scene grew more chaotic, Sahila secretly rejoiced. Fenia, I told you, power never tolerates a vacuum. The frenzied crowd roared even louder, since the position of family head was vacant. Punishing his son, Taylor, was completely justified. Let's all stone this bastard to death. A sinister smile appeared clearly on Sahila's face. If I destroy the Roth-Taylor family, the nobles who are eyeing that masterless power will turn to serve me with absolute loyalty. Moreover, the one holding royal power in the end will be me. But suddenly from behind, a sudden wind blade flew forward. Nobody touches him. It sliced across the ground, creating a long gash that drew a line for the reckless, ambitious crowd. Every eye immediately fixed on the newcomer. The space suddenly became strangely silent. The person who had just appeared was Tanya Roth-Taylor. Even though she was utterly exhausted, she still had to step forward to handle this. She slowly advanced toward the crowd with chaotic thoughts. Brother, I have no relatives left, absolutely no one at all. I have lost my father and the honor of this family. The Roth-Taylor family, the place where I dedicated my entire life. Now we are regarded as traitors targeting the throne and are at risk of being branded as the family that summoned the evil god to massacre high-ranking nobles. For me, there is nothing left now. Truly nothing left. Only misery coming along with. Back when you were exiled from the family, when you started building a hut all by yourself at the northernmost edge of Akan Island, did you also feel as hopeless and empty as I do now, brother? She spoke clearly in front of Sahila. Princess, I will remain around this mansion area. Nothing has been cleared up yet, and if you intend to investigate, I am ready to cooperate. There may still be surviving servants, and we also need to get to work on rebuilding this land. Whether anyone likes it or not, the legal heir to the Roth-Taylor family is still me. Please allow me to fulfill my responsibility as the head of the family. Decisions regarding Ed Roth-Taylor's situation also fall under my authority. Hearing this, the crowd started buzzing with chatter. She's crazy. Planning to take over as family head in this situation? How? Is that any different from running straight to her death? Wait, so the Roth-Taylor title will still continue? Does she plan to shoulder the compensation responsibilities too? The atmosphere was so tense that even a single noise was enough to draw attention. Neither the royal faction nor the noble faction would yield to each other. Sahila narrowed her eyes, thinking to herself that the girl had lost her mind. Taking over a fallen family was no different from carrying firewood into a fire and letting oneself get burned. But the issue wasn't Tanya Roth-Taylor. The real issue was that boy Ed. Ed used to be someone with empty hands, even accused of treason. Yet despite all that, now there were high-profile figures, including Fenia, willing to take his side unconditionally. They were all extremely influential people. The Saintess, the female summoner who showed outstanding ability in this incident, and even a powerful mage capable of facing an evil god entirely on her own. Carelessly touching that boy could cause major trouble for me. But if I leave him alone, perhaps even greater threats will arise in the future. If a guy like him gains even a tiny bit of power or starts forming a faction, he will definitely threaten my royal authority. What should I do? What should I do now? After a moment of reflection, Sahila finally made her decision. If that's the case, everyone is gravely mistaken. Ed Roth-Taylor's merits deserve to be recognized. My intention is to bring him back to the royal palace, treat him, and ensure he receives a proper reward from the king. For now, I will take him back to the royal palace. Afterward, following Lortell's suggestion and keeping him in Oldek wouldn't be a bad idea either. It was impossible to predict just how high of a position that guy would be in the next time they met. In any case, we can't exactly ask for his opinion right now, so let's just transfer him to the royal palace. Wait, Lucy slowly stood up and sighed. He just woke up, which is the exact reason I woke up too. Using the last ounces of his remaining strength, Ed managed to stand up, his body completely covered in wounds. Seeing this, Janica and Tanya immediately ran over to support him. Ed whispered in a weak, intermittent voice, I heard everything everyone said, even though I was a bit out of it. He looked around at everyone and made his decision. Janica wants to return to Falon. Clarice also needs to head back to the Holy City because of her status. Lortell has to go back to Oldek to wrap up some business. Lucy seems completely indifferent to all of this. And Princess Sahila intends to take me back to the royal palace to close the case. So, in the end, whose side should I choose to go with? Ed looked up at the high sky, where the sunlight was gradually fading dyeing the entire space in a brilliant crimson red. Shifting the scene to Lortell's house in the forest that evening. Belle had just finished up her cleaning duties and was preparing to leave. Suddenly, her gaze locked in place due to an unexpected appearance. From afar, Ed was slowly dragging his suitcase back to his camp, his body covered in bandages. "Young master, you returned to the academy even before the vacation ended? What about your companions? Did something happen to them?" Ed looked straight at her and replied, "Belle, help me start a fire. It's really hard for me to use magic right now." The two sat down by the campfire and chatted. "Was that journey of yours very difficult?" Ed stared silently at the blazing fire before him, thinking to himself that the feeling of his days wandering the battlefield was rushing back, and he suddenly felt a desire to return to somewhere peaceful. That was why Ed had declined their offers and ultimately came back to the camp on his own. "Of course it was difficult. I almost died a few times. That's why I wanted to get back here as soon as possible." Belle looked at him and spoke softly. "Come to think of it, you've finally dropped the formalities when speaking to me, haven't you? You win. I'm really glad you understand. But what exactly made your attitude change?" Ed remained silent for a long time. He recalled what had happened before. Crapen Roth-Taylor was once certain that Ed Roth-Taylor had already died back then. But I saw in the end credits of the movie that despite being ruined and living a hard life, Ed Roth-Taylor was still alive. Sylvania's Academy Survival Guide, Chapter 1, Act 1. At the very moment a third-rate villain was giving up on life, the image of the maid who used to take care of him naturally surfaced in his mind. She walked in just as Ed Roth-Taylor was trying to end his life and saved him from the depths of despair. Just like that, the maid ensured the survival of a fallen noble whom everyone else shunned. "Anyway, I'm just glad you're safe." The maid had always stayed by his side, no matter how difficult the circumstances became. Ed softly whispered, "You're better than I imagined. I'm very grateful for everything you've done for me." Belle stood up and gave a slight bow. "You flatter me. Then, with your permission, I will head back now." But her words received no response from him. Summer break is coming to an end soon, and you'll be busy again before long. So for tonight, I wish you a very peaceful night, young master. Flashing back to the past memories of Marilda, standing on the sheer cliffs in the far north, strolling among the vast canopy of leaves, conquering mountain ridges, or following small streams winding through the great forest, one would encounter the figures of countless spirits. For someone who had only just reached the realm of a high-ranking spirit like me, this serenity was more than enough to warm my heart. For that very reason, I chose Akan Island as my long-term sanctuary, only to realize upon waking that I had grown so attached to this place that I couldn't bear to leave. And from the moment I gave my whole heart to that northern forest, humans suddenly became entities far too complex for me to interact with normally. Perhaps it's because since ancient times, I have tasted enough of the ups and downs of both conflict and harmony with them. I once fought alongside them to repel the disasters that befell this island. Truly, the human heart remains an absolute mystery to me. It's no coincidence that the majority of spirits feel wary when having to interact with humanity. Because a human's lifespan is naturally so short, in the eyes of spirits, they always exude an air of haste and urgency. You talk as if you aren't human yourself. In my eyes, you're no different from them. If I had to pick the most eccentric person among all the humans here, it would undoubtedly be this girl, a legendary archmage of the far northern lands. What are you so busy with? Sylvania smiled and replied, I'm planning to build a school right on this very spot. An eccentric who is exiled for dabbling in forbidden magic. An eccentric who is exiled for dabbling in forbidden magic. Even if the initial scale is a bit modest, I still want to teach magic and basic self-defense skills. Oh, I also intend to include alchemy in the curriculum. Hearing this, Marilda only sighed. It looks like you're being a bit too greedy. Not at all. Those are exactly the things I already confided to you. Unlike spirits, humans don't have much time to waste, so they always have to live in a rush. Besides, if I laid the foundation of the school in the Eastern Plains, you would definitely fly into a rage. That's why I came here to ask for your permission first, Marilda. What's that? I promise I won't encroach on the northern forest area. I'll keep it completely intact as it is. So I hope you'll be generous enough to look the other way this time. From that moment on, I began to vaguely sense that blending in with humans might not be such a terrible thing after all. Back then, the scenery on Akan Island didn't look like a place for seeking knowledge and studying under a master yet. It still wore the pristine, wild look of nature. However, a spirit's time flows incredibly fast, easily shifting in a direction completely foreign to the human world. And after a long journey of time, the appearance of Akan Island had changed beyond recognition. Watching the generations of students made that gap even more obvious. From the Academy's combat department, countless brilliant generals and outstanding strategic planners were born. As for alchemy, it didn't just stop at compounding medicinal herbs, but expanded into magic engineering, botany, gemstone crafting, and even magical biology. Even within the magic department, wizards capable of casting high-tier spells had begun to emerge, though they were entities powerful beyond imagination, completely different from the rest. The transition between generations and the breakthroughs in knowledge happened so incredibly fast and grand. Just like that, years rolled by, and I found myself gradually being left behind. Always so lonely, until the scene shifts back to Ed's log cabin. Always so lonely, until the scene shifts back to Ed's log cabin. It's still too early to say that autumn has arrived, but this is a time when it's very easy to catch a cold due to the temperature difference between day and night. Of course, with a body as broken as mine right now, I didn't have the peace of mind to worry about minor illnesses like that. My left leg was no longer obeying my commands. One of my ears was ringing heavily, and the vision in one, I was temporarily gone. The fever kept torturing me continuously, running hot and cold, occasionally making me feel nauseous and shivery. But regardless, I was still trying to recover. Inevitably, this peace wouldn't last for very long. In the kitchen, Belle was intently preparing a meal for Ed. Suddenly, his cry made her stop in surprise. "What's that?" Belle hurriedly ran outside and asked curiously, "Were you calling for me?" "No, it's nothing. I just heard some gibberish. That's Marilda, the spirit I formed a contract with, and I'm currently chatting with her." "Yes, I understand." She slowly closed the door and returned to the kitchen. Marilda, in her tiny form, clung onto Ed and smiled. "Gibberish? Good grief, I feel deeply insulted. I'll say this one last time. I'm running away from home. Lately, nobody pays any attention to me, so I intend to disappear for a while to teach you a lesson. Let's just consider it a way to elevate my own value. You really know how to trouble others. If I suddenly vanish without anyone watching over this northern forest, do you know how terrified those wandering souls and low-ranking spirits here will be?" She jumped down from his back and continued, "My presence here is for protection, you know? And besides, you only plan to rest until the end of the break, right? I'll manifest and take a stroll, probably around the Academy buildings. In short, you just want to get some rest too. That's fine. But Lucy is in the capital right now. So whose mana are you going to use to manifest yourself?" "Well, it's exactly what you're holding in your hand." Ed understood and tossed the staff down in front of Marilda. "Ah, so that's how it is." "True. With the magical energy accumulated in this staff, you can completely manifest. To do things like forming a new spirit contract might be a bit too much, but this scale should be fine. I could be away for a little bit, right? After all, your maid is managing everything very well. No matter what dark schemes you might be harboring, she'll always stand by you. So don't expect to get away with anything shady." Marilda quickly transformed into her human shape. Wow, I really love the feeling of touching my feet to the ground when manifesting like this. She tossed the staff back to Ed. "I'm going to wander around here for a bit, so stop sighing so much. Go inside and rest up to recover quickly, Ed. No matter how much you sigh, the news from the family won't get here any faster." Hearing this, Ed lowered his head slightly and thought to himself, "Sigh, I want to follow Marilda's advice to focus on recovering my health too. But fleeing the Roth-Taylor mansion like a fugitive like this leaves my conscience restless. I heard there was a fierce dispute over who would take me and where to go while I was still unconscious. Janica has returned to Falon. Clarice has gone back to the Holy City. Lortell has departed for Oldeck to handle business deals. And in the end, the one who stubbornly insisted on taking me away, no matter what, was none other than Princess Sahila. That was clearly a plot to use me, an insider, to create an advantage for her faction. And because she used all kinds of sweet words to sway me, turning down every single one of them really exhausted me. But fortunately, that situation didn't last too long. What? Princess Fenia has already returned to the royal palace. Princess Fenia declared she would return to the palace in the shortest time possible. And as the succession war heated up, Princess Sahila no longer had the energy to waste time on me. Of course, Sahila couldn't return empty-handed. Therefore, I was forced to send a representative to go with her. And the person appointed was none other than the one who single-handedly stopped the evil god, Lucy. Just Lucy's presence alone was enough to make Sahila break into a cold sweat. I'm not sure how she plans to manage, but her path ahead will definitely be full of thorns. Ultimately, what truly troubles me is the fact that someone who just lost both her father and older sister now has to single-handedly shoulder a family that is on the brink of collapse. A man's voice rang out inside the tent. Humph. I thought the nobility would be caught in utter chaos right now. But what on earth is going on here? He was the commander of the Northern Army, Magnus Calamore. Tanya, sitting opposite him, slowly spoke. Commander Magnus, it is highly discourteous of us that we cannot receive you in the most formal manner. As you can see, this is the current ruined state of the Roththaler mansion. He fixed his gaze intently on Tanya, thinking to himself, Tanya Roththaler, the vice-head of the Roththaler clan. Since my son Wade is studying at Sylvania, I've heard quite a bit of news from him. He told me that a first-year student rose to the position of Sylvania's student council president. So I was very eager to meet her. It turns out this wet-behind-the-ears brat is the head of the family. The Roththaler family has truly reached its end. As you're well aware, I've been backed into a corner, so I have no peace of mind left to test the waters or beat around the bush. I'll go straight to the point. I am planning to overthrow Princess Sahila. Instantly, the atmosphere turned tense as both family heads were caught off guard. Tanya stood up abruptly, her eyes filled with determination as she looked straight at the two. Do you want to join forces with me to make that happen? The scene shifts to the next morning when Belle returned. I'm terribly sorry to interrupt your rest, but a letter has arrived at this address. A letter? For me? Yes. The envelope clearly states the recipient is young Master Ed of the Awfulest Dormitory, so I kept it and brought it here to you. Ed slowly accepted the letter and replied, How long has it been since I was expelled from the Awfulest Dormitory? Yet there's still a letter sent to me all the way there even now. As he opened the letter and read the contents inside, Ed's eyes widened in shock. To Ed Roththaler, the worst kidnapper and captor in the world, I am well aware of every cruel act you have committed against a defenseless young lady. I absolutely will not tolerate you taking the liberty of humiliating a poor, mute girl who cannot protect herself. Someone who can't even voice the grievances she's being forced to endure. I desperately wanted to report all your crimes to the Academy's disciplinary committee, but because the victim has such a forgiving soul, she kept stopping me just to please you. If you come here directly and apologize, I will consider postponing judgment. Right after reading these lines, come to the Glock dormitory immediately. Sender, Patriciana Bloomriver of the Magic Department. The letter in his hand just dropped to the ground, his mind filled with confusion and bewilderment. Belle looked at him and wondered, Say, young master, have you kidnapped or detained any girl lately? She bowed slightly to leave. With your permission, I'll take my leave first. Ed stared blankly at the letter, a million question marks swirling around him. What the hell is going on here? The scene shifts to the royal palace, where the eldest princess, Sahila, was having a headache because of the guest she brought along. Not this flavor. It has been 3 hours already. Beside her, a royal chef was kneeling on the ground, trembling. He picked up the pieces of beef jerky from the floor and burst into tears. Princess, please forgive me. In my 13 years as the royal head chef, this is the first time I have ever served a guest like this. In front of the two was Lucy. She lay upside down on the luxurious chair out of boredom, spitting out a half-chewed piece of beef jerky. This flavor is wrong, too. Sahila stood holding her head, trying to force an uncomfortable, strained smile. I intended to use her instead of Ed Roththaler as a witness in front of the nobles, but she won't open her mouth at all, nor does she bother to make any deals. To put it bluntly, she really is incredibly arrogant and obnoxious. Well, whatever. The eldest princess was furious but couldn't do a thing about it. Sylvania's Academy Survival Guide, Volume 5. The final arc discusses the sacred dragon Bellbroke and the great sage Sylvania. Because it covers the establishment and origins of the Academy, many families and characters who only existed in the world of that era will appear. Among the warrior families, we can name Calamore, Nortondale, and Elflin. While among the mage families, there are Saniel, Whitefelts, and Bloomriver. Among them, The Bloom River House is a family that has declined and lost its prestigious status because their extreme experiments caused too many casualties, even destroying an entire hill due to an accident during the process. Because of that, they were branded with the nickname the Bloom River Witch Family. I'm not in any position to judge them, since I myself come from a family that summoned an evil god. But Bloom River really is a family with a lot of problems. Anise held Ed's letter in her hand and mused quietly. Patriciana Bloom River, was this sent to your old address, Senior? Ed calmly replied. Yeah, I thought maybe you'd know a little something about it. Well, the Bloom River family has a lot of bad rumors, but they're also famous for their breakthroughs in the field of alchemy experimentation, so I know them very well. Especially the older sister, Senior Tragiana. She's a very famous person. Ah. Do you mean the top student of the fourth-year magic department? Yes, she's proficient in 2 types of high-tier magic, and her grades are absolutely stellar. On the contrary, her younger sister, Senior Patriciana, is only known through rumors. People rumor that she's a useless shut-in with absolutely no interest in the academy. So when she sent the letter, she probably didn't even know you'd been expelled from the awfulest dormitory. Actually, alchemists like us often have delusions about conducting numerous experiments in secret research labs, so I can kind of understand. But Senior Patriciana goes too far. I bet she doesn't even know the student council president has changed. Rumor has it she just isolates herself in the lab and doesn't even bother to show up to class. Hearing this, Ed was slightly surprised. It's amazing she hasn't been expelled yet. Word is she made up for her absences by scoring perfect marks on both practical and theoretical exams through self-study. Huh, is that even possible? Could it be she inherited the intelligence from her older sister? That is indeed true, but maybe it's because of this. Senior Tragiana and Senior Patriciana are identical twins. Ed rested his chin on his hand and thought. Then Tragiana has been attending classes for both of them. Well, if you listen to lectures twice for the same class, anything can happen. Maybe even becoming the top student in class. That's just my hypothesis. Anise handed the letter back to him. Anyway, just looking at the letter, it seems Patriciana is strangely straightforward. I mean, nobody just kidnaps and detains someone else for no reason. Huh, why are you treating her words as if they're the absolute truth? She gave a subtle smile and replied. Well, depending on the situation, kidnapping and detaining someone can be understandable. I assume you have your own reasons, right, Senior? While she was talking, muffled groans kept sounding out continuously from somewhere. Ed cast his gaze downward and spoke up. I tried to ignore it, but doing so takes too much effort. What on earth happened to him anyway? Clevius was tightly bound, writhing on the ground, listening to the two of them. I'm just molding him into a normal human being. If I leave him alone, he'll just talk all day with depressing, life-weary words, then lock himself away in a dark corner of his room to mutter to himself. That's why I'm trying to improve his social communication skills a bit. Clevius's eyes seemed to scream for desperate help. Please save me. I'll treat you like a real senior. I won't speak informally anymore, and I won't swear anymore either. Ed asked back, feeling awkward and perplexed. So how long do you plan to keep this up? Until he agrees to come with me to the dormitory management party next week. That's an excellent place to build connections, and there's no better place to practice communication skills. She flashed an amused smile and continued. Besides, I also want to bring along a handsome male student as a companion. After all, I am a girl. Hearing those words, Ed's intention to save the guy was instantly snuffed out. Ah, I see. He directed his gaze toward the poor youth lying helplessly on the ground and thought to himself, hang in there, young man. Being overpowered by someone else like this isn't all that bad, Clevius. After the brief chat with Anise, Ed quickly headed to the meeting point. Right after reading this letter, come immediately to the Glock building, sent from Patriciana Bloom River of the Magic Department. His hand tightened as he thought to himself. The Glock building is named after the Archmage Glock. Just looking at the fact that he authored the introduction to celestial magic is enough to see how grand he was. Celestial magic is something that even if you read it over a dozen times and memorize it by heart, it remains a domain so difficult that it's impossible to make any progress. Fortunately, he had also gone through that horrifying experience when applying it to reality. And thanks to continuous use in actual combat, Ed had unlocked a new branch of magic. Are you finally here? While lost in thought, Ed walked right past Patriciana and just kept quietly walking up. She turned around angrily and shouted out loud, "Hey, Ed Roth Taylor, right?" Ed snapped out of his daydream and looked back, startled. "Senior Patriciana? Honestly, that fake innocent face isn't fooling anyone. You clearly read my letter. I've investigated everything. You set up a camp yard in the northern forest, right?" "Ah, yes." Ed looked confused. Hadn't everyone known about that for a very long time already? She pointed her hand directly at his face and barked a question. "Then confess already. What on earth are you plotting in there?" "I'm not plotting anything. I only live there because I have nowhere else to stay." "Don't give me that lie. The dormitories are operating normally." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ed calmly replied. "It's because I was expelled from the dormitory about 2 years ago." "What?" Hearing those words immediately made Patriciana pull her hand back, flustered. "Oh, I see. I don't really keep up with the news much. Anyway, that's not even that important. Do you know a girl who's a bit taller than me, with her white hair tied up?" "I do know her, but—" The image of the familiar white-haired girl instantly popped up in Ed's mind. "Is it Marilda? Every single day, she goes in and out of that camp yard of yours. And not long ago, I even saw her running barefoot into the northern forest. She went completely missing for days on end, then occasionally appeared as if she were just taking a stroll. Always barefoot, without even a proper set of clothes. She isn't even treated like a human being. That's exactly why I took care of her and ensured that everything would be sorted out. If you don't confess exactly what's going on, I'm going to report you to the academy." "But how does someone who knows absolutely nothing about the academy like you know so clearly about what happens in my camp yard? If I tell you, what are you going to do to me?" Ed looked straight at Patriciana and gently replied, "Did you build some kind of private secret research facility near the northern forest, completely violating the academy's strict prohibitions?" Hearing those words instantly drove her into a fury as she cast a spell. "You saw everything, didn't you?" The massive wave of pressure made Ed step back in anxiety. "I didn't see anything. She just confessed it all on her own. This idiot, and right at a time when I can't even use mana. This is bad." Before the thought could even finish, Patriciana shot her magic straight toward him. Too late. Right when he didn't know how to handle it, a layer of magical barrier suddenly erected in front of him, blocking the attack just in time. Someone slowly approached with a staff in hand. She floated gently through the air before landing right in front of him. Seeing her sister appear, Patriciana immediately tattled, "Sister, you came just at the right time." Before this guy could even finish his sentence, Trajanna stepped forward and pinched her younger sister's cheek. "Ow, ow, ow." She turned back to look at Ed and gave a soft smile. "My apologies, my sister is still a bit childish." Trajanna Bloom River, the top student of the 4th-year magic department. She lowered her head and pushed her sister's head down along with it. "She is truly a good child at heart, so I hope you can overlook what she did." "Sister, you've misunderstood. In that camp yard where this guy lives, there's a beautiful girl whom he kidnapped." She raised her staff and dispelled the magic. "The kidnapper is actually you, Patriciana." She raised her staff and dispelled the magic. "The kidnapper is actually you, Patriciana." "Marilda, is she gesturing that she can't speak?" "Well, that makes sense. The moment she opens her mouth, a spirit's mana pool will be disrupted, leading to her identity being exposed instantly." Patriciana's face was filled with absolute bewilderment. Marilda was hiding behind Ed's back, as if trying to avoid something. "If you want to walk around the academy freely, it's best not to let them find out you're a spirit." "Well, I want to lend a hand too, but her mana is already on the verge of running completely dry." Marilda quickly vanished into thin air, leaving behind empty space filled with tiny, sparkling lights. Patriciana spoke up clumsily. "Huh? A spirit?" She froze at what had just manifested before her eyes, but soon snapped out of it and realized her foolish mistake. Patriciana hurriedly bowed deeply. "My sincerest apologies. Please forgive me. Please, please forgive me." Ed looked at her and let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself, "Do you think a simple apology is enough to settle this?" The scene shifts to Falon, a place where the population of cows and pigs outnumbered the humans. The scene shifts to Falon, a place where the population of cows and pigs outnumbered the humans. In this slowly aging village, where occasions for bustling joy or sorrow were rare, a festival was being held. In this slowly aging village, where occasions for bustling joy or sorrow were rare, a festival was being held. She held a half-eaten piece of bread in her hand, her gaze drifting towards somewhere far away as she sank into her endless thoughts. Janica thought to herself, I wonder if Ed is doing well? Suddenly, her father's voice rang out, startling Janica. You look anxious, Janica. Is it because you're no longer at the top of the class? Second place is still incredibly outstanding, you know? Huh. No, it's not. Of course I'm a little sad, but I won't break down over something like that. You don't need to worry so much, Dad. With that, she let out a soft, tired sigh. Sigh, if it's not because of your grades, is there a guy you've got your eye on? That single comment caused Janica to freeze up instantly. She stood up abruptly in embarrassment, shouting, Huh? Dad, what are you talking about? Why would you say something so ridiculous? A guy I've got my eye on? You're making it sound like I'm thinking about him way too much. She clutched her hair in confusion and tried to explain herself. You're always like this, Dad. If you have enough free time to say such silly things, I'm going to go feed the cows. I mean, I was planning on doing that anyway. But don't just ask me things like that out of nowhere. You really startle me. Janica's parents silently exchanged glances, lost in thought. Eager smiles practically beamed across their faces. A son-in-law, and one who studied at Sylvania Academy at that. He rushed over, slapped his daughter on the back, and laughed out loud. Janica, you finally did it. Does he know archery? My dream has always been to share a drink with my son-in-law while practicing on the target range. Well, though it's probably still a bit too early for the boy to be drinking. Her mother also pulled out a dress and chimed in, Dear, don't make such a fuss. But what is the boy like? Do you think his parents would prefer us to look a little more formal? Or maybe I should alter my old wedding dress. Oh, right. What's the boy's name? Janica backed away awkwardly, stammering, Mom, Dad, you've got it all wrong. Why would you even think that? I'm not telling you. Why should I? Why on earth do I have to tell you guys? Hearing those words caused the two of them to drop to their knees in mock despair. So that's how it is, I see. There's just no helping it. They began to wail and lament in a tragic theatrical display they had clearly prepared beforehand. Dear, we prepared ourselves for this moment. Truly, I suppose this is something every parent must go through. Now, even if Janica runs off to her room and slams the door shut, we can only stand by and watch. That's right, these are twilight years. So lonely and miserable. What are you two even thinking? I'm not going to do that. They directed their sparkling gazes toward their daughter, as if waiting for an answer. Janica was so flustered that she didn't know how to respond appropriately. In the end, she decided to say the simplest thing possible. He's really good at archery. A few hours later, Janica stood there dazed by the gossip circulating among the neighbors. Oh, Janica, I heard all about it. Bring him to the village sometime. I'll open my precious 20-year-old aged raspberry wine. Haha, I'll definitely roast a whole pig. If he's from Sylvania, he must be incredibly rich, or at least a noble, right? Janica, you did great. You're the pride of our town. Cheers erupted all around her, leaving her standing frozen in place. Janica, Janica, Janica. Her eyes narrowed in utter exhaustion as she thought to herself, I can't live here anymore. I want to go back to Arkan Island right now. Cutting to the northern forest of Arkan Island, the sky was brightly illuminated by the shining moonlight. Marilda stepped gracefully onto the water's surface and spoke up. I suddenly find myself remembering the old days. Back then, every now and then, I'd feel a little melancholy. We had only just finished wiping out the Rothtailer family. Ed leaned against the trunk of a tree and replied softly, I wouldn't use the word wiped out. I don't know how it looks to you, but to me, the Rothtailer family is a house with a long history. I've heard of their names since ages ago. Whenever I see such vast powers or families vanish, it really makes me realize just how much time has passed. How should I explain this? It's a very depressing feeling. Sometimes I feel as though the world is leaving me behind. Maybe it's also because I'm past my prime as a spirit, but I end up thinking about it a lot. Hearing this, Ed couldn't help but wonder, Marilda, are you? Don't worry. I still have at least 100 years left in me. She turned to look at him and smiled. What's wrong? Are you afraid I'm going to leave you soon? That's one thing, but I was wondering why you're sounding so downcast. Ed slowly sat down, watching intently as he waited for Marilda's answer. Marilda's eyes flashed with a hint of sorrowful reflection. Well, I suppose I am. That girl reminds me of Sylvania, the purple-haired girl who has been coming to the forest recently. The great sage was an eccentric scholar who would always focus strictly on her research, no matter the circumstances. I want to watch over that girl, because she reminds me of the old days, though it seems like I drag you into trouble in the process, so, Ed, let out a sigh, and replied, "It's fine. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Trajanna came and took care of everything anyway." But thinking back, that girl doesn't really resemble Sylvania all that much after all. I guess so. I mean, Sylvania is the great sage, and they look pretty different. No, I'm not talking about that kind of stuff. What I mean is, I found someone who reminds me of the great sage back then a whole lot more. Who's that? Her older sister. That person is you, Ed. You really remind me of her. The way you never give up regardless of the circumstances, and even the way you can talk to me so naturally. Is that so? He fell into quiet contemplation. He could tell that his affinity with Marilda had increased, even without looking at his status window. He could feel a strong sense of camaraderie built from the times they had stood side by side through life and death situations. Just as his thoughts ended, Marilda suddenly spoke up. "I have the remains of a highest tier wind spirit. If you want it, I can hand it over to you." The remains of Takalis. It was said that only one supreme spirit existed for each element. Although only recorded in magic history books, the highest tier wind spirit was currently absent, as that spirit had passed away from old age. If he could get his hands on those remains, his spirit skills would increase significantly. But that was something he had only ever heard about in history books. Marilda paced around gently and continued to explain. "It's not exactly a corpse. It's more like the remnant they leave behind when they dissipate." Ed looked at her inquisitively. Why the sudden change of heart? Marilda leaned down slightly in front of him. "It's nothing. It's just that it's really hard for me to find a good friend like you. Janica is a wonderful friend too, but she isn't the type I want to vent my thoughts to. Then again, as you know, nothing in this world is free. But you know how it is. Nothing comes without a price." The scene shifted to the Arkan Island pier, where students were bustling about as they returned to the academy. Ugh, I thought I was going to die of seasickness. Zig was stepping off the ship along with Elka, carrying their luggage. "Next time we should take a carriage, even though a boat is faster. Taking a boat takes too much out of you, El. It's just because we brought so much luggage this time." Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of someone. Standing in front of the two of them was Janica, dragging her massive suitcase as she made her way back to the island. "Ah, Senior Janica. Oh, is that Zig and Elka?" Zig stepped forward and scratched his head in curiosity. "We always come back a few weeks early to check in with the guild, but I thought you usually return to school as late as possible to help out around the house, Senior. What brings you back so early?" She flusteredly tried to come up with the most logical excuse, but the obvious reason was that at home, she wouldn't get a moment of peace with everyone's nonstop praise. In the end, Janica let out a soft sigh and dodged the question. "It's nothing really. It's just that things just turned out this way." Zig didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Did things not go well between you and Senior Ed?" "Huh, what are you saying? It's just that you look pretty downcast." Elka immediately turned around to scold him. "Zig, that's incredibly rude of you to say." No, to be honest, Ed and I have had a bit of friction lately. I'm just really worried that maybe I'm a burden to Ed. I think I need to make it up to Ed for what happened during the exam. I even told him we should go to Falon together. But Ed refused and went back to Arkan Island all by himself. I even went to live with him at the campsite. Maybe he thinks I'm a nuisance, but he's just hiding it." Hearing that, Zig replied, "I don't think you have anything to worry about, Senior. Usually, you can tell when guys don't like something." "What do you mean by that?" Zig thought for a moment and then slowly answered, "Well, it's simple. When guys want to keep their distance, they usually show a few specific signs." Before long, evening arrived, and the sunlight gradually faded behind the clouds. Janica finally made it back to the familiar forest. She waved at him cheerfully. "Hey, I came back early." Ed turned his face away and replied, "Oh, you're back at school early." Janica noted the first sign. They might avoid eye contact. She stepped closer and asked how he was doing. How have you been lately? Are you feeling any better?" "Yeah." The second sign. They might give blunt answers that kill the conversation. And the final sign is that they look visibly uncomfortable and unusually tense. All three key factors were present, leaving Janica frozen in her tracks. "Am I really a burden to Ed?" Suddenly, Ed spoke up, breaking the tense silence. "Janica, there's something I want to say." "Huh? What is it?" Ed looked straight at her and spoke calmly. "Well, this might sound a bit strange, but let me explain because I have a good reason for it. Honestly, it might not be a very difficult request, but it could also get awkward depending on the situation. The thing is, you see." A sudden silence fell over the area, leaving only the sound of birds chirping and the campfire crack. But then Ed let out a sigh and cut himself off. Sigh, never mind. Annoyed, Janica ran over and sat down beside him. I'm ready to hear whatever you have to say. It's fine, Ed, just tell me. No matter how bad it is, I'll stand by your side. Ed recalled his earlier conversation with Marilda. If you can get the remains of the highest tier wind spirit, it will give your training a massive boost. Sylvania buried it after completing her research, but if you want it, I can hand it over to you. Then again, you understand perfectly well, right? Nothing in this world is free. Then again, you understand perfectly well, right? Nothing in this world is free. Marilda turned back to look at him with an amused smile. I think it's about time you made some progress, don't you think? What do you mean by progress? You know perfectly well that Janica likes you, right? Like romantic feelings. That's why I have a request for you. Ed's gaze locked onto Janica's lips as bashfulness washed over him. He slowly raised his hand and brushed against Janica's cheek. The two of them looked at each other in a heated, incredibly romantic atmosphere. Before the vacation ends, you will need to kiss that girl at least once.